You thought you were done with voiceover Sky? You're wrong. This was horrible to rewatch as this is my first video basically ever. It's just super cringe, and also the music's super loud, so I decided to voice over it. And this is a pretty simple episode. We're just going to a village that was really right next door, and this mod pack has like super dope villages with a bunch of loot chests, a bunch of cool houses, coal, which is crazy. So we stopped to mine that for a little bit. We got a bunch of different other resources. I really tried to mine iron with a stone pickaxe, or wood pickaxe even. So you did see that correctly. So I had to go quickly get some stone so I could mine the iron, grab a furnace, smelt it down, and then we're kind of already at iron tools and armor, which is dope. This was the fastest I've ever gotten an iron chestplate. I also met Tamicia and Javierto. So I thought those were funny names, and I was a big fan of Javierto. And then in this village, there were create mod windmills. So I obviously just borrowed some of the items in there, including every create mod contraption thingy ever. It did take me, honestly, way too many times to try to make this jump, which is so embarrassing. I have cut out about 4 or 5 attempts of this. It is just horrible. It is so bad. I even tried to mine the block above it, and I still missed. So yeah, please don't make fun of me. I'm bad at video games. It's not my fault. After the village, we ran into some orca whales and a big guy that I was like, are you dangerous? Do you kill me if I jump in the water? And it didn't look like it. So then I was like, what happens if I kill you? And that, I'll never find out. Yeah, that's the answer to that question. I will never find out. I got 1 tapped. And then we found some zinc. Zinc, if you don't know, is super helpful for like the base building block in Create. It's called an andesite casing. No, andesite alloy. It's an andesite alloy, which is super helpful. And then I ran to try to find a house, and I'm looking over here. This is a pretty cool mountain, like with a river area. But it feels a little bit too small for what I would want to do with my base. And at this point, it's not super cringe, so I'm gonna give it back to past me. We got a little bit of a farm. There's a bee, parrot. He's not moving. It's something. Maybe a hummingbird. I think that's what hummingbirds do. They like their head doesn't move, but their body does. Whatever. So I made the bones of a house. I plan on having like windows and stuff here, which is why I haven't built up anything else. I guess we probably do want something around the doorway, but like windows here and then on the other sides, and then I might do a copper roof. So we'll see. I don't know what I want to do yet, but yeah, that'll be the plan eventually. I set up a little farm here. Today, we are going to build our first contraption. Let's just start off, I guess, first with a windmill. I'll make a really basic one just to start. I'm gonna build it a little bit up just so that get to like the back of it and whatnot. Oh, that didn't work. I need it to be, ow, this way. Okay, there we go. So I did find out how to do this stuff. If you see, it says hold W to ponder, and that will give you a tutorial on how to do stuff. So the sails are what we really care about. I am pretty sure I can just like do this type of thing. I do think we want just a normal block here. Then we can do sails out from this. All right, and now, allegedly, okay, that didn't work. Maybe I need an open hand. Ah, there we go. Is this too long? Will it touch the bottom? I guess we'll see. I don't think it will. Oh, it will. I don't know if that's an issue. I don't think it is. Okay. And great. And that means we now have at least a little bit of power that we can get set up here. So a couple of other things. This is a shaft. I need a vertical gearbox to be able to rotate this downward to like make a right angle thing. Because otherwise I could just go that way with a shaft, but that's not very helpful. So we now have this thing going down like this. And then if I get a cogwheel, boom, beautiful. Now the cogwheel's turning. Let's not get ahead of ourselves though. I want to make a wrench, this bad boy, and also goggles. Yeah. So, oh, I can't save them. Oh wait, I can. It's that button. I was pressing the wrong button. There we go. So this is just golden sheets, which we need a press for. cogwheel and a stick. So in order to get a mechanical press, shaft, andesite casing, need a deployer for this. So this is how we get into it. Wait, I need andesite casing to be andesited. Manual item. Okay. So we need some andesite alloys. So I need to go find some andesite. So I do think that means we need to go mining. Let's see if we can just get a drill and have it mine for us. Probably not. I mean, it won't be that fast, but it'll oh my gosh, it'll at least be something. I guess we can't do this right now. That's okay. We'll be able to do that soon. For now, we go mining. I wonder if we can get andesite in any other way. So obviously diorite and cobble, and that's just that, but I need cobblestone anyway, so I do kind of just have to go mining. Let's prepare for a mining session. I do need more gold anyway for those gold plates, and also to upgrade my backpack to a gold one, and I do want to get some diamond stuff. I do think there is, I was looking in the mods list, and there was a create enchantment thing. What is this? Oh, can I auto enchant books? Blaze enchanters can enchant your items. However, it cannot work on books, nor can it add incompatible enchantments to your items. Blaze enchanters can upgrade an existing enchantment to a higher level if feasible. This is fascinating. Hyper enchanting. This is liquid hyper. What are you saying? Oh my god, he's blue. What are you saying? All right, well, that is getting way ahead of myself, so I'm not even going to bother. At least we have zinc. Zinc can be used to make, ooh, zinc swords. Oh, it's just iron? Oh, well, I might as well make some leggings, because I don't have those yet. Boom. I look beautiful with my kind of green leggings. And I'm just going to throw this into the lava. Oh, actually, you know what I was thinking? Maybe I upgrade or get one of these pickup upgrades for the backpack just so I can pick up stuff just immediately instead of having to open the backpack and shift stuff in there. Oh, I don't have any redstone, but I think I can make that. And then the only thing I would need is lime dye, which is achievable by getting like some plants and putting them in this thing, which I have. And I did look it up. So the cog thingy, if you go from, I think it's big cog to diagonal small cog, that doubles the speed. And then if you put another big cog, I'm going to put it below, just so that we don't have floating cog wheels and stuff as much. So if I put it directly below so that the things line up, and then I put another cog wheel there, that's now double the speed of that. And then I can put this millstone here, and if I get stuff, I can toss it on that and it'll actually like do stuff. So I guess technically this is our first contraption. I wouldn't count it. I also made dough already with we had some flour in here and some water. It was super easy, so I just made that, and we need that for the slime balls for the sticky pistons eventually. And then I can't afford this, unfortunately. Whatever, we'll get there. But I think we're kind of ready to go. Let's go adventuring. I don't think I've seen a big cave yet. Oh, what is this? Are you a, you are? Ooh. All right, be very careful, apparently. There is some gold there, which I do want to snag. Let's see, because that'll let me upgrade my backpack pretty much immediately. How do I get there? I guess I have to build with my wood. I'm silly and forgot to break that. There we go. And now we have the gold. Oh, there's more gold there. What? Ooh. I guess a fortune shovel is something. Okay, give me this gold block. Thank you for your time. All right, now I'm gonna jump down this hole. Ooh, what is that block? Calcite and limestone. What is limestone used for? Nothing. Okay, great. I don't need to get it then. Alright, well, I guess I'm just gonna be mining stuff. I need a bunch of cobblestone, and more importantly, I need andesite. I might as well take some diorite, now that I'm thinking about it. Because if I don't find andesite, I can always combine diorite and cobblestone. Andesite, nice. I am going to get all of this. I've been mining a lot of diorite, but now I don't think I need to anymore. Yeah, I have like 10 stacks of diorite. Okay, Well, I hopefully won't need to go mining again for quite a long time. I converted one of the gold blocks into a gold backpack just so I could have some more space. So I don't even know. What is the next backpack tier? Diamond. Oof, that's expensive. Well, hopefully I can get a couple of diamonds. I don't know what the best way to get diamonds is. Ah, I do have everything for the andesite casings. Maybe I don't even go for diamonds. I guess I go get some more zinc and iron because I have some zinc, but not a ton. Not as much as I want. So yeah, I'll keep mining a little bit after this, trying to get some more zinc and iron. And then I'll head back up to the surface. We can continue with our create moddingness. What are you doing? Why are you so wiggly? What are you... Is he bumping out to some tunes? What is a homeboy doing? Whoa. What is that? Oh no. Oh no. Please don't be able to climb. I'm so toast. Ah. What the heck is that? Oh, he's so scary. He's so scary. He's so fast too. He's so speedy. Okay, well, I guess I get crab out of it. I did not like that at all. Oh my goodness. That is the worst thing ever. At least they can't climb. If they could climb like spiders, I would have cried. Like, actually. Oh my goodness. Just the noises it makes is so unsettling. Like, it was just scuttling all over the place. Ugh. Come on, just give me some diamonds and I'll be on my way. Oh, diamonds! Let's go! Alright, so I am completing quests. But I don't know how to... How do I do the quest? Is that Warden territory? No. What is that? I thought that was Skulk for a second, but it's not. It's some, like, weird blue. Kinda like it. Like, it looks crystally. I'll go check that out after I grab this zinc. It could be something I make the roof out of, or my base. I'm not fully convinced on the wood house, so this looks cool. Which it kinda does. What is it? Osterine? What is it used for? Anything? Just pretty things? You can get zinc from it if you crush it. Diamonds. What are the odds of that? I guess pretty high, because I got them. Nice. More diamonds. Alright, well, I think we have enough stuff. I have a stack, almost 2 of redstone. We do probably have enough andesite as well. So I think I should just get out of here before I die. And be so... Oh, I thought that was going to be a lake or something. It was nothing at all. Alright. I mined so much andesite. If we sort this... Oh my goodness. 2 rows of andesite stacks. We will be good on andesite casings for a really long time. I think I went through... like 30 zinc ingots making pickaxes. Just for mining diorite, cobblestone, and andesite. Which is crazy. Alright, time to go to sleep, and then we can unzip our stuff. I gotta figure out how to do the quests. I don't know what keybind that is. Ah, there we go. Oh, whoa. Oh, I get a log. Oh, cool. I need a diamond pickaxe still. Oh my gosh. Kill the warden. You can do that? I thought the whole thing was that he was, like, unkillable. I'm glad it's raining. That's great. Fun to see. Okay, well, let's put everything away. We're already pretty much fully unpacked. That's not the right word. Whatever. I do want to try out this astronite block. I think it'll look better if it's like polished. Well, I'll need a stone cutter for that. We'll do that in a minute. A ton of new stuff. I'm gonna have to smelt everything here. A ton of copper, ton of iron, ton of zinc. Love to see it. Backpack empty. I have a bunch of andesite and stuff. I'm gonna cook this up and then we'll hop back into the create mod and try to figure some stuff out there. All right, these are finally done, and let's grab everything here. And I guess we just get started on making a bunch of these andesite casings. So I think they're really easy. Andesite alloys, sorry. Boom and boom. That's a stack of them. They are kind of expensive on the andesite front. I'm really glad I got a boatload of them. If I just make 1 million, I'll keep a stack of zinc on me for right now. Because, I mean, almost 2 stacks of andesite is a pretty decent amount, and we can put all the rest of this stuff away. So we have that, quite a bit of them. Let's try to make a deployer. I need a brass hand and an electron tube. I don't even need to do that, actually. Okay, I can just manually put that on a log. Okay, I see. Okay, well, we'll do that. So let's do this. And yeah, there we go. And I think we could just break it like this. The andesite age. Oh, cool. We need a shaft and a block of iron. That's expensive. Why? Shafts actually aren't too expensive. Okay. So I won't feel bad about using one of those. So let's make this. Let's go. Mechanical press. I have to go to sleep. So I think the plan, I probably want to make a couple more cogs so we can up that. I think there's also a thing called a rotation speed controller. Oh, that's we'll do that later. I do not have the facilities for that right now. Okay, yeah. So I just need the press, but I need to connect it. So I think let's make a couple of shafts. Let's make a couple of cogs. I need both big and small ones, and I need some wood. Is it planks that I need? Yeah. I am going to redo all of this so that it makes sense with the new setup. So we got to remember, big cog, diagonal to small cog, down to big cog, and then diagonal to small cog, speeds it up. And then if we do that again, and again, eventually it'll be fast. Like, that is faster. Let's see if we can do one more. Heck yeah, there we go. Now it's a speed that isn't 0. Love to see that. I don't even know where I want to put this. This is going to be super temporary for now, just so we can get stuff set up. You know what I'm saying? Oh, this is the worst. What if I put it... Ooh, what if I put it this way? Yeah, okay. And then I need a vertical gearbox, which I think we have one more of. And that'll do something. Gotta remove this block. And then that is working. I just need to invert it. Oh, you know what? I bet I can counterclockwise. Oh, you know what? I bet I have to put a gold thing underneath it for it to actually work. It's gotta have something there, maybe. Yeah, nice, awesome. Okay, so we need 3 of these. Awesome. Okay, and that's the last one. Beautiful. And then we also want to make one of those. So I need another sheet for one more sheet for that. And a cog and a stick. That's all I really need for the wrench. Okay, so the wrench is already done. I don't have any sticks on me. Okay, I need to make one. Let's make a few. And then wrench, boom. Wrench done. And this is useful for something. Oh, it breaks stuff instantly. That's super cool. Okay, that's helpful. Good to know. And I think for some stuff at least, it will rotate them or change the dealio with them. Let's move on to engineering goggles. So I need some glass, and I think I have string. Yeah, so I have string already. So let me just go get some glass. I feel so bad wasting a whole coal on 2 sand. Maybe I should have gotten more things. There we go. And then engineering goggles. Boom. Kitted out. So I don't know. Oh, yeah. So there we go. So I'm hovering over this, and it now says 256 SU at current speed. So SU is the stress units. This thing produces 512. So that means I can have 2 of these right next to each other, and that'll take up like the whole production that this can make. There we go. Oh, now it's zooming. Oh, and you can see it's now at 1500 stress units, and before I think it was 500. This thing's using quite a bit, but anywho, it'll go faster if we have something to squish. It'll go way faster now. So that's hype. Okay, so we're making a bunch of oh, and they already got their clothes back. Okay, don't mind if I do. Thanks, Kevin and gang. Kevin and Kevin's friends. They don't have names. They're just Kevin's friends. All right, and we have more sales now, so we got to stop this again. There we go. And now it's at 1500 still. I think it's a little bit higher. Maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? But it's coming together. It's looking pretty cool. And this is zooming now. All right, well, I think to perhaps end off the episode, I wanted to make a mechanical drill, which I can actually afford now. I do need to make quite a few of these thingies, though. Can I? Oh, breaks it instantly, and it goes straight into my inventory now because I have a wrench. That's so hype. All right, and now I can just make that. I need some iron. That's easy. There we go. I have some drills. I think also there is a something. Yeah, this thing. Oh, it's a mechanical piston. I think there's a different one that you can also do. Inventories, pick up the blocks automatically. That's super cool. I also need a thing called super glue, which glues all these components together. I do want to do that. I think it's, I forget what it's called. Pulley? Oh, it might be. Rope pulley. Yeah. Yeah, so I can rope pulley. Yeah. So I can rope pulley it. Oh, let's also, what is this thing? A gear shift is what inverts the... I'm learning so much, and I hope you are too. Let's, I guess make a mechanical piston. Just for starters. Piston. There we go. So I need a mechanical piston, which is quite cheap. Let me get some slime balls. Put that bad boy on a piston. There we go. Also, I need some super glue. I need an iron sheet. Let's go make that, I guess. We're getting this set up, if you know what I'm saying. I definitely need a bigger house because I do want a lot of this stuff in my house. I think this is like a good starter house, a good home base for now, but I am going to outgrow this place immediately. All right, now we can, I guess, just set it up right here because I do want this whole mountain gone. And if we can just start pistoning in it, that would be great. And then I also get some items from it, so that'll be super double great. Let's hope this isn't too many for the amount of stress units I have available right now. I guess we'll find out. Here we go. Okay, and now, if I just put a piston, I don't know, piston here, and these bad boys fill in that gap, and then I got to glue all of this. Oh, I guess I don't need to if those are already... We'll test it. We'll see. Oh, I do know one thing about these. Kind of the big thing is that for mechanical pistons specifically, you need to keep feeding it more like piston arm for it to actually do anything. I don't know how long you can make it. I don't know if it can go forever or if there's a limit. So I guess we'll find out kind of soon. But this is a good test. Oh. Alright, so let's just build this bad boy. Pull length 9. And I just need a shaft thingy there. I do need to yoink this vertical gearbox though, sorry. This is just to test this thing, and then we'll give it back. Oh, is it going the wrong way? It is. I don't know how to fix this. I am not good enough. I think I need a gear shift. Let's grab you and put the gear shift here. All right, so that's backwards. And then Lever. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yep, okay, so it only pushes one of them. I have to glue all these together somehow. There we go. There we go. Okay. Not the best way to do it, but it'll do. And now all of them are moving together. It's only going 48 stress units, I think. Let's actually, I guess let's set it up here, because then it'll go way faster. So let's put down a vertical gearbox here. So that'll connect, perfect. And then we want a shaft like this, and then the belts will... There we go. All right, perfect. So this is already pushing. This only uses 300 stress units, so I could ramp this up like crazy if I wanted to. And each drill uses 0 stress units because it's kind of just like how it works. It's a little bit glitchy, but you know, whatevs. It's good for me that it is. So also, before this continues, I do want to put some chests on it, and then we'll be all good to go. So if I... come on, there we go. All right, now that bad boy's glued, I can start placing these mechanical piston arms. Oh, what the heck? What's wrong? Hello? I thought this was how it worked. Where's the gear shifts? Here we go. Oh, that fixed it. Whatever. I don't know. Oh, you know what? I bet that's what it does. Okay, so I need to... Yeah. Let me get these out. Oh. Okay. So, with this, I have to keep placing them, like, attached to it. But once it stops, and then you have to, like, restart it. So I need to make this line super long in order for this to actually work. Now we can turn it on and see what happens. This will be a learning experience for both of us. Okay. So now it's doing stuff. It's digging the hole. Oh, I did not consider that. Oh, I did not consider that at all. Okay, that is a really good point. Oh no. How many blocks is that pulling? Okay, well I did bring an entire continent with me. Oh no, that's not super great, is it? Rut-row? Well, I'll fix it eventually. It'll be fine. I'm gonna put these chests on the back. Easy peasy. Alright, now let's try it and hope that this... There we go. Okay, so I do need to fix that at some point. But it's going. It's making a decent dent. It's making some progress. Oh, I do need to light this up, though. I don't think we can look in these, because... Oh, we can. Up at the top there, it says 158 cobblestone, 50 dirt. We gotta bring this bad boy back. Oh, it might break the torches on the way back. I guess we'll see. Who knows? There we go. That's the rest of it. Oh my goodness. Oh, whoops. A couple of cobble. Oh, not even that many. Oh, we can expand this like crazy. Okay, I think next episode we try to take down this whole mountain just for fun. Just so we get a bunch of cobble and stuff. And I mean, I already have a big old tunnel, so there's no point not doing it. You know what I'm saying? Well, that's super cool. It didn't break the torches. That's interesting. In the last episode, we made the contraption behind me. It's a little bit of a mess, but we'll get there. Today, I hope to do something that is definitely too big for my boots, as one would say. I want to make a mining contraption that can kind of clear this whole mountain and make this whole area flat so I can build a big old factory. There's definitely a way to have it go like and cut it down a bit and then lift it up and then move it over and then cut it down a bit and then lift it up and then move it over and then keep doing that. Like a kind of an inverse 3D printer, if you've ever seen those work, where they like go a couple layers at a time or something. I think that should be the plan, where we hop into creative and see what in the world we can do. Okay, so we're back And just in a creative testing world, this is just a creative engine. And these things are the things I was thinking of. They're called gantry shafts. And if we turn them on and then like stop them, then it can move that, and it'll be able to move a set of mining machines and like the rope pulley thing downward. My only concern is in order to stop this thing from moving, like if I were to put a guy on that, how do I need to be able to move this guy back and forth, and I need to enable this to be red like so here to be able to stop it where I want it, which might be a challenge. I'm not sure how easy this is going to be, but I think in Create, there's like some redstone, wireless redstone pieces that I can use. So I'm going to look into those redstone links. I don't know how these work. So I'll have to look into that and see if I can put it on. Oh, it looks like I can. Let's do just a lever there. And then let's put a redstone link here, I guess, and put a lever there. And then, that is not how it works. I thought that maybe if I power this, it will power this one, but nope, not how it works. Well, we'll figure something out. And, yeah, let's keep trying to make this. Okay, so I did a little bit more work, and I added, we're still using the gantry shafts, but I added a rope pulley to have it go up and down. And then, as you can see, there are a ton of these things. The gist is that I hit one lever, it goes down, mines a bit, and then when I think it's low enough, I hit another lever and bring everything back up. I then use this button to make it go over 8 blocks, and then I hit the next button to make it go down, and then the next button to make it go back up. And then we just keep repeating that until we get all the way to the end here. And then once that happens, we come all the way back, and then we scoot over to here, and then we do the same thing. And really, it's not it's not as complicated as this looks, but it's not automated, which is really annoying. So I am gonna maybe do a little bit more work after this episode to see if I can figure out how to make it a little bit better for my needs. Since I am trying to not go all the way down to bedrock, I'm trying to go down to like here, and it might be better to like go across like that way instead of down, but I guess we'll see. For now, I am going to try to build this in survival, and I hope it shouldn't be too annoying to do. Let's go back to survival. All right, so we're back in survival. This isn't as big of a hill as the one before, I don't think. But if we look on the map here, it is like this whole area. So I think the best way to start out is probably get above it. Ooh, and it's like a diagonal thing. So like over there, we might have to, I think if we want to keep it this height, this block height, then we should be okay. So I think doing it manually is doable, but we do need to get a bunch of resources to be able to make this quarry thing. But this mountain is the biggest bit that we have to clear. And then after that, I think it'll be pretty smooth sailing. But yeah, so let's, I guess, start collecting stuff. We need, mostly a lot of gantry shafts, which I'm saying should be easy to get. Let's see how expensive they are. So 2 andesite alloys for 8 of those. We probably need like 500 if I were to guess. And there's no chance I'm doing that math, so we're just gonna build a bunch of them. If we build a stack of these, like that's already a ton. So I think it is gonna be okay. But what do I know? You know, I don't know anything. I do know that we need to get to the highest point, and I definitely don't have the building blocks for this. Let me go back and grab some cobble. I don't know how big we want to make it. I think what we probably want to do is have it just in line with this, and we just build up a bunch, right? Yeah, so that's in line with that. If we keep everything in front of this pillar, like diagonally that way, then we should be okay. I'm still not even at the top. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'll go a little bit higher just in case. We should be good here. I am just going to, I actually want probably the shaft here. Like, can I rotate? Oh, I can. Ah, there we go. Let's go. All right, and now I just gotta build a bunch of these this way and not fall and die. Oh, I don't even have to move. Oh, apparently I might have to move. Yeah, that's good. Oh, and you know what? I can have the control panel on the ground. I didn't even think about that. Like I was like, oh, I guess I have to be up top to keep everything sorted. I can keep it on the ground and make sure it's level when I'm bringing it up. That's actually not a bad idea. All right, so we have that. I need to get down here somehow. I'm a pro. The narrator comes in. He was in fact not a pro. All right, well that's gantry shaft number 1. And then I need the gantry carriage, which is just really easy. Beautiful, love that. Can we make this right now, or do we need some more andesite casings? Of course. And then we also need a pulley system. Rope pulley. There we go. I'm going to hold off putting the drills in just yet. I'm going to get all the circuitry set up and then I'll put the drills in. Okay, so that's the first one. And then we get some more gantry shifts. And then we just go skadoosh. All right, so I ran out of these. I probably only need like a few more and then we should be okay. Do I try the water bucket strat again? Oh my gosh. I'm so bad at this game. Buzzy bee. Why are, oh, you're just a fly? Gross. I think we go a little bit further. Obviously, we're not going to mine this part of the place out, but I think that's good. I think that's a good amount to mine out. And then we head back over here. What do we need? We should be able to place the next gantry carriage. And then we'll be able to place the rope pulley on that. I guess it actually is better if I put it this way. And then I put the rope pulley here, and then that should be okay. Okay, so while I was trying to prepare some stuff, I realized I need brass casings, which needs a brass ingot, which needs mixing in a cauldron under a blaze burner, which is a bunch of things I do not own. So I guess let's try to find a blaze burner. I don't know how to make this at all. Mysterious conversion. Cool. Okay. So I just have to go to the nether, which I do not have, but that's okay. I don't have a nether portal yet because I don't have any diamonds. I can make a, oh, I have 9 obsidian, so I can make a little bit more and be able to go to the nether. So that's not a super big deal. But then we also need a mixer and a basin. A mechanical mixer, ooh, it's kind of expensive, but not crazy. And then a basin is pretty cheap. We can make this right now. I forget how to do it, so you'll have to do it for me, game. Thank you very much. And then we have the mixer. And this should be easy to set up. Astonishingly temporary, so forgive me. Oh, do I have to put it? Okay, pop that there, and then the basin here, and then we could put the blaze burner underneath at some point. I might as well get a couple of these blaze spawner holder thingies, just so that I don't have to go back again. This is so convenient. I forgot this was here. I'm gonna build this over here just so that we don't have to listen to the portal noises while we're doing stuff. There we go. It is time to go. I hope, for just the sake of my brain, that we find one like immediately, because otherwise I don't know what I'm gonna do. Ooh, a Soul Sand Valley. I'm curious, actually. Oh, the minimap. Oh, yes. There we go, we're here. Uh-oh, Blaze. So I planned on getting here. I didn't plan on what I was doing after I arrived to be safe. That echo and Blaze sound is so scary. There we go. And now I just gotta make it up here. And then I gotta right-click the blaze with this spawner, I think. Alright, big guy. Yes! Nice, okay, we got one. If I can get another, I'll be out your hair. I don't even need anything else. I'm being very gracious and thoughtful to the scariness of the nether. Please do not be mean. I am not wearing any gold. Please just have a blaze right here. Ah! Run away! Alright, so this should be as easy as that. And then I need do I need to light you on fire? Is that a thing I need to do? And I don't think so. I think he's already like up and ready to go. So we need copper and zinc, I think, if I remember correctly. Let's see. Copper and zinc. Heated. So it needs to be heated. Let's see if it tells us how to do that. Oh, it has to be fed with flammable items. Okay, got it. So like a lava bucket, so like this would be crazy, but we don't need to do that just yet. I'm gonna just use coal because we don't need that much brass. I don't think. We'll see. We'll see how much it actually takes. Let's just throw one coal in and see how long it'll last. I'm not sure how perfect it needs to make it. Oh, this needs to be a gear. Oh, shoot. Nice. And it's making brass. Let's go. Oh, that's going to make a stack of brass. So that's super great for us. Let's see. Is there a way? 44 seconds up at the top. You can see blaze burner, pickaxe X, and then 38 seconds now. So I think a piece of coal does a minute, maybe a little bit longer. All right. So we got the brass. Let's make these. I don't know what they're called. Oh, I need to make those. That's why I needed the brass. Okay, so let's make a bunch of these, as many as we can make. And then the same with these. I don't think I need that many. I'll do 20 for now. And then we have extra brass casings and stuff for later if we need it. That is probably everything. I would just need, oh, you know what I need? I need a sequential gear shift for sure. I thought I was eating the sandpaper. I was so confused. There we go. Oh, okay, that's easy. Well, I'm just gonna put this down over here because I don't know what to do with it. Boom. We'll use it eventually. I definitely need a better setup. I can't believe I'm doing this big old thing before I make a house. Small brains be small sometimes. And I'm already committed, so I can't uncommit. There we go. So we got the electron tube, and then we just need the brass casing, which we have, and boom. We have the one sequential gear shift we need. We need a clutch, and then we also are going to need a couple of gearboxes. We can put this here. Oh, blah, 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 blah. We can put this here, and then put a gearbox here, and then a clutch, if I can get it facing the right way. Like that, perfect. And then we just need a gearbox and a gear shift there. And then that'll be most of the stuff set up already. And then we need to make this go 8 blocks. I think reversed. I'll need to test it. So let's just keep it as forward for now. And then we need gear shift here and a gearbox. And that is the whole circuitry thing set up. And then we also need the windmill set up. Oh, that was elite. What the heck are they doing? Is there a rave going on that I don't know about? Anywho, these are done now. And I bet if I click this, that bad boy is moving. This is going really slow. I wish there was something I could do about that kind of easily. In this episode, we are going to get kind of the small first home base improved quite a bit. I want to make this windmill look a little bit better and maybe put it over there so that it's not super right here and ugly. I'm going to clean up all this stuff. I'm going to maybe expand the house. I probably will, like have it be a little bit more this way. And I might change it to a different block texture. I don't know. I want to do like a brick factory type of thing, but I don't have any bricks. And I don't know if bricks are easy to get. Yeah, not really. I need clay, and I do not have any crushing wheels or anything yet. So maybe we just do stone brick, and we'll get to brick eventually. But I think first things first, let's move this windmill because it is super in the way and low-key kind of ugly. So like normally in real life, windmills are made out of like the white something, I don't know, steel. But these, we could just make the big windmill like tower out of wood if we wanted. Maybe we do like the bottom bit is stone brick. What is the stone? No, that's smooth stone. I don't want that. I want stone brick. I want this. There we go. So maybe we make the bottom out of stone brick, and then further up to the top, we make that out of wood to save me some money initially, and also because I think it'll look better that way. You know what? I was thinking I need a bunch of stone brick for that, so I need a bunch of stone. In order to make stone, you can bulk blast it with a fan, an encased fan. Ah, that's what I wanted. This is just a shaft, andesite casing, and a propeller, which is just 4 iron sheets and some andesite alloy. So it is really affordable. If I just toss that under there, then I go make sure I have what I need, which is actually, they're just still in my inventory, so I didn't even need to leave. But now I should be able to just make this encased fan and smelt stuff way easier. Let us do that. Beautiful. And then we should, if I hook this up, I think this is a normal one here. So let's steal that. Oh, there we go. And then I think if I dip down here for the lava to go, and then I put the items there, I can put a block there, and then I can walk behind the fan. So let's test this. I don't know if this is actually going to work or not, but it should. hopefully. So let's see. That should just flow there. Yep. And then we should also be able to throw some cobblestone in front of this, have it not get burned, and then it should smelt it for us. Oh no, is that the first bit of stone, or does it do it a stack by a time? I hope it does it a stack by a time, but we'll see. But in the meantime, I have to grab some oak wood to be able to make the wood bit of the airplane. What? Windmill? That's a windmill. I don't know why I thought airplane for some reason. That was way faster than any furnace. I'm so glad I actually decided to do that. And now we can just make a boatload of these and we can just build this quite a bit. So I'm just going to go up until it feels like we should switch to wood. This is going to be really tall, remember, so I don't want it to be like to look too short compared to the wood part of this. And then if we have a 3x3 going up the rest of the way, that should be okay. I guess we'll see. I don't know what it's gonna look like just yet, but we can do like a quick test here with the oak logs that I just mined, and then we'll see if this is too skinny. Because if it's too skinny now, it's definitely gonna be too skinny later. Yeah, I think it actually is going to be. That's okay. I think if we just extend this out a block or so, then it'll look good. I just thought of this. There's also the pretty good chance that it would just look good as straight stone all the way up. So I guess we'll try that after this, if this doesn't look any good. But I do have some faith in this not looking terrible. That, I'm not super convinced. I'll take this down, try just straight stone all the way up, and then if that doesn't look better, I'll switch back to wood again. See what this looks like. Actually, I think that just looks better. Oh, I wanted to like mix it up, maybe make it look cool. Nope, the same exact thing looks better. Well, I guess we're keeping it this way. It's easier for me, so not against it. I'm gonna go pretty high up with this thing, and then I guess we'll see. I think I'm pretty much at the top. I decided to do ladders all the way up. I guess I probably want to do a thing like this, where there's like a little housing unit up here that we can walk around in. Like just a small one. I'm not sure if we want to go out another block like that. I guess we will. And then I'm going to, I suppose I'll bring everything up here, and then I want the windmill out on the front like that. But I don't know exactly what I'm doing, so you gotta bear with me for a minute here. Let's jump down. And that doesn't look terrible. Okay, that doesn't look awful. And I think with the windmill in front, it will look even better. All right, and for this, I probably just want it out one block, and I should be able to rotate it. I think that's the right way, yep. And then I'm gonna put one of these out in front, and then the windmill sails. And then that'll be enough for now. If we click that, yep, it's going. Beautiful. And we should, if I brought them with me, I don't have a vertical gearbox, but we got some shafts and stuff that we can bring down to the bottom. Yeah, so like that, we'll need a vertical gearbox there. And I am out of shafts. Well, that's pretty much all the way back down. And then we just need this vertical gearbox, and I suppose all of these cogs, so we can speed up the rotations here a little bit. Awesome, that is now rotating. I probably need another vertical gearbox to get down below the ground here. I'm digging down like I have a purpose. I have no idea where I'm going with this thing. So I'm gonna actually come back up here. Let's see, so it's in line with this here. I guess let's go one under the ground this level here, and we'll dig over and connect this to the actual setup. Oh, perfect. Okay, so that does line up, and then we're going to connect it here, and boom. So we just need that vertical gearbox for that right angle, and then we should be good. Like it should just connect properly. Nice. Okay, so we have that set up. I'm gonna protect our little feet from getting cut off. And now we have that set up. So now we can actually make an assembly line type of thing. So I'm not sure what exactly I want to do here, but our main goal is to make a precision mechanism, which can be done through a bunch of stuff. Where would I find it? Precision. It only took 8 times trying to spell that. I'm a pro. Yeah, so we need a golden sheet. Repeat this 5 times. Is crazy, but we do need 3 deployers and 3 floor things. I don't even know what these are, but we need 3 of these, and we need to do it 5 times over. which is a lot. So I do want to have that like system set up somewhere. So I think that means let's take this down. Oh, I gotta unsuper glue everything. So that means we gotta take everything here down, and then I suppose start building like our initial factory thing. We probably want like a complex of some sort where we have like a factory building there, a factory building there, a factory building there, a courtyard, and then our main processing building like right here. And if our power comes in from behind and we build an assembly line this way, I think that'll be a good setup. So I think that's how we arrange everything. That does mean, though, I'll need to break this zinc shovel in 4 hits by mining out the rest of this grass to make it all level. There we go. And I think if this is my floor level, and then like I brought this down so I can put like stone bricks or something on this level, then I'll have stone bricks here and then like a stone brick building where we do all of our main stuff and we get power from that. I think that's the plan. And I mean, initially the plan was just a little wooden house, so it's a little bit better or something. I don't know. So I guess let's just get started on building this bad boy. Actually, I'm gonna back this up a little bit, I think, because I probably want it here, the front wall, because then we don't have to move the crops just yet. I'll want to eventually, but we don't have to yet. And then we also already have access to this pipe thing. So I think that'll be a good start. And then it's under the ground already, since this is the ground floor level. So I think that's a good setup. So I guess let's start building this. I don't know how big I'm going to make it, but I'm going to make it bigger than I think it should be. I think that's big enough for our first starter base thingy. And then we just need to break a couple of these grass blocks. There we go. And we can put stuff over it like this. And then I guess I'll leave this open, this hole open for now, just so we can get the power coming in here. Nice. So with this, I think we can get started. Obviously we'll want a blaze burner. I don't think that's going to be very helpful, at least at the start. So I'm going to put that way down here. And then we want, where's the mixer? I think I put it in here. Yep. There we go. That is set up already. Easy peasy. I do need to obviously actually set it up, but that'll be later. And then same thing kind of with the mechanical press and the depot. I'll throw that next to this bad boy. And then we got those two running. Or wait, well, we will at some point. I do need to set this up with a cog, unfortunately, though. So I don't know how we're going to do that one. I guess we'll see. We have a vertical gearbox that we can reuse here. Beautiful. And then I just need some shafts to meet up with this bad boy. And then once we get another vertical gearbox, we can combine those. That is pretty much everything. Let's start making some deployers and some depots. I am pretty sure depots are super easy. Just some andesite casing and some andesite, which I think is in here. There we go. And then the, what's it called itself is actually a little bit challenging, but it shouldn't be too hard. We have everything for this now. There we go. And we can pop this deployer over here. I'm gonna just take this out and put you, oh, all right. Okay. You're not being annoying at all. Thank you. Whoa. Oh, it's backwards. There we go. Now, in order to make the precision mechanism, I need cogwheel, large cogwheel, iron nuggets on a gold sheet. Hopefully, that's super easy. I wonder, oh, you know why you would do 3 deployers probably? I bet there's actually a good reason. I don't know if we have enough redstone, do we? I think we do, actually. Let's make 3 deployers, and I'll show you what my thought process is. And I mean, it is really cheap, so it's not even an issue to have 3 deployers. And we can do a fun thing here where we give the deployers some sandpaper. Give me a bag. Thank you. So now we can make 2 more deployers. Those, and we got both of those. This should be as easy as doing this. And then I need some cogwheels. Don't think I have large cogwheels or iron nuggets on me, so I gotta make both of those. I have 10 cogwheels, 11 big cogwheels, and 25 nuggets. Obviously, the small cogwheels are going to be our short point, but I think if we get 2 gold ingots, we can convert those into 2 precision mechanisms, if my math is correct. So following this, we got to turn this into a sheet and then go through the step-by-step process 5 times, and then it'll be made. Oh, am I overstressed? Okay, so yeah, perfect. This is a great representation. I have too many machines. This one takes up 384, this one 384, this one 384, this one 768 stress units, and the fan another couple, and this is overstressed. So a couple ways we can fix that. Remember how we have a bunch of big cogwheels and little cogwheels speeding the spinniness up in there? We can remove some of those and slow it down, or we can get some more sails on that thing. And I'd rather get some more sails on it than slow it down. And there are some tools that let us visualize how close we are to overstressing the unit. Oh yeah, it's right there. It's called a stressometer, aptly named. It displays the current stress capacity and how close we are to it. So it's like a little lever that tells you, hey, you're gonna get too much now. And that's its whole job. So we can make one of those kind of soon. I don't really care about it too much, but we could definitely mess with that. For now, I'm just gonna get some more sails because we want more anyway. So I'm not too devastated about being overstressed. When it gets overstressed, you do need to go back up to whatever unit thing and like reset it. So you need to like turn it off and turn it back on again in order for it to work. And if you haven't fixed the issue, then it'll stay broken, if that makes sense. All right, there we go. Hopefully we don't have to come back to that for quite a while. But now I gotta fix the floor, and I don't think I have enough building blocks for it. Please. No, it'll be scaffolding for now. Whoops. All right, and we still have more sails to add. So I'm just gonna throw some more on over here and call it a day. And now this should not be overstressed. Heck yeah. So now we're producing 7,168 stress units. I think the max one windmill bearing can produce is 18,000. So we still have quite a ways to go, but we shouldn't run into any stress issues for a little bit now. Oh, and that's super cool. You can see that since it was overstressed, this cog broke off. Oh, I guess that means it's going too fast now. I don't think I've ever run into that issue. At least not this series. Definitely not this series. So now we should have enough stress units, but now this should work. So that did those, place it with that, and then same with this. And now we're back to the start for the second round. There we go. And now since those are empty, they're moving again. And now we have everything and 2 precision mechanisms, which means we can now make the rotation speed controller, which just requires a brass casing. And we have one of those. And let's open the quests to see what new stuff we got. Oh, we get 3 diamonds from that. We get nether portal stuff too, and enter the nether, some more stuff there. Locate a oh, I've done that? Oh no, I didn't even know I did that. Anywho, we can now head up here and add this to the windmill and speed up that whole thing now up to, I think I would just want to do 64 rotations per minute, I think is the speed that it goes. And then I think I need to scooch you 1 forward, which I don't think is possible. We'll see if I need to, or if the rotation speed controller will just do. Let's see. It's not looking like it. Rotation speed controller and a gearbox. Heck yeah. Okay, I didn't even need to do that much work. Thank goodness. And now I can up this bad boy to 64. This isn't overstressed. That work? What the heck? That should be going way faster now. Why is it barely moving? Let me just confirm I'm not going crazy here. Oh, I was thinking maybe I need a cog on top? Oh, it does do that. Oh, it does super do that. Okay. Oh, that might be annoying. Yeah, darn it. I guess I can figure something out. Do I just put a large cogwheel here? Oh, I guess that is exactly what I do. Okay, well I'm glad I looked at the thing. So let's bump that back down to 64 because that's all fast. That's all the speed we need, really. Oh, and I just do that. Oh, easy peasy. Okay, great. Great. So that works swimmingly. In the next episode, we're going to finish this off, I think, and set everything up here and start kind of terraforming this land so we can get some factories set up. Today, I hope to finish this thing up here, but as I was editing and posting the video where we went over it, I decided to mess around with it a bit more and found a better way to do it. So let's hop into the creative world and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so here we are. Over there is the old build. As you can see, it's like the high bit, but over here is the new one. And as you can see, the main thing that I care about is this is flat. Why is it raining? So it's all flat here, which is what we care about since we're trying to make a factory with a flat floor. And what we're using here, instead of the pulley systems, we're using these gantry shafts, which lets us use it, in my opinion, easier, because then we can go across to mine instead of down. It also makes it a lot easier to go the full distance of whatever area we're covering. And that's this circuitry here. So obviously I'm still using the redstone links and I'm still using the same like clutch, sequence gear shift, and over here the gear shift system as before, but now we're doing it a little bit differently. I forgot to mention the biggest W is not even that it's flat, it's that it's basically fully automated. So I ran this, as you can see, quite a few times. I think I did 2 levels and I just left this because I couldn't be bothered waiting for it. It'll be the same outcome as hopefully what we'll see on the survival world. So what I'm going to do is press this button, which will light up a bunch of these things. In turn, it will also turn on this and this and this. Let's go through them one at a time. So this will turn on and lock all of the gantry shafts except for this one, which means this thing, the gantry carriage, can move and mine stuff or come back. This one goes for 30 seconds less and just makes it mine going forward. And then for the remainder 30 seconds, it just comes back. This one we'll get to while these two are going. So let's push this and we can see the gantry carriage is moving forward. This waits for 2 minutes. So after the mining machine goes up, 1.5 minutes and then comes back after 2 minutes. It waits 2 minutes and 10 seconds just so that it's all the way back and there isn't any tomfoolery occurring. This one then does a couple of things. So it pulses both of these for pulses this for 8 seconds and holds it, which just lets us turn on the sequence gear shift and move it 8 blocks over. This one waits 8 seconds and then pulses a counter. I'll get into this a little bit later, but after the counter, it also pulses this, which just resets the thing. So after it scoots over 8 blocks, it resets and goes mining again. To go on to the counter, I needed a way for it to go back and forth, I don't know, 20, 40, 50 times and have it be like exactly 50 times. So that's where this thing comes in. What this is going to do is once this gets powered, it's going to shoot one item into here and then it's going to stay here. Once it does that 47 times, all the items will be in here and this will power off, meaning that this will be powered and then we'll power this, which means it comes all the way back to the front. But for 2 minutes, nothing else can go. So I need to somehow make it so that while it's coming back, none of these other ones turn on and break it, which is why this is here. So when this doesn't have anything left in it, this will turn off and turn on the redstone torch, powering this piston, which will scooch this redstone block over, pulling this block back and making it so that this can't restart the chain like we just saw. If there's no block there, it'll just pulse into nothing and it won't go back into a loop. The final piece of the puzzle is this lever, which I'm just doing manually because I have to reset the process regardless. But this just lets it move 8 blocks upward and then basically we're done. But something that you can notice here, even though there's one more gantry shaft left, this isn't going down anymore. That's because there's blocks here in the way. So I thought, why don't we, instead of like doing a crazy amount of circuitry to make it so that the thing can't go downward, after it goes up, why don't I just put a block in the way, and then that's it. That's all I need to do, and that will be the new ground level for the mining machine. And that works really well. If I bring this down to just one redstone dust, we can see this reset in action, and then I can show you how it moves up and everything. Actually, this is going to be pretty soon. As this arrives back, it'll probably be another 15 seconds before this whole thing gets going. Unfortunately, just by the nature of how the circuit works, it's going to scoot over 8 more blocks, as you see, and then after that, it's going to pulse once here, and then that's going to turn on. That block moves over, it can't reset here, and after 8 seconds, it'll scooch back over. Beautiful. And it's back at the start. I do need to wait for this to end before I flip this switch, otherwise it won't work. But really, it's like 2 minutes of waiting on cases where I am testing it, which isn't that long. Like usually, it'll have to come all the way back, and as it arrives back, that'll turn off. So I'm not too worried about the wait. And then once this happens, I can flip this lever and show you the height. There we go. So once this finishes, this goes back into place so that we can do the loop over and over again. I'm also going to put those back in there, but now I can show you this is going to now scooch this bad boy up, and I do need to place a block underneath really anywhere. But now you can see that it won't scoot down, and that's just its new floor. So we can restart this, and it will just start doing the same old thing. And that is a ton easier, because once we get to a really big area, we're going to be doing, like, I'm going to hit that button once and then wait like an hour, 2 hours. So I'm not too fussed about the one manual thing I have to do every hour and a half or so. So that is super awesome. Unfortunately, this does mean I need to redo quite a bit of the placing of things. Hopefully it shouldn't be too bad. If I replace the cobblestone pillar in survival with a gantry shaft, that's what it's called, and like connect it to the gantry shafts up at the top in survival, then I could just scoot it all down. And I hope that should be easy to do. So we're back in the overworld, and I also just remembered I need to move the windmill as well. Well, I'm glad I set all of that up and decided to change my mind. That was super helpful. At least I changed my mind now instead of after building the entire thing. And I do think it'll save me, I don't know how long this is going to take, but a couple hours to remove it, move it all down and fix it, than to try to do it the hard way. I don't know. Oh, we actually definitely have enough gantry shafts. Love to see it. Also, an issue that I'm going to run into is that over there, I don't want to take down that mountain, but I might have to. Can I line this up correctly? Oh, shoot. I don't know how gantry shafts work. I think I have to do it here. So from this perspective, I'm just going to remove everything here and then break this. And then I think I am correct in that this should line up with this thing of the gantry shaft. No, I need to scooch it one more that way. That's why you check, folks. I'm getting better at these MLG Pro bucket waters. That is now connected. I'm going to just jump W. But now I probably need to reset up this windmill and all this other jazz. And I do need to do it over here because everywhere else is going to be mineable territory. And I don't want to accidentally get in the way of that. Okay, so windmill set up, successful. Now I just need to redo this setup. All right, so pop that on there. I think those are going the wrong way. So I am actually, instead of just switching up the rotation speed controller, I'm going to just make this go counterclockwise. That's still not doing anything. Okay, well that might mean that up there is a little bit wonky, which is fine. That should be easy to fix. I just need to get up there. I did notice there were some, what I assumed to be visual glitches on the things, but that might actually be breaking the whole gantry shaft mechanism. So I'm gonna check that out. I hope it's a simple issue of just break it and replace it. No. Oh, maybe I need one more here. Like maybe I need one more above. No. What? Oh. Why is it doing that? Oh, I bet it's because of some stupid thing. Ah, I think that is what it is. So I think they might not connect if you place them in a weird way. So let's see. Yeah, so that fixed it. That's so strange. I think it's because I placed it up against a block instead of connecting it to the already existing shaft, if that makes any sense. But that now should be fixed, and then I need this thing to be here? Oh, yep. Yep, okay, that fixed it. Awesome. I'm glad that it was that simple of a fix. But if we reverse that... Oh, it doesn't matter which way this goes. Well, we'll keep it clockwise. What? Why'd you stop? Oh, right. Yeah, so that's going to be the biggest issue. I don't know what we should do. If we should just suck it up and mine out a chunk of that land, or if I should remove some of the gantry shafts over there for now until we get past it. That's coming. Nice, so it's just that tree, and then over here we're gonna have an issue, but I knew that already. I think I'm gonna need to break these set of blocks and these set of blocks, but the mining machine should get everything else. So I'm not too worried about that. And then over here, I think if I just break this tree, we'll be good. That tree is now broken, so let's restart this, and that should be as far down as we can get with the current hill situation we have right now. This is gonna be kind of easy to fix. I just need to tear down like 2 rows of stuff, and then we really should be good to just do it. And we're back. So I did get a little bit carried away and took down this whole mountain, but that does now mean that this can go all the way down to base level, which is what we needed. I just set up this mining array to take down some of the mountain here. Sorry, I hiccuped. Just because the actual mining machine wouldn't hit it. But now that is gone, and we should be okay to continue. And I do think that it's going to be low enough. We actually got a ton of stuff. For now, though, we can continue trying to get this thing back down to the ground. I'm going to move all of these cables out of the way. I don't actually know what they're called. Are they called poles? Shaft. That makes a lot of sense. That is what they are. Okay, so these are pretty much almost gone. And then I do need to reset this thing. If I just... I don't have a lever. Where did my lever go? I swear I had one. Whatevs. I can just remove this and put it back. It is 1 block too high. Where is it 1 block too high? Way down here or on the other one? It looks like it's here, yeah. Stupid Okay, it wouldn't have been that bad. I thought it was going to be a terrible fall. I don't have an axe on me, so I guess I'm just going to sit through slowly mining this. There we go. I think that's all we needed to do. Now I can actually start setting up, no, wrong thing, this, which, if I'm thinking correctly, I want this like that? Ooh, actually, so in the creative world, I have these 2 lines switched, which I thought I didn't, but I actually do. So whoopsies. But if do I have a cobblestone on me? No, but I have 1 stone that I can convert. I'm never going to get that right on the first try. If I... Oh, that powers the thing I don't want it to power. Oh, right. Okay, perfect. So that's what we needed. And then I just need this to be 1 longer, this to be 1 shorter. True. That is now set up. And then this is also now set up. And then I can turn that off and turn you off. Whoa. Am I stuck on something again? I shouldn't be, unless I'm stuck on something over here. Is it that 1 grass block? Yep, that was the issue. 1 grass block. Now we should be good to actually place this here, which is the same as what I have in creative. And now, boom, it's at the bottom. Okay, now what I need to do, I need a lot of barrels, but I could just wait for this thing to do a couple of runs and then collect them that way. So I might just do that, but I definitely need at least some barrels, and then I need all of these bad boys. There we go. Okay, so I put the miners in as many as I have. I don't have all 64, I think. Yeah, 8 times 8. I don't have all 64 of them just yet, but I'm putting most of them in just so that we can get a general vibe of what we're looking like. I think I just need probably a stack more iron, which will take like 10 minutes to gather in a cave or something. This should be completable pretty quickly, but we do need a lot of actual redstone link logic to do here. So I think we get started on that. Hopefully this is enough. I did totally forget that I need these things, the pulse repeater and pulse extender, but thankfully they're pretty easy. I should have enough as long as I have enough. You losers, dude. Why do you keep spawning everywhere? I need to go find a cow after I kill this banner idiot. Where'd they go? As I was saying, I need some of these pulse repeaters and pulse whatever else's, and I think we have enough brass. It'll be close on the redstone. I think we need more than 8, unfortunately. But I will need to go mining anyway for the drills. So, who really cares? I guess maybe I go count how many things I need just so I don't make too many of them. All right, so yeah, I need 6 extenders and 4 repeaters, which is just barely more than I have redstone-wise, which is so sad. Like if I just had 2 more redstone, I would need to go mining for redstone, but it's okay. There's a cave right over there, so it's not even going to take that long. I'm not against getting more stuff either. I just wish I didn't commit myself to this big old task when I don't have any resources or anything. Whatever. We can at least make all of the extenders. I need stone. Oh shoot. That's why you don't craft all of your stone into the other the stone bricks. Because you'll need it, apparently. Who knew? So we can craft these. I'm just going to craft 6. And I guess we'll craft these 2. I still need 4 more. Is that what I said? 2 more? If I don't remember. Again, that should be pretty easy. I will, I think, go mining right now. I do need some iron, and I definitely need some more redstone. It shouldn't take that long, hopefully. Alright, so I'm back from my mining trip. I got enough redstone. I also got some clay that I already smelted into bricks, and I'm smelting the iron and zinc now. Hopefully I have enough. I have probably a stack and a half of iron and a little bit of zinc, but I don't really need the zinc. For the mechanical drills, I need quite a bit of alloy, which we have, and then some andesite casings. So we should be okay. We need 23 more drills. Let me also put this away because who cares about this stuff? And then we also need, I think it was pulse repeaters that we needed. We needed 2 more pulse repeaters. I didn't know you could use diorite for that. That's so awesome, actually. That's way better than using stone. Holy. And then we also need some andesite alloy and some, what's it called? Some iron, which we have both of now. Thankfully. Right, so 23 of those, there we go, and that is all that we needed. Feels like we have enough. Yeah, perfect amount. I'm so good at adding. Now we can actually get onto the circuitry. So I think I have almost everything I need. I definitely need some pistons and repeaters and stuff for the reset circuitry. But other than that, I think we're good. And then obviously I need a button. Yeah, I think we're good. So I'm gonna just run through the circuitry, probably off camera, because I have to go back and forth for my creative world and stuff quite a bit, just so I get it right. But then I hopefully am done. But yeah, so let's get started on circuitry. Okay, and I think that's it. I have not tested it because I wanted to do that with everyone here. So do we just send a real run of it? Ah, whatever. What's the worst that'll happen? I have to rebuild the whole thing. The answer would have been yes, because I didn't put super glue on it. Nothing can go wrong, right? It's begging for something to go wrong. Okay. I think that means it's going the wrong way somehow. Oh. What? It is so weird that this isn't even moving. What if I break this? And I break this too? Just so that nothing could be the issue other than this thing. And then what if I replace this? Well, it worked, it worked, it worked. Stop. Ah. Okay, so I think it did work. It was just it's a weird glitch maybe that happens. But now I need to re-glue everything here. So let's glue you. There we go. Maybe it won't move not fully glued structures. I don't know. It might be something. It could also just not be anything. Oh, that's so bizarre. It's not doing it. Okay. What if I break this glue? And you would just go by yourself with that one drawer. I think it left. Yeah, it did. Maybe that is the case. Maybe you can't move not fully glued blocks of stuff. Now I need to re-glue this, but... Oh, you know what? I can't glue it to the bottom of the thing. That's what was going wrong. Bruh. I'm so silly. Okay, now all of that is connected, and now it's gonna work flawlessly, because of course it is. Yep. Okay. I can now get rid of you two, and we can try this again. Again, this isn't so much a, like, starting the run. This is a test to make sure it works, and to get the timings and stuff right, because obviously I tested this in my creative world. I don't know how long it's gonna take to get all the way to the end. I assume longer than 2 minutes. Like, this is gonna take maybe 10. I think it's gonna take a while. Well, I'm gonna claim it works, and I'm gonna get a third-party cam up in here, so we can get a time lapse going, and you can watch this mountain slowly fade away. And it is done. Almost. We pretty much completely cleared out this whole area. I'm running over here just so these will render and hopefully stop freaking out, but maybe that is a bold assumption. What are they doing? Why are you... Can I save them? I feel like there's no way they're this high up. Yeah, they can't be. So I don't know what the flying sheep and cows are doing. I think we just let them be and they'll go away eventually, hopefully. We did finish clearing out this whole area, and I can get started on planning for the factory size. This should be enough room for what I want. I am gonna tear down some of this mountain, and maybe I tear down this bit? I'm not sure though. I feel like I don't really need to, but I could if I wanted to. Like, it doesn't... Oh, they're gone. Okay, great. I guess. I think I make like a smaller mining machine. This will take like 10 seconds, I hope, to get rid of, and then we can start planning on the factory base itself. But I think for the remainder of the episode, I think we just try to get rid of that little area by moving this thing just around, and hopefully that'll fix it. I don't have a lot of faith that I'll be able to move this very easily, but if I can, that would be great. Actually, you know what? I think it will be faster to just tear this whole thing down and do a manual mining thing over there instead of trying to figure out how to do this whole thing. Ooh. I totally forgot that these are full of items. Oh, geez. Okay, this might mean I have to get into storage drawers, which is a thing in this mod. If you don't know what it is already, it is basically something that lets you do like a lot of block storage. It's basically just a chest, and it can either hold 1 item, 2 items, or 4 items. You can connect it up with stuff called a drawer controller, which lets you put away items in bulk, basically. But we would just want the 1 block storage, because they are pretty cheap. It's just a chest and some extra wood. And base holds 32 stacks, but you can upgrade it to hold a ton more than that. And I mean, the emerald one isn't too expensive once we find emeralds, which would be the only issue. What the heck are you? Why are you purple? But I mean, like, we can get a bunch of iron or gold ones, which is 8 times the base value. 8 times 32 is 256 stacks, which is a ton more than what just 1 drawer can hold. So I would say let's make a couple of those, and then a couple of, well, actually we do have 11 emeralds. We might as well make the emerald storage systems, because I'm doubting I'm gonna use many emeralds, if any at all. Yeah, okay, so we have 5 that we can do right now, and these are just the drawers. They're really simple. Let me grab some cobblestone. Actually, there should be, yeah, some in here. So all you have to do is right click on a drawer and it'll put it in there. You can see up at the top of my screen, it says 64 cobblestone in there. And then if we get things like keys or quantify keys, which are a little bit expensive, but we can actually at least make the drawer key right now. We would want 2 of these. And if I don't have any space. Oh, let's do this first then. If you right click once, it'll put away 1 stack, but if you double right click, it'll put away all the stacks in your inventory of that type. And then if you right click it with a drawer key, you can see that there's now a keyhole there. That means if I take everything out, it won't like remove it and make it blank. It'll still keep the cobblestone logo, which is helpful for things like drawer controllers, which basically lets you, if I double right click a drawer controller, it'll put away everything that I can possibly put away that is connected to the drawers. So that's a really simple way of doing it. Now that means I need to transfer all of these items. Oh, and these are already full. So you can see up at the top there, it has 2048. If we right click it with one of these, we can now fill it up to more than double that. I think it's 5 times if I remember correctly. And this one's also full. So now we can fit more in that because I just upgraded it. But yeah, this is gonna take a minute to do. And another good thing about drawers is that you can, this has 6,000 cobblestone in it. I can break it and just pick it up as 1 block, which is super, super nice when you want to transfer items and stuff over long distances. Or if you have a storage system and you're moving it to somewhere else for some reason. Now that we are getting into drawers a little bit, because I mean, 50,000 almost items and 30,000 of those, that would be like 40 million chests. I also think it's worth getting the drawer controller, which shouldn't be too expensive. I already have 1 comparator, and I just need 1 more. Oh, and then I obviously need another drawer, but we're now loaded on the chest and wood front, so we should, in theory, be a-okay. Awesome. So now we have the drawer controller. Let's just put it there for now. I'm obviously going to move this setup eventually, and hopefully soon eventually, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. But now we can actually, and this one, I can show you a little bit more how this works. So let's say we put some wood in there, and I guess we'll put stone up there. There is also a thing called compacting drawers, which I'm definitely going to want for copper and stuff. Copper, iron, gold, anything that can be converted into nuggets and also blocks. Just because then I can have it's hard to explain without building it. So I might as well build one. It isn't too expensive. It's just 2 pistons and a drawer and some stone, which we have all of. There we go. So a compacting drawer, let's just, I guess copper first. Let's throw some copper in here, and you can see I can either take out 7 blocks of copper, I'm seeing this up at the top of the screen, a stack of copper ingots, or 576 copper nuggets. And if I put all of my stuff in there, that number obviously goes up for each. But if I take out all 23 of those, I only have 8 copper ingots and 27 copper nuggets left. So it just basically lets you craft stuff a little bit easier. But let's grab out a piece of copper and stone. Let's say I have copper and stone in there, and I double right click the drawer controller. I now no longer have it in my inventory, and I put it back in there. So it basically, like if you have 100 drawers or whatever, something crazy, instead of putting everything away specifically, you can just go here, put it away, you're done. And it is really convenient. So eventually I think we're gonna switch over to that pretty much fully. But for now, I'm just gonna suck it up, kinda. I'm super getting distracted. We have to take down the rest of that mound. So let's go over there and do that. I think it will be faster to tear down the windmill and place it in the other over there than to build a big old pipe all the way there. So that's what I'm gonna do. Oh, ouch! Okay, that works great! Hooray! There we go! Now the entire area is fully cleared. All I have to do is bring this bad boy back. Lovely. In the last episode, we tore down an entire mountain that used to be where I'm standing right now. And in this episode, we're going to lay out the plans for the, I guess it's a mega base. It's pretty darn big. Maybe not mega, but a large base that is hopefully going to be pretty factory-esque. So without further ado, I think the plan is going to be to hop into creative, map out. I want like 4 big buildings. If we like have a building here, one here, one here, and one here, and then like a courtyard in the center, maybe with like a fountain or something. But the main goal is I want it to be pretty symmetrical, at least in this vicinity, have it like all make sense symmetrically wise. Is that even a word? So I guess let's hop into a creative world and map this out. After a lot of finagling, I finally got this layout set up. As you can see, 1 building, 2, 3, and 4. With this one kind of, well, taking over my house for one, but likely being the main, like, where I'm going to be working, and then the rest being long-term farms or other contraptions that I'm going to use. And then in the center here, as you can see, hopefully a courtyard, but more importantly, all of the centers of each building line up and are centered, if that makes sense. So the distance here is the same as the distance here, and same with this distance and that distance, and they are all centered within the buildings so that when you're standing in the center here, eventually when we have all 4 factory buildings set up, it will look hopefully fantastic. I do want to confirm before we build this layout in survival that a center fountain or pathway type of thing is going to work. Like, I don't know if I have enough space. So I think I plan on making the entrances to all the buildings and then a center courtyard area, and just to see what the vibe is and see if it'll look good. This is kind of my first draft. I'm not sure how much I like it. I think we can work with it. I don't think I like these in the center here, but I will want to replace it with something else. Maybe we do like a granite kind of mix-up pathway there. Throw in some of this just to give it a different feel. I guess I'll continue working on this and see what I can do to make it better. I'm just like looking up reference images for different like brick pathways and stuff. Over here, I intend to have like a little fountain thingy. I don't know. It's like something like this, and then we have the brick pathway going around the edge like this. And then this is like a little fountain thing in the middle. I think that's a good enough size to not need to increase the size of this courtyard area, which is the main thing I was worried about. Again, I'm gonna do a little bit more work here in creative and figure out a pathway design, because that is the first thing I'm gonna want to put in. The buildings are gonna come way later once we've already built some of the machines, just so that I can build around the machine instead of having to construct the machine around the build, if that makes sense. I will need to make this look a little bit less stupid, and I do think the granite is the way to go. Okay, so we are back, and I do really like this. I've also done a little bit of work behind me, as you might have been able to see. I really like this. I would probably, I'd definitely make my own custom trees, I would say, just because I don't know where these are going to grow, and it's great. It's unlikely that I'll be able to just sapling them and make them look good. But if I had like little like short and kind of tall ones, like spruce tree style, but a little bit smaller and nicer looking than those, then I think that could work really well. And I do still like having like the leaves over here, but maybe a different one or something. Anyway, I think this would work. The only concern I have is if this vibe is too like different to the vibe of the factories themselves. So I'm gonna wait until we have some factory buildings built to see if this would look good before I like commit to building custom trees and stuff. I think this is a really good start and a really good idea. So I think we bring this into survival and at least make the pathway and set up all of the ratios, I suppose, for the buildings and stuff. And then we can see where we're at after that. Okay, so we are back in survival, and I've laid out all of the buildings of stuff and then the fountain in the center. I think now you're gonna see a quick time lapse of me hopefully pretty much fully doing the center courtyard area with the pathways and stuff around the fountain and also the grass there. While I say this, I don't have any silk touch, so I'm gonna bring the grass from over here and like all four corners so that I can actually get it across there. Because otherwise I need like silk touch and something like that, and I do not have the enchantment yet. Before I start building, however, I will not have enough bricks to be able to do anything. So I think it's best if we go down this rabbit hole of automating clay, because I am going to need thousands of clay balls in order to build this, which means I think the best way to go about it, unfortunately, is a crushing wheel, because you can convert gravel into low chance of clay balls. Maybe it might be better to do dripstone. The only other thing that we need is these crushing wheels and therefore mechanical crafters, which aren't obnoxiously expensive. We need 21 of them, and this makes 3, so we need 7 of each of these things. And I think I already have 7 brass casings. Oh yeah, plenty. An electron tube and a crafting table. Yeah, so 7 of these polished quartzes, which we have enough of now for sure. And I mean, it's just 7. I think the only thing we'll need extra of is that sandpaper, because if I can ever find it, we are a little bit low on it, but I mean, shoot, it's sand and paper. It's not that hard. I think we just try to make a bunch of crushing wheels and crush a bunch of stuff. I think the only thing that takes time is the dripstone bit, which maybe I actually do first because I need to AFK that regardless. So that's probably the way to go instead of making these things. So I guess I doubt I have dripstone. So I suppose let's head into the mine and try to find some. Okay, so I did find a dripstone cave. This one's super lame though, it looks like. So I guess I'll just grab some of these things and call it a day. I need a pretty hefty... Oh, he was hidden. Why are there so many mobs? Stop doing that. You're not very nice. See ya, loser. Can y'all stop coming out from the depths? Oh. Okay, no, that makes sense. That's valid. I don't think this is a very big dripstone cave. So I am going to probably not have a ton. This farm is going to need to be gigantic, actually. Ooh, there actually is also a ton of clay here. And I have a better shovel now. So I'm just going to snag as much of this as I can. This should tide me over until I can make a pretty big dripstone farm. I mean, there's a ton down at the bottom there. So I should be okay Fingers crossed. I kind of gave up on the dripstone, but holy smokes, do I have a ton of clay. So I guess this was a success, but not in the way I intended. I mean, I don't even know if I make the dripstone thing anymore, because if I just get a mining machine, like eventually when I set one up, I could just mine a bunch of clay and then be good forever. So I don't know if there's a point in making a fully automatic dripstone thing. You know what I'm saying? I guess we still need the crushing wheels and manual crafters eventually, but there's not really a point, I don't think. All right, so I am finally back and it's time to smell all of this stuff. Holy cow, that's so many bricks too. And this would take hours on a furnace, but it's gonna take like another 30 seconds maybe. Let's see. It's already pretty much fully done. I think it might be now. Oh my goodness. That is everything. And now I gotta make bricks for the next, like, 2.5 hours. That means we can actually get started on the pathways. So that's good. All right, well, for real now, time-lapse time. As you saw in the time-lapse, I waited for all the grass to grow overnight because I wasn't staying up for that. But now it looks pretty darn cool. I also, if you saw in the time-lapse, I kind of just free-handed this fountain. I'm not a huge fan of it. I feel like it's kind of bland and we can use some other things. But also, I definitely don't care enough to change it. And also, I decided not to put water in here. I don't know if it'll look better or if it'll change it in any way, but I don't hate the no water look. So I think we'll just keep it like that unless something changes, which I don't think it will. I think we'll just keep it like that. And I still think it looks absolutely fine. So I'm not too worried about it, but moving gears pretty heavily, I want to get some better gear than mostly destroyed iron armor and everything else. So I kind of want to transition to making a mining machine. So in a similar form to what I did to destroy this whole mountain, I want that, but have it go downward, just straight to bedrock. And that way we can get a lot of diamonds and more importantly, a lot of different things like andesite, granite, some of the weirder blocks like clay balls and stuff. Just because I don't have much of that, and I think getting some of that would be helpful. So I think what we do is we head into a test world and use something, it's like a minecart contraption. Here we go. It's called the cart assembly. And what you can do with this is if you put it on top of a track and it's mounted to a structure above it, you can transport that structure on a minecart. Here, and we could just watch this to see how it works. You can also pick up the entire minecart and its structure. So then we can move the mining machine just wherever we want. And that's super helpful. So I think we use that and make a pretty simple, compact type of mining machine. We don't need to have something as hyper engineered as what I made before. We could just have it go like a rope pulley going downward, mine a 8x8 space, and then bring it back up. Because I don't need anything super intense just yet. And if I ever do, I can always just increase the amount of drills on the floor. And if I do 16x16, that's just a straight chunk. And we're basically like fully already good. So I think that's the plan. I am going to hop in a creative world just so I have a style, if that's the right word, a build to try to mimic. I built this little machine. It is really simple. I just turn this bad boy, it spins, and then if I flick this, it'll start mining, and it works great. And it's probably most importantly, pretty easy to transport. So if we grab a minecart, this should be how it works. Ah, right, I forgot to power it. There we go. So now if I push this... Oh, I forgot to turn it off. I forgot to turn it off. Maybe that's okay? I don't know. Yep, it was fine. Okay, great. Okay, the one concern, I need to be able to push the minecart, which I guess I didn't think about. Okay, there we go. I think it's just a visual-ish glitch that makes that happen, and I bet you if I turn this off like I'm supposed to, and grab another minecart, and I push it, nope, it still spins. Okay, I don't know why, but I think this works, and it isn't too hard to build, which is great. So I guess let's go build this in the overworld. It might actually be better to move these sails and just make it longer and have them be one wide, because then I can like build it basically on the ground and it'll be fine. So let's go do that. Okay, so we are back in survival and I just need some drills, the rope pulley, technically one gearbox, one gear shift, need a large cog, the rotation speed controller, and I think that's it. I mean, obviously the windmill sails and stuff, but I have plenty of those. And then I think we're good. I just obviously need a minecart and a cart assembler, which is super easy. There we go. There's the cart assembly and the minecart. That was probably as easy as it could have been. Oh, I also set this up. So, you know how last episode, was it this episode? One of the episodes, we did a drawer key and you could like lock it and unlock it. There's also a thing called a quantify key, which is the key in a book and quill, which if you right click will show you all of the actual numbers of items that you have, which helps a ton. So we now have that. I don't remember where I put my other key. It's in here. So now we have that. So if we ever add more drawers, I'll just grab it and lock it and quantify it and whatever. That is super helpful because then I could just at a quick glance know how many there are instead of having to like hover over it and look at the top and whatever. So let's put the windmill bearing down first because then I need a piece of wood. Then I can set up the sails and make sure that it actually fits if I build it just straight on the ground. And it should be a-okay. I don't see any reason this wouldn't work. Can you rotate? Thank you. There we go. We can now put the rotation speed controller just straight in there. And then I want the gear shifts so that it's easy to bring stuff back up. A lever, actually. If I put a lever... Ooh, that'll do both of those. I don't see an issue with that, though. And it'll make it so that we can transport it a little bit easier. So this will turn beautiful. This, I'm going to just bump up to the max. Lever for this thing, and then we just have the rope pulley and some drills. That works, and now we can just pop this in a line. There we go, and we can just throw on these barrels, and that should be pretty much everything we need. I just need a couple more barrels. I don't know. Oh, they're still over there because they have a bunch of stuff in them, and I couldn't be bothered bringing it over. LOL. I would say I'll do that soon, but I'm lying. So I'll just make some more barrels. All right, there we go. I just need super glue, which is actually in my backpack. I keep forgetting that I have that, actually. So I guess we have to do... Yeah, we could do that. And then these. Beautiful. I don't know if I need to super glue the sails. Let's try not doing that. Ah, I forgot. I will always forget to turn it on the first time. No, stop doing that. Okay, I didn't need the sails. That's good to know. That does mean that whenever I move it, it will start being angry. I should not have put it there. That's fine. I'm gonna smelt this up. I'm also... Nah, I'll just wait. I was gonna say I'll also get some more glass. Oh, we actually have glass. Okay. I'm also going to rotate this thing to make it be less scary. I bet I can fall in right here, but otherwise I doubt it. Saw that coming. Alright, well, at least we're done. Don't die. That'd be so lame. Thank you. And now, I guess let's test out this mining machine. I'm gonna go quite a ways away so that I don't mess up the ecosystem near me. Okay, this actually looks like a pretty good spot. I am gonna throw this bad boy down and hope that everything goes okay. Did not consider directionality at all. Is this okay? Did it just overwrite? I think it did. It overwrote the grass blocks. I was being stupid. Oh shoot, how do I do this? I might need to rebuild this windmill because I need the... I totally do. So just to clarify, I need this large cogwheel like that. Yeah, I just need to remove all of this. Whoopsies. And now this should work. Oh yeah. Nice. Alright, I think it is done. It hasn't moved in a minute. So let's bring this bad boy up. This is so exciting. Hopefully we have some cool stuff. Maybe a diamond. I don't know where all the things are. Oh. Oh. Oh no, it's snowing. No, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. I got to turn this bad boy off. And move it, I suppose? Well, I don't think we got any diamonds from that though, unfortunately. I suppose we just scoot it over a smidge? Maybe we just place it down right here? Well, the good news, that lever stayed on. So that's something, I suppose. But we can turn you on and there we go. Are you come up? It do. We are back home. And as you can see, I have 3 hunger bars and not really any food at all, which is, believe it or not, an issue. We do have sheep, and if we, I forget which one it was. Right-a-row. Technically this one, but there's a better one. I swear I'm not crazy. Well, I guess it was that one. Regardless, the mutton wrap has a bunch of food and a bunch of saturation, and it just requires mutton, cooked mutton or cooked mutton chops, onion, which we have a ton of, cabbage, which we have a ton of, and bread, which we can make a ton of. I think we just do that. But if you do the wheat flour thing and turn it into dough, you can then smelt it and turn that into bread. And I think that is a better way to do it. Yeah, because it's 1 wheat to 1 wheat flour, which means that this 38 wheat that we have can be converted into a bunch of bread. But I am going to grab more because we need to breed these lambs, sheep, if we want to actually have enough mutton chops. And this is kind of the first real food thing we've done. Like beforehand, I've just been eating apples and like other breads and foods and stuff, but I'm literally out of any food that's any good at all. So I'm gonna try to make like a stack of these things, and they should hopefully last me quite a long time. At least that's the hope. I think that's enough for now. And then we can also, if you saw, we can get a cutting board and a knife and cut that bad boy up. And it's just some planks and sticks, which is arguably pretty cheap. So I guess let's just make that as well. Boom. I don't know where we're going to put this. Great. Yeah, that works. And then we also need a knife. Oh, it's just a short sword. We'll do diamond, because we do have diamonds now. I'm going to go over that in a minute. I haven't checked the most... Oh, I just did that out of habit. That's fine. It's fine. I'll need a new diamond shovel really soon anyway, so it's okay. But oh my gosh. Okay, now we can do this mutton chop stuff. If I... Oh, you have to do it one at a time. It does double the amount of food that you get though, which is really quite good. And then we have to go run over here and smelt it. Oh, you know what? I do need a pump in order to do the water stuff. How easy and or difficult is a pump? Not a thing? What the heck? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. So I need pipes, which is copper, all copper. So that's not too bad. And a cogwheel? You know what? So let's run over here and place this. There we go. So we got half a stack of sheets, which should equate to a full stack of actual pipes. Beautiful. And then we just need a cogwheel. And then we have one of these. From what I remember, this should be as easy as connecting a pipe skidoodle here and then going down to like a water source. I'll just put a water source here. So I'm not sure if the pipe is gonna, if I need like the pipe to be waterlogged for it to work, but I'm gonna try it this way and see if this just works, because that would be helpful. Oh, it has to be an infinite source. That makes a ton of sense. We can just plop this in here and that one there. And now this should throw that there. Perfect. And now we can hopefully just toss it in here. Oh, it's not connected to anything. Of course not. And if we connect this up, you know what? I think I need to undo that. Yep. Okay. We should be able to make this now. The mutton wrap. Oh, lol. We need bread. Oh, if it's a lava, it'll burn it, but fire will work. I did not know that was the case. My apologies to all of the food that I destroyed. Oh yeah, this is nice. Look how much food that still saves. And I have a ton more of that stuff. I am going to, before I forget and lose it, replace this again. I replaced it all with wheat because I was making the sheep grow. But now I'm going to replace 2 rows with onions and cabbages. And now we can check out the actual setup of what we got. So let me grab all of these things. That was easy. And I suppose I just break this, because I think it'll be easier than actually doing anything specific. And it'll save me a bunch of brain power. I might want to go grab the drawers and perhaps make a few more. Let me go do that now, because I don't want all this stuff to despawn. Now we can actually put this stuff away. And we gotta make a ton of new drawers for all this weird stuff. And then cobbled deep slate and tough are the next big 2. Holy cow, we're already full on cobbled deep slate. And as you can see in my inventory, we have 9 diamonds, which is very nice indeed. We already need way more drawers than I prepared for. Love to see it. Okay, so this is the remainder of stuff that I guess I didn't have in drawers. For some of it, like the azurine, I don't need. And I feel like I had a calcite one. Maybe I didn't. And for calcite, if I only have a stack, then it's not a big deal. Huh. But maybe for things like lapis, redstone, coal, and diamonds, I probably want a drawer for it. Maybe a compacting drawer. There we go. We have those 4 compacting drawers. And I'm going to just throw them onto the end of this. And let's throw redstone, lapis, and coal in there. I suppose the raw stuff I can just keep here and save for later. I do think we're going to get a ton of crimsonite. Maybe I'm lying though. I think we just keep breaking them. 12 diamonds. Love to see that. I don't think we're going to get to 30, which is around about what you need for full diamond. But I think we will get enough for diamond tools and maybe a chestplate or so, which is really what I care about. Like I just want faster tools than iron. And maybe kind of soon we start working on the create enchanting methods, because they are kind of interesting, even if they're perhaps a little bit strange. Okay, so we are finally done unloading. All of the barrels are off. We have quite a bit of stuff to go through. I'm gonna bring all of the drawers back in a minute, but 20 diamonds. That is very nice. And definitely a very good start for now, especially. I hope to, I don't even know, I'm definitely going to make tools first, and then I don't know if I'll save it or use it on armor or something else, but we definitely love 20 diamonds, and that probably took me close to an hour of being AFK for most of it. So we definitely take that. I do need to make a couple more drawers for coal and redstone and stuff, but otherwise we are good on the drawers front. So let me pack all of this up and bring it back over to, I wouldn't call it a base, to the wooden structure over yonder. In the last episode, we made a mining machine that can be transported with the cart assembly, and just a mine cart. It's super convenient. And we got 20 diamonds out of the mining. I wouldn't consider it a session, the mining activity. I do plan on spending that today, but I also want to get into some enchanting. So if we look up the enchantment thingy, I need powdered obsidian, which is crushing obsidian. If you don't know, we don't have crushers. And they need to be made in mechanical crafters. So if we want to do this, we have to be all fancy schmancy and get a lot of stuff. I'm going to make some tools first, but I want to do that on camera so that you guys could see it. I'm probably going to make pickaxe and an axe, maybe a chest plate. No, I think I'm going to make leggings because eventually I'll get an elytra and we will grow out of the chest plate need. I think the rest we can just keep there for now. I think now the plan is to get working on the crushing wheel. So in order to make that, we need 21 mechanical crafters. And I think we already have everything we need for the mechanical crafters specifically. So I guess let's just make that right now. I suppose I'll just make crafting. We can make those, and there we go. Boom. So we have 21 of these, and we got to set it up in kind of a weird way. So as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So we need to put the crafters in this formula, if that's the right word. So actually I might make 4 more, which would mean 6 more, because they make it in sets of 3, just so that we can have a 25 5x5 square. And I think that would make more sense, just like vibes wise. So let's do that quickly. I do need more of the these things, the electron tubes, and therefore more rose quartz. We should actually be able to make that now because we have redstone. And then after that, we also need 2 crafting tables. So now we can make this bad boy. Oh, I should have done that twice instead of only once. And then we can throw these in here. And there we go. We have 27, which is enough for an entire thing. I will say this is getting a little bit intense with the stress unit meters and such. So I'm actually going to make and use some clutches. We only have 1 right now, but they're really not too expensive at all. And this is mostly going to be just so that we can... Let's see, I want to make a couple levers just so we can turn off some of the machinery. Most importantly, the mechanical crafters and eventually the crusher, but we might as well do it for all of these bad boys. Alright, so yeah, the power comes in from there, so I will have to put the clutch just right here. That's actually really helpful because then if we just... I guess we have to make it. But if we put the lever on this stone brick block, we can just turn off that whole section. Awesome, and we can do the same thing over here. Yeah. Okay, so that's super great. And that gives us a ton more space and, I don't know what the right word is, stress units for the crafters and eventually the crushing wheel. I am thinking for the ground floor... I don't know if we want to go brick or if we want to go stone brick, but I do kind of want to put down a floor here quickly just so we don't have to deal with all of the annoying, like, jumping up and down, trying to get around places where it should just be flat. Maybe my guess is going to be stone brick is going to look better. So I suppose we go with that and see what it looks like. Ooh, actually, I did just remember there is a thing called smooth stone, and I think that actually would look super good. And more importantly, it wouldn't be really used in the rest of the walls or build. So I think it will contrast pretty well. Oh, I forgot that I could pick stuff up. What a silly me. Awesome. So I'm just going to use full blocks here. I don't think I'll run into any issues of running out of cobblestone just ever, let alone on this kind of small floor. But that does mean I'm going to take down this house. In house with big quotes. It's barely a house. I outgrew it basically immediately and just didn't even bother building it. I don't think that really counts. And then I have to remove this grass floor from inside the building, but that shouldn't really take too long. And we are back. This floor didn't take too long. I just had to smelt like 3 inventories worth of stone, which is a little bit worrying for how big the walls and stuff are going to be, and that I need to make 3 other buildings. But I digress. Oh, I didn't think about this being a different color. Oops, whatever. We can now get started on the mechanical crafters. I think we'll just put them over on this wall here. I think that makes the most amount of sense. If you look here, this is one mechanical crafting block, and you can see that there's an arrow that goes up. We can rotate this, and that decides where the blocks go when you're crafting them, if that makes sense. You'll see in a minute here, while I build this up. It is really quite simple. You just set up a 5x5 array. Oh shoot, I need to do this the right way. Are you kidding? Okay. And depending on where they line up is where the item pops out and how the thing is crafted, basically. So I want the item to pop out here, and then I'm just going to have everything kind of feed upward here. And then obviously these need to go this way so that they all go towards the center there. And there's probably a right way to do this, but I don't really care. You know? Like, there's probably a correct way speed-wise to do it, but it's pretty much gonna all be the same, so I don't really mind. Alright, well, there we go. So what'll happen is... Actually, I'll just show you in a minute when I set up the... What's it called? The system itself. And that should be set up now. I will just need to turn on this lever over here. There we go. So it should now be spinning. Yep, we can see now that it is spinning. Oh, does each one use 256 stress units? Oh, yikes. So it is still working. I can now, allegedly, turn this off, and this should still be spinning. Yes, awesome. So just to confirm that I have all the materials, I need a bunch of andesite, some wood, and a stone thing. So I think it should work pretty simply if we surround this and then put the andesite casings around that. Okay, that is fine. That means we can't use just straight andesite. I think it has to be polished, which is not an issue. I think I have polished granite in here. Yep, I just wanted to use not a polished version if I didn't have to. And once I put this in, this should start going. You might have to give it a redstone signal, which I think is actually what you have to do. So let's... Yep. Okay, so you have to turn it on, and then as you saw, all the things like scooted into the middle and then slid over, and now we have 2 crushing wheels, which use a ton of power. So I'll probably have to reduce the RPMs on that to actually let it be powered on. But I suppose we will see. And I think we probably just want to put them here-ish. I'm gonna try. Let's see, I don't have many building blocks. I'm gonna try to just like put one here and see what that looks like. That looks great. Fabulous. And then the other one I think needs to be a block away, 2 blocks away, however many blocks this is. Yeah, this looks right. They both need to spin in the same direction and both need to spin towards the center. I don't know if it'll do it itself, but I suppose we will find out. Oh, that doesn't reach. Okay, and I suppose they need to be inverted. So how in the world do you do that? A gearbox between them, I suppose? Which actually shouldn't be that difficult. So if we connect them both up to this thing, I guess in this case we'll need to do dual gearboxes, which I'm never a fan of. But whatevs. And then we can throw one of these down there. And I'm doing this first, just normally, because I don't know which direction they're going to spin. So I'm not even bothering figuring it out beforehand. But let's do this. Ah, yes. So, overstressed, because duh. I guess I needed a rotation speed controller to slow this thing down. Oh, but they're both spinning the correct way, which is always great. So we don't need to super worry about that. I do want to throw a clutch in here, though. If we just put it here and throw a lever on that, that can be turned off now. And then everything else is turned off. I think this should be usable at full speed. It is. The mechanical crafter takes up a ton. Because this is only 2,000 and my windmill, which I also expanded to max size, can do about 8,000. So we actually should be good to go here. And now, I think it's best if I make a chute, which is basically just a hopper, but barely fancier. What I can do, if I put a thingy here, can I do that? No. I'm curious if I can put one there and connect a belt up to both of these? No. What in the world is going on, though? Oh, you can. Okay. I just had to finagle it a little bit. And then I suppose I'll put it here. Why would you do it that way? I can now put this thing here, and eventually when we're crushing stuff, it'll go down onto the belt and hopefully be fine. Yeah, there we go. We have a chute. I'm going to grab a chest or two. We also want, is it a funnel? It is. Oh, I'm so smart. An andesite funnel. That's pretty darn cheap. And then this one is a little bit fancier. You can use this for like adding filters and stuff, I think. But for our use case, we don't need that yet. Oh, I need dried kelp. You're so lame. I have it. Okay, never mind. You're cool. You're all right. I can deal. It's okay. I overreacted and I apologize. This looks like it'll work. Ah, stop it. And then we just need to put a bad boy here. Uh-oh. You know what? I feel like I deserve that a little bit for just jumping into the things called crushing wheels. I'm surprised I died slowly. Like, I feel like I died really slowly, given the notorious nature of a thing called crushing wheels. Whoopsies. But let me do that. There we go. And I can remove this. And now if we put a chest up here, I should be able to just crush stuff. So let's try crush dirt and see what happens. I actually don't know what dirt crushes into. So I suppose let's check. Literally nothing, so it's a good thing I didn't do that. Things like gravel and cobblestone will work. Okay. Let's crush this. And we should see. Heck yeah, there we go. We get 7 gravel. And then we can crush this into sand. Beautiful, and we get some flint. Love flint. Love me some flint. Awesome, so this is now set up, and we can't run both of these at the same time, so this also needs to be a separate toggle thing. Which is hopefully okay? Actually, you know what? A lever there isn't too bad. I did get rid of all of my cobblestone, so I can't make another one. I wonder what turning sand does. Oh, it destroys it. Great. Glad I did that. Well, now let's belt this bad boy up. And now this is connected. And now we should be good. I just need to make a lever and put it there, and then that is all set up with its own on and off switch. And there we go. That is now off. And wait, how did you overstress yourself? What? You were fine before. Oh, the deployers are running. What is the best way to do this? I don't know how to slow down RPMs. I need to probably make another rotation speed controller, which I think is probably necessary anyway, because I don't need the crafting machines to go that fast. And I would like to be able to use something other than the crafting machines while I'm using the crafting machines, so that would be good. And it is literally free because I already have the precision mechanism. So that was easy. I can now run over here and fix it. My only worry is actually precisioning and doing this. Beautiful, there we go. I do just need to put back in the clutch lever. I just don't know where it is. I also want to make sure that this is fast enough still. This takes 64 stress units each, which, believe it or not, it might be a lot. I don't know. I'm not a wizard. All right, there we go. And just blocking that off. And now they take 32 stress units each and are way slower, but at least they function. This also works. Love that. And they're all on separate systems so that we can actually use them properly, which is always great. One thing we can do, actually, I needed obsidian dust. Why did I need that? Because I needed to enchant. There we go. And I need a sturdy sheet, and I need lava and a spout. You know what? I don't want to do the enchanting stuff right now. So instead, what I'm going to do is I am going to move this all around and hopefully make something storage-wise that looks not terrible. Lapis compacting drawer is so stupid, but it's whatevs. And now we have all these other ones. I'm going to just set them aside here, because I don't know which ones I want to put where yet. I think dirt, stone, cobblestone, bricks, granite, sure, all need to go in the same spot. But like these two things, who in the world is ever going to use those? All right, so this is set up again, and I'm just re-enabling and locking everything. That should be good for storage purposes. Hello, and welcome back to another episode on the Create mod. You'll probably notice that I am wearing different armor. And to the 18 people that already watched the episode that came out and maybe looked at the comments section, you could probably see that was the same video that I posted, I think 2 weeks ago, episode 6. And that is because I did it by accident. I do not have the original video for this. I do have, however, the time lapse of the build and the build in front of me. So yeah, I built this all and only have a time lapse left to spare. I guess here's the time lapse. Enjoy it, watch it, share it, be sad for me. And yeah, that's it. I hope you enjoyed it. I also got a jetpack. I didn't know this was a thing in Create Mod. It's so helpful. I should have gotten it so much sooner. It lets you fly. Today, we are hopefully going to get villagers and enchanting set up because I can't be bothered dealing with not efficiency, not sharpness, no protection, no unbreaking, no mending, no whatever. That does mean we need to make a floor and then get some villagers to get some books to then do the auto enchanting thing. So that's first on the to-do list, but we definitely need a floor. So I was thinking, let's have a floor. I want a floor at, well, I want a ceiling at that level. Here, this level, the one that I'm standing on, the ceiling for the lower floor, and then a gap, and then if I can figure it out, a block there for the floor so that we have a 1 block gap in between so we can run shafts and anything else that we don't want seen super out in the open and have it be ugly. All right, so we now have a floor. It is 3 blocks deep, and I'm not sure if I want to just keep this as a whole. There is an elevator thing in Create, but I wasn't able to find it, like a literal elevator pulley block that makes elevators really easy. But I wasn't able to find it, so I just gave up, and I have a jetpack, so we can leave this hole as a hole for now. But we do need now to get villagers in here. I think we'll have to do that the old-fashioned way, which I guess is minecarts. I don't think there's an easier way to do that. Oh, I guess we would need a villager breeder too? But if I go super far into villager stuff, what is the point in getting the enchanter? Because then I have everything that a villager breeder would need, and then I don't need the enchanter thing. I guess I could enchant books until I get something good, and then I only need 1 book of them, which would be easier, but I need a boatload of levels. Let's also, backpack. There are a bunch of cool upgrades that I can do now. The magnet upgrade to just give me a magnet basically, and I can bring everything but the ender pearls and then make this on the fly. I think that should be something we do. And then the food upgrade is elite. Like I should definitely get this. Ooh, and then we probably want stack upgrades because we do at the moment. We're just using this for create stuff. If we can get a stack upgrade, then we can just like stack all of these gantry shafts on 1 point and have way more space for other stuff. Oh, everlasting upgrade. Oh my god, this is impossibly expensive. Okay. Oh, backpack in a backpack. It needs another star. Oh, these are so cool. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I'm gonna make a bunch of upgrades and see what they do. I think we can also upgrade my backpack to a diamond one. I think we have a ton of diamonds now. It is more expensive than I thought, but it's still achievable. And now we have a diamond backpack, so we should have, I think that's 2 more slots and a ton more space. And we can get a couple of stack upgrades in there. I'll probably want a magnet upgrade, but not a pickup upgrade. And then a couple of other things. I just don't know yet. Oh no, we need leather. I do not have any leather at all. So I'm gonna go collect stuff, get a bunch of upgrades, and I'll be back in a minute. All right, so I've been running around this bastion for a while, and I think I've gotten most of the chests, at least. And they have got some good stuff. I got a Fortune 1 pick. I've got a couple of smithing stuff. I got an Efficiency 5 diamond shovel, which is huge. And then we also have 2 netherite templates, a bunch of gold and stuff, at least 1 ancient debris, and 1 extra nether scrap, a soul speed 3 book, silk touch golden axe, which is okay, and then an unbreaking 3 golden knife, which actually is going to be kind of helpful. And I've also killed a couple of these idiots. Can you not get through? Well, I hope you can't. Yeah, so I have a bit of leather, but not a ton. So I definitely need more of that. But I've also gotten a ham. Make smoked ham, is that? Oh, and you can make a honey glazed ham. That probably is crazy good for you. Oh my gosh, another one? I didn't even look on the map to see if there was one here. Oh, that's sick. All right. What the heck? Why are all of them yelling? Oh my gosh. All right, real quick. I've been like exploring for quite a while. And there's a bounty board that can sometimes give enchanted books. I'm going to look out for these. I'm just in a village in the middle of nowhere. But there's a bounty board with an enchanted book here. And it is possible maybe to get some good stuff. But I'm not sure if I actually will. Let me real quick check what this guy's trading. Piercing. Gross. But I am on the lookout for books because I do need them. Ooh, I just found a sick trade. How do I... Uh-oh. It crashed. It crashed when I tried to do a trade. All right, well, let me load back into the game and see what the dealio is. Okay, you're begging for things. Did it work? Do I have to right click it? How do I... Oh. Yay, trident, let's go. Okay, so I guess I super crashed the game last time. That was strange. But now we have a trident. That's fun. If we could get some, I don't know, something like impaling, if that's the right one, that'd be sick. Oh my gosh, wait, why are there 40 million of these? Okay, this is good news, because maybe there's one with a cool enchanted book or melons. Please? I'm just looking for some melons, and I haven't seen any in any... Ooh, flame book would be pretty nice, actually. Oh, the creeper, though. Not nice. Alright, so I am gonna do the task, but it switched to any wooden plank instead. So, like, W. But now we have a flame book, so love that. And I'm just going to continue going through these, hoping for good books here. Oh my gosh, finally, we have melons. I had to just Google where they find melons, and apparently it's a jungle. But well, let me actually get this bamboo so I don't have to come back here ever. Apparently melons spawn in jungles, which who knew? Okay, we are back with everything. And I put everything away already. I need to do helmet because I broke, I think at the nether even. I haven't been wearing a helmet in a minute. But we can now make a bunch of these things. So we need the pickup upgrade to make the magnet upgrade. And then the magnet upgrade to make the advanced magnet upgrade. And then we have one. And this, if I put that bad boy in there, it is currently on. If I throw... Oh, it's instant. Hold on. No way. This is fully grown. If I... Oh! It does go into the backpack. Okay, that is good to know. It might be better for me. Maybe I make a separate backpack for just the create stuff, and then have like a main backpack that I use just for a bonus inventory and also food and also everything else. I think that's probably what I'll do. The next thing is the feeding upgrade. Let's see, I should have everything for this, yes. And then the advanced feeding upgrade, I have everything for that. So if I throw that in there, so let's say I put that in there. That will not feed me, but if I throw that in there, yeah. Okay, so that allows golden carrots to be eaten. And then also now I can allow cooked pork chops to be eaten. That's super convenient. And then the crafting upgrade, which I feel like should be more expensive, but it somehow isn't. I just get a portable crafting table now? Whoa. I wonder if I have flint in my inventory, can I craft? Oh, I can. That's so sick. And then after that, the tool swapper, which I don't believe this is going to work like I think it will. But if it does, I'm going to be bamboozled, to say the least. All right, so let's say diamond shovel, diamond pickaxe, diamond axe. And I'm mining this. No, what if I click allow? Huh! I'm not sure if I like the magnet upgrade because it goes into the backpack. I suppose we can keep it. Anyway, the tool upgrade is sick. And then also it'll let me, the tool upgrade said somewhere that it can automatically swaps items in player's hand, has filter option and enables swapping wrench-like tools for block entity player is looking at with null. Let's run over to a create thing and see if this is the case. No. I don't think the wrench is going to be doable, but I think the axe will be. So I'm A-okay with that. And now we just have one more to fit in the backpack, but I might take the magnet out depending on how it works, how much I like it. I don't know which one to go for. It's either a stack upgrade or a tank upgrade, because a tank upgrade is sick. This will let me store water, or I could store experience, but I think it's probably, you know what? I haven't had issues with storage space, but I would love to be able to store tanks. If that's I don't think that's a verb, but I mean, shoot. I'm actually worried that some of this stuff is going to get destroyed, so... Oh, okay. Puts it on the side. Now, how do I... Okay, so I have to do a lot of tank shenanigans. I'm curious if I can break this and put the backpack like that. Yeah, oh, thank goodness. Okay, so I can refill it that way, and that saves me about 45 minutes. Oh, and it looks so cool, too. Oh, it looks so dope. Here we go. I can put this bad boy back on and put cauldrons in my backpack. Oof. You know, I'm not a huge fan of the magnet. I'm gonna be honest. I think I probably replace it with a stack upgrade or something, because it's kind of annoying. I'm gonna be honest, because I'm just so used to picking stuff up, if that makes sense. Like, it's so confusing to have to like do it manually. So I think two things are going to happen. I am going to make another stack upgrade, which are low-key really expensive. The tier 4 is a ton of blocks of netherite, like hello, excuse me. But the tier 2, which ups it by 4 stacks per slot, is gold, which is super affordable. And then I'm also going to make another backpack for just the create stuff, and then change this one to be a bunch of cool stuff. Well, there is our create backpack. Oh, this is small. Rut row. I probably want to upgrade this just immediately to gold. I don't think we need to do diamond. There we go. It's now at gold. That is plenty of space for some create stuff for sure. Okay, so that has been sorted out. That didn't take any time at all. And now we have this bad boy set up. And I am just going to pick you up. Put you... I could do that, but I think that's going to be annoying astonishingly quickly. So instead, I'll just put it up here. Now, what we can do, I suppose, yeah, let's make a stack upgrade. And then I can just craft it in here. That is so wild that you can just do that. There we go. And then I need a stack upgrade. There we go. We got the tier 2. And let's take this out. Oh, it increases the water stack too. Oh my gosh. This is going to take forever to run out. Okay, so I'm just testing out the magnet, and I'm curious. Oh no, does it only... It says match mod. Oh, hold on, I didn't... Oh, that... Match mod. Hold on, let's try that again. Oh, that's sick! Oh my gosh, this can... My mind is blown. This makes so much sense, but my mind is blown. My mind is literally exploding. Hold on, I have one more test. Because I'll be like a little bit annoyed about this, but it isn't a deal breaker. Picking stuff up with the shaft, like dropping it straight into the backpack. Picking stuff up with the wrench in my inventory still. That is amazing. I'm actually going to keep this backpack in on my hotbar so that I can open it without it being silly. Oh my goodness, netherite diving helmet together with the netherite back tank. This can protect you from extreme heat. To be effective, legs and feet have to be covered in netherite too. When worn, provides immunity to fire and lava, slowly draining air pressure from the back tank. Also grants improved vision in lava. I assume it also gives you water breathing. You just have to upgrade the copper diving helmet. Okay, well let's make that instead of a netherite helmet. Where's my copper? Let's make the copper diving helmet, because duh. And We could make the netherite one right now, but oh, I look so stupid wearing this. But that means I can't use my jetpack running around, which actually means I probably will never use it. But I suppose it's good to have. And then the back tank is the other thing. This is basically just a wearable tank for swimming underwater. I mean, if I made the helmet, I might as well make the back tank. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I kind of gotta. And it's still not too expensive. And there we go. So we have that, and I think if we grab a cogwheel and it actually puts it on correctly. There we go. Oh, and when you're hovering over it, you can see up at the top it says air, a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. So that'll crank up a little bit as we wait. And I still don't have a helmet, which means we should probably just make a diamond one. We don't have the money. We're poor. Oh no. Okay, so I think for the rest of this episode, we're gonna get started on enchantment using our, I guess, Soul Speed 3 and Flame books as just kind of a, I wouldn't call it tutorial, really, but as something to get us started. I think the best thing to do is probably, we have a bunch of books. We need a enchantment guide, which is a sturdy sheet, so we need powdered obsidian. We have obsidian, we need to powder it though. So let's throw, I'm just gonna throw in like 4 of those bad boys into there. So we now have 4 powdered obsidian, and then we need to do this whole stupid process where we get lava in a spout and then squeeze it twice. So that is low-key a little bit easy, but we do need a spout. And whatever the spout floor is. I think just a depot. Also, in order for the spout to actually do anything, we need a pump and probably an item drain and some pipes. So good thing I guess really good thing I made a bunch of copper casings. We do need iron bars for that, and I doubt we have iron bars. Yeah, no chance. It's okay. These are also quite easy to make if we can yeet. Beautiful, and then I think it's just this. Yep, so we have the item drain, and I think we also want pipes, which we actually should have. And then, if I remember correctly, yeah, the mechanical pump is just a pipe and a cogwheel. I'll put this over here so that we can expand quite a bit from it, and I hope I can just link pipes up. It looks like it. Okay, great. Looks like we can just link pipes up, and then I want a mechanical pump under you going up. Perfect. Then an item drain here, and then a pipe connecting it. So that is really quite simple. We'll just have to right click lava into this thing. And for now, that'll do. We're not going to make a ton of these, the sturdy sheet. And then we just need a depot and 2 mechanical presses, which are both quite easy. And then we have 2 of those. Oh, actually, come to think of it, we definitely only needed 1 press because it could just press it twice. Okay, so that is now set up. All I need to do is grab some redstone. What am I talking about? I was like, lava's red? It's gotta be redstone. No, I'm just dumb. I guess I'll put you there and grab some lava. This should be really simple and straightforward. I'm putting quite a few eggs in a basket here. But if I throw you on top, you should do that. It should drain, go into the lava spout, and now... And we gotta smack you down twice. Beautiful. Same with you. And now we have 2 of you. We are out of lava, but I think that's fine. I don't think we need that many. I could be wrong. I don't know how many like auto enchanters I want to do. How do we now make this into an enchantment thingy? Ah, with a book. Easy peasy. We now have book. I guess we make 2 of these because I don't think it could be used for anything else really. Oh. Oh, whoa, this is crazy. Oh, that's so sick. Oh, that's so dope. I'm absolutely, okay, well, I guess we are gonna want more than 1 of those. but we can at least craft. There we go. And now if we put a book in here, we can see that you can get flame or soul speed at the moment. If we also have a blaze boy. If we were to put the blaze boy down, I suppose we can do that actually. I want to do it up here because I want this to be kind of my enchanting area, at least part of this area to be my enchanting area. Just go here. Oh, right. And then I, haha, now you enchant. And it consumes 220 millibuckets of experience. I'm going to be honest. Oh, I can't unenchanting guide you, but I can switch it. Okay, that's good to know. That's fine. I anticipate homeboy being the homeboy, but that is sweet. So I think now what we need to do is get a bunch of XP and have a container for it. I know. So here, let's look at this. What fluid is that? Yeah, so you can obviously pipe fluids through and unthrough. I think what we can do is just have a small one. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, so an item drain and a spout are what we use. But if we get a disenchanter, which is basically an item drain for fancy people, sandpaper and copper casing is such a weird combo. So we have a disenchanter. That's basically an item drain, but for enchantments. Oh, we can actually look. Yeah, so you get XP from throwing in items that have enchantments that either you don't want or are lame. It goes into a tank for experience, and then you can use that for the Blaze Boy themselves. If we make, I guess, 12 fluid tanks, because that's all we have right now, then we can see this in action. We need some pipes, some cogs. I need to make 2 of these bad boys, and then we can set up the enchantment system. I'm just going to throw the fluid tank in this corner, I guess. Oh, I don't have enough. Oh, now it looks all stupid. I suppose I go make more. There we go. And now it's it's so stubby. What are you doing, dude? You're so silly looking. We could probably decrease the size to a 2x2. I think that's fine. And if we really wanted to, we can throw another one up top. I think that's okay. I think that looks better. And oh my god, the other one is so stupid looking. And that can hold 96,000 millibuckets, which is a ton. So I think we're good on that front. And then all we need to do is bring this bad boy here. We obviously need a mechanical pipe somewhere in the mix. And then if we get a disenchanter, I can stand on it and you can see, oh, well, it's filling up, but this isn't on, so it's not pushing it in. But you can see I had 22 levels, I think, and now that's 658 millibuckets in the disenchanter. And if I were to, I suppose I can show you this before we connect it to that bad boy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so, perfect. So if I do this again, you can see it probably better. It is spewing out XP over here. And if we were to connect it to this guy, it will... It should. I guess it... These guys are the worst. It will, if I were to enchant something, put something into here, but instead it is currently just chilling in there. So now, I suppose what we can do is we can grab some enchanted items that I don't want. Actually, Fortune 2 pickaxe might be helpful. We can go up to this disenchanter and I'll show you what it can do. So according to the thing I looked at, yeah, so it disenchants it. I feel like it doesn't give it any XP, but let's see. Okay, so Curse of Vanishing does not work. Good to know. It's like 10 millibuckets of XP, which isn't horrible for stuff that I got just for funsies, I suppose. Well, that's fine, because we didn't do anything to get this other than open a chest, so I definitely take it. Now with the enchanter actually existing, I think the next plan should be just getting the necessary enchantments, the enchanted books and stuff that we need. So we already have this set up, and if I throw potato recovery? What? What even is that? Punch 1 on a level 30 enchant. Oh my goodness, I'm getting scammed. I have just realized how obnoxious this is going to be. like punch 1 for level 30. I think the best thing to do is probably to just make an XP farm of some kind. Okay, so I have looked up a little bit, and allegedly these cart assemblers can pick up spawners. So I assume that means we can just grab these rails, grab a cart, and just be able to pick up spawners in the cart and be able to just mess around with them. So I think that will be step numero uno. I think just try to find a cave with a spawner in it. There's a lot of skeletons here. Oh, and I haven't been here. Oh no. Oh no, I'm out of power. I came so unprepared to this. I don't have any torches. Do I just send it? I can't even, it's in the air. Ah! Okay, but now we can actually light it up. So that's something. Okay, this won't spawn anything. And a skeleton spawner's really good. That's probably the best one we could have gotten. I think there's spider, skeleton, and zombie, not creeper. What am I talking about? If I am correct here, we should be able to just put something here. Let's put, right. It has to be a rail block. And then, why didn't that work? I need to power it, because of course I do. Duh. There we go. And now, oh, I can't pick it up. Okay, that is fine. I can still transport it. I just need a much bigger setup. I think probably the best bet, if you see on the map here, I am really quite close. So I think if I could just like make a bubble column up, then we can be able to place this whole thing with water and get that started. So I have everything to bring it up, but I've actually thought, why am I bringing him up here before I have anything to like actually use for it? So why not just build the thing first? And I was thinking, why not build it here? You need a 9x9 space for one spawner. We have, I guess we could check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 16 blocks of room. And since it's 16 wide, we could probably do 2 spawners pretty comfortably, and we can just throw in more if we ever need to. This is going to be how long it is, and then we're going to need a belt here that basically brings us the guys. And then at this height, we're going to have a boatload of shafts here. And this is definitely going to have to move, but that is okay. Yeah, we can move that at the very end. But we just throw down a bunch of shafts here, and then we need to do the same thing up until pretty much right here, yeah. Beautiful. If we just throw these all the way down, and that is now done. So we can remove all these things. And we actually also want 2 blocks over the spawners like this. This is so that if something spawns, it can't spawn on the top of that block there. We should have everything pretty much set up here. I do need to get through, thank you. If something spawns here, it'll go yeet onto the bottom one, and then I guess down into that hole, but I need to cover that up actually. Down onto this block. What we need to do still is make a little wall here, so that the mobs don't just like fly away. You know what? I am going to scooch all of this back 1 block. Which, oh my gosh, how annoying is this going to be to redo? But mainly just so that we can have this belt be on this spot, and then I can have the wall here and not have to deal with the glass there. I think that'll genuinely save me more time to redo the whole thing than it will to even attempt to fix the outside bit. So I'll be back in a second. All right, there we go. That is a little bit better. I decided to have 2 wide stone brick here, just so that there's a little bit of depth difference. And even though it's the opposite way of like the inside normally, I think it still looks fine. So now that we have that, I think we can maybe get started on the deployer attacking everything stuff. Deployer has been deployed. And if we just grab a sword for it, do I have a sword at all? No, I guess we'll make a sword for it. Actually, I'll just use my diamond sword because apparently it only likes to use my axe, which is way up there. We can throw a deployer there, and if we right click it with a wrench, it is now in attack mode, and we can toss our sword in there, and if we make it go, it will start hitting stuff. I do, if we can, there we go, rotate it that way. I guess for now, we can just throw shafts here, and that will start attacking. Perfect. Great, and I can test it, I guess. Yep, that works. Fabulous. And I'm pretty sure this can go through blocks, yeah. So we can just block this off pretty much. But first, I am going to want to do a hopper line starting here. I genuinely forgot that I would get hurt doing that too, which is so embarrassing. So I think we can throw a hopper line in here and bring that bad boy out this way, and then we can just have a row of chests or something with funnels or something else, and throw that on a belt line that we can make real quick here. And then hoppers should just be able to yeet themselves onto that, maybe? I do really appreciate the magnetic create mod only thing. I learned that if you crouch, you can pretty much fully avoid all belt movement stuff. So like right now I'm crouching, but if I let go, I get yeeted forward. So that looks like it works. Let's see. Yep. Awesome, 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 awesome. I guess we also probably need some funnels. Perfect. And I guess let's make some drawers of all the potential items that they could be. We could just reuse these spruce drawers because they are in a separate spot, so they'll look less stupid. So if we just line them up like this, and then yeet a spruce this thing on the back, we should now, if we throw that in there, it should just all of them get funneled in. Perfect. So it's not speed specific. We can go the max speed and we'll still get everything. I think we probably want one filtered brass funnel to be able to take items up to the second floor where we have the enchantment and disenchantment section, so that we can put all the XP into this thing. But I think that'll be a later issue. If we now, I think we're ready pretty much to put stuff, the spawners in here. Okay, so I finally made a bubble column, and this should be as easy as pushing this bad boy up the elevator, and hopefully I can follow it. I guess we'll see if I die. It is zooming. Holy, I think it's faster than me. Okay, nice. So I am up. Let's see if I can push you this way. Just go. Come on. Okay, maybe not. I can do this though. There we go, and block. Perfect. Okay, now let's just hope that this gets all the way there. I should be safe enough to just let this happen. Yes. Okay, so perfect. We now need to remove that. Tear down this scaffolding. And now, this will only work at night, probably, because it's probably too light in the day, especially with these windows. And I'm not going to replace this yet, because there's not really a point, I don't think. So yeah, this will only work at night, but that should be fine for at least the testing portion of this. That was pretty quick, actually. Love to see that. Let me... One block too high. Oopsie daisies. Put this back. Put it in attack mode. Brilliant. I do need a spot for stuff to get thrown out, though. And we are getting a ton of experience, which is always great. Love to see that. So let me... Oh, ruh-roh. That is my diamond sword. How do I make it? Oh, I need to filter it to only hold the diamond sword. Now I think we're good. Let me make sure that things are still spawning. Oh, you almost got me. It still has the diamond sword in its inventory, and I think that's the way to go. I think you have to set the filter on it so that it doesn't just break. But this is great news for us. We can at least semi-AFK this. It does take a while for them to spawn new ones, though. It feels like. It's like it takes a really long time. Oh. Ah! I still have a light there. I have to remove that. I don't know if that reduces the chance of spawning, or what the dealio is with that, but I think it's best if I just get rid of it anyway. And then I think that'll be it for this episode. I mean, the plan for next episode is going to be sorting out the upper experience area and all of that jazz, like figuring out where to put stuff, how to get power up there now, and then also getting the experience balls from here up there. So that'll be all next episode. Today we are going to continue with enchanting. In the last episode we took a bit of a detour to make a mob farm, but today we are hopefully, and I mean this in the best way possible, hopefully going to get enchanting set up. So let's head down to the XP farm, mob farm that we made last episode and walk you through what's happening. So we have a deployer that's just stabbing stuff at all points, and then it's dropping things into these drawers, mostly just stone, or bones and arrows, and then also nuggets of experience, which we are going to change up today. So I guess let's get started. We need two things pretty much here. We need one, a pipe that can go up to the second floor to transport experience, and two, a disenchanter on that bottom floor to disenchant all the orbs of experience or nuggets of experience, whatever they're called, to put them into here. This is also wrong. I didn't know about this, but the Blaze Boys need fuel from below. So if we hook it up to below, then Homeboy will light up and start going ham. So we'll do that in a minute here. But first, let's get stuff into this fluid container. All right, there is the disenchanter, and then we need a couple of pipes, which I should have here. Beautiful. And then I will also need, I'm gonna take so much damage today. I'm gonna need another cog so we can get a pump going. There we go. But if we now, let's see, if we remove you, and I guess that can stay for the minute. I guess we do have to do that. We want the disenchanter here, but, ooh, that's fine. Yeah, that works. That still works. That still works. We're okay. And then I have the mechanical belt connected there. We then need a kind of a sketchy alignment here. Let's see. So shaft like that, and then also like this. There we go. And then also another shaft on this one there. And then we need a ton of belts if we, that should work. And then we have to connect this, and then connect this way over here. There we go. And now that should work again. Yep. So as you saw, perhaps, the items are going in here. The liquid XP should be dropping. And then if we wait and this spawns more guys, it is slower, I think, because I'm still using normal windows instead of tinted glass. Yeah, so it's taken a little bit longer than I'd like, but we're gonna get tinted glass in there soon. But if we just wait here, we can see it in action. Here we go. Yeah, so you can see the orbs of XP are going in here, and then all the items are just flipping on over it. So that's super great. And then we now have this. So I guess I'll just... Ah, right, I pick it up immediately because I have that. I can jump in here, and now we have 366 millibuckets of experience. Beautiful. So now what we need to do is pump this all the way up to the second floor, and I think probably the best way to do it is to just come up this way. So everything is now set up. I have this pipe running all the way up, which I'm actually going to protect like that, and I have the pipe going up there. The one issue I'm running into, as you can see in a second here, is that this is not going anywhere, which is most likely because we don't have enough distance. I don't know what the right word is, but basically the pipes can only, I think, travel 15 blocks before they need another pump. And we have a pipe right at the end here, or a pump right at the end here, but we don't have anything else, which is a big ol' issue, if you ask me. So what we'll probably have to do here is add in another pump like that, and then hook this one up too. This shouldn't be too difficult really at all. It's just gonna hooking up this thing with another gearbox and then some shafts and then a cog off of that. And we can see now that there is more XP in there and it refilled back up. And if I stand on this, I'll empty out my XP in here too. And boom, now we have XP. So love to see that. It isn't super fast, which is a little bit of a bummer, but we will eventually have enough to actually enchant stuff. And then let's connect this up to this guy. So now if we connect this, this is now active. Beautiful. So what this can now do, if we actually use it, if we put a book in here and throw, let's say, a diamond helmet on it, it will pick that thing up and then try to enchant it. I suppose let's make this bad boy test it out. I think it might be useful for me to go get tinted glass and perhaps another spawner, because currently we're going at a pretty slow rate here. And I think both of those things would help it out immensely. I mean, just the light specifically is really, really bad for the spawner. Like it takes so much longer to spawn stuff. So I think it's best if I go get some tinted glass, and if I find another spawner, absolutely. But if it's like a million miles into the floor, there's no chance I'm bringing that back up. So I suppose it'll depend on what we find and where we find it. But yeah, I will go try to do that, and I'll be back. Okay, I finally found an amethyst cluster. Crystal? Geode. A geode, that's what it's called. And it just so happens to be literally walking distance to a second geode, which is millimeters above a spawner, but I don't have any torches, which is a bit of an issue. So I'm trying to find maybe, I think I might have some stuff in my backpack. I do, I have enough for a torch or two. I lit up the geodes because I thought it would be better than lighting up the spawner initially, because I'm going to be working a lot with the geodes, and if a creeper spawns and blows it up, the actual amethyst cluster creators can't be made, I don't think. At least they definitely can't in vanilla. I am not as sure about survival, or about create mod, but I'm pretty sure they can, and I would hate for the amethyst stuff to go away. I was actually thinking that since it's the create mod and we have the cart, we might be able to move the clusters, like the cluster creators, and make a cool farm out of it. So that might be something we do later, but I am right now going to just immediately get this cart in a cart, this spawner in a cart. There we go, that's the words. Can you guys stop? And I'm hoping we are pretty close. Our base is here and we're over here. So I'm hoping we can just go straight to this place on a boat. I'm pretty sure minecarts can go on boats, but I'm not actually too sure. Oh, I also found a bajillion diamonds just because I've been flying through tons of different caves trying to find stuff. I will never remember for some reason to put this bad boy on a thing there. And now this should just work. Love that. Maybe I shouldn't have put all the torches on that because now it's dark. But now we can bring this upstairs. I think it is a zombie spawner. Ooh. Actually, you know, that's a good book to keep. Yeah, so I'm gonna, I guess, make another elevator for this idiot, and I don't think there's a good way to do this. I'll definitely have to go back to my house too to get everything I need. All right, well, I'm gonna just build this and then AFK these geodes until I get enough amethyst, and then we should be good. This is going swimmingly so far. It only took maybe an hour to find this cave, which isn't too bad. I first went just searching for amethyst stuff, and then I was like, well, if I go back to my house area and search for things there, I might actually have better luck finding a spawner, and then I can bring it back easily instead of having to drive boat. minecart, a billion blocks. And I'm just hoping that the minecart can go in the boat. I'm pretty sure it can, but I'm not certain. Okay, so I have the minecart up here. I'm pretty sure it can't go in a boat, but the other way around is possible. But I don't think there's anything I can do about that. So that means I need to make a railroad across the ocean. Is there really nothing I can do? All right, so I have the second spawner in. I had to make so many rails. I barely have any iron left, which is a little bit sad, but I can now disconnect these things. I'm gonna do the torches at the very end. Let's make sure I can actually do this. Awesome. Okay, I'm out. I'm safe. I will have to change up this thing though, yeah, because it's gonna back up. This is so lame. This is so hard to... I don't know how to get rid of this stuff other than probably just having like a lava thing over here or something. So I suppose we'll have to do that at some point. But I have to organize my inventory and stuff because, oh my goodness, it is full of garbage. I am now gonna, well, I guess tear down this rail? Maybe not yet. I'll tear down most of it, but not all of it. And I still have to go AFK the what's it called? The amethyst clusters. There are 2 of them, and I don't need that much glass, so it shouldn't take too long, but I think we'll see. Okay, so after a little bit of AFKing, I definitely have enough for the tinted glass that I have, and for way more than I have, actually. I think I probably need more sand in order to make all the tinted glass. But now I need to find my way out of here. I genuinely don't know where I am. Well, actually, I'll take some glow squid ink. It's useful in something. I forget what. Alright, so I am back. I have glass. I have amethyst. Let us make this. Ah, I pressed the wrong button. How do I do this? I think it's just this, you know? Uh-oh. Am I a loser? Ah, there we go. Oh my gosh, this is actually really expensive. Okay, it's a good thing I got a ton of amethyst, I guess. I actually think a stack should be okay. And I just need to replace the glass out here on these however many windows there are. Oh wow, I actually might need more than 64. That is kind of worrisome, actually. Holy cow. That is a ton darker already. I guess it is going to nighttime as well, but I do think the tinted glass is helping. That is a stack. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, I guess that's a good thing. I have pretty much another stack of it. Literally another stack of it. Love that. And I think this is the last window we need to do. Hopefully this will speed it up. It maybe feels like it's faster? I'm not sure, though. Oh, yeah, it's definitely faster. It's absolutely way faster. Why are they not dying immediately? Oh, I also have to do that. I have to, like, right now set up a way to get rid of the stuff that doesn't go all the way through. I can also remove this, so we don't need that anymore. But yeah, I need to get rid of all of this garbage here. Ooh, I just thought of this. I can actually use the drawers to my advantage here. If I put this here, I would just need a void filter on this, and then that should void everything? No, I think let's see, a void upgrade destroys excess items. I could do a backpack with this kind of void upgrade. That's actually what I should do. And I can just void all items. There we go, there's the backpack, and then if we run over here and remove this bad boy, and put the chest, or backpack down, we can now throw the void upgrade in there, and then right-click that. We can pick up all these garbage items and throw them in here. And this should get voided. No? There we go. Alright, so now anything new thrown in here is going to be destroyed. I assume that's the case even now. I gotta pick up all these things. Yes. Beautiful. So that's just going to get voided. So now this is pretty much fully done, and we can go into the spectator here and see what the look is. Oh, you know what? I think it didn't attack all the time like it is now when it has items in it and it has to drop off those items. All right, so the base is now cleaned up and we can look at how much XP we actually have. Looks like a little bit. Ooh, 2,286 millibuckets, which isn't great, but it's something. I actually wonder if there's some in these pipes. Okay, it doesn't look like it. Oh, maybe. I don't know if that's just visual or these pipes actually do contain some amount of liquid in them. I don't know. I guess that would be good to learn about, but whatever. We can now, actually, I have a Fortune 2 book, and even though it's probably not the most useful thing ever, we do have somewhere 2 Fortune 1 diamond pickaxes. And this is great because now we can actually show off, well, can we? I need an anvil. We kind of can. I need first levels and second something else. I guess iron is a true. There we go. We have an anvil and now we need, oh gosh, I hope like only 7 levels or something. 8. Okay, we can do that if we just grab some pipes from over here, and I also need to power it somehow. Ah, what can we do? I can remove this and reverse it. That is probably the easiest way. There we go. And now if we combine these two, Fortune 2, there we go. So now I can show you how this works. If we put the... That's not how it works. We can do that, which actually would work. Yeah, let's do that. So if we put the Fortune 2 book in here, we can now see the Fortune 2 consumes 112 millibuckets of experience. And if we throw a pickaxe onto it, right click to give it to him, then it enchants it for us. And now we have Fortune 2, and then we have 2 Fortune 2s. So if I guess remove this again, and give myself back a bunch of levels and combine those, I get Fortune 3. So we now have automatic, in pretty big quotes, automatic. Oh, it keeps the book. Oh, okay. We now have pretty much fully automatic mob spawning and attacking, which means automatic XP gathering, kind of semi-automatic enchanting. And if we get enough good books, or we get books in some other fashion, then we'll be able to actually use this like really, really well. And eventually, it's in big quotes, but eventually upgrade this bad boy and upgrade our gear to be a lot better. The one thing I want to do before the end of this episode is, I don't know if we can enchant a book. I don't think we can. I think actually we can check. If we ponder on this thing, and then we just go to the next section. So it will enchant. Blaze Enchanter can enchant your items. However, it cannot work on books, nor can it add incompatible enchantments to your items. Can upgrade an existing enchantment to a higher level. Oh, it's literally an anvil. Okay, sorry, my fault. I could have done that in the Blaze Enchanter. I did not know that. And then hyper enchanting is what we want to do soon-ish, but it'll take a while. It requires a lot of lava and a lot of other things, but it is really good. Enchantment with level cap of 1 level or higher cannot be upgraded to level 2, but all the other ones, so like efficiency 5 can be put up to efficiency 6, and Fortune 3 can be put up to Fortune 4. So stuff like that, which obviously is amazing. So we still have Fortune 2 to this. I can't right click it on there, but I bet if I got another pick, I could right click it on there twice and upgrade it to Fortune 3. Which is good to know. But what we can also do is make a printer, which basically just lets us copy books. So with the Fortune 1, we can print it and copy it to make 2 Fortune 2 books, and then combine those for the 1 Fortune 3 that we need. And it low-key isn't that expensive. So if we throw this bad boy down, I don't know if there's a good spot for it. I suppose that will work. I need a depot here. But then we can get a cogwheel, and I guess actually some more pipes and stuff. And we get a mechanical pump going into this bad boy. We can connect this, and we have 340 millibuckets of XP in there. And I'm just going to block this up and hope that it looks okay. Not really, but actually let's get some casings and just toss it around that. I wonder if this, no, it has to be andesite. That's such a bummer because I do really like the copper casing look. And there, ooh, there we go. That is now set up. I am going to really quick make a depot, unless we have one in here. Perhaps? No, the game hates me. That's fine. So we now have the depot, and then we have this Fortune 2 book. If I right-click it onto the enchantment thingy, you can see that it consumes 112 millibuckets to print, I guess, something, which, again, we know it's kind of cheap. And we just need some books, which are over here. And if we run over here, throw a book on the depot, we should see... Yep, that copied it. And we now have 2 Fortune 2 books, which if we were to put that in an anvil, it would get us where we need to go. But now I need to wait here until I can get 6 levels. Actually, it might be faster and probably better to just go kill mobs myself, because it is nighttime, so it won't even be that difficult. There we go, level 6. That was literally as fast as it could be. So now at level 6, we can combine these books and Fortune 3. And if I now shift click into this, I can switch it out. And now it's Fortune 3, which does consume more experience, but it is definitely cheaper than enchanting 2 things. And it's just easier. You know what I'm saying? So I think for in between videos, I'm going to just AFK here and try my best to get a ton of experience and stuff. And then, yeah, hopefully next episode we can actually finally get to enchanting our items. So hopefully that is the case and it works flawlessly, because that would be fabulous. But until then, I'll see y'all next time. So thank you all so much for watching. We finally got the mob spawner and enchanting and whatever combined setup and working. We found another spawner. We found a bunch of amethyst for tinted glass to make sure that it's dark in there. And we enchanted our first thing with the Blaze Enchanter, which is awesome. Today, we are going to be building the roof and finally going to be upgrading from our stupid windmill back here to at least 1 steam engine. You could probably tell by the thumbnail. I'm going to put them on the roof itself as like the smokestacks of the factory, and I'm really excited about it. So stay tuned for that. But first, last episode we did enchanting, and just in between episodes, I enchanted books and got pretty much everything that we need. I'm obviously doing mending because you can't get that. And then probably some other things, but I don't know. I think we have them breaking. Okay, yeah. That's what we really care about. And I also, if we just fly down here, I moved the mob killing station. So this was working great. I AFK'd for ages overnight, and it was working great. I was standing right here, and the zombie spawner was out of range of spawning guys. So I thought, oh, maybe it's because all the mobs are like sitting right here and they're still too close to the spawner. So I did a whole thing where I moved all the mobs, moved them up, put them here in a little house. And now they're really loud, which is kind of annoying, but whatever. And that wasn't even the case. I was just too far away from the spawner to actually spawn them. So whoops. But I want to get a good sword here. They're so loud. I want to get a good sword in that the attacker thingy so that it doesn't break as often as it is, because right now I'm going through like 2 diamonds every 4 minutes. So yeah, let's get started. I'm going to do my armor first, and then I'm also going to make a sword for down there, and then the tools that are somewhere. Here we go. These are so dead. Okay, I need more of those too. Okay, so now I think let's get started with enchanting. It's been a minute since I've played. It's been like a week and a half. I've got my wisdom teeth out and could not do anything. So there we go. And then let's do this for the shovel and the axe as well. And then we can grab our next book. Unbreaking, absolutely. Okay, so we do not have Silk Touch. which I really actually want. It's such a shame I don't have that. I think maybe I can enchant a couple more books to hopefully get that, but we now have efficiency 5 on everything. And now if we switch you out for unbreaking, now we can unbreakingify you when you can put it on the jetpack. That's so nice. It is kind of surprising that the jetpack breaks. I guess it makes sense, but still, I'm curious if you can put mending on it, because that would be amazing. There we go. So now we have unbreaking on everything. Time to put sweeping edge and sharpness on this sword. I'm also going to put it on the axe, just because that's going to be my weapon. The sword is, again, just for the stabby guy down there. Wonderful. Now we have that on all 3. Now it's just time for armor. There we go. Protection unbreaking on the leggings. Beautiful. And that is a new full set. So many enchantments. So little damage taken. Let's see. I gained health. Oh my goodness. Okay, now let's give this guy the sword, because for the past like half an hour he has been smacking these nerds and not been able to do anything. Oh, and now they're all dead. Okay, well, as that clears up, I think now we need to quite a bit of resource gathering. As you can see, I decided to go with Blackstone because I love going to the Nether apparently, and can't get up on this block. There we go. It's gonna be a pretty simple roof. It's just like a line that way, and then some smokestacks. So that'll be fun. But first we gotta resource gather. Who was that? Why was he glowing? Why was he glowing? Monsieur? Where did you go? Literally, where did you go? What the heck? Is that Herobrine? What was he? Why was he glowing? And where did he go? Okay. Well, I guess a quick status update. I have a lot of copper, and then a little bit more here. This is probably enough, actually. It's like, copper is really easy to get, apparently. Who knew? Oh, deep down, dark deep down. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I can easily outrun the warden. I can't open this chest without alerting them. Do I just send it? Oh, you know what? These are not the shriekers, so I can open this chest. Power. Oh, I was hoping for swift sneak. What about this one? Ooh, echo shards and disc fragments we actually take. And then skulk sensors are really sick. You can use them. All right, Mr. Cave. Oh no. Come on. I don't know if I can break this, and it'd be okay. Okay, that's fine. Man. Oh, diamonds. And I have fortune. I don't have that many diamonds, so I do actually kind of need this. Man, if I had swift sneak, this would be so much faster. 4 diamonds. That's actually pretty good. There is a chest here. Oh, this isn't wool. It's just carpet. If I can break this and there's no other shrieker around. Okay. Riptide. Oh. Ooh, efficiency 5 hoe. That's actually really good. Love that. Oh no, there are too many shriekers over there. Ow. Ooh. Ooh, cool disc. Okay, we take coal. These are the same music disc. I'll take some candles, actually. I don't have any. How many did we get that time? 3! We're killing it with these fortune mine thing. I'm still trying to... I just want Swift Sneak. I'll literally take Swift Sneak 1 because we have the printer back at home, which lets you copy another book. So it's not even the end of the world if I only get Swift Sneak 1. Oh, Unbreaking 3. That's still good. Thorns, Swift Sneak 1. Okay. I can leave whenever, and I don't need to come back now. That is good news. Nice, another Swift Sneak 1. That doesn't really do much for me. It saves me a couple of XP. Just because I don't have to copy another thing, but we take it. Oh. Centennial? What does that mean? I don't know. I got another diamond hoe, though. Love that. What does Centennial mean? I have to put some stuff. Oh. What are you? Open 100 loot chests. I'm a looter. Let's go. And I suppose we leave. Right? Because I'd rather not spawn a warden. You know? I feel like that would be better for everyone if I didn't do that. Or, what would be funny... Okay, run! Run, run, run. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I think I'm okay. Maybe I'm not. Okay, I am okay. Haha, see ya, losers. This is the final bit of copper I'm gonna mine. This is a huge vein. Love this. Oh my goodness. It just keeps going. Oh my goodness. I just got like 18 stacks of copper. And now we're basically back at the entrance here. And it is time to head home. Oh, a little bonus copper. I'll do a haul at the very end to see how much we got. But I was mining copper and iron. Like if I saw... Can you stop? Stop! No. I said... I've been mining like copper and iron at the same amount. Like if I saw iron, I mined it. If I saw copper, I mined it. And I'm pretty sure I have like 40,000 more copper than iron. Like I have so much copper. But let's go home. And we are back home. I guess time to smelt everything. The lava bucket I was just using so I could light up where I was going. Oh my goodness, we have full inventories of raw copper. Oh my gosh. Cook, 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 cook! Oh, it's not all done yet. Is that it? It looks like it. Let's go. Okay, so let's throw all this away, and then we can get started working on... I think it should be a permanent blackstone farm, solely because we're going to use it for the roof on this build, which is going to require just a boatload of blackstone, and probably on quite a few others. Why are there a bunch of mobs? And probably a bunch of others, so I think... I don't know where I want to put it. I feel like down here should be my, they're very far apart, should be my, like, house, quick, manual, do-a-thing things, and then up here can be my more automatic stuff. I want this area for something that we'll get to in a couple of episodes, but I think we can steal, like, maybe right here. This could be a good spot for it. But I do have to get quite a bit of materials for that. I need a mechanical bearing and a couple of other things. So, I suppose let's now gather materials for the material gathering. And cool transition. I'm not going to edit that good. All right, so we're going to start building like ground up, if that's the right word. And I just have to make sure that we're enough blocks away. So let me just get a temporary building block here. I'm going to build, let's see, think. I might build this sideways actually, because then I can't mess it up. Let's throw this here. This is going to be where the blackstone goes into. Eventually I might want to make this a vault, but I am too poor. And then let's throw a brass funnel into that, and we got a specified blackstone eventually, but we'll get there. Then we're going to put an encased fan here. And... oh, that's why I did it. Ah, I'm so smart. I forgot I did that. I'm going to put soul sand there, and I need a flint and steel. We'll get that later. But now this will blow air this way, and the stuff will drop right in front of it. So I guess let's grab some shafts and some belts. We just gotta yeet, and then I'm gonna build this 7 away. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like that. And then belt this bad boy. Beautiful. And then on top of that, in the back, I suppose... yeah, let's do in the back. I am going to throw 7 hoppers down. 6, 7. I actually haven't tested this bit. I'm going to just wing it, but it should work. So a cool thing that I learned, which you probably already know about, but a cool thing that I learned, because I'm all silly and dumb, is that you can, in order to make a cobblestone generator, like lava, water, all that jazz, you can throw the water in here like this, and then it'll just like do its thing. And then I'm going to throw a mechanical bearing there. We got to flip it around. Thank you. Yep, and that's fine. And then we're going to put glass blocks on top of this bad boy. Just so, well, eventually we're going to have lava where this diorite block is. And if there's no blocks here, it'll just pour out. And that will not be good. We don't want that. Now, I think we can get most of the actual circuitry in here. So this thing is going to need to be powered by a sequential gear shift right here. Then everything else is going to need to get powered at kind of a normal, as fast as we can get speed. It doesn't super matter how fast, but, you know, we'll need it a little bit kind of fast. Okay, so we've got it all wired up. I'm going to go turn it on, and I assume it'll get overstressed just immediately. But then after we figure out how to undo that... oh, it didn't. Well, I think that means this will work. So let's go to grab some lava and water, I suppose. Throw this in here. There we go. And so I think I can backpack fill. Ah, haha, cool. Then we just need to do this 7 more times. And there we go. Water is in. Time to now get the lava. I only have 2 lava buckets, but it should be okay for now. I'm going to go quickly to the nether and just grab a couple of more. This should make lava sources or stone. And yep, looking good. Great. Ah! I jumped in the lava. What a good day. Alright, this should be the last lava that we need. Stop being on fire, please. Thank you. This should be the last lava that we need, and then we can test to see if it works. The only thing else that we need to do is get a clock system to power that, and glue together the stone here. So the main mechanism behind this whole thing, if I can find my super glue, is that the mechanical bearing will spin this stone for just long enough for new stone to be created from the lava and the water. And since the create mod's kind of wacky, the stone that's here that's glued together will take priority breaking the stone that was just generated and making a super compact cobblestone generator. and hopefully make the system work. And there we go. That is the first test. Ooh, since it's soul sand, it is technically like a micropixel lower. You can't even tell, but it is a micropixel lower. I wonder, I suppose that will not let it work. Ooh, that's kind of annoying. Oh, I'm silly. If there's going to be a fire here, this won't work anyway. We just got to scooch this back one. Not a problem. Okay, I think this circuitry should all be in. Now all I have to do is this to make it blue. And then I need blackstone in order to set this filter. So I'm going to take this out until we actually do get blackstone. And this is such a cool clock. What it does is whenever this is on, it will power the latch, make it go, wait 36 ticks, which is just enough time for new lava in water to make a new stone. And then it resets itself. So here, if we watch it, it's a super neat idea. So this flips back off for a second and then powers back on. And then we get a boatload of cobblestone. I should probably make sure this doesn't make cobblestone go on the wall like it is right there. And there we go. We have our first pieces of blackstone. We can finally set this filter. And then we'll have a farm, and the roof will be so easy to make. And look, it's so compact. It's so nice. If you want a tutorial on this thing, definitely let me know in the comment section. I have an iron farm that I plan on releasing sometime soon with a very similar design, and it's so much better than any iron farms that I've seen. So I'm excited to show you all that. But if you want this one too, I can make a quick one for you. It didn't take too long. I just kind of free-handed it, based on what I learned from making the iron farm. And I mean, 2 blocks wide is, well, kind of technically 3 because you need this to block it. Let's actually see what this looks like from the outside because it might look stupid. I don't think it looks too bad. I think it looks like what you would see inside a factory. And I am okay with that. So I'm going to turn this on and see how fast this goes. I think it'll be really quite quick. Some things that I did notice with the filter, is that sometimes things don't get converted to blackstone. Oh, and they are fabulous. So sometimes things don't get converted to blackstone if they're in the same hitbox as the funnel for some reason. But it looks like that is not the case here. We already have a stack. This is going to be so fast, and this can act as a cobblestone generator as well because we just delete the soul fire and then it's a normal cobblestone generator. And easy peasy, that is all we needed to do. And now I just get to sit and wait. And this is the new resource gathering time lapse. It's way more boring for you all, but oh, that was strange. Maybe I was just too close and it glitched a little bit. Whatever. Well, so as long as this runs, we'll have blackstone, and I guess we can now start on the build. And the roof is now done, and it looks so good. I want to see what it'll look like when it's like green copper or blue copper, this color, whatever this is. So we'll see. It'll eventually turn to that. I think it'll probably look cooler if it's all weathered and stuff, but that is going to come in another episode. In the last episode, I built this roof that I'm standing on now and that you can see behind me. And today I hope to build a steam engine. Numero uno. And secondly, build some smokestacks. So I was just doing some measuring here. I need it to be 9 blocks long and in like a circle. So let me really quick, here, let me build something. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we can delete these. Oh, actually, I wanted this block first. I think this is 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. And then it's going to be up here. And then like that. There we go. So that's going to be about the size of the base of the smokestack. And that's just because I'm going to put the steam engines inside of these things. And I'm going to be honest, I think height-wise, it'll be good. It needs to be... Let me up. Let me up. Thank you. It needs to be... I'm not entirely sure, but it needs to be pretty tall. I'm thinking like... that tall, maybe? However tall it needs to be at least that tall. And then I'm going to make it like come inward. Like this, and then go up more, and then do a lightest block, and then do that all the way up. I don't know what block palette I'm going to use, but let's get the steam engine in first. I already did quite a bit of resource gathering for it, just so that you don't have to view that, because it is kind of boring. And I think I should have everything. I need some water buckets. I need, some stairs and building blocks, which I guess I don't have. But I have a mechanical arm and everything else, maybe? I did also go to the nether and I got 9 blaze burners. I need to put them in the center here. I think that's centered. And this is where the steam engine is going to be. But now I think we can get started on building the actual steam engine. If you don't know, steam engines are basically the latest game power generation unit. So this windmill... I can't get up to it. This windmill generates, I think, like 8,000 stress units. And it's gigantic. You could definitely make it smaller and less obnoxious looking. But steam engines, for the same amount of stress units generated, it can be like a 2x2 little cube. And all you have to do is power these guys, the blaze burners, with fuel. So that could be coal, wood, lava, a thing called blaze cakes, which like make them super fancy. But I'm going to do lava for this. And I'm also going to make it a level 9 burner. That means there's 9 hot boys. And it's, I think the size has to be like 28 blocks in a 3x3x4, but I'm not actually sure about that. And then they also need water to be powered, and I'll show you that once we get everything in, but it needs water to be powering, like to be going into the steam engine. And I think other than that and fuel, that's pretty much it. So let's, I suppose, get started. I'm kind of gonna freehand this. I think the biggest thing that we need, actually, that I should do first, we need 14 cauldrons for automatic lava generation. Just the number, the odds of getting a lava for free and like it generating, you need 14 to be able to power 9 blaze burners at a time. So we need enough space here to have 14 of these bad boys. Okay, let's get started on placing in these pipes. So I need it like this, and then over to there like that, and then a bunch of pipes here, and I think 2 more right there. That should be 14 if we count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, minus 2 is 13 plus 1 there. So it's not 14, but it is what we need. I can't put cauldrons here, here, and over here, but I am going to put one right here. And I suppose I could put one in the ground there instead if I wanted to, but I'm not going to. And that's so that we can have it go in a block a little bit sooner. And just make it less, like, tall, because it's still going to be really, really tall. So, let's get all of these in. There we go. And then the 2 here like that. And that's all the cauldrons that we need. However, we also need some water. And it's just going to flow everywhere, which is great. I just throw a tough block there. Then we can put a water there. And then I need another water. Another thing of water right there. And then we can put the mechanical pump. I don't think there's a good way to do this, so I'm just going to do... Why in the world did you place it that way? That. There we go. and then delete you, flip you around so that it's going upward, and then put a pipe there. Then we're going to put a cog there, and then eventually we'll have the mechanical arm here, but I'm going to wait on that for a minute, just because I need to place it after we put in everything else, because it needs to like connect to everything. So then we're going to put another one there, and then I think just a pipe on that, and then the spout like that. We can actually confirm that. Nope, okay. So we're going to put a chute here anyway, but I need to raise this up by just a block there, and then I can put the spout here. And then we can put a depot with a hopper and another chute. And I'm going to put an empty bucket in here and a lava bucket in here. There we go. And then if we put a lava bucket on there, it'll go in, and we can put the rest of the buckets in here to fill up. Okay, and that is low-key quite a bit of the stuff that we actually need. I'm going to put another cogwheel here, and then I need some shafts, a vertical gearbox here, and then like 4 or 5 blocks across. I think to right here, we now need a rotation speed controller, which I totally forgot to craft, so I'll go do that. And that is now done. So, once we put this in, I think the last thing we'll need to do is get some dripstone for the like lava farm in the steam engine type of thing. So I guess I'll go get that now, and then we'll see what the dealio is. So I did try to run around to find more dripstone, and it didn't work. So instead, I'm just gonna make a little itty bitty dripstone farm thingy right here. And for now, we're just gonna throw dripstone onto this bad boy, and eventually it'll make some more dripstone for us. I just have to put water on top here, and then we'll be good. And in the meantime, I can, I guess, start building the outside bit of the steam engine thingy. There we go, nice, and this should be doing its thing. I guess to start building the steam engine itself, or the not steam engine, the outer bit, I'm gonna do deep slate on the bottom here. At least I think I will. I haven't actually tested what it'll look like with the blackstone, but I think it'll look pretty good. And then after a couple of floors, like up until I think there, I'm not actually sure, I'm gonna put in a different like lighter block. I actually super wanted to incorporate some deepstone brick in here as well. And I'm not really following a pattern or anything. I know that like gradients and stuff are like the go-to thing to make things look normal. And it's more so gradients, or it's less so gradient and more like veins of block types. At least that's what Green and Scar always say. So I always try to follow that, where like gradients and veins go every which way, instead of like having some blocks in some places and others other places. I'm not making any sense, but I think it's you kind of can see what I'm going with. Like diagonal there, and then we can break these couple of things, and then maybe a block here. And you just want to make it less dense as you go closer to the bottom. And then we can also do, yeah, let's say this. And already that looks pretty decent. The only issue I'm gonna have probably is getting the height good, because this is a big circle. It's 9 blocks in diameter, which is likely means we need a lot of building to do, like height-wise, in order for it to actually like look good and usable and everything. So again, I'm just kind of going around trying to diagonalize. I do have to kind of switch directions sometimes though, because otherwise it'll just look like a spiral, and we don't really want that. Like that does look kind of cool, but it's not the vibe we're going for. There we go. So I have one side in, and I do think this looks pretty good. And I guess kind of thankfully for me, I do think I want it a little bit taller. The reason I'm saying thankfully for me is because the taller this thing is and the more normal it looks, the better it's going to look given the size of the circle. So if I could have this be kind of tall and it still look to scale with the rest of the factory, I think that'll make it look the most normal. And hopefully that'll be the case. I suppose I just keep building here and then we'll see kind of what it looks like and how it goes. Wasn't that just the best time lapse? That's so crazy. Well, while I was building, I actually did get enough dripstone for, I forget what I was building in here, steam engine? For the steam engine, and I already put most of them in. I'm keeping, so there's 2 more cauldrons here that I don't have dripstone for, but I do, if I free cam over here, we do have enough. I just want to hopefully generate 2 more instead of taking these, because I've cut the farm down in half or so, and it takes so long, so I want to get as much as I can there. But we have enough for definitely the start. And if I put a block there, we can do that. So let's start throwing down these lava buckets. All we have to do is fill in this whole thing with lava. And these steam engine blocks will prevent lava from falling, which is really great. And so will the shafts here. So we can put lava here and here. We just have to put a block right where I would be standing if there was a block here. But first we have to put the dripstone under. So I guess I have a couple of trips to Nether, and then this should start working. We can see that it is working kind of successfully, because these are dripping lava. So eventually, lava will be in these, and after we have like 4 or 5 filled up, then we are probably good to start this thing up. To start it, I just need to connect a cog to this thing, and then hit go, basically. So let's do that now, just so I can get this up and running. Here we go, hand crank. So I'm just gonna throw this on that, and then when I want, I'll start this, and it will start going once it has some lava. So we'll do that in a smidgen, but first let me get more lava to put into the engines. Okay, I totally gave up waiting for the dripstone, and I have all the lava that I need. So I'm going to throw the dripstone in here. These are the last 2 that we need. And then we just need a block here. There we go. And then 2 lava sources there. And we are all set up here. And we can confirm by going into free cam and... Oh my gosh, not being able to see a thing. Oh, I almost got it. I think that's as good as we're going to get. Oh, yeah, great. We already have 3 lava sources. 4. That's one too. It's probably best to have like 5 or 6 in here. What I can do to speed up the process, since I have a lava bucket already, I can just throw a lava bucket in there. There we go. And then that will... That's 4. That's probably enough. If I built everything correctly, I should be able to turn this lever enough to get this going, and then it will go on its own. Yep. There we go. So we are max amount of water, and we are getting up there with the heat. We should see that all of these cauldrons are now empty, which is the case. Fabulous. And eventually this will get up to max speed. Right now, hovering over it, you can see that it's boiler status level 6, and it's already producing 98,000 stress units. This stupid thing, 8,000. So 12 times the amount as that, and it's 3 levels below what the max level of this size is going to be. Which means that area can be closed off. I'm going to do hay bales. You'll see why in a second here. And campfires. There we go. And now that looks like a smokestack because it's smoking. You get it? Fabulous. And now we can't... I'm out of fuel. Ruh-roh. I guess I should get some coal. I need to get an infinite lava thing. Maybe next episode we fix up the home base, get us some good drawer storage, get some good like lava refillers for the fuel and stuff. But until then, I'm just doing this. There we go. Now we can fly again. And now I suppose I'm going to fly up here and try my best. I actually don't know exactly where it is. Holy smokes. I guessed it right away. Perfect. Okay, so I'm gonna... I don't think I have any shafts in my inventory, but we can... This is big brain. You ready? I am going to... Well, we gotta put this away. I gotta get a belt. Oh, I thought there was a blaze and I was all worried. That's the whole point of the blaze burners. Okay, I know it's broken right now. Ah, okay. I have to go back in there and fix it now. Where is it? But this is why you keep the hand crank here. There we go. Because now it works. Oh, and great, it's level 9. That means all of the blaze burners are on. If we can see that better, here we go. All of them are burning and being all blazy. And now it'll take a little bit, but once these cauldrons start filling up, it will be completely autonomous. And unless I overstress it, unbreakable. Yeah, now that this is working, we can just extend this one more, get a vertical gearbox, put that bad boy right on top, and then go shafts all along the way here. And then I need to put away all these blocks because my inventory is so full. And then we could throw another vertical gearbox. And then eventually, I guess right now, we can bring this all the way down to the bottom. Beautiful. And now we can hook this up to the actual system. And I just hooked it up. Let me... That works. That works. This works. And this works all at the same time. I'm going to real quick build a stressometer. I don't know how you make this. There we go. We got the speedometer and now we got the stressometer. Let's see how much stress we're using. It is backwards. Right way. We are using 7% of our total capacity. And before anything turned on, in addition to this, broke it immediately. I think it might soon be time to take down that windmill and repurpose it for something else. We have so many things that we can do. I might just quickly... Nah, I was going to say I might double the speed, but I low-key don't think it's worth it. Well, I think that is going to be it for this video. We made so much progress. I don't even know if I can do this much progress next time because it's taken so long. But we've made a steam engine, which is great. We have not doubled, not quadrupled, not 10 times, but 20 times the amount of stress units that we produce with one machine. We built 2 gorgeous steam towers that just look so good. Oh my gosh. When this one has a steam engine in it and it's all blowing up the smoke, it's going to look so good. And then we're also going to have 2 more over there. They're going to look so sick. Oh no, I'm stuck. Hello and welcome back to another episode on the Create mod. Today we are going to be kind of cleaning stuff up. And as you saw in the intro clip, we tore down, behind me, the old stupid looking windmill that was in the way of all the screenshots and things I wanted to take because it was huge and ugly. So now that's gone. Last episode, we built the 2 smokestacks up there, one of them with a steam engine in it, which is why we could get rid of the windmill itself, and we're getting all the power that we need down to all of our systems. But today we have to fix up this general area because number 1, I don't use furnaces at all anymore. There's literally no point to have them. And more importantly, number 2, I have too many things and no drawers. So I'm going to go out, get a boatload of wood. There's wood over here on the hill. And I think there might be some of those barrels from way back in the day when we were still tearing down that mountain. There might still be some in there. But I have to go get some wood to make a bunch of drawers and probably change up the layout of this place. I want it to be a little bit more homely. I'm not sure if there's a way to get as many drawers as I would like with it looking homely, but I think we try. And yeah, so I guess a quick wood gathering session, and then I will be back crafting and moving all these drawers and moving all these items into drawers and praying for my sanity. And we are back. I have a bunch of oak logs. That actually didn't take too long at all. I think it just took one day, but I did tear down, as you can see, all the saplings, that whole bit of the mountain for all its wood. But now we can get started on crafting some drawers. I don't know how many I want, but let's just make a boatload of them, because the odds are is that we're gonna need more than 32, because just because we have so many items. And now I think I just do this, and then after I have all of my items in, then I can move the drawers around and it'll be a lot easier. Because if you don't remember, this drawer has 105 moss in it. You could just break it and carry it with you, and then it just stays with moss in it. So it's really easy to transport, let's say, oh, I don't know, 14,000 netherrack super easily. So I think it'll be best if I just fill in all of these drawers with all the items that I have. Oopsies. And then after that, we can start rearranging and moving everything. But yeah, now comes that super fun process. I need a couple of more compacting drawers, at least for redstone. You know what I can do? I can get rid of the lapis from here and put redstone in there. Who cares about lapis? You're not going to get a lot of lapis. You are going to get a lot of redstone though. So I think that's useful. And then I just have a thing with coal, and maybe that's it? Question mark? All right, well, I'm going to get sorting. Wish me luck. Goodbye. All right, and we are back. Most of the stuff is sorted. I have a bunch of like things that I'm just gonna keep in like a drawer or something. Like there's no point in having drawers for diamond pants or anything like that, or music discs. So I'm just gonna have those in like a barrel. But everything else that is probably gonna be stackable is in drawers. These things are called trim. What they do is they just let you connect drawers. So normally, let's grab some bread. If I put this bread in here, it won't go back in because this set of drawers, the tall one, is not connected to these. But if we put the trim to connect these two, now I can put the bread in. So that was just for testing, but I am going to use this in our final design type of thing. Now what I want to do, so I definitely have too many drawers to just make it like an L shape of this high, 3 high things. I think what I probably want to do is pull all of these like inward drawers out 1 block and put them there, so I can get them 4 high and have the windows going around still, and then have some cool, neat decoration things in the center. I was messing around in creative and found, oh geez, there's no way I'm gonna be able to find it. Is it a gird? Oh my god, I did. It's these things. They're basically like steel beams that you can route every which way, and they look really cool. So I think I'm gonna make a couple of these. I don't think I have enough iron. Oh, I do. Okay, I might have enough iron to make a couple of these, and then just throw some steel beams in here. And there's also some like weird stair things, like these, like bridge stairs. They're kind of neat. So we might have some of those. But first, I think let's get these drawers in place and actually working. I don't really have a styled design for what I'm doing. Oh, actually, what would be smart is to put the drawers where they make sense going. So, like, Scorchia kinda works with soul soil, but I definitely want to put soul sand and soul soil next to each other. Oh, I already have glass in there. I think I have glass. I'm gonna move this. I have glass panes there, so I might as well put those two together. But I just realized that I want to put stuff where they go, because like wood logs should go over here with all the rest of the wood stuff. So I'm gonna just pick these up and move them around, but I am okay with wood being over here. You can see that I organized it so warped on top, then spruce, then oak, then birch. And then I have a little bit extra of the, I don't even know what they're called, cherry tree stuff. I don't have a ton of cherry stuff yet, but I am probably going to, at least relatively soon, if not right now. So I'm preparing to have a drawer of just cherry stuff. But yeah, I don't really have a plan. I just want wood in an area, and then maybe redstone, and then plants, food, mob drops, valuables, so most of the compacting drawers. But yeah, I'm gonna do this pretty quickly, and we'll get back. A cool transition. Whoa. Boom, and it is pretty much done. I guess in hindsight, I should have just scooched this all one over, but I'm pretty confident I'm missing enough redstone components to need another 2x2 drawer there eventually, and I'm probably going to be putting more building blocks there as well. But this is a really good start. I think, I need at least a couple more storage bits for the stuff in this chest in here. And then after that, I think we can get to actually decorating instead of just functionality. I do like the stone cutter, and it is really useful for quite a bit of things. So we're going to keep that. I need this cutting board somewhere. So I think maybe we throw a kitchen in like over here somewhere and have like a little vent hood thing, which could be cool. But I think let's get in the final bits of storage that I might need. I know that there are some cool crates that actually do store stuff. It's the, not oak plank crates, it's these, the reinforced oak crates and the normal oak crates. But these will actually store stuff and they look kind of cool. Or I could just rep some barrels. I don't know where I put those. In here, perfect. And these look really good. Oh, I actually didn't know there was a hole here. And these look really good as flooring if you throw them in sideways. Like this. And it would break up the factory bit from my storage area. So I think maybe that's what we do. Yeah, because I really like that. And I don't know if I want to do a full, like, square of this, because I think that's going to be a lot. But maybe I just try it and see what it'll do. I don't think it'll look too bad. I'm horrible at interiors is the issue. So it's not going to look great anyway. Yeah, that's going to be a lot. What if instead I do like a cool, not checkerboard per se, but like a ruined floor pattern with planks, logs, strip logs, and then throw in some barrels as both storage and also a way to mix up the pattern? I think that could look pretty cool. I saw on Hermitcraft, the thing that Pearl built, the post office, she used planks, stripped logs, and normal logs in the floor, and it looked really cool. She used, let's see if I can recreate it real quick. And then let's grab some planks. So she did something like this, where if I... There we go. So it was something like this, where she had a cool pattern with I think it was spruce, but still, we could do it with oak if we wanted, or spruce, and it made it look really good. And I think if we do it with spruce, these will blend in pretty well. And then we could also use it as a bit of storage. So I think that's the plan. I'm gonna try my best, because again, I'm terrible at interiors. I can build big buildings like this, but as soon as you get me detailing, I am pretty horrible. But I don't have any spruce, so I think I need to go get some spruce. Good thing there's a big old forest right behind my house. Yeah, so I'm going to tear down some of these. I'm going to try the floor design, see if it looks good. And if it does, you'll see me back soon, and I'll be happy instead of devastated. Okay, I'll be back in a minute. Okay, quick progress update. I got some spruce, and this is I suppose I wanted to summon a demon. This is what it's looking like so far, and I think it looks really good, and it gives us some extra floor storage that's out of the way and looks great. I actually think it adds a ton to the build. Like, I think if these weren't there, it would look a little bit annoying and bland, but I think it looks really good like this. So I'm just going to keep doing this at least up until here, probably, and make a square. The issue is there's an exit right here. I could probably move it so that it's in line with this, but I don't think... Yeah, no, it wouldn't be symmetrical with the windows. And that's just because of how I designed it, unfortunately. So I think I somehow need to have this path that's going to start here go like this and then curve a little bit to then end like right here. Because otherwise it's going straight through this archway, and I think that's going to look really stupid. So I don't know how I'm going to do that, but it's only like a 2-block curve. So it shouldn't be too hard if I just go like this, and then a whip, and then a whip, and then we're good. So I think it'll be okay, but that's what I'm struggling on now. Anyway, let's continue building this, and hopefully it'll look good and not too wooden. I didn't even consider that, but it should be fine. I plan on adding a bunch of factory-esque things in here, so I don't think it'll be too big of an issue. But yeah, let's keep going. Oh my goodness. So we are done. I got a little curve going here and it looks so good. I am keeping back here just the lame smooth stone, just because I'm going to put a wall up there anyway. But it looks so much better than I thought. I started putting oak logs in just because the spruce logs not stripped look just a little bit out of place. And the oak ones actually look really good. And I'm a big fan of this. We now have a ton of storage in the floorage, or the floor, I guess. I think floorage is better, but it looks so good. It doesn't look really out of place, which was what I was worried about. And I think now we can get to building our homelier area. I literally have no idea what I'm going to do here. I think actually a couple of things. We should throw in a stone cutter and crafting table here somewhere. I think maybe what we do is in the center of this. I don't know what the center is. Actually, I think maybe like right here we could do it. Because that's at this point and this point. I think we just throw in some useful thingamajigs just on the ground here in like a square. I don't know if we have that many useful things, but I think that's what we do. And then actually I can test putting away stuff. Oh my god, that was so easy. And I do have to set this filter because we didn't have spruce planks before. But it looks really good. I don't like these just being here though. I don't think there's a way to get around this. Unless maybe, what if we built up some like shelving unit things? Let's see. I'm just gonna get a boatload of trapdoors. Something like that, and then I can... Ooh. Okay, that's actually fine. If I just put them over here, it'll fix it. So if we have something like this, and then we can throw the crafting table and this on there, I don't think it looks too out of place. I have to scooch this way a little bit. But I don't think it looks too out of place, and then we can throw some more stuff on top of that. And I don't think it looks too bad, so I'm gonna... That was just a proof of concept to make sure that it looked good. I'm gonna move this over just a smidge here, and then we'll see if it actually fits in the space. So, where would I want this? I think here is a good start. There we go. This might be just a little bit too long, but I think that's fine. And then we can throw in probably another shelf. Just how many blocks is this? 1, 2, 3, 4. So another 4-block gap. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then here as well. And I think this should be good enough. It'll be kind of even. And I think it'll make it look not super out of place if we have 2 of them. And what we could do if we wanted, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, we could put storage on this as well. And then we wouldn't have to do floor storage. I don't even know It's these two ones that have stuff in them. I could put more storage up here, but who knows? Anyway, I think that looks good. I'm gonna get... I don't even know what else we could use. I mean, these things, actually... This takes so long. I don't even know how... So if we yeet you in there... That's not awful. It's not exactly what I would like, but it's not horrible. I think if I can't find a good spot for all of this extra stuff, I think that's not a bad shout. But I think we'll see. I wonder, oh, you can. Where'd my knife go? This knife create mod, where did it go? I'm blind. Okay, and I really like this because now I can... Oh, that breaks it. Okay, I guess be careful. And then once we get more things that we just need around, we can put those in. And I think low-key we might want to move this stuff because I'm definitely gonna forget it exists. But in the meantime, I could probably put some furnaces on here. There we go. I don't think that looks too bad. Yeah, I think that looks fine. Okay. Now all we have to do is get a little bedroom set up in here. I want it to be kind of secluded. I don't know yet what I'm going to do with the walls here to make them not look stupid. But I think I'll think of something. And yeah, I think the first thing to think about is what I want the walls to be. So I could just do this, which might just be the safest bet. But I want to look at, let's try a little bit of blackstone, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and yeah, I think that's probably fine. And let's try all three, see which one we like the most. No. This is high-key just how I build in normal Minecraft. I try it out a little bit in creative, but I mean, comparing this to what I tried to build in creative, this is infinitely better. So I usually just mess around in the real world. I don't think there's anything that looks good here. What if... I think I actually have a plan. So the issue is that it's like just flat. So what if we add some depth? I could just try oak trapdoors. I don't know how to make... So there are like chiseled trapdoors. Airy oak trapdoor. This type of thing. I need a carpenter's workbench, which is just some wood, planks, crafting table, iron. There we go. So we have that now. I'm going to just throw this here. Ew. Okay, I'm going to be honest. It's kind of ugly on this. Whatevs. And now we can throw in wood. No, I need a literal trapdoor, I think. Yeah. Okay, so I need wood trapdoors anyway. The problem is trapdoors are so expensive. It's actually crazy. 2 stacks of oak planks made 42 trapdoors. That's so wild to me. Okay, now I want to find the spruce ones. The spruce flavored ones. Ooh, this looks sick. Oh! Wait, I'm actually a big fan of this. Don't mind me. I'm a huge fan of these. These look way better. Oh my goodness. And I probably want to build drawers out to here eventually. So what if I... like that. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. I think that gives it a good border, and I think this gives it just a little bit of depth that it needs to make it not look super flat. So I'm a fan of that. I think we just throw that in. And then I'm just gonna do this right here. We'll get a couple more drawers in real quick. I think I have them in my inventory. I do. Skadoosh. And then I need to light up the back of this here because it's dark. There we go. Those are all set up now. The back is lit up. Now to move on to the bedroom. I'm not sure how to make this look good. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, it's not great. It's something. It's better than nothing. It might be like 1 block too big on either side, but this is what I came up with. It's kind of just the raised floor with a little bed thing there, and then 2 bedside tables, whatever. I think that we can work on this later at some point, but I'm a big fan of this area. And I think we keep it like that. Okay, so I think the last thing we do is get some lighting in. Here, let me grab these. There's a way to get some cool shroomlight lanterns that I found out, and I think they look really sick. I'm gonna do this on the second floor first, just because we have a little bit more roof texture already in here. But I think if we throw some up here, and then separate it by a couple blocks, I don't know how many, but these are what they look like. They look sick from below. Like, they look like genuinely reasonable factory lights. And I actually didn't count that. What is that? 5 blocks. Maybe we do something like that. And then once we get end rods, we might be able to connect them. Or we could connect them with those like steel beam things, or maybe do something else. But I think this looks good like that. So I'm going to just throw these down here as well. And I'm just going to make sure that they're the same distance, because that would throw the whole thing off if they weren't. I keep forgetting that I can hold shift and not have to bounce. There. But I'm really liking this. The base is slowly coming together. And then I only have 3 more whole buildings to make, and more of the courtyard to detail. But everything will come with time. So I'm not super worried about getting everything done quickly. I mean, I haven't even beaten the Ender Dragon, so it's not like I'm going super hard on trying to finish the game early. Oh my goodness, that looks so good. I might change over there, because I didn't know this was a thing when I was putting in those before. But I mean, just like this looks great. So I'm going to switch out these, and then if I put this in there like that, oh yeah, that looks so good. Oh my goodness. And then maybe I throw one here as well. Like, if we put them in there, it won't look as out of place, perhaps? Yeah, I think that looks way better. And I'm gonna be honest, even the warped and the normal shroomlights look good, but this just looks crazy industrial, which I am a huge fan of. Oh yeah, that looks so sick. I think we do something else on the top of each of the things here, like up here. I think we do something else. I'm not sure what that is yet. And most of them are lit up enough that it's not a big deal. Maybe I just throw more of these in here. Oops. That might actually look fine, now that I think about it. Yeah, so let's see that. Yeah, that looks, oh. That is gonna ruin it. Okay, well, I think we just have to wait until end rods or something to be able to do these, because no matter what we do, it's either gonna be out of sync with the arch, I forgot the word somehow, or it's gonna be out of sync with those. So I think we just wait for end rods and then build a little end rod line across like that. Okay, enough talk about lights. I want to, before the end of the video, do a little bit more detailing here, which includes this thing. We just need some iron sheets and alloys. Now all we have to do is craftabilify them. And boom, now we have way too many, I don't know, what are these called? Griddles? Girder. They're a girder. Ah, I messed up. I want to build them 1 block away from the top, like this. And I think, yeah, you can do it like this, just all the way down here. There we go. And look at that, that looks sick. And then we could do that in a couple of different places. I'm obviously not going to do it here, because this is where I fly up. So if I had some blockers there, that would be annoying. But I'm going to do it here. And then upstairs, we're going to do it in a couple of different places. And oh my god, I've already gone through a stack. Oh my gosh, that just shows you how huge this room is, because, yikes. Yeah, that looks good. I'm a big fan of that. Okay, cool. I didn't know how it would look with the lights. I tested that, like, just for a second in my creative mode world. But I didn't put the lights in. I learned about those while I was messing around, just searching through the list of items, just to see what cool things that we could find. Ah. Oh, I might have just enough. Oh my goodness, this will be great. Please. Nah. I think I have 1 in my backpack. Oh, no. Perfect! Oh my goodness, that's always so great when that happens. And this guy's so loud. Okay, you can stop. Okay, so that's a good starting point here for a little bit of decoration. I'm gonna get just some pipes and start bringing them every which way. I'm also gonna make a couple more fluid tanks because those are like the only things that pipes connect to, really. So what if oh, it can connect to furnaces. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. Okay. So let's just do some pipetry, just of like random things. Cause like already this looks pretty dope and structurally cool. And then what we can do, I actually need more girdles. I need more gritters. Gritty. I need more gritty. And what you can do, you can connect pipes with a metal bracket. Let's actually make a couple. Yes, you can connect pipes with metal brackets here. And let me yeet onto you and then this one here probably. But once you connect a gritter to it, it looks like it's being held up by it and it looks really, really sick. Yeah, so if I connect this, it looks like it's being held up. And the sideways ones look even cooler. Like, look at that, looks so good. And then we could do the same thing here. Boom, now it's being held up by the steel beam. And it looks dope. Okay, I did a little bit more here. I just added some fluid containers and some more pipes and stuff. And I think it looks pretty okay. I am later eventually going to add more of these carpenter botanist table workbenches. There are a couple more. I think there are 5 in total. So I'm just going to leave that blank for now. And then over here, I don't know what I'm going to do. But in the meantime, I think what we can do is move a couple of these over here, pretty much solely because I'm going to be working a lot here. And I think it would be good to have at least the lava cooking everything thing, like right here. Which, as you can see, I already took the lava out. And then maybe an additional mechanical press over here, just because I use it a ton, and I want it to be a little bit faster than the 64 RPMs that we're going at right now. There we go. That has been moved over, and I made it look way more sick. The only way you can die is if you go here for some reason, but otherwise it's completely safe. And then obviously we have the on and off switch, and then this is going at 256 RPMs. Okay, I was about to end the episode, but I had a stroke of brain, and while I was putting these in, and I thought I might want to try it. I'm thinking we have a little loft bedroom here, and then below that we have all of the manual create thingies that I need in this corner, and have it be a little bit chaotic in here, and I think that'll be the best bet. So right now I'm re-putting the floor back to the ground, and then I am going to get a little loft thing with those stairs that I mentioned earlier in the episode, and hopefully it'll look good. Actually, it'll definitely look better than a little raised platform with a bed and 2 blocks and this idiot next to it. But I hope it'll look good. That'll be the concern. I think it should look good. What I have behind me is infinitely better than the stupid raised platform thing that I did before. So I'm going to show you. 3, 2, 1. It's kind of barren still. That's just because we don't have enough material thingies here yet. But we're definitely going to get more eventually. And I love this little loft thing. I think it looks way better. These little stair things are so sick. I think that looks really, really good. And it fits the theme of factory-esque. I think once we get more of these like manual systems in, I might move the crushers over here for like a manual crushing system. Oh, didn't want to do that. If I need to do that, but I don't think I will. I think I'll probably get some deployers, maybe move that lava-esque system over here, because we do have quite a bit of space here, and I would want something in this area here as well. Just because I don't want everything on the walls, and we need something in the center here, and that's why these are so nice, because they're in the center and they can be decoration and a little bit useful, and they're not super in the way. But I really, really like how this turned out compared to what we had before, and I think it'll get better when we have more stuff to fill in here. Today, we are doing, I guess, some administrative tasks. We're doing personal stuff. So I want automatic lava filling and water filling to my jetpack. We're going to go to the end, beat the Ender Dragon, and depending on how much time we have after that, maybe build a couple of fun contraptions. But in between episodes, I just moved over the lava system from way over there to just right here, and I think it looks really sick like this. And then I might add a couple of more things if we get them around here or something. I don't know yet. But the things that we need a fueling tank, which automatically fills the stuff that uses fuel, so lava. And then we could get a large one to have more storage. And then we're also going to do the same thing, but with water. So it'll automatically fill stuff that needs water. So the jetpack. But for the lava one, lava's kind of a pain to get, especially with buckets. So what we're going to do is we're going to get a hose pulley and go to the nether. And here is what we care about. When deploying a hose pulley into a large enough ocean or lava lake, it will be infinite. So we're going to hopefully do that. I think the lava lake near us is going to be enough lava to have an infinite source. But I think we have to check that. So I suppose to start, let's get this set up. This is really actually quite simple to make. I think we just need some copper sheets and then a dried kelp block. I don't even actually know if I have... Oh, we do. Okay, we have a ton of it. Okay, and there is the hose pulley. We have a couple fluid tanks already. I'll need cog and then just this thing. And then I will need an automatic source. I think if I use the windmill bearing and a windmill, that should be enough to pump it into a tank that's big enough. And then I also, I probably also want a spout so I can fill stuff up. Actually, that's why I built this. I also built a backpack that can hold 12,000 millibuckets. So I think I'm just going to fill up this backpack and call it a day, which might actually mean I need another one of these things, but I'm not super worried about it. So yeah, let's head to the nether and set this thing up. It shouldn't take too long. It should be really simple. So if I put the hose pulley there, and then I obviously have to break this block, I should be able to then connect this up with a couple... like that. How do you power it? Oh, on the other side. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so I'm just gonna get to pump, and then I need some shafts and maybe a vertical gearbox just to connect this bad boy. And then if I'm just gonna throw a windmill bearing like that down, and then boom, that bad boy's spinning. Ooh, I probably want a rotation speed controller now that I'm thinking about it. Oh, we have one. Let's go. Oh, it is already going. Come back up. Okay, but that probably means it'll start working. But I have to set up pipes first. So let me definitely do that first. Okay, I think we have this set up now. So if I switch this back to the correct way, this should start going down, and soon... It's still not at the bottom. Oh my goodness, there we go. That is there, and this should be filling up with lava. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, and now, if I connect this backpack to here... Okay, that's going in, and if I turn this on... You can see lava is traveling in up at the top. We have 1 bucket, 2, 3. Nice. Okay, and just to confirm, this lava pool is not shrinking. It shouldn't. I mean, it's... Oh yeah, this is huge. We're good. Okay, perfect. So, the lava bucket's already full. And we can turn that off, pick that up, and now we have a full backpack of lava that we can then put maybe right into the system? The lava system that I have in here? So if a backpack? Yep, it's already going. And it's already making these. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And now I'm just going to do these a bunch of times so I can get a lot of these. I don't need a ton to make these, but I probably want a couple. There we go. That is done, and I'm already out of lava. So I'm just going to pick this up and put the drain back. There we go. And now we should just be able to build this thing and then do the same thing here. Medium, large. There we go. And now if we fill this thing up with lava, it should let us automatically refill our jetpack. The thing that I want to know is, will it automatically refill it when it's inside of a backpack? Because if that's the case, that'll be crazy. It says right-click on lava to fill the tank. Huh? Okay, so it does use a lava source. I'm curious how do I spout it? Oh, maybe I have to. Here, let me go to a spout and see what it does. I want to also build these large filling tanks, which need glass. Ooh, I'm really poor right now, so maybe I cannot do this? Oh, okay, so that already makes a small one. And then this... Why did I think it makes glass? It literally in the recipe was copper. Sorry, I'm just blind and illiterate, I think, is the big issue. Okay, there we go. So if I put you there, how do I fill? So it doesn't work with water in the backpack. It probably will work here. Oh, yikes, it doesn't. How do I fill this all easy like? Okay, so I did a bit of Googling, and basically the answer was get owned, you don't get any fun, and you just have to right-click on a source block, and it will fill it, which is a bit of a shame. But I think actually what we could do, we can test if it will refill it when it's in a backpack. So right now I'm at 1600. I'm just flying around until I use enough jetpack abiliness. No, it doesn't. Okay. So it'll refill it if it's in your inventory, but not if it's in a backpack, which is okay. It is kind of annoying that we can't automate this, I don't think. What if we used a deployer? I don't have a deployer. What if we used a deployer and could have the deployer right-click on the lava source for us? I am going to check this before I actually spend time doing it. But if we put a lava source in here, and then we do this, and then we power it. What? Uh-oh. Did I disconnect it accidentally? Oh, I totally did. This needs a belt. Oopsie daisy. Okay, can I? That does work. Okay, that's good news, because then we can automate this, and it's less annoying than I thought. So that working means that we can automate both lava and water. It'll have to be in obviously different biomes. Yeah, but that means we can automate it. So I'm going to make 2 more deployers and then get to it. Okay, so I did a little bit more work here and I finally got it working. What I had to do for some reason is create a brass funnel with a filter on it, and the filter, here I can look at it. I just have a full large water tank and I clicked allow data. That's what this one is. And then it worked. And I already made 2 more of these to show you that it worked. I can actually make more of these and show you what I mean. So if I let's just do 8 for now. Oh my god, wait. Maybe I don't want to do this many. Whatever. And I make them all large. There we go, they're all large, and then I run over here and put them in this top hopper. I didn't actually consider this. I probably want more space. So let's put, oh, not you. There we go. So we put them all in there. You can see that it stays in its inventory. And eventually, when it's fully filled, it'll go in here. Like these two are the ones that were pretty much already full. So they just went straight in here. And then when this one's done, it'll go straight in here. So I'll just have basically an inventory of pretty much all full water tanks that I can then throw in my backpack to save just for later. And now I guess I have to go copy this over to the nether side of it. But it is really simple. It's just a deployer, brass funnel, filter, in this case 3 hoppers, but that's just because I can't put a block or a chest of some sort right here, and then a barrel. So it's really quite simple, and it's a good way to automate this. Yeah, there you go. We just got another full one, And when this one fills up, it'll go in here too. Let's try and catch it in this, the filter coming out of it. There we go. It just came out and it's full. So love to see that. That is working properly. But let's go transfer that over to the nether, and then we'll have lava going and the water, and this whole ordeal should be finished. Okay, so in the nether side here, I'm just going to put glass around this area. And then we should just be able to, let's see, build up, place a deployer. I think here is correct. Then we just got to rotate this bad boy around to be facing there. There we go. And then, am I just going to carry cogs all the way up? Oh my gosh. I guess I am. Okay, and there we go. That is in line now. And then we could just connect these. I need one more shaft. You're kidding. There we go. That is connected. We could just throw a hopper. We'll do it there. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to put a barrel on top so we can put our empty fluid boys in there. And then we just need a funnel. I could put it on the front. It doesn't really matter where it goes. Make sure it's facing outward. And then another hopper and a barrel next to it. Like this. Beautiful. So now this should just work. What we need to make sure we do, I'm actually going to not use this funnel yet. We need to specify a list filter with a full large fueling tank, and I don't have the funds for that right now. So what I'm going to do is make this a lava source with the pipes, and hopefully... Perfect. So this is a lava source, that's being, and if we put this in here, this should start filling up. Oh, there we go. Love to see that. And this could be faster if I sped up this mechanical pump, but I'm going to be honest, I don't really care that much. I think it'll be plenty fast. This does need to take 32, I think, buckets of lava to fill up the whole fueling tank. But since, actually, let me check. That's the wrong one. Is it F3G? Yeah. Since we are within, oh my God, like perfectly within, and I think it's a 3-chunk radius around our nether portal, this will be loaded quite a bit, even if we're not in the nether. And then obviously when we are in the nether, it's going to be loaded pretty much all the time. So I'm not too worried about it like being really slow and not working. Now we just have to wait for this thing to fill up. Oh, there we go. So it is no longer collecting any more lava. So I'm going to put it in this bad boy. I'm going to take off and put in here my jetpack. So then I don't lose any fuel left in here. Put it in there, set it to respect data. Okay. Put it in the filter. There we go. And then if I put back on my jetpack, this thing will start refilling it, which love to see. And then after that, we can put it back in this thing. And then we just need to check that once it's full, it'll drop into this hopper and into this barrel here. There we go. It's already done. Oh, wow, that was fast. Okay, so now we have this. I am going to need to go back into the overworld and create a couple more sturdy sheets. But in the meantime, we can create a few more of these small ones. And I guess I actually need a ton of these to make some large ones. So let's go back and do that. Okay, we have all the sturdy sheets. Let me... pressing all the wrong buttons. Let me make just as many of these as I... Ooh. No, let me only make... So I think I made 8 plus 2, 10. There we go. That's quick math for you. That's 8, 9, 10. There we go. And then we can make a bunch of large ones. I even might need to make more sturdy sheets. Oh my goodness. I think this is so overkill, but it'll make it so that I don't need to refill these that often. And when I do, it'll be super easy to do. So I'm not devastated about that. Yeah, I will need what, 12 more? Okay, and now we can try to craft the rest of these. Yeah, we easily have enough. Okay, perfect. Oh, and by easily, I mean we have 4 extra. Not super perfect, but it's good enough. Now we can try out actually filling up all of these automatically. I think I might want to speed up the lava pushy. So I'm going to just throw all of these in here. Okay, that is as fast as I can make it without making this windmill bigger. And I'm going to be honest, I don't want to do that. So I think this will do definitely for now. I mean, it's already pretty quick. So, yeah, I think I'm just going to leave it in the nether being all nethery. And we'll come back to it at some point and see how it's coming along. If it's loading here, I think it loads for like a minute after you travel through. So it's at least doing something. Okay, now to get on to the actual fun bit of the episode. I want to go to the end and beat the Ender Dragon. But that means I need to go run and get a bunch of Ender Pearls. Where are my Ender Pearls? They're here. I have 6. I need, I think, 12 or 13. I think it's 12, but likely one's going to break. So I'm going to go try to find myself a bartering area. I think I just go the little pathway that I created. Call it a day. Here we go. Here are some barterers. Okay, now I just have to wait for this guy to give me the things that I need, and for that guy to not kill me because I forgot to bring gold. Hey, come here, get the gold. There we go. Finally, we got 3 Ender Pearls, which is just under what I need. I think he has like half a stack left, but I've gotten so much garbage. We just got 4 more Ender Pearls, which is enough for what I wanted. So I'm going to take the rest of my gold and run away. Ooh, actually, this is a good time to check in on how this is going. Not too shabby. I'm going to take these and then store them in here just for safekeeping. Oh my god, I forgot I had a stack upgrade. Oh, that's actually so good. Oh my gosh, that's perfect. Okay, and now I'm going to convert all of these into normal Eye of Ender. I have enough fuel. I'm going to leave you there. It is time to go. I'm going to just throw this on the first one. Oh no. That is not a good sign. This is an awful day. We're even further. Oh, there we go. Okay, going backwards now. That means we're closing in. Let's try here. Oh, it's back this way. Yeah, it's like right here. I'm going to just go down into maybe this cave and see if I can find it. Maybe I go back up to the surface and just find a place to dig straight down and hope that that leads to better results. Oh, hold on. I might have accidentally found a good cave. Okay. Take that. Yes, please. Thank you. I was trying to get out of here, and then I found a much bigger cave that might lead down to the end area. The problem is I don't know. Oh. Yes. I need to find the portal. Oh my god, it's all dead ends, dude. This is looking promising. Another chest. Ooh, we take that. Some diamonds, okay. I mean, I'm not finding what I'm looking for, but I'm finding diamonds, which, you know, is something. Ooh, this is new. It's a downward area. We'll check it out real quick. Ooh, I'll look around for chests real quick and see if I find anything. Oh. Oh, genuinely completely forgot those were in the game. That means I want to make a cool thing. Oh, this is another but bigger library. Love to see that. Another template. Nice. I know you can duplicate them, but they cost like 7 diamonds each or something. Blow up. You're a loser. Have I not gone this way? Oh, please. That's down. I have been here. Okay, let's go down. Maybe I haven't gone down. Oh my gosh, it's right here. I was here at like the very start. I already grabbed that chest. Oh, okay. Well, at least we found it. Okay, good. We have enough Eyes of Ender. That's really what we care about. I'm just filling in most of this lava so I don't die. But let me... Boom. Beautiful. I am going to set my spawn. Like a smart person. And then I'm just gonna throw the rest of my garbage in here. Maybe I leave my backpack here. Because if that gets yeeted off the edge, I am dead for sure. So I'm gonna put that there. I got gapples. Yeah, we're good. Oh my gosh, the end. And I'm stuck in a thing. Oh my goodness. I'm going the wrong way. Good thing the minimap exists. Hello? I'm the worst shot ever. There we go. I think that's all of them. And now we just have to wait for a homeboy to come down here. Oh my gosh. I'm not gonna get any shots on him. What the heck? Excuse me? Thank you. Oh! It's a good thing I have a jetpack. Oh my gosh. I got flung. That's the first time I've shot a bow. What are we, episode 13 or something? The first time I shot a bow as the Ender Dragon? That's so funny. Where are you? Oh, this might be it. Oh, it was not it. Maybe I just shoot him to death. What? Oh, there we go. W. Homeboy defeated. This is gonna give me so much XP. Give. Nom. The perfect amount of XP. Love it. Oh, I will spawn back in the end. And that is the game completed and the end of the series. I'm just kidding. Awesome. Now we can pick this up. Put you on. Break the bed. I think the now plan is going to be get an elytra. Because once we get an elytra, I think we get a mending book. I think, if I remember correctly. And I definitely want a mending book. Because my stuff is kind of close to dying, actually. So if we teleport here. Oh, no. Oh, are these bad guys? Oh, you're definitely a bad guy. If these guys aren't bad guys, what are you? Oh, maybe you're not a bad guy. Oh, you're a bad guy. Okay. It's like a leech guy. A capsid. Oh, please have an elytra. Oh, I don't think it will. It looks all sad and lame. Yeah, it's just a stupid little tower. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there were only 3 on this whole tower. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's a big one. That's a big one. And it has a boat, which means we're getting an elytra, baby. And I guess a couple of shulker boxes. I'm thinking about it. I don't even know if shulker boxes are worth it. Here we go. What is that? What the heck? There's just a block of goo. There we go. I've literally gotten 0 shulker shells, like, at all. I don't want that sword. I'll take those leggings, though. And I suppose I'll take that. And now, the thing we've all been waiting for. Boom. Sky's the limit. And more importantly, by, like, far, I get a mending book. Beautiful. We're putting that away right away. Okay, we're leaving. I don't think there was anything good. And we are back. I made that Enderman mad, but I am going to jump straight into the portal and not have to worry about it. Boom. We're back at spawn. I can just fly a smidgen this way, and then we will be back home with our fun new stuff and our mending book, which we can put on all of our stuff. I'm so hype. Oh my goodness. It's been so long since mending has been a thing. Oh, and our factory over the horizon looks so sick. Okay, the first ever mending of the season. I need to throw that on there. And I think the pickaxe is worth it. It's the one that is used probably the most, maybe right after the jetpack in terms of how much it's used. But I think it's worth it. There we go. Our first ever mending of the series. And once we get there, once everything has mending on it, I'm going to take a quick XP shower. Mending on the jetpack. Now, that won't ever break, and it is so close to dying, so good thing I actually have that now. And I think that pickaxe is the last one, so I'm actually going to take everything out and turn on the XP fountain. I'm going to jump in here and get rid of all 65 of my levels. Which is actually going to take quite a while. I'm curious how high up this gets, because I'm at 63 right now. So we're at 30,000 millibuckets. Let's see when I run out of XP what we'll be at. There we go. We're at 39,000 millibuckets. And let's now shower. Everything's like dead or really close. And get that mending XP. Oh my goodness. Everything's already full. And I'm at 30 levels. That's so fast. That took what, like 3,000 XP to do all that? Oh my goodness, this is OP. And that is everything. Mending Ender Dragon, refilling our jetpacks automatically now with the new systems that we built in this episode. Today we are being not poor anymore. As you can see, I have 57 iron ingots to my name, and where's my netherite? 7 netherite scrap. This is poor behavior. In create mod, when I can mine forever infinite amount, and I only have 7 of these and 57 of these. No, I am making a farm first for iron, so then we can pretty quickly get a farm for netherite. So what do I need for an iron farm? Oh, what a great question. I have a video on how to make an iron farm, and it's so good, you should watch it. It can make 600 iron an hour, or 300 if you want to make a small one, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what to do, which one to do of the two. I actually suppose I can make the big one and then not finish it if I don't want to. So, I guess let's get the ingredients that I need for that. But you wanna know what's great? I have a schematic in that video, which if you don't know what schematics are, I think let's get into that first, because that will let me build the whole thing for me without me having to do anything. I think it just needs gunpowder to actually start building it, but I'm getting ahead of myself. If we just look up schematic, you can see that there is a schematic cannon, a schematic table, an empty schematic, and a schematic and quill. This we don't need to care about, but we do care about these 3 things. So the schematic cannon, oh, that's 2 of my blocks of iron, and then the schematic table is cheap, and then the schematic is literally free. So let's make these 3 things, and then we can get to what the heck a schematic is. And now we have those 3 things. Let's go up here and kind of show you what the heck is going on here. So we have a cannon, and then we have the table. The table, if you interact with it and put the schematic in here, I just shift clicked it in here, you can then scroll through all of your available schematics. You can open up a folder here in your create folder and drag in the .nbt files. So if per se you looked at my iron farm tutorial and saw the .nbt file in there, you can just drag it in here and then it will work. So back in here, I'm going to just get the 2x iron farm, and then you click the check mark, it will turn it into that schematic for you. And then if we just right click it into a spot, it will show up the size of it. And actually that's huge. And then if you hover over it, you see at the bottom there, it says hold something to focus. I think for you guys, it'll probably be something different than backslash, but for me, that's what it is. And then you can hold that to scroll through what you want to do. If you want to move it X and Y, oh, you have to point at the schematic and control scroll. So I just hit control and scrolled a little bit, and that brought it down to the level that we're looking for. And then I also want to rotate it like this, wowzer. And I'm actually not sure. I think I probably want it like this. And then finally, I'm gonna scroll it this way. Let's see, one more like that, just so that it's up against the wall. And yeah, I think that's all we need. And then after that, we can make sure that that's all good. Yeah, and then we can right click into the schematic cannon, put it in this bad boy. Oh, what is that? It says out of gunpowder. What does that even mean? Add gunpowder to fuel the cannon. That's crazy. So it uses gunpowder as fuel because it's a cannon. It also says up here, checklist printer. If you put a book in here, which we now have, it will create a material checklist for you. So isn't that so convenient? So if you have a schematic, you could just plop it in. But as you can see, it's like really there and not hollow at all. That's kind of annoying. Just build it. I don't know how to get rid of this. But this is what we're going to use to get all the things that we need. And then we also got to throw gunpowder in it, and then we can activate it. So I guess a quick material gathering skip ahead. Where are you coming from? A quick material gather skip ahead, and then we can actually schematic-ize everything. And there is mostly everything. I am curious if it'll actually do it. I'm gonna clear out these torches as well, because again, don't actually know if it'll do what I want it to do. But I don't have everything. I ran out of iron for the hoppers, so we need 30. I have 19. I'm thinking I can put in the last, well, what, 11 at the end once we actually have some iron. And then I also don't have white concrete, just because that's like the facade front bit. It should be as simple as pressing play here. And it's already shooting. It's building. This is wild. Oh my goodness. Is this just gonna work? So this is how schematics work. They just shoot the thing, and I'm curious how much gunpowder it's using. Oh, not a lot at all. Oh. Oh my gosh, wait, I did not need to have that many. Oops. Oh my gosh, it's actually so fast. Okay, yeah, chests are in. It looks like everything's working so far, which is great news. This will be so interesting if it builds it correctly. This is the first time I've ever used schematics, so this is really fascinating to me. Yeah, it just has this little bit left of redstone to do. Should be the last little bits. Yep, it's getting put in right now. I think that means it's done. I did see that not everything worked for some reason, but that's an easy enough fix. I think that's everything we need. This is finished. Oh, and it turns it back into an empty schematic. That's actually really cool. And if I put this back, oh, okay, so the volt is a little bit broken. That's fine. There we go. Now it's fixed. And now all I have to do is put in the water, the lava, super glue, the blocks that are going to go here. But then after that, we should be good. Okay, that is now connected. And then I also just forgot to waterlog this leaf block. But now it should work. Perhaps. Okay. That looks good. That looks like it's pulling. What is the issue? Ah, these are backwards. Flip. There we go. Those are all going the right way. It sounds like it's crushing stuff, but I can't really see. Oh, what if I go into fast mode? Yeah, this is doing stuff. We have 4 iron ingots already. This is so fast. Oh my goodness. This is actually so fast. That's crazy. Oh my goodness. Now both top and bottom should be working and producing stuff. Yep, beautiful. And this one's getting a ton, and now this should be working at full speed. Literally in the time that it took for me to get the iron, or get the hoppers, and fill water and lava up here, we have 26 more ingots. And that's with just the bottom one running. So with both of them running, I would have gotten 60. That is nuts, and this is going to be full, like, immediately. I know in the long run, I'm going to want a backpack here instead of a barrel with a couple of stack upgrades so that we can just go ham on the iron storage. That is the iron that we needed. Now it's time for netherite. Well, my pickaxe was in the way. Netherite time. The reason we needed iron for netherite was because we need a ton of drills. So I think now we can get started on building that. I'm going to be using a design that is kind of similar to others on YouTube, just like way bigger. It's going to be like a minecart that is just running along on a track and it's mining stuff along its way, so we don't need to bring a power source with us while we mine. The only issue is that it's not like permanently forever, if that makes sense. So I'll have to follow it and monitor it and keep like deleting and replacing it. But now that we have a boatload of iron, that's not even going to be a challenge. So I guess let's get started on material gathering for that. Hey guys, Editing Sky here, and I didn't record my microphone, so you're gonna get a super sped up version of our process gathering netherite. So we made this big old contraption with a bunch of drills, stuck them all together, added a bunch of deployers, a few chests, and then tested it. It kind of worked. You can see that it falls, but then we tested it in the nether, and it works great. I got netherite immediately. After filling my backpack with some netherite, I added a few upgrades, got some more netherite, and ended up with 9 netherite ingots total. And that's including upgrading all my gear. All right, back to real life. Whoa, hey, we're back. And I'm sitting on my chair, getting more netherite. I've been doing this. I think that last clip was recorded at 3 p.m. No, earlier than that. 2 p.m. today. Uh-oh. Well, this isn't great. And it is now 6. I have been doing this for literally ever. Actually, that wasn't too bad. I've been doing this for literally ever, and I've gotten a lot of stuff. And I also installed a texture pack. You can see there's a blue block there that makes all of the ancient debris all blue, because I was missing so much of it. Like, actually a surprising amount of it. What is going on here? Oh. And this is literally what I've been dealing with, but I'm gonna pack it up and go back home now, and I can show you kind of the cleanup process of after this thing runs for 100 or so blocks. I just come back with my cool texture pack, picking up all the blue ancient debris. So this is the process, and it's low-key kind of surprising how much ancient debris there is. Okay, this is really lucky, how lucky I'm getting. Normally it's not this many ancient debris. But it's surprising how much the machine glides by and gets, like, it like exposes it to the air but doesn't actually get it. Like, it's surprising how often that happens. You always gotta stay vigilant flying back, and there's a reason I need the blue texture pack, because I tried doing it without it for the first couple rows that I did, and then I turned on the blue texture pack and went back to see if I missed anything. I probably missed 10 to 20 ancient debris per tunnel, which adds up a ton. So we're actually not too far from home right now. We're at I think that's X like 200, and the home base is like at -40 or something. So we're pretty much home, but more ancient debris, love that. All right, there we go. We are back at our main thing. I'll just show you how much I've done. So each tunnel goes about 1,000 blocks that way. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I've mined, I'm starting right here. So Y level 80 all the way to Y level 200. I've mined 120 blocks widthwise by 1,000 blocks, which is absolutely bonkers. And we are back home. I'm gonna just put as much away that I can. There we go. Everything is away, and now the spoils. I might have gotten a little bit carried away. If you remember from the time lapse, we have 9 ingots, plus all of our gear is now pretty much upgraded, but I mean, you'll see in a second. Boom. 3 stacks plus 13 ancient debris. Oh my goodness, this is like 4 netherite ingots. No, it's close to a stack of netherite ingots right here. It only took like 3 hours. That's not even that bad. I have spent so much time doing this. Oh my goodness. There we go. It's done. So much. Oh my goodness. And 52 netherite ingots. We have a stack of netherite ingots. I am so rich. Everyone is jealous of me. Okay. I'm all rich, but I look ugly. I don't have any armor trims or anything. So I guess let's go get some. But first, the eye ender trim, I actually really like. And I definitely need a couple of those because I want to upgrade my helmet first and foremost. And then I think this armor trim looks good on at least one piece. Ooh, it looks pretty good there. And it looks all right there. I'm not sure which one I prefer. I think I like it here. So let's get this. Repping the gold because I'm sick. Oh yeah, that looks dope. Let me take off this so you can see the pantaloons. Oh my goodness, it looks so good. Now we just need a helmet and boot one that I like, because I don't think the eye armor trim is very good on the helmet or boots. So we have to go find one for that. There are some in bastions. Like, I think pig's feet or pig ears or something, but I don't like those. There are some in shipwrecks, which are actually pretty good. There are some in guardian temples, which I think look really good. So I think we head there and try to get some good stuff for the rest of our armor pieces. So I'm just looking around on the map. Oh, there it is. We have 2 actually in a pretty close vicinity. So I'm just going to head this way and see if it works. Do these zombies actually exist? Oh my god, they do. And they are now on fire. Losers. There it is over the horizon. Do guardian temples have chests? Or do you have to kill the big guardian, the elder guardian, to actually get it? Oh, there are squids. I already got mining fatigue. Bro, good thing there are cows nearby. Thank you. Time to get the guardians. Die! Yes, there's one. I still haven't gotten mining fatigue yet, and I don't think I've gotten... Oh, maybe I have. Yeah, I did. I got the tied armor trim. Okay, that's all I care about. Goodbye, losers. Okay, we're back at home with the tied armor. I've already duplicated it and put it in here, so that I don't need to go back out and get it. And let's just test to see... Ooh. Wait, the diamond in the netherite looks sick. Oh no. Do I like diamond more than gold? That looks so dope. Ah, dang it, I did the wrong thing. Okay, well, we can now look at them. Oh, the diamond looks so cool. I think the boots look stupid, though. I like them on the helmet, though. Okay, I'm gonna switch the pants from being gold to diamond, because diamond looks sick. Oh my goodness. And then I want the title on the helmet. Oh, I look so sick. Oh my gosh. I wish I could put trims on the jetpack, but I cannot. Anyway, I want maybe a different one on the boots, but I don't know which one. Problems. They're good problems to have. I mean, I'm not super complaining, but they're still problems. And with that, I am going to end the episode here. We made an iron farm this episode, and it feels like a long time ago, but it was only like 10 minutes. We got literally a stack of netherite ingots, or 4 stacks of ancient debris. We mined, like, what's that math? 100,000 blocks in the nether to get all those netherite ingots, and we got some sick armor that looks sick and is blue and netherite-y. And literally, I think the only thing left to do is get hyper experience, but that's going to be way later. And that is my first 100 days playing the Create mod. If you're already hooked, I have a bunch of other videos public already. And if you liked it, like, comment, subscribe, and I'll see you all next time. Peace. I just hit 200 days in my Create mod world, and in the previous 100 days, I tore down an entire mountain, built a beautiful courtyard, and built my main factory building. I built the interior I'm standing in now, and much, much more. This video is the culmination of the next 100 days on the Create mod, where I build and invent some truly crazy things. That's all the intro you need, so enjoy the movie that is 100 days in the Create mod. In the last episode, we literally got a stack of netherite, which is bonkers to say. But also, we got the iron farm set up above us, right where my head would be. And I think that's it. I don't remember. What the heck? Where did they go? That's weird. I think that's all we did. This episode is going to be very interesting. I want to, first of all, build the all-in-one machine tutorial thing that I made a video on last Friday. And then also connect up everything. All of my machines that are upstairs right now, and connect it to the storage system back there. And then also connect up some smart on and off switches so that if, like, let's say our iron is full, we can turn off the iron farm, and hopefully that'll work. I do have a bit of a secret. This is recorded afterwards, and I did record an intro for this beforehand, but my mic wasn't working, so I wasn't saying anything the whole time. And I already built the things I talked about upstairs, except for the on and off switch. But here's the recording and a little voiceover from editor me. First, I used a schematic cannon to create my all-in-one farm. I turned it on, tested it, and it works. Fabulous. Then I started laying out the paths for all the items. The all-in-one stuff goes down this main stretch here. Then in comes the iron, and then we connect it to this like little road with the blackstone, and then it goes into the storage. And then after that, just belts. So many belts. I keep putting down belts, and there's always more belts. Then I got started on the, I guess, connecting to the storage system part. It's basically put a hopper down, comparator. If the hopper's full, the redstone link turns on, preventing any blackstone from leaving the chute. And we can see testing in here. It works, kinda, but the chute was too small, so I switched it with a barrel, and that pretty much fixed it immediately. So then I connected the iron to it, set it all up, and then tested it. That worked great. And then I set the filters for quartz, gold, and bricks, realized I didn't have enough space, and then made 3 more of these systems. I then put in all the filters, set them to diorite, andesite, and granite. I then had to completely remove the old all-in-one storage system, replace it with the new thing that I was doing, tested it, it worked, and then I moved the entire thing that I just built up by 1 block because I thought it looked better. Wow, wasn't that so interesting? Let's head upstairs and see what I made. This thing is crazy and it looks so cool. I'm so glad at the way it turned out. And when I finished editing and recording that video, I thought of a way better way for all of this stuff, and I'm really annoyed about it. I could rewire all of this again, and I think I do that because we have an extra block under here that we are not using. There is open space right where this target block is. We could just have the hopper going straight down into a drawer controller slave and make this a 1 wide tileable thing and save so much space. Even though this looks sick, I think it'll look way better if we just have rows and rows of the stuff. But I think we do that a little bit later because right now it's working. I want to, if I show you here, we currently don't have like toggleable on-off switches. I know over here, we technically have one where we have the comparator output going into here, which would work, but I also want to turn it off if this is powered, which means our drawers are full with iron and we don't need any more. And then that will power this system instead of this comparator. So I think all we need to do, at least for the iron one, is add another one of these, set it to receive mode, and then I think if I grab iron, put it in the red one, there we go. And then if I just pretend that the iron is full by filling up this hopper, this machine should turn off. Yep. And then if, let's say the hopper is done being full, it should turn back on again. Oh, sweet. Okay, so that's super easy. I just need to do the same thing for the rest of these contraptions. This one should, again, be pretty easy to do. And then the one over here, I'm not sure how to do it. So obviously, we can already see granite is full. Let me turn it on. Granite is full. Andesite is not yet. Gold will pretty much never be full. And then quartz and bricks obviously aren't full. So I'm not sure, like maybe what I do is if like 3 things are full, then it automatically turns off. But then again, this is kind of my main source of quartz and bricks. So maybe if everything but gold isn't full, then we turn it off. Because then it's just wasting resources, right? And we already have 300 something diorite in there. Again, there's really not a good way. Oh, and now everything is full. Well, there's that. Yeah, so I'm not sure how I want to do this. I think, first of all, I need to set up a way to get the bricks to be toggleable, because they're not at all. They just send straight over there. And then I need to configure this thing over here to have a smart on and off switch. And then empty out my inventory, because, oh my god, I have so many drawers. I have too many things. Okay, so the smart on-off switch should be pretty simple. I think if I just connect this thing, set it to receive mode, and then for Blackstone, once that fills up, that should, if we can test it, I don't even know if it'll be... Oh, you know what I was doing? Oh. I was testing to see if the drawer controller slave would work with a... That's not the right one. If this would work with a chute, and... Because the chutes are so much faster than hoppers, it's actually crazy. Like, it goes a stack at a time, and this is so much faster. Oh, Actually, I can't do that because the reason is because the chute doesn't interact with the comparator. And I feel like this is a really weird design. And I think there's a way around it. I just didn't get to it. I think maybe if we grab ourselves a threshold switch, which are low-key expensive, I think. Oh, not super. Okay. If we grab a threshold switch. Wait a minute. What if, instead of doing it from the chute, what if we do a comparator from the barrel? Then we like put a, don't do that. And then we like put a block here. What would this do? It's too fast. Yeah, I think this would work. So if we put a comparator up against the barrel and wait, what, two ticks or two redstone lengths away, that'll work. It'll be tileable vertical. I think it'll still look really cool. I think that's the way we do it. Yeah, so let's see. Okay, so we got to 2 stacks and this thing turned on. So this should turn off now. Why is it only a power of 1? Is that how the redstone links work? Oh. Okay, it actually wasn't a difficult fix at all. All I had to do was move this over here so that it's 1 block away. And then it just does its thing. Oh my god, I broke these blocks where the crushers are and now we have so much gravel. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna have to go pick that up. I was wondering why it was lagging really bad when I looked over here. Okay, I'm just cleaning up this area now. I think we have all the on and off switches for everything. I don't even know if we can turn this bit on and off. So I'm not bothering with that just yet. But we have it for everything else pretty much. And I also put in just a failsafe one. So if something like smooth stone goes on it, it won't be the end of the world. But now I gotta see if all this gravel is gonna fit. Oh, okay. Oh my goodness, that is at least 2 inventories of just straight gravel. Oh my gosh, no wonder I was lagging so bad. I was looking over here and I was like, the iron farm used to not be this laggy. It was because I literally had stacks upon stacks of just gravel. Oh, I forgot to replace the floor. Okay, everything is now fully cleaned up. Still haven't figured out if I want to have a smart on and off switch for this. I probably won't. It'll probably be okay. Yeah, because the worst case scenario is that this whole thing backs up. And I still don't think that's too big of a deal. I think now what I want to do, I am going to reconfigure these so that it works super cool like and works correctly so that we can have 1 full line just work and have it be 1 wide tileable like this little line here. And I suppose, so the reason I thought that I might need repeaters here is so that the lines don't intersect, but I think once it gets to 2 and turns off the system, it shouldn't go more than 2 because the system's turned off. And it's not going to be sending any more items. So I think it's probably fine. But I suppose we'll have to test that when it comes to it. But for now, I think I'm going to turn off everything manually, and then we can get working on doing all this stuff. So I suppose time to tilealize. That wasn't a real word. Time to tileabilize these things. And that is now done, and I've been running this for a little bit, and it seems to be working. All of the items are now set up. I have 1 extra space here that I can fill in, and then obviously this one that is kind of our overflow, if you would call it that. We can also, if we get more farms here, we can break a couple blocks here, add another belt for another set of these things, and it still looks really quite cool. Like it's super cool looking. And next, I think I want to get set up a cobblestone generator for cobblestone, obviously, gravel and sand, and maybe even stone if we can fit that in here. I'm not super sure how we're going to build this. It'll probably be a similar vibe to what we have going on here. I also want to get a wood farm set up. I don't know if we have the space to here, but they are really affordable to make. If we get the, what are they, saws? Yeah, they're called mechanical saws. And these, if you just like spin around, it'll chop the trees for you and it'll like just grow passively. So I think we get first a tree farm setup, and then if we still have time, make the cobblestone, gravel, and sand generator. Because while we do have a lot of cobblestone, we don't have a lot of stone, and we have a bit of gravel, but that's because I put 2 inventories worth in there just now, and then we have 96 sand, which is not enough at all. So yeah, I think let's set up to get a wood farm set up here, and then we can get going on maybe a cobble generator if we get far enough. Actually, while I was doing this, the mechanical saws need some andesite casings to work, and I was like, oh my god, these are used for a bajillion different things, and we now have a fully automated way to get andesite and to get iron, which means an infinite amount of andesite alloy. So why don't I try to make an automatic andesite farm? It is really simple. If we just input andesite alloy and some logs, we can strip those logs automatically. And then if I think it's with a deployer, where is it? If we deploy with an andesite alloy on a belt or something like that, it'll just work. So I think we just throw this like right here up against this thing. It'll be a saw right here, and then a deployer with a thing on it, and then puts it in a chest. And then we have a chest for the deployer and a chest for ourselves, our logs, and then it'll just work, question mark? It's been a while since I've done this on camera, but what I normally do is I like strip it, and then if I grab some andesite alloy, I place it in here, I remove this, place this, and break it. And that is so slow. Oh, where'd it go? That is so slow, especially when we're making a bajillion of them. So I think it's probably good if I make a saw, plop it down just right here. There we go, I connected it already, and it should be working. Yes, it is. Beautiful. We have our first andesite casing. Now comes perhaps the bigger challenge of how are we getting andesite casings in here and something good in here, the logs. What we could do, I was hoping maybe we can use the same chest for both of these, but I don't think that's going to work. But that does mean I can remove the smart chute and replace it with a normal one, because I mean there's no point in using a fancier one. We can throw a barrel on top like this, and if we throw in 20 of these, it'll just go. Now, I do need a brass filter so that I can take these andesite casings and put them in, I guess, another barrel. I wonder if I have any more. I do. Beautiful. And there we go. Okay, that's too many things. I know. Stop. There we go. And now if I just throw all of these on here. Beautiful. And that makes this, and now everything is finished. But I don't really like how this looks, to be honest. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this power, instead of from down here, I am going to bring it from here. The issue that I have with this is that it's so bulky. I want to make it like fit in more with the designs here, because I feel like it doesn't right now. What if I put all of this into the floor by 1 block? There we go. I think this looks a lot better. The way I had it before, where it was sideways, it felt like this like overhang was like blocking a lot of the access points and stuff. But now we can test it, and it works super well, actually. And that's way better than me doing it manually. I had such a scuffed setup way over there. So I'm very glad that this works. And now we can actually get to making the wood farm, which is why I did this in the first place. We just need a couple of saws, which is iron and maybe some other stuff. And then we could get to actually building this. Okay, I'm pretty sure I have everything, but there's no time like the present to just try it. What space-wise, what we need is a 5 by 5 area, like a 5 block radius circle, which is more than the area here. I think this is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's not perfect. What about over here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that would be a majority of the space here. I suppose we can put it on this side. I think that won't be too bad. So now I guess let's measure it out. So 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It should be 10 blocks. It is indeed, and now we need to go 10 blocks this way as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then I'm just going to break out this entire square. And then I'm going to fill this whole thing in with dirt. This is mostly because we're growing trees here, kind of obviously, but also because I don't want it to just be dirt the whole time forever. We also need, here, if I, 1, 2, 3, 4, oops. Ooh, we probably need it to be 11 by 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the 6th block. So right here is going to be our mechanical bearing, where it's going to spin around in a circle. So yeah, we do need this to be 11 blocks wide. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. So we need to, I'm going to just break this here. We can make this smaller if this gives us too much wood, which I think would be hilarious if we got more wood than we needed by like a ton. But this is probably going to be the farm that feeds all of our other contraptions, whether it be the andesite casing one or anything else that requires a bunch of wood. And so far I have been lacking. I've torn down most of the trees in the area, and now it's just nothing. The rest I'm just going to fill in with dirt. We don't have enough even of this, but it'll spread fine enough, so I'm not too worried about it. There we go, and now we can get started on actually building this thing. So we're going to throw down a radial chassis here first, and then we're going to do our linear chassis out 5 blocks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like this. We're going to go up 1, put 1 there, and then 5 more. And then we are going to get our mechanical saws. I think we need to glue this, actually. And then we're going to place them along the way like that. And then I'm also going to place down the portable storage thingy. These things are super cool. I need to reverse this. These things are super cool. What'll happen if connected, let's see. Is it that far away? I don't know. Well, you'll see in a minute, but basically, if this thing's spinning around, if it has items, it will connect to the other half of the storage interface and dump out all the items, and until it's empty, it won't move, which is super, super neat. And then after this, I need to glue these three things together so that this is actually part of the structure. And then on the backside here, I'm just going to glue those together, and then I'm going to place deployers facing downwards here. There we go. I'm also going to rotate these just so that it's easier to access the filters on them. And then I actually have to go get saplings because I don't have any. And then we just have to set the filters here, and I guess I'll put it in his hand. I don't really care about that though. And I guess I'll do 2 oak sapling ones just for funsies, and then also spruce. Okay, I tried it. This was way too fast. So instead, I don't even know how I slow this down. Here, let me show you how fast this was. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, here we go. Now it looks like it's working. Let's see how good it is at cutting down trees. Because, okay, it's breaking this 1 block. Oh. It breaks all the wood connected to it. That's actually sick. Okay, so that means this is going to work. I updated it. The tutorial I'm following is by someone named Rocket14, and it looks to be a way older version of the Create mod. So they had a mechanical bearing here. I just updated it to a windmill bearing and threw in 8 sails, and that seems to be great. It doesn't require any power at all, which does mean that I can't stop it, but also it doesn't require power, so I don't really care if I can stop it or not. At least kinda. Next thing I need to do is set up the storage of it. We're already getting a lot of stuff. That's fun. I'm not sure if cherry saplings are able to grow in these conditions. I'm not sure what their grow conditions are, because they do like sprout diagonally and stuff, and I'm not sure if it's going to work for a couple other reasons because of that. No, I think it should. If cherry blossoms can grow, then I think it will work, but that's kind of a big if. Okay, I have the portable storage interface all set up. You can see here it wants to kiss, and then it goes into this barrel. The barrel for the time being, because I don't have any of the filters here set up, so as you saw, it got a couple oak trees maybe, and this is the stuff that came from it. So I will need a filter for oak logs, sticks, saplings, apples, everything. But I was thinking, I don't need a filter for saplings, because if I have the default one, it will just go into the storage system. But what happens if it fills up? Which is why I'm going to set, like, up here. Oh, I already think I already have it. Yeah, I already have a void upgrade for saplings that deletes all the extra saplings. Which means this won't ever be turned off. I'll only stop or start powering the chute, which means items can no longer be put onto the belt system here. But I don't care if I have too many saplings. I only care if I have too many logs. So I think I'm gonna just have like sticks, apples, and saplings, and maybe leaves. I don't know if it collects leaves, but if it does, also leaves, and have them all voided and be the default throw out, like just the default one here. And then that'll make it so I can actually have filters for important stuff that I want, like cobble or sand or gravel or any of the logs here that I'm making. So far, these cherry saplings have not grown. I think maybe it might be a good idea to try to bone meal them to see if cherry saplings will grow in this condition anyway. The reason I'm saying this condition is because cherry saplings are the only one out of spruce, oak, and birch that can grow like with branches and stuff. I mean, it did cut down one of the Big Bertha oak sapling ones, but none of the cherries have grown, and I'm curious. That means they can. Beautiful. Okay, so there goes my worry. So we are going to get cherry stuff, which is great news. And then I think it's just mining the oak. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay. I was worried that bone mealing was going to break it somehow, but that doesn't seem to be the case, so that's really good news. Okay, so yeah, cherries, saplings work. I've gotten all of the other saplings. I mean, there's a spruce tree right there that's grown. So now we know that everything can grow. I think the cherries just take a while. While that's doing that, I'm going to make the filters, and then we'll set them, I suppose. Okay, this is now set up. It looks beefy. I forgot to put in the redstone links. It doesn't super matter, though, because we don't have any filters set. I was also managed to sneak in this barrel. Oh, let me explain what this does. So I have a list filter here that, if I look at it, is empty right now, but everything that I want to put onto this belt, I'm just going to put it in the list filter as well. It'll throw it into the chute, and then it'll just dump it out. For the saplings and stuff, we need a list filter for every one of these logs, and that looks like it's it. Because if we put sticks in the main one, it will get voided if we have too many. Same with apples, same with saplings. I already checked that down there and made sure that is the case. So I think we just put in birch, spruce, cherry, and then oak as well was the first one. And then we also need to set this list filter. So just put in one of each, hit the OK button, put that there, reverse this. It shouldn't pick up anything. Perfect. And then if we, this is gonna break a lot of stuff. If we, oh, dang it, I just missed it. We need to set up another belt here. And then if we do that, can we, I don't think we can put stuff, if we just throw it on the belt, it will count. So let's follow these saplings. It should go down the main one and into that far thing, and then this chute should be empty. Perfect. So let's do the same thing for the rest of the apples, sticks, and saplings. Let's see, I think that's all of them. So they should all be down here. This is empty. That means it worked. Yep, perfect. And now we can try it with the wood. So let's try a cherry log. That looked like it got picked up. And I assume it went to here. Let's actually, if we go downstairs, we can check how many drawers were cherry logs. I don't have cherry logs set. Where did the cherry logs go? Oh no. Of course, it went into these because these filters are yet to be set. Let's just reverse all of these. And then cherry logs should go into here. So that did go into the barrel, but as I suspected, this is not going to have anything in it. So let me run down here, and I'm going to change up how I store this stuff. So I'm going to put end rods here. I don't have chains, so I am just going to remove this. No, wait, stop. No, I didn't know how to fix it, so I just broke it. Let me get all this yucky stuff out of here. We don't want that. That's gross. Okay, and now we have cherry logs in here. I can put this back right there. There we go. And I'm just going to have most of the cherry stuff in here, like slabs, stairs, whatever. Okay, this issue should now be fixed. I'm hoping that cherry wood, all the other stuff is actually going to come in here now. So I suppose we just wait, confirm that this is unloading stuff still, and that it will work. Yeah, so in here we have 7 spruce logs, sapling and a stick. We don't really care about the sapling and the stick, but we do care about the spruce logs. So we'll see when this connects. We'll see the spruce logs exit. There we go. And we care about these the most. Let's see. We're going to go in, and they went in, and they should now be downstairs. I think we were at like 129 or something, or less than 180 for sure. So that means it is working. Love to see that. That is super awesome. And this low-key wasn't too hard to make. Once I switched it up to use windmill bearings instead of the mechanical bearings, it made it a lot easier. So I'm very glad I did that. And it does look kind of pretty. Like, it's a really satisfying circle. So I'm a big fan of that. I suppose what we can also do, we can just throw the rest of our wood down here and watch it do its thing, and it's already in. Well, we could barely watch it, but we watched it. So I think that is going to be the end of the episode. We made a ton of stuff. This whole construction of this thing was in this episode, which is nuts. We also created the entire pathway with iron, blackstone, the 6 things that we make over there, trees by the end of the episode, linked it all up to this whole system, which smartly checks to make sure that there is actually room, and then if there's no room, turns off the machines and links it up with our main storage system down here. And it's super pretty looking. Like, this is beautiful and super industrial, so I love to see that. I think the next thing we're gonna have to do next episode is create the cobble generator that I was talking about, and maybe some other building stuff, or maybe some more farms to get some more building blocks that I want to use in the future buildings. In the last episode, we made literally so much progress. You can see it under my feet right now. We got these belts going. We got the tree farm behind me that you can see is working pretty well. It just cut down a cherry tree and now it's going to other stuff. We made the all-in-one machine here that is currently not on. We also made this whole storage system thingy that basically connects all of these items down into our drawer system down below. And also, when it's full, like this, it then sends it over to the farm and turns it off or tells it to stop sending stuff, which is so crazy and such a good system to have in place. So now if I ever take out diorite or something, it'll turn that system back on and we will be good. In this episode, I want to set up a cobblestone generator because although I have diorite, andesite, pretty much unlimited iron, a lot of quartz, oh my gosh, and a bunch of other stuff, bricks even, I don't have any stone or sand, which is really surprising. And there's no automated way right now for me to get that. I thought it'd be good to design that, build it. And while I was thinking about how it's going to work, I thought it'd be kind of interesting to hop into a testing world and kind of show you my design process. So here we are in my creative testing world. You can see a couple of the farms that you might recognize, the all-in-one one, another all-in-one one, a third all-in-one one, a fourth all-in-one one, a fifth. I think this is the initial designs for the iron farm, but if you've seen the video, I obviously compacted it quite a bit, kind of into more what this is looking like, actually. But what we care about is way over here. I just kind of yoinked the cobblestone generator bit of the farm, and I've done a bit of work on doing this type of thing. It has the same, cobblestone goes into the funnel that goes into a vault, and then gets split up into 2 different sections. This is just filtering on cobblestone or gravel, because we will need that in a minute. And this one's just cobblestone. And then I have a lot of belts and a crushing wheel back here. I want one cobblestone generator that can output into stone, cobblestone, gravel, and sand. Each of those can be turned off, and it increases the production of the other 3, if that makes sense. So if I fill up on cobblestone, I can produce more sand, gravel, and stone. The way I wanted to do it is with a thing called, what is it? A thing called brass tunnels. These things on paper are really cool. If we turn this on, it will sort the items and spit them out one by one, which is super great. But for some reason in this version that I'm working in, this doesn't go at full belt speed. So as you can see, this is super slow. And if I just remove this one, it zooms. So that's why I can't use these. It is fixed, I think, in later versions. But unfortunately, I'm just not playing in those, so I can't use it. So instead, I'm using a volt and some chutes, which is kind of what I've been using in the other contraptions as well. The basic system that I have here is I split the cobblestone into cobblestone and gravel. Goes down into these crushing wheels. The gravel, I want to then split in half again, put half of it back into this volt to get crushed into sand, and then the other half just to be stored. The storing part's easy. And the same with cobblestone. I want half of it to be stored, which is easy, and the other half to be then smelted into stone. My initial thought process was to do something kind of like this, where I have a little like sideways belt going up here. And then obviously for the gravel, I need a way to split it again. Half of it goes into the item vault and the other half gets stored. So if we turn this on, we can see kind of where I want stuff to go. And if I connect that up, we can see cobblestone is being yeeted. A little bit too far away for what we need, but I'm not really sure if there's a better way to do this. All right, so the next update I have is I'm just throwing the cobblestone into this item vault up here. The biggest challenge now is splitting this again and having half of it be smelted into stone. Okay, this is the first test that I did, and the interesting thing that I guess it's good for you all to know, when stuff goes into this andesite funnel, it prioritizes this smart chute, which probably means that it just prioritizes the closer one. This is also, I bet, happening here, but the crushing wheels are either like full or they don't have enough. No, they can't be full. I don't know what's happening here. I think it's just like reading that the crushing wheels have stuff, so it is putting stuff on the belt. But since it's just an air gap here, it doesn't know that it's already full, so it just keeps going. So instead of doing a depot or something like that, I think it might be good to just have it drop onto an open airspace, get blown by a fan, and then afterwards get picked up by either a funnel or another chute or something like that. My plan, I don't know if this works, is to hopefully shoot stuff into this. If I connect this, it goes into the item vault. Oh my god. This is the stupidest thing I've ever made. Okay, so this does go in here. That means that I can split this up. I can split this up into a chute that just drops normal gravel and another chute that drops gravel back in here and redoes it so then it gets sand as well. Now we have sand in here. Okay, I've done a little bit more work here and it's working kind of well. As you can see, we're getting sand in here. I switched it up so that the gravel and sand and all the other stuff, I think it's also flint and clay that goes in here, gets thrown up in the chute, and then it gets separated here. Because I was thinking, why not, like I don't need sand way up here if I'm gonna bring it back down here anyway. So this one is getting sand, clay, and flint, and then the gravel by itself is going back up here and going in here. And then I was hoping that it would get split into 2 here, and then it could just go down into the chute and then we'd be good. But that doesn't seem to be the case. If I just place a block here, we can see, I think all of the gravel that is being made is going straight back into this chest, as you can see. Let me actually jump over here because this has actually been successful. These are actually splitting the cobble evenly, which is awesome to see. So we are getting a pretty even amount of cobblestone and stone into this hopper. Okay, what if I, instead of doing a chute, do 2 funnels here, and then if I pop both of those out, can I? No way. If I just replace that, I can delete all this stuff up here. This actually looks like it's working. If we remove, oh my gosh, we have so much sand. No, we're getting way more sand than gravel still. I think it is a little bit more even. And I mean, all we care about is like kinda even. Okay, it's not super even. But I think we're getting a pretty even amount of cobblestone and stone, which is great news. It doesn't look like we're keeping up with stuff, which was what I was going to test next here, because obviously if all 4 of them split, that's great, but we also need to make sure that all 4 of them can run on their own and produce still a ton of each of the 4 things. And it already looks like we're not going to be able to keep up with cobblestone and these andesite funnels, which is worrying. I'm curious if I can switch this to brass funnels. So that'll drop whole stacks, which for now isn't a big deal. I think it will be kind of soon. So once this is empty, oh, you know what? It's pretty even. Okay, yeah, I think that's good enough. And then let's say we want just sand. So everything but the sand is powered, which means this should start filling up. This item vault is, that's good. The gravel is no longer being connected, which is good, and all of the sand and stuff is going into here. Now, I'm curious, because we're only using 1 crushing wheel. Are we able to keep up? Okay, yeah. We are nowhere near going fast enough to be able to keep up with all the cobblestone. It is filling up fast. So that means it's just that we can't double crush gravel and sand. Okay, so I've been doing a little bit more work here. I threw in a second set of crushing wheels, and it is able to go full speed with just sand, which is really good. However, as you can see here, gravel is not being split. Neither is cobblestone, which is weird. So I think the reason is that we are feeding both the gravel in with 1 funnel and the cobblestone in from 1 funnel to 1 funnel, meaning 1 funnel can keep up with the output. So it's not really bothering using the second funnel. So I think I have a little bit of space here. If I can scooch these crushing wheels back a block, I think I'll have more space in front to be able to add in a belt or 2 to be able to maybe make this a little bit faster. And at a minimum, make it 1 block shorter, which would be great. All right, so the final, hopefully, progress update is this thing. I shrunk it down. It's 5 blocks wide, which is pretty sweet. And then I scooted these crushing wheels back as far as I could, and it is pretty even. You can see here I've done some testing with all 4 of them up at once. We're getting pretty much the same amount of cobblestone and stone, a little bit more cobblestone, but that's okay. And then almost the same amount of sand and gravel, but much less sand and gravel than cobblestone and stone. And that's just because the speed of the crushing wheels is going to be slower than not crushing stuff. And I don't think there's any way around this other than having like a bajillion crushing wheels and doing a lot of math and making this thing a lot bigger. And I'm going to be honest, if we can disable stuff specifically and we can produce just sand or just gravel whenever we want, then I don't think it's too big of a deal. So I think now we can actually finally build this in our survivor world. But let's go over some of the rates. So I already talked about the 4 at a time thing. But then also I tested it with just sand, which should be kind of the slowest one. And we got pretty much 20,000, which is, if you add up all these numbers I think get up to 21,000. So it is pretty much at the cusp, which means the gravel, cobblestone, and stone output, if you run just one of those, is going to be very similar, if not better, which is great to see. So yeah, let's grab a schematic of this and bring it into the survival world. All right, we are back in the survival world. And while I was prepping on doing the material gathering that I need for this, I have 0 redstone. Now, I think for just this session, I'm going to just gather it. Oh, I guess. Yoink. I'm going to just gather it by going mining for a little bit. But I think soon we are using a ton of redstone. I think I had 300 or 400 redstone dust that we've used in the past, I guess, last video. So I think we kind of need to get a redstone automated thing going on. But from what I've looked into it, those are complicated and kind of difficult. So I think maybe next episode we jump into that and get that set up. We might need to build a whole building for it, depending on how big it is. I know we need like potions and automatic lava. So it might require more space than what we have up here, which would be a shame, but it would mean that we get to focus a little bit on building, which we haven't done in a while. So yeah, I think that'll be the plan for next time, but I have to go mining. And we're back with all of our stuff that we need. This is done except for a creative motor, which we don't need, display link, and stressometer, which we don't need as well. So I suppose we can just hit play. I already laid it out, and it's already doing its thing. This is going fast, and is looking pretty spiffy here. We're obviously not going to keep the drawers, or really any of the front storage system, because we're going to link it up to our thing here. But that shouldn't be too big of an issue. And this looks like it's working so far. Yeah, and it wanted the cobblestone and stone in there already. I'm curious if it'll super glue it for me. Because it did require super glue this time, which is really strange, because normally it doesn't do that. I don't think it'll give us like an indication that it needs super glue, but I think it'd be hilarious if it actually does. Placing in the redstone now. It glued everything together, and it dinged, saying it's finished. I'm curious. The glue actually worked this time. Oh, interesting. I wonder why that is. I have no idea. Anyway, we can now, I actually have to break this side, get and put the water in all of these stairs, and then we can start with the lava. Water is now in, putting in the lava now. That's not lava. There we go. All right, the last lava source we need. Where is it? It's right here. There we go. And now this should just work. I'm gonna... Oh, it's not gonna work because volts are all weird. For some reason in schematics, you have to replace the volt blocks because they just never, ever, ever work. I'm gonna set those in a minute, but we can check to see that it's all working. Ah, of course. We haven't hooked it up to anything. It is now connected. We can turn it on and hopefully it'll work this time. These guys should rotate. Yep. It's making cobblestone. Are we getting cobblestone in here? It looks like it. We are. This fan is backwards. You know what? It's probably because I mirrored it. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so... Ooh. Okay, I need a vertical one. There we go, now it's working. So I mirrored the schematic just so that this wall, this is like a really flat wall here, just so that it could be up against the wall, funnily enough. And apparently that switches the rotation of some stuff, which is so interesting. I don't really know how the gearboxes work, to be honest. So I think that's just how it's gonna be. Why is the gravel part of this not working? My guess... Oh, you know what? I bet the fan under there is not working as intended. Okay, so I'm in the chute and the fan right now is pulling downwards. This is a tight squeeze. I don't know where the fan is. This is the fan. Okay. So if I... Where does this go? Oh, no. Okay, come back down. Maybe this is why you don't mirror contraptions, folks. If I rotate this like that... Okay, so that's still gonna work. And now if we connect this... What's happening? Move upward. Perfect. Okay. And then we just need this one to be going the right way. Which it should be. When I also apparently need to set these things. Okay, this is looking kind of good, but we are not getting enough items that I would like here. So we're getting 4 things of cobblestone, but we're not getting the gravel that I want. Oh, okay, so this isn't able to do anything. It's these that need to fix themselves. Which is so weird that this didn't happen last time. Alright, so we're setting that to exactly 2 now. Which I think means it's probably going to work. It's going to work alright for what we need. But now I have to replace all of my wall. Because I deleted most of it. There we go, and now all we need to do is hook this bad boy up to the main circuit here. All right, I think we are set up, but I need to set these filters. So if we head over here, we need sand, cobblestone, gravel, and stone. So let's set all of these like this. We also have to invert them. And then we also have to quickly set this filter. And then I also need to set these back here, which is now done. And I think we are good to go. Let's move these so we get a good view. There we go. And final test, gravel, sand, flint. Where's cobblestone? Cobblestone's going in. I think we're good. I think that's everything. Okay, so let's make sure. It looks like everything's working. This is looking good. I also want to make sure that clay balls are going in, and then down here, the only thing I need to do is find clay balls. Do I have clay balls? Oh my gosh, maybe I don't. That would be funny. I totally don't. Oh, okay, well I don't have clay balls in here. So let me, I suppose, set clay balls to the same place Flint is, put a void upgrade in there, and we're golden. Okay, now that this is all up and running, it's been running for quite a while, and I've just been like staring at this occasionally, and it looks actually pretty even. Like usually we get one of each thing in here. So I think the modifications that I made are working a little bit. I know obviously if we make, like, if we turn off stone, cobblestone, and gravel production, the sand just won't be able to keep up because it's only dropping 2 gravel at a time. But if it ever gets to that, I can just remove those filters and then it won't be that big of a deal. So I think for the rest of the episode, we're going to make one more farm here. I already have the items prepped in this chest. You can see up at the top there that there's a bunch of stuff. And there's a bunch of stuff in here. And it's going to go right about here-ish. It is a farm that I don't really need right now. It's a dirt farm. I have 36,000. But it's going to help feed into another farm that I'm going to make maybe next episode, maybe over here. I don't know if we have enough space. I want this area to be for enchanting. And I've kind of left it be sad. But I think over in this section, I'm going to have the farm that I plan to make next episode here, but it needs a dirt farm. And I'm not going to tell you what it is, because then that might spoil the next building that I plan on making. So yeah, let's get this dirt farm up and running. It should be as simple as hitting play. Sure, let's go for it. So this is going in here. It's actually really, really compact and small. The original dirt design was from a YouTuber called Uncle Ranger, who kind of made this thing. It basically, when you craft coarse dirt, it gives you 4 dirt and only uses 2 dirt. So you make 2 dirt profit every time, and you just spend gravel, which, as we've already seen, is infinitely farmable. Is it already done? I mean, it is a really small farm, so it actually could be already done. I think it is. So it's a design from Uncle Ranger that I just compacted by 1 block on either side and then a block shorter. And all I need to do is fill in this with water, and then I need a lava thing here. I'm gonna actually get some more framed trapdoors. And now if we just throw this in there, that shouldn't flow anywhere, and I think we should be ready to turn it on. So once I connect this, it should start going. Yes, it does. Beautiful. And now the only thing we need to do is feed in some starter dirt just to get this thing started. All right, so if we come over here, drop this, and then this one, this should start, yep, making dirt and placing it. So the thing that this uses is coarse dirt when right-clicked with a hoe. Uh-oh. It's always a vault issue. Of course. Okay, now this thing should work. So the vault, and also I forgot to place it in this minecart here. But if we, let's say, place a coarse dirt here, you should see it gets converted into dirt, as we saw. And then it gets spit out here. Beautiful. And now we should just have dirt coming out here. Lovely. And now this should start working. Nice. Okay. This is using the trick where in vanilla, just normal vanilla Minecraft, if you right-click coarse dirt with a hoe, it will turn back into normal dirt. In the create mod, the mechanical plow does the same thing as a hoe. So it basically turns the minecart into a movable object, moves the plow, makes it right-click on the coarse dirt, turning it into dirt, and then pretty much right after that happens, the drill here breaks it, it gets put back into this vault, and put back onto the depot there. Now, how do we get this into our system without just running out of dirt immediately? Down here, I have a threshold switch, which is set to 5% down to 2%. So basically it waits until it's 5% full. So I think that's like 150 dirt blocks. And then it lets this funnel open until it's 2% full. So it drops 110 out. So we still have 40 in the vault. And then we make a profit of 110 dirt. Every once in a while, it's not super fast, but it's also super reasonable, in my opinion. All right, so now all I'm doing is connecting this funnel to the main system just by putting a belt here, connecting it like that. And now if we place these blocks back, all we need to do now is wait for this item vault to fill up to, I think it's 150, it could be more, it could be less, and then we will see it actually work and put stuff in. But I haven't set any of the filters over here. So let me definitely do that. I think I'm just going to set it to this one. There we go. Those filters are set. Everything is going in properly. So we should now be filling up and this thing working. Oh, nice. As you can see here, the sand is full and so is the stone. But gravel and cobblestone are both keeping up. So that means 2 here is still a fine amount. What this probably means? I think sand, yeah, doesn't have too much space. And then stone, I just put in a storage upgrade ×2 because I don't really know if I'm going to use a ton of stone, but it's good to have like 8,000 is plenty. And then for gravel, I have a diamond one, so that's going to be going for a while. And then cobblestone, I have 2 storage upgrade 2.5, so that's going to take a while. Sand is already full. I'm not too worried about that. I just didn't want to have to go mining sand myself. So I love to see that. And then dirt is going on its own as well. We have 16,000 dirt, which is quite a bit. We don't have a lot of grass. What I could do is create a little addition to this where I just pour water onto dirt blocks. Because as you can see here, you just need a spout and dirt to make grass. So if I want to do that, I can. But I don't think I have too much of a purpose for grass blocks specifically. But if I ever need like more than 8, I'll set that up like right next to this or something. But that is going to do it for me today. We made a boatload of progress. I kind of showed you my design process and how compacting stuff works and how many iterations each machine takes. We then built the machine in the survival world, kind of cheating with the schematic cannon. We then connected it to our main system. We're already full on stone and sand, which is great. And then we finished off the episode by making the dirt farm way back there, which is compact and kind of fast. And I think it's already unloaded some of the dirt here, which is great to see. And it looks like it's working properly. So that'll help with our farms and stuff next episode. Today, I know I said maybe we were going to build another building or a redstone farm or something else, but I'll let you in on a little secret here. I want the building to be made out of mud. And spoilers, that's why I made the dirt farm. But what I didn't realize is that packed mud requires a wheat or straw, both of which I do not have, which means I need a farm setup of some sort, and I don't think my 9x9 with most of it being not wheat is going to do it. So I think today we terraform and completely fix up this, like, part of the mountain here into a super cool looking, like maybe rolling hills type of farming area, something cool. I want to get a train in so that we can transport all the items back to the main base. I want to build a barn up on the top of this hill. and move all of our sheep over to there. And then we can automate sheep farming and all that stuff, and maybe also cows and some other things. But this is going to be a big project. I don't know if it's going to be in one episode. We'll see how long the farming bit takes, but that's what I want to do. So I think the first thing I need to do is lay out some plans of where the train's going to go and how kind of I want this to look. Because right now it looks a little bit uggo. So I think first things first, I'm going to clear out most of these trees. I think we're just going to go like from here on like this top of the mountain area like this. I mean, obviously we can expand it forever, but I don't think we need that much stuff. I think we mostly focus on this main hill area here, but I need to take out all these trees because they'll be ruining the vibe, low-key. With a full inventory and probably much more of logs and stuff later, we now have a pretty clear area here. Now I think comes the time of setting up the railroad and how I want that to be. I'm not sure if I want it at all on this side. I think it's probably best if I have it go across this way, have it loop kind of around and up here into the where we're going to build the big barn area at the very end, and then head back down and meet up here. Uh-oh. There we go. So I think we can have the train going around this way. But on this close cliffside, I want to do kind of a Machu Picchu vibe where they have like steps of farms going up. And I think this cliff is cliffy enough for it to actually work. But I need to get a lot of building blocks, including some mossy cobblestone. We don't really have a moss farm, but I think we have a bit of moss and probably enough to get started at least. So I think we just cut into the mountain, start from the bottom, work our way up, and see where it gets us. I don't really have a plan other than just some flooring going upward. So I think we'll see how it turns out. So I'm thinking we start about halfway up here. So I think this is probably a good height. If we dig along here, break out a couple of these blocks. Yeah, I think that'll be good. I don't know how in I want this to go. I think 4 blocks is pretty reasonable. And then if we terraform this just a little bit, like this, we can have some walls coming down here, maybe jut out the base of this thing a little bit, and then I think that'll be cool. And then we can put our next one at the same level, like here, and have this one be curved, which I think would look pretty sweet. And then maybe like another semi-curved one here. I think this could look pretty good. I'm gonna tear down some of this mountain and do a little bit of wall building, terraforming type of stuff, and we'll see if it looks good. But I am using like Machu Picchu photos as a reference. This could be our kind of viewing platform. But I think this can look cool. While I was actually looking at this, I realized that I can upgrade my backpack to get another slot here, another upgrade slot, and then get a stone cutter upgrade, which would let me stone cut just whenever. I don't even know where it went, but it's a thing, trust me. And I think that could be a play, because it's super not as expensive as I thought. You just need a smithing template and a netherite upgrade, which we have one of. So now we should just be able to throw in these 3. It still has all our stuff. So we're good there. And oh, it gives us 2 extra slots. Oh, that's sick. And some extra storage space. Love to see that. So now we can make the stone cutter upgrade, throw it in there, and now we can just stone cut on the fly, which actually does save us like a lot of money when it comes to stairs and walls and stuff like that, because crafting them is more expensive for some reason. Okay, sleep. Okay, and this is going to be the roughest of first drafts here. So just to like give you an idea of what I was hoping for, and obviously it looks pretty horrible right now, but I think with a little bit more work, and I wanted to use a bunch of these different moss blocks here, but they're kind of too uniform for what I wanted to go with the mossy cobble and the cobble. So I might not be able to use them, which is such a bummer because they add a bunch of green. But I think as you can kind of see, it looks too structured, which I want it to be like a little bit ruinsy, at least on the edges, so that it feels like I've been, so it feels like the factory, I guess, has been kind of rekindling this to its former farming glory. But we can also see, let me place some of these back with some nicer looking blocks here. There we go. You can kind of see where I'm going too. So we have tough cobblestone and mossy cobble in there, and then this whole bottom area is just deep slate terraforming for right now. I do obviously want to change this. It's probably mostly going to be moss and mossy cobblestone with just some juts of deep slate, but I wanted to get the shape in and see if the colors worked, and I think they kind of do, which is great news. I want to get some moss in here as well. I'm not sure where, though, because obviously we could just throw some in like this, and if we, I bet, bring this down, like throw some moss down there, and then keep adding stuff in, I think that'll make it look quite a bit better. So I think that'll be step 2 of this little thing, and then we can go about actually figuring out what I want to do with specific details. My plan for this build, unlike the factory, the factory I just built up in one episode and it was really quick. I want to heavily detail, like, just this section today and have this little bit be done of the whole thing, because I'm going to be honest, the way I play Minecraft, if I'm finished building something and it looks kind of good, like I would say the factory looks kind of good, I'm literally never in my life going to go back and detail it. So if I just force myself to detail this heavily the first time, I think it will turn out a lot better and still fit with kind of the theme. So yeah, I want to terraform and get this little detail. I might not even get to this episode, but I want to get just a little bit in here, and we can chip away at this as we go further into the series. So I'm not too worried about finishing this whole mountain today. I know maybe 4 minutes ago I was saying I want to do the whole mountain. This has taken so long. Even though it doesn't look like it, it's taken so long. So we got to find at least a little bit of common ground. Yeah, I think a little bit of moss, a little bit of grass, a lot of bit of bone meal and other stuff will turn this into something that looks super cool. So yeah, I will see you all in a minute. Okay, another little progress update, and I think this looks infinitely better. I kept the same shape, but I changed out most of the coloring here. You can see very little deep slate remaining, and I wanted it to be mostly in like the shadowy bits, so that you could get the kind of the fake shadows of deep slate like in the depths here. And I think that adds a lot, and I really like the way it looks with the normal rocks here. And I think if we get this going along the entirety of the mountain, it's going to look so nice. I also tried it out with some shaders, and oh my goodness, this looks beautiful. Obviously, when we have crops and stuff here, it's going to look really great, but already this is looking super cool. But it has taken me like 4 hours to build this little bit. I hope each next one is going to take less and less time. You can see here that I already mapped out my second platform. It's going to be on the same level as this one, and I already mapped it out with a windmill bearing just to make sure that this is the right radius that we can harvest at, and it is. I'm not sure if it's too far of a radius. I think we'll see once we get to placing the blocks underneath it. But I think I want to have this connect up with the ground here and then do a similar kind of outcropping to inlet type of thing. So I guess let's get started on that, and yeah, then we'll see how it looks. This second one is done, and it took way less time. Let's see it. There we go. I think it looks really nice, and I really like the connection down here with this other mound-ish thing. I still haven't done anything under the water yet, but I think I do that as like the very last step. And then also I plan on, I'm not sure yet what I want to do, but I plan on having a second and third level here. I don't know if we want it to be like exactly above it, or if we want them kind of separate so we have a flat platform in this area. I probably want it uniformly, but I think we can try uniform, and if that doesn't look great, we can switch it up. But I think it's looking really good, but this is taking so long. So I think I'm definitely going to get just this part done this episode, but I think it looks so good. I think the detailing is great, and I want to be honest, I'm not great at terraforming, but I think this is turning out really, really good. So I'm very, very happy about it. I think now it's time-lapse time. And hey, how about we do a talking over time-lapse instead of just some music with stuff going on. So hi, I'm me. I don't have a bunch to talk about, but I'd like to thank you all for watching the videos, liking them so much. Channel has grown, I think, double in size in a month, which is crazy. So thank you very much for that. And then some other stuff. I'm still in school, and like the end of classes are coming up, same with finals. So maybe the next 2 weeks, the video schedule isn't going to be as perfect as I'd like it to be. And then pretty much right after finals, I'm going to Germany for 2 weeks. So it'll be even more crazy. But then I'm starting work, and then after that, it should be pretty okay. So semi-soon, it should be back to a normal schedule. But the time lapse is already over. So back to me. And there we go. Oh my goodness, this took so long. It is 3 days later. But it looks so, so good. Oh my gosh. And it's functional. We got grass here, 2 things there, a couple more here. I plan on maybe having 1 more there. And obviously if we expand this further around the mountain, we'll have plenty more. But I think most importantly, it looks super, super good. And I'm happy about this. I think we have to see this with shaders on. So there we go. Shaders in the morning sun. And a perfect viewing platform. This looks so good. And obviously once we finish off the top of the mountain and then also kind of the rest of the sides, this is going to look crazy good. I want to also incorporate this. Obviously this building is going to be way out over the mountain here, so I have to do some terraforming. I want to continue this style over to the actual main mountain hill base side, which I think we'll be able to do. Obviously I haven't done any detailing like down here. I'm going to throw in some tall grass, and I've already thrown in 1 azalea bush here just because I was missing like a little something, and I didn't know what exactly I was missing, so I was trying out a couple things, and this azalea bush stuck. But I need to do a bit of detailing, but let me walk you through, I guess, what I'm thinking while I'm building this stuff, because I'm going to be honest, I don't know what I'm thinking. So for grass purposes, I'm kind of just going to throw it down everywhere. And then occasionally make them a bit taller. I totally forgot to turn the shaders off. So for grass, I'm just like throwing them down here. And not really caring about where they go. I think the main thing is getting a little bit more depth and, I guess, height, but maybe not height. Height might not be the right word, but depth or something else to the terraforming that we're doing. I think maybe I try out some carpets in certain places, I would say. Like maybe on top of some mossy cobble. I think that'll look okay. Oh, also, during the time lapse, you could probably see that I started mining really quick. I got an andesite exoskeleton, which gives me haste 2, and as a trade-off weakness, but the haste 2 is super helpful. And that's what made me zoom through everything, which is super, super nice. But yeah, as I was saying, there's not really a method to the grass placing madness. It's just place something everywhere. But for the actual build itself, I feel like the thought process was I want it to look really mossy, but not just like a blob of moss. So it was mostly trying to balance the number of moss things here while keeping it feeling like it's really mossy. And I think the grass is going to help with that. It'll just add some more moss flavor without adding a ton of mossiness. I don't think that's the right word, but you know what I'm saying. And then I also wanted to keep like these areas relatively man-made, so I kept the tough backdrop and kind of like 3 blocks under it to make it feel like this was placed here on purpose. And then everywhere else, it's mostly like stone, andesite, gravel type of thing. So hopefully that actually works, and I think it does make it look pretty good. And as I was talking about earlier, I'm keeping like the shadows of like in caves doing deep slate sporadically, just because I think it does add a little bit extra of what we were missing. And then I was thinking while I was building to add some extra like buttons or maybe pressure plates just to add a little bit more depth. And I think that'll look pretty good. Okay, so I think that's most of the grass in here now. Obviously a couple more bits here and there. But I think this is looking overall pretty good. And then if I also just grab a couple buttons and just throw them down, you probably won't notice them from far away. But I hope that if you're like looking a little bit closely, you'll be able to tell that maybe just a bit more detail went into it. Alright, and I think that will probably do it for the buttons. As I was buttoning though, there are some stairs that I actually really like the placement of, and I think maybe I dot a few more in just for some added depth, just around and about. Now I'm looking for places on like a kind of flat wall like this one, and I'm just throwing them in, not like that. I'm just throwing them in like a corner stair setup like that. And then maybe another one here. And then depending on what's behind it, like sometimes there's dirt behind it. Let's see if I can find one. Yeah, dirt. So if I can find something here, I'll switch it with deep slate and get it just a little bit darker in there. And I think that does add quite a bit. There we go. And I think that is now done. Stepping back, it looks like even that little bit adds so much. Like the little extra grass, the little buttons everywhere. I didn't think you'd notice it that much, but you could notice it a ton. And the little gaps in the stairs. I think it adds a little bit of it's breaking apart type of vibes instead of like compared to the uniform not breaking apart specifically because that's the whole point of it thing. I low-key might even add more buttons because it's so noticeable. And it makes it look so much better. Like I expected it to not look as good as it does, in all honesty. But like specifically when you're on an angle, it adds a ton. Okay, I think that is now done. And it looks so good. I'm so happy about this. This is going to be a forever long project. I think probably just as long as the rest of the base. But this can now do what we want it to do, which is be a farm. So the only reason, let me remind you, that I wanted this is so that I could grow more wheat. And I'm going to do it in a fun little way. So obviously, actually... Oh, does this work because it's raining? That would be fun. I was going to say, obviously, this won't actually be wet, but I guess it will be. The reason I made these things for deep is because water, as you can see in this little gap, is going to be placed here, maybe with a stair. Oh, that could be smart. Because if I put a stair here, then it won't look like there's a gap, but it'll still hydrate the crops. So let's see, if I throw this in there, that should hydrate that little bit, and it's raining so we can't tell. But the intention is to use this as a wheat field and rice field and a couple of other things eventually when we get to it field. Because I want packed mud so I can build the other buildings. I guess the other one building for now. And we don't have any packed mud. So that's the only reason we're building this thing. Which might be a little bit overkill, but that's okay. And then this whole bottom section should be fully hydrated and we can start already planting some crops. This will eventually be automated. I'm going to have in the back here windmill bearings with 8 sails on them and harvesters. Harvesters obviously just harvest and replant stuff. But the good thing about that is that it can go through blocks. So I'm just going to have it occasionally show up and come through here, but otherwise it's going to look great like this, and I think that will work and look really cool. Why is there zombies in my house? Well, now that they're gone, let me grab some wheat, or seeds I suppose, and we can go plant these things. I'm actually not really sure what this is going to look like with all of the seeds and stuff in. I hope it still looks good. Let's see. Oh, that actually looks better. Oh my goodness. This is going to look so cool. Alright, I just waterlogged those 2 stairs behind the walls on this level as well. I'm going to just throw wheat here, and then that's probably enough for now to get us started on the amount of straw and wheat that we'll probably need. I can obviously add more if I need it. But all these crops should be fully hydrated. It's raining, so it's going to be hard to tell. But they should be. And that is all of the seeds that I have, just already. This looks so good. I'm still gushing over it. It's taken so long, and we're not even like an 1/8 of the way down the entire mountain. But when this is done, it's gonna look beautiful. And here it is with all of the farms hydrated and stuff is growing. I added a little bit more here just because we had some more seeds. But it is looking so good. And once we get in the rest of the crops and even higher up on the mountain and stuff, and then the large factory type of thing up there where we process everything in a train that comes over with like a bridge, it's gonna look so cool. Welcome back to another video on the Create mod. In the last episode, we made the beautiful mountain behind me, and in the intro, you saw that I built a little more on the top and added a bit more detail. While I was editing the video, I thought I didn't do any bamboo at all, and it looks so cool. It makes it look more overgrown. It adds a little bit extra color and height to the green, which we didn't have really before, and I really like it. I also started adding this top bit that's kind of caves more into the flat bit of the top of the mountain that we'll eventually get to. And then I also added some more farming areas and stuff. And today I think we're going to make these farms actually useful, because right now they're still manual. They look beautiful, but this is a create mod. We need to automate things. But first, the video that I made came out 3 days ago on Friday is talking about some of the things that everyone should have in their create mod base. And I only have 1.5 of them. I technically have the andesite, brass, and copper casings thing. I have half of an andesite alloy thing that only kind of works. This horrible thing that doesn't really work to make precision mechanisms, and then nothing to make large, small, or cogwheels or shafts. And I'm going to be honest, I hate crafting cogwheels. It's so horrible. So I think the first thing we do is set up maybe another line or something like that to get that going. But before we get into that, I think we need to talk about the interior of this place. Now, I don't know the vibe that you get when I walk in here, but the first thing I get is, why is there nothing anywhere? Other than over in this section, it's just so empty and so nothing, especially coming through this door. Like in my view right now, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 machines, which is pretty horrible. So I think we today get a little bit down on what we want the vibe of this place to be. Now, I think we have it be a different vibe than this area. I think this area is more homely and not what I want for the main bit of the factory. However, I think we can change up some stuff, like mostly how you would walk around the factory. Right now, it's just a big empty room with nothing in it. I think we add pathways maybe down here. And then it branches off into 2 different directions, like here or something. And there is a big machine, maybe the crafters I move over here, just to block off the space. And then we go like this, and then we head over this way. And then behind the crafters, we have another machine like here. And then we have a little pathway down this way, for machines over here and machines over here, with enough space to be able to use them all and all that fun stuff. And then over here, maybe we just have this go towards that for now. And then what we could do, so the goal of this is to kind of block off your line of sight, because that makes it feel more cramped, claustrophobic, and like more stuff is going on, which is why I want a big thing in the way right here, so that it feels like, uh-oh, I have to like go somewhere else in order to do stuff. So I'm thinking, instead of just a straight line all the way down and all the way down here, I think we have a pathway here that goes this way and then matches up with a pathway going along this way. And I think we kind of lay it out like you would a city that hasn't really been planned, I guess, or it's been over-planned to make you feel like you're trapped inside, which probably isn't the point of a city, but I want it to have that kind of chaotic vibe in here. I think first things first, let's get a interior path design here. I think maybe we do 3 blocks wide, because the outside path here is 7, and I'd like to squish it a little bit. We might be able to pull off 5. So I think we maybe do a little bit of testing and see which ones we like. I also want to get lighting involved. So that is exactly what I did. I really like this design. I'm using these chiseled deep slate kind of tile looking things on the outside to make kind of like a pathway thing, and then stairs over here, just a little bit of depth. And then in the middle here, just normal deep slate with some shroom lights that are the same lantern kind of chiseled style as the ones up here. And I think they look really cool. So I think what we do is we just bring this up and around and maybe connect it to some other bits and then call it a day. But yeah, let's get started on building these pathways. And there we go. The pathways are all in. I think this is looking pretty cool. I really like how this kind of curves with the more homely wood style over here. And then we also have plenty of space for some cool farms and stuff. I think we schematic-ize, those aren't real words, all of the things that we need. I should have everything that we do need, hopefully, for all of them. And then I just got to grab some schematics and place these bad boys in. I want kind of everything to be up against the pathways here. It's not the end of the world if we have some space in the back here. And I think for most things, we really won't have too much space. Like this one obviously is super small because it just makes some shafts. But I think all the other ones should be okay. So if we throw these in and get, let's do andesite alloy. Sure. Let's do casing. Let's do cogwheel. And then the precision mechanism one. Okay, so this is the andesite alloy one. I think we just set it up here, bring it forward and down. One thing that we can do, since obviously we don't have a creative motor, we can connect this cogwheel up to this thing, but it's on opposite sides. So if we flip it, ho-ho, there we go. So yeah, I think that's a good spot for that one. I don't remember what this one is. Oh, this is the casings farm, and it needs to be sideways like this. And then I want to get this in between, if I can fit it. I don't know if it will fit. In between the shafts and the casing. Okay, that's good. Oh yeah, it is. You can see, yeah. So it's perfectly lined up in between those so that it just fits. And then the same with these two. So love to see that. So these three are all good. I think the next one, is this precision mechanism? No, this is the creating of the cogwheels. This thing's huge. I think we just throw it in the middle area here. Something like that. Because I think, if I remember correctly, the precision mechanism thing is too wide. And then if we have it like that, those will fit right next to each other and I think looks super cool. Okay, that's super good news. The last thing we need to do is actually build all these with the schematic cannon. I think we just start over here and work our way around. And then I am just gonna quickly check the material components. Yeah, we're all good. Okay, and I've dug out just a little bit of space so that the ground will work. And it's gonna start placing. This should be pretty quick. So let's see. And it's already done. Love that. And I'm just going to grab an additional cogwheel, connect it up. There we go. And it's working. But now we can move on to the casings. I think I might have said casings here. Andesite alloy. Now we're moving on to casings. This thing, super compact, super nice looking. I think if we just throw this in, we might want it one block lower. Yeah, I think we do want it one block lower, just for vibes purposes. So let's cut out these blocks just to make sure it'll fit. And then if we throw this bad boy in, check the components, we should have everything, hopefully. Yup. And then hit play. That was the wrong one. That's okay. That one's a super simple one. Which is the right one? This one. Now if we throw that in, check the materials. We just need a barrel. Okay, I threw a barrel in. I'm just double checking that everything's still good. Yes, it is. Send it. Now we should have a cool little system here in the floor. Oh, nice, it's already done. And we have a bunch of space back here. I think, now that this like whole section is done, I think we connect it all up to a power source somewhere. Those are all set up with an on and off lever that turns them off. This one just works off the same one as this one. It's probably fine. I mean, we still have no signal. It's because it's off. We still have 120 stress units, thousands still remaining. I don't think we're ever going to use all of one steam engine even, which is a bonkers amount. But now we can move on to kind of the cooler ones, the precision mechanism and cogwheel crafter thingies. We should already have the stuff for both of these, so get books. There we go. Now it's done. I'm gonna break out the ground here just to make sure that nothing breaks by accident, and then we can get going. And skadoosh, things are going in. It's looking good so far. It is done. Beautiful. And the astute among you might have seen that I already have this thing set up. I forget if I just need a shaft here. Is this going the right way? Yeah, it is. Let's go. Okay, we'll be able to test this in a minute, but I want to finally get the precision mechanisms in, and then we can test all of them out at the same time. And yes, everything's good. Hit play. And this thing is such a clever design. It's so compact. It's so nice looking. I will obviously need to redo the volts because they broken, but everything else should be working like right away, and it's already connected to the power that I tried to connect it to earlier, which is great news. And it's done. Okay. And I think, excuse me, allegedly, if I just replace these, that's now a big volt. Beautiful. And I think we are all good to test stuff. I do have to set up an on and off switch. So that turns off, that turns off. We can now test all of these things. Let's first test out the andesite alloy farm. I'm gonna just throw in pretty much half of each, and there we go. It's already making andesite alloys, and it's pretty fast. This might be the top speed. I don't remember, but it's still fast. I think it is the top speed. It's 1,000 stress units. I think so, and it's fast. This is super nice. And next up is the casings farm. We can do andesite or copper. I think I have plenty of andesite alloy actually. So let's just do that instead. And then if we throw in like a couple stacks of wood, unless it's going the wrong way. Oh no, wait, it's not connected to anything. Oh, uh-oh. Okay, I think I just missed a block. Okay, that's good, that's good, that's good. So that means it's working. And it looks like it's making andesite casings, and it is. Love to see that. Next up is the shaft farm. I'm gonna take just a stack of andesite alloy and oh, it's just backwards. I switched it with an andesite funnel just because it can keep up, so there's not really a point in doing a brass one. I guess the brass one does look better, so maybe I'll change it, but we're not even like a third of the way down and already have 2 stacks of shafts. That is crazy. I think this thing is like 1.5 times better slash more efficient than crafting the andesite or the shafts themselves, because it produces 6 per every one instead of 4 or something like that. So it's actually really quite good. I'm gonna do precision mechanisms last, because before this we need a boatload of cogwheels. It might even be worth duplicating this to make large cogwheels just all the time as well. I'm not sure. And then for this one, we also just need some andesite alloy and some logs. So if we throw in both, everything's going the right way. It's getting crafted into these, and we get cogwheels. Now, this thing, for like a stack of gold, takes like 5 or 6 stacks of cogwheels. It's exactly 5, because 5 times a stack is a stack. So we need this thing to run a lot when we want to make a bunch of precision mechanisms. But I think if we have it going like just occasionally, it will be good enough. These all look sick, but I think the one thing I don't like right now is the floor. The smooth stone floor, for better or for worse. The deep slate stuff looks sick, but I think it just doesn't match well with the deep slate. But I know that Chipped has a lot of cool, I think I probably want white concrete looking things. They have a lot of cool ones, including like the hazard concrete and all of this other stuff. But I think I go with wired white concrete. The reason for this is mostly just sadness, because this hazard and all of the other like line-based ones, you can't rotate them for some reason. So you just kind of get like super lame lines just always facing this way, and you can't ever make them go this way. So I think we just do the wired one, which looks pretty cool, and it's connectable. So I guess, let me show you, let me go grab some. Okay, we have a couple stacks here. So if I just take off all of these, you can see it connects like this, and then it gives us a nice white border in between the deep slate and the wiredness, which is basically just deep slate 2. But if we replace everything here, I think it'll look pretty sweet. Oh yeah, that already looks super cool. Like that right there, it looks way better than the smooth stone. So I think we replace all of this just everywhere, and then we can see how the cogwheels are doing and hopefully get to testing the precision mechanism thing. Okay, so I laid out all of the pathways here, and I think this looks pretty sweet. I really like the outline of it around the blocks. I think that's a super cool thing, and I think it looks really good in the back here, where there's like a little maintenance path, something. And we do now have enough cogwheels. I'm just making some gold sheets so we can test it, but we actually have plenty of cogwheels. That's actually really quite fast, and this is just about to be done here. So if we now throw these into here, this should make a bajillion precision mechanisms, and also some garbage like a clock or something. I don't get it either. And we are almost done. I think there's 10 more still to go. We have 44 precision mechanisms. This took like 10 seconds. You know what I'm saying? It took way less time than my stupid dumb one right there that I finally get to take down. And it's already done so much faster. And we got 49 precision mechanisms, a bunch of other stupid garbage. Somehow an iron ingot? Sure. But I mean, that's crazy. That is used for so many weird things that are obnoxious to craft. Brass track switcher. Oh, this is above my pay grade. I'm not dealing with that. But the precision mechanisms work. The cogwheel works. Everything works. And it looks pretty darn cool. So now I think it's time to get to the actual point of this episode, which was hopefully getting at least a little bit of automation in for our farms. So I've already done a little bit of testing, and the windmill bearing going around in a circle thing will farm it automatically for us. So all I need to do is like sneak in back here and make a little house for the windmill bearing to be, and then we can test to see if it actually works and I got the dimensions right and everything. And then we will be automatically farming wheat, which will be sick. I also probably don't want just wheat. I want other food things. I'm currently growing like cabbages and onions or something, but I'll want rice or a bunch of other stuff, because the main reason we're making this is packed mud, and straw is technically better than wheat, and you get straw by crushing rice. So growing rice would be kind of the ultimate goal. I don't think I've ever seen it though. I think first of all, let's get to making this farming thingy, building this out, making a little dome here so that we can test everything and make sure it works. And then we can get to, I suppose, actually farming this automatically. We aren't gonna make like a whole system yet up at the top, but that will be the eventual goal. Have it all flow up into the barn factory thing that we make up at the top of the mountain. But I think baby steps for now, and hopefully we'll be able to at least automate most of the packed mud process. Okay, I haven't tested this, so I don't know if it'll actually work. Oh, I should probably super glue this, but I think it will, to be honest. If we have the harvesters here and we just right click this bearing, it's going to go super slow, but we should see it should hopefully go through the wall. It does. Okay, good. It doesn't break the bamboo. That's good news. Oh, I don't have a chest on it. Ooh, 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 ooh. Where's it going? Oh, is it just getting pushed along? Ah, I don't think I have a chest. I do. I can't place it. Okay, well. Oh, dang it. Okay, it doesn't fully work, which is perhaps an uh-oh. It's weird that it didn't get this. Why did it not? Hold on, what if we... I'm gonna throw a chest on here and then be confused about why it didn't pick it up. Because it should, right? If it's getting these, why isn't it getting these? And I think it does go through it. Maybe it just is a not 100% chance that it picks it up since it's on the edge or something. Something weird. Oh, dang it. Maybe it doesn't get it enough, because it looks like these are getting it like half, and then this one just barely doesn't. Okay, that is a bit of a bummer. But I suppose that just means we're going to have to throw like some moss or tuff there and call it a day. But it does look like this thing works, which we love to see. And then we can always throw in some portable storage things below it to have it take stuff out. So I'm not worried about the item take outage. I'm just bummed that this isn't the correct size, but it does still kind of work. I am going to stop it for now. The thing I'm worried about is I've been using the windmill bearings, which makes these blocks able to go through other blocks. So like theoretically we could just block this off, and from the outside it would look really quite good. Over here, since these are straight lines, I feel like I have to use a gantry shaft. But I don't think that gantry shaft blocks can go, or like things on gantry shafts can go through walls like that. So I might have to try to figure out how to do a windmill bearing on a gantry shaft, which could be fun and entertaining, but maybe also impossible. I'm gonna dig this out and first see if the gantry shaft thing will just work, because that'll be amazing. Okay, I have a super janky setup here just to check. Yeah, this thing won't move because there's a wall here. Okay, that was what I expected, which means I'm gonna have to do some weird stuff with a spinning windmill bearing on a gantry shaft, which I am worried about working, but I think it would be funny if it did work. Okay, so to now test this, I'm gonna right click both of these at the same time. Okay, so it doesn't work. This thing needs to not be moving for this windmill to go, which might mean we just have to have multiple static windmill bearings across the whole way here, which is fine. I think a little bit less cool, but still fine. But I do now need to test to see how far away we can put it and it still pick up the corners here, because those are going to be the hardest ones to get. Okay, the next windmill bearing is set up. I'm going to right click it and then get out of the way. So now hopefully, there's not a good way to test this, but hopefully it should come all the way around and get to this corner. Now, unfortunately, just by the way this is built, I don't think there's a way this can't go over the edge here. Depending on how horrible it looks, I think we just keep it and call it a day, but maybe, actually, maybe I'm being dramatic. I think we'll see. This should meet up just along the line here, and it does. No way. Is it just going to be perfect? I don't know if that'll work. But if it does, we only really have one block that's all weird. And then it's, I think, good. If so, that'll be sweet. I'm not sure if it'll work, but if it does, that'll be super sick. So now these both work. I think we can just duplicate this up above here on the next level here, and we can actually fully test it. I think it might be just easiest to dig out this back area here. I will never remember that I have haste 2 just in a backpack here, but I probably should, because this makes it way better. Okay, I have these two now set up on the top floor, so we can see if it actually harvests everything. Let's right click both of them at the same time and then hide in a hole while we fly out. It's already going. It looks like it's collecting everything. We want to make sure that it doesn't go over. Perfect, and it does not. But I'm waiting for this other one to come out. It's coming kind of soon. Here we go. It is the correct distance. Let's hope that it gets this one, because if it does, then that means... Yes. Okay, so that means this one down here will get this one as well. And that is these 3 already finished. Obviously, what we need to do still is a couple of things. You can stop, and you can stop. We need now to get some of those item extracty thingies to extract the items. I am a wordsmith, but once we extract the items, we then need to bring them probably just upwards for now. I don't even know, actually, probably not even upward, because I don't know where we want them to be just yet. So I think maybe we just put them in a spot like just down here and call it a day. But it shouldn't be too difficult. We have enough height to be able to do everything that we want, and it should be pretty easy. We just need those portable storage whatever thingies. Okay, so I made this thing that just sends the items down that way. If we turn this on, oh my god, it's still so slow. Okay, we're gonna do all of this again. I think I just use a rotation speed controller because I'm no longer poor. All right, now let's try it out. This is going the right way. Love that. And now, it's not connected. I gotta glue you. There we go. Okay, it looks like that didn't work the first time. And now, there we go, we get items. Beautiful. So I think let's do the same thing with all the other ones, and then we can get a super temporary storage system over here somewhere or something that just stores everything that we need, and then we can hopefully make some packed mud. Okay, I am getting pushed around by all these belts, but I think everything should be now connected. This one's been running and it has been throwing stuff out there, but I haven't checked any of the other ones because I want to see if doing it now will make it work. So Everything is now running. I'm going to hide in this corner and go into free cam. We can see it is being harvested, and it's at least mostly in sync with this one. I think as long as it is pretty good, then I think we're okay. And then I just got to make sure these two are pretty out of sync, because I think I went 1, 2, 3, 4, but I can fix that later. This one should continue harvesting everything here. This one's got 1. There we go. And now we should see in a second here, both of these connect to their thing, start dropping stuff, throwing it over there. Same with this one. It's not connected. Oops, I forgot to glue these. This now means our farms are getting automatically harvested. They are just currently being thrown into a pile right here. But if we wanted to, we could just throw down a barrel with maybe... Do I have an andesite funnel? I do. There we go. And then let's just toss some stuff down here. It will all go into this barrel. Love that. Eventually, I'll want to send this up all the way to the top floor, up to where the factory is, and then we can process all the seeds, the wheat, the everything. But for now, I think I just do it semi-manually down here. But if we get more in here and up at the top, we have a couple more that we can set up later. This thing will start coming alive, and we can finally automatically harvest wheat and get some packed mud. Because that's literally all the reason I built this, is so that I could get some packed mud and build the next building that we want here. We have made a ton of progress in this episode. We pretty much completely rebuilt the structure and vibe of this little area here. I'll eventually want to pull out these machines up against the pathway here and maybe move this crafter. But I really like the pathway that we designed, the kind of the layout of hopefully all the little machines and stuff in the factory. And then we also automated, finally, the farm harvesting. We're getting wheat, a bunch of it per hour already. We probably have like 300 in the time it took for me to build this. So we're gonna get a ton of wheat really quickly. In the last episode, we made this interior with the beautiful pathways winding and weaving along. We also made the 5 farms that I talked about forever ago, it feels like now. And they all work flawlessly. And then I also finished off a little bit of the automation, just 3 of the, what do we have, 7 platforms? I guess 8 if you count this one. 3 of the 8 platforms that we have for farming, just so that we can get some mud blocks. What I want to do today is maybe a little bit different than what you were expecting. You see, Mr. Beardstone and his ultimate wisdom, the person that made this pack, they updated it, and it now includes quite a bit more fun stuff. You can see my zoom is all zoomalicious instead of... Sorry, you're probably throwing up because of motion sickness. Zoomalicious because of whatever, and... there's also some more stuff. So first, we have some fun little torches. These things prevent mob spawning in a huge radius. I think it's like 64 blocks. It could be more or less. This prevents passive mob spawning. This is just like floaty lights, which is perfect for the ugly ceiling that we have up here that I want to light up, but I don't think any lights would look good. And then these things is clears residual light from a feral flare lantern, which is the invisible light. I don't know what this means, but maybe we'll need it. I have no idea. They also have some fun little create things. We can make a create cooker, which is just like a grill. I think it's probably good for automating food stuff, but I haven't looked into it. Some chunk loaders. I don't really know what these do, so let's look at it. Chunk loader will keep the current chunk loaded when giving rotational power. Oh, it does not work when the rotation speed is too low. That makes a lot of sense. What's the difference between andesite and normal? Chunk loader gives comparator output when it's active. When a rotation power is lost, there is a short delay before the chunk is unloaded. Oh, it's configurable? Chunk will stay loaded if power is restored during this delay. Oh, well, this is very good. What about the brass? What are you fancy ones for? You better not say the same thing and just be brass. You're saying the same thing so far. You better stop it. You can figure the loaded range. Oh, you can set the... Okay, that's why the brass one's cool. Well, you and I both learned more about that. I don't know if I'll ever use it. because I just love lagging out the main place where I stay. But if I ever make, oh my God, if I ever make a Guardian farm, perhaps, then we can load it. I don't even have to AFK it. Or I guess a gold farm in the nether, or a bajillion other farms that are location specific. Anyway, we also, I talked about those things, have something really cool. Waystones. These things, not a huge fan of. They just let you teleport wherever you want. They're not super expensive, but they are really good because I'm lazy. And I love teleporting. It's basically like flying, but easier. And it would probably actually be really helpful for annoying stuff. Like if we have a Guardian farm over here, teleporting straight to it instead of having to fly over there. There's also probably more mods that I forgot about or haven't thought of. But it's not my monkeys or my circus. Why are they all going in here? Oh, they're not. They're just silly. Okay, well, this is fixed. That's good news. Oh, and also in the comments, I got some really good ideas from some folks about maybe doing minecarts on these flat ones instead of the rotatey boys, because minecarts probably can go through stuff, which is a really good idea. So I'm definitely stealing that. And then also perhaps putting ferns on top of the bamboo. I assume there's like some cheaty way to do it, but oh, okay, that was not me. Just putting a fern on top of it does not work. So I think unless there's some easy way other than like glitching the game high key, I'm probably not going to do that. So let me know down in the comments if there's an easy way to do that, because that would be great. What even part of my face was that? Anyway, I have been talking for so long. I don't even know what we're doing today. I said it and now I've forgotten. Oh, that's right. The plan. We need some mud, and not just mud. We need wet mud. No, we need it packed down. The reason is because normal mud looks stupid. So first we need to make normal mud just by mixing dirt in a water. And then after that, pack it. I'd like to get straw. The only way to get that is with rice. And I'm almost certain I don't have any rice somehow. I have no idea where you find it. Yeah, I don't have any rice. Is this rice? No, that's onion. Why do I have 3 wild onion? I'm horrible at storage. Oh my goodness. This is the worst. Anyway, I guess we're just going to use wheat for now. I will have to manually bring over the wheat from the wheat farm because we don't have a train yet. And we're not getting one anytime soon. There's my face again. We're not getting one anytime soon. But I think first, let me get a mud farm going. I think I'm just going to yoink the dirt off of this pathway here. Just like craft a little bit of mud from here. I don't think we're going to need a ton of it. And if we do, we might even be able to convert this to a mud farm. I wasn't really expecting to have mud here, so that's why it isn't very good. But if we need a bajillion things of mud, then we can get it. I suspect pulling it from the belt will be good enough. So I think we just do that and hope that it works. So I thought of this, and I don't know if it will work, but if we grab the U, okay, grab you, get dirt, put dirt on you. Will you let me, if I get another pipe, do this? Okay, the answer is no, but I bet if I just, no. My torch just wanted to run away. You can't run from me. I'm too powerful. Okay, perfect. We have a basin with water in it. We just need a mixer, and I'm out of andesite alloy. Well, isn't that just convenient? We can use our brand new farm, and it's already made. We just pick it up. And now, oh, we're out of andesite casing. That's so crazy. We could use our, oh, it's already done. That, folks, is why you do everything before you need it, because then you can just do the fun stuff. So now I think if I were to pop you on that and then somehow scam my way, and actually I'm going to move the whole thing over because I have a fun little bonus plan here where, first of all, now that'll just line up all perfect like, and then second of all, it will just perfectly connect to this thing. And now if I throw the brass funnel on this with a dirt block, I don't have a dirt block. Stop. Oh wait, dang it. It ran away. Grab you, reverse it to go into here. Now, according to my calculations, this should just work. I suppose we can... Oh, it's going. That is our first mud block ever, and we don't have anything filter-wise set up for it, because I don't even think I have mud in my storage system. Well, I think that's fine, because if we just have this go straight into a packed mud thing, then we'll be good. So, I think next up is packed mud. We just need mud and wheat, or mud and straw, but we only have wheat, so that's what we're doing. I am going to grab all of the mud that I can and throw it in a item vault. The reason for this is because I have to manually bring over the wheat, and if I'm slow to bring over the wheat, I don't want the mud to back this whole thing up like we saw in the beginning of the episode. So I think it's probably just best if I put it here like this. And I'm going to actually switch this to a 2x2 volt so we can get some height on this boy. And then if we place the basin here, we can throw a brass funnel there. Do I have mud? With mud. And then a mechanical mixer up there. Perfect. And we just have to connect this with a cogwheel. Perfect. That is now connected. It's already going full speed. If we now, I think the last thing we need to do is obviously get the wheat in and then set this up with some belts. So now if we connect all you and you, it should now go perfect right onto the main belt. And then we can also grab 2 more hoppers, throw it down there with a barrel. And now if we throw in our wheat, it should start going, yep, into the basin. So now all we need is for this dirt farm to make some dirt for us. Or I guess I could just run down here and grab some dirt because we only have 57,000 of it. We're running low. There we go. And we're actually getting mud in here already. And we're getting packed mud out, which is awesome. So this is already making stuff. Eventually, if we ever get some straw, we'll be able to double the amount of wheat straw per mud thing that we make. And then we can really ramp up production here. Or I could just bring in a bunch more dirt for mud making purposes. But until then, it'll give us at least a little bit of packed mud so that we can get started on storing up for the next build. It's going to take a lot of mud. This thing is huge. I think this build took 20 stacks of each block. Maybe only 10 of each block, but still a bunch of it. So we're going to need a ton. I think now, though, we do something a little bit different. I need rice, if you haven't seen, and I don't know where to get it. So I think we go on a little adventure to try to find some rice. I'm not really sure where I want to go. I think probably down to the left over here, just because everywhere else is like a little bit explored. And this is like, there's nowhere anywhere. Where do we even go? So I think we head down to the left. Maybe I look up what biomes you can find rice in, because I genuinely have no clue. And then we should be able to use the nature's compass. Can I just search rice? That would have been cool. That would have been cool. And then we can go try to find some rice and maybe even add on to, because we still have a bunch of platforms. We have 5 left that we can turn into rice farms or something else farms. There's a creeper. I'm not going there right now. First things first, we need some rice. But honestly, I don't know where to get that. So I think I look it up and then we can put it into the nature's compass and just go there and hope that we find some rice. Apparently, it is a jungle biome, which we already have it locked in. We could also do a swamp, but I think jungles are more cool. And then also, I don't have any food. So I guess I need to do that first, but then we can go. We are now well fed. We got enough mutton chops. Now we can finally go to the jungle. Before we go though, I should probably make some waystones because then we can throw one down here and then teleport back instead of having to fly all the way back. Now, waystones, I think they're kind of cheating, but if they're in the game, I'm using them. So, how do I make? I need amethyst. I think I have that. Oh, I do. I also need ender pearls, which I have 0 of. Okay, well, we can go quickly to the end. I don't remember where the end is, but otherwise, it's pretty cheap. We have just enough emeralds, which is good. But yeah, I suppose I have to go to the end, maybe set up a waystone there once we get there, because then we can come back here quickerly. That's a word. But actually, also what I'm going to do is I'm going to run over here and pick up a couple blocks of iron and head to this village to maybe get some more emeralds. Because now that I'm thinking about it, 3 waystones in total is probably not enough. And thank you. Give me more. Did you just nod? Okay. I don't want a bell. You know what? I think 49 emeralds is plenty for what we need. Now it's time for the end. And I'm a little bit worried because I think I might have to do the whole Eye of Ender thing again because I genuinely don't know where it is. Please just give me some Ender Pearls. I know that I'm going to get Ender Pearls to go to the end to get Ender Pearls, but also it's so that I can get Ender Pearls later without having to do this. Because oh my gosh, these guys are the worst. Finally, I hope 4 is going to be enough. I only have to get there because I've already put it in the Eye of Ender into the thing. Oh, excuse me. We have the Eye of Ender again. We gotta go this way. Still this way. It broke again. Oh no. I'm not gonna get there. We're gonna have to go all the way back. Okay, I remember this area and I feel like maybe it's down there. Is it like, yeah, it's down right here. Okay. At least we made it. I remember this. The one thing I don't remember is where in the world I went. Oh my gosh, I finally found it. Now I just need to figure out where the portal is, and then we'll be good to go. I feel like it might be down here. Nope. Ooh, I think, yeah. I remember complaining about this because this is where I came in last time, and it's literally right here. Beautiful. Okay, I think we can just go in. We should be able to make a waystone in here and place it just in the end, and then we should be okay. He's got a jukebox. Okay, we now have a stack and a half of ender pearls. We should now be able to make the waystone. Oh no, I don't have obsidian. Genuinely, I completely forgot that these were here and made of obsidian. Like for a second, I was like legitimately annoyed that I forgot obsidian. But this is actually good because if I wasn't making a waystone here, I would have totally forgotten to get any obsidian at all, and that would have been a big issue. With 35 things of obsidian, we I put it away. At least now we can make them. We have 6. That's pretty good. There we go. So we've made 5. I'm going to throw one, I guess, just right next to my bed. Home! And now I think these warp stones are like self-teleporters. If we do this, haha, we can teleport just like that. But now we can use that to just teleport back home whenever we need. And I guess I'm going to go quickly back to the end, place a waystone down there, and then we can get on to go into the jungle. And then we can finally get our rice. All right, and there we go. Now we can skedaddle and actually finally get to a jungle. Now, this thing is 2,000 blocks away. We have a hike. All right, we should be. Oh yeah. So allegedly, if this is a big enough jungle, we'll be able to find some in like a little stupid river, or like maybe a pond in the middle of this thing. But I don't know how much I believe that, or you know what? It actually looks pretty big. There might actually be perhaps a rice thingy around here. And there is a chance that there isn't going to be one here, but we could maybe still find one if we go to a swamp instead. It might be easier to find there. I'm not seeing any, so maybe we try a swamp. This is some weird world generation. What is going on here? Ooh, a mangrove swamp. Maybe that counts? And I suppose, actually, this might be a good spot to get some mud for our build if we need it. I'm not sure how. Oh, and double also. Let me get some propagules because I don't have this wood type. I don't know if I'll ever use it, but if I do use it, I'll want it. I didn't find any in the mangrove swamp, but there it is. I think we only need one rice thing, and then we can make an infinite amount of rice things. Just to be safe, I'm gonna fly around real quick and try to get more. I'm pretty sure you can just plant this right away, and it'll just work. Oh, here we go. We got the mother load. Nice. And if I were smart, I think if you shear them, you get the actual rice thingies, which are better for what we need. The reason is if we crush it, we then get rice, and then a 50% chance of straw. Straw is the thing that we care about. Makes it like a bajillion times easier to get that packed mud that we wanted. But we are home. Hello, Mr. Crow. We have our rice. I think now we can maybe get to actually planting it. So rice needs to be in like 1 block of water. So I could plant rice here. It does need to be planted on grass or dirt or whatever. But if we just head over here, we could probably, I think maybe we only need 2 rice things. I think here is a good spot. And right now I'm just replacing the stone with grass. Dirt will work obviously, but I'm just broke all the grass, so it's easy to place it right back. Because again, rice cannot grow on stone, which in all honesty makes a bunch of sense. But now, if we waterlog this, there we go. That is now covered in water, and then I think, yeah, nice, nice, nice. So I just placed the rice things themselves down onto the water, and we already have some growing. I think if we can, in here, check to see how good crushing the rice thingies are, because I'm pretty sure, and this might ruin the whole thing, I'm pretty sure the automatic harvesters harvest it with the silk touch whatever thing, like how I broke it with the shears correctly. Like I think the harvesters get the whole rice plant and not just a little ball of rice, which will mean that we're going to get some straw from it. And we did get 6 straw from crushing it, which is exactly 50%. I think that's just getting a little bit lucky. Oh, and it looks kind of cool. It looks like a little pond, which I think is a pretty neat setup there. But in the background, I think we can break in here and place another one of the harvesters, the spinny boys. And then obviously, oh, right, this is going to be a different distance. What I actually was thinking, instead of just like, because down here, the corners don't get reached, I think we just extend the length of the harvester by 1 block and call it a day, because I'm not too worried about how great it looks, and it's not going to be like present the whole time we're looking at the build. So I don't think it'll look too bad, and I think it'll make the overall thing look a little bit better. I'm hoping I just dig straight into the, I don't think I will. I was hoping I just dug straight into the below ground thingy, but I think I was too far in. Okay, I was literally 1 block too far, but we can now connect this up with this thing, which is great news. I think I'll probably just have it drop down onto that main belt and call it a day, but first we need to set up the harvester. I think if my calculations are correct, the windmill bearing should go right here, and then we're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 blocks this way. Now, if it looks really bad, then I can shorten it by 1 block. Like if it comes way out here, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna come out to like here and then go run away in its hiding hole. All right, this hole is now dug out. I think the next thing we need to do is grab our sails and harvesters and get these bad boys set up. So if I just place this all along here, and then we should just be able to, and I got to make sure I do this in the right orientation. I'm pretty sure they're all facing downwards like this. All right, and then on the middle block there, a barrel, and then we should see that this is actually just going to work. Nice. I do want to go check quickly to see if this looks good. I think it should. I don't see a way that it could go. Ooh, you know what? I might. Oh, and it gets the grass too. Okay, yeah. Okay, the 9 long one will not work, but that's okay. I can just place probably some moss might be the best, or throw a quick moss carpet. Beauty. There we go. And then the same thing, I think it's this one? Which, shame that we have to break it, but at least we get the rice back. Another quick moss there. And now let's try it. This should now like be fully invisible pretty much until it enters out here, which will be really good to see if that actually, yes. Okay, so that does work. And then obviously these aren't fully grown at all, but it should be able to harvest everything properly. Am I dumb? I think if I just move this whole bearing over by 1 block, it might still work. So let's try it. Yeah. Oh, that's way better than re-terraforming the whole place. Okay, yeah. Nice. Okay, I like that. Now we just need to set up the item collection and everything, and then we'll be good to go. And it shouldn't even be that difficult. We're just going to need these portable storage interfaces glued on, of course. And then if we do this with just a chute underneath, we should be able to maybe even shoot it all the way over to here. I don't know how good chutes are at being diagonal dropper thingies. But if we can just direct it all the way onto this belt, that would be sick. So I suppose let's try it. Oh my gosh, it might actually work. Oh, this is so stupid. This is so dumb. Oh my gosh, I can't believe this actually worked. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. This is hilarious. Okay, I don't even think we need any redstone here. If we just wait for the rice out here to grow, then we'll be good. It is interesting, actually. Looking at this, you can see that it says up at the top, rice crops growth 33%. I think it needs to get to the tallest height to be able to then grow rice. So we're going to have like this green stuff just popping out over the water, which actually is going to look super cool. Oh, actually, what I could do, just as a little bit of a test, I could throw in 1 moss carpet in here, just to make sure that the items actually get down. And then I am going to build a new hole for people to go in. And then we should see that it just falls straight onto this belt and goes eventually into the barrel here. So we're just about there. We should see it connect. Yes. Uh-oh. I don't know if it worked, but I didn't see it. If we fly over here. Oh, it works. Nice. Okay. Sweet. Okay, that means this chute works. I can't believe it works. It's so silly. But I mean, I guess, sure. So that means that works perfectly. Now, I guess we just need to wait for this to actually give us some rice. And then we can test to see whether or not everything works, and specifically if it gives us the whole like rice bushel thingy, or just like the little rice balls, because I'd like the whole rice bushel thingy. All right, I've been AFK here a little bit, and you can see already in this barrel, 3 rice pancettas. I don't know what they're called, but I bet we have more down here. I need to wait. Excuse me. I also set up a little bit more of rice stuff. We saw that they just went in. We have 14. I've also been planting quite a bit more. So how can I leave? If I can skedaddle through here. I've also started planting more on this other side here. And I haven't set this up, hooked it up to the main system yet. But I'll be able to do that pretty quickly. But this process at the start is going to take probably quite a bit for it to actually do stuff. But once all of the rice is grown and this one is also growing, maybe we throw in one more thing for rice, but I'm not too sure about that. Then we should have enough straw per hour or minute or however much we need to be able to make enough packed mud. And you can see here, yes, we're getting a bunch of packed mud pretty quickly. Obviously, our dirt farm is going to be faster right now than the amount of straw we can produce, but I expect that will change, hopefully in the near future, especially as we get more rice and stuff all set up, and it actually starts growing. Because right now, it's just been growing to the start height, so we haven't really gotten a bunch of rice yet, but I hope that'll change. And another cool thing that we might be able to do at some point is get some organic compost, which, as you can see, if you just like place it down next to some water, maybe it can make rich soil, which just helps stuff grow faster. So if we're like full up on this area and maybe most of the rest of the mountain, we can always switch out the soil with rich soil, and that probably will grow it quite a bit more. I don't expect that to be an issue because, again, we're just getting packed mud and probably some food later on. But, I mean, already we have a bunch of wheat, so I suspect we're going to get a bunch of rice as well. And with that, I think it's time to end the episode here. We made a bit of progress. A little bit of everything was done. We got waystone set up, which is super cool. I can just teleport wherever I want. To home? Whoa, I'm here. We got the end, found it again for the second time, and also the third time because I needed to go back. We also got some rice, set up the rice farm, and have really, really good possibilities of finishing off this packed mud farm. I think maybe eventually we can fully automate the process and bring over the straw and have like a fully automated packed mud farm over here. But that's going to be a while. Welcome back to another episode on the Create Mod. Today, we're going to still push off the build of the next building because I'm scared of building something else. And, oops, ow. And I have some plans that I want to get to before doing this that will not super be necessary, but will be funny to do. And it involves this area here. Now, in between episodes, I started putting together more, as you can see, more of the farming equipment thingies back here. And I think they should all work. I haven't tested a single one of them. So let's do all of them like now, and we can make sure that all of them works. And I'm curious if, first of all, this grass is going to get yoinked, or if this azalea bush is going to get yoinked. Neither of them should, but who knows for sure. Let's see if this azalea bush gets eaten. It doesn't. Okay, that's good. And then this should link up. And then I have down below here the biggest shoot ever. It just keeps going. And low key, this looks like a super cool steel beam that you can do diagonally. So I might use this more. But if we head down here, we should see that it'll connect down up into the main belt. And we should see kind of soon a bunch of rice coming in. There we go. And we got almost 2 stacks. I'm not sure if it was just from that harvest or it was from multiple, but we got a couple. And then we also have, as you can see here, quite a bit of stuff over here. So this one is the rice farm that we built but didn't hook up last time. And then this is an empty one. I'm not sure what I'm going to put in it just yet, but we have an empty one there, an empty one above here that I also hooked up and should probably work. I haven't tested it either, but this should be like the right length and everything. And then I have this one, which a lot of people in the comment section said, if you use a minecart on the flat ones, it's probably better. And I've been testing it just a little bit here, where if you go like this, it'll send it and then instantly flip it around, which is probably a better solution. The only issue is that if you keep it powered, it does this weird circle thing and won't get these corner of the crops. So you have to depower it every time it arrives and then repower it. So I'm not sure if I just set it to a timer and call it a day or do something else, but thankfully we don't super need this done just yet, so I'm just gonna procrastinate. Now, I didn't look at this one at all while it was going, so I guess we have to wait and see it go again. But in the meantime, let me also turn on this one. Right, yes, because this is actually too far, so I'm just going to need to break these 2 blocks and fix that later. And I think the same is going to be true down here, yeah. Okay, but other than that, these both work, which is great. And now we can try this one down here. I think the same thing is going to happen, where we're going to need to break this corner and... Whoa! How did you get there? Oh, he's going to get pushed by the carts. I wonder what happens. I'm curious if it'll get these corners, because if it does, then I don't need to go do that. You're so dumb. You're a dumb idiot. Yeah, okay, so it doesn't get these 2 corners, which is fine. So I can just go get some moss and place it in the corners here, and then these will all be working, which is great. And I also learned down in the comments that with the rice pina coladas, that if you cut them on a cutting board, you get a 100% chance of straw instead of just 50% by crushing them. And we have in this game a slicer, which is basically an auto knife thingy, where if you place a knife on it, it will cut up whatever's on the belt into a bunch of pieces. So we can do that with the rice and get both straw and rice panaticles and just have it keep going on the belt instead of having to crush it and put it back on a belt and all that fun stuff. And then we also get more straw, which is great to see. I'm going to leave this in here because we're not focusing on that this episode. Instead, I want to focus on, as you probably have seen from the title and thumbnail, a big old hole. Now, this won't make any sense until I actually have the hole and put something in it. But I'm being vague so that you are also interested in what the heck I'm doing. I just think it'll be funny to have a hole, but there is going to be a use for it. So first, we need to dig out a hole. And to dig this hole, I am going to use one of the mining machines that I made in like episode 4. This old thing. And I dug out a circle here already. And I'm going to also want, so this circle is going to be where the hole is, but then on the outside circle, so like this bit, I also need to dig out because I want it to not just be like a stone hole all the way down. I want to have it like a design pattern going in, and I think it could be kind of cool just to excuse you. I want to have like a design pattern going down, or maybe just like black concrete. I haven't thought of it just yet, but we need to now shift all of these drills to make a big old circle and probably craft a ton more of them. And it's now done. We have, oh my God, this thing is huge. So the original one was this big. Just for your reference, this is gigantic. The circle, for your just fun info, is 8 radius. So there are probably about 3 stacks of barrels here. And the radius is 1 more for all the drills. So we have probably 4.5 stacks of drills here, which is a ton, and it looks so scary from down below. Oh my gosh. Wait, this is actually horrifying. I haven't tested it, so let's try that now. It should be as simple as flicking this thing. Oh my gosh, my game is lagging. But it looks like it's working. And we could just ride this down to the bottom. So we're obviously going to get a ton of like garbage, cobblestone, whatever, stone, other stuff. I'm not really sure if I'm going to use it at all or just throw it out. Why is the dirt so loud? It's so laggy. Oh my goodness. It is menacing though. I suppose I made a little bit of a mistake gluing everything together. So let me bring this back up, because we're going to need to just send it back down again for those 3 drills. I don't know how I missed these though. Now everything's connected. We're sending it down again. It should go actually the exact same speed because we need to break every single block on this side. But this thing looks so sick. It looks so cool. And once we have like the design in for the outside of the hole, I'm not sure if I want to do just flat black concrete all the way down and make it just like look like a bottomless pit, or if I want to have like a circular kind of helix pattern all the way down. We are finally at Deep Slate, and we're just going through all the fun little caves that we've already explored. This is like a little adventure for this drill machine. Whoa, this is a cool little tunnel thing. We found diamonds, which is nice. The reason I'm so for the black concrete on the walls is numero uno, I can just place the concrete powder along the sides here and it'll just go all the way down and we can stack it up that way instead of me having to build it all the way up. But also, I want it to look like a bottomless pit and just have it be a hole to the abyss, basically. And I think the black concrete will make that look super cool. So I think that's what we do. And then at the bottom, I have a little secret surprise that we'll get to semi-soon, maybe, hopefully. All right, this drill should now be done. I've let it run for a little bit longer. And it looks like everything stopped spinning. So hopefully it is done. Maybe one of them hit bedrock. All right, let's head over. And I need to reverse this. Yeet. Come up. Uh-oh. What is happening? It shouldn't be stuck. I'm just gonna start breaking stuff. All right, all the glue is gone. And so are all the rest of the drills. I didn't see any glue that looked like it was stuck to any bedrock. So I'm not sure really at all why this was such a fail. But I guess we can bring this now. We can now bring this up. And I mean, the main point of this was to make a big old circle hole. And we did that. So I think this was quite a successful success. So now let's pack you up and go home. Oh my god, this is hilarious. But we don't even need to go home. What we can do instead is grab our black concrete powder that I already made, because I am a critical thinker, and just start placing it down. Now, I'm actually going to do something way smarter. Since this is a big ol' hole that is all super lame to fill, I am going to place down the first layer here, and then I'm going to go craft something that is a part of the game that is new. A new mod that I didn't really want to get into, but now that I'm looking at how big this hole is and how slow this just by itself took to fill up, I think is kind of worth it just for this application. So let's go and grab that thing. Now, to make this, I need a diamond and 2 sticks, and the crafting recipe is really, really simple, and it's actually quite cheap for what it is. It is a wand. Now, I am not sure if you can enchant this, but if I can throw Unbreaking on it, that would be lovely. And I'm not sure how many uses this gets out of it. So let's see. It kind of looks like it. Well, hey, it does actually work. That is sick. So we have Unbreaking and Mending on it. These things, if you've never used them, just make building so easy, but only if you're building a like flat wall of nothing, which is exactly what we're doing in the hole. We're just building flat wall of nothing. So what this is, you can see that there are some little like black outlines here. If I right click, it places in a whole row just immediately, and another, and 2 more. So we can just go up and we're out. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, we didn't get... Whoa. I didn't know you could do this. This is like a full inventory and a half of black concrete powder. Oh my goodness. It's good to know. I don't even think I have this many blocks. Just period. That's a lot of blocks. I need like triple that. I need like 4 or 5 inventories worth. I didn't even get like a third of the way up. All right, and we have... That's not the right inventory. We have 3,000... black concrete powder. This is 2 more inventories or so. Hopefully this gets us further up. I mean, it's looking really menacing, which is what I was hoping for. That's a full inventory. Okay, okay. We might be able to get to the top with the rest here. 1 more inventory's worth. Oh, I thought we were there. No, we were so close. Okay, I need to go make like a stack more. It's way more than a stack, but a stack more, and then we will have just fully used this entire diamond wand, which is hilarious. Now, the way I've been getting all this black dye, for some reason in the create mod, if you crush coal, you get 2 things of black dye, which is whatever. I mean, I guess, but I don't really think that's how it works IRL. All right, but now we got another full inventory's worth, and we should be able to just wand it up. Okay, and then the very last bit. Nice. And if you... Oh, this looks cool. Okay, okay, this is sick. Now, the whole point of this is something I will say in a second, but we need some water. The reason I need water is to make this black concrete powder into just black concrete. I know the texture of it looks pretty cool, but I think it will look more menacing even as just straight black concrete. And it'll make it so that I can work at the bottom of the pit without a bunch of concrete falling on my head. So I think if I just do this just all the way around, this should turn everything into black concrete powder. And that is the very last one. We just need to now wait for all of this to reach the bottom and then clear out. But it now looks so much more like a black void. If the water wasn't there, I would be so confused. Oh, this looks sick. This looks super cool. I'm gonna quickly sleep and see what it seems like, see what it looks like in the daytime, because my guess is going to be sick. Okay, this is what it looks like walking up to it. And I know on the YouTube compression thing, this is going to look like a black hole. For me, it also looks like a black hole, and the water's still going. But once this is done, it should look super menacing. And then at the bottom, just like bedrock, but we'll get to the bedrock in a few. The hole is now fully done. And oh, now I can't get out. Well, I guess this is a good time to explain what I plan to be doing here. The view from here looks so weird. It looks like my game is glitching. What is going on? It's just, whatever. The plan down here is to just place lava in this area. Now, not in a like perfect circle up all the way, but instead in a like cube of like, I forget what the actual math is, but it's like 20 by 20 by 20 or something. Ah, it's actually 25 times 20 times 20. And the reason for that is because I want an infinite lava source. Now, the create mod considers an infinite lava source to be anything with 10,000 lava source blocks in an area, which is coincidentally 25 by 20 by 20, which means if we just dig this out a little bit and have it be a, 20 high by 25 long by whatever section, then we can get an infinite lava source just in the overworld, which means we can pump it to a bunch of different machines, steam engines, anything, and it will never run out. The main reason I want to build this is because there's a video coming out next Friday, this upcoming Friday. What day is this? This upcoming Friday. That is a fun little machine that needs a ton of lava to actually work. So to prepare for that, I am going to make a big old lava hole. Now, I don't know the exact dimensions. I assume I just go 25 this way, 20 this way, and 20 blocks high. But I could also do 25 by 25 here and then 16 blocks high, which might actually be smarter. So I think if I mine out these more blocks this way, these more blocks that way, and then the same thing on these sides, and do it 16 blocks tall, then we will be golden. I'm going to use a similar minecart contraption to the one I made for getting ancient debris, where I just use a minecart and have that mine everything for me. Okay, this is 16 blocks tall. That's actually way bigger than I thought it was going to be. But then we can kind of just need to make it as big as we can, because that'll make my life as me easier. Okay, this is a 16 tall by 10 across thingy. I'll only need to do this like 3 times on like each diameter axis. I don't know what I'm talking about, but I think if we just place a minecart here, a void cart. Okay, that's way better. Now we can actually see it. If we put a minecart right here, it should just be able to pick up the thingy. Let me grab, where are you? And then I just need to glue everything together. Now we should be able to just push this into the thing. And if I have a lever, all right, it has been acquired. Pick it up. Ah, nice. Now, if we grab all of this and head back into the pit of despair and sadness, if my math is correct, I need to place a thingy there, and then I should just be able to throw in some powered rails, maybe one more of these, light up all of these things, and we should, 16 blocks is tall. We should just be able to, in a second here, turn this on and have it go. I know I don't have any things, barrels, but who cares? This looks like it's working. Ah, stop. Why did it do that? Okay, well, this seems to be pretty cleared out. And then we just need to do this a couple more times. I'm always just absolutely terrified of something horrible happening, even though this is like the most basic mining contraption thing ever. Thank goodness I'm doing this with a big old machine, because this would have literally taken me an hour and a half, and it took me 10 minutes. So I was thinking, maybe I should just do it by hand. It probably isn't going to take that long. This is a big old room, and I, even with haste 2, cannot insta-mine this. So this would actually take quite a while. There we go, and donezo. Now this should be exactly 25 blocks wide and deep, and obviously 16 blocks tall, because that's how it works. But I'm just going to measure real quick that we are actually 25 blocks wide, because I would hate for it to be wrong by a block and it not be an infinite source. and then learn that like 80 years later. So this one is 26 blocks long, which is fine. I'm not worried about it being too big. I'm just worried about it being too small. Okay, and this one is 25, which means I'm gonna double check the math, because if I'm dumb, I'm stupid. 25 times 25 times 16 equals exactly 10,000. And this one's 26 blocks wide, so it'll actually be even more. So we should be able to make this an infinite source. And at nighttime, this is spooky. I can't even see the sky. What the heck? I guess the point is to not go back into the hole once the lava's in there, because there's lava in the hole. But I do need to somehow get the lava in there. So at a minimum, I need to go at least into here and fill up my netherite backpack here, which has, what, 640 buckets worth of space? Ah! What are you're spitting at me? Stop! You're not supposed to be here. This is the soul sand place. I hate the mosquitoes. They're horrible. Why were you even here? As I was saying, I think I'll need to do this like 20 times to fully fill up the system. But if I place my backpack here, it should start filling up, and it is beautiful. And then once this fills up, eventually we'll be able to then bring it back over to the overworld and use another hose pulley to pump it out into the makeshift lava lake that we are building. At least for just this little bit, I am going to remove some of the helpful stuff in here and just add more stack upgrades. Oh. Okay. I am okay with that. So I just multiplied the total stackage by 3. Okay. So now we have, what, 2,500 buckets per backpack? And this is going to take literally 4 days to fill up. So I am going to wait just in a little hole. While that is filling up, I guess it's not because it's in the nether, but while that is filling up, I think it might be a good idea to set up how we're filling up this big old hole. I assume the best idea is going to be get a hose pulley the hose down to the top of this big old square, and then pour lava into the hose with the hose pulley until it fills up the whole thing. And I think when it's at the top, it should fill in from the bottom up, and that should solve most of our issues. I think the best idea is to just get some concrete and find the middle and just hope that it's this. I don't have a pickaxe, so I cannot check. The backpack isn't fully done, but I do need my pickaxe to actually see if this thing is filled. So I'm going to head back with my backpack and try to figure out a way to get this hose pulley in the right position. I think that is now the middle. I now have to run back up the super long way. Once I get back up, we should be able to place the hose pulley in the middle, have it go all the way down to connect with that block, and then just start dumping lava out. All right, and I've set up everything, hopefully, that we need. I'm going to pop down the hose pulley here. And this is not anywhere just yet. I need to make sure that it's in the right spot. So if you flick this, it should go down and stop on that block there. And we'll know it works. That looks like it. I mean, we have to go down there to double check it anyway. But I think now we can hook up a pipe over here, and I'm just going to go this way, and then a mechanical pump facing this way, and then if I get just a cogwheel, hook that up to you. Actually, I want to not do that. And then if I put my backpack on this thing, this should start pumping lava. I don't want to do that yet because, let me get over. Let's jump down and make sure that it is in the right spot, and then we can delete this block. Oh, nice. Okay. And you should stay there, and this should be right at this level here, and it is, I think we're good. I hope, and this is probably not the smartest idea, but I am a gambler. I hope that if I block this off, I won't have to come down here again. All right, we're back at the top, and let me try to put my backpack on here, and then we should see lava dumping out. Yes. Yeah, and it's placing blocks. So it places, interesting. It places them in like a tower, like a straight line down, and then places them in each corner, it looks like. And what's more interesting is that it doesn't let the water or the lava flow, which is super strange. And then if we look in here, we should see this is still going down, meaning that this is actually working. So now I need to AFK here until this fills back up. Or I guess this empties and this fills back up. So over the next like hour and a half, I tried to fill it up, get it to the level that I want, because as you can see, it's not at the level, and it stopped like filling itself up once it became a bottomless supply. So I had to block up some of the blocks to have it continue filling itself. And even then, it seems to be lying about it being a bottomless supply. So I needed to go fill in lava manually, because maybe that would do something. And then I also sent the hose all the way down to the bottom to maybe think that it would work. I relogged the game just to make sure that that wasn't an issue. And after quite a long time, I was finally able to maybe it be a bottomless supply. So I plugged in my backpack and went to sleep for the night. And here we are in my hidey hole for sleeping overnight. And I think this should be full. Perfect. And I might go back in my hidey hole. This is still a bottomless supply, which is what we care about. Let me go hide away, and then we can go check to make sure that the hole is still full of lava and doesn't look dumb and stupid. Okay, so this looks good. And then underneath, I don't remember what it looked like fully, but I think this is it. Meaning, if I break those like remaining cobblestone blocks, our job will be done. And beautiful, I am an intelligent person that put... Ah! You are the scariest person in the world. You can't just go right behind me. Oh my gosh. That was horrifying. Okay, well the cobblestone's cleared up. That means the thing is gonna be done soon. That's good news. So scary. All right, and the hole is now complete. We can, it might be a good idea, raise up the hose pulley a little bit, but it is now a bottomless supply and should hopefully be bottomless for the rest of time. That would... No. Suck it back up. Oh, dang it. Well, that's going to be falling down for months, it feels like. Well, this was quite successful. I did not expect a big hole to take this long, but it is now complete. And that is unfortunately all the time I have for this episode. I hope you liked the building the hole project of the hole with lava in it. It was surprisingly difficult to actually get the lava in the thing and have it, the bottomlessness actually work. But I think either placing the lava buckets themselves, like manually, or just having the hose pulley go down to the bottom and then sucking it up from the bottom fixed it. So if you're doing this and you're Create World, make sure you do one or both of those, and hopefully it works for you. In the last episode, we made this giant hole that is now an infinite lava source down over yonder. And today, again, we're pushing off this build because I instead want to work on about up top there, which you can see already has some stuff going on. In between episodes, the combination of all the things going into the barrel was too much. While I was AFKing this, it like overflowed and was backed up for miles. So I upgraded it a little bit. I came, if we can, down here. I just moved all of the items to go onto this belt and into this encased fan with chutes going all the way up here onto this belt, getting cut up with a knife if it's the rice plants, and then turning it into straw and rice. Eventually we'll do something here with the wheat seeds, but before that, you can also see that I've laid out some blocks here that I'm actually going to change a little bit, but I want to get working on a little bit of terraforming, but mostly the actual barn that we're going to have, just so I can get started on item sorting and composting the seeds and dealing with all of the straw and stuff and rice maybe, because right now we just have an item vault and that's not helpful for anyone. Before we do that though, I had some big brains in the comments that were just like, you could just have the harvesters be on both sides and then that solves your problem immediately. So thank you. But again, we're not focused on that. We're doing a build. As you could probably tell by the thumbnail, it's going to be hopefully B-dubs inspired and less like this one. I still think this one's good, but it'll be more of like a far away type of thing. And I'd like to be able to walk you all through my thought process and what I plan on doing with it. So let's quickly lay out the new layout. I also am going to have it be at like, I think that level's good, that Y level, because we're still going to need to have all of like the mountain here go up to meet this point. And I think if it's flat the whole way, it'll look a little bit weird. So I think like a little bit of elevation change just to get up to this point, and then we should be good there. So I'm just going to use smooth stone to lay out the area, because I do like the black concrete, but since I'm not doing every other block, I need to be able to build it. And black concrete right next to each other is so bizarre to look at, as you've seen from the hole, that I think smooth stone is going to be easier to kind of show you what's going on. I still don't hate the size that we have here, but I think it might be a little bit large for what we want. All right, so this is about the length that I want to go. It's smaller than the other one by quite a bit, but I think with a barn like this, it doesn't need to be super big. And if we need it to, we can kind of just add on little bits and pieces. I think the train that's going to be coming around and over here isn't going to be part of the main barn itself. It's going to be like a separate other building. So we don't need to take that into account. And then this is going to be the width of it, with each of these kind of like blocks here being wooden pillar thingies going up like this. And I think this is a good ratio. I might have to make it longer, which isn't the end of the world. I want it to be kind of longer than it is wide, and it is pretty wide. So I think we'll see once I've built up at least this front corner, see how long it is, and if it's too short that way, we can always expand it, and it won't be too big of a deal. I will want the entrance to be on this side, and I guess on the other side as well, which probably means we'll need to move this entire thing, which isn't a big deal. I was expecting this to be in like one of the corners, so I think I'll move it eventually once we get the build itself in. Before we get there though, I need to get the blocks that we need. Some of them we have: spruce, dark oak. We don't have dark oak, but I don't really need that much of it. Mud, that was something I super needed. And at least we have the farming capabilities for mangrove. So these, I tested it just to make sure. These trees, super weird, like spawning thingies. They got like the weird roots that go every which way. But how is that the weirdest way to say but ever? But the saws will still cut them down, which is what we care about. I just need to turn you off. Yep, break all the things, whatever. Replace that with the mangrove propagules, and then just place, I guess, 2 down right now. And I think that's all we need to do. What we can do in the meantime is grab some terracotta, because that is the next thing I need. We, again, don't need a ton of it. It's mostly going to be mangrove, but we do need some. And I thought during this material gathering time lapse, a lot of you don't know me at all, so why not tell you a little bit about myself? But we're out of time. We have all the stuff that we need. I'm going to quickly take a little nap, and then we can get started on building. I'm first going to terraform, just get a floor, because currently it's floating on nothing. And then after that, we can actually get started. I have a boatload of dirt and not a lot of grass. So I guess we're repping dirt and hoping that it's going to spread eventually. So we got the wand. Let's get to building. Before I was so rudely interrupted, I was talking to you about who I am. So as I mentioned in like the last time lapse, I think I am just about graduating. And by the time this video has come out, I have graduated, which is so fun. I go to RIT, and the real ones that have watched like 3 hours worth of streaming content that I've produced will know that I major in cybersecurity. I also play quite a bit of ice hockey. I play with the RIT team. Here's a picture on the screen now of me. This is the coolest picture I have of myself ever, so soak it in. It doesn't get better. I'm also going to Germany. I should like be flying out right as this video comes out, I think. And while I'm there, I hope to maybe make a vlog or some other video, which should be a lot of fun. But that is all the time I have for this time-lapse chat. So if I missed anything or there's anything else you want to know, leave it down in the comments and I'll respond to it in a video at some point. And there we have it. From this angle, it looks so good. And that was kind of the point. So in the time lapse, if you're like, this is kind of strange, it looks a little bit weird, that was generally the intended purpose. I just noticed something that I forgot to put on there. That is like, it's not the intended purpose, but it's just because I'm not B-dubs level of good at building. But the point was to make it look really good from far away, because I'm not going to be up there. The point is for me to not be up there, but to be able to see it from down here. And I think I accomplished that really well. And I think even though it doesn't look stellar from up close, like I think I could have done a better job, I don't know how to. So we'll have to survive. And I thought I forgot these bits, but I didn't. I think I should replace some of these with trapdoors, just because you can't see it from all the way down here and it looks kind of flat. Just in that section there, it looks pretty flat. That's what I noticed before, but it's just that the signs don't load in from this far away. So we got to get some trapdoors and buttons and other things. And then this thing is a cool trapdoor thingy where I think it's this one. I think this one's going to be the closest to the mangrove one. And I really like how the mangrove one looks. Like, I really like the circle there. So yeah, let me place maybe this one. Throw a trap. Ooh, never mind. Maybe I do it on one of the dark oak. See how that looks. That definitely looks better, but it's kinda uggo. Maybe we just do the pointless one. So let's throw this on here. What does it look like? It might be better on the dark oak. Why are these all so ugly? Why is the mangrove one so nice looking and all the other ones are hideous? Third try's the charm. I'm sure of it. And the third try is gonna just be the normal one. And I'm giving up. These will still look good. I can put it right on top of the spruce and it won't take too much away. It might even add stuff because currently we just have two spruce right next to each other, which isn't really the best. Yeah, that's just immediately better than all the other ones. And then I might just throw one here for the vibes. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, I think that looks good. I think I like that. And I'm gonna also add it just to a couple of different places over here, just so that we get just a smidgen more depth or whatever. Just for anywhere that looks like it's missing a bit of depth. There is quite a bit of mangrove trapdoors on these two levels, so we're probably fine. And then I'm also, again, copying B-dubs for pretty much the whole thing. I am using his like lighting and shadow technique to just have contrast behind the lanterns and stuff, just to make it seem like they're shining light on the back wall here. And since we're going to be looking at it from down here most of the time, I had it so that this was like the perfect spot where all of the lights have shadows backwards and behind it in like this diagonal from this corner. And the same with the windows up here, where there's just like a slight extra bit of light on the edges of all of the windows. And I really think that is what ties this whole thing together. And for a not creative brain like myself, I think I did a very good job. And it's not as hard as you would think. Like if you're like, I could literally never do this. I'm not creative, really. I just can copy people. So if you can copy people, you can do this. And I think it looks really good. I think it looks great on the hill. Once we get the terraforming up next to the barn itself, it'll look super good. I think the very last thing we do in this episode is move this thing just over to the corner here. Scariest guy ever. Come over here. I'm okay if you blow up in the middle of the grass, but not near my build. There we go. So I think the last thing we do is just move this over to the corner here. Why does the mud... Do Endermen pick up the mud? Is that what's happening to it? Because I swear I placed that. I have no idea. I genuinely don't remember is the issue. I'm saying this for the record. If anything moves, it's Enderman and not me, because I would never do that. I would never touch a build this beautiful. But I don't remember if it's an Enderman or not. So I can't know for sure. I gotta get rid of Enderman. They have to go. I need an Enderman ban. One thing that I super need to do is these big torches require diamonds, so they're kind of expensive, but these prevent mob spawning in like a 32 block radius around the torch. And what sword is that? Okay, I thought it was diamond. I need to stop these mob spawning because apparently, one, Endermen are... I heard movement. I'm going insane. Apparently Endermen are trying to kill me in real life. And just by moving blocks, they're not really doing anything real, like specific. But that's basically killing me. And then there's so many creepers everywhere. Why are you here? Go away. There's another one there. Go away. So I need to go get a bunch of diamonds and get big torches. But yeah, let's move this whole thing over. It shouldn't take too long. We can also, actually, if we tear it apart, see how much stuff we have. Oh my god. The answer is a lot. I've been doing this for 4 hours. Thank goodness for backpacks as well. Look how much stuff is in this thing. It's so much. And like the inventory space I needed to build this thing was obnoxious. I would hate doing this in vanilla without a backpack. Why is there a sign out here? Did I break this and forget to pick it up? Probably. It seems on brand. So if I've done this correctly, this is the new spot. And we just got to dig this way until we can actually get there. This is now working in the new spot. I just have to bring this all the way up. Hope that a creeper doesn't spawn on top of me. I'm really worried about that last one. Ah, no creeper. Hooray. There we go. The belt is set up. I just have to run down one more time here and grab power and hooked up, connected, and working, which we love to see. But I also want to at least have like a proof of concept done for what we're doing with these items. So we have straw, wheat seeds, and rice. Straw, I'm just going to leave because it's probably just going to go straight in the train. Wheat and wheat seeds, well, actually wheat, I think we can probably send to somewhere else in the barn area here for like breeding sheep or something else. And then the wheat seeds we can actually compost. So let's start with the wheat seeds. I am going to just do a funnel with wheat and a hopper and a composter and another hopper. And for now, that'll be it because we don't have a floor. So then we can just do this, and this should be dropping down, and we'll soon get our first bit of bone meal. Well, hey, there it is. And this will just build up over time. We obviously don't need a boatload of bone meal right now, but it's good to have a passive source of it. Next, I want to real quick grab some sheep from the pen and bring them over to the barn area. I don't really have a good way to do this, so I think I'm just gonna try to break this fence, have a few escape, and then replace it as quick as I can. Ah, nice. Okay. Now you sheep, come with me. I only need like 2 of you to survive. So I have 2 sheep now. I started out with like 8, so killing it so far. And I'm just going to come over here, lock you in a pen until the end of time, and you will hopefully make a baby. Fabulous. So now to bring the wheat over there. I'm not sure if I want to actually turn on the system yet, because I think maybe eventually I'll want to have a system to automatically breed them, like maybe a water wheel that just like pushes them around in a circle. That might be the best way to do it. I'm honestly not sure yet. So maybe we just make the plans for a pathway for wheat and have a belt that goes along here, stores it in another vault or something here just for the time being until we get something going. So I'm just going to put it at this height. I'll want this factory to have a lot of belts and mechanical things going around, so I don't want to hide it in the ground or anything like that. And I'm also not sure how far these belts can go. It is this far. Perfect. So if we just connect you up again, there we go. And then we can also grab another brass funnel, place it there with wheat, and now that's for wheat. And then for now, I'm just going to use a 2x2 volt on the end here and throw a brass funnel on the end of it. And the last thing we need to do is get this thing hooked up to power. And something that I haven't used at all are these encased chain drives. They're basically just a belt around a shaft, but they are maybe cheaper, maybe more expensive. I always have arrows in my face for no reason. But I think in this case, they'll look just like a little bit cooler. So that's why I'm doing it, but I'm not really sure if it's worth it. So to do this, I actually took away this belt here, and I think we should just extend this one as far. No, stop, no, stop, no, stop, no, stop, no, stop. I forgot to, I had to break the funnel and I forgot to put wheat back. No, there we go. Wheat is now in there. And if we use these encased chain drives, we can connect those two, but not yet because we need to take all this stuff off this belt. And now we can put these down and it'll just work. Now, I think since we have so much rice in here still, it might be helpful to get a list filter and compost rice and seeds, because if we see what rice is made for here, it can be used for composting, or you could pack it into a bag of rice, which isn't really helpful, or you can make food with it, and that is really it. So for us right now, since we don't have any like full set of food thing automated yet, other than rice in a bowl, but I'm not doing that. It might just be best to compost it for now and just make this whole thing a little bit faster. And I think that'll actually be good. The list filter is set up with rice and wheat. I'm going to just skadoosh, and we should see, yeah, a boatload of rice falling in. We have 1,500 rice and about 1,000 straw. This is going to take a while, but we will get a boatload of bone meal. We already have a stack and 11. And with another 1,000 rice, we'll probably get up to 300 or so bone meal, which is a good start. For one, not having all the farm set up, and two, just like dumping rice into a little pot. So We take that for sure. Oh, and also the attempt at the mangrove thing with this tree farm did not work at all because I don't think the mangrove saplings, the propagules, grow until after the tree spawns, and this thing goes around too quickly for it to actually work. So that was a bit of an L, but it at least farmed all 60 propagules for us. And okay, never mind. It didn't really do anything. But maybe if we need more mangrove, we can make a real farm for it. I know you can bone meal the propagules or the leaves or do something with bone meal to get a bunch of propagules and we can replenish it that way. But I think we just kind of got unlucky with the mangrove-ness. So I'm going to reset this back to the normal 4. Oh my god, wait. I forgot to switch this back for so many reasons. We actually have a lot of spruce and mangrove in here. And it's actually been despawning. Oh my god. Well, that means the tree farm will work. We just need constant supply of propagules, which is doable. So I'm going to start this bad boy back up. Spin. I'm going to start this bad boy back up, and then we can put stuff into it. Yeah, and we can see now everything that's going in. I was being a little bit silly. I'll give it that. Oops. I probably lost out on about 400 mangrove, but that's okay. We can get that all in a good hard days in a bit of work. Okay, now we can fill this thing in with all the saplings that it needs, and easy peasy. There you go. Oh, now go. Yeah, and it's planting stuff. So eventually, let me switch you around and then remember to turn you back. But eventually this will work and we'll get mangroves soon. But that is going to be all the time I have for today. We made a bunch of progress this episode, a bunch of building, a bunch of little other things, and hopefully next episode we are going to get a lot of diamonds, stop all the mobs, and maybe continue working on the farmhouse and hopefully maybe get the automatic sheep farm set up. That could be fun. Hello and welcome back to another episode on the Create mod. In the last episode, we built this beautiful barn, and as you saw in the time lapse in the intro, I added a little bit of terraforming along the edges here. It isn't detailed, as you can see, it's kind of bland. But once we get the whole thing around the barn in, I think I'm going to try to build some like little custom trees and bushes around here and make this pathway a little bit more like tree coverage over the pathway on either side. So the details will come later. But today, instead of building, we are, as you can see, getting some diamonds. So I want to not have mobs spawning here every 4 seconds and blowing me up. There were like 4 creepers here while I was just sitting. That blew me up. So I want no more creepers. And the way to do that is to get these mega torches, which require diamonds and gold blocks, might I add, which, I mean, we have a few, but not a lot. And we especially don't have any diamonds. So that is where this behemoth comes in. It is 2 chunks wide and 14 blocks tall. And I haven't finished it. I just got the drills in for right now. It's looking menacing. But in the back here, we're doing the similar setup to what we did for netherite mining, where we have just rails with deployers placing down rails. And then this will be placing down blocks. We rotate this. I'm going to put cobblestone in here once we get a couple cobblestone things so that we can place blocks here. In case, let's say there isn't a block here, we then won't be able to place the rail and then the whole thing will stop, and we don't want that. So we have a block placing thing, a rail placing thing, and then a power placing thing, because at least for the netherite one, I needed to have powered rails here, even though maybe in earlier versions of the Create mod, you were able to do normal rails and it would keep going. When I tried that, it stopped after a bit of time, but it did stop. And then back here, we have the plows that will pick up both the torches and the rails here and put them back in the storage system to get reused. I think I've glued together most things. We obviously still need chests and storage of some sort. And I'm not sure if I'm going to have a trash can of chests or if I'm going to have like chests that just dump out a boatload of stuff. And then I have a backpack with a magnet and a void upgrade in it so that I pick up everything and then void it immediately. Okay, I think we are ready to try this. I'm going to throw in every but 1 torch, the controller rails, and some cobblestone. And then I'm going to place this down and turn it on. And it looks like it works. And we could just pick it up like that and take it with us. Now comes the way scarier part of trying this out down in the cave somewhere. I'm going to go down into this cave and try to find a more hidden, secluded area. And I've already looked it up. Diamonds spawn the most at Y level -64, which I think is just the bottom. Ooh, I dug into a deep dark. I'm not sure how deep or dark it is. We're at Y level -52, which I think is pretty good. I should have switched it to cobble deep slate, not just deep slate, or not just cobblestone, because I forgot that deep slate was a thing, to be honest. Oh, we're at Y level -59. This is going to be bedrock here. All right, I'm going to place down these controller rails, cart assembler, set this bad boy to lock rotation, and place this in here. I do have to dig out a bit of this just because I don't have drills absolutely everywhere. And then, yeah, let's change this to cobble deep slate, throw just some additional cobble deep slate in there for now. And then we might already even be good to send it. So yeah, let's try it. I'm just going to turn this thing on and see what it can do. Items should be going, yes, into that barrel. Oh, is doing a little jig. Oh, that's super easy to fix. That is semi-good news. Let me really quick just reconnect it here. What was happening is that this deployer, I think, yeah, this one, is placing the items backwards. So my guess is if I just flip it around like that, that will fix it. And we already have a full barrel of cobbled deep slate. We've gone 2 blocks forward, and we've already found diamonds as well. Beautiful. Now I think if I just turn that on, it's still placing them backwards. I'm not sure why it's placing them backwards. What we can do is replace the controller rail, the directioned one, with just a normal power rail. And then that should just place power rails and it'll keep going without having to change direction and stuff. And then what I'm also going to do is place a brass funnel down here because I can automatically pick it up with the iron backpack on magnet mode, which will delete deep slate, tough, and cobble deep slate. So it won't fill up all of these things just immediately. And then we won't get rid of redstone or gold or diamonds or lapis or whatever else we're going to mine down here, which should be good. All right, and test number 2. I forgot to lock rotation. That would have been bad. Let's go. Ah, right. I didn't connect it. And after quite a bit of troubleshooting, the 3rd, 4th, the 5th, the 7th tries the charm. Go? It's going? Nice. We immediately ran into lava. We do have diamonds, and more diamonds, and more diamonds, which is great. But this is annoying. I think what this did is it turned off the redstone torches. We should see, yeah, the powered rails are still there. It's just the redstone torches got washed away from the lava. That has finally been picked up. That was actually quite a pain to do. But now I have to figure out a way to power the things without using redstone torches or levers, because they also get washed away by lava or water. I suppose I could try normal rails. I don't see why it would work this time, other than I actually did upgrade the version of Create to .f instead of .e, so maybe that will actually fix it. I'm not super hopeful, but it is worth a shot. So I'm going to throw this back down. So if we just switch that with normal rails, and then grab a torch and send it again. You dropped all the rails. Okay, let's try this again. And this should just go straight through the lava here. Oh, it would have done that if I got rid of the rails. And now I'm at the exact same spot I was before. Ah! Okay, we've gotten rid of all of the powered stuff. We're just doing normal rails. Everything should work. I forgot I needed the minecart again. Minecart is in, and there we go. It is going, slowly but surely. All right, and we've gone quite a bit. It has stopped, which was kind of expected, but just from the looks of it, we are getting quite a bit of diamonds and equally quite a bit of redstone, which we love to see, and this game is a little bit broken now. I think we had too many items. I think instead of just dropping stuff, I think it might be best to put in a bunch more chests and then break everything at the end when I'm all done. In this little space, let's grab up all the diamonds and redstone that we get and see how much we actually get from all this. The total haul from this thing is 22 diamond ore, 38 redstone ore, 17 gold, which we actually take, and then a bit extra redstone dust. I haven't even looked in the barrels here. 10 more diamonds, even more redstone and gold in here, which we love to see. And then this one, lapis, boo. I am gonna go run and grab some more chests, fill up this whole back thing with chests, and then we can actually run this thing, maybe with like a seat on the back of it, and I can just sit and chill while this gives me money. There we go. It is finally up and working. I had to do some sketchy stuff for this thing to work, and I guess that didn't even work. I don't know why. Like, some of the glue just doesn't work some of the time, but it is now working. We have a bunch of storage in here, and we can fill in more if needed. So now comes the fun part of me sitting here for at least a bit of time. I mean, we have quite a few diamonds. We should be able to make quite a few torches, but I will want to sit here just to get a bit more diamonds. Maybe be able to afford the stack upgrade tier 3, which is really expensive. It's 8 blocks of diamonds. But I mean, in the distance it took for here to like here, we got 20 diamond ore. So it is possible. I just don't know what the rates are going to be. So I'm just going to follow this thing and see how it goes. This is the exact reason why we need the torches that prevent mobs. But where did you come from? Did you walk all the way over here?
Why I oughta.
But yeah, ought I did. All right, to talk about the haul. We are back from the lovely extravaganza that has just occurred. I don't know what I'm saying, but we got a lot of stuff. We got a stack and 22 diamond. I think this is in about half an hour to an hour, as well as 14 diamond, not including everything in the barrels from the actual mining machine. We'll get to that in a minute. I'll just like place it over there or something. We also got a lot of redstone ore, which is great. I still don't have a redstone farm, and they're low-key really complicated, so I'm gonna do that later, but it's very glad that we have a lot of redstone. We have even more dust, some lapis, it's the worst thing in the game, and 55 gold, which is actually pretty good. I'm not sure how, I'm curious. So obviously in the create mod, you can crush the deep slate ore, or really any ore, into 2 of either raw gold or 2 diamonds, and then a 25% chance for an additional one. I'm not sure what the odds are for Fortune 3 mining, and I'm curious to see if it's better or worse to actually crush them or not. I am going to crush them because I'm lazy and don't want to mine it myself, but let me know down in the comments if I'm wasting like diamonds or redstone or gold by crushing it instead of actually mining it. And here is the haul. Honestly, not a bad showing. So we have, what is that, like 5 stacks of blocks of redstone, which is amazing. I think this is the most we've ever had. 3 stacks of diamonds, a bunch of gold, and that's not even talking about the minecart contraption with a bunch of stuff still in it. But now we can get to actually crafting the giga torches, or whatever they're called. So as we looked at earlier, these things are pretty giga. We only have enough gold for 27 of them, and I am going to do 25 just so it's a semi-even number. And I'm gonna be honest, I feel like I'm gonna wanna use the gold for something else at some point. It doesn't actually say the radius, it just says a big radius. So I am going to place them in strategic positions, and by strategic, I mean, I'm gonna dig in a hole and then place it right there. And then do that in a couple of different spots around the base, just in different weird areas to try to get as much coverage as I can, and mostly target these areas here, and then up at the barn area is super bad. So I'm going to target that area too. And then we should not see many more mobs spawning around here, which will help a ton. Honestly, that might even be good. So we have 2, as you can see, all the holes in every building layout here right now. And then I put at least 2 underneath this thing, 1 over by the path over here, and then 1 in this little mound here. And since I don't know how big the radius is, I think we'll just have to see where mobs are still spawning and then prevent them. And I just remembered someone in the comments was talking about how these will prevent spawning of these guys as well, the mobs farm spawning. Okay, but maybe not. Okay, it might just be far enough away, which is good. Beautiful. So that still works. And we still have a bunch more torches in case we run into any more issues and we find a bunch of mobs are still spawning like up here somewhere or something, which we love to see. So it's now nighttime. I think it's a good time to check to see, and it's looking good, if there are any mobs. Actually, I don't see a single one at all. Is it nighttime? Where's the moon? Yeah, but I don't see a mob at all. This is wonderful news. That means, no blowing up, and also no dying, and happiness, which I haven't felt in years. So we can now move on to another B-Dub special, custom trees. Now, as you can probably tell, not great at building, trying my best, I think is the term. And I'm gonna do a B-Dubs copy moment, which I feel like is how you're supposed to build, right, in this game. But I'm gonna do a B-Dubs copy moment, and he has some really fun custom tree designs that use tough walls, of all things, which, if I can figure out how to get a stone cutter, tough walls of all things. I know that we don't have all of the fun tough blocks that he does just yet, but like tough walls here that we can use as like a petrified wood type of thing. This isn't as good of a texture as what is available in 1.21. So right off the bat, this might already be a fail, but we might be able to sprinkle them in, and I want them to be kind of thin. So I'm going to, obviously the base wouldn't normally start with fences, but we'll figure that out once we get there. I think something like this makes sense, that a tree, it's got like little limb thingies. I'm a professional tree person. It's got little limb thingies, and then it's got some leaves around it. I really like the birch leaves. I think they do a lot to, like, I think they're a good color for the, like, even though I didn't mean to do this, it feels like the hill and stuff here is like kind of drained of color, which I guess that's what happens when you do only gray and like one color of green, but it feels kind of drained of color, and the birch leaves give me a similar vibe. And I know in at least a video somewhere, I think B-Dubs talked about having like air gaps in between some bushes, so I'm gonna leave this middle section blank. I'm probably gonna leave this one blank, and then maybe we top it off with spruce. No, I think that's the wrong color to be going. We could top it off with oak. This looks horrible, by the way. I'll figure out a better way to do this, but I wanted to bring you along for the ride for my first attempt to show you that I am not an artiste in the slightest. You know what? If I trim down this bit and have it be more of like a this way type of thing, I think I have like an okay shape right now. I think I tried to go too big on the bottom bit here. I think that's what's killing me at the moment. I am starting over because that was really bad. So let's do this again. Let's get a good limb shape going first. So I want this to kind of curve over the way like this and kind of hang down. Okay, this is the first attempt. And while it's bad, okay, the slabs are the worst part. While it's bad, I don't think it's the worst one ever made, but I am going to take it down. No, I'm not. I'm going to leave it, and I will get better as time goes on, and I'll replace this one at the end once I go all the way around the barn. I don't know what to do with these spruce fences because I think it looks bad regardless. Another little progress update. I think this is passable as a tree. I've watched 18 million, and that might actually not be an exaggeration, custom tree tutorials. I currently have 4 tabs with a bunch of different custom tree images, and I still don't know what I'm doing. So if this is okay, then I'll allow it, and I think it looks okay from the 2 main viewing angles, the one on the path and the one down there. It does super block the door and looks out of place because we don't have anything else, but I'm hoping that when I build more, we will have a bunch of trees and it won't look stupid, but I guess we'll see. What I totally forgot to do and got immediately sidetracked because I wanted to build a tree for some reason is we didn't empty out the minecart for all the cool stuff that might have gotten. So I suppose let's go do that. So we're over here. I'm just going to place down this thing and oh, ow. I knew that was going to happen. I flinched in real life. I think we're going to have a boatload of stuff here. Yeah. So I am going to delete everything because I don't really care about a bunch of deep slate. And if I ever need, like, I think I have 50,000 deep slate in the storage. So if I ever need more, I can just run this for 8 minutes and get literal gallons. We did just get some diamonds. Oh my God. Another stack? Excuse me? This is the best noise ever. I know I say that every single time something happens in this game. Like I said it with the precision mechanism farm. I'm saying it with this. This might actually take... What? Wait. Wait. Why do we have so many diamonds? What is going on? This has absolutely blown my mind. I forgot to turn this back on. I did not expect in a million years to get anywhere near 3 stacks of diamonds from running this. These drills don't have fortune. So we got 200 diamond ore blocks. We got more than that. I thought this was going to be like a pretty good farm, a pretty good quarry thing that would like be kind of helpful for finding diamonds, but more helpful in just unveiling them. This might be the most diamonds I've ever had in my life. We got another full stack? Are you kidding? So I think in the 30 minutes that I ran this, maybe an hour, I don't know. In the 30 minutes to an hour that I ran this, we got like 500 diamonds and oodles of redstone, like literal, like each one of these little portions is an oodle, I've decided. And we got like 9 oodles. That's a lot of oodles. This is actually crazy. I don't know if anything could have prepared me for this. I'm baffled by how successful this was. So we have 4 more almost stacks of blocks of redstone. So we have 5,000 redstone now. I think we started with 700. And then we have another 3 stacks of diamonds, 4 stacks of gold, lapis, nobody cares, and a boatload of zinc and iron, which I guess we don't care about iron because we have a crazy iron farm. But oh my goodness. So I suppose now that we have a bunch of gold and we already are going into the big torch mode, as you can see, I think it might be a good idea to get these fairy lights. Is that what they're called? Feral flare lanterns. I don't even know why I thought fairy light. I think that's a different mod. These aren't too expensive. They require gold glowstone. I don't think I've ever mined glowstone. How do you even get glowstone other than going to the nether and finding it? I guess you have to go to the nether. Well, it just needs glowstone, some gold, and some glass. Gold and glass, easy peasy now that we have a bajillion gold. And these lanterns, they're not like invisible like you would maybe think. It places invisible lights, meaning the feral flare lantern, like if we put it down like a torch, it will spawn in around it invisible light things. So it's a perfect thing to put it inside of these, because then it'll spawn lights above and below, and then we won't have to, one, light up the ceiling. These dark spots won't be here, and then we also won't have to light up this level, which will also be super helpful. Oh no, something's backed up. An Enderman was here. What's backed up? Oh no, mud. Oh my god. We have so much mud. Well, now that we have a lot of diamonds, we can just splurge on a diamond upgrade. And that'll fix the issue. I do want to stop the mud creation though, because there's no need at all. And dirt is now already full, which I suppose might be good news. But yeah, I got distracted again. Let's go to the nether, grab some glowstone, and then we can place in some of these feral flare lanterns. Ha ha ha, idiot, it's going through the portal before it's hitting me. All right, we're back with some glowstone. I need to crush it down into the glowstone dust. Beautiful. We now have everything we need to make this thing, and we can make a stack already. I'm just gonna throw them in the floor up here. I could just place them down like this, block over top of them, and I'm gonna just do this around kind of everywhere. And this should place in a bunch of, oh, there's a thing in the way here. This should place in a bunch of invisible, like sourceless lights. And I'm going to also remove all these torches, and mobs maybe won't spawn because we still have the mega torches down below. Again, I don't know the radius, but it seems like the mega torches radius is actually pretty huge because I don't see mobs anywhere, which is still really surprising. Like I only need to place like 6 mega torches or something stupid. So I'm not sure if it places in more invisible lights as time goes on, but I might have to place a couple in here for it to fully light up the whole area, just because it's high key looking like it spawns in like 3 maybe and then stops, which we obviously kind of need more than just 3 per little like zone. I've thrown in all but 14 of these feral flare lanterns. That is so hard to say. I've thrown in all but 14 of these feral flare lanterns, and it is working. As you can see, I mean, there's sourceless light. Like right here, this is light and it's sourceless. That's what sourceless light means if you don't know how to hear, but it is kind of sporadic. And I mean, I think like right under here, there's a flare lantern. So I just like throw in more and there's one right here. So I just keep throwing them in until they get up these spots. I don't know if it's just random where they choose or if there's like a specific pattern or something, but I've just been like flying around looking for dark spots, going to a light spot, placing a flare lantern down because it feels like they place them like kind of diagonally to where they are. But again, I'm just saying random stuff that is probably not true, so don't super take my word for it. If you know in the comments, please let me know if there's a way to know where they're going to place the random lights, or if like there's some secret behind it, because that will be amazing to know. But so far I'm just placing them and hoping that with 100 flare lanterns it'll eventually be covered. As you can see here, I put 2 down here already and it is still dark. I don't know what to do. But if we go down here, hopefully this will be less shadowy. Oh, it looks so weird. Okay. I'm not sure how to fix it. I'm gonna be honest. I think maybe we just suck it up. I throw in... No way. It's gotta be something that I'm doing that I can guess where all the flare lanterns are, right? Oh, I also shouldn't be... Oh, okay, it's because we have a bajillion. Okay, that makes sense. That tracks, yeah. And the last one is in, and I misplaced that block. We are done with those. I suppose we'll see. Maybe if like I relog, something will happen, or just like random stuff will fix itself. But I don't have super high hopes. But it's not the end of the world. I mean, in vanilla, you don't get feral flare lanterns, so I'm not too worried about finding a clever light source like these shroom light lanterns on the ground and stuff. And we could do something cool with the ceiling instead of just smooth stone up here. So I'm not super worried about it, but we'll have to do all those plans and do all those things in a future episode because that is all of the time I have for today. So thank you all so much for watching. We made a bunch of little random progress. We literally got 700, 500, 800, 100, a lot of hundreds of diamonds. We got a bunch of gold, a bunch of redstone, which we also need. And we tried our best on a custom tree. It doesn't look horrible, so we take that. Welcome back to the My Face simulator. I am currently just in my scaffolding in the main kind of living room area because that is the safest place from creepers, even though in the last episode we ran around everywhere placing down big torches, those bad boys, which prevents mob spawning in a large radius. And given the 0 mobs anywhere, it looks like it worked, which we love to see. We also, over here, did a little bit of terraforming in the beginning of the episode. We built this path that's going to meander down and kind of around to eventually maybe a bridge or something that goes over to the main island. And then we also tried our best at a custom tree, which I think looks pretty decent, especially from the 2 main angles we'll look at it. And I think it fits the vibe that I'm going for. We just need way more custom trees on either side of it, and I think it'll blend in quite a bit more. But we're not doing that today. As you could probably tell from the title and thumbnail, we are trying to figure out redstone. Redstone, if you don't already know, is a pain to automate in just like the semi-basic create mod. I have quite a bit of other create mod things, but if we look at redstone here, we can fill cinder flower, which we'll get into in a second, with a potion of strength. Potion of strength isn't too obnoxious. It's just blaze powder and an awkward potion. The difficult part is getting a automated source of blaze powder, because you need to have a blaze farm that drops blaze rods, and at least having that in the overworld is really difficult and probably impossible. I'm not too sure, but we'll get to that after we make the redstone farm. The other half of this is the cinder flower here. The real only automated source is getting netherrack, crushing that down into cinder flower. And the way you make netherrack automatically is mixing andesite and netherwort on a heated blaze burner. We obviously already have an andesite farm. Netherwort is super easy. You just throw it on one of the farms and have a harvester harvest it. The only challenge is blaze rods and figuring out how everything goes together. Since it's been quite a bit since the last time I did one of these videos where I showed you kind of my thought process and design process for making this, the last one was this build here, I think it'll be good to get into a creative world and show you what I'm thinking, how I'm doing it, and maybe you can learn some stuff about the create mod or just about how I think, which might be useful. I don't know. So without further ado, let's jump into a creative testing world. We are back in the creative testing world. You can see quite a bit of machines, and if you watched the previous video, you'll recognize these things. But over here, I have the beginnings to hopefully a good system. So the main issue I've been running into with creating and automating netherrack is that it requires 2 inputs and a thing underneath it. So we technically need 3 sides of this thing for inputs and outputs. The issue with that is that we can't just have a line of basins. We have to have 2 basins side by side, and then one side input, and then on either side we have an output into a chute onto a belt. I've already got this semi-working, and the good news about this is you can just extend it to as long or as far as you need, depending on the speed of the farm. And now we can work on the actual crushing of the netherrack, which is going to be done here, and putting it into cinder flour. And then we can get to the other half of this, which is the potion of strength. It's only 25 millibuckets needed, and the 1 blaze powder gives us 1,000 millibuckets. So if I do my math correctly, that means 1 blaze powder gives us 40 redstone dust, which isn't a ton, but if you think about that as 1 blaze rod, it gives us 80 redstone dust, which is a little bit better. What that does mean, though, is the potion of strength crafting and stuff is going to be way faster, and we probably just need 1 basin versus the cinder flour stuff, which is going to take way longer because it's a 1-to-1 from netherrack to cinder flour. After quite a bit more testing, tweaking, and all of that stuff, we have finally a mostly working system here. So what happens is, as I showed earlier, the netherrack goes into the crushing wheels, gets turned into cinder flour. Cinder flour goes up onto this belt and gets put into one of the 9 little systems here that squoosh potion of strength onto the cinder flour, turns it into redstone. That just gets put back into a creative crate for now. And it is quite compact so far. So all things good here. The last thing we need to do now is make the potion of strength. I'm going to hope that I can put it just here on this 1 block area and keep it in the, whatever, 7 by maybe like 8 blocks tall by something blocks long footprint, because that would be amazing. But we'll have to see in a smidge and see if I can actually do that. So the first thing we need to do with the potion of strength is first make an awkward potion, which can be made with water and netherwort, which is pretty easy. We do need a blaze burner, but since we already have netherwort coming along this way, I think we can delete this block that I've just been using to stop the belt here and put it straight into a basin. So if we place a basin like that with a blaze burner below it, and for some reason, I'll show you this in a millisecond here. If we do this, this is going to spaz out. But if I put a funnel on the end of it, these basins will no longer pick up netherwort. You can see at the top there, it's going down 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, and it's not getting refilled. And I assume it's because this funnel at the end of the belt is getting priority. So it's taking all of these 3 on these 2 blocks for some reason, and this one is not allowed to pick any up. If I remove this, and maybe also this one, you can see it then just picked up some, but again, it won't refill itself. So to fix this, we'll use a depot here so that this can still pick it up. It's not connected to the belt or anything, but this belt will throw it onto the depot if, let's say, we remove enough netherwort. You can see at the top, 16, still getting rid of it. There we go. It just finished the stack, and now a new stack got put on, and this thing can still pick up items and still make netherrack. So that's the only item input that we need for the awkward potion. The next thing we need is to connect this thing up to lava. Oh, that would have been almost really bad. And I think that's really the only way we can do it. And then separately, we need an infinite water source somewhere here. We'll need a mechanical pipe of some sort to pull in the water source. And we obviously can't have it here because then we would need a block here, which we cannot have. But maybe if instead I did something like this, did like a little cogwheel thing, hook it up, and then if I can place water source on top of this block here, let's try it. I think it'll work. We can place the mixer above this barrel, which is a good blocker. I'm going to put a water source here, and then we just need a block here and like that. And then I'm hoping this doesn't spill everywhere, but I think it's fine because oh, it spilled there, it spilled there, it spilled there. I think that's okay. There's no real redstone in here, so I think we're fine. If we do an andesite casing there, we can now remove that block and be fine. These are all waterlogged. This is getting water in here, perfect. And it has 1 bucket of awkward potion. Now I'm curious if I grab another basin here, connect this thing like this, and if just for now we power it like this, is this going to put the awkward potion and a water bucket in here. I'm not sure how to get just the awkward potion. Time to Google. Ooh, so it turns out we have a smart fluid pipe, which can help control flows by fluid type. You can specify what source you want to extract, and then we can put the awkward potion in there, and that will work. Okay, that's good news. Here, I'm gonna scooch all of this over one block. So I've scooched it over and extended this by just a little bit. If we place the smart fluid pipe down and then grab an awkward potion and place that in this filter, that will hopefully just select the one, we'll see, and then throw a mechanical pipe down and then one more pipe like this. And then if we connect it, we just got an awkward potion. Beautiful. This obviously isn't the dimensions that I want, but I might be able to compact it in a minute here. Nice, and compacting it was pretty easy. I just threw in some other stuff here. The last thing we need to do is set up the actual strength potion making. So this is just going to be blaze powder and an awkward potion. I'm going to just require blaze powder as a item to put in here, which isn't the best, but I think it will do. And again, we need a blaze burner here with lava connected to it. Beautiful. We have the awkward potion going in, we have the mixer, and then we need an output, which is going to be a challenge in and of itself, and an input, which is the other half of that challenge. See, we only have this side that we can really get stuff in and out from, because this one, while it does have one spot here, it's only one spot, because this basin is taking up this spot here, and everywhere else isn't really going to work. And in order to fix this issue, I put a mechanical arm here that will place blaze powder into the basin, and I'm getting them from way down here. I know I said in a little bit earlier that I was just going to have blaze powder as an input. I was able to squeeze in the crushing of blaze rods into blaze powder, getting them filtered out onto this belt here and going all the way along here onto this depot. Thankfully, I think this is the max block limit. This mechanical arm can reach this depot and can also reach this basin. As you can see, if we take from there and deliver to there and put it here, it can reach both. And if we had blaze powder on this, it will put it into this basin. As I said, I also rearranged this thing so that we can now crush blaze rods into blaze powder. So if we throw in a stack of blaze rods here, it will get crushed into blaze powder, filtered out, put onto the basin, and will refill itself, which is beautiful. I also set up the output here with a smart fluid pipe that brings itself all the way around over to here to a like temporary holding tank, just so we can get a little bit extra potion of strength just chilling in case we run out of blaze rods and don't notice immediately. And then it continues on back to the spouts here that go into the system that I kind of worked out before. And then after that, it just goes straight into whatever storage system you want. Obviously a giant item vault right next to it is probably not what you want, but it's in a creative testing world, so we're just throwing it here for now. So I've been running this farm for quite a while, and thankfully it doesn't back itself up, which is great news as long as you don't put in too much blaze rods or blaze powder, which in the tutorial that's going to come out Friday, I will have a like smart on and off switch for this, so you won't have to worry about it. I've been running it for a minute now, and we already have 500 redstone dust, which is super awesome. And you can see a pretty constant flow going in here like this, which is great to see. Obviously, this thing is super overkill. At least for me, I prefer a fast farm that I only have to run every so often than a super slow passive one, because obviously we can cut this down to one mechanical mixer making netherrack and like 2 spouts and it'll be fine and work great. But I prefer getting more to the max limit of making the potions and stuff and having it be a little bit more even. So that's why I'm going with this gigantic system here, and I think it looks super cool. You can really put power in from anywhere as long as it's in the right spot, which is a great feature of this thing. But enough gushing over it. Let's figure out how to build this in survival. We are back in survival, and I wanted to kind of first lay out the pathway and perhaps maybe part of the floor that we're going to need, and then I want to build it like around here-ish. And I found these blocks. I'm actually going to remove this top layer of black concrete here. I found these blocks that are exactly what I was looking for last time that I couldn't find. I don't know if since updating to the newest version of Create and Chipped and everything like that, the complaint I had with the weird warning blocks was the same before, because like you couldn't turn it before, but now you definitely can. It still doesn't look good, but these things are the solution to that. They connect to one another if you have them next to each other. And on the corners, they have a cool little thing there. So I'm going to use this as kind of like our warning track for every machine, the pit, and everything else that we're going to have in the area. There we go. And in my opinion, this is going to look super, super good once we have like a floor. And we can put it around every single machine that we're going to make. So I have the schematic for the farm here. It is this big. There we go. And I'm not sure exactly where I want to put it. I think just in the middle is probably a good shout. Like if you were to walk straight in, we want it in the very center here. And then probably just up against the wall like this is going to be fine. That's probably in the middle. I do want to rotate. Oops. I do want to rotate it because this side looks so cool. But yeah, I think that's good. And then for height placement, I'm going to want to put it at floor level. So one above. And then we'll have this thing going around the whole way. And then actually, I'm going to scooch it one block that way. Because now we can put the warning track behind it, which I think is going to look super cool. There we go. And that's what it'll look like once it's actually in, because so far it's not real. For the inside blocks here, I think I'm going to do the same as what we did over here with the white, like wired concrete or whatever. I think I have some... Yeah. So this block is super cool. I think it looks sick. It's like a deep slate vibe with a white border. And since we're going to have a machine above this, we won't really see the deep slate, so it won't like blend in super a lot. Let's grab the schematic and yeah, so that's what it's going to look like once the machine is in. And you could just see the white border around it and the rest is mostly hidden, which I actually prefer. So now comes the time of getting everything that we need, putting it in the chest, and then hitting play on this bad boy. So I will see you in a minute. Since we're going to need blaze rods for the farm itself, I think it might be a good idea. Oh, come on. It might be a good idea to prep the yoinkage of this spawner so that I can bring it maybe to the overworld. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that yet. In order to actually bring this thing to the overworld, we would need to pick it up with the wrench. And if you watched the video like a million years ago, I am not able to do that. But a bunch of people in the comments were like, you can change a config option to let that happen. And I might do that just because I think it'll be fun to have a blaze spawner just in our normal spawner spot. But I think I'll decide that later if we need more. So that is set up. I have all the blaze burners that I need. So escape. The materials are all acquired. We have everything we need here. So I think we just send it. I need gunpowder. Gunpowder obtained. I'm just going to hit send it because it should all be in the right spot. And it looks like it's all working. The things we will need to fix are the item vault, as per usual with all schematics, it just won't ever work, which is fine and kind of easy to fix. We'll need to input lava, which, ow, we have. Love to see it. I want to know in the comment section if you think we should do like the glass fog texture above it. I tried it in a creative testing world and it didn't look crazy good. If you think I should, because I like the hole with the lava at the bottom, but also I think fog would look cool, but maybe I just did it wrong or something. So if you want, I can try it out and see what it looks like, and then maybe we'll change it, because the tube doesn't matter if there's blocks in the way now. Once it's already placed, it will matter if I bring it up and then back down again though. So we have to first decide the height of this thing. I probably want it like around this high up. So I'm going to need to move it anyway. So we're not putting the glass down today, but let me know if I should put glass, make it foggy. But this thing I think is already almost done. It's going to make like a little ding when it is done. And it looks super cool. It's like perfectly squarular, or as, oh, my game crashed. I guess that's not good. I wonder what happens if your game crashes in the middle of placing down the schematic. Is it going to kill you? Is it going to be annoyed? Oh no. Ah. All right, let's hop back in here and hope that it didn't break too bad. Okay. It's mostly done. It looks like it saved its progress. Okay. So game crashed, didn't break it, which is good. I didn't know that was going to be an issue, but I'm glad it didn't break it. And almost everything is pretty much fully in here. I will need to replace these fluid tanks here, but we'll do that once it dings. Oh, haha, it's done. And we do have some leftovers just because I couldn't be bothered counting. As you do with any schematic, replace all the fluid containers and just 2 of the volt blocks. That's a 3x3 now, that's a 1x2. I think everything else is good here. We will need a water source on these 2 cogwheels here, which I might as well do. Sweet, that is now in. And I suppose next up is just linking up everything that we need. So on this side, we're gonna need nether wart. This side, we're gonna need andesite, and both of those need to be gathered from over there. But for just a moment, I'm just going to use barrels and transport it manually, because I think next episode or the episode after, we're going to get into transporting items from the storage system here over to there in that building. And we don't have a ton of nether wart. It might be a good idea for me to quickly run over here. I don't know where I want to grow nether wart, because I think it's going to be very obviously in the way. I think we just try it here and see what it looks like. So let's see what this looks like from far away. You know what? I think it adds a cool color to it. I'm not too annoyed about that. So I'm also going to do it up here, because this thing is going to burn through nether wart like crazy. I don't know the rates specifically, but my guess is like 2,000 an hour. Maybe more. So we'll have this be soul sand, and once this grows enough, then we can place more down. But I want to test out the redstone maker and make sure that we actually get some redstone. Barrels everywhere. And then I'm also just going to throw the blaze powder onto that, because that's going to go down to the other side over here and fill up, I think, this one with blaze powder to make the strength potions. Lava is coming in here. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, the good thing about this thing is that it will just work no matter which way you put stuff in. We throw that in. Lava is now filling up these. Oh, and water is leaking from somewhere. Where is water leaking from? I think that was a glitch. Weird. Well, that's now fixed. And this thing is working. These blaze burners are filled with lava, which we care about. And then these ones should be as well, all of them. I can't see that last one, but I assume it is. And now we could try to put in nether wart and andesite. Now this isn't really going to be fast enough, I don't think, to get us anywhere, but it'll be a good test to make sure that everything actually works. Yep, so we have 29 netherrack in here. This is really strange. So we have 29 netherrack in the item vault, but this brass funnel is not dumping anything out. I'm going to break and replace this again, and that fixed it. Well, now that works. I'm going to move this back to exactly 64, because it is better if it is 64. So this works. Beautiful. We would need some more nether wart to throw it into this awkward potion, which I suppose I can go snag. So obviously once we have like a full supply of nether wart and everything, this will be a little bit better. But that's in. Nether wart is good. Blaze powder awkward potion makes a potion of strength. Goes in, and we are getting redstone. That is awesome. So the actual numbers, I think, for this thing is that it's going to need 16,000 andesite and nether wart per hour in order to work at full speed of 25,000 redstone per hour. Obviously, I don't think there's any reason you would need to run this for more than an hour, just period ever. I don't ever expect myself to input 16,000 andesite and nether wart in here at a time, but this is going to be a great source of redstone, and we already have 27, which is a crazy amount for not even a stack of nether wart in here. And while we do have 6,000, this stuff goes so fast when you're trying to make the rose quartz things, which are 8 redstone to 1 rose quartz, and that's used for any of the fancy schmancy stuff, like the smart observers, smart chutes, brass funnels, and I'm so glad this is working. This is awesome. But that is going to be all the time I have for today. We made a super cool, compact, and fast farm. It does require a lot of stuff, so take that into account. And I kind of showed you how to build it, how I thought about building it, how I designed it, all that fun stuff, and then we started getting work on the floor of this build here, and I think next episode, we're finally going to build it. I've been putting it off for so long. I think I kind of have to. So watch out for that. But again, that's going to be next episode. What's up, nerds? Welcome back to another episode on the Create mod. Last week, I did a live stream where I finished the back of the barn. And as you can see here, we actually have some cool detailing work that I didn't super copy over to the other side, but I did remove some of the lights here just to remove some of the repetitive patterns of these, like lights lighting up the background. And from down here, it just looks like a pattern because you couldn't really see the lights. But now if we look, you can see that it's actually not a pattern of lights, and I think looks a little bit better. But today we're not working on this at all. Instead, as I promised, we are working on this building here. In all honesty, we're probably not going to finish it, but I do want to get at least like this half done. The other half will come, but it'll have a different style. I plan on doing this one with like a one-story type of thing, and then the other one being 2 stories. But to get started, I need some materials. So quick material gathering time, let's go. We have at least a good starting point. As you can see, quite a few interesting blocks. The first thing we need to do is take down this stone brick, because instead we're going to be doing mud. This is going to be more of a like darker-ish, orangey browny build. I mean, this one is literally all orangey browny red, but there's not going to be, I'm lying. I was going to say there's not going to be any like gray or white, but that's why we have the observers, droppers, whatever. I'm loosely copying, I guess. I took inspiration from Impulse's build on Hermitcraft, where he made the reactor thingy. So I'm loosely copying that. It'll be quite different, but still loosely copying it. But I have to remove all of this stone brick because we're doing mud instead. All right, and I thought, why not copy some smallish beans a little bit and do one of these things where I build and talk to you at the same time. So the bottom 3 is going to be similar to the other building here, but with some texture, because texture is important. And I'm just going to be throwing up some rooted dirt mud blocks here all the way around. It's going to be the same all the way around. All right, and that bit is done. That didn't take too long. Now comes the more annoying part. I am going to grab all these droppers and observers and stuff. I have to clear out my inventory because there's too much mud. That's what happens when you roll around in the sand, in the sandy mud. And then we got observers, blast furnaces, and droppers. And then I probably want some temporary blocks. And I'm going to do something that I saw from Impulse as per usual, as I mentioned earlier, where this is like going to be a too tall little doohickey here. It's just going to be a Mod Podge, I think that's a real word, of droppers and stuff to make it look busy on this area. So you'll see it once I get a little bit more in here, but the main bulk of the base is going to be quite simple and basic, and then this is going to be the area that mostly draws your attention. And then we can do cool stuff with droppers and the observers. Since they're directional, they have little arrows on them, as you can see. So if we make them go upward, it has a whole new texture, which is super neat. So let me do this for just a quick second, and then you can hopefully see about what the final product is going to look like. All right, and that has now been done all the way around the ring here. Now I think it might be a good idea to get going with the main bits, the main bitty bits of this thing. So we're going to use brown terracotta for most of it. Brown terracotta is interesting because it's a dark color and brown. That's the color theory class for today. Thank you all for coming. And we're going to do 7 blocks wide for each section of this, and then a 2-block gap for these gray things to go up, and then another 7-block thing. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then the same thing again, and then another 2-block gap. And then once we get to the entrance, we'll just do whatever it'll let us. But this is kind of what it's going to look like. We obviously have to extend these bits up. Of course, it's raining. Just like that. There we go. And then for now, I'm just going to load this up with brown terracotta so that we can get a good vibe of the area. So that's going to be how tall it is. There's obviously going to be some more texture on these walls, but for now, let's just get them in. I've only semi-built this in creative. I do like a little test piece in creative just to make sure it doesn't look super, super dumb. But I haven't done all of it. So you're going to be doing this kind of with me. I'm going to grab some of the bricks that I made that you saw for maybe a quarter of a millisecond. And in the corners here, I'm going to make it feel like moss is starting to grow in. And these different brick flavors are actually pretty cool. And oh, I forgot one ingredient. Hopefully we actually have enough of it. And I know this is going to look out of place for now, but once this oxidizes, I think it's only one step, so it shouldn't even take that long. But once that oxidizes, it'll look even better. And then we're gonna do this in all 4 corners, kind of like just seeping in slightly, just to make it look like it is breaking open and apart just a little bit. Oh, and you can already see, this is the color that we're going for. Not this stupid bright one. It's supposed to be more muted, more oxidized. I might need to go make a honey farm maybe next episode so that we can actually keep them like exposed and wax them instead of them just going to the super green that's on the roof right now. But that's the color we're going with. As you can see, it blends in so much more and actually fits instead of just being ugly and bright. And that is now done. As you can see, we've already converted one more over here, which means this should be pretty fast to actually convert. Now I obviously have to do this for the rest of the walls. So, it's done. I'm just joking. I still have to do it. As I was building this, and as you could probably tell, it's kind of ugly. So I'm going to change up the style a little bit. If you could just follow me over here. As you can see, up in this corner here, I've already changed up a little bit. The thing that I'm running into is that there's no like cohesiveness. So they just look like scattered bits. And I did kind of want to make it like a mossy, like in the corners thing, but I don't think that's going to work as well as I'd like. So I'm going to switch it over to it being a rusted type of thing. And obviously we're not going to use granite here. I just didn't have any terracotta. So I think using this might be good. And then we can see if it'll actually work. It might even be better instead of normal terracotta to do a transition between the brown here and the red. So granite isn't too horrible. I just think it's not the perfect color. Okay, this is going to be the new look, and I was comparing between orange and normal terracotta, and I honestly think the normal is going to look better, and I think we can add more details to the wall if it still looks bland after we're finished building the rest of the base. So now comes the point where I have to redo everything, which is great. This bad boy is a little bit done, at least the front wall kind of is. We mixed it up. I think it looks better. I still think it's missing some details, but I'm not going to go into it yet, just in case it'll look good by the time we're done. Because I do think the furnaces, blast furnaces, droppers, and observers is supposed to direct most of your attention. So I'm going to leave any detailing of these walls until the very end when I absolutely need more details. We now need to get working on the roof, and I guess kind of the other furnace pillars here, because I don't have those on any of the other sides. So I guess quickly, let's do the corner pillars, and then we could get to the roof. And I bet you're wondering, hey, why are the walls still brown when the thumbnail, it's clearly not brown? And that's because I didn't like the final result, so we changed it, and I'll show you that later. But I wanted your input on whether you liked the brown or if you like the new design more. So let me know down in the comments which one you prefer, and if brown is a resounding yes, then we'll switch it back. All right, and then we built up a little smokestack attempt here. I ran out of smooth stone, but this is about what it would look like. We obviously need to detail this thing and make it look good. I'm not really sure how I like it. I haven't done this bit in creative at all. So maybe I need to hop in there and really quick figure out what's going on. But the rest of the base is pretty much done. The rest of the build is pretty much done. I'm still not super sold on all of the rust that's going on, but maybe if for places here, I can change around some of the colors and that might make it look better. We can continue tweaking this as we go on. But the final step is the smokestack, and I don't think smooth stone is going to work. So I'm going to go down as much as it'll let me, which is just that much. But this would go up probably to there, and I think it starts out too wide. But then also I think the stone is too much a contrast with the brown terracotta. So I think I'm going to go hop into creative and figure out a good looking thing for this, because right now it's not working. I have a solution. The only issue, as you've seen probably from the thumbnail, I assume I've included it somewhere, is that I do not have the blocks for it. So I guess we need another quick time-lapse session montage of me getting all the blocks that I need for this big old circle. I think it's going to look really nice and kind of cool. I don't know what it will fully look like, but I at least have a plan, which is better than before. So I've seemed to run into a slight predicament, and that slight predicament is probably like 2,000, 3,000 blocks in bone blocks, which are notoriously a challenge to get. I just converted all of my bones from the skeleton spawner over here, we have 3 now, into bone blocks, and we have 181 bone blocks, which means at this rate I would need to AFK at the skeleton farm for, I think, 4.5 years, which might mean that I need to make a bone meal farm, which isn't too terrible and probably easier in the create mod than with other things. This means I need to make a cobblestone generator or something if I'm going to use the normal vanilla bone meal farm with some like create mod tweaks or something. So I suppose maybe we try to figure out a cool way to make a bone meal farm using the create mod instead of just doing the standard moss to bone meal conversion type thing. Now that I'm thinking about it, we have a billion farms here that all produce seeds and stuff. Some of them are trampled or whatever, but they all produce compostable objects. So I thought, why not just increase the composting production, and then we have some hoppers down here. I already have a couple stacks from one of the hoppers being filled up, but we have so much in the backlog, 3,000 straw, all of which is compostable, something. So I'm just going to compost most of this stuff, and now I guess I get to sit here doing nothing, twiddling my thumbs until bones get turned into food. That was a meal joke. I caved. And instead of twiddling my thumbs for the past day and a half, I have been making a bone meal farm. You might be asking, why not just do one in vanilla? That's a great question. It's because I was like, there's no way that's the easiest way to do it, and it probably was. But I also found this cool design from a YouTuber. I'll put him on the screen now. I think he just has a couple videos showing off some cool stuff. But this is like from ages and ages ago, where most of the stuff doesn't even work anymore. So wherever it's happening, chutes being able to go into composters is no longer a thing. So like that's how old it is, if that's a good indication. But by probably maybe compacting his design more my style and his not working in this 1.20 Create Perfect World game, I made this bone meal farm, which is basically the same speed as the vanilla one, but I made it. So that's pretty cool. And it has the benefit of looking super dope, because look at that. Oh, it squeezes it out all like that. So basically what it does is it gets stone, converts it to moss, turns it moss into bone meal. This is revolutionary, folks. And it's actually not too slow. It produces 20,000 moss per hour-ish and about 2,000 bone meal per hour-ish, which is pretty good. I've been literally running it for probably an hour and 10 minutes. And we're at 2.425. And it just uses, like, we lose 1 bone meal from despawn every 5 minutes or whatever, which is so negligible that I just didn't bother putting in a request system. But enough talking. There might be a tutorial on this if you all care. Like, if you want a tutorial on this, then for sure I can throw schematics in the schematic thing too, if that's necessary. But honestly, the only real reason I made this was because for some reason in all of the 1.20 tutorials, bone mealing moss from below the stone should turn this into stone, but it doesn't, and it doesn't at any level ever, which is so strange. So I don't know if that's a create mod thing or me thing, or like just I'm unlucky, or if I'm playing in 1.20.1 or something, but that doesn't work. So I needed to put the moss that we're bone mealing on top of the stone, which does reduce the rates by 2 blocks. As you can see, those 2 blocks below this dispenser and moss block will literally never turn into moss. But that's basically negligible. And I mean, 2,000 bone meal an hour is good enough. And I already have a schematic of it. So I think I just need to gather the materials, throw this into our world, and then sit AFK and have it be faster. Also, since I haven't been on this server, or this map, this world, this whatever for a while, this is my first time seeing this in like a day and a half. And honestly, I like it way more than I did before. So good job, previous me. I'm thinking we build the thingy in this barn here because, I mean, bone meal is like basically a plant, and I feel like it makes sense for it to be in here. I am not sure if it'll fit, so we'll have to do the math there, but it maybe might. And I think it'd be kind of neat if this is like a super crowded barn. So I need to grab some schematics. All right, so this is how big this thing is. One thing I need to verify before I actually build this in survival is if it's directional or not, because some of the moss farms are in fact directional, but also I think this is going to be too big for the barn. I will try my best to fit this thing in here. We're basically already at the width of the barn. Well, I'm going to just bring you with me. All right, so this is the size of it in the new base building that we're building. It takes up so much space. Oh my gosh, really? It didn't look that big. That is huge. I guess I'm very happy that I built, oh, I am building, it's not done. I am building the second area because, oh my goodness. This is definitely the biggest machine I've ever made. It just needs a lot of horizontal space, I think, is the biggest issue with this. Because moss will not convert if there's blocks above it, which is why these 2 blocks are never going to be moss, because there's 2 blocks above it. So you need to scooch it all the way over. But I think, honestly, this is a pretty good spot. So I'm going to yeet down the cannon. Tell me what you need from me. All right, so this thing is relatively affordable. I think that's going to be the biggest setback here. And maybe the biggest lag causer. Ruh-roh. Maybe I switch this to just andesite funnels or something else. Belts, perhaps. I don't know. Well, I fixed the hopper issue by just doing belts instead. And also, totally forgot, but it doesn't use any stress units, which pretty neat, if you ask me. We are getting a little bit of falling edge. Hopper issue is no more. I don't even know how many hoppers we have now. 28. I think we lowered it by 100. And from what I've gathered, it's only kind of directional. You just need to either add or remove a gear shift, and then otherwise it'll work. Oh, you know what's cool about having a backpack with all your create stuff is that if you put it down next to it, you get a boatload of things checked off already. Love that. But I still have like 84 million lines of things that I need to do, so not great. All right, schematic cannon should be good other than the creative motor, which we're not in creative, so we don't have. And I'm so scared of pressing start, and I don't know why. I feel like I'm always scared. Go. Okay, it's working. I don't know what I expect, but every time I turn on the schematic cannon, I'm always terrified of it breaking something. So I'm just gonna watch from up here. Oh boy, it is done. Finished. Okay, this looks like the thing that we care about. I do need to fill this in with a hint or 2 of bone meal, and then otherwise it'll turn on and continue running by itself. But I'm honestly terrified of turning this thing on. But first what I gotta do is fill in all the water, fill in all the lava, because it doesn't do that for you either. And we should be able to see if all of these are filled. The reason I'm checking this so closely is because I am terrified if any of these are not filled with water, because then we'll have lava spreading everywhere and it'll be hard to fix, and it's a whole debacle. And then I'm just going to grab the glue and double check that it did everything right, which it looks like it did actually. So that's good news. So obviously we need to connect this bad boy to power, which you can low-key connect it anywhere except for that gantry shaft and it'll work. So I'm just going to carry power all the way over from way over here. So hopefully everything's going the right way. This will be a good test. It looked like it worked perfectly right away. Awesome. So the only change that I've found for directionality is that you'll need to just remove this shaft and replace it with a vertical gearbox or gearbox or any way to reverse the polarity of this gear shift here. And then otherwise it'll just work, I think. So let me quickly grab some bone meal just so we can fill up the dispensers. And I'm just going to grab all of it. It doesn't matter. We're going to make a boatload more. And then I'm going to throw, sure, 3 stacks and 3 stacks. So if we turn this thing on, it should start going. So the first round will just be stone and not work. And then perfect. That's good news. Looks like everything's working and we're getting bone meal back up top. I think everything's working here. While testing, yeah, and we got some here. There is some items being dropped down, but that is the cost of not having 100 extra hoppers. So I think lag-wise, it's actually better to just have items floating, if because it's only like 1 or 2, and they despawn after 5 minutes anyway. So I don't think I'll be too worried about it. Obviously, I haven't tested it for more than like an hour and a half, and of course it's raining. But I think now will be the first like super long test of this thing, and I will come back with any issues that I run into. It is 4 or so hours later, I set up a little itty bitty, like, just crafter for bone blocks, and we have quite a few. This is definitely not going to be enough for the big ol' spire thing that we're making, but it's a very, very good start, and it'll at least let us build while this thing keeps running. It's a pretty simple design. It's just bone blocks all the way around in a tower shape, and a little secret of these things continuing up, which at least during my testing looked super dope. So we're going to continue it. I guess there's nothing else to do other than just start building. So enjoy the last little bit of the time lapse for this tower. We're done. As you saw in the time lapse, it went a little longer than it should have. After I built this, I was like, dang, this looks kind of bad. So now I changed it again. This is the 3rd change that we've made so far. So killing it on 3 CPE changes per episode for the build. But I think this looks dope. And once we get in the other half of the build, I think it'll fully tie it all together. But we've done so much this episode. We built a moss farm. We built this entire building. We changed it 3 times, 5 times. We changed it 18 times. And I suppose that's probably why you test things in creative. But with all that progress, I'm going to leave this episode here. In the next episode, we're going to work on the interior. It's a little bit dark in here, and this is dirt and not real roof. So I hope to get some pathways in, light it up, maybe move up this thing. And next episode, I'm going to show you a couple of options so that we can vote on what we want to do with the lava pit. If we want to do the glass fog technique or 18 different variations of those. So that'll be next episode. Welcome back to another episode on the Create Mod. In the last episode, we made too much progress and a lot of unprogress. If you didn't see it, we built half of this base, and we're not done with this half, but we are mostly done with it, which is always good news. And in this episode, we're going to build the second half of this, but this wasn't the only thing we built. If you notice, there's quite a few bones and another machine over here. I decided for funsies just to fully design another machine. I don't know why either. And this is, if you couldn't tell, a moss farm, a bone meal farm, a something farm to get moss and bone meal, and I've actually collected quite a bit of it. Okay, this is an exciting intro for everyone that cares about rates and stuff, but for no one else. So let's get into it. We are going to finish this build. The second half, I've already planned out in creative because I'm not a fool and can learn from my mistakes. And I feel like this one, even though it's quite busy and entertaining, is missing more like height, because it's just like a little cube with a tube on top, and I thought, why not add some more tubes on these cubes? You can see why I got that confused. So we're gonna add a bunch more cubes and tubes on the tubes and cubes, and then we're gonna add a big old cube with some tubes on it. This doesn't make any sense, and that's because I don't know what I'm saying. I hope to also get a little bit of the interior done. I'm not sure if I'm going to finish it, but I just remembered that I need to do the warning track around this build, because this is a build now that needs a warning track, but we'll do that after the build. First, we need to gather materials, and I honestly think I already have most of them. We're going to be using a lot of tuff, and I'll walk you through the design build process. We're going to try to like invert the use of the observers and stuff and the bone blocks. So we're going to have smaller bone block areas and more observer bit areas. But because observers and droppers and dispensers or whatever are super expensive, we're going to transition it over to polished tuff. And we're going to add back in some of the rust, because I think me, along with you guys, really liked the rust idea. And there was some hesitation on the brown and stuff, and I completely agree, because that's why I tore it down. But I think the rust will actually work and make it look super cool. So enough talking, let's get to material gathering. I think it's going to be really easy. We just need a bunch of tuff, and we need to convert this into a different tuff flavor. I think we're just looking for polished cut tuff. So I'm going to need to make a lot of that. And then pretty much just more of the materials that I used to build this thing. I might actually already have it, which would be a first. And we have hopefully all the materials back again with furnace, blast furnace, observer droppers and whatever. And then also we got sand, smooth sandstone, sandstone, tuff, all of the rust blocks, except for mangrove. I forgot mangrove. And then some white terracotta, because we put it in a little bit everywhere. And I think we also have diorite. Beautiful. So the very first thing we're going to do is we're going to finish off this half of the build. And it's going to be quite simple. We need our bone blocks. That's like the most important block. The first thing we need to do is I'm going to extend this 5-block thing over to this other side, which is actually incorrectly widthized. It's the wrong width, is what that means in English. So I'm just gonna scooch all of these blocks over because I can't be bothered doing a different pattern. Beautiful. And then we can just build this all the way up, and that's good. Now we're gonna connect these boys. I obviously need to texture the top bit. I probably should have done that just immediately instead of being a silly goose. But now we can bring this all the way down. It's going to be fairly simple and straightforward. All right, and then we just need to get in a smidgen of texture. It's kind of difficult to do this with just sandstone on the top, so it might actually be worth doing one of these and getting some sand just like that, just that we get some different texture up here. There we go. I think that's enough there. And then the main thing, the tubes on the cubes that we wanted to do is smaller ones of these towers, more smaller smokestacks, because I feel like this one's kind of lonely being all there by himself. So I'm just going to grab my wand and go up. I feel like that's maybe a good amount. Yeah. We're obviously going to texture it and do all that, but first I want to just get the shapes in. Those are now in. I think they're all the same size. Maybe not. It's hard to tell. But now we get to more blast furnace dropper tunnel thingies. This is going to be a little bit shorter. So all of these are 3 tall because this tube is so big. These are going to be 2 blocks tall. So it should make it a little bit more believable, and it's going to be symmetric this time instead of the other one. Oh! Another thing I forgot, I feel like on this side of the build, there's just too many. So I'm going to remove, I think it's this center one, this one here that goes around, because it perfectly splits up this one, and then also the 2 top ones here, which I think actually work really well. So I'll have to do this in a minute, but I can't. Let me get up, but I can break off some of it quickly now just to show you what it's gonna look like. All right, it is removed, and this is what it looks like from the front. It's not super different, but from the back here, it breaks up the just constant observer thing that was going on before. So I think that actually makes a huge difference. Now to go back to the thing that I got distracted about, we now have to put more observers and stuff going up this way. Now this won't take too long because it's a small tower, small tube on the cube, and is going to be way less work, but I still have to like kind of randomize it as best I can. And we're already at the top. Okay, that is actually really quite easy. I'm going to do the same thing on the opposite corner so that it's symmetrical, so that all you OCD boys can not get mad at me. And there we go. They're basically the same. They don't end in the same spot, but otherwise I think they're gonna look fine. And from a distance, it's indistinguishable. I can speak. So now I'm gonna copy this over to the other 3, and then we have to texture these because just straight up bones ain't gonna work. But once they're textured, it should look pretty good. And then obviously I have to add the campfires and stuff in the center. And I would do a cool glass fog thing, but I'm not Scar, so I'm not gonna. Maybe in the future when I have a degree in building things in Minecraft, maybe I'll do it, but until then, there's no chance. So the little squiggly things are done, and I've gone along and detailed each pillar as well. The last thing that we gotta do, I might even raise it up 1 block because it seems a little short. Maybe just from the height angle that I was at, it seems a little short, but from the ground level, which is probably mostly where we're going to look at it, I think it looks good there. But what we need to do now is smokify it, which shouldn't even be too difficult. I'm not going to do the hay bales underneath because I think it's better if the smokestacks are shorter on the shorter ones. I feel like that just makes sense. Smokestacks are in, and now comes a quick little time lapse. And by quick little, I mean I'm finishing the rest of this base, or at least the outside, the cube that's coming here. It will be a lot of building and a lot of detail work, but I think the outcome is actually going to be pretty cool. Building time. play the music and show the fastness, show the timeline. And the other half of the build is done, and honestly, I really like it. I forgot to put some blocks here, but now it's done. And I really wanted to incorporate the rust thing. I knew the brown wasn't going to work because this area is all not brown, so that just wouldn't work at all. So I just added a cube, but I think it kind of works. It's a little bit like way more futuristic than this other build here. I think we'll have to have some sort of story that combines the two and maybe change this building a bit to make it actually fit the story. Like if this one's crumbling and it's an older factory or something, then it makes sense that this one is made after it. So we'll decide that eventually. Maybe I like put some more soot on this or something, but we'll figure that out at the end or just never. But I really liked how it turns out. I think it is very cool futuristically, and it's a big old cube. So on the inside, we have a ton of space. It is, however, stupid dark, and I have to show you possible options for the hole. So let's do that right now. I'm gonna hop into a creative world and show you all the different fog things that we can do. And I'm gonna have all of y'all vote on your favorite one. Option number one is white glass and a fog effect. This is what it looks like from the top bit. I think this one looks pretty cool. And this is what it looks like with the same amount of layers with black glass. It's quite a bit darker. This is what it looks like with gray stained glass. This is what it looks like with light gray stained glass. And then this is the final option, which is shroom lights pretty close to the top. We are not too far at all. And then a fog glass effect to make the lava look like it's closer up. And I honestly don't hate this. I'm not sure what my favorite is. I think it's probably either this one or just lava at the bottom with no blocks or no fog effect anywhere. But I think this one is good for two reasons. Because one, when you're flying, you can at least like hover close to the top instead of having to like sink all the way to the bottom of the hole every time you accidentally fall in it, which is really helpful in survival. And you can actually see kind of the details of it instead of it being way down. And then I also like the empty hole just because you get to see way down, and it's like just a hole. So let me know down in the comments which your favorite of the 5 or 6 is, and I will choose the most rated one. Unless it's a stupid one, then I won't choose it. All right, and we're back on survival. Now, I actually definitely need a bigger archway here. I don't know who decided that that was a good idea. Now we got to work on the interior because it is cool, but super dark, and this dirt pathway is still here, which is not very helpful for anyone. All right, dirt platform is gone, and I think in here what I'm gonna want to do is just build in some lights on this thing and then add a cool like bone roof or something and call it a day there. But we're not gonna work on that at all, really. I want to light this place up and I want to get a floor in because right now we have neither. So first and foremost, I'm gonna do this border thing as per usual around this whole build. Okay, the warning track and the concrete inner bits is now fully put in. Now it's time to get on to the pathway. So initially when we were doing the brown, I had an idea to just do mud in here. I still might do that, but I'm also on the fence of maybe we do bone blocks to go around the whole place and we just keep this pattern and stuff. All right, I've gone with mud, and the reason for this is because it is kind of tied into the build just briefly here, and I think it looks the best inside. So we're just going to go with it. it shouldn't be too difficult to make it look good. Hopefully. And I think I did center the redstone machine behind me. So this should be perfectly center. It is. Good job, me. Thank you, me. And then something I didn't do at all was center this thing. And that's kind of on purpose. I wanted it to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I wanted it to be able to like arc and have this thing have this thing curve to go down this way here. And maybe a smaller tunnel. So the path is going to go this way and then branch off in either direction and then go down here, and maybe we have something over here, maybe we don't, and I switch this path up eventually. But I think that's a good starting point. We could even have like a little elevator shaft that goes up to a second floor, because this building, this cube is huge. We're definitely going to need 2 floors here. And then over here is mostly just going to be the hole. I want to 100% of the time move this rope pulley or hose pulley up to maybe up top even there, because I think having it at floor level is kind of lame, and it'd be kind of cool to have all the pipes and stuff coming down from the top of the hole up here thing. But we need to get lights in here, and I know I have a couple shroom lights, but I think I wanted to go with glowstone just because mud is a little bit lighter than the brightness of these shroom lights, and I think glowstone will fit better. All right, we got the glowstone, and I'm just gonna throw them in. That's not correct at all. I'm going to throw it in. Hopefully a too wide gap is going to work. I haven't tested it. Oh my god, it does. I guess I have tested it. I plan ahead, I think, before I do things. Constantly. Oh my god, wait, it works here too? What are the odds of that? Maybe everything was planned. You have no idea. Ooh, I don't like how these look. I'm gonna change them real quick. I honestly forgot, as soon as I finished talking about planning, I honestly forgot which ones I wanted to do. Maybe these. Sure. Yeah, these are better. They just have like a little bit more going on. All right, those are now all in. We have to texture this, obviously. I guess we could do that now. We have enough of the other blocks. So I will obviously need a gradient between the two, because we're not just going to have a stark line. But until then, I'm just going to do something like this. And I feel like, at least for me, it's easier to build the first layer of blocks, like the packed mud, just alone, and then add the detailing in later. I don't know if that's how it normally works, or if I'm just bad at building and I need to see it get better as I put in the other blocks or something. But that is absolutely how it works for some reason in my brain. There we go. Texturing is done. I actually totally forgot about this, but I might want to do the edges in the mud stairs. But I think we'll see what we do with the inner wall-y bits here. I might just do the wired white concrete just everywhere else. I'm not sure yet, but I did completely forget about the 2 detailing things that I was going to do here. So I am going to just completely rip out pretty much everything here. And now that that's done, let's get to actually building this thing. So obviously I am stealing this as well from Impulse SV. He kind of had a brilliant idea for this. I think he talked about it in his video. I'm not sure if B-dubs or he actually figured out how to do it, but regardless, it's kind of big brain. So I'm, of course, stealing it. And what it is, I'm not going to tell you yet until you see it, but I first need to build a backing thing here. So I think that is in properly now. I'm first going to make the border with tough blocks, because we're going to need to do this anyway, so I might as well do it now too. And now I'm just going around and building the outer layer here. And there we go, that's the outside all done. You might be able to tell what it is by now, but if you don't, we'll get to it kind of soon. We're now going to put in some gate type thingies here. I need to raise this up by 1. Oopsie daisy. And then in the center here, we're going to place a block, and then something like this here. Ah! And then the final thing that we need. Oh, these are backwards. And there we go. It obviously, I need to fill in these blocks here, but then otherwise it is done. And that was kind of quick. If it's not obvious to you, it's like a little fan thing, and then we're going to copy the same thing over on this side, and it should look pretty darn cool. So let's copy it over to the other side now, and it's done. And I think this looks super, super great. I think it adds a lot to the build itself, which is really good. And the keen-eyed among you will notice that they are like mirrored. So this one's spinning this way, and this one is also spinning this way, or this one's spinning that way, and this one's spinning that way, or something. But they're like flipped, so the tall way goes diagonally both ways, which was on purpose. Because I feel like the fans would do that. I don't know. I think for the rest of this episode, we're going to deal with the interior. I want to first move this thing up and get this tube thing situated. I don't know what kind of lights I want to go for. I feel like the glowstone stuff could be quite cool. But first, we got to move this bad boy up here and then get it to be a bottomless supply again, because I am always worried that it'll break itself somehow. The pulley has been moved up. I've also got a little... like holding cell for all the lava here. I think you can right click this with a bucket and get a bucket of lava, which is mostly why it's here. And then we also have it going back to the redstone machine, and then this way back to the generators up at the top of the other building. And I've already hooked it up to electricity. That's not what this is. Rotational power? I don't know. And I've made the hole. So now we need to, please. Now we need to do that. And this is going the wrong way, which is fine. If we just throw in one of you, it should start going down. Perfect. Now we just have to wait for this thing to get to the bottom. Then the thing that I am a little bit worried about, we don't yet have power that'll make the lava leave from the hose pulley, which is good news, because I am a little bit worried about it not being a bottomless supply, even though it should be. Because that's what was happening before, and I'm scared. We are at the bottom. I think it's worth testing it, but maybe just to... Actually, no, we can test it to there, but I'm going to just quickly remove the two outputs just in case this doesn't turn into a bottomless supply. And the moment of truth, that's going to start spinning. This should get lava, bottomless supply. That's good. Lava should be getting to here, but maybe it isn't because it's too far away. Yeah, that does seem to be the issue. Okay, I'm a professional video game player. Do not worry. There we go, and it's working. Okay, this should still be a bottomless supply, I hope. It does say that it is, but if down here lava starts to go away, then we know it's broken again and we gotta go fix it. But from the looks of it, it looks like it's working, because normally these lava like anti-pools where you could see the lava here, if this expanded, then it would be broken, but it looks like it's actually working, which is awesome. And we should see, where's the thingy? And it's already full. Wow. All right, we can now hook this back up to the rest of the system here. We should get lava going over there and also heading this way. And we do. I do kind of want to make this a glass pipe all the way up, just because I think it would look kind of cool. Don't do that. Don't do that. That was not good. And this also means now that we can remove this thing. I'm curious if I remove this pipe. No. Okay, so this is now too far away from the... Ow. I'm out of water. So I can remove this from being powered because that just moves the pulley bit up and down. But I do need to somehow power both of these, which is going to be a little bit annoying. All right, that has been cleaned up, and I actually managed to just use one mechanical pump. It is exactly, so every 15 blocks you need a pump, but if there's 15 blocks on either side of it, then you're good. You only need one pump. So I was able to just put in one and it worked perfectly. Like it literally is 15 blocks here and 15 blocks here. So there was no room for any changes or anything. And I'm so glad that it fits. And I think it looks way better like this. And I do like the exposed pipes and the exposed wiring, I don't know, the shafts. So that's super good news. The last thing we have to do is make this thing pretty, and I don't want to spend a bunch of time on it. And I think it could be cool to just have black concrete up at the top there instead of the hay, because the hay is kind of stupid. There we go, that's now in, and I think it's going to look pretty menacing from down here. It does, but I still think it's a little bit dark, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to try my best to follow up one of these like pathway tube thingies and make it so that this just lights up the whole place. And before we even finish it, I think that looks pretty cool. I'm not going to do it on every loop because that'll just be too much. But I think on one or maybe two, I think it'll actually look pretty dope. And this is what it looks like with just one in. I do think we need another one just for symmetry. So I'm going to grab the one that's like diagonally across over here and just start throwing in some more of these. And there we go. That is done. It didn't take too long, and I think it looks way better than it did before. But honestly, we're not going to really be paying too much attention to the inside of the big tube, so I'm not worried about it looking perfect. I think as long as it's like mostly symmetrical and looks pretty cool, I am okay with that. And with that out of the way, I think that is where I'm going to leave it for this episode. We made quite a bit of base progress. We now have an enclosed space instead of a building and a big ol' hole. Now it's just a cube. We also added some tubes to the cube to accompany the other tube, and then we made another cube and textured it with rust. I think the rust makes it look super, super cool. If there's any like detailing things that you think I could add, like the wind turbine fan thingies on the cube, let me know, because I don't know what we could add and what would look good. But if there's a comment that I like, I will add it. And then we also briefly worked on the interior. We got the pathways in. I showed you all the possibilities for what is going to be, I guess I should break this, of what is going to be down inside this hole. If you want a fog effect with whatever glass, white, black, gray, light gray, or if you think that the shroom light's like half the way up or more with a fog effect above it, just to make the lava seem that it's closer, we could do that too. So let me know in the comments which one you would prefer. Hello, and welcome back to another episode on the Create mod. In this episode, we are going to be connecting the two bases, two buildings that we made. This one we finished in the last episode with the cube and the tubes, loving it. We also worked slightly on the inside, and I've had a couple of votes on the hole, but we're not doing that today. Instead, I want to get mostly the redstone farm up and running, because we have to bring in netherwort and andesite, I think. I genuinely forget at this point, but we need to bring in netherwort and andesite. Andesite is made over there, and so is like everything else so far. And we need to bring it over to this building. And I was thinking, why not make some underground like maintenance tunnel type of things that go directly below this granite brick area and can dart off into the 4 different sections depending on what items are where. So I guess the first thing that we need to do is start digging. All right, so this is the width of the outer pathway. This is the width of the outer pathway, including the stair blocks, which maybe we need or don't need. I don't know yet. But I'm going to have a tunnel that's all big and stuff go underneath, pretty much directly copying this. And then in the center here, we're going to have some complicated stuff. We'll need a way for items to go from this building to this building for now, and then eventually also to be able to go to the other 2 buildings if we need. And the same thing for this one needs to go bring items to that building, and the home base, and everything else also. I haven't done any work on logic or anything, so I'm not gonna do that either. I think first thing we need to do is dig a hole and make it look like a maintenance tunnel. I think that makes a lot of sense. And then we can get in some of the belts, the logic, the understanding of what we even want, because we're gonna need a system like this where we have sorters and requesters and stuff, but it needs to be kind of inverted, at least on this side. We need to set up these sorters for what the other building needs. So in our case, I think it's andesite. I really don't remember. So to get the andesite from here over to there, we're gonna need a inverse system to this. We have the drawer controller that goes into a barrel and have it be sorted based on the thing that we need. We'll probably not need any redstone on this side, other than a little redstone link that says request andesite, and then that unlocks this chute basically. But then on the other side, we're going to need to basically copy this whole thing, which probably means we need a big underground space for all the requesting and receiving that's going to happen. Because I mean, this is just for these, what, 5 farms? we're probably going to need way more for over here, at least way more space. So I guess let's get started with digging, and then we can get to the actual placing of logic in things. And I don't know how big I want to make this. It is 7 blocks wide, which is quite big, to be honest. So maybe we do 7 blocks wide, 7 blocks tall, because then we can do a cool circle tunnel thing where we have like 1, 2, 3 blocks like this, and then something like that, and then 1, 2, and then like this type of thing. And that's how big the tunnel is, and it's just like a circle. So that'll be the working plan for now. I'll keep you updated on anything that might change. But we need to dig this out. I'm probably just going to dig out here to the other building for now, because that's all we need. But once we're under the fountain area, I do have to excavate that quite a bit, just because of all the logic and stuff to be able to filter out which items go where and what is needed and who's requesting. Because there's a very good chance that this building, the one that we just made, can I get up here? This building, the one that we just made, needs andesite, and then a building over here also needs andesite, and we don't know which one is requesting it at the moment. So we need to find a way to, is this guy requesting andesite? Then only bring andesite there. If this guy's requesting andesite, skip this one and go to that one. So that'll be probably the biggest challenge that we run into, but that's going to be for future me, because I don't want to deal with it. So now we get to dig, make a big hole, make a big tunnel, and then I'll get back to you. Ooh, okay, this is like kind of good news, but there's a big old cave here, so it's actually way less digging than I anticipated. That does mean I need to place a bunch of floor blocks once we get down to the level that we need, and there's the tube. Love that. But this whole area is already dug out, so that's just building. I don't need to dig anything there. And then over here is mostly dug out. You can see already in the inside of the other building. So we don't have a ton of digging to do, but I think the making it look good part is going to take quite a bit. So I'm going to push that off as much as I can. All right, the digging is basically done. I have it 7 blocks down as of right now. I'm not sure if this is going to be tall enough or if we want to do something else, but it's good enough for the time being. We now got to get in some of the logic on our new base side, and I think it's probably a good idea to put it just in the floor, maybe on this side, since there's a little bit less space. And then this will actually be a good spot for a storage system as well. So I think I'm going to do another drawer storage system over here for all of the things that this base produces and also needs to produce the things. So we'll need a bone meal spot, a redstone spot, a nether wart spot, because it takes nether wart, a blaze rod slot. Does this? I don't remember. Yeah, blaze rods. I don't know why there's powder here too, but a blaze rod spot and an andesite spot as of right now. And we only have 2 systems in, so we're probably going to need a pretty big storage system on this side as well. But what we can do is if we dig out this area, we can get the underneath part going where we have the system I mentioned up there, but the inverse of that. And then we can just put it straight into our new storage system. So I guess first more digging and then placing in a bunch of drawers and stuff. I need to get more drawers. I think I ran out last time when we were placing all these. But then once that's done, we can get to the actual fun bit of like trying to connect the two. Oak drawers have been acquired. A hole has been dug. And I know I said last time I was going to use the white wired concrete. So this block. I'm not sure if I like it, but I actually, no, you know what? I kind of do. I was thinking maybe it wouldn't fit the space correctly, but I actually think it does. So I'm just going to fill this in so I can place the drawers. And then once we have just a bajillion of these in here, then we can open up the bottom bit and figure out something to do there. So I suspect these are going to be the main, I don't even know how to pronounce the word, main farm usabling equipment. So like the andesite, the nether quartz, the bones, the redstone, those things are going to go in here. And then this is just miscellaneous, like extra stuff that we don't really care about. Or things that are really hard to make, like bone blocks or something like that, that don't need a whole big thing here. But I think this is enough space, and it at least definitely is for right now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a drawer controller, place it in there, and then underneath we can get to actually connecting it with the, get away. We can connect it with the oak trim down to whatever bottom thing that we build up and set up for the requesting system. All right, we have everything that I need to do just a quick test of this. So this is the requesting system. The requesting system is actually just the normal one, where we're gonna have like a belt or something coming in, and then off of that belt, we're gonna have a sorter or something, and a, let's just say it's gonna be over here, a brass funnel that goes into the barrel. If the barrel we need a sorter for, if the barrel's full, stop requesting. Otherwise, just keep requesting until this drawer controller slave is full. So that is going to be the exact same as the logic up here. And honestly, I feel like I remember using a threshold switch to compact all of this redstone into just one block. So I think I'm going to use that. I want to see, I do have threshold switches. I'm so good at speaking. Good thing I'm making YouTube videos about talking. So if we use the threshold switch, I think if we just plop this on here, and then when the barrel, so we're going to need to make this quite small because of the travel time necessary for all the items. So when the barrel is above 6%, because when it's at 6%, we'll know that it's probably full. And what I might do on the sending side is to use andesite funnels, because those can only drop one item at a time, while brass funnels do a stack of an item at a time, and that will probably overfill the barrel just because of how long the transport time is. But we'll see if I need to increase that speed to run, let's say, the redstone farm at full speed or something like that. But I think that's good. And then on the end of that, we could throw, oh, no. We could throw a redstone link. I'm just going to put a threshold switch on the bottom, and then I've grabbed some andesite and we're putting it in the top one there. So now what'll happen is if this gets too full, it'll turn on the threshold switch, stopping the requests from happening and then being good and it just working. And that is a much smaller system than before. What I could even do, it's actually not a bad idea. If I move the redstone link down there, then it's only 2 blocks wide. It doesn't take up any other space. And then all I have to do is put back the threshold switch and andesite. Beautiful. So that is good. And then to hook it up to the actual system over here, we just build this along. That's the wrong way. Build this along like that, and then it's connected. I honestly don't know if there's a way to test this without hooking up the sending part of the system. So what I'm going to do is something never seen before, and it's going to be so crazy. It's make a belt. The belt has some significance. I don't know how to leave. We first need to create the sending part over here. I think I'm just going to dig down. Oh, I already have things here. That's awesome. We're just going to have a little hole here for the time being where I can grab some oak trim, bring it down here, and then with the drawer controller slave, I'm going to pop it there. And then if I get a smart chute with a filter, I think it's going to be as easy as putting andesite as the filter and then connecting the drawer controller slave. And this thing already has andesite. It's that easy. Oh my gosh. So now we can set up, if I get me a belteroni, then we can just send it to where it needs to go. Well, I guess I need more digging because we don't have a path there just yet, but I think it's just going to be like right here. Yeah, it's just right there. Okay, that's not even that far. That's super easy to do. Quick digging time. The hole is dug. We're going to get going with trying to place in this belt. So I'm going to get this thing in and bring it down to the side and just hope that it's the right dimensions for when I decorate this place later. But if it isn't, it shouldn't be the end of the world, because I'm honestly not too worried about redoing this if I need it. How far will this go? There we go. I suppose this one was just a little bit too far away, and we made it. So this will bring, as of right now, just andesite over. But if we get everything in and working correctly, then we should be able to get everything over in here. I just need to remember to set the redstone link on the other side to the same thing as this, which is a threshold switch and andesite. And I'm doing that before we turn it on so that all the andesite doesn't just fly away. I did just remember the reason why a smart chute probably isn't going to work. We would need an andesite funnel, which actually isn't horribly complicated. Drawer controller slave, smart chute with andesite as the filter, and then this will go out onto the belt. And then we could just throw the redstone link on top of it, receive mode, those two things in it. Whoa. And there we go. That's fixed. And this redstone link will only power the andesite funnel, so we should be good on if we just line up like 8 or more of these drawer controllers all right next to each other with the smart chutes underneath. It should just work, and we won't need to worry about quasi connectivity or whatever. I don't care. Now it's time to just get in a bunch of gear boxes and a bunch of shafts and go just all the way down the line. All right, everything is hooked up and going, I think, the right way. The last thing I need to do is just extend this, and we should see andesite coming over. I'm just gonna do that, and I'm gonna run way over here with my... What? 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 How? That definitely said andesite on it before. Okay. I think that's okay. I think that was just redstone got in it when I put down the smart chute first before putting in the andesite filter. So I assume it's going to be okay. So let me reconnect this. That's just going to go into a pile. That's fine. We should see after that, though, andesite coming in. Yes. And maybe even going into the system up here? It is. Awesome. Okay, this is really, really good news. Now, what we might be able to do to speed this up, because obviously one andesite at a time is really, really slow. What we could do is switch this barrel for something like an oak drawer, which holds 32 stacks instead of, does this hold? This holds 27, but we can increase the size of the drawer capacity with just an upgrade. Then we could send as much as we want, really, and we'll still be okay threshold switch-wise, because I do think that one andesite every 10 seconds or whatever is going to be too slow to keep up with this farm alone, and we'll probably get more than one andesite farm that's needed. I think the brass farm needs andesite to work. Yeah, andesite and diorite to make tough to then make brass. So we will definitely need faster andesite than this, but it's a really good proof of concept. And this means now we can hook up this system to our farm here and make it just be fully automated, pretty much. What I'm going to do is a very similar thing to what we have underneath here, where we have the barrel with the threshold switch that turns on and off a requester. We're just going to do the same thing here. So we have a barrel. I'm just going to throw a threshold switch right in there. And then you're only going to request when it's above 10%. Start requesting again at 2%. And then we're just going to have a belt that goes into this thing. And then we can grab andesite funnel going straight in there. Then we can just get a belt going down here. And we can even go underground and use that for our item transport. As for where this thing's gonna go, the center of the storage system-ish is like right here. Down below, I'm having the things that are requested from the main storage system gonna be over here. We'll probably need a few rows of it, to be honest. So I think we head over to the right this way. I do think the drawers have a max distance of like 12 blocks in each direction, up, down, left, right, forward, and backwards. So we aren't able to go like infinity far away, but 12 blocks is actually quite a ways in every direction. That's like a ton of extra space, and it's a square. It's not like a radius or a circle or anything stupid like that. So I think if we head over here, we should be able to still reach. If I place down a drawer controller slave, we should see up top, yep, andesite 957, 8, whatever, which means it's in range of the actual storage system. All right, this is going to have a very similar setup to the sending system over at the main storage system. I'm just going to put a temporary oak trim block down just so that items don't just fall out. And then we're going to set the filter to andesite, and then we're going to have the belt there. It might actually be better to rotate it that way and have it head this way first, And then when it gets to here or so, then it can turn this way and head over in this direction. All right, the item pathway is in and I've wired it up already. It should all the belts should be going the right way now. I think all that's left to do is to actually power this thing on, which is scary, but that's okay. As of right now, this just goes straight to andesite, but a little bit later, I'm gonna probably just get a brass funnel that just picks it up and sends it over this way, or maybe a tunnel. Those things are cool, and they actually work now. I think the Create Mod 0.5.1.f fixes the tunnels so that they go at belt speed instead of slow. So we could use tunnels if we wanted to, but I think let's just get this started. And once I connect this, this should be going the right way, and we should be getting andesite. Okay, is that a big enough barrel? This is going the wrong way. How do I fix this? Oh man. There we go. It's going in. This thing should say no more items, please. Ow! Feels like it's not saying that. Mr. Threshold switch. Oh my gosh, my game is chunking. How do I get to this threshold switch? There we go. Oh, I think it's looking at the wrong thing. That's what it's doing. Stop doing that, you silly Billy. There we go. Okay, now it has a level. Now it should be a... Okay, it's saying no more, please. That's good. Okay, it's saying no more. This is actually running. We should be getting redstone? Yeah. Oh, neat. Oh, but we're out of blaze rods. Yeah, because we have enough nether wart. We just don't have enough blaze rods. Well, that's a future problem, but this is actually good news. So that means this whole system works. The smart chute isn't too fast, at least from what it looks like, to break the whole thing. I guess we'll see later on once we're actually making more redstone and stuff. But this also probably means that we should speed up this system just a little bit. Oh, I'm an idiot. What you can do is you can just set the stack size of this to, let's say, oh, I don't know, exactly 16, and then it'll just work. And then we can put that in like this. We don't need you anymore. No. Oh, man. It's okay. It's whatever. It's not my monkeys or my circus, honestly. And then on the backside here, we can just place back. Actually, let's put it on the front just to make it easier for me to see when I want to see it. And we're just going to throw andesite, and I need to grab a threshold switch and put that there. And now this will fill up faster, but not too fast. Oh, and that actually might be all of the andesite that we have, which would mean that I need to go. Yeah, I think that's all the andesite we have, which means I probably need to turn on our andesite machine. It's not super an andesite, but the all-in-one machine. Well, I suppose we'll just flick that on, and that'll give us enough andesite, I think. It's what, like 8,000 andesite an hour, which is plenty. While that's running, I think it might be a good idea to start building the tunnels for these things, because right now it's just a big old hole that used to be a cave, or I guess still is a cave, and I don't like that. So I think we need to make some tubes. It's going to be a pretty simple design, something repetitive and tube-like would be my initial assumptions. But then once we get that in, we could also bring the lava. Oh no! Oh, from instead of just going in here and through the grass like lame idiots, we can bring it into the tubes as well. I can get under there. We can bring it in here as well, and I think it'll look pretty cool if we have it like underneath this belt here or something. So I suppose let's get to building. I don't know what kind of style I'm gonna go with. Probably just some stone brick and call it a day, with maybe some glowstone lanterns or shroomlight lanterns to liven it up, add like the smidgiest bit of color. But yeah, let's get building. And it is done, at least most of it. The parts that matter are pretty much done. I left this area alone for now because I'm not sure how big or small it needs to be. But we have the tunnel coming all the way from the main build way over here. I might have to like bump out this like wall and just push it way this way once we get more Sendy boys in. But until then, I think it looks really good. And if you saw from the time lapse, you'll know that I was having quite a bit of struggles with how this was looking. I went through a couple of different build style attempts and I landed on industrial iron, which is a create mod block that for some reason the ingots are 1-to-1 and like a complicated recipe, but the blocks can just be converted like this. So you can get 1 iron ingot for 2 blocks, and then the blocks are 9 ingots. So there's a little bit of an oopsie daisy that create mod did with that. So I just got a bunch of industrial iron blocks. These metal girders are huge. I think they look super cool. They're like the perfect wall because it doesn't connect with the stone bricks behind it. I think it makes it look really cool. And then we have some industrial iron catwalks, which we're also using as the flooring. And then these industrial iron trapdoors, which are the same as these. It's just trapdoors made with the industrial iron ingots. And behind some of them, we have calcite, which makes this square and this little dasher here white, which I think adds just a subtle hint of like, oh, that's pretty neat, without being super obnoxious. And then you'll also know that I have copper underneath these things, and I think it looks pretty cool. I haven't waxed it, which is going to be an issue because it's all going to turn green. But once it does all turn green, I'll take another look at it and see if I like it. And if not, I need a honey farm. I need one so bad, so that I can get some honeycombs and wax stuff. Because right now I'm just like letting that turn all green. This is gonna turn green, so we gotta fix that eventually. But while I was doing that, multiple things have been running. So this should be full-ish, yeah, great. And this should also be full. Oh, okay, well it is kind of full, but I forgot to lock everything. How did bone meal get in here? I forgot to lock everything, so it's just been going into this oak drawer, which is okay. I think it's not the end of the world. The andesite crafter thingy has been running. Our main storage is still empty, but this thing should still be running and making andesite. I have no cobble. Copper is locked. Oh my god. Wait, am I dumb? Okay, a super duper janky fix, but it is a fix. Oh, actually, the way I fix it is just going to be from under here. Ha ha ha. I am smart. I was just tricking you all along. And this should power this thing, but not anything around it. Good, we're good. It's fixed. I'm smart, I promise. All right, so now we're getting more andesite. We still got like 4,000, 2,000, a something amount of andesite, which isn't too bad for it not working properly. So I am good with that. We do need to lock these things. I'll do that later. But down here, we finished this place, and it honestly looks really good. I got super sidetracked while I was showing you, but it's very simple. It's just a tunnel that we're gonna eventually put some pipes into. I'm not sure if I want the pipes just going along the wall like I do with the belts. I'm not sure. Maybe we do them like up at the top here or something. The only issue is, as you just saw, they're gonna run into some belts. So maybe we send it a little bit higher up, but honestly, I don't hate the look of that. So now we have the pipes going into these encase thingies, and I think here I really like it, where it just goes up, and it looks like it's going over, but we have the other floor right above it, so it's actually going way over here and being all annoying, but we don't know that. So I think that's really cool, and obviously you can't just have a pipe here with no mechanical pipe pushing all the fluids over. So what I'm probably going to do is repeat this quite a bit, where we have it go up and then over in mechanical pipe just as to push the lava forward. But we'll do that later. I think it looks super cool like that. And I think in the next episode, we're going to get this thing started as automatedly as we can. Obviously, we're not going to have a fully automated blaze farm by next episode, but I'll have a couple blaze rods to start up the process and at least get the whole proof of concept thing going. But that's going to be next episode. We made a bunch of progress today. We built the tunnel. We set up the requesting and receiving system for all the items that we're going to need well, the proof of concept for all the items that we're going to need. We still have to put in just a couple more sending and receiving systems here and on the other side. But once we get that, it should be relatively straightforward. Welcome back to another episode on the Create mod. In the last episode, we made the tunnel of doom, of death and destruction. It's a tunnel underground, actually. It's not any of those things. That brings our items from the main storage, like andesite, all the way over. I guess probably I shouldn't have gone this way because it's slower. All the way over along this main belt into building numero dos. Into, oh geez, oh no, I should, oh no, I should, I should really upgrade this oak drawer. Okay, let me do that. Oops, I'm gonna fill up the whole storage system this way. How do we, where's an upgrade? And there we go. That thing is now going to be the main drawer, and I would take all the andesite out of here, but honestly, I don't care. So today we are not going to be working on this fully, mostly because we don't have all the ingredients. I don't know if ingredients are the right word, but we don't have all the doohickeys to get this redstone farm up and working yet. We have andesite. We have a little bit of netherwort, like not a ton, but we have a couple of plots that are automatically harvesting. We do not have blaze rods, which means we need to go to the nether and cheat. And by cheat, I mean go into the settings and make movable spawners movable, which means we could just pick them up and bring them to the overworld. Oop, save, thank you. Honestly, I would be like, oh, that's cheating and blah, 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 but who cares? I want to have the blaze spawner in the overworld so that I don't have to deal with it. I think we will eventually get a full nether-based mob spawner in here that we build in the nether, and we load with chunk loaders and we do all that stuff, but we can't transport items that way, like through the nether super easily, and it'll be a huge project. So I'm gonna push it off by being lazy and cheating. This does mean though that we can now go pick up a blaze spawner. I do need a minecart first though, and I might want to get a couple, because as I was just fidgeting, you saw that we have a spawning room here anyway. I think, and this might be wrong, I could just throw in like 3 blaze spawners here and they'll spawn a bunch at just so often. So if that's the case, then that'll be sweet. And I might as well try, so I'm just gonna grab a bunch of iron and try to find a bunch of blaze spawners so that we can scam our way into a bajillion blaze rods. Okay, I think the first one, yep, and I've already set it up because I love planning ahead. So we just need to grab a minecart and hopefully do this. It needs to be powered. I don't think I have a lever or a button or anything else. I'm just kidding. I do, and it's a powered toggle. Ow, latch. All right, go back. Ha ha! And then we can just yoink. Easy. So now we just need to do that 18 million more times, just as many more times as I can find blaze spawners here. Hopefully that is quite often, but I don't have too much faith. We found blaze spawner number 2. I need to evict these folks from their homes and then steal their mother. You know, I don't think that's actually a good way of saying it. I put away my iron. I need another minecart. Stay right here. Ow. All right, we back. Gotta get these things set up. We have an intruder. And yoink, run away. Cool. So that's one more down. We need to find hopefully one more blaze spawner if we can in this fortress. This one's quite big, so we should be able to find something, but I'm not holding out super hope because, I mean, the other one was also pretty big. It's not this big, but it was pretty big, and I didn't find anything there. There's another one. There's a lot of bad guys though. Aha, success, yoink, go home. That is 3. We should now just be able to put this in the mob spawner thing we already have made, and then it should just start making blazes for us. And we don't need a ton of blaze rods per hour to make this thing go at full speed. I think it's 200. And I don't have any other farm that's up to that speed yet of making the redstone farm run at full speed, so I'm not worried about not getting exactly or more than 200 blaze rods per hour. We'll see how much 3 blaze spawners gets us, and hopefully it's like close to enough. It's definitely going to be more than the amount of andesite, and definitely more than the amount of nether wart that we are making right now. Don't find me and don't shoot me. Oh, it was close. It was close. Didn't get there though. All right, we're back here. I'm going to go in here and set up lights first and foremost. All right, so I'm just going to get the cart assembler in and hope that just pushing these contraptions will work. Okay, it looks like it. And then we're just going to scooch it down the line, and there goes the minecart. That's okay. And keep placing these until we get all 3 of them in. That's number 2. Uh-oh. That is not super duper. Oh, geez. Oh, no. There is good news, is that this is going to work really well, I think. I suspect. It's just that it's going to be impossible to, get anything done without just getting pummeled by blazes. I still have 1 more nether brick block to get. Okay, run. Ooh, that was fast. Where did all my blocks go? Oh no. Okay, I got my 2 granite blocks back. Place them there, and it looks like it's working. It looks like it's working. All my blaze rods are currently just getting voided. But if we replace that with a drawer, and hopefully a blaze rod will come through and get picked up by this, perfect. Then we're just gonna place the backpack back in. Backpack. And I need a funnel, but I'm blind, so that's kind of an issue. And there we go. New system in. I probably want to bring this back to the main storage system over there soon. Firstly, because we need to get blaze rods over to the other building. So that's like thing to do number 1. But I want to look in here and see how quickly this is actually going. It looks pretty fast. Ooh, the only issue is the blazes start attacking the stabby thing, which I guess is okay. Yeah, I think it's fine. It doesn't seem to happen too often. And in this short amount of time, we've gotten 10 blaze rods already, which is pretty decent. I do think my guy has looting 3 sword. So we should be getting the max drops that we can. So I'm going to AFK here for a little bit and just see what we get in like 15 minutes to see how fast this is going to be. And then we can get to moving all of these items over to the main storage, so then we can bring the blaze rods over to the other side. 15 minutes later, and 200 blaze rods. You know how I said it was going to be worse than 200 an hour? I lied so badly. Really? Oh my gosh. Okay, well, this means we can try out the system for real this time. We had nether wart and andesite. I'm gonna grab some more nether wart before we get this going, just so that we get a full real life test of this thing. Because I think it's been 3-4 episodes since I built the redstone farm and it's still not working at full speed yet. We have 2,500 nether wart. That is quite, that's a few, for sure. Give. There we go. Nether wart has been acquired, and I almost forgot to pick all of it up. Now we can get everything in here. I'm gonna put the nether wart in first, and then the blaze rods, and this should... Oh. Did I forget to place in this gear shift? Oh, sorry, it's a gearbox. Oh, and this should be 2 and not a badillion, I think. Blaze powder is in. This is working. We should be getting... Yeah, baby. Love to see it. I have to now throw all of this netherrack back on the pile and hope that it'll get through it eventually. But we're getting a boatload of redstone, like a boatload, and we should get more andesite in here when it is required, which is great. So we should see andesite being requested once this reaches like, I think it's like a stack and a half. It'll get more andesite. So we do have quite a ways to go. All of our nether wart is in. This thing is gonna burn out pretty quickly, but we're getting I keep forgetting that I have picked those up. But we are getting a ton of redstone. Look how fast this produces redstone, by the way. This is so dumb. It's so stupid. That's as fast as this belt can go, is how quickly this thing makes redstone. It is a little backed up, so we'll see once it gets back up to normal speed, but I still think, like, are you kidding? This is so fast. It's stupid. While the redstone farm is running, let's get the mob drops here over to the main storage. So there is going to be an issue of everything that isn't these, I want to just void immediately. So what we might want to do is grab a chute or a funnel and have that with a filter go onto a different belt that brings it over, and then the rest get put in this backpack and thrown out. So let's tear this up, and I'm just going to place these over here for the time being. And then we're going to just have a hidden belt because I can't be bothered doing a real one. That just goes all the way over here. I need to dig around this shaft though to, oh, perfect. This tunnel area where we might just be able to go all the way down this way and hook it up, back up to this system, and just have an inverse where we have a barrel with a drawer controller and a chute and have it just go straight in. All right, we got the belt going over to the tunnel that we made last episode. I think I'm gonna excavate a little bit more over on this side just so that we have enough room for everything. I don't know if that's going to be necessary, but I would prefer to have enough room for the future than to have to redo everything. And I don't think it's going to take too long to mine everything out here. Especially when I have haste 2 on a backpack thingy. So thank you, the create mod, for that. All right, a big hole has been dug out. I think I'm just going to have it go right over on the edge of this tube. I guess it's a tube, and have it be on like this half and hope that the drawer controller stuff will actually reach it. So this is going to be less pretty of a maintenance tunnel because it's not going to be where the main belt is coming from. This is just for the garbage that we're getting from the mob spawner. So I'm not going to make it look pretty. I'm just going to make it functional. So for the sending system, we're going to need just a boatload of drawer controllers. So I'm just going to place a bunch along, and that counts as oak trim. But then I am also going to want, like, over in this direction, having a little U-turn type of thing where we can get drawer controller here. So this is still in range, which is good news. And honestly, we might even be able to pull something stupid off like that because we don't need an on and off switch for it. I'm going to have void upgrades on the drawer controller itself for the bones, rotten flesh, blaze rods, and arrows. So we might just be able to put a funnel straight into it, and that would honestly be so funny. So let's see if it'll work. So we need to go diagonally down, and then I'm not competent enough to do the math myself, so I'm just gonna go skadoosh and then click that one more, and maybe even one more time. Beautiful. And then we're gonna need to power this thing somehow. I'm gonna just hope that this works. No. Oh geez. Okay, that's the wrong way. That's fine. There we go. That's the right way. The redstone went back in, which probably means it's just going to work super easily. So I think let's sit up there, a little AFK, but like not super AFK. Have this thing loaded in so that boys spawn. Their items got to go down here. I don't have a chute in yet. Oops. I guess it's a good thing we're testing this. And I'm honestly going to do a smart chute. I don't know if it's necessary, but a smart chute does have a higher max item count. Like a normal chute can only do 16 items, so a smart chute can do 64. And I would rather not lose some stuff if I can. Oh, there it is. There it went. Where is it? There it is. Go. That worked, which is super great. Now I need to super make sure that all of these 3 have a void upgrade. They do. I'm also totally just going to switch out string and blaze rods because we need the blaze rods to be voided anyway, so we might as well just put them in the same bucket. That's not the right. In the same drawer. Those are the words. I'm so good at talking. So I'm just gonna switch those boys around and put them back in. Let's hope I did it in the right order. I did because I'm so smart. Beautiful. And maybe honestly I put the string in this drawer and then this one is still empty. Or if the future use of if Oh, that was good, because if something overflowed, that would have been a problem. All right, this is all in, which means I should be able to AFK over there and get blaze rods in here, which then also means down here, I can set up another identical system here where we have a little belt ski doodle, a smart chute getting blaze rods down onto this thing, and then we can request and receive them from way over here. Let me actually go in the tunnel, because that's how tunnels work. From way over in the other building, and have blaze rods be stored over there as well. So I think now's the time that I actually have to deal with fixing this, because I didn't want to before. Beautiful. And now I just get to right click this for the next 35 minutes. Oh, it's full. Is it? No, okay, I just right clicked too hard. There we go. They're all in there. We have 26,000. And let me get some drawer keys to lock this bad boy and to quantificate. Just put the number on the drawer, that's what that means. And then we could get to putting and setting up the blaze rods in here on this system. That is in, I can now replace the drawer through this thing, and then all andesite will go in here. And then once this fills up, it will stop requesting andesite, which is what we want. And I'm also going to set up blaze rods. This one's just going to go in the 4x2x2 one, and then I'm going to put bone meal, since we do produce a lot of it when that farm is running. I'm going to put that in there. We're not going to connect it yet, but we will eventually. And now we can get connecting with the blaze rods. I'm going to remove those and place the drawer controller slaves connected to it. And then if we head to the other side, we can get the brass funnel in, and then that should be it on this side. So then I just need to set up the filter for the smart chute over on this side and the receiving redstone link over here, and then we're good. So I could probably already hook this up, because we don't have that many blaze rods, if any. Yeah, we don't have any. And then we just need to put blaze threshold receive mode, and that's good. That should be set up. So now, whenever we get 16 blaze rods, we can't actually see it from down here, dang it. Once we get 16 blaze rods, we're at 11 already. Once we get 16, it'll send its first packet of blaze rods over. I'm going to quickly, oh, I have actually a bunch of blaze rods over here sitting in these drawers, so I can take all of these stuffs over and put them in the main storage system. So I lied, we only have 6 blaze rods, but that is enough to see this thing in action. So that's back down to 3, and we should see blaze rods zooming along. Yep, we saw them for a second. And if we head over here, we should see them arrive. Boom, in, and I can't see it from over here, but I suspect that actually worked. We should see what, 16 on the dot? Yep, we do. Okay, that means we can now set up this system down here that drops out blaze rods and brings them over here and up to this section. We are connected, blaze rods going in. Now we just need to set up the blaze rod going out distribution-y system, which again, with a big asterisk of I don't know what I'm doing, should be really easy. And that should be good. We should also now see, since this has been on for a second or two, that this is empty. Good. And if I put something in there, it'll immediately be sent over on the belt, up here, and into the barrel. Beautiful. We should see soon, we're basically at 10%. If I lower this to 5%, then it is red. This should no longer send items. It is not, it's red. And then we just need to set up the redstone going into this drawer controller here. What we could do, which actually would be really smart, is to just put it onto this belt, because then we already have it like fully set up. And now we got the redstone system basically set up. I'm just going to need to move this belt down to this block here, so it goes diagonally downward instead of upward. You know what I'm probably going to do? I'm going to get a compacting drawer and put it there for redstone, because we're going to get a boatload of redstone. And I'd like to be able to have enough storage space for it. So I'm going to quickly make the compacting drawer, and then we'll get it in. Oh, maybe we send it back here. That'll be a whole nother belt thingy. But if we put it on this other corner here, it'll be symmetrical and still look pretty cool, I think. Ooh, what could be super cool? So I kind of shot myself in the foot with how this first belt was laid out, because it crosses over. I was going to have this belt go over here and then go that way, but since it crosses over, we're going to have to make this belt cross over too. So I was thinking, why not have a cool catwalk underground system that lets it then cross over onto this side? And I think that would be super dope looking. We could add some crosswalks, add a like a belt thing below here that then goes like that. And it would look super cool, I think. And I have to remember that I am building this not for like this first thing. I'm building this so that the other two buildings can also be a part of this system. So I'm gonna want this to go up and around the delivery system and then continue to the next building, which is kind of a big part of it. So we're gonna need this line to probably maybe even eventually connect to the other sending system, but to have it go all the way around and send it back to here. So I'm gonna get this, I'm gonna get this delivery system in here, and we will be able to, for all of the items that don't require a filter, to just drop it onto this belt and have it go up there and be put away correctly. So I'm not worried about that. Redstone is going to be one of those, because if we fill up on redstone, then I don't need more redstone, so I'm okay with it getting voided or something breaking, because there's absolutely no chance that'll ever happen. And there we go. We can now see, oh, that looks dope. Okay, I'm super excited about this. Now we just got to bring this all the way along. Oh wait, I wanted this even one more block higher so that we can see it. There we go. And right now I'm just prettyifying the underneath bit of this belt so that when we get out of here, it just feels like a continuation of the build. And I think it done a very good job at making this look good. So I'm a big fan. Now, for now, I'm just going to have the belt go ugly directly across here, I think. Or actually, is I'm going to make it turn right into the wall and then out here and then ugly across and then the same thing and then ugly across. And then we'll just have it be over here for now. And then once we build the other buildings, we can set up the long-term full system thing. For now, we're just going to do this. And we have now hooked up a belt that is currently not doing anything other than being a belt, but it goes all the way over this way, around over there, because obviously we don't have a building there yet, and then down this way, which I think looks super cool, and then down underneath, pretty cool, and then up here, quick U-ey, and then over this way to just go diagonally down to here. But eventually we're going to get probably some more systems here for some other items and stuff, and we'll probably have to expand this thing way over this way and maybe do like 2 levels of it. I don't know how many items we're going to need to like take from the main storage system and put into it. So this is all subject to change. But for now, I think we are actually pretty good. I'm going to quickly grab a chute, and all of the items are just going to drop onto here so that they go straight into the chute and then up there. Now that we have the retrieval system in, I am going to first put redstone into the main storage system. And then from the main storage system is going to be like a temporary storage. We're going to get a thing to drop out onto this main belt here. So this is already going to work. We just need a redstone link to turn it on and off. Now that redstone link isn't hooked up to anything, but it will be eventually. So I think now we can actually connect this whole thing up, and there's not a good way to do this. Oh no, there is a good way to do this. It's to turn it off. There we go. Now it's going to be only minorly inconvenient. And then we just connect that, and that should work now. If we reconnect this, redstone going down here into the storage system, we can check that it is going in, and then it's immediately going back out. Perfect. Into and all the way around. We should be seeing redstone here. Oh! Okay, it's a good thing I checked this. It's a very good thing I checked this. Okay, do this and do that. Okay, we're safe. Okay, now that that hiccup is done, that's why you always test things. Because testing is important. We can see the redstone. This is so cool. This is my favorite part. I might switch this to be underground as well, because it's so cool. It's so dope. It's okay. And then we follow it all the way to the end here, and we should see redstone. Ooh, good to know. So putting a block there is going to fix that issue and make it so that all the redstone stops and drops down onto the hopper, which is what we want. And then if we look up here, we should see a bunch of redstone coming in here. Yeah, it works. This is so great. So that is most of the redstone system pretty much done. We are out of nether wart, which is now going to be the bottleneck from now on, because there's no real way to get, well, I think it's 10,000 netherwort per hour with just 2 farms. So we either, honestly, probably just not gonna ever run it at full speed, which is a-okay with me. And I mean, the amount of redstone we have right now and the amount that we can still make is crazy. So I'm not too worried about us running out anytime soon. And then we have this drawer as a backup just in case the main system gets overflowed. Now, though, we can actually get going and making this whole thing into a system that's connected to the main one as well. We have the belt system for the bone meal set up, and it should just be as easy as placing that on there, and all the bone meal starts going. I also replaced the bone meal normal drawer for a compacting drawer because I do want bone blocks as well as bone meal and the option for that. And this will store way more items than just this one. So I think that's better. So yeah, I think that's all of the farm processing stuff in here done. I am going to quickly fill in a bunch of wired concrete in the gaps so that we don't just have holes everywhere. Ooh, I think the last thing that I should do is reroute this to the correct direction. And by correct direction, I mean way over here in like the super long way around and all that. But I think it'll make it look actually pretty cool. And I know that I said I was gonna just build the thing and be done, but I wanna do this now. All right, the whole thing is now hooked up and it should be running. I haven't super tested everywhere, but I think I got the lava in. I think it goes all the way back home. I think it looks super cool with the lava in it, especially when it goes up and over. I think it adds a lot, and that's a really good way for me to power up another pump thing so that you don't see any pumps, you don't see any extra cogs, you just see the lava in the tubes, and then it goes away because it's a lot of lava in tubes, and then it comes back. And then here I just have it going this way for right now because I don't know where it's going, but in a little hidden section I've disconnected that one, and now coming from this tube here, it comes out and is pumped over that way. It's also now pumped this way and up into our steam engines, and now we can fully remove this pump system here that goes up and around and everywhere, which is cool, but a little bit uggo and kind of super in the way. So I'm very excited about being able to remove this, and then we can get the floor in, and then the video might end, or I'll find some other ADHD thing to start doing right away. Even though it doesn't look like it, that is 8 stacks of concrete. I have no idea how this building is this big. It does not feel that big. The floors are now in. I'm just absolutely baffled that there's this much like stuff. It's looking pretty empty right now, but eventually we'll get a lot more machines in, a little small one, couple small ones here, a bigger one in this area somewhere, but that'll all come later. So thank you all so much for watching. We made quite a bit of progress still. We finished hooking up both of the farms in the building that we made in 2 episodes, 3 episodes ago, however many episodes ago. The lava works, the items work, so much item transportation. Next episode, we're gonna go back to building farms because I'm tired of building tunnels and belts and tunnels. So stick tuned for that. I'll see you all in the next video. Subscribe, like, bye, peace. Welcome back to another episode on the Create Mod. In the last episode, we continued working on the tunnel, adding a whole nother belt system that brings items currently just from our one other building all the way around and over back to the main building where the main storage system is. And then we also hooked up this lava pipe that brings lava, if I can get up there, there's no real way to get in yet, from our hole, which is an infinite lava source, all the way up and over to our steam engines so that they are always powered, and to a couple of other places, like over there and over this way. And I think it looks pretty dope, but it has been a minute since I've seen like the sun, so it's probably good if we transition from working underground to doing something upstairs for once. And I made a brass farm like a month and a half ago, which makes, I think it's 1,000 brass per hour, in addition to 500 gold, 500 iron per hour, which is crazy. But if I don't want to make brass, then I get an additional 500 zinc and 500 copper per hour, which is really good, and I don't know why I haven't built it yet. So I think we get that in. I have a schematic for it. I just don't have the items or where I want to place it really. All right, we have the schematic and this thing is skinny. Whoa. So we might low-key be able to fit it in way more spots than I thought initially. This is actually really skinny. Oh my gosh. I could just throw it in this corner here because that is what it's looking like. I think that looks pretty cool, but all the items do have to come in from over here. So obviously we're not going to have creative crates, but we need andesite, granite, and lava. Lava's easy. It's just straight over there. But then andesite and granite are difficult. What I could do is we could rotate this and move it this way. Yep. And have it be like here-ish. Because then, actually, we want to center this in the center of the whole thing. But, like, that could be a cool backdrop. Don't you think? I think that's what we go with. Because now we can actually... It's easier to get lava in, and then we have room for a bunch of belts and stuff, like over here, to actually bring the granite and andesite up, instead of it just being super annoying. So I think this is actually going to work. And then powering this thing is easy. You just throw something in here, and then it just works. Basically. So I think we set it up here. Now we just need the items, and it's honestly not a ton of stuff. A lot of it is mixing andesite, diorite, and lava into tuff, which isn't super duper expensive. And if we place the backpack down next to this thing, the schematic animal will count it as an inventory and check off most of the stuff for us. So we just need some smart chutes and then everything here, which is honestly pretty doable and not super expensive. All right, we should have all the materials that we need. I'm just super double checking. Creative crates, great. It's working. I need gunpowder. I will never remember that just in my life. Gunpowder in. This thing's ready to go. I'm just gonna... Oh, I gotta remember to skip missing blocks. Yeah. So this should work. It might be an issue that the pipes are wacky, so I'll have to replace those. And then obviously the volts never work just ever. But then everything else should work pretty much perfectly fine. And this machine isn't too complicated. It's really quite simple. It just creates tuff by mixing diorite, andesite, and lava, drops the tuff down, crushes it, and then crafts all of the nuggets that you get. I think you get iron, gold, zinc, and copper. Oh, I'm in the way. Zinc and copper. Crushes those and then puts them back into this vault to either get turned into brass or just drop down and put into this main item vault here that is used for storage. I think we're pretty much almost done. I will definitely have to replace these fluid pipes because they're all wacky, but then otherwise it should work. Hopefully. It's done. You heard the ding. Cool. Thank you for your help. And then if I just break and replace these, it should fix itself. It's weird that this corner fluid pipe didn't get broken and neither did the other ones. I wonder what makes them broken. Whatever. So this is working. Gotta replace these. That's just a single volt, but I feel like you always have to replace single volts anyway because they're stupid and the game is bad. And what I could do is do that, and then I can steal items from below without it looking super ugly. I'm a fan of that. That's a good idea. All right, we have lava hooked up and the power hooked up. I should just be able to flick this and maybe it'll go to the right way. If it doesn't, we'll just reverse everything. Yep, it is going the wrong way. Everything should be going the right way. All the belts are going towards this way. The crushing wheels are spinning inwards and the blaze burner has lava. Everything else is good. Beautiful. Now comes the entertaining part of bringing both diorite and andesite over here, putting it into barrels and being able to request and receive them. This is going to be a little bit complicated since this thing requests andesite and so does this one. What I might do is down here, now we have an andesite dropper receiver thingy, and then this is currently just saying, give me andesite and have it go straight to here. What we could do is if I break a bunch of these blocks, if we have it go over this way, and then if this one needs andesite, we have a brass funnel that picks it up and otherwise it goes this way. So I suppose what we need to do first is set up this side of the system, bring a belt way back over to here so that it can connect with this belt here. And then we can get the logic of which one needs items because figure it out. So let's get the close system in first. All right, the item delivery is set up. We have, well, at least this half of it is. We have a little belt going all the way from this area here straight over, and it works. Great. Now we need to figure out, and this one's going to be complicated probably. All right, it is, I've forgotten how long later. It's like at least an hour, but I think maybe we have an idea. So what's going to happen is I'm going to do something maybe stupid, but also maybe not. We are going to have items come in here. If it's andesite or blaze rods, they go up, and otherwise, or if this andesite is powered, which we're going to set up in a second up here. If this one is powered, then the andesite will continue and go along this way up here into these two ones where we'll have diorite on this side and andesite on the other side. Now all we have to do is, first of all, set up the andesite filter here. We'll need a diorite filter there, but we need a diorite sendy system that is going to be right here where it drops diorite and sends it over, and then another sendy system over at the main base to bring it from the storage system where diorite is right now and bring it all the way over on, I think it's this line. Diorite is fully set up now. We have it all linked up, and it should be heading straight over here. And it looks like it is. I already set up the filter here. Perfect. So that should be working. And while that's filling up, I'm going to set up the system over here to take the diorite out of the system and bring it over to the tough creation. All right, we have now the AND gate set up so that we can turn this on and off based on... Oh, that's not what I want then. Ah! I don't know how to do it. I'm trying to get an AND gate set up, but I think what I might have to do, which is super cringe. Oh, that means it worked though. So if we go check over here, this should still be pretty much empty, yes, and all of the andesite should have went over here. Yeah, and it's over 20%, perfect. Which both means that the loop is long enough to not overflow that barrel over there, which is great news, but also that the AND gate is going to work once I figure out how basic redstone circuitry works, which I apologize for being this silly. There we go, we have it set up now. I just switched it with a redstone link so that it doesn't accidentally connect to this redstone link or quasi connect to anything else or anything stupid. So now this should work. The AND gate is working. I can break this temporary torch that made sure it just nothing got sent everywhere. And now I'm going to set up diorite with the same, basically, thing that we have before here, where we just have diorite, tough, and finish off. We should now see diorite's moving. Beautiful. And we should see it go along the line here, up and into this system. And my hope is that the barrel doesn't fill up fully, which looks to be successful. It's close. So maybe we just lower this maybe to 48 or even 32. Like, we don't need this to be at full speed all the time. But if we bump that down to 32, that'll make sure that the barrel over here isn't going to get too full, and maybe we do that with andesite as well, because that's going to have a very similar problem. The tough farm, and subsequently everything else farm, should actually be working, and we already have 4 iron, 3 gold, 6 brass. So I say we get a quick little belt that goes back over to the main part of the system. That belt is now set up. I'm just going to throw... No! Oh my gosh, I almost was stupid. So the belt is set up, but I haven't set up the collection system just yet. It should be very easy. We're just going to need to put 2 things there, and then the drawer controller, boom, and this thing there. And I'll set a filter in a second. I doubt I have a list filter. Yeah, I do not. So what we are going to do is just place down a chute here for a second. I just need to get some brass from this, and then we can set up everything else. But if I come over here and just throw iron there, gold here, and then connect this thing, we'll get a little bit luckier on everything coming out. All right, let's hope the brass goes into the spot that I want it to be in. Double, hopefully it's going the right way. Ah, it flew over here. Okay, so now we can put the brass in there. And the reason that happened is because it flew off from there onto this belt, which is kind of funny. But now it should work if we place back in. I guess if we could throw the brass down there for a second. If we come and place back in the chute, brass will be coming out. Should be coming over here onto this, and this should be filling up. And it is awesome. Nice, and we have a ton of items, which is awesome to see. So now I think it's a good time to test to see if this redstone link is actually going to work. It should be relatively straightforward. I just need to be able to pick up a bit of copper and zinc here. Then I'm going to first come over here, copper, zinc, sure. And I'm going to set up just a super basic control panel thing over on this side here. So now if we flick this, that should turn on, and then we should start making copper and zinc. Yep, you can see copper and zinc both came out here. We're no longer getting any brass, which is awesome. And then the copper and zinc should both go into, yep, these two spots, and they are filling up. Awesome. And I'm also going to set up some other redstone links to turn on and off these systems. So this one is currently broken, and I don't care about fixing it. But the redstone and the brass farms, we should probably get a system set up so that we can turn those off. And now we have that. If we flick that, you can see everything stops moving. And the same is true for the redstone, which is awesome. Now for the rest of this video, I want to set up the underground system so that we can actually get to it, like make a little staircase down on both sides. And then if we have time, I want to keep working on building. We have one custom tree over there that I think is pretty cute and kind of small. I want to wrap that around the rest of the barn area so that we get some like height with our foliage instead of it being so ungodly flat. But we're only going to do that if we have time. So let's get the downstairs stairs. Let's get the stairs set up. There's a bad guy there. I'm just going to ignore him and pretend that he doesn't exist. So let's get downstairs set up, and then we can get to maybe building. And so I started out in the second building, setting up a staircase and then digging out a bit of the area. And then I went to just pretty much continuing the style that we had so far with the stone brick walls, the graded floor thing with the copper underneath. I did run out of copper, so for now it'll just be empty. And then in the main building, I just brought the same thing over, did a little bit of detailing. I did use a different staircase that you'll see I then fix in the second building to follow the same iron one. And then I have a cool ceiling design that just like continues the graded stripe thing that I think looks pretty cool. And then that's the underground all done. The other side is done, and I think it looks pretty dope. We have these like ceiling things that light it up and look pretty cool. I've decided to use these industrial iron catwalk stairs because I think they look good and fit both the upstairs vibe and obviously more so the downstairs vibe. But now we can actually walk around here without tipping over and exploding, which is great. Like we have an actual floor, which is good. And then if we go through all the way here to the other side, this is what it looks like. For now, it's pretty bland, but up here, if you can see, we do have the ability at least to get in more of these drawer controller slaves. And I might as well actually place them right there, because now we can, if we wanted to, put more in that just go straight in, and then we'll be good, which is pretty sweet. That is going to be enough building in the downstairs section. For the rest of the video, we're going to work on foliage and trees around this barn and maybe continuing with some of the terraforming that we've been doing. The two main things I want to get at are putting trees along the way here so that it's less flat, and then having this pathway have trees kind of overhanging it slightly on either side. And I think that'll look super cool, but we will need to get some terraforming done on this half of it as well. And the design process for these trees was actually really interesting and kind of fun to do. After the first one, which I hope I showed my distress, but that was like kind of bad and took a really long time. This tree didn't take too long, and then I continued working on the next trees and the next trees after that. All of which, like, each one got a little bit easier, and it made more sense in my brain as to why, like, each thing goes where. I was kind of following the Green methodology of how the branches of the trees reduce in size as you go up, and each, like, reduction is usually half the width of the previous one. So the trunk would go half into slabs, which would then go half into fences and half into fence gates. And I think that actually worked really well. It made the trees, even though like they're not perfect, but they do look a lot better than what they did before. So I'm very happy about that. And I think the whole thing is actually tied together pretty well. All right, the trees are done, and I don't know if I've gotten better at it. I bet I have. The small trees are hard. But as you see, oh, this is like a little cute one. But other than that, it like gets smaller to bigger, kind of telling the story of like, they care about pruning the ones up front just so that they don't get overgrown, but the ones at the back, nobody cares about. And I think that the trees there really add quite a bit. And I really like the tiny one in like the little composter potted plant thing. So I'm a big fan of that. But I think I did a really good job. And while I was building, I feel like I got faster on each one. Maybe not better, but like each one is at least passable as a tree. When for the first one, it took so long to make this. And this is like still pretty questionable. So I might tear this down and redo it once I do all the other ones. But I think all the trees look dope. And they fill in a lot of the color, the greenery needed for this area. Like a lot of it is grays, and like even the green moss is kind of gray-y. So this just adds another layer of like green. So maybe we throw in a couple of other trees on the rocks here or something like that, but we'll do that at the very, very end if I think it's a good idea. But yeah, I think this is a very good start to the custom trees, and definitely not the end, but this did take a while. But now we got to work on the front of the barn with trees and stuff like this, with these beautiful ones that are so gorgeous and beautiful. And some more terraforming and stuff so that we can get the front looking great. So let's go. And there we go. We have the pathway all the way up to the barn with terraforming, at least a little bit, on both sides. And I think it fits the vibe pretty cool. At least the vibe that I wanted to have, where it's like a curving pathway. We're going to have, of course it's raining, we're going to have some trees like hanging over here. And I think the wall here adds like a vibe of coziness that I was really looking for. And I think this turned out great, but I've been building for so long, and I need to get this video out. So that is going to be it, but we made a boatload of progress. I feel like way more than the last like a million episodes. We finished is in big old quotes, but we finished down here, these two rooms, one under the second building here, that it looks like a room for sure. And then the second room here as well, which looks great. And then we transitioned over to making a bunch of custom trees, which I think add a lot to the build, make it look like an actual thing. We'll need to have some more custom trees maybe sprouted about here, but once we have a couple more going up the pathway here, I think it'll look great. And then obviously we finished off the pathway, at least until the bridge that's going to be going over to the other side at some point somewhere. But we made the pathway that goes all the way up. And in the next episode, we might finish it, but I want to get some bees so we can finally wax the copper that's been green and kind of looks stupid being super green. So we're going to get bees and wax up all this copper next episode. So stay tuned for that. Welcome back to another episode on the Create Mod. In the last episode, we continued working on a couple of different things. The custom trees that you saw behind me, this pathway that winds up and into the barn that we will continue building eventually, and the underground like main rooms that go underneath both buildings here. But today, as you can see by the title and thumbnail, we need some bees. And I thought it's quite fitting with the video that came out on Friday that I continue the business. That's the, so I'm not funny. So we need to get some bees so that we can wax this copper. There's a boatload of copper here. So we might have to do the waxing over a couple of episodes. because there's no chance we're going to have a big enough bee farm to get enough wax to do all of this in one fell swoop. But the copper is supposed to kind of look like this, which is crazy that it's just so green, and it has been for 15 episodes, maybe more. I have no idea. So we need to find some bees first and foremost, and then figure out a little honeycomb farm so we can wax it. And I don't super need honey blocks, but I probably will eventually. So it might be a good thing to get honey blocks in here as well. And I think we could do a little bee thing in like this area here. I'm not quite sure yet. We first need to at least find some bees, because I actually haven't seen that many this series. As I mentioned, I haven't seen any bees. I don't know if they spawn in cold biomes at all. So maybe we head to, if we take a look at our map, over in this area here where there's going to be a bunch of knot spruce. So I suppose let's go this way. Hopefully there will be flowers, because I'm pretty sure bees just spawn randomly on trees. If in the world generation there's a flower nearby, and then there's a chance that a bee can spawn. So it's not great odds that I find a boatload of them, but if I can get just a few, that'll be enough. And I am checking my tools because I do need silk touch to be able to pick up the beehive. And I technically only need 2 bees, but I would like more than that, because you can breed them with flowers and stuff. But it takes, what, 5 minutes between each, or maybe a minute and a half between each breeding session thing. So it takes a while to get up to like 10 or so bees. So if I can get more than just 2, that would be amazing. And we are getting to the forest that I pointed out on the map. Let's hope that there are some beehives. I'm not going to look too hard everywhere because I don't believe that I'll ever actually get any bees. But there is a beehive right here. There are 0 bees in it. So if I hover over it up at the top, it says 0 to 5 honey, 0 bees. So I could probably wait for the bees to go in. I think the bees go in at night. So if I wait until nighttime, and actually I can be a smart person here, add waypoint, bees! Perfect. Now, hopefully I won't forget that. They also go inside when it's raining because they're allergic to water, which I learned in the video that came out Friday. And if you haven't seen that, I would really recommend it. It was the most stressful thing that ever happened to me. I thought that was a weird colored bee. Apologies. I am going to grab some rose bushes because I think these work with making bees kiss. I'm not actually sure. Oh, more bees. Where's your home? Where's your home? You're not a bee. Oh, I found it. That was what that noise meant. If you didn't speak whatever language that just was, it was me saying there's bees. Bees! Great. Hopefully I'm correct that at night they go into their home. Ooh, gold. I don't super need it, but yoink. More bees. Let's go. And all of them are out right now, so I am just waypointing every single one. Add waypoint. Bees! This episode is mostly revenge for what happened on Friday, because they tormented me for a good hour and 20 minutes, so now I get to entrap their families for life, which I think is a pretty good trade. You're not a bee. You attack me? Ah, you do! He's fast. It's a shame he can't climb trees, because they can in real life. Don't climb a tree from a bear. Bears climb trees. That's the scariest fact ever. Ooh, you are bees. Where's your house? Give me your home. Let me steal it. Where's your home? Oh, thank you. You actually were pointing to it. Bees! That was spelled wrong. That's okay. I think we'll survive. There were also bees over this way that I saw on the minimap. Yes, sir. Oh, that's an oak log. I thought that was a beehive. You're a bee. Where's your home, loser? Found it. Thank you for pointing me in the direction. Bees! POV, the most sane Minecrafter. So far, we have a pretty good collection of bees, which is awesome to see. I do hope I can find a few more, because every single time I make a bee farm for honey or for honeycombs or something, I always spend like 3 hours making the bees make more bees, because I either lose some or they die or they run away, or it's like a whole thing. Ooh. 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 Where's your house? Where is it? I found it. Look at all the bees. all the bee houses that I'm gonna steal, uproot from their neighborhoods. Ooh, you're a bee. You're also a bee. Oh, bee house. This one's a water. Honestly, I think that's good on the amount of bees that we have. You can see all the waypoints and stuff, so it's probably fine. I do need to quickly grab my pickaxe because I think if you mine it without silk touch, it just like explodes. So I'm just gonna wait for these two idiots to go into this hive and then mine it, and then probably it'll be nighttime by then. So then we can go back and get all the other idiots. It did take until night to get them, but now we have... My inventory is full. How could it? We have one bee nest, and now off to the other 20 million that we have. Wow, look at this crazy compilation of a guy mining beehives in the dark. And we have 7 bees nests. 5 of them have 2 in them, so 10, and then 2 have 6. Wait, 2 have 3, so 6. So we have 16 bees total, which is actually pretty good, because that means breeding won't take too long. And honestly, we probably don't have to do even a lot of breeding. We could probably just... I thought that was a bee. It looks kind of like it's flying on the horizon, but it was totally not. We might not even have to breed them for too long. So I'm gonna go sleep quickly, and then we can get to quickly breeding the bees. Well, I'm just gonna make like a little bee house and place down all of these things. We'll probably get 10 beehives total, so just 3 more than this. And then we'll breed them until they're all full, which won't take too long. It might even take one like full breeding session thing, and then we should be good. I need to make a beehive, and I don't know how to do that. Ah, I'm poor. Okay, well, we'll do that later, because we can still get all of these bees nests in a little house, and then we'll get to actually putting the bees in a home a little bit later. I do need a door, though. There we go. The bee cave is in. Let me hope that you can put rose bushes on top of these things. You can. Awesome. All right. So I think all I need to do is put all these beehives in. Oh, excuse you. Don't be able to escape. Great. Thank you. All right. So let's get these things in. And then we got to breed y'all up. And then we got a bunch of baby bees, and I need to get more bushes. Don't worry, Papa is back with more flowers for you to now kiss. You're a baby, you can't kiss. That's gross. Ew. I also brought some dispensers, and I'm gonna make some shears. I forgot about observers or anything to power them, but I'm gonna use this when they do get honey points. Ooh, these guys actually do. Can I point you the other way, please? Maybe downward? Yeah. And if I shear you, that didn't work. I don't know how this works. maybe we need it all the way up to 5 points? 5 honey points instead of 3? I have no idea. I guess I'll wait for one of them to be 5 just to see how it works. All right, this one is full. I'm gonna flick this and hope that it works. It does, okay. So now that can make 1 beehive. And I think the rest of these, honestly, are also full. At least some of them. This one is. Sweet. So are you... Can I get a 2 for 1 here? Is that a thing that I can do? Aha! Wait, where'd the other one go? Where'd it go? Oh, it's over here. Yes, we can now make 3 beehives, which is all that we need. And I think I'd go do that right now, because we currently have... So the rest are full. We currently have 2 that are out in the open. So we need 4 more total. Which actually isn't too many. So if I go grab that, and then we can just place them down wherever they'll fit, honestly. And then I should just be able to breed, if I breed 8, we'll be good. That should be all of them. And we do need the babies to grow up, but while they're growing up, I'm gonna try to skedaddle out of here. While they're growing up, we can actually get working on the honeycomb and, what's the other one? Bottles farm thingy. So it's going to be really simple. We're just going to have like a row here with dispensers that either have bottles or shears going into them, and then hoppers underneath that pick it up after it gets dispensed, and then it'll be good. This is going to be our temporary beehive. Obviously, while these bees are growing up, we can't use the actual beehive. So we're going to build around just a row of oak planks for now. But what we're going to be doing is grabbing an observer, getting any updates from this beehive. So when it fills up with honey, it will update and power this note block, which we can then wrap around here and go down into a dispenser, which is going to have either the honey like goo or the honeycombs come out of it into this hopper down below. And then we're going to have either a hopper line or a belt system behind here that just brings it to wherever we want. On the back here, we're going to have a chest or something similar that brings extra shears or bottles if we need it back into this thing, so it's always updated at all times. The issue potentially that we'll run into with bottles is that each one of these dispenser slots needs to be filled up to have 100% likelihood that the bottles will actually get used. So we are going to need a ton of bottles, but we'll get to the logistics there in a little bit. What we need to do now is just continue this along for 10 blocks here. All right, this has been copied over 10 times, and I think it looks pretty menacing, to be honest. And we are going to split this in half, with half of them being bottles, half of them being honeycombs. And in the back here is really where that matters. So we're going to just place a hopper line going along like this, and then out to here where we're going to have, for this half, honeycomb shear refillers. And then on this other side, you're going to do the same thing, but instead of honeycomb shears, not honeycombs, instead of shears, we're going to do empty bottles. All of these are going to go down onto a belt, I think I've decided. Potentially, it might be worth it to have them go different ways even. And there we go, the belts are in, they're going different ways, which is actually what I want, because now if I just grab a funnel and I have my barrel already, the items will go straight into this barrel. There we go. And then on the bottle side, we're going to do something a little more complicated, but we'll get to that later. I think all we need to do now is get some grass and some one tall flowers that we can put in, and then we should be pretty much good. And then we're going to place the dirt right in front of here, just like this. I only have 7 flowers. I'm a silly goose. I'm a goose who is silly. There we go. The flowers are now in. And now the last thing we need to do is wait until night so that these guys go back in their homes and won't come out until daytime, so that we can place all these guys in. They won't escape or anything, and then we'll be good. In the meantime, though, I'm going to grab some glass and some shears and put them in the system. And that is all now in. The shears are going in. They should be at least pretty evenly distributed. Hopefully. Okay, we need a couple more. That's fine. But all the bottles are in. And I would love to rant so much about how expensive bottles are for no reason. You're telling me one glass bottle is one piece of glass? There's no way that you can like reduce the amount of glass needed per glass bottle? That's wild. This whole block, one glass bottle. 3 of them? 3. Makes no sense. Whatever. I have been enchanting the shears just so that we don't have to keep refilling them and refilling them and refilling them over and over again. And I think that is probably the best way to do it, at least in my lazy opinion. And I've just quickly set up a little enchanting station over here that is so lame and nerd-y, but it's working pretty well. We're just putting Unbreaking 3 on it. I do want to eventually get the hyper experience, but that requires blaze cakes and a lot of effort and a lot of thinking, and I just can't be bothered. So we'll get to that eventually, but for now, the Unbreaking 3 is plenty. I think it increases the durability by like 60% total. But now let's quickly, is it nighttime? Oh, we could try to put those guys in. I need to get some glass. I think it's nighttime enough to be safe about putting these guys in. I'm worried that placing their beehives again is going to make them escape. So I'm going to test quickly to make sure that that doesn't happen. So if we come in here, oh, they might get mad at me. Oh, there's only 1 and 2 bees in here. Where are the rest of the bees? Okay, that's super good to know. Okay, so we need to breed these bees a couple more times, which is fine. But I'm glad I looked. I think when I pick up these beehives that they're going to get mad at me and start chasing me. So I might have to do it in a more fancy manner than just like going in and placing them. I know that bees on white carpets specifically, or well, with carpets in front of the beehive, they can't escape because it's basically like a block being there. So I assume if we put blocks in front of everything else and then break the beehive, that will be okay. So we could just try that when it comes to it. But I suppose I need to breed more bees. I thought that we had enough. I don't know why these aren't full, but whatever. In the meantime, we can get to the processing of the actual honey. So in the normal game, you have to use this, just craft it in a 4x4 grid to make a honey block. But since we have liquids, we can make liquid honey with a drain, which is super awesome. And this just means we can item drain this bad boy. The liquids will go downwards, and then the bottles will just go right here. So we can recycle that back into this top barrel up here, and then we'll be good. And that system is now set up. We have the item drain that drains the liquid, brings it over, puts it into this fluid tank, and then the item, the actual bottle, goes back up into the chest and into the hopper system and loops back around. I also put and breeded up more bees, so those should be good now. So I'm going to quickly put the bottles in here and check to see that all of these bee farms are now fully full. It looks like they are. Yep, they definitely are. So I'm going to place blocks in front of all of these because I think that'll prevent the bees from coming out. And yeah, I'm pretty confident that these bees are going to attack me if they see me break this. So I am going to... You're kidding. Why did they break? Because my axe isn't silk touch. Well, that's a bummer. Okay, well, I have to kill this bee, unfortunately. Which is so sad. And I'm just going to have to hope that these two stop being angry at me. I forgot about the silk touch thing. That one's not angry. This one should stop soon. There we go. And I can probably now breed these two. Get a third one back and try this again. So they can't get in there right now, but now they can. There goes all three. And if we place a block in front of it, this might now mean that I can do it in here since all the other bees are gone. I'm going to try it. Silk touch. Nope. What? I have my advanced tool swapper on. That's why it happened before. None of them hit me, which is really good. That means they're not going to die, and once they stop being angry, I can try this again. So there's not going to be an issue there. That one already stopped being angry at me. He's a chill bull. And I've turned off the tool swapper, so that shouldn't happen again. So are you all good? Yep. All right, let me leave. Let me get in. Don't come this way. Thank you. So third try. So we're going to try it. Yep. Okay, and if I grab all of you, there we go. And I have to make sure that it stays raining this whole time while I put in all of these guys, because if it doesn't, they can get out and fly away, which is bad. Ooh, it's actually probably a good idea if I test it in here first, because I don't know what happens if I replace. Okay, it's safe if I replace it. Now comes the go in quick time. Cue the dramatic music. There we go. Okay, those are all good. I don't know why those bottles went out and not straight down. Maybe I need to reposition these dispensers up to the top here, which honestly won't be too bad if that is the case, but we at least have honeycombs, so that's good to see. And then we can test it. I don't have enough shears for you guys. All right, so I've picked up all the excess bottles. We'll see if I need to move where the dispenser is, but we already have honey in this tank. We should have, if I throw honey, it'll let me. If I throw honey on this, it will drop it, put it up here, straight into the chest, and the chest will start going. Is this hopper allergic to picking up items? All right, well, that's fine. What we can do is if I just grab a depot, put it on top of this hopper, and then I just have to move this chest upward by a block, and I'm going to replace it with a barrel because I think barrels look better. And then throw that there, throw the bottles in there. Now it will work fine. It's strange that hoppers won't pull out of an item when there's a fan going up into it. But the good news is that we are now getting honey. We have, I think this is a full block worth of honey. Let's see. Honey blocks can be made by compacting 1,000 millibuckets into one block with a basin thing and a crushing wheel. Or what? A compactor? What is this thing called? Mechanical press and a basin. So if we want ever to get some honey, we can always come over here and just set up a quick compacting thing, compact it into blocks, and then be good to go. And then on the other side here, we have 9 honeycombs, which is awesome. We just need to put in the remaining shears so that all the dispensers actually have shears in them. And then the whole thing will be working pretty much perfectly. And just to show that I am starting to wax stuff That's the achievement. I'm so curious. I'm so curious. Statistics. How long have I been playing? 9.72 days. That is straight, by the way. That is like the amount of hours spent is 233 hours on this game. And that is the first time I've waxed copper. And that is the start of our waxing journey. We have so much to go. Oh my gosh. This is definitely the most copper that I've used, but I've also used copper in here underground, and these things are also starting to oxidize really quickly, and it's going to be a pain to have to go through and wax everything, take up all of these industrial iron catwalks and do the whole thing again. We will do it, and there we go. Ooh. Okay, that might be a flaw in the design. I'll keep an eye on it and see if we need to move the dispensers up to the top here. Honestly, it won't be too big of an issue if we do have to do that, but I'm hoping that we don't because I already built it. I slept through the night and checked to see if this is going to work, and the answer is absolutely not. So what we're going to do, I am going to remove all of this and replace in everything. All right, this has been updated. I've had to add a couple more hoppers and it makes it look a little bit uglier, but that's okay. Hopefully, as long as this works. There's no honey in there, but if I right click it, oh, that is good news. If we do it a couple times, it works. So I am going to leave it as is for the second and see if it continues to work. I don't have super high hopes, but we'll see. And I'm going off this fully off of memory from the last time I built one of these things. So I could just be totally wrong, but it looks like it's working. All of these do have bottles in them, so they are firing. So let's hope that this works and we won't have to fix this again. So we just ran it and there are still bottles floating here, which means this did not work, which is a bummer. And I'm not really sure why it didn't work. So I guess I gotta look up a tutorial. That's so sad. I'm a fool. I'm such a fool. Apparently, and this is according to an undisclosed source online, until they're correct and then they get a shout out, you might maybe just be able to let me pick up stuff. This should not have been most of the episode. This should have been like 3 minutes of actually doing stuff and the rest was easy. But maybe theoretically one can fluid pipe all the way along here and pick you up, yoink, put you going straight into there, and then we just gotta wire this thing up. Will this just work? Yeah, it does. I want to explode. All right, so that means I don't need bottles. I don't need anything. It'll just happen. And these are all out of honey now. So now I get to remove all of this. Great, 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 great. Super. I'm so glad I looked this up because I bet you are yelling at me in the comments. Well, I figured it out. I'm an adult who's all smart. And I figured it out without a lot of confusion, only like a little bit. I am going to keep this half the same though, because there might be a way that you can shear it and get all the stuff that you want to get like honeycombs and stuff, but honestly maybe not. Yeah, you might have to do it this way still, which is good, but that also means now I have 100,000 bottles that I will never ever use, so that's good. That's fun. That's a good use of my glass time and money, all of those things. Oh no. Oh no. Yep, let me get there. This is a problem. This is how bees get out. This is exactly how bees get out. Okay, we're safe. Everything is a-okay. There was no need to stress. No stressing necessary. Awesome. And now we should just be able to put everything back together. Grab these white concrete blocks, place these bad boys just everywhere. And now we have so much room to have a beautiful party. I could have saved myself a lot of time if I looked it up beforehand, but that's okay. We can now tear this whole thing down because I will never need to touch any more bee farming equipment or stuff ever again. And I always regret building this out of glass because glass takes eons to actually break. And it's like, there's no reason. There's absolutely no reason that glass should take this long to break. It It's like the easiest thing to break in real life. Why is it so difficult? And there we go. That's all cleaned up. I'm so glad that this is working, but I am so annoyed that you just needed pipes under the beehives and it would just work. So that's a little bit of a bummer, but we still take it. We now have bees set up and producing honey and honeycomb so that we can get the waxed copper and at least start the process of waxing everything. We have so much to do. And after a little bit of AFKing, we have 34 blocks of honey, which isn't a ton, but we don't really care about that. We more so care about the honeycomb, at least for now. And the beauty thing about this thing is that we could just put more pipes underneath these and convert them to honey instead of honeycomb. So if we ever need a bunch of honey blocks, we can always convert it, but we have 300, I didn't actually look at the number, it's at top there, 351 honeycomb, which is huge. It's definitely not going to be enough to get any of the roof bit done, but it might just be enough to get most of down here done. And you can already see in the amount of time that I've AFK'd, everything here is at least somewhat oxidized. So yikes. So I am going to wax everything down here and continue AFKing, but this video is already pretty long, so I'm gonna leave this episode here. So thank you all so much for watching. We made less progress than the last episode, but I think more important progress, to be honest. Instead of building like a thing that looks pretty, we built something that is helpful for future things to look pretty. So it's like kind of the same thing in hindsight. In the next episode, I want to get this pathway up and running and going. I want pretty trees is what I'm saying. And hopefully I'll have enough honeycomb by then to have everything here waxed. We'll see if that's actually the case. So yeah, stay tuned for the next episode. Thank you all again so much for watching. If you liked it, be sure to like. If you're not subscribed, and 85% of you are not subscribed, you're on episode 30. Why aren't you subscribed? You should subscribe, probably. All right, see you all next time, and peace. Welcome back to part 3 of 100 Days in the Create mod. Let's get straight into it. We, in the last episode, made this beautiful honey farm that took so long for me to realize that you can just get a pipe under a bee's nest and throw it into a thingy. I also, off camera, just made a squoosh mobile and have quite a bit of honey blocks. And then over here, we got a couple of honeycombs. I haven't been honeycombing. I haven't been honeying the floor, but we'll do that eventually. Today, as you can see by the title, thumbnail, and everything else, we are finally working on the thing that I've been talking about since we've built this area, the train, or at least the train tracks that are going to be going here. And we're going to map it out today. We're going to build most of the train tracks, including at least one set of bridges. I don't know yet what I'm going to be doing over here, so we'll probably have to figure that out together. But when train tracks are involved, we need a lot of them. And I was thinking, why not set up an automatic as we can get, train track making machine? So we obviously need zinc or iron nuggets as an input, and then spruce slabs as an input as well. These you can only really automate by crafting planks into slabs, which is kind of lame, but we can probably do that. So I think we try, and then just for funsies, we might as well also craft those iron nuggets into, well, I guess craft ingots into iron nuggets, just so that we can transfer less over in a shorter amount of time. So what I'm doing here is I am going to have spruce logs go onto this thing, go over, and then turn into planks that then get crafted. I hope that'll be easy to do, but that might mean we need a mechanical arm to do that, which I guess I'm doing now because I'm already committed. It is a really good thing that we have pretty much everything that the mechanical arm needs automated already, because I would be annoyed if I had to go do everything for that. But now we can, if I use brain, throw one of these in, and then actually I'm going to put this one over here. And I totally forgot that the mechanical arm needs like inputs and outputs and stuff. So let's do that really quickly. We're just going to throw it onto a depot and then have the depot and refresh the shaders so that we can actually see the thing. have the depot then put stuff into all of these crafters, and then honestly, hold on, we might be able to do something smart and use all of the space. So this is going to make slabs. The slabs then can go into, I think, just a saw, right? What am I doing? Saw, go in the same direction as this thing over here, and then that saw goes onto a depot, which gets squooshed with one of you. And we can do that because the deployer doesn't care if there's a mechanical crafter in the way or not. And then we got to press it, which I suppose, I don't know how we get this thing off of the depot. I guess a brass funnel will have to do. I don't know what item it is, so for the first one, we're just going to have to drop over there. But then this should be as easy as hooking all of this up to power, which isn't super easy, but it is doable. Ah, that is an issue. I don't know if I need to power it or if I'm just toasteroni. And the moment of truth, toasteronski. This just cut up something. Oh, but into train tracks. That's good. Well, we have 3 incomplete train tracks, which is something. This needs to be redone. I almost died. I'm killing it today. Take 2. Everything's rehooked up. I have had to move this to go into a item vault of some sort. A barrel works, I suppose. But if we throw in a track, that was fast. But if we check, we do have a track. And it works. I also obviously put in a thing for iron nuggets. I did say that I was going to have like an auto crafting thing, but this is a pain and the auto crafting thing would also be a pain, so I decided against it. We'll see if I need it in the future, but I think if I throw in a bunch of spruce logs here, how is this happening? Unless I'm going crazy. Stop. Unless I'm going crazy, spruce logs are going through this thing, not getting turned into spruce wood at all. Why? Scooby? What? Did I break it? What is going... Ow! Oh, I almost broke myself. That would have hurt a lot. It actually did hurt a lot. I was almost gonna die. Why? Okay, what if I remove this? Oh, am I stupid? Oh, it needs to be stripped. All right, attempt numero 3. That breaks. What? What? What is your... Whoa. Oh, I'm silly. I'm silly. I was wondering why that didn't work. It's because it can't do more than one at a time. So now it'll work. And then it gets crafted, put into here, and I think we're gonna have the same issue. Yeah, we can't have more than one going. But if we do one at a time, then it works. Oh, nope, didn't mean to do that. Works flawlessly and really quite fast. And if I cared about speeding this up, I probably could add another mechanical arm here. But honestly, I think we are already making more slabs than we can keep up with. So I'm not at all worried about it. While that's running, I want to lay out where this train track is going to go. I've decided to build it on these blocks of industrial iron. I think looks super dope and fit the thrown train onto older style build vibe that I'm going with, at least on that half of the thing. And I think it'll fit in the area and stuff here pretty nicely. What we're gonna want to do before we even start anything is set up the train station floor. If you watched the stream that happened Saturday, 2 days ago, you will see that I already kind of did this, but I am going to make a couple of changes. And I'm going to use some dirt as temporary building blocks. So as the layout goes, we're going to do 2 bits of flooring and then the track. And then I think it's, I don't remember. This might actually be 3. So let's do 3 bits of flooring. There we go. Track. And then up here. And then I think this is 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It might only be 6. Might be less than, so it might be 5. There we go. Professional mathlete at your services. So we have a 2 wide area with a warning track, 1, 2, 3, warning track, and then warning track and 2 wide here. And that will make the whole thing pretty symmetrical. So now we need to go along and place the track in here. I do need to tear out all of this area, which means piece 2. That is dug out, and now I can fill in this with the blocks that we need. I am going to get a wand and just walk along the way like this. And that is the track area that we're going to be going for. Now comes doing the same thing right here. And that track has now been placed in. It does need to be a little bit shorter since we're going to be taking like a left-hand turn. So what I'm going to do is just build 12 blocks over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then we'll have the track here, which is a little bit too far. Oopsies. And then we're going to do the same thing on this other side here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Perfect. And now we have a 3 block gap between the 2 tracks as they're exiting this station area, which is going to be perfect for the bridge that we'll make at some point. And obviously these tracks are not going to be just 90-degree angles. So I grabbed some train tracks just so we could see and I suppose double check that these are the correct length. So I'm just going to run down here. And there is like a max distance you can place these, which doesn't make a ton of sense, to be honest. But if we place these here and we want to go over this way, and then if I hold shift, that is the best diagonalizing that we can do. As you can see up at the top there, like up far ahead, when I hit shift right now, it changes the angle. I don't know what that does. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just here to have some fun. I do want to replace this so that it's a little bit better here though. So if I can go here, I think this is going to be a better angle. Yeah, because now we can, if we break just a couple of these blocks, add like 3 more here. There we go. We got the curve going. I don't know why this is like Deathland right here, but I guess that we're gonna have to deal with it. It'll go around this way and then we can continue it over this way and onto the bridge over to the other island, river, what, I don't know. And then we can do the same thing over here. So again, we are going to need to curve this over this way. And if it's possible, I think that's going to look pretty good. There we go. That corner's now in. If it'll let me refresh these shaders to actually show the track, that'd be cool, but who cares? And then we can go along here and finish up the very, very start of the train system that will eventually, super eventually, be unloading in this area. So now comes the fun part of making a big old bridge, and it's actually 2 bridges that are right next to each other across this river so that we can, I guess, get the trains set up over on this side. Obviously, we will need the trains to go this way and out this way as well in a direction that makes sense eventually. My guess is they are going to go like out here. We'll have to move part of this building. This one's going to have to shrink a little bit, but that's fine. It'll go over here, probably like if it hugged up against the wall of this building, I think that'd be pretty dope. But if it went over this way and then across, maybe like we build a land bridge of some sort in the future, that could be cool. But we'll organize this pathway later. First, I want to get in what I already know I want. A beautiful bridge going across, like one of those classic, like all metal ones going across, and then the train can wind up along the ridge like this and have a parking spot of some sort here. But we got to build it, and I think it'll look best in a little time lapse. So enjoy! Metal bridge, go! And the dual bridges are done. I think they look pretty dope, and at least from the sides, look super cool. I'm not sure if we're gonna need supports underneath. For the mechanical or civil engineers in my comments, just let me know if these need supports. But I don't think they do. They might like need like a little bit of help right here, but I think otherwise it's fine. Ow. And I think they look pretty cool. They are tall enough to fit the train build that I'm gonna be building, which is really all that I care about. But we do need to continue building and laying out this track. For the sake of building and things, we have 2 tracks here. I think one comes in this way and goes this way, and then out into the abyss for somewhere, and then this one just goes in this way and over and around like that. The only issue is that this track is going to be the only one with the train on it for now. Since we only have 1 train, we only need 1 track and like a loop thingy. Maybe it would be better or whatever to have it not be in a loop, but for automation specifically, from what I can tell in the create mod, you need the trains to be in a loop because otherwise they get confused because they can't go like backwards for some reason. So I think that's going to be the plan, that this one is going to be for long journeys eventually. Like if we want to build a farm way out in the distance or something like that, or I guess way out in the distance this way. And then this one is going to be the close loop where we get all of the ingredients from the barn that we're producing on this mountain. Since we're only doing this smaller loop around this barn first, I think it's probably fine if we just deal with routing this one for now. I'm honestly not sure where we want this one to go yet, because I don't have any plans or farms for far away yet. I will want a guardian farm at some point, so maybe it can go off to that direction. I think there's one over here. But for this one, we need to lay out where we want this to go. So I was initially thinking we have it like route all the way over here and like up and along like that. But I'm a little bit worried that this slope is going to be too much for the wee little train wheels. Yeah, but I don't know if it's going to be too much of an incline is going to be the biggest issue. So perhaps we do something a little bit different. After doing like the most basic Googling, it looks like when trains are going up and around a mountain, they take really wide turns and like would come up this way. The only concern is that this is the exit. So like the train is going to be parked up here facing towards me and is then going to go like way over here, around and down into there. So it might be worthwhile to first set up the entrance area. So the train is going to come from over here, this track here, over and then up here somewhere. My guess is I'm going to want it to go like around here and slowly incline until we get all the way up to kind of like this level, like here. So I'm thinking that this block here is going to be a good inclination. That's not what you use that word for. That's going to be a good height level. And then we need to figure out a way to get the track to curve and increase in height slightly so that 1, it looks normal, and 2, can actually happen in the create mod. Because I don't know if this is the case, but I suspect that if you have like a really quick then the train just won't even be able to turn that much. So that's going to be what I'm trying to avoid. So we'll see if I just do it by accident or something. But I think first things first, we're going to want to bring this out and then curve it inward slightly so that we can match up this and this one together. I will need to break apart kinda these 2 stone brick blocks, but I think that's okay because I think it'd be really, really cool. I really like the idea that we have the train hug up against this building's wall and like maybe add some soot texture or something like that. I think that could be look super, super dope. All right, so we have this potential curve. I don't know if it'll let us. And I honestly think for the sake of the width of this like little river channel thing, I need to actually move this over even more, which I didn't really want to do initially because now it's like going to be like 1 block away instead of 3. I think we kind of need to, because we're going to need the mountainside to like be right here, which is really close to this other side here. So yeah, I don't think there's going to be a way around that, but it might be cool to have this curve like this now though. So let's see, what are we, there we go. I think that will work pretty well. And then we have 2 train tracks going just like that along the edge there. Maybe we just have them cross over. So this is going to be quite the bridge. It will need to like maybe stop like right here. And then this will then start to curve around like that, where it goes around and up. So I suppose let's build this out and see what it's going to look like. I'm not going to build the bridge bit yet, like over there. I'm not going to go ham jabronis on it. But I think if we get a general gist of like how it looks, that could be pretty good. What we could also do is have this curve that way and go, because I suspect I'm going to want a train line to go that way. So maybe we do that instead, and then we just have the singular bridge going that way for this pathway, since we're going to need that to go up into the mountain area. And I have now done that. I've rerouted this left one to just go right there for now. And then this other one I've brought all the way along, have it curve. That was on purpose. Have it curve, go up here. I don't know why these train tracks are all wacky, but it breaks them just at some points all the time. And now comes the maybe tough part of getting this to curve through here and go up to that. So far, it hasn't been too difficult. We've just had to go like up a little bit, but going up and curving it is actually quite a challenge, especially because the tracks themselves are a little bit difficult to deal with when they're curving and going upwards. As you saw down at the bottom there, it looked a little bit weird when I increased on a curve, but I don't think there's going to be a way around it. So I'm just going to hope that this works and looks good. And I actually think it does. I routed it through here, through this like little gorge thing, and up, curved it pretty heavily up at the top here. I really don't know why it doesn't like load properly most of the time, but I curved it pretty heavily here so that it then has a straight shot right all the way through. This is going to be where the station is. I can actually put more of these down. Skadoosh. This is going to be where the station is and loads in stuff from the barn itself. We're going to build this later for sure. But now all we need to do is finish this loop. It is quite a big height difference. That top block is at Y level 97. And this one down here is probably like 87 or something. Yeah, this one's 78. So we need to go down 20 blocks from there to there while curving it. And I don't know what the best way to go about this is. My guess is we're going to want to go a little bit more straight and then start going down and curving it. And I think I've done that pretty well. We have the track that goes down and then goes pretty far down pretty quickly and then loops back around here. This will look better and less floaty once we get the actual terrain and everything in here. I am giving myself so much work with having to terraform this entire mountain. So, whoops. But I think it'll look really, really good once it is all terraformed. And I still think it is functional like this, which is kind of all that we super care about. Now, I think we end off this episode today with getting in the floor of this area here. And it's going to stay pretty simple. We're just going to do some classic stone brick, whatever. And then for the warning track, I was thinking of during my stream doing acacia logs, but I think we'll just do smooth stone. I think smooth stone works pretty well and is a good contrast to the normal stone, gravel, andesite whole system. So enjoy, I guess, the second time lapse of this episode. It's going to be equally short, I hope, where we finish off the floor of the train station. And there we go. The flooring is at least mostly done. You also saw that I started digging out an underground staircase thing to connect the 3 tracks. You'll see this a lot in kind of bigger stations where they have like an underground tunnel between the stations. Some have ones like over and stuff, but I do want to keep the skyline to the barn pretty open. So I don't want to have a building that's huge. I want one that's like kind of big, but if I had like pathways across to each of the platforms, it would have been really, really big. So I think this is a good compromise. It brings us under and then back over to whatever tracks we need. And I really, really want to see if I can set up some display boards and have track schedule information like dangling from like here. and say that, I don't know, train to the barn scheduled in 1 minute or whatever. And I think that would look super cool because it would look just like an actual station in real life. But we'll have to get to that in the next episode, or maybe the episode after, because we did a lot of progress. We built the entire railway that goes all the way around, loops up, connects up with the barn, and then comes back and across the bridge, one of two that we made this episode. We'll have to figure out something to do with the other bridge eventually. But I think next episode, we're either going to actually set this up and get a working train setup going, or we might build the train station, the station of the train. That's the same words of just reversed. Welcome back to another episode on the Create Mod. In the last episode, we worked fully outside and made this train track that goes all the way around, up along the mountain, stopping at a train station that will eventually be up here in this area, and then coming back down, connecting back up with this train track across the double bridge that we made, and back into the main train station. We also dug out a little bit of this under track crossing area that we will get to today. With that, we need to build a building around this thing. I know I said in the stream that I did last weekend that I wanted to be able to see the barn area from over here still with a big building in the way. I don't know if that's going to be possible. I kind of want to try it, but if it doesn't work out, then too bad, it doesn't work out. I do have a plan for this, but we need some materials, and somehow I don't have everything in the game yet when, like, you can make a farm for, like, literally everything. So we got to work on that, but this is going to be a pretty important block, as well as sand, which we do have a bajillion of. So at least we have sand, but we need to go grab some mango trees, and maybe we do that automatically. Like if we build another one of these, or just throw another one in here, I think that might just be what we do. Or we can actually go and grab some. I don't have any propagules. Oh, that's not good. I think that's because automatically farming the mangrove doesn't drop enough propagules for it to actually work. So I guess we're going into another mangrove forest. We got to go get some mangrove. So let's go do that. And you thought you were done listening to my voice? Absolutely not. I'm in your ears. I'm everywhere. Don't click off the video, please. I will stop doing that. I wanted to talk about quickly how awful mangrove is to gather. This is the worst wood in the world. You have to like dig through all the bushes and stuff. You get like one mangrove log every 40 leaves. The propagules are like hard to find because they just float on everything, and that's super annoying. So it's like a challenge to get. They all fall in the water. Like without the jetpack, it would be impossible to do this at any rate. Like if I had to use an elytra to get back up to the top of these things, it would be over for me. So I am complaining about that really heavily. And after this, I get probably 6 stacks of logs, and it took like an hour and a half or something stupid. So I'm annoyed that this took me this long, and I didn't even get enough to finish the build, but we'll get into that later. Now onto the build. Uh-oh, more bad news. I forgot to record a transition, so insert that here. And this time lapse chat, I wanted to talk about kind of my design process for this. I super duper just fully yoinked the color palette and most of the windows from a Reddit post that I saw about a train station that I thought looked dope. That centerpiece there with like the mangrove arch and then the clock in the center is different. That was a me design, which is why it is uglier than the rest of the build. But I really liked the design from Reddit that I stole, so thank you very much. Super cool use of fence gates and stuff for like the trim around the building. I really like that. And then the roof was an interesting one. I wanted a lot of glass, but also glass looks horrible, so I threw a bunch of mangrove trapdoors on basically every surface, and I really think that made it look pretty good. And then this front part here and the roof, I really liked the addition of. I think it adds quite a bit of like gothicness to it, which is like my favorite style ever, so I'm glad that it actually fit, and I think it looks dope from the front. You can also see that I decided to change my mind fully and make this a bunch smaller, so that took a ton of extra time, so oopsie daisies. And then we started working on the arches and a little bit of detail work, and I feel like you see these like arches over the train tracks themselves quite a bit in real train stations, just to like fit the trains in there. So I'm glad that was able to work out. And then we moved over to a little bit more detailing, and we're done. And there we go. The train station is built at least the outside. The inside, I did a little bit. There's some trapdoors up at the top there, but we have to build like a second set of walls here. So that'll take a little minute to get that set up and going. But we have the main outside of the entire train station done. The roof, I think, is the coolest part. Like this thing is like dope. A great idea to include this. And then I really like these like little spiky boys. I think the spiky boys are sweet. And then the other side here, I was struggling, as you saw in the time lapse, and as I talked about, I was struggling with getting this thing working. So I just made it flat, and we're gonna have like the terraforming. This I'm on the fence still if I want to do the same style of terraforming over on this side. I assume I will, but we're gonna have terraforming coming up here with a bunch of custom trees and stuff. So I suspect this will get busier later on in the series. And then like the final bit was this archway, and I think this turned out pretty cool. We do need to add some like more flooring there, but that'll come with more terraforming here, so I'm not too worried about that. Big thank you to the Reddit user Enzo Fresh for the inspiration. I did kind of yoink the vibe pretty much fully, so I appreciate that. I did do something different with this center bit here because I kind of had to, but the color palette and most of the windows and stuff was just straight up yoinked. So thank you. It's a very good design. I think it's really cool looking. I also, halfway through, realized that I needed way more mangrove than I could ever imagine. And as you can see here, I set up a tree farm, but as we learned a majillion episodes ago, the propagules don't grow fast enough before we chop them down again. So I needed to make a quick little propagule farm, which I built over here. And this thing is honestly pretty tiny. It just has a bunch of dispensers bone mealing the propagule, and then one dispenser bone mealing the leaf block. The leaf block, when bone mealed, will spawn, as you can see there, a propagule, and then all the others will bone meal it, and then this piston will push it off, and it'll fly everywhere, because for some reason, the hopper thing that I tried didn't work. Like, you wanted a hopper minecart in between this piston and a block here, but that just did not work at all. So I'll have to figure something else out for that. But for now, once you turn it on, it just makes a boatload of them. Like, it's really quite quick. So I just had like 500 or so, and now it's out of bone meal. It burns through bone meal, but it is really quick. And I AFK'd the bone meal farm overnight for a while, but we did get enough propagules to actually finish the farm, which is really all that I cared about. And I think we have over 1,000 logs extra, so that is pretty good. And I've also switched up this thing to just fully plant these mangrove propagules. This isn't the most efficient way to do it, because these mangrove roots spawn a bunch of places. It overwrites where the propagules are, but honestly, I don't really care. So this is the new-ish farm, and it obviously is working pretty good. We have like 16,000 of all the other wood types, so I don't really care about keeping those running. So we're just going to have the propagules running for a little bit. But now I think it's a good time to switch over to the interior of this place. It is currently looking pretty bare. I don't know what the plan is going to be for the inside walls. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave these sand ones the same, and then have a like interior wall texture here, just so that these glass things aren't just floating in open space like that. And this is what I've come up with so far. I'm using these vertical framed panels here to get a little bit of extra depth, and then we're just doing a normal kind of arch with the same window underings as out there. The only issue that I'm running into is that this one looks mis-centered, and I think that's because we have like a tall thing of mangrove planks here, or mangrove logs, but we don't have that here, so it feels like it's mis-centered. So I'm going to try these framed double slope blocks, which you can, if I have a good 2 different pieces of wood, you can put wood or sandstone on one half of the wall, and then the wood on the other half. So we can hopefully do like mangrove on this side, and then stripped birch logs on this side, and it will just go all the way up, and it'll look like we have 2 blocks on either half of the wall, but we actually don't. So I'm going to hope that that is how that works. But I think we'll see really quickly if that is how it works. The only issue with this strategy is that these mangrove logs are expensive, and I need to strip them beforehand. So if we put mangrove on this side, yup, and then birch on that side. That's gonna, oops, excuse me. That's gonna work really well, I think. And then we could just keep bringing that up. I want to do sand here, and then again, mangrove. Yeah, that's gonna look really nice. At least I think it will. I don't know for sure. But let's try to bring that all the way up, and then we'll see how it looks. The moment of truth, that is better. That is a little bit more what I was looking for. And then let's also do the same thing up here, because I forgot about this. We have this area where there's just trapdoors in front of sandstone, but over on the glass side, it just looks stupid. So let's fix that as well. And there we go. We have sandstone on this side, mangrove on this side. Nobody is any the wiser. And now the other side's fixed. Sweet. I'm really liking these frame double slope blocks. They're very helpful. So now I suppose let's get these arches, and I really like the extra depth here. So including the extra depth all the way down. And then we're definitely going to need to do something here and on the side as well. I have zero plans for this. Maybe double-sided clock, but probably not. Since we would need, what? So clockwork bearing on this block, and then the hour hand here, and then the minute hand here. So it would be sticking out onto the tracks. So that wouldn't be that helpful. We could do one maybe on the other side there, because there's a little indent. Oh, I thought there was. Oh, wow, I got by depth perception and colors and stuff. That got me so bad. That's cool. Maybe we could do a clock here, but maybe we just do some cool, like, art thingy that you would normally see in train stations. But let's start out with just the arches and get those in and looking good. And that is now done. The archways are all in, and honestly, this compared to this actually looks kind of like a train station. I've also added in this archway thing here. My only concern is that it blends in too much. So I'm going to try to see if birch will work here. I kind of doubt it. And if it doesn't work, then I think we'll just do some like hanging chandelier type of things in the center here. And that should add just a little bit of entertaining things in the way here so that it won't look too horrible. For this side, I am not 100% sure what I want to do, since obviously like this area is going to be like blocked off. There's going to be like a wall here because most people, well, everyone will have to go down to be able to go across the tracks. So there's not really a point in having stuff over here. What we could do maybe is a like service door or something that can access this other half of the train station area, which could be something that we do. But I'm going to quickly try birch for the archway here, and then continue these archways up until this point here. And then maybe we work on this big blank wall area and hope that that makes it look good. And we've gotten a little bit more progress here with the arches. I do think the birch looks way better. It like actually accentuates the curves, and I feel like makes even the red of the mangrove stand out more, which is kind of interesting. And then I also tried out a little sandstone beam here. The design was from a Green video from however long ago. And I think that actually looks pretty okay. So I'm using this, and honestly, hold on. Can I? Oh, I can. What? I think that is good. Maybe. The real reason I wanted this here is because we need to be able to power this clockwork bearing. So I'm thinking we have a shaft go out this way, and then like over and into that little hole and down underground. I don't know if that's going to be doable given the space that we have, but I am going to hope that it is. Oh, and I've also redone the archway here. It's still not great. I'm still not a huge fan of it. I feel like it just needs to be taller. So maybe we work on this slightly. But I think it is better than the mangrove one here, and I think it fits the more sandstone-y vibe on the bottom bit, which I think is why the mangrove didn't really work. But I think maybe I try to make it a little bit taller and see how that goes. Don't have a ton of faith, but I think the rest of like this clock area is good, and then once we get the archway, that outside will be good, and then we need to figure out some sort of design to put here. And then for this upper bit, I'm not too worried about it, because once we have a design here, it should be easy to kind of copy over something that works here. But I think we'll see if I can actually do that. To the drawing board we go. And I drew. I figure out a pretty cool idea here. First of all, for the arch, boom, a little bit taller, because the biggest issue we were having is that this beam was just too flat for the arch that was right above it. So I just made like a little scooty uppy bit, added some walls, and called it a day. On the other side here, I really liked how this turned out. We got like some wacky circly thingies, some beams here, maybe a way to power this clockwork bearing. We'll see. And then up here, super cool design that I used these framed slab edges. So they're like a quarter of a stair. So like they're this part of this stair block only. So we got some lightning bolts, a little eye thingy, and some more lightning bolts. And I think it looks pretty cool. It kind of looks like a face, but that's not my problem. And then behind me, the same thing. It's a copy. I also did a little bit of work. We added some benches every like 2 or so rows. I think I'm going to do maybe like a tree, like one of those little potted plant things where you got like one of these with like trapdoors around it and like 2 bushes above it. I'll do those in this area here along with on the other side. And then way down here, I got started working on the underground area. You can see I transitioned from birch to oak and have a little bit of jungle wood in here. I don't know if you've been in these like more underground, like crossing between train track areas. They are so disgusting. So I thought I'd bring that with the jungle wood in here. The jungle wood just looks like mold, and I think that really ties it in pretty well. So I'm going to go with this kind of vibe. We're going to do stone for the ceiling. We might throw in like some mud and other things for potential rust, maybe some tuff. I think tuff would actually look really good here, because it would make it look mossy. And then I don't know what I'm doing yet for the floor. Maybe we go the same thing as the ceiling, like a tough stone combo. And then we got to get in some of these displays. We're not going to be able to link them up just yet, but I will want to in the future have like a train stop here, train stop over there, and have the display ready so that like train numero uno is coming to this stop and it's going to be here in 4 minutes or whatever. And I want to have that displayed on the tracks that make sense. So for this side, I'm going to want this train track here. So on the train tracks on the right hand side, the one that's going to be going up to the barn, to be on this half of the display board, and then it's going to be like a double-sided one, hopefully. I don't know if I can actually do that. And on this side, we have stuff for this train track, because if you're coming from this side, you're coming from this track, so you don't really care about what's on this track. You care more about what's going to be on this track over here. We might just have to do a display board here and call it a day. I don't know if we can do a double-sided one, but that'll be my goal. And then we might also have a display board here and on the other side as well. I'm not entirely sure yet, but I think so far it is looking good. We need to finish off this down below area, and then I got to start working on what we're doing here, because we have the outside archway. I think the archway looks cool and is going to work, but we need to stop all of these like warning track things from continuing this way, because then they'll get hit by a train. And then we got to figure out what to do here. And that's going to take at least a minute of thinking, which is too much thinking for me. So let's get continuing, I guess not started, on this bottom area here. And we've now done that. The underground bit is done, except for the display boards, which we'll get in later. I haven't hooked up any of the train stations, so we can't really do display boards yet. So we'll do that probably next episode. But the build itself is done. I think it looks, the walls look just like the worst thing to walk next to. Like it looks like they'd be sticky, which is horrible. And then we did throw in some tuff. I used some mud bricks here. I think that's a good kind of combination between the jungle and the oak. And it makes it kind of feel like that used to be the color of the walls, and then it got lighter and whatever color this is, and like the brick got swept away or something. So I think it looks super cool, and it's just a pretty simple ceiling, simple floor. Now we have to work on the final little bit here, and I'm gonna do a time lapse so that you don't have to hear my voice anymore and you can just relax and watch the last little bit of this giga build. By the way, can't believe I'm gonna finish this in one episode. That is crazy. I hope you liked the ton of progress that I made, cause oh my god, my brain hurts. But here we go. Final little build of the episode. Don't know what I'm gonna do. We'll figure it out on the fly. So let's go. And the interior is done. I think it looks pretty cool. I was a little bit struggling on how to finish off this area because there's like so much room. I was wondering maybe we could do like a maintenance tunnel thing, which is kind of the whole reason why I have these like little pillar things. I think they're like cool scaffolding things. There's not really a point other than I needed these nether brick walls to connect to a block, but having it be like the normal building block would make it so that this archway made no sense. So I was like, why not? We have a little bit of scaffolding, tells a little bit of a story that may be crumbling or something like that. And I think it actually makes it look pretty cool. Ties together the iron metally of the floor, the gray stones of the wall with a bit of a story and kind of makes it make sense. And then over here, oh, excuse me. Over here, I had no idea what to do. And then I was like, I can choose what I want in here. I want something so simple, so easy. I remember that there are these shipping containers. I just threw a couple down, put in some boxes for storage, some itty bitty shipping containers, called it a day, threw some vertical slabs and whatever these fence gates up on the wall here, and it's done. Oh, excuse me. And I think it looks good. I also think it makes sense kind of story-wise that these arches are only going to be here for the places that people are actually walking, and the fact that there's going to be no supports on this archway here, like that you can't have an arch going when there's no support area there. So I think that turned out really well, and I think it kind of adds a different vibe of area, because like obviously the pedestrian area is going to be a little bit more put together, safer, and then over here you got workers. Nobody cares about employees, so just like don't give them an arch, don't give them any roof support. If it collapses, whatever, you kill a few employees and that's fine. But I think this works out really well. You also saw that I added a couple of little tree boys in between the benches. Like I said, I just used standard oak with these reinforced or heavy oak trapdoors, which is just the spruce like flavor with oak coloring. And I think that looks dope. This thing is done. This is easily the most progress I've ever made in one episode. I don't think I've built a whole building in one episode. I mean, the roof and then the chimneys on this one took 3 episodes total. I haven't done the interior for this one. And this one was half finished until I did a stream. So, yeah, this is the first ever build on my channel that is giga and that I've done in one episode. I mean, even my starter house, I had like 4 stripped oak pillars for 5 episodes. Like I tore down an entire mountain before I built my starter house. So this is a crazy amount of progress. I did the interior. The interior looks sick. We are ready for a working train that I'm gonna get in next episode and have it at least stop up there. We haven't made the train station up there. That's gonna take so long. We have so much left to do. Welcome back to another episode on the Create Mod. In the last episode, we made the building behind me, and on the outside, it looks pretty dope, looks pretty clean, but the inside is where it really turns into a train station. We got crates storage area over here, and then beautiful archway type of doohickey with the train waiting area over here. And today, we are building a train. I have never built a train in the Create mod, but I did do some testing to make sure that it will look good and all that stuff. I don't know how they work, how to automate it, so we're learning all of that today. By the end of this episode, we are building a train that is going to go all the way around, up, stop at a train station up here by the barn, and then come back down, around, and back into the station. An issue that we might have to deal with is that this station is not super duper long. It is kind of on the short end, so we'll see how much of an issue that is. I probably only need like 4 cars on this small one since it is only going to the barn. This one we might be able to fit 5. I don't know. Hopefully we have enough space for this, and I guess let's get straight into it. I talked about a little second ago that I was messing around in creative, and I actually made a schematic of what we're going to be building today. And it is this. It looks gorgeous. It looks so cool. And given the size of it, we should be able to fit 4 cars on this track, which is kind of all that I need. But we do need to squeeze this thing into the tracks themselves. So I do want it to like come all the way up to even here maybe, just so that we get as much space as we need. And then over here, we have a coal car that I might shrink, in all honesty, because again, we don't have a ton of space, but I think this is actually a good spot, and we got to make sure the height is correct. It is beautiful. That should be good to go. The only thing we need to do now is set up a train station, and I hope it's just train station. Beautiful. We need train casings. I have not made any of these. Oh, these are expensive. Oh, no, they're not. We have lava now. Never mind. Well, we still need a bunch of these train casings first to make the train station, but also to make the train. These little wheel thingies, if I can squeeze under here, these things, like the gold QB boys, need those train casings to make bogies, which just means the wheels of the train. I don't know why they're called bogies, but that's what those thingies are. And then also right here as well. So we're going to need what? 2, 4, 6, 8 of those, which is quite a bit. So I guess let's get that started first. I probably want to just do it in here since we have lava. Oh no, actually we route lava everywhere now because I have a brain and can do that. So we could honestly throw it right here and just have an automatic sturdy sheet factory, which is just spout on a depot and then squoosh, squoosh. And that's pretty easy. And there we go. I just whipped something quickly together. I haven't tested it. All right. What? Double squished, put in the thingy. Beautiful. And now this should work for every single one. And it is awesome. So we have the sturdy sheets, and then for the train casing itself, we just need to deploy a sturdy sheet onto that or do it myself. And there's no chance I'm doing that because I'm not a dweeb. So now we can throw these 10 in. It'll get turned into train casings. Easy peasy. Boom. 10 train casings. I broke so many things to do that because I do not have a correct filter and stuff set up for that, but that's okay. So now we can make the compass and the train station. So if I remember correctly from the little bit of testing that I've done, the train station needs to be placed on the track like this. You can see that little arrow that just popped up. That's the direction that the train is going from the train station. But I want to get my schematic to see where I've put the bogey. I think it's on that one there, but honestly, we could scooch it forward if we really wanted to, which I might do. If we bring this bad boy a block forward, I think honestly, that's probably better. So then I want to put the train station. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. Okay. Do that. And then we can throw, I'm going to put it underground. And by underground, I mean in the hole that doesn't, oh, try that again. Apparently shift clicking stops it from working. There we go, bound to target, break that, fix you up. And then we have to right click this and say, create a new train. No bogies. Awesome. I think this now means that if we bogey created, the problem is you can't see anything, but now it says 1 bogey. Okay, that is what we care about. So I just picked it up. Let me throw down the schematic cannon, grab a list of the materials that we actually need because I don't know what they are. It's going to be a bunch of stuff. Beautiful. Who cares? We'll figure it out. But let's get to material gathering for this train. And in this material gathering time-lapse session thingy, I thought I'd talk about what and how I got my design for the train. It was from a couple of different sources, as most building is. A YouTuber called Mad Play has a bunch of train tutorials on his YouTube channel, and I looked at a couple of those and like combined my favorite parts of each of those. And then obviously Mr. Beardstone has a create mod thing where I took some of his trains and added a little bit from there as well. All in all, I think it turned out to be a pretty cool, like pretty industrial kind of train with mostly industrial iron, but then a little bit of brass just as a cool accent. And I really think it turned out pretty well. And material gathering done. We have everything that we need all in this big old backpack and the barrel. Now we need to grab some gunpowder and turn on the schematic cannon. And after we put this in here, we should just be able to hit play and it will build our train for us. This is very exciting. We have glue for it. We got flywheels going in. Oh, this is gonna look so cool. In the new train station as well, it's just gonna look gorgeous. It's kind of a more industrialized train than the kind of wooden train station it's in, but I think that kind of works. I've also used these mechanical harvesters as like little bits. I don't know what the train terminology is for them, but I think they look super cool. Flywheels as big wheels, that one is pretty self-evident. And then we're using a lot of trapdoors and stuff to make the space feel bigger, because if we were using full blocks, this inside bit would be a 1x1 because there would be walls on every single side. But as we see when this is actually finished, it should be pretty spacious given the vibes and everything. I do need to figure out, I think you need like a mob to drive the train for you, so I'll need to figure out how to do that and what its dealio is. And as you can see as well, we're going to need to put in all of the actual blocks for these framed trapdoors. But now it's doing the actual engine-y bit, the hull, if that's the right word for it, and it just looks so dope. This was like taken inspiration from some train designs I saw online, but I think I made it mostly my own. But obviously, I know almost nothing about trains, so definitely yoinked quite a bit of things from other YouTube videos, other things like that. And the chutes go so great. All of these blocks here are chutes. They like connect inward, so it's like sometimes diagonal, sometimes just straight. And it looks so cool. I'm just waiting for this thing to be done so we can see it. There it is. Finished. Finitoed. Still have a lot of blocks, which is good actually, because we need to put in all of the industrial iron into all of these trapdoors. This is actually quite a lot of industrial iron that we're using just for some decoration. But it's not that expensive. I think it's 2 industrial iron blocks for an iron ingot, so it's really not too bad. And then we're gonna need to grab some coal, of course, for this little bit here, and then it should be good. All right, so coal is going in. I'm gonna mix it up with some black concrete because I do not have infinite coal. That is done. I want to double check that the glue worked correctly, and it actually looks like it did. We should now be able to verify 3 bogies. Wow. There should be 4. Frontmost bogey must be at the train start. Okay, that might mean I put it in the wrong spot, which is fine. We can replace the train boy. There we go. Now it works. Assemble the train. All aboard. It might work. Oh my gosh. Wait, let me name it. What can I name it? I think that's pretty aptly named. Check mark. Let's get on this thing. I think it's as simple as clicking the seat. And now controlling choo-choo. I have a little hat. I have a little hat. I have a little train hat. And we have a train. Is everything connected properly? Yes. Okay, it's a little bit... Oh no. I stole some of the barrier, but that's okay. We can fix that. The train is working. It looks a little bit jank with all the movements, but it is letting us get there. We stop here. This is like the next stop, and then we can continue on. Uh-oh. Did I break the track? Because I just picked up some tracks, and those were not there before. I am worried that this might be too steep or something, and then that will be an issue that we will need to fix. Yeah. No, that's totally it. Well, I guess I need to fix this somehow. All right, take 2 here. I hope that at the bottom it doesn't become a problem, but we should have a good enough base. Yes. Okay. I have no hope that this is gonna turn quick enough. Okay, it does. I don't know if it will. Is this tall enough? It's the exact perfect height. Beautiful. A full lap around, and only a little bit of it was broken, and this does include this bit of stripped logs and stuff. So hold on real quick. Let me disassemble, get my glue, and instead of ungluing it, I am just gonna break these and replace them in a second, because that would be a mess. Okay, choo-choo has been made, and now if I put them back, I think it'll just work fine. Beautiful. The train is in. Now we gotta set up the train station on this other upside, up by the barn. That's the words that I wanted. And we can honestly probably put this pretty close to up here. And if I'm just gonna squidoo and put that here. Train station. Station is idle. Beautiful. Now if we head back over to this train, I have to soon figure out, and I'm pushing this off because I am scared of learning new things. If we get in the train, control choo-choo, and have it leave the train station, have it do a little wacky Tokyo Drift moment. We're going full speed. I don't know if that's good or not, but it's working so far somehow. Oh, it is pretty janky. But we're here at the train station. Train work. Go forward. Go get other train station. If I go full speed on this, surely something's gonna break, right? Or is it just elite? It's perfect. This is a perfect train. I'm so glad I built the bridge at the right height. That would have been so sad if I didn't. I forgot to hold space. Okay, we're going. There we go. And we've arrived. Now comes the fun part of how do I automate this? Off to Google. All right, so after a bit of quick Googling, I need a train schedule, which I've already made, and you can see here, this has got some cool stuff on it. So what we can do here is add an action, and it says travel to station, update schedule, title, limit max speed, whatever. We want to travel to a station, and then we can select 2. 1 is main station small, which I've already renamed. That's the one right here. And then it says wait 5 seconds. Let's change this to 1 minute. So it'll wait 1 minute at this train station, and then it will travel to the next train station, which is just track station for right now because I haven't changed it. But if we switch this to 1 minute, there we go. Hit check, and then we need a conductor. And oh my gosh, do I hope this is possible? Me and my buddy going on a walk until he sits in his chair.
And then I give him a little hat, and he's got a little hat on.
He's the conductor. I don't know how he starts. Do you wait here for a minute? What is your plan, mister? Can I see? Oh, mister. Schedule resumed. Okay, I think this waits here and then heads off. But I want to wait to watch it happen because I don't have any faith. Are you even qualified to drive? Do you have a license? Oh my god, he has a license. It's going. You're flying, dude. You're gonna get us killed. He's crazy. And then he should stop up here. Yes. Train is stopped. Does it tell me what it's doing? Retrieve schedule. Oh, I can just yoink it and then that stops, and then you're no longer conductor boy. Be conductor. He's just like a little guy. He's a little guy with the power of a train in his hands. Let's change this to barn station. Check. And now he's just there being his little chicken self. We should eventually drive back here, but while we wait, let's go over the build a little bit. I didn't really show it at all. In here, we've got like contraption. I don't know what this means, to be honest. We got a red valve. You can spin this thing when it's not actively moving. we got a chicken, we got a seat. Up in the front here, we have the flywheel as like the front bit of the train. Oh, I think the train can kill you if it runs you over, so I'm not going to stand on the tracks. That would probably be a good thing. And then I'm using these catwalk stairs and catwalk railings as like the front little bit. Let me get on the train so that I can survive. I'm trying so hard to run forward. Okay, me and Mr. Chicken. Whoa. Okay, maybe I shouldn't test it like that. And he's back at this station, stopped, and it is working. That's great. I am going to retrieve the schedule for now so that we can actually build some more cars on this thing, because we're not even close to done. We have a coal thing to feed the locomotive and whatever when we have the locomotive, but we don't actually have any of the cars. We need cars. So let me grab some of these train casings. I'm just going to put one there and then another one here. These are going to be slightly smaller than the other ones, but I kind of want that. Can we fit in another? We could. Okay, I need to get one more bogey thingy. One more booger. The final bogey is in there. Now let's design this train. It shouldn't be too difficult. I want to... What did I do over here? I did one of these cool coupling things. So these metal... Whatever they're called. Metal doohickeys. Anyway, we have these metal bracket doohickeys with... If I grab you build all the way around this thingy, and then we can get these in here... You don't like me? There we go. And it'll connect like it's a little coupling thing. And I think that's a super cool way of doing it. So then we just connect it just like this, and it looks like a little coupling thing, and it looks super cool. As for the actual item transportation, I'm gonna hope, and maybe I should test this before, but I'm gonna hope that these things can actually hold items. So let me, if I grab a chute, toss something in here. Yes, we have a shipping container in the shipping container. Oh, I don't have enough. They're kind of giga, but they'll hold a boatload of items, which is really what we care about. So that's what I'm going to be using. This does mean that I need a bajillion of them because I just used half a stack and got like a little cube. So that's not super great. I was thinking, why don't we do it based on like flavor of item? So like this one's yellow, it's going to be wheat. We'll have a red one for netherwort, and then one for rice and maybe also straw. I'm not entirely sure if we need to bring straw back over to the main base or even rice for that matter. Oh no, we have so much wheat. But yes, obviously seeds are being composted. We aren't going to need to bring those back, but we might want to bring back wheat. We definitely want to bring back netherwort. And then we can probably also have one for straw and rice. So I think that's probably a good setup. Maybe we have wheat and straw on the same one because they're kind of like the same vibe, but we'll get to that later. We need to set up these trapdoor boys, and I'm just going to bring these all the way around. I need some helping blocks here. And as per usual, that's going to be industrial iron around them. So I guess let me get more shipping containers, a lot more, and fill in the remaining cars, and then we can give this thing an actual true proper test run, and we can see this whole thing work in its full big train glory. And the other cars are done. I just need to glue them together, and I think I can do that with some big brainage plays here. Just gonna go over here, glue that all the way down to there, and then we can break all of the extra stuff. And then we should see that these cars are glued pretty much together, but not actually intersecting. Intersect, something about secting. And then we just have to do the same thing over here. Skidoosh. And there we go. That is all of them glued together. We should now be able to create the train. Oh, let me flick you back down. Should be able to create the train, and it should start up. We will see. Oh, okay. And now if where's my train schedule? Give this to Mr. Chicken. Bobalicious Definitious. Everything should move out at once, and it should look good. We do now have to wait a minute though for this to work, so I'm going to plop down a stone boy there. Oh wait. Oh wait. Oh, I re-glued the front of the thing. Stop. Need to re-break this. Okay. Now we can give him back the train thingy. And actually, I'm gonna change this to 15 seconds. And then build it, assembled, give my boy Bartholomew the train schedule, and it should be on its way really quickly here. And this is kind of important because it will decide if I missed a spot or not, gluing it, which will be a little bit annoying, but still doable. This is a really long 15 seconds. This is actually way longer than I initially anticipated. If you could hurry up, por favor, Bartholomew, get to your job. Okay, it's gotta not be working, right? Come on, Bartholomew. Are you gonna go? Oh, it's because I renamed the train station way up there to track station. This is now wrong. We need to do barn station. Okay, that was the issue. I was so confused on why it wasn't working. Now in 15 seconds, oh, even faster, it'll start going along with all of the carts. Nice. This is looking dope, and I'm so glad it works. All of the trains, carts are coming through, working properly. It should stop up here. Yes. And then 15 seconds later, it should start going again. There we go. And it's off. Nice. It's going, and it stopped back at the station. This is awesome. All right, I'm going to pause for manual control for now, because now it shouldn't move, and this thing's done. And that's gonna be it for the video. We built this gorgeous train, got it set up with the automatic driving, the Senor, what was your name? Bartholomew? I was gonna call you Bourgeois, but that's not the right name at all. That's like the train spotter guy. We got the train working. The locomotive looks so cool. I spent so much time at creative on this. And we set up the rest of the cars. Next episode, we are getting everything up and running. We're getting items transported into these crates, and then from these crates dropped off. You can see I've already done a little bit of test and schmest with some, what are they called? Portable storage interfaces to get the items out of here and onto a belt and into a storage unit somewhere, maybe just below here, or maybe to our main one. You'll have to watch the next video and find out. Welcome back to another episode on the Create mod. In the last episode, we made this train and automated it to go up, stop at the station over by, you can see the smoke, over by the barn here, this station that we haven't decorated, but we will potentially in this episode. And in this episode, we are absolutely getting the item transportation done. So down below here, I've already done a little bit of work digging out the underground area that we're going to need to make. It's just going to be a little continuation of what we have here, with some copper going around, scooting all over the place. And then we're going to have to figure out how to pull items from the shipping containers downwards through, hopefully, this area. I don't know if it's going to be possible like that, but we'll see. Into the ground, into this area, and then we'll have a similar system like we have over here, where we can drop items off onto a belt, have them be shipped back to our main storage system and stored over there. Since this area is going to be mostly just delivering stuff from the train station, we're not going to have any storage of any items here. We might eventually do it later for sending items to different places if we do that, but for delivering items, we're just going to take all of the items here and deliver them straight to the main storage system over here. And depending on what we get, whether it be wheat, straw, rice, all of those things, netherwort, we're going to have to set up an overflow security thing, like a void upgrade perhaps, just so that we don't accidentally back up this system here. I don't think that's going to be too big of an issue, but before we even get to any item transportation, we need to build out this room here. So let's hop into a quick time lapse where we place a bunch of blocks and do building things. Wow, what a cool little time lapse that we just did with this room. And you can notice that I actually added some more stuff. That's because the recording corrupted and I don't have any of that footage. So let me walk you through what we did. As you saw, we built this little building. I don't have enough copper still. That is a running theme. I honestly, as soon as I recorded that last video, I was like, I'm gonna do so much with copper. I immediately turned off the machine because it was kind of laggy, and then never tried it again. And now we're out of diorite, which I guess is something good. But other than the copper floor, what we have is a bunch of new, what are these called? Belts going all the way around here. This is because I assume I'm going to eventually want this track here to have the same system that I will explain in a second over there. But this track will also need a way to drop items onto these belts and stuff. So I'm just kind of prepping that now with having it go all the way around. And then it gets to the kind of fun part. This is the fun part, folks. It's a chute on a belt. Thanks for watching. If we go upstairs, which is now a thing that we can do through a little maintenance tunnel thingy, super fancy. We come back up here. You can see that I'm going to make sure I don't get hit by a train, that we have some portable storage interfaces that are kind of like built into the track here. And this is because when the train comes around, I built in a little portable storage interface on the bottom of the train so that it connects to this, and this with the 3 cars with the storage containers that we have on top of it. When those connects, it will drop the items down here, down onto the chutes, onto these belts that bring it all the way back to the main storage system where we like sort them and do all that fun stuff. In addition to doing these portable storage interfaces, we worked a little bit on the barn, the item transportation stuff, and set up a train with a schedule so that it isn't just a stupid little train that goes back and forth every 15 seconds. So this is the cable wiring that we made. We have 2 backpacks here for buffer inputs. This one goes into wheat, which is why it's the yellow one. But the wheat goes into a buffer chest and then in, and that comes from all the way over there with all the chutes from there, because eventually we're gonna have all the wheat go over there. We're gonna like breed sheep, do everything that we need to with wheat, and then all the excess is gonna come onto the train. The other stuff like netherwort, beautiful, is gonna go in here, which is why it's the red one. And then everything else, so rice and straw at the moment, but eventually maybe onions and cabbage and seeds and extra wheat, apparently, for some reason. How did wheat get here? Wheat got here because I'm silly and didn't set a filter to this thing. I'm gonna probably eventually just do, I'm probably just gonna have wheat, seeds, rice, and the rice boys there. Well, what are they called? Straw. Those aren't really rice specific boys, but we'll have rice and straw on this one and netherwort so that it drops down there and goes, and the wheat will just go across, but that'll be a later me issue. And then over here, again, we have rice and straw that goes into this last kind of miscellaneous one. But another fun thing that we worked on was that these trains have schedules that can do item quantity. So if you change this here, you can do scheduled delay, but if you choose item cargo condition and leave this filter blank, that just means anything. When it has exactly 0 items, it'll leave the main train station way down there, which means it's emptied from the station. And he's such a cute little guy. He does have the disease where you eat a lot of silver and you turn blue, but that's okay. I still have full faith in my boy Bartholomew. But then the schedule also, once we have more than 150 stacks of items, so I think that's like 6,000 items. That's quite a bit. It's definitely more than 4,500, because that was a number that I was like, wow, I can't believe that's not, whatever. So once we have more than 150 stacks, this train will go head back over to the main base, drop everything off, and then come back up here. Most of the time, it's going to be idling up here, and that's kind of what we want. Eventually, if we ever have more than 1 train, we'll want the main train station where everything's unloading to be really quick and not busy. So the longer this thing can wait and the less time it takes to like travel on this one and unload and then go back up, the better. We want it to go every once in a while and drop off a boatload of items the one time it goes, instead of going every 15 seconds like it was before. So that's what we've done so far. I think now we can move on to dealing with the stuff in the barn. Why is there a bee? Where did you even come from? But we've had this barn, I think, since episode 23. And I have yet to do anything with it except for cut up the rice into rice and straw, which isn't that helpful. We also have these pile of sheeps not doing anything at all. This is going to be where the floor is built on, so they're actually in the floor at the moment. We need a big old makeover of this place. I think what we first got to do is set up some floor. I think I'm just going to do some wood planks, because that's easy and I'm lazy. And then we can work on actually getting stuff in here. Again, I really just want to set up sheep. I want, first of all, just wool of every color. I think that would be fun. And then perhaps also a cooked mutton chops farm. So we cook it with a smoking thing with a fire in front of the raw mutton chops. The raw mutton chops, you can do a diamond on this thing, or that knife spinny thing over there will also do it, which is great because that means the knife doesn't Oh, I've never looked at the map. I accidentally hit that button. But the nice spinny thing, the slicer, will cut it up for us as well. But the raw mutton we need to just kill. And I think the best way to do that is to have a like sheep breeding area, and then it drops out into a like baby holding chamber. The adults come up, get turned into adults, and then we can kill them with looting on a sword with a deployer on it, with mending and unbreaking so that it never gets destroyed. At least I think that's how that works. I actually don't know. And honestly, by the time a unbreaking 3, we could even upgrade it to another 8. Unbreaking 3, mending, looting 3, sword breaks from killing sheep, we're going to have an infinite mutton. So I don't think it'll be an issue, but we do need to set up a breeding system that'll work. So I might have to quickly go into creative and see how to do that, but who knows. Then for the rest of the items here, I don't know what we're going to do with processing them yet. There are a couple of different food options with Farmer's Delight that are pretty good, and most of the really good ones include rice. Where can I? So like right here, we need rice, tomato, beetroot in a bowl. So stuff like that is kind of easy to do. And I think we honestly do go for this one. I am pretty sure you can make this in a mixing thingy, but I honestly don't remember. So don't hold me to that. But I think first of all, we get the floor in, and then we deal with the shoops. You're a shoop. Look at me when I'm speaking to you, Mr. Shoop. You almost did. You could almost listen, but you're too disrespectful. All right, we have a floor in now. I actually decided to go with packed mud and like little bits of stuff. Eventually, we're going to have a boatload of things in here, so it's going to look less brown and flat. So I'm not too worried about that. I just wanted to get something in. Now we can work with the sheeps. I need to breed more of these guys, but that's not helping. You're gonna be alone for a while. I want to get some sheep like up into this spot here so that we can then grab wheat from over here, drop it onto, or I guess give it to a deployer that will breed the sheep, and then the baby sheep will like come out of a 1x1 tube, fall down a hole, and then when they're bred up, they'll go up and get killed by another deployer with a looting sword. We should be able to fit that all right here. I don't suspect it'll take too long. I do need to get some materials for that. We need some glass just so we can see what's going on, and then I need some deployers. So let's go get those things, and then we can get started on actually building it. So we have the glass and deployers that we need, and honestly, I have no idea what we're gonna do here. So I'm gonna guess if we place a deployer here, we're gonna flip you around, and here we can breed up all of the sheep people. We might need to actually do this higher up. I want to do that just so that we can have the option of dropping the sheep down a block or two, and I think that'll be a little bit harder if we're already at floor level. So we're gonna have sheep breeding here. We can have something like this, where sheep will be in here, get bred, and the baby sheep will come out onto a little pathway or something, and then up here or so, we can have another water thingy. We might have to do something neat with fans, perhaps. So normally villagers, and that's kind of what I'm basing this off of, a normal villager breeder, when you push them with water here, they can float and the baby villagers bob at 1 block tall. And then when they grow up to an adult villager, they'll bob at like 1 1/4 blocks tall. And if they have water up here, they'll float up to this water and then float forward over here. So that's what I'm hoping is going to happen. I'm not sure if it'll work, but I think it'll be a good thing to test if it does work. And then over here, we can have another deployer that turns them into white wine, perhaps from over in this direction. And then if we can get the sword with fire aspect, then it will cook the food for us, and we won't even have to worry about that either, which would be amazing. So I am gonna have to like tear apart the roof a little bit to get these sheep in here. I don't think it's gonna be too difficult to do, because if I get a lead, I can bring them up with a jetpack pretty easily. So I guess let's try that. The only thing that I've tested is that the baby sheep will leave the small 1x1 hole and the adult sheep can't. And that is the only thing that I've thought about. The rest I am fully winging and hoping that it'll work. So we're gonna grab some leads and go up there, lead the adult sheep, and we'll probably need to breed them a little bit in their like enclosure before opening up that 1x1 hole, just so that we get like, I don't know, 10 or 20 sheep in this top hole here. But we can do that in a second. Let's grab all of you And it's okay if we have some casualties. Okay. Now you have to get in. Okay. That's one. I mean, even if I get... He was trying to do a 360. Even if I get 3 in here, that is still great. Because I'm just going to unlead all of you. I don't know how I do this. I guess if I run away, it'll break. Yeah, there we go. Sweet. So we got all the leads that we need. We can now breed these guys up a little bit. I guess I would just want to put this in the deployer once the deployer is ready, because that'll actually breed them correctly. But I guess it's probably good for right now to test to see if the baby traveling system is actually going to work. So I'm still setting up the upper system. So we're going to have a fence, I guess a sign. That's not a fence. Right there, we're going to have water flowing towards this way. You're going to have a sword on you. I'll probably actually have to move this back a block because sometimes they can be weird about actually working. But if we set you up, sheep will be murdered and turned into yummy food. Underneath here, we do need a chute of some sort. If we just grab one, I guess we can kind of try this out. We do need some rotational speed over at this deployer, but if we just for now grab a hopper, throw in some wheat, it will start going into the deployer. And then I need to set this, it's on use mode, which is good because the other one is attack mode, which is what this one's going to be on, but we want use mode for this one. And then we need to just power it. So if we hook this up, okay, a little hiccup there on the deployer actually being able to hit the sheep. Since it was right here, it was using it on that block there and not on the sheep. So we just are going to have to move it over slightly. This shouldn't be too annoying. Okay, so that is working. This sheep is still in there, which isn't stellar news. I'm going to just hope he walks over to this side. If it doesn't work, we might have to throw a fan in right where this block is. But honestly, I'm not super worried about that. Ooh, you can see there that he actually... Did I not break this block yet? Am I silly? Oh, no. That block is there. Okay. So that just means that I do definitely need a fan there, because depending on which way they get squooshed, it might break, which we don't really want. Ah, it's overstressed. I am going to just temporarily rotate you. I gotta make sure that this thing is pushing the correct way, which it honestly doesn't look like. Yeah, it is. Okay. So it is pushing the right way, which means that once we breed up these sheep again, it should work. Okay, these are almost ready to breed again. It should in like 2 seconds. There we go. A baby, I didn't even need the encased fan that time, but that is kind of working at least. Now, I need to re-get in the water here. So this is already not great news. If we turn on the fan so that it's like a reasonably controlled environment, please just connect. Thank you. And we put this here. Oh, that's just wrong. Sorry. Like this. Yep, the baby can get up. So that is not helpful. Potentially, we don't need this bottom water. No, we definitely do. Okay, and that's why the baby sheep is mad. It's because it wants to go back over here. And we're not letting it. So it's trying to pathfind over here, and it's just not, we don't want it to. So that's the issue we're running into. Perhaps the better option, instead of having this water thing right here, is that we drop it down enough so that the baby can't pathfind. So if we drop it 2 blocks, I don't think they'll be able to. And then potentially they won't be jumping around the entire time. So if we place in the water now, still bouncing. Boo! What if instead we potentially do something like this? Since the baby is not big, please let me fly. Since the baby isn't big enough, it won't be able to swim up there. And then when an adult does, they'll get pushed over automatically because of the fan. And then I'll probably want an additional fan here just to push the baby over. Yeah, perfect. So now this fan is pushing this guy over, and I can't believe this isn't overstressed. So this fan is pushing this guy over. Once this guy turns into an adult, he'll swim up to this block here, and then the fan will just straight push him over. Just like that fence. Or sign, sorry. Which is perfect, which is exactly what we want. I just need to get this chute in right there, this block in, and those things. And then we can move this deployer down by a block. And then we can turn you to attack mode. We'll get you a sword eventually. Oh, that's not good. I suppose that's because... Did you just get pushed over fully? Because that's hilarious. Maybe we need to lower this rotational speed to like super slow? Which honestly wouldn't be bad. Okay, this has been updated to hopefully have this fan not push as fast. This should be a slow enough push that the thing falls down and doesn't immediately go into this water stream. But I think we'll see if that actually works. I'm having such a hard time trying to breed these sheep. Oh, that's because they're not ready to be breeded yet. Baby, in the spot. Oh, that might means that it work. That was great English. That might means that it work. So I think this is going to work. We now just need to wait for these baby sheep to turn into big baby sheep and then be placed on this spot for us. I honestly have no idea how this won't work at this point, because like big sheep are obviously, according to this, more than a block tall. So they'll get up into the water and it might take a while, but they'll eventually be pushed over to the spot and killed by this deployer and turned into food. So I guess let's wait and see that that actually happens. There it is. Oh, that worked so well. And once we have enough stress units, we can hook this thing up. It'll kill the shoop and then we'll be good. I do want to first, however, just breed up these sheep so that we have like 10 or so, maybe more in here, so that we have a reasonable amount. So, oh, where are you going, buddy? Oh, right. It's because I blocked off this thing. But if I chill out, if I remove that, they'll be pushed over that way. And yeah, that'll be good. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So that works. The items gets dropped down and we're good. I am honestly so surprised that this is going to work. The easiest one that I found online was like just a 1x1 shoot and you bred them and then they died from item cramming or entity cramming, which is a good way to do it. But then you have to cook it afterwards and you don't get as much loot from each one. And this isn't too much bigger. It's 3 blocks wide and like it's kind of long, but I mean 3 blocks wide is definitely good enough. So I think this is a cool way to do it. I'm a big fan that this works. I guess next episode we're definitely going to need to set up either a way for stress units to come from the main base, or maybe we set up a steam engine over here and bring lava over here. I'm not sure. Either way, it'll be a relatively simple solution and we'll figure it out. But that means this is going to work. I'm going to sit here breeding up these bits of sheep and then we can see what it looks like at full speed. Maybe next episode when we get enough stress units, because this is kind of bad. And with that, I'm going to leave this episode here. We made quite a bit of progress. Most of it I didn't record, but we got the train set up and fully automated this episode. It is going to go back and forth with the main train station for eternity while we collect items, farm them, put them in the train, and send it off. We also built the floor in here, set up a almost fully working, once we get enough stress units, he's partying, fully working sheep farm with a bunch of sheep in here now. And in the next episode, we'll have automated mutton, which we can, in the future, make some roasted mutton chops or something else that uses mutton and get a ton of food. And we'll do that all automatically. So stay tuned for that. Welcome back to another episode on the Create mod. In the last episode, we made, well, kind of made, I totally forgot that we needed some more power. We made this sheep farm that when has power, it will breed sheep, turn them into baby sheep, push them over here, wait until they grow up, and then when they float up into the water, they will be pushed over by another fan onto a killing area, and get clobbered by this deployer. Today, we need to route power over here. But first, I got up to a little bit of building. So time lapse, go. And in this time lapse, I thought I'd talk about the build. This took way less time than the other half of the mountain. I think partially because I've already done it before. And then the other half is because I only had to build like half of the mountain height instead of the super tall thing that I did before. So it didn't take too long. I think like 2 hours or so. But I cannot do terraforming for that long. It is so difficult for my little brain to build little blocks. And I think it's mostly just trying to get the shape right and get the blocks random enough and still looking good. And I'd love to talk about this more, but we're already done. Flying through the valley now looks so dope. Oh, what happened? Why are there holes? I didn't do this. Okay. Because it's not Enderman. What was that? Are there any more holes? That one was me. That one was totally me. I needed to get in there. But we now have the mountain terraformed up until this point and a little bit over there, but we have the mountain terraformed. We have a cool little valley that swings through here. Already thrown in some details of some plant ski-doodles and stuff. We might add a tree or two, maybe just some bushes up at the top here. I don't know what we're doing with that yet. And then we have a little bit of under the bridge structural support stuff. I think it looks dope. But today we are dealing with the shoops. I'm getting automated food in this episode. Fully automatic, fully cool. And I think we are getting something to do with mutton. I don't know what we want to do yet. Might just be a mutton wrap, which is what I've been going for. But there is a roasted mutton chops. Oh, requires a bowl, requires cooked rice. Both of those kind of difficult, but it gives me however many food things that is, an 11 saturation, and it gives me the nourishment thing for 5 minutes. I don't know what that means, but you can allegedly only craft it. I don't know if that's true, but if it is, then we might not be able to do this. But what we need to do first is get enough stress units over to this thing to make it actually function. I'm not sure if I just throw down a steam engine and call it a day in here, or if we like actually get a thing set up that routes power all the way underground over to here. Maybe we just build another steam engine. That bee is still stuck. So I guess let's gather the materials for that, and then we can plop it down somewhere and get going with automated food. Actually, you know what? In order to get a steam engine in here, we need to transfer lava all the way over here. So we're gonna need to build an underwater pipe tunnel thing anyway. I think just means we should just bring power from over there over here, and we could do it under the water. This looks so good. I forgot that I did this. This looks so good. This looks so good. I'm so happy with it. We're gonna need power over in this downward area anyway to power the display boards that we're gonna have here eventually. And we already have power here. So I suspect I can just yoink this power, maybe from right here, yoink it, and then just bring it down across and back up. All right, we have a shaft coming all the way from the other area. It goes all the way down here, scoots along, and goes back up. This is now all connected. We should be able to now connect the... I don't know how to escape. We should be able to now connect up everything here, and it won't be overstressed. I want to just verify that this is true. I should have like 100 and something, 149,000 SU total, which means it is connected properly. So if we connect up you, these aren't spinning. I forget what I did last time. Oh wait, is everything just working? Are you spinning? You are. Oh, I don't know how I did that. Cool. So this means it's working. I did just see a sheep get killed, but I don't think it dropped anything. Oh, it's got a loot. I suppose we need to have an item droppy system for that as well that leads into the same spot as this one. And I suppose a place for XP. That's kind of annoying. Whatever. This is all now working. We can set up, I suppose. We'll need to move most of this. We'll have to set up this little route to go straight up to here, where this hopper is, so that the wheat can feed into this deployer and breed up the sheep. So I'm gonna obviously move this bad boy we can just throw it up here, and I think that'll be okay. This pathway is now working. It's kind of clunky and annoying, but I don't think there's going to be really anything that we could do about that. And we have sheep in here. Baby sheep has been created, has been crafted. We need to deal with items from the deployer now. I am honestly just going to get rid of you two because you're in the way, and I don't appreciate that. So we'll have potentially items coming down from the chute and otherwise a bunch of items coming from here. I'll need to swap you around, but yep. So a bunch of items there, including white wool, XP, and food. I think we just throw everything that isn't food in the trash. I don't think it's worth our time to process white wool or process XP because we have an okay XP farm. I just posted a video of an incredibly fast XP farm. So I think it's not even worth dealing with the XP. And then I don't like wool. I think it's stupid, and this is not going to be an effective wool farm. So I think we just burn those two and then leave the food for later. I can now break all of these things because there's no sheep to need to deal with. I gotta finish up this area, and then we can start dealing with the items. It should be pretty simple, pretty straightforward. We just need to delete them and then cook all of the mutton into like cooked mutton, and then cut it up with one of those spinny cutties. I think they're called slicers. One of them thingies. And then we should be able to go and start dealing with rice, because rice is the next thing that we're going to need to deal with. And to make cooked rice, you have to cook in a blaze burner thingy with a bowl and some rice, and it is a bit of work, which I guess means we need to bring lava over anyway. So I guess bringing the shaft over wasn't super necessary, but whatever. We'll need lava to cook the rice, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me get working on the item dealing with system. That's not a good definition of that. Let me deal with the item dealing with system, and then we can get to rice. And we do need tomatoes and other stuff like that. I think I have those somewhere. We need beetroot, which we have, and I feel like I have tomatoes somewhere, but maybe I don't. We might have to go on a tomato adventure to find tomatoes. But we need tomatoes, beetroot, rice, bowls, which I think are renewable, but I'm not sure. And then mutton, which we are working on. All right, we have this little system set up. It should be almost fully working. We have items come out of the deployer onto this belt and get split up into lava ones, or the cooked mutton that we drop down here gets cooked. I need to set a filter for this still. I don't have cooked mutton on me right now. So the raw mutton will come here, wait until it gets cooked, turned into cooked mutton, move over here, get sliced up into little bits, and then gets placed in this barrel for now. So I think we're good on this little system. We need to now get rice set up. Just as a reminder, to get the rice, we need a heated blaze burner, which does mean we need to bring some lava over here. And then we need some bowls and obviously rice. The rice we already have with the slicer over here. It gets straw and rice from this thing. So if we just maybe set a filter on this, have rice go along this way, all the way over here and up maybe into this item vault, maybe somewhere else. We can set up a rice cooking area here, and then we can get onto beetroot and tomatoes. Those are just growing things, so they should be really easy. And then we can get to making the roasted mutton chops. And from the looks of it, this cannot be fully automated, which is a bit of a bummer. It doesn't look like many things in Farmer's Delight can. Another little progress update. We have rice coming in here being cooked. I brought lava over from the other side, just straight up into the blaze burner. I don't know if we'll need more lava, but we can always reroute it and add more tubes and bits. But we have cooked rice coming out of here and flying just into the center of the room for now. Next up on the list of things, we have cooked mutton, we have rice. I've planted some beetroot. We need to find some tomatoes, and then I need to grab some bowls and make it so that, I mean, we have bowls in here, but I would like maybe a separate thing for bowls. Unfortunately, in this mod pack, I can't automate the crafting of the roasted mutton chops, but I might be able to make it so that it's as easy as possible so that only a stack of each item goes into one of the barrels, or I could just have a barrel here, 2, 3, 4, 5, and have each one have each item. So bowls, rice, beetroot, tomato, mutton. And then that's all we need. So I might do something like that. I don't know what the plan is just yet. I might also in the future want to do a fully automated one, and the only one that can really do that with mutton chops is these barbecue on a stick. So I might look at different ones potentially, and there are a bunch of different food things, like there's squidding pasta. A lot of the pastas let you automate it, but to automate this you need eggs, and then I would need a chicken farm, which isn't too difficult. I guess it's just an egg farm, which really isn't too difficult. But I thought I'd start with rice and get literally the best food in the game. It's not fully automatable, but it is like 99% automatable, and I think that's good enough, to be honest. So we have rice. I need to get tomatoes and then beetroot, I suppose, just over in this area. But we can get tomatoes and beetroot just over here and into a barrel, and then we'll be good. Oh, another thing that I accidentally made good enough to work properly is that babies somehow can get up here, so it's not fully foolproof. However, oh, it's because we're at 100. Oh, we're at max speed. That's why. Okay, so we can just lower that. But the interesting thing is that babies fly out of here. They have a pathfinding thing to want to go back to their parents, so they don't actually get hit by the sword, which is awesome. So, like, I suppose we didn't even need this whole complicated system at the bottom here, but it still kind of works, and I think it's fine. But maybe I should lower the speed of this thing. I thought it was kind of slow. Oh, it is. My guess is that we have too many sheep in here, and I need to take some of them out. Yeah, because sometimes that'll happen. So let's get a few less in there and hope that that will make it, because I think what's happening is that the number of sheep in here is too many. So then when a baby spawns, it gets like entity crammed, flies away. So if we can prevent that, that would be good. Still is happening. I wonder if I get like a slab or maybe a trapdoor even, does the wind of this thing still blow? It does. Oh, okay, that's all we need then. So now this will, if I can get out, I don't think I can. Hello? The wind will push these guys, but they'll run into the slab first and drop. That'll be the hope. We'll see if that actually happens, because it does look like the air is still pushing. So we'll see if that happens. I'll take a quick gander, and we'll see. I hope that's all we need to do. And honestly, we have so much cooked mutton chops that it's probably fine. But I'd like for this to be more efficient, if I can. Now, onto tomato hunting. So my 4 milliseconds of Googling says that tomatoes can be found in desert and I guess like hot, arid climates. So I'm just gonna head this way and hope that I run into tomatoes. I think we can also maybe find them in Badlands and stuff like that, with like the red sand and the terracotta and whatever. So depending on how lucky or unlucky we get, we might just go to one of those, because I think I have a waystone to it. But I hope that I can just find one. You can also find it in villages, like the village farms. I don't know how lucky we'll get in that, but yeah, we're heading to a desert. Hopefully we just find them really quickly, but it might be quite an effort. Here it is. Tomato, I think. Yes. Awesome. I'm just gonna grab all of these. What the heck? Okay, we'll be fast. Run, run, run. What are these guys? I don't know if they're evil, but I don't want to find out. All right, so we have some tomatoes. I obviously need to get more of them, but we can do that by planting stuff. We honestly don't have a ton of space. Can you just plant it? No, I assume you need to till the soil. Yeah, okay. I need to set up this system. Ages and ages ago, like episode 20 or whatever, I tried out this minecart harvesting system, and I think it is going to work. So let's get this set up and working. Hopefully these tomatoes will just be nice to me. I suppose I need water. That was my water noise. That's what happens when I drown. We have the minecart set up. It was really easy to do. I forget what I said a million videos ago, but the only thing I needed to change was this, switching it to lock rotation, having it be on this side, and then it just goes back and forth and works. On this other side here, we don't even need anything. We just have the normal rails with the block, and it goes back and forth. We have the portable storage interface that when this has stuff in it, which I have some dirt, dirt. They connect until empty. I ran into it, but until they're empty, and then they empty out, go onto the belt, down into the chute, and into the main storage area. The good news that we should see from this is that when these tomatoes grow, which actually, let me get some bone meal and then we can show that. When this grows, I'm hoping, okay. When this grows, we should see that it gets harvested, and if we were going backwards, it won't get broken or harvested, which is really important. I'm not sure how you get more seeds, tomato seeds. Oh, you could just craft a tomato into its seeds. Sweet. So now I'm just gonna sit here bone mealing some tomatoes until they give us enough tomatoey bits to then be good. I'm curious if I can jump over this. Let me take off my jetpack. So I wanna like, you know, jump rope, like that type of. The answer is no. The answer is an astounding no. That was just not even close. Well, we have enough tomatoes. These will grow into vines and eventually give us a few tomatoes. And we should actually have some tomatoes in the main storage area over here. We hover over this bad boy. Yeah, 3 tomatoes, a couple of beetroot. Great. And now we can set up beetroot and tomato in this filter. Where did beetroot go? Oh no. Cool. And now we have beetroot and stuff over here. I think maybe we set the smart chute to rice, beetroot, and tomato. And then we have rice go in here, and then beetroot and tomato just go straight into the storage area. All right, we have a filtering system set up. I moved the rice cooker just 1 block over so that everything would fit. But if we throw this on here, we should see a bunch of beetroot and stuff going over here. There shouldn't be any issues. So far, looking good. We need bowls in this basin. I was gonna say in this bowl, but that's not how bowls work. We need bowls in this basin and separately bowls in this barrel. I might just have it so that we get both. And nice. Okay, so we have bowls going over here straight into the rice thing, and no hoppers, so we don't need a bajillion bowls in there. We do have over 500 easily, but we only need like 5 in the area here, and then we have bowls waiting. We have a bunch of rice, some beetroot, some potatoes. Those are tomatoes. That's not the same fruit. That's a whoa. We have all the food that we need, and we can, I think, properly make whatever the roasted mutton chops. I think we can make this. I think we have all the materials. So if I'm gonna just grab a stack, or a stack as much as I can of all of these. We have 9 tomatoes, okay. And if I just throw them in a crafting table, boom. 9 roasted thingy madoohickeys. I want to eat one of these, but I have too much health. What's the best way to die? A hungry. Give. Okay. What does this do? Nourishing. Whoa, my health bars are a different color. What does this do? It doesn't tell me what it does, but it's cool. It's pretty cool. And once we have more tomatoes, I can have like more than 8 of them. Let me, in my advanced food upgrade, throw in you. And now, if I head into this, I'm gonna unmemory you. And then memory this bad boy, my new food slice. Let's go. We finally have 99% automated food. We have to craft it because the mod pack that I have doesn't have crafting to this. I think they took it out because it was like kind of annoying and a little bit broken. Honestly, I think that's okay. And I am very excited about this. This is so awesome. Maybe in the very far future, we can automate at least 1 food source just so I don't have to automate something. Oh, wait, just so that I have to automate something and don't have to manually craft it. But honestly, this is gonna take 10 seconds to make the 1 food thing that I need. So maybe eventually we'll get to a fully automated one. The issue is that everything that's fully automated doesn't have as good nourishment as the 11x saturation one, which is crazy. I'm so curious what nourishment does. Like, does it just make it so that saturation goes down slower? Like, if I take a bunch of damage, that feels like it goes down slower. What if I get past the saturation point? What does it do? I'll never know. Ooh, it does give me a bowl in my hotbar. Oh, that's really annoying. Might have made a mistake. If that becomes annoying, we can change this. We have a bajillion other things that we can do. Like, we could just switch to the barbecue on a stick. We just need onions instead of beetroot. We have onion seeds already. I don't know if we keep the stick. We could always switch back to the mutton wraps, which are so basic, but doable. But then we could fully automate the barbecue on a stick. So maybe we just do that. Or we can switch up the sheep farm for like cow, steak, chicken, something else. I don't know. But I think this is a good automated system and it gives us a bunch of food all the time. And I am honestly 100% happy with this. And the barn has at least something in it, which is really what we care about. This thing was so empty before. We had a big old thingy here and then a line of things and then a vault over there and that was it. So very happy with the new sheep farm, the almost fully automated food setup, going crazy. I might AFK this just to get a couple more tomatoes so that we can build something actually helpful. But yeah, automated food has been secured. And after a little bit of AFKing, you can see that it is super backed up, but we have a fix. So rice is the first thing that fills up, which honestly makes sense. It only stacks to 16. While everything else stacks to 64. So it super makes sense that rice is the first thing to stack up, but it should be a really easy fix. As I mentioned, I am going to grab some threshold switches. I need some chutes, and I'm going to grab some redstone links as well. If we threshold switch this up, put a redstone link on it, set both of these to rice, and then let's just do a chute on that for now. We can lower this down to, I think it's at 5% right now. We lower that. There we go. And then we want that off right now since it's overflowing. And then if we go underneath here, I'll have to change this a little bit because it's all in the way. Grab a chute here, and then I'm gonna run a belt all the way over to here. Set up a little another chute thingy. Another one of you. Hook that up, and then we just throw a belt here. This should bring... Whoa. I think I just glitched it out. That's okay. If we come back here... I don't know if I missed it. Okay, we just saw it there, that it went down and is in there now. So we have an overflow system for rice. Rice is now good. Sheep, we have maggots. Okay. I guess that's fine. I just need to change this filter to include maggots as well. Check mark, boom. Drop these back on. Good, trash, and now we're good. The last concern I had was having bowls that pop into my inventory every so often. Oh, uh-oh, this isn't good. Okay, hold on. If I throw down rice again, is it gonna pop up above the floor? It will. Okay. We just need to lower this. Oopsie daisy. What if we do that? Because that'll be easier for my mental health. Ah, nothing stupid popping up. Beautiful. That fixed it. For the bowls that pop up in my inventory, I was thinking I don't really have the space for it, but if I get a pickup upgrade or maybe a magnet upgrade or something like that, maybe even in this backpack, if I switch this magnet upgrade, why is it? Let's match backpack contents, allow, not mod, item, and then I just grab a bowl. And if I now run around and try to take a bunch of damage, let me eat. Nope. Bowl is still in here. Okay, maybe a pickup upgrade will work. Maybe a pickup upgrade will work. I'm gonna make one real quick just to see if this works. Because if it does, we can, like, either make a bowls only backpack, which I'm honestly fine with, or we can just throw it in our main backpack here and get rid of something else that I don't use. I honestly use all of these, but I can throw the tank upgrade in this backpack here because we have an open slot. And I'm fine with having lava in here, that's fine. And then hopefully we'll be able to have bowls not be annoying. All right, so we have an advanced pickup upgrade, and if we allow bowls to be picked up, this will, if we pick up a bowl, go straight into the backpack. I suspect if we jump around, lose a bunch of health, and then eat a food bowl, I think the bowl should, like, I think it just throws it in your inventory. I'm pretty sure. I don't know exactly how the like coding works, but I would suspect it pretends like you're picking it up. Because I don't know how else it could do that. Heal me. Nope. Ah, that's such a bummer. Well, I guess that means I don't need to have the pickup upgrade in my backpack. I'll play with it and see if I can deal with having bowls pop up in my inventory. If not, we can always change the recipe. Honestly, having 11 saturation, I think is going to be a game changer. And at least having automated food is already a game changer. Like, this is hype. And I can always change it back to muttons, or if those barbecues on a stick work, I'm killing this bee. It's stuck. It's broken. There we go. And since I have been AFK for a while, we can make a ton of these now. Boom. Stack acquired. Stack in 5 roasted mutton chops. A stupid amount, honestly. Like, this will probably feed me for the next 10 episodes, maybe. I mean, my previous, I forget what they were called. The mutton wraps were crazy. I think I made a stack and they fed me for like 5 episodes or so of like running around taking a bunch of damage. These things are like double that. You saw how long it took to craft. I'm never going to need to do it again. And it is pretty much fully dependent on if I get annoyed that bowls keep popping up in my inventory. And if they do, I can always change it. So I'm not too worried about it. We have the rice overflow in. The sheep have been fixed because apparently they drop maggots sometimes, which is kind of gross. And yeah, automated food is finally done. Until the next time when I complain slightly about it and redo the whole thing. Welcome back to another episode on the Create Mod. In the last one, we made what you see behind me, this automated sheep farm and combiner into a automatic food farm that makes the best food in the game. The roasted mutton chops with 11 saturation and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 food bars. Stupid amount of food. The only thing we need to do is craft it all together, and then we can make a stack in 5 seconds. Today, I don't have a lot of time for this video. It is the day before. I have maybe 18 hours to record this, edit it, and post it. So I want to do something that is super cool, but also hopefully pretty fast. A couple of episodes ago, I made a mining machine that mines for diamonds, gets a boatload really quickly, and I have 417 diamonds from that. But one of the beautiful people in the comments was like, hey, you stupid idiot, we can fully automate diamonds with coal. You can crush a block of coal and lava into 1 diamond. And to automate coal, it's a little bit annoying, but you can go 4 charcoal to 1 coal, which means with the tree farm that we have upstairs that makes a stupid amount of trees if we plant them and everything correctly, we can make a ton of diamonds. Each one of these logs is 1/4 of a coal, and then 1/36 of a diamond. We have 16,000 oak logs, which is 444.44444 diamonds. And that's just one of the 3 that we have. We have, oh, hold on, we have cherry logs too. We have so many, but I do like the tree farm for getting me trees. So maybe in the other building that we have yet to do an interior for, oopsies, that's because I'm not lazy. I want this one to look weird. That's why there's no interior. But maybe we get an interior, like a second floor up here, where we can have a tree farm in the center that brings it to the diamond making factory. However, I don't have a design for this, so we need to go make that. And honestly, I don't even think we need to go into creative testing world, because this is like kind of a straightforward process here. We're trying to make diamonds from blocks of coal, which is just coal, which is just charcoal. Charcoal, you smelt wood to make charcoal, easy peasy. We need a tree farm. I think we put it in the center here, obviously with another floor. We have it in the center here, and then from the tree farm, we get the items that we need. But we already have a tree farm. There's one right here, so we'll just copy this one over. We don't need to have it be a bunch of different tree types. We can do just oak logs and have everything be oak logs, which will be great. It won't be up against a wall so that like the trees won't get birthed halfway through the glass like they normally do. And honestly, I think it's going to be a little bit faster, which is going to be stupid. So I'm going to grab all the materials that hopefully we'll need for this thing, and then we can try to design it in survival, because I hope, and I might regret this later because I, again, don't have a ton of time. I hope that making charcoal and coal and diamonds should be easy enough. We should have everything that we need, but I need to build in the floor here, and I thought, why not continue this pattern, but have it go on the floor itself and like just shrink the roof a little bit? I think that could be really cool if I do it correctly. So I'm thinking over here is going to be the height of the floor. So let's just get in some block ski-doodles. So I'm just going to build this across, and we're going to not texture it for now. I might come back to it later, but honestly, it took me, what, like 5 or 6 episodes to start building the interior for this thing, so I doubt that it'll ever happen. But I'm just going to build this across and then figure out all the curvy bits and everything and hope that it looks good from down below. I'm on the fence of where I want to put a staircase up to this thing. Maybe over here, because there's nothing over here yet, and I think it'll look good if it goes like up here, and then we can have this whole second floor for fun activities, but I honestly don't know. So that's where I'm thinking right now. We might put it here. I think this is gonna be a weird spot to put a staircase, but maybe we do. Who knows? All right, we got the roof in. It's looking kind of bland because there's no texture in, but who cares? I also changed up this pathway just so that it goes up to these stairs here, and now we have upstairs. It's so dark here, so we got to get some lights in. I upped the volume, or whoa, I upped the brightness just so that you can see, but I got to get some lights in here. I think we're just gonna be basic and do some of this. And now that we're up here and this is like mostly lit up, let's get on to making the farm itself. So we're gonna have this be 6 blocks long in total. Let me do this. The windmill bearings going in the floor, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on each side. And there we go. We have a little circle around here. We're obviously gonna need to light up the floor bits over here because for saplings to grow, I do think they need light. That is at least the case for normal crops, so I'm assuming it's the case for saplings. But now we're going to set up the same exact farm that we have on the other side here. So we're going to have linear chassis. I think I need to glue this. And it has been a minute since I built this, so I might just be wrong. But I think we go along like that, and then we bring this up. Oh, we bring this up and over. There we go. We can glue the front bit. And then the back bit over here, or no, ooh, not this side. And then glue the top bit like that. And we can place in all of the deployers. The saws over on this side, I gotta reduce all of these down to 1 so that everything's touching only one boy. And now if I turn this on, it'll spin around and oh, there's no wind sails. If we get 8 in there, now it will turn. We need a storage unit bit and then the portable storage interface that goes on the end here. There we go. And then we can hook up. I'm going to just put in 2 barrels right here. And then this will be a fully working tree farm. Ooh, and actually, I think because of this, we can probably increase the width of this farm by 1. Because the saws can go up to this block, which should be good news. And we'll obviously shrink this if we need to, but I think we'll be good there. I'm going to grab some barrels, light this thing up, and then we can get to the fun bits. All right, let's turn this thing on. It's going to start planting stuff for us. Oh, I didn't glue this together. Oops, oops, oops. There we go. Now you're turned on, planting a bunch of saplings. We might even be able to get another row here. This is almost certainly too big of a tree farm for a diamond mine, but I honestly think that's going to be okay. And it does look like it hits every single block. This is so many trees. This is so big. This is so unnecessary. You don't even use diamonds for anything. But that's still hilarious. Okay, we have a working tree farm. I want to get set up. I suppose we first need a floor, but I'm going to get the portable storage interface and item transportation and trashage set up. So we're going to get a bunch of different items. We only really need the logs, so I'm going to throw out everything else. The good news is that once these things plant, like when this breaks a tree, it'll get all the saplings, and then the deployer will place the saplings right away before dropping any of them off. So it won't be an issue that we just throw out everything extra. But again, I do need a floor here, and I think just having it at the grass level is going to be good enough. So let's quickly get that in. And the floor is done. We also brought up lava that is not connected yet, but at least a pipe and power over here. Now we need to set up the item garbaging system. I'm going to get a smart chute just to drop from this portable storage interface. This thing, it has been working. We have quite a bit of oak logs, over a stack already. And I'm not putting in the chute because if I do, it'll connect and then like be there forever. So we want to set up the item trashing system first. We now have that set up also. I'm going to see if this works. We should have only logs coming off of this belt and going, and everything else should be going from this brass funnel straight into the lava. I suspect it'll work. I don't know why it wouldn't, but now we have to set up the lava heating up boiling system. Yep, logs, everything else trash. Yep, perfect. Okay, so we have this system set up. I'm gonna not let it actually go yet. But everything else should be working. We now have to set up the cooking thing to cook the logs into charcoal. All right, the smelting system is in. It's just a fan with some lava in front of it. The items will drop right here, get thrown into here. I need to set this filter to charcoal. Okay, I can do it. I'm spamming click. Thank you. I might die. Never mind, I'm a pro. So we have charcoal as the filter. We can flip this around, and then I am super curious. If we just have one mechanical press here, until it starts making coal blocks, can we just drop the coal blocks into another basin and it work? Because that would be cool. The last thing we need to think about is how we're going to get the items out of this barrel into the one where we can make the diamonds. So we need blocks of coal and lava. So we can't have the blocks of coal just get crushed into diamonds in this one, because we'll need lava in here as well. And I think that'll mess stuff up. So we need to drop this into another basin and then have that basin be helpful. But if we drop it this way, we can do that, but then it gets kind of in the walking path and then I can't step on it super easily. And I'd like to avoid that. But we super can't drop it here because the bone block is in the way, and that is the ceiling of the other place, and I don't even know where that went. So we can't put it there either. So I'm kind of stuck. Actually, I know what I can do. I can do it this way, and then we can put trapdoors just on top of this so that it's still walkable. Like you don't just... Oh, it is still walkable. Okay, never mind. Maybe we don't even need to do that. And then I'm just gonna have another basin right beside it, I think that'll be good. Because then we can put two of these right next to each other. They'll power each other, and then I can go straight back in here, and then if we just throw a belt down at the bottom here, we will be good to go. All right, that is in. We got this. I need to power these mechanical presses somehow. I'm going to do that later. And then please stop placing stuff in here. Then we can get the pipe over there, throw casings all the way along it. We will need, at least at some point, some power on this thing, but I think we'll suck it up and hope that it just works. Oh, nice. Okay. So I think this is going to work now. We have everything almost hooked up. I need to hook up the mechanical press, and then we have lava in here. Coal blocks are going to come out here. I need to set this filter still. Come back into here, get squooshed, and diamonds come out and are stored. And we're in the same situation we were in a second ago with this barrel, this basin not really being able to drop any stuff out other than right here. And I don't know how to fix this. Well, anyway, we can figure that out later, I guess. I want to hook all of this up and see if it actually works, because I have yet to do that. These are hooked up. Let me reverse this. All of the items should come over here, and hopefully, if that's how the game works, go into the chute and down here, get cooked up, put into the basin, dropped onto this belt, scooted over, put into this basin, and squished into diamonds, where we don't have a storage thing for this yet. What we might be able to do, never mind. I was gonna say what we might be able to do is it could be cool if we could just drop it straight through, but yeah, there's not really any space for this. We could do something fun where if we have a fan that like pulls it all the way over to here, we can then have another fan that pulls it this way, and then we can process it in this little area here where we can actually like have a little gap underground. So that could be an option, and that could be kind of fun. If we put trapdoors above it, we can see all of the, because there are glass trapdoors, we could see all of those. Is this going down? Okay, so far it's working. We can put glass trapdoors and see all of the coal working. I'm curious if this is going to actually turn into charcoal and then real life coal. This feels like it's taking a while. Oh, wait. Okay, if we get through all the charcoal, what happens to the coal? Will we crush the coal into coal blocks? Because that would be the goal, obviously, because that's the whole point of this farm. Yes. And we have diamonds. We have 7 diamonds already. Oh. We have so much charcoal left to go. Okay, we have diamonds. Diamonds are working. I'm going to take those out, set the filter to that, just so that we don't accidentally make diamond blocks, because that'll be a little bit annoying. But we have diamonds. Those are fully... Oh, yeah. This is so easy. The hardest part is setting up the tree farm, I think. Oh, that's awesome. Easy. Okay, so we have diamonds. We need to get them out and into a place. We already... 7 more diamonds is crazy. Okay, we need to get it out. I think the best option is going to be dropping them out here, getting a fan that pulls them across so that we can watch all the diamonds fly across the room. Nice, diamonds are being pulled, beautiful. I need to switch this around because it burned all of the extra wood that we made, but that's okay. Diamonds are being pulled across. What do we want to do here? So dropping it down will burn it in lava. We don't want that. That would be bad, I think. But I do want the diamonds to go down to get stored in our main storage system. So maybe we could drop it down like right through here. Where does this lead? Okay, if we can bring this over here, drop it down and have it drop right here, then we can have it as like a little elevator thing. And we could just do that with normal chutes and stuff. Like it won't even be that difficult to do, I don't think. So if we grab a chute straight over this hole, throw that there. We have this system in here. That it will not work. Hold on. This will drop it all the way down to where we set up a little bit beforehand. If I put those blocks in, I want you and you back. We drop that down, go straight through this hole down here. Now we can just bring it straight over to the, excuse me, Mr. Gravel, straight over to the over here bits where there's not really a good entry point, I don't think. All right, and we should have the pathway that's going to bring all the diamonds when they fall over. We can test it now. So that is going to run over, go all the way over here. We saw it for a second and then get onto this line. This line then, if I can get inside, bring the diamond along here and into this empty one. We should have, I think it's 2 now in the main system. We do. It works. We have 24 diamonds that we've made from this in the I guess the time that we've waited for all the wood to get cooked and stuff. But this is going really fast, it feels like. So we'll be able to see a full rotation here. We get a bunch of wood coming out. It's going to get cooked up. This is now empty. Bunch of wood gets cooked up, gets put in this basin, turned into a block of coal, turned into a diamond, like just perfectly scooted across, and then way down here, it gets put onto this belt and into the system. Can we see how many there are? 25, which I think is more than what we had before. But we can go through everything and make sure that the diamond didn't get stuck anywhere. But I don't think it did. Yeah, no, it's not stuck anywhere, which means this thing is working at not a crazy rate. I mean, it still takes quite a while to get enough diamonds to make a dent, but it is fully automated, which is crazy. We can speed this up as much as we want, technically. We could, as long as we increase the size of this growing area, then this thing will just keep getting bigger and faster. But at the moment, this thing just spews out a bunch of wood, makes a bunch of coal. We get, it feels like 1 diamond every 2 passes, which is pretty good. And I think if we're able to light up this center area more, it'll go even faster. So maybe we try to do that. I'm not sure what we can use. Maybe those fairy land, maybe maybe the feral flare lanterns. I think that's how you pronounce them, but we can do that in a minute. We have automated diamonds. It's not even that complicated. We just now need to pack up, put everything away, place down all the blocks. We can place down these trapdoors so that we don't accidentally pick up or get in the way of the diamond slidey boys. And it's good. We are all done. And I just like these being connected. I'm curious if the mechanical presses can press through this trapdoor. I assume it can. I think it can press through full blocks, so I'm not really worried about it. But I do want to just double check here really quick. Yep, we are good. This thing can run without me doing really anything at all for as long as it needs to. And a diamond every 2 passes, it probably passes, it's like 1 every minute. So I think that's good. I think this is going to work. I think it's fast enough for the how many 1 diamond that I need per year. I mean, we're already at 25 diamonds in the time that it took to build the thing. So I think this is going to work really quickly, and lighting up the center will fix most of our issues, I would suspect. And it did. I actually lit up the center here for 2 reasons. The reason we have torches here is because trees were growing here and they couldn't be cut down because this saw just like goes around it and like clips through it and doesn't actually cut it down. So we couldn't have trees there anyway. And this makes it so that the trees will grow faster. As you can see, there's a ton in the middle now and less on the outer edge. I'm actually going to move some of these torches to closer, and I don't have more torches in my inventory, but I'll get them later. But I think that's actually helping. I've also been AFKing here while I've been editing the video for this because, again, not a lot of time. And during that time, we have 76 diamonds. That is stupid. I've been AFKing here for less than a couple of hours, and with 76 diamonds, that is wild. Most of that time also, there wasn't enough lava to craft the diamonds because I accidentally broke something. So most of those things were despawning. So we should get more of that once we actually run it and test it for any bit longer than what we have right now. So 76 diamonds is wild. I think for the last little bit of today, I want to honeycomb all of the blocks here. You see that I've been doing that a little bit, but over here, still a lot of green. And I think the green looks bad compared to the orange. I just don't think it fits the orange color palette that I've been going with so far. So I'm going to run around. I obviously forgot to do this one. And do all of these. And I think it'll look at least like a little bit stupid in a time lapse. So let's get a quick time lapse going. And the time lapse is done. It didn't take too long at all. And this looks way better. I think the biggest thing is that it blends into the wall while still being like a different depth and a slightly different color, so that it kind of breaks it up and still blends in enough. I think the copper, the fully oxidized one was just too green bluey to actually fit. And I think this looks quite a bit better. And for the keen-eyed among you, you'll notice that I also waxed those at the beginning of the episode. And then I, at the end, during that time lapse, I guess after it, waxed this whole line all the way down, and the 1 block that's in this little square, we still don't have enough copper for that. This farm is not fast enough. So maybe we need to work on the brass so that we get more diorite and andesite, and maybe just supply it directly to that. But that's okay. We're back on the Create mod, and today, well, in the last episode, we made automated diamonds. We have so many now. We made the tree farm, the diamond turn into coal, coal into diamond, diamond into floor system. And if we head down to the storage system, I've been AFK for a little bit. We have 260 diamonds. That is awesome. We, I think, have 400, 500 in our main storage system. So by the end of this episode, we are doubling how much we have in there, which is going to be great. One thing that we don't have a lot of is brass, zinc, and copper, and I'm annoyed about that. The brass, copper, zinc, iron, gold farm that we have over here does still work, but we never get any items because we do have quite a bit of andesite, 65,000, quite a bit, but the diorite farm just can't keep up. So this is the all-in-one machine that I made, a while ago, and it still uses the old cobblestone generator, and the diorite just is not that fast. It makes a bunch of other stuff that I don't think is necessary for what we want to do. So I think we beef up production of diorite and potentially make our own diorite farm even, and build that separately over here so that we can just pump diorite straight into this farm. And maybe we even do that with andesite so that we can have full diorite, full andesite, and then full copper, zinc, and brass production. Copper is kind of the main thing. I have been trying to run this thing for a while. I I obviously haven't been doing a good job because I keep turning off the diorite farm one, but I've been trying to run it for a while. And every single time I need more pipes or I need more things, and I always have 3 blocks of copper left. And down here still isn't done. I don't think the other underside area is done over here. Yeah, this isn't done either. We have so much copper that we need to place in. I am never going to mine a block in my life again, so there's no chance that's an option. I think we just have to beef up production. And I think for right now, the best option is going to just be getting more diorite. Another reason we might want more andesite is because in order for the redstone farm to run at full speed, we need 18,000 andesite per hour, and our wee little farm over here is not that fast. So yeah, I think we're gonna have to at least get diorite in here, probably also get andesite in here, and just have 2 belts that go straight into this bad boy just so that this can run at full speed. This does produce a ton of lag because for some reason mixing stuff makes a ton of lag. I don't really get it, but whatever. It's only a little bit of my circus and my monkeys. But yeah, that's going to be the plan today. Make some diorite, make some andesite, and make it fast and hopefully compact. So we're over in my creative testing world, and this is the reason why I'm here. This monstrosity, I forgot how gigantic this thing is. And we really only care about this little section here where we're making the diorite and andesite. We obviously are also making granite, but I don't think I care about that. What I really want to focus on is what we're doing here. So we have cobble and quartz coming up here and being filtered, and those are really the only 2 blocks that we need. The cobble and diorite go in here to make andesite, and then quartz is really only used for andesite now that we aren't making granite in this. So I think it might actually be really easy to set up. Just as a reminder, to make quartz, we need soul sand, and to wash that, which is just sand that we haunt. That all happens down here. We might even be able to just steal this. That's probably going to be the better idea. Just steal this. Well, I might even just throw out the gold because I don't even think it's worth the amount of gold that you get. It's 2% chance of gold. It might be worth it. I don't know. But I think it's definitely going to be worth it to kind of steal this. We can destroy most of this logic and stuff because we don't need it. We do need the cobblestone generator, the crafting, and that's pretty much it. All right, and I made up a quick little thing here. I'm still like not done yet, so there's a little bit that I haven't got to yet, but we have the diorite creation. We're at 300 diorite. I've been running this for like 8 seconds, it feels like. The only issue is that these cobble ones have 0 stress units. Oh. Yeet. There we go. Those are all now working. The main issue that I'm running into is that this chute that gets the nether quartz to these mechanical arms is too far away for me to put a mechanical arm where this cogwheel is right there. Yeah, as you can see, the quartz is a little bit slower than the cobble, and I'd like that to not be an issue, but I don't know if we can fix it. I'm going to try though, because if I can fix it, that'll be really good. The last thing we'll need to do after this, so we have a diorite coming out here. We can make a quick little thing for andesite and then call it a day. So with the chute up here, it'll be able to reach, but now I won't be able to power stuff super easily. So let's get this in. It should, yeah, 1 input, 6 outputs. That's what we want. It is connected to this, but now I need to power this whole gearbox, cogwheel, mechanical arm system here, which is really difficult to do because every little bit is kind of covered by something. Except for up here. So maybe I just bring this shaft over here. I don't like that system though. I think that's what we're gonna have to do though. Ooh, no, unless we can go here, throw a boy there, and yes, awesome. So now if we hook this up, and max speed, this thing should go at full speed as it can go. I am curious if we have enough cobble being created. So we definitely have enough being generated here. I think enough so that I can kind of shrink this down just slightly. And this will just reduce some lag. It's not a huge deal, but it'll do something. So that's why I'm doing it here. All right, we've now added the andesite mixing thing, and it just drops off into the abyss for now. But I think we can get to having an on and off switch for this. We really probably just want an on and off switch for the andesite, since you can see from my inventory the andesite is a little bit quicker than the diorite. It looks like it's a 2-to-1 kind of split. which does make sense since the andesite recipe is 1 diorite for 2 andesite, so that does make sense. All right, I think I have everything that I want in here now. We have a clutch to turn off andesite once we have an andesite on-off switch, and we also threw in a cobblestone one as well because this thing generates way too much cobblestone. So just turning it off every once in a while, and then it'll turn itself back on once this gets below 5% storage. We should actually get there really quickly. Because it's just 1 barrel. Oops. It's just 1 barrel. And I think 5% is like 2 stacks, which is plenty. Yeah, and then it goes again. I don't think it'll slow down production at all. Like it shouldn't. Yeah. Nope, it doesn't. Okay. So we're good with that. And then once that gets up to like 75 or whatever percent, it'll stop it again. So I think this is good to go and put into our world. I hope that I have enough space for it because it is a lot bigger than I initially hoped for, but I suppose we'll just try it and see. What we could also probably do is replace this belt with a vault if we wanted to. I don't know if that's preferred or not. I guess it would give us more cobble storage, but honestly, I don't think that really matters. So I think let's just get this in and then we can get copper, because that's what this is for. I forgot what this is for. It's been a minute. And it didn't take 4 seconds to build this, even though it probably should have, because I've already built this basically before. But yeah, let's get this in the survival world. All right, we're back in survival, and I've already set up a little area here. I took down the mangrove farm because this is the perfect spot for this farm to go. It is literally directly up against the wall here, and just barely misses this farm here. I don't think any real redstone will get in the way here since these are just 1-tick pulses, basically. So like these won't stay on and like lock this chute or this funnel or anything. So I think we'll be okay with that. And I just won't run these 2 things at the same time, and I think that'll be fine. We don't need to run them at the same time, so I think it'll just work. And it didn't fit anywhere else in here because this corner area was too small of a space. So I think this is going to be the best spot for it. It fits it better than the mangrove farm anyway. I do want to, what does this say? Replace solid with solid. No. I want to not replace solid blocks. I think that'll be good. The check mark, why did I do that? We're placing them. Let's hope that this goes incorrectly. I think I measured it out properly so that it's not stupid and breaks. But I suppose we'll see. So far, everything's still going incorrectly. I'm glad that I have these stairs as a vantage point, because this is so densely compact. It doesn't even feel that compact. This didn't take me too long. I guess long enough to forget why I was building it. Like it shouldn't be this compact given how long it took, but I guess because of the all-in-one 13 items farm that I built, this is like so much easier that it makes sense. Like there's just less moving parts. But I am really surprised that it is this compact and still, like, it feels like it's not doing that much, but who knows? There's probably a better way to set this up, but I think we're doing all right. I do want another water bucket so I can get an infinite source going. And it's done. And as per usual, we need to go around fixing just a few things. And we'll need to get lava into those in a second here, but I am going to set this up first. Wonderful. We can flick you back up. We'll need to go outside and fix the trapdoor thing out there. Good thing we still have dispensers, so I can just break you, replace. All right, we've also hooked it up to power to make sure everything is spinning the right way. It is not, so we just have to switch that around. And now it should be. Beautiful. This is moving back and forth. We don't have lava in yet, so it's not going to do anything. But I want to make sure that everything's spinning and looking kind of accurate, and I think it is. Okay, so let's get water in here now. I needed to hook it up to power beforehand anyway, so that I can get a mechanical pump spinning. We just need to hook that up, and then do I have a basin? I do. So we just throw a thing of lava in there. That'll start that side, which is good. That means it's working. And then we need another bucket of lava here. Hook you up to power. It's empty. This is working. Beautiful. My game is lagging. Okay, we got cobble. This boy is it dropping? Sand. Beautiful. Do we have soul sand? Oh, flint and clay we need lava in that cauldron. Good thing I remembered how this farm works. This is way more stressful than it should be. I don't know why this is so stressful. I think just the noise of stuff constantly happening. Okay. Soul sand is going in. Do we have quartz? We have cobble there. Cobble in here. No cobbles being created, or no diorites being created just yet, but we don't have quartz on this depot yet. So we might still be okay. Oh, we haven't waterlogged that leaf block. How do I get there? Hello, Mr. Leaf. Meow. Now that we should be making, ow. Now we should be making quartz. And once that does, we should see it over on this depot. Like, even for a millisecond. Do we see it somewhere else first? Am I stupid? No, we would see it only here. Here's the only spot that it would be. And then these mechanical arms should go into gamer mode. Yes, they do. Okay, we now just need to wait for cobble to get in, and that's just going to be until this thing fills up, which I guess is going to take a second, but really not too long. Oh, and then we're going to have a whole issue of a bunch of diorite and andesite coming off this belt at Mach 15. So I suppose let's just get this on this belt, and then it'll go home. Wait. Oh. That's why you build infrastructure. Oh, now it's so easy. I thought I was going to have to sit here off camera for 4 hours not doing anything. But instead, you get to watch me do it. Ah, because we're already done, basically. That's going the right way, and then we just have a encased chain drive, and we're good. And that will lead it back to... Where am I going? Back to... back to over here. Perfect. And we already have a pickup system for that. So we just close this up and it's working. Maybe I shouldn't have placed a block there. I don't know if it's going to freak out. Are we done with cobble yet? Oh, this is filled up. We need one more stack and then it should go straight into the chute. Yep. These are working. We're getting diorite. Yes, stuff is coming out onto the thing. And diorite should be being sent straight over to here without any thought. Diorite. Monsieur. Je m'appelle Monsieur Diorite. I'm fluent in French now. I've been taking French classes on Duolingo. Wait, there it is. I don't actually take any French and I don't know what I just said. I hope it wasn't something mean. It's working. And we're getting diorite and andesite. I need to turn off andesite production if applicable. And that's just going to be here. If this andesite thing is full, I guess, then we don't request any more andesite. Oh, no. Actually, wait. We have an andesite 2 full button. What is that called? Ow. Oh my gosh. My frames are going ham. Andesite in the red, threshold switch in the not red. Okay, so this does mean I think that we're overflowing right now. I don't have andesite. Let me just right click on this belt until I pick up andesite. Thank you. I can't believe that worked. That was actually astonishing. All right, so andesite in the red, and then I need a threshold switch right there. That's full. This will stop going. This will fill up eventually with diorite, and then we won't need any more. Here, if I help you throw diorite, that didn't work. All right, so that means we're only getting diorite, which means this thing will produce a little bit faster, like not a ton, but faster enough for it to be helpful still. I don't know why there are holes. Why are holes showing up? I swear I'm actually not doing anything, and I don't know. Do I have carbon monoxide poisoning? I love how I jumped to the most extreme case. Okay, this is working great. We have diorite in. My frames are chunking. Let's see if I can turn down some settings. Go to 10. Yeah, there we go. Now I won't lag at all. It's probably fine. Well, with these things running, I think we can get on to, we have already almost 400 diamonds. It was like 8 minutes ago when we had 260. Now that we have, hopefully, a good source of copper coming in now. Hopefully, I don't know how I could get more of it. Hopefully, now that we have that, we can get onto a different little project. We've been working quite a bit on trains and the farming situation, but our barn is still pretty much fully empty. And I thought, why not fill in most of this side here? I've already done a little bit of work, but let me show you what I'm talking about. I spent quite a bit of time in creative figuring out how to do a chorus flower farm that doesn't use a bajillion deployers. So these chorus flowers, if you don't know, I'll have a video going over this farm, probably coming out Friday. But if you don't know, the way to get and plant chorus fruit and flowers is you need to manually mine these blocks. So these chorus flower blocks, you need to manually mine. You can't just mine the bottom bit because then that'll just get chorus fruits for all of them. So you need to do all of that manually. And there's a farm that I saw on Reddit that had deployers come down and mine these blocks like from the ceiling. But if you're going to do that in more than a 3x3 area, you're going to need 9, 18, 27, whatever, like so many different blocks here. So many deployers here that it like is kind of not worth it and really expensive. So I spent a bunch of time trying to get a minecart contraption to work, and it does. This one doesn't use any stress units at all, which is really great, and it just drops off all the items over here. We can probably move this to the other side as well for ease of use if we need to, but I already set it up here. We're gonna, honestly, I think I'm gonna want to build it without the schematic cannon, because actually I am lying to you. I'm gonna not replace solid blocks with it, and then it just won't replace the floor blocks or the wall over here with glass. And we don't care about the far wall being made of real life wall and the floor being made of correct floor. So I'm not too worried about that. And then it should build it all itself. And then we can hook this up to our main system. And the reason I want to do this is because chorus fruits are used if you smelt it for end rods, which is just easily the best lighting block in the game. And specifically for factories and stuff, it's a really good like overhead kind of beam light thing that I want to use in at least the one that with the cubes and tubes building, and probably also at least on the bottom floor of that one. I think it'll just fit really well. So that's the main reason we want to do this here. And potentially we get a small smelting system over on one of these sides, and maybe I even move this over like up until the edge perhaps, so that we can get smelting going. Or maybe I just pull it all the way this way. And that's probably gonna be better. Yeah, I think I just pull it all the way up this way, and then we can deal with smelting the chorus fruits and stuff over here. And we can even make a small chorus fruit farm that grows all the way to the top, because this is gonna make a ton of chorus flowers. I tested it in creative. I think it's like a stack an hour or 2.5 stacks an hour, a stupid amount an hour for what we need, but it looks so cool. Like, it's such a great addition, and you can see what's going on. I think it just will look good and will fit in the barn vibes, and it'll fill out quite a bit of the empty space that we have in here. We have all the materials, I think, except for some of the chorus flowers. I only have 5 somehow. Chorus plants are just plants. Those aren't really that helpful. And then stone brick walls. I'm actually going to take out the chorus flower because I think it's going to try to plant the chorus flowers right here and not on the end blocks, and then it'll just break. So I'm just not even going to include those. We'll get the end stone in, and potentially I mine out. Oh, it's so hard to tell. Okay, hold on. There we go. And all of those are mined out, so it should auto place in all of the end stone. I'm just going to send it and hope that it works. I'm worried that it's going to place in all this glass on the walls here, and if so, I'm going to be devastated. So let's hope it doesn't do that. Okay, we've also turned off the schematic now because, oh my gosh, was that annoying. And I actually don't know this, but I assume you're allowed to. Normal crops you obviously can't grow in darkness. Don't do that. Don't do that. Oh dear. Why? If it keeps doing that, then I'm going to be annoyed. If it just does it the one time, I think it's fine. I think that's okay, because I can always replace that. It was mostly the walls that I was scared about. So as long as it doesn't do that, then I am happy. But this looks like it actually worked. We have the chorus flowers to still plant. I'm going to do that now because they do take a little bit to grow. And they just go on those blocks there. Thankfully, the chorus flowers cannot be placed on mud or anything. So the deployers that place the flowers won't be worried about this. So we're just going to wait for all those things to grow. I might want to replace all of these stone blocks with mud, but I did specifically not place in these because I wanted them to be mud bricks instead, and I think that does look better. So maybe we change some of these to mud, and then, oh, that was the ceiling. The ceiling is bad. I don't know where these blocks go. So I guess that means I need to go get some more slabs because we can't have this. Unacceptable. They really got to change how slow glass is to mine, because this is horrible. Why isn't it like ice? How is this slower than mining deep slate? All right, there we go. Roof fixed. And in here now, the boys are growing. It is kind of dark up on the top here. Maybe we get some other blocks in so that it doesn't look as sad. Let's see. Oh, I can put light blocks. Let me go get some pretty looking ones. But I am worried about affecting the growth because these bad boys hate growing when there's anything around them. So maybe we just throw in these things in the corners and something like that I think is bright enough for that one. And then we can do the same thing on the ceiling. And with that, I think everything is in and we can test this thing. I need a minecart. And now that we have a, whatever this is called in, we can flick this and it'll just go. Awesome. And now I can actually take off the cart assembler, take off this thing. Okay, so this looks like it didn't work just immediately. Ow! Oh, that's why it didn't work. Wait, stop. I forgot to do one important thing. Block rotation. Okay, that's numero uno. Numero dos is that we need to put sticks in these things, which is important. The reason it's important is because deployers by themselves won't attack anything. They're not even set to attack mode. Oh, they are. Okay. Deployers themselves won't attack stuff, even if they're set to attack mode, unless they have an item in their hand. So sticks obviously are good because they don't have durability. So you can just hit them as much as you want. It does become a slight problem because then you need a stick for each one, but it's the slightest of problems. So the sticks are in, those bad boys are in. This is set to lock rotation. Beautiful. Oh, and I guess it's going by itself. Great. And now it's mining stuff. I removed the cart assembler this time fully, which is good. Get rid of that lever, and it's going and it's replacing everything, which is really, really good. You can see how the farm works now is that it mines in a 3x3 area. So you can see that this whole plant is being mined every block around it. And that is because if, let's say the chorus flower grew towards me, then if the machine's coming this way, it'll mine that one. But if the chorus flower grows over here, like on this block or the next one, then it'll mine the stem and then turn the chorus flower into a chorus fruit, meaning that we don't get that in return. So we need to mine all three, every block around it at the exact same time. And it's better if we can do more than three. And just coincidentally, like I didn't plan for this to happen, since we're in the middle of these two blocks, the deployers break 4 rows of blocks. So it breaks this one, this one, this one, and then one more over, one more over this way. You can see that there, which is super great. Normally, this would be a little bit faster, I feel like. We might have to tweak the timings. This is the first time I've tested it in survival, so I might have to just move this to 2 minutes, and then maybe it'll work a little bit better. But as you can see, we're already up at the top here. We have enough chorus flowers to grow up to the top here, and it'll just keep getting faster. So once these grow to the second level, like this one, they'll start growing to the sides, and that's when 1 or 2 chorus flower things, just like that, that's when 1 or 2 chorus flower things actually pop up. So I'm going to AFK here, and I think this will be a really fun time lapse to just sit and watch. So enjoy the time lapse of this thing harvesting back and forth until we get, I don't know, I'm gonna try to run it for like an hour. We'll see if it is that fast. But I want the barrel on the contraption to be full. But yeah, enjoy the time lapse of this thing zooming around, mining a bunch of things, going around, getting stuff, and hopefully working. And wasn't that such a fun time lapse? I don't know how many items we have, but if you noticed, the middle one does not mine it properly, and I think I just missed a stick in the middle there. So, where's my mouse? So I think we just need to throw this back on and hope that this bad boy comes back, and then we can put the stick in, and then it will be working at full speed. You'll see that sometimes it breaks itself because of that, like right here. We mine this, but not this one, so we do lose a flower every once in a while. I'm not too worried about that. I'm suspecting we're still gonna have a ton. Oh, we can hover over it. 391 chorus flower. I have been recording for an hour and a half, maybe. So 400 in an hour and a half. Someone can do the math in the comments. I don't want to do it, but that's a ton. And that's with us losing some of them sometimes because I forgot to put the middle boy in there. So it's gonna be even faster. That's super cool. I need to wait for the homeboy to come all the way back here, but it is working. I need to set up a thing, and I don't know what thing to do, but a thing to plant more of these chorus flowers probably, because we have so many of them. I don't even know what to do with them. Yeah. Whatevs. We might figure that out next episode, or just give up. And I mean, 400 chorus fruits is still plenty. Let's check how much we have. Almost a full row, and then surprisingly less chorus fruit, but still a ton. Yeah, so this deployer doesn't have a stick. LOL. Well, now it will actually properly work, so let's do that. I'm just gonna make it go. And now it should be working at full speed. We'll see here probably. This middle one is getting broken at the same time instead of after. So yes, working almost perfectly. I need to set up another portable storage interface on this thing because the one in the schematic points towards this wall, but there's a wall there, so we got to switch that up. But that even won't be too difficult. But unfortunately, that's all the time I have for today. So thank you all so much for watching. In this episode, we made literally recreated basically a whole new diorite and andesite farm that we could probably speed up if I have some more crafters, so I might do that in between episodes. I actually did AFK copper as well. I think we have quite a few blocks now. I think we're at 180 copper blocks, so we're not at 0 anymore, which is good news. We made this thing, which is actually really fast, and it backs up really quickly. So we could, if we throw in like 40 more crafters, we don't need that much, but if we throw in like a ton more crafters, we can probably get even more output out of this. So I might have to do that. And then we also fully separately made a chorus flower and chorus fruit farm that we're going to use for end rods probably next episode. So stay tuned for that. We back with another create mod video. In the last episode, we made the chorus flower farm that you see behind me. The tutorial video came out for this. Made this diorite and andesite farm that is also really kind of cool. As you can see, I added in a couple more sets of these. I forgot. Oh yeah, that's what I was doing. I forgot to put in the cobblestone ones for these 3 extra crafters, but they'll all go in and go straight into this item vault that'll drop out diorite for us. So we're basically doubling the effective speed of this because we added double the amount of crafters. I'm gonna guess that this thing is still gonna be full by the time we turn this thing on at full speed, but we can do that a little bit later in the episode because I have some interesting plans. Everything is kind of uggo. Specifically, the main base area here is pretty bland compared to the other builds and stuff. I feel like we can upgrade this and make everything look a little bit better. The difficulty with this kind of build is that this building is way more futuristic than this one, and I think they just don't fit style-wise. So I was thinking maybe we kind of tear part of this down and have it be more run down, more ruined, still working, but cared after less. And then these were built way later to kind of make up for this kind of deterioration of this building, and that's going to require some material gathering of like leaves, vines, what other things, lichen. I think glow lichen is actually going to work pretty well, and I want to get to a couple of kind of chore-esque tasks. Like you can see here, I've actually started lighting up the roof of this place, and the difference it makes is astonishing. You can actually see the ceiling instead of it just being dark and shadowy. So we're going to get a couple more end rods in here. This is like 1 stack of end rods that I've placed in here, and it looks like 12. So we're going to need a bunch of those, but good thing we have the chorus flower farm. I'm going to need to AFK the blaze farm a little bit to get all that such situated. And I just want to make this place in total a little bit prettier because, again, no floor. How do we still have no floor? I think the first thing we want to do is set up a floor for in the hole, because if you remember a while ago, I did a poll on what we should do there. And I think the winner was shroom lights with glass on top of it. So I guess let's start building that. But before we start building, I obviously needed to get some ingredients and mostly shroom lights, a little bit of glass, but we have that automatic sand farm, so glass was easy. Shroom lights though, I hate with a passion. They're so annoying to get. You gotta fly around, get a bunch of stuff, and you have to go through the nether. It's horrible. But after that, it was pretty easy. We got all the shroom lights in. I used the wand, got the glass in. I think we did 5 or 6 layers of glass, and I think it looks great. After our handiwork, here is what it looks like. You can't actually really see it. If you squint, you can. But the benefit to this is that I can fly over this hole now. Before, if I ever got too low, I would sink all the way to the bottom and would have to break through it. So that's really good, and it still looks dope. Still looks menacing, still has its purpose of giving us lava. So that's all I really care about. But I'm glad this is finally in. It only took like 100 million episodes, and I think it looks pretty good. The second thing I want to do this episode is work on the courtyard with some custom trees that I don't know if they'll work. We want custom trees there anyway. It's been a while. The courtyard outside right now is bland. Like, these walls are just dead and sad. There's nothing anywhere. So I guess let's get into custom tree making. And when I tell you that custom trees are not my forte, I don't think I could mean it anymore. This was my first attempt at like a big custom tree, and I'm just doing the stem and the branches in this time lapse, but I think it turned out pretty okay. I do run into a couple issues that you'll see in a second, but overall I think it's pretty good. And this is what the final, well, quotes, because we don't have leaves, the final-ish product looks like. And I think I did a very good job for my first, like, decent size custom tree. We've made these. This is like a good warm-up. They're very similar and cookie cutter-y. And I think this one is a good kind of transition into real trees. I'm curious now if I use the cherry leaves or just normal birch and oak ones. So I'm just going to grab some oak ones. And I feel like birch is the only other option. I think spruce is going to be too dark. But I want to grab some birch ones and see what the color vibes look like here. Is that... I think that's just going to be too weird looking. But I guess let's try it out. I have Silk Touch on a hoe. So if this looks bad, you can always tear it apart. And I'm just going to place a bunch in willy-nilly, not really thinking about it. Because at the end of the day, it does not matter. Okay, so with a very basic bit of leaves here, this is what the color palette's gonna look like, and I honestly don't hate it. The leaves are pretty see-through, and we'll get some more air, especially into these parts, later. So I think it'll actually match pretty well with these flowered oak leaves, and I honestly think the bright pink would do too much, like if we did the bright pink cherry leaves. So I think this is a good combo. I'm curious what birch looks like. It's a little bit darker. Potentially we use these as like little shadows here and there. I think that can work pretty well. So I'm just going to get in a little more depth and a little more air, because air is a really big thing that is difficult for me and definitely other people as well to do and get looking good. So I want to do a good job with that. And I think just getting in couple of the birch leaves for shadows and then getting in a couple of the other leaf blocks will do quite a bit. All right, this is horrible looking and I'm taking it all down. Not the branches. I think the branches are still good and have a good shape, but the leaves look horrible and I honestly don't know how to fix it. So I'm just gonna not, and we're coming back to this later. But I am undoing all of this. This didn't take too long. It was mostly me futzing around and making it look bad. But oh my gosh, was that bad. It's difficult. I think the shape is incorrect, but I don't know how it's incorrect yet. So I'm gonna just come back to it and see what we get to eventually. But we have so many other things that we can be doing, and I think the shape by itself looks good, so I'm not too bummed about keeping it like this for a second. So we're back to the original shape. So many leaves that I have to pick up. And after looking it up, I do think the shape is kind of not great. I think if we were to, instead of having these weird branch offshoot things, we do something like this, where we break all of these things, and then instead here, I think we need it to go up a little bit more, and then have this same thing where we have 4 going out, but just rotate it. So we have something like this, and then trees go out here, and then we can bring this down and have it go like that, because that already looks a lot better. And I think if I replace this fence gate with a block, I lied. Let's do a stair. I think that'll look better. I'm so bad at this. All right, I think we have a shape like this. This one's bad. We're redoing that one. But I think we have a shape like this so that at different heights we have different amount of leaves and stuff. And I think that'll maybe look better, but who knows? We have the leaves on now, and I definitely think this looks better. From this angle, maybe not so much, but all the angles other than that, I think it looks really good, at least from the bottom here. We could probably reduce the height of this thing to like that, and I think it'll look better. But I think overall, this is pretty good. The only issue now is that I think the pink doesn't fit. So I have some spruce, a lot of spruce. I have some spruce, and I think this is still going to work and still going to look good, but I want to switch all of the cherry over to spruce so that it looks even better. And then I'm also going to mix up what we have here. I think we're just going to like fill that in a little bit and then call it a day. But I think for my first try, this looks really good. Let me get down here. Ooh. Skadoosh. And I think from most angles, definitely from the bottom here, it looks pretty good, and I think it's gonna look even better when the wood matches the everything else. I died. So now we're going to get in the spruce, and then it'll be done. At least the first tree. We have at least 4 more to go, probably 7 more, but I think we're only doing 1 for right now. And I guess we could do a cool transition where like some stuff is happening and I'm talking to the camera and then it's already done or whatever. But I think that would be quite a pain editing wise. So, oh wait, I already did it. So yeah, this is the new build with the darker tree. And I think this does look better. I don't know what I'm doing over here. You have got to go. And I might do a little bit more tweaking here and there, but honestly, I think it's overall pretty okay. It looks better than nothing being here, which is really what we care about. I think I want to try one more tree over here, doing what I've learned from this one and see if it looks any better. It should. I mean, this is a big tree and it's hard to build, but I think the next one's going to be better. And the next one after that, at least that is what happened with these. I think they do get better as they go along. So I suspect this one will be better, but I guess let's build it and see. And in this time lapse, I'm just going to talk about my thought process for the whole thing. Immediately, the branches are looking better, and then I go straight to shaping the outside of the tree. Because at least for me, that's like the first thing that I see when I'm looking at a tree. And then once I'm done that, I go back in, add some details, remove some blocks on the outside to just get some asymmetry, and then add a bit of droopiness, and we're done. And this is the, well, semi-final outcome. I think it looks incredible. I'm actually going to remove this and maybe even that. And I think it looks really, really good from way more angles. So you saw at the very end there, I added in some more dangly bits. I think that really added to it. Instead of making it like a flat pancake like disc on top of the tree, it felt like it made it more integrated into it. And I think that's just because that's how gravity works. Things droop, especially on the end bits there. And I think it looks really good. We do need to get some more details in there, and I think the main 2 are going to be candles and sea pickles. I wanted to try either green candles or like lime green candles, and then separately red ones to see if like maybe they could be a fruit or an apple or something. And now that I built this one, I'm kind of bummed about how this one looks. The one thing that I prefer from that one to this one is the trunk. I think the trunk on this one looks a little bit healthier and this one looks a little bit skinny. So I'm going to actually really quick fix that. Stem is done. Tree is mostly done. We need to get some detailing in. I want to get some mangrove muddy roots for the base here because that'll combine it in with the grass and make it look like it's not just plopped on top. I also want to get some rooted dirt and other things to make that look equally good. And then we're going to need to get some sea pickles and candles for the treetop area. And then I think they'll be good. And there we go. The ground is in. I think that makes it look just a little bit better. And then I want to do the same thing over here, which is now done. And now we can get on to pickles. I don't know where you find those. I suspect it's a warm ocean with like, or the coral reef, which is always found in warm oceans? I don't know. So let's get Old Faithful coral. Oh no. Oh no, I don't have a thing for that. Is it on my map? That's a coral. Okay. We need to go to Dark Mace. Wait. I think that's a... Oh, my pickaxe is almost dead. Who are you? Let's go to Dark Remembrance. This is the... Apparently, these villages spawn with waystones, which is great because now I can save one for coming here, but we have pickles, so that's how that works. I should have maybe brought bone meal, because I think if you bone meal them, they'll just pop off the stack. But in all honesty, I can just bone meal it at home and that'll be fine. I'm drowning. I honestly think 21's enough, especially if I can bone meal it. So let's see really quick if we can bone meal them. I should just be able to plop them in here. Uh-oh. I have to figure out how to get more pickles. All right, allegedly we need a sea coral block, but I brought bone meal so that we can just test the theory instead of teleporting to and fro. So, Mr. Sea Coral Pickle Sea. So I think if we do one and then yeet, yeah, okay. So it has to be on a coral. Good to know. Well, I guess let's steal a couple of these for future research. All right, I want to make quickly just a bone mealed sea pickle farm because I think it can fit in like this little area. So I'm going to try it out myself real quick to see if it works. Oh, I just found out something weird with redstone. So I'm using glass blocks here, and this is just a redstone clock. If I replace these glass blocks with spruce, I think I only need to replace one of them, it will stop working. Why is that? I have no idea. Oh, and whoa, and now it stops working over here, but if I bet, if I... That's so stupid. And if I start it again, it doesn't work anymore. That's hilarious. Okay. What if I move the sticky piston to the one over here? All right, so if we put this back now... Oh, wait, this is so strange. Oh, and now it just... Okay, redstone too confusing. Do it. Follow tutorial now. All right, according to a XP Crafted tutorial from eons and eons ago, which 2 years, we just throw in one of these boys and then a quick sticky piston. I think this won't break anything, right? That doesn't power anything weird. Perfect. So that's going to be our power going in, and then we're going to need allegedly 2 dispensers, but I don't believe him. But I also don't know how his farm works. So maybe I should honestly believe him. I don't know. But if we have 2 dispensers going, one this way and the other one that way, then it'll be good. And then I want glass everywhere here because we're going to have water here, 2 coral blocks, and then over here, another piston. And this is going to be moving the coral block back and forth. And I think if we do something like this, this will power this boy. And then if we, yeah. Cool, so that'll work. I'm curious if we need 2 dispensers, so I'm not going to put the other one in just yet. And now I think if I just throw a sea pickle on you and then try it. Oh, all right. Test numero dos. My lever ran away. But now test numero dos. This bad boy is working. I think we do want 2 dispensers in here, and I do need a hopper minecart. Okay, that's fine. We have almost a stack of pickles. And that's really what I care about. Now everything should be working. Let's empty out this thing. We'll see how many we get. I threw in quite a bit of bone meal, but let's just test it and see how much we get in like 10 seconds. Some pickles still float there. I think that's because this hopper minecart is a little bit too far over because I didn't use a wall. I used a trapdoor. Then we could scoot that over. It'll be in the way. Great. And then we'll cover this up. Blocks for the final time. I need my lever again. Bang. Beautiful. It's good enough for me. There's definitely a faster way to do this, but I honestly don't care. And we have over a stack, which is plenty. Now, sea pickles by themselves don't light up stuff because they only light up stuff underwater, which is kind of cool, but they're great for little additions here. And I don't know what I'm doing. I just heard from Pearlescent Moon that sea pickles and trees are cool. And that's what she recommends. So I'm just throwing in a bunch here and seeing what's popping. Let's see. Yeah. I mean, they're pretty simple, but pretty cool. I do want to get some candles in, potentially in the underside here, like a little hidden, so that the tree will like kind of glow at night. I think that'll be a really cool use of darkness and glowy boys. But I think the sea pickles by themselves add a little bit of bonus fun. I've already gone through a stack. Okay, maybe we need a little bit more than what I've already gotten. But this should tide us over enough for it to not be super annoying and ugly looking. All right, I've used all the pickles. I think it looks way better. Not way better. I think it looks marginally, like barely better, but still definitely better than what it did before. I'm gonna grab some honeycomb, and I think I need string, and that's all you need to make a candle, but I don't actually know. And then let's just grab some green dye. What other colors would be good? Potentially yellow or red or orange, which is a combination of the two if you have ever learned. I'm gonna do 10 of each for now. I don't know what colors are gonna be perfect. Can I re-dye stuff? The answer is no, so hopefully lime green is a good color. I think it will be if we use it as a highlight. Can't put candles on leaves? I guess it's like flammable or whatever, but that's kind of lame. What if we put candle on glass and then why not just let me put the candle anywhere? It looks like little leaves. Okay, what if they're lit on fire? I think on the outside it'll look bad. Yeah, I think that makes it look too much like a candle and not enough like a not candle. How do I put out a fire? But I think they look really good as an accent piece. And of course I need to continuously break and place down a stupid temporary block for them. Yeah, they definitely look really good. I hope they look good in the daytime, but if the nighttime's anything to go by, they're gonna work really, really well. All right, those are the light green candles. I want a couple over here, but I think we just throw some dark green on, a few here as well, and I think those will look good. Why would I put one right next to where the sea pickles are? Yeah, those look so good. Can I do multiple? Is that a thing? I think it is, but I think I need to do it on a not stupid one for some reason. Yeah, that looks really good. I think the reason sea pickles are used more is because they're easier to place in when you're using a bunch of them, but for a little bit extra contrast, I think they're really, really cool. And then I'm gonna go on the inside of the trees and light up some candles, like on the bark and wood and bits. Okay, so if we get in a couple here and light that bad boy up, yeah, already that looks really good. The green isn't super necessary, make the candles green, but I do think that if you see them, they'll blend in a little bit better with the leaves. All right, those lights are now in. It's unfortunately daytime, so we can't really see them. Okay, that's gonna be too close to the edge. That's fine. There we go. We have light in the middle of these trees so that they light up the area a little bit. And I think these are looking pretty good, pretty detailed, which is something that I don't normally do, but I want to continue a little bit on making this building a little bit more decrepit. I think first and foremost, we want to, let me get up here. We want to break down this little corner here and just make it feel like a big old crater was taken out of it. And what do we think about that? I think that's a little bit too steep on this side, potentially, but maybe if we replace that with a stair. There we go, a little bit of a hole here, and then I want to get some leaves. And I was initially thinking just throwing in a bunch of spruce, but maybe mangrove could look cool here. Yeah, I think that looks pretty cool. I want to get some moss on the roof, and I need to get vines. I don't have any, and I swear I did, but I guess I don't. I don't know where it would have gone. The good thing about vines is that if you just place one, it'll spread everywhere. So that's what I'm gonna do. And then if I just throw in some moss blocks here, oh yeah, easy peasy. And then we have some vines in. I want to throw in one or two just over here. And I honestly think that's good. We want to get some buttons in just to control the vines, because if not, they will literally grow forever. But I think other than that, this little area is good, and I think a pretty good test. I want to continue this in some other places, but maybe what we do is we just go through here, placing moss, and then maybe like just bone mealing this and seeing what it does. And I think already that makes it look so good. Oh my gosh, this wall was so bland and lame and boring. I think we need some more going like down and like snaking down like that. But I think this looks really good for what it used to be. What it used to be, for starters, was this, basically. And if we move over, you can already see it taking shape. I wanted this episode to come out last week, but I'm excited about this, and I don't want to split this up into 2 episodes. I think we just get all of the ruining done in this episode. I didn't think it was going to look this good. I didn't think it was going to make this building look like quality-wise as good as the other ones. This was, I think, my first ever real large building that I've ever made in Minecraft. I've like always made like little projects that have failed, but this is like the first real one, and it was an okay start. And then we leveled up. We leveled up more, we leveled up the most, and now we're coming back to basics. We just need to make this look ruined, and in the process, making it look really good. I think what we want a little bit more here is to do one of these, and let's see what that looks like. And honestly, I think the ruining will do best in a little time lapse. So I suppose let's get this started. Wow, another time lapse, another bit of me talking. That's what a YouTube video is about. I don't even know really what to talk about in this. I think the craziest thing is how much of a difference adding just a bunch of plants and stuff makes to it. You can see I already finished the front of it. This little side bit is now done as well. And then I went straight to the roof. I've decided that doing the back is for losers. I'm a YouTuber. You can't finish the back of a base. That's not how YouTube works. So I just did the top, but that's the end of the time lapse. So let's get back to the world. And oh my goodness, look at the transformation that has occurred in just one episode. We got the foothold in for the courtyard. These are going to take a while. I think this one took me an hour. This one took me an hour and a half. So at least 6 more hours worth of tree placing and beautifying for the courtyard. I want to change this whole fountain probably to like a little statue thing instead. I think that would look better. But the main star of the show, this looks great. This looks incredible. I, as I mentioned in the time lapse, only did kind of 2, 3 of the 5 sides because it's a square, but I didn't really do the back. It's good enough. I also didn't really do over here, and I feel like, just vibes wise, this kind of dome area should have less garbage than everywhere else, but on the inside, it still looks cool. I did a little bit of work dropping leaves down in certain parts, as you can see, and I think that makes it look really, really good from the inside. And like, I love this from the inside here. It looks so cool. And then down here, we also have some stuff, but it's not too overbearing. Obviously, a lot at the entranceway, but I think that makes a little bit of sense. And I just think it looks so cool. Let's actually take a quick look at what these trees look like in the nighttime, because we didn't actually look at them when they had the candles in because it became daytime too quickly. I think this looks good. It glows just enough. This one a little bit more. I think we had more space to place down some candles in there, but I think those both look really good. This fountain needs to change. It's too 2012, but we'll be able to change that maybe next episode, maybe not. But the base is coming along. It is getting more lively. We're getting a story of like, this used to be the main factory. Nobody cares about it. It is getting run down. We built a brand new one that generates a ton more power, even though this is our actual power generation one. This generates a ton more with the big tubes and the big cube. And then we have a train station that is being upkept because it is still useful and functioning just to connect with the barn. We still have a lot of terraforming and stuff to do, but these are big steps. I want to finish the courtyard by next episode. This fountain's got to go. It's got to be replaced by something. I don't know what. And then I want to get the rest of the trees in, the rest of the courtyard in, because we're not just doing 8 trees in here. We're going to have some little bushes, a little bit of maybe benches. I don't know. I'm going to just look up what a courtyard looks like and do that. Crazy amount of building, crazy amount of progress. I think I've gotten better at organics, and I'm just going to get better. So stay tuned for that. Another thing, inventory, crazy. This is horrible to look at. I wanted to show you before I put it all away, just to show you how great storage drawers are. That is way better. And we can put these away as well. And we just have these copper slabs. I'm curious if you can unwax them. Yes. Okay. So I'm going to do this in between episodes. The ceiling bits that are next to the ruins, I am going to convert over to blue, and that's just going to be how it is. But I think that'll make it look even better. And I love that I unwaxed all this copper last episode, or this episode? Last episode, I think. And now I'm going to make all of it go back to the most oxidized version of itself. Enough rambling. That's it for this episode. Welcome back to another Create Mod episode. In the last one, we ruined my base. That is right. We covered it with leaves, broke a bunch of holes in the roof and ceiling and walls. I mean, this used to be made of wall, and now it's made of air. On the inside here, we took chunks out of the ceiling, we added in some drooping vines and stuff, and just kind of weathered the whole thing, making it look a little bit more used, a little bit more rundown, so that the more new big boys, this big factory, and the other train station are looking even better. We also made a couple of custom trees that I'm actually going to work on today. And at the very end of the video, if I can get up here, I had unweathered this oxidized copper so we could make a little gradient here that would connect more with the leaves and then gradient out back towards the wax copper. And I think once we get that in, it'll look really amazing. The keen-eyed among you might have already seen that the courtyard is looking a little bit different already. And that's because I was already building. And in the last episode, I said it was going to take 6 hours-ish, given my previous tree's speed of building those, and I was pretty spot on. So enjoy the next 6 hours of tree building, and if you're not, hit subscribe. All right, let's go. And this time lapse is a long one. I started on just 2 trees per thing and wanted to change it up a little bit, so I decided to make this one look a little bit like burnt down and like it's got the embers smoking in a little bit. And then the next one is just another standard tree. That's the third one that's like pretty standard. And at this point, I've like kind of gotten in a groove of like, I'm vaguely aware of how to build a tree. So let's make a little bit bigger of a tree. You can see that this one's like, it's not a crazy bit bigger, but it is a ton more leaves. I just added a bit more droopiness, a bit more holes, and then this one is kind of where I stepped out of my comfort zone. I wanted to curve it so that it was more willow tree-esque, and I think I did a very good job on the shape of the tree itself. And then I made this one even more droopy. It's hard to tell really in the time-lapse, but once we get into the game, we'll see it. And then I kind of like copied the droopiness and curviness over, because normal trees curve and droop and aren't perfectly straight. So if I were to do this again, I would add a little bit of curves to the stems of the other trees, but I still think they look very good. They fit in with the build, and we're getting to the end. I think the only thing left to do is fix that fountain to make it not look like it's from 2012. But let's get back to the video. And the trees are done, and they look incredible. The amount of droopiness, the amount of like, I was hoping for this outcome of like the trees curving over the path like this, and I didn't think I would be able to do it. Starting with these 2 trees, I was not very confident. I mean, there's not much path droopage, but then I figured out how to go sideways, diagonal building. It's crazy. I think it turned out incredibly. We need to fix this fountain. It looks like it's from 2012, as I mentioned, but just let's go through the trees. We started off in the time lapse with this one, which is pretty standard, pretty tall, straight up, normal. By the end, I just strung down these vines to make them more droopy. I apparently went for the willow tree vibe. I didn't mean really to do that at the start, but it's a gorgeous tree. If you don't know what a willow tree is, it's up on the screen now. They're so cool. They're so cool looking. And then after building that, I was like, maybe 6 or 8 of these exact trees is going to be a lot of repetition. So maybe we just throw in a burnt one for some reason that's burning. And I wanted to use, I thought there was a branch. I wanted to use glass as a like way to show the steam. I tried. I think it gets the point across, and it's not scar level, but maybe we'll get there eventually. I still think it looks pretty good. And then we moved on to the biggest boy, I suppose. If we fly up to the top here, it is looking a lot more overgrown, a lot less pristine, which I really like. This one's a little bit bigger, quite a bit taller, where you have a 5 wide trunk that goes into this canopy. This took so many leaves, like it doesn't feel like it's that much bigger. It covers the entirety of the path to over here. That is almost double the size of any other tree here, and that's just the diameter. So yeah, it's way bigger. It's kind of disc shape. I don't know how to fix that really. I think the only way to fix it is to not have one this big and this disky. That was a word. Don't even worry about it. And then we went over to the curvy boys. I wish I curved all of them. Honestly, like this just looks so good. It makes sense arc-wise that it wants to go away from the tree or the building as much as it can, because then it has more room to grow. And I do wish I curved all of them. But I think it's good that there's some variation. I don't hate that all of them aren't curved. This one's easily my favorite. These two just curve kind of in towards the pathway. This one curves diagonally in towards the pathway, and it looks so cool. Like it's so willow tree-y, all the vines are drooping. From the top, it doesn't look as good because it's very horizontal, as you can see, but I still like it. It still looks really good. And then the final two, I banged out in, I think, only an hour and a half, so I'm killing it. It looks so cool. It's the perfect entrance into this area. I want to tear down this fountain and just see what it looks like without it. We're not keeping the fountain regardless, so tearing it down isn't going to be an issue, but I'm curious, and this will decide what we're building as the final build way over there that we haven't even started yet, what we're doing with that. Because if the view here is just beautiful, I think we somehow have the building have a big old hole in the center so we can keep looking through it. That'll also make it so that we can see the train pass by, and I think that would be pretty neat. If the view is cool without the fountain, we might have our work cut out for us for this building, just to make it like maybe a big old archway or something, like the thing in France, Arc de Triomphe. I think that's what it is. But a big old arch here where it's just like cool for no reason, like every old thing that's ever existed. And I think if it looks cool, it'll look sick. So I think let's tear down this thing, because, you know, I tried my best in ye old days. It looks stupid. I have all the materials that I need. I just need some blocks to block off the water from flowing. And honestly, with the backpack mod, I think moss is my favorite scaffolding block. It is Instamine. Oh, let me build. It is Instamine with a hoe, and since we have the advanced tool swapper automatically, it's just full Instamine no matter what, which is incredible. Obviously, in normal games, you can't Instamine it with a hoe, and you're usually not carrying around a hoe. But if you are, all right, it is nighttime, but this is what it's looking like. Honestly, I think that makes it look better. Obviously, we're not going to have this kind of floor in here, but having this open, I kind of like, I think. So I think for now, we just keep this open, but we're not done with these little courtyard areas here. Just because trees exist doesn't mean that we can't have little flowers, little benches maybe, like some pathways in between them, have it like a communal space for employees of whatever place this is, tear down the old building incorporated, and maybe we have like a cool little garden walkway thing of like a city or Central Park vibes. Because they have like the main large pathway, but then they have all their other winding paths and stuff. And I think just doing that could be kind of fun. And the beauty with, excuse you, the beauty with grass is that we can just right click it and get these path blocks that are different enough from the dirt that we're using for the trees themselves. So we can actually differentiate what is grass and what is roots and dirt and stuff from all the other trees and everything else. But let me fix up this floor and then we can get to better decorations and finishing up the courtyard. The center pathway is all in now. We just replaced it, threw in some of the classic good old-fashioned granite, polished granite and brick, and it's looking good. The next thing that we need now that this is in is some lights for the center bit area here. Obviously we have the edges all good because of this cool trick with lights just under trapdoors here, but we don't have that in the center here, and I'm not really sure what we can do. I probably am gonna do some little street lights that go up and over the pathways here, and then maybe like some bigger ones or a center one here that just goes like straight up and then has street lights on either side like this, but that will block the view that we just created. So I'm gonna try to avoid that. If I can do it, that'd be great. If I can't, then too bad, and we'll have to put something in the center here, and I still don't think that'll be too big of an issue. Looking at it though, from way back here, it definitely looks way better with the normal floor, and I think it does look better than even like itself with the fountain in there. So I think we keep it empty, at least the best that we can. If we have to put lights in the center, then we have to, and that's just how it's gonna go. But I think I can manage getting lights in here along the pathways and still not like obstructing our view at all. Let's get those lights in. And I thought let's do a fun little transition where we just spin around and they're in. And I wish this actually fixed our issue with the whole middle area being not lit up, but it doesn't. What it does do is look cool. These are a thing that I stole part of, like this little tube bit. That's not what this is. Fence post bit I stole, and then I thought of the spruce hanging signs with the lights below it. I think it looks pretty cool. And then we just copied it along the way. And the beautiful thing about this is that these signs can go sideways, so it actually looks good diagonally, which is rare, I feel like, with normal fence post stuff. But the center is still super dark. So potentially what we do is we just light up the center like that. Maybe get a light block, or that looks bad. I'm not sure what we can do. Maybe we could do like manhole covers and have just 4 of them around. That might be doable. And I think that could actually look pretty cool. So this might work. That kind of looks like a manhole cover. I don't hate it. The issue is that we are right underneath this area here. So we could do something where we have them like this. Where's this light? Here we go. And we have them in the 4 sides like that. And I think that would actually work and still look okay. So if we do that, yeah, that looks fine. Those look pretty much like manhole covers. I am a-okay with those being there. And it lights up the center, creates a pretty consistent light path, and doesn't block the main view that we care about through the center there with any ugly bits or anything. And this looks pretty cool. The next step is just going to be breaking these blocks here. Well, maybe not exactly here, but somewhere. Making a path that like loops around, maybe goes behind the tree and then comes out here. I think that could be really cool. And then if we could hook it all up, potentially have something like this, where we go like here and then straight through here. Oop, and then this way, where we then go back around this way or something like that. And then we just go around this tree and then out this way or something. And I think a little winding path that goes all the way around like this could be really cool. I'm not sure if it's going to look too crowded though, so we do have to take that into consideration. But I suspect it will be okay. So I guess let's get that in. I'm gonna keep it relatively simple because we do have these rooted dirt packed mud areas here. So I might try to do a normal packed mud little pathway with some just normal path blocks and some mud bricks. I don't know yet if it's going to look good and if it's going to mesh too much with the roots that we have here already. We might need to switch this up to just these muddy mangrove roots, but I was wrong. And I have done a little bit more work. There's a lot of things to go over. First and foremost, these leaves used to not be birch, but I think to just fit the vibe more, I switched them all to birch. The pink didn't really fit in, and especially the oak leaves didn't really match with the moss, which, let me talk about. We made the pathways weave and wind, looking amazing, and I used these hedges as kind of like a way to, I don't even know, like just make you appreciate the area a little bit more. So we have the pathways, we have some lights in here now, and I think the pathways go pretty good. They move around the area really nicely and make it just so that it feels cool. I probably should light up this area a little bit more, but overall, I love it. It looks incredible. I wanted something to like kind of outline where the path was, to differentiate the path and the dirt and the roots and stuff of the tree. And I feel like this is kind of the best bet because in at least some parks, not all of them, at least some, they have like little bushes that outline where the path is and are like, don't go further past the bushes because then you could die. They also use it to kind of backdrop buildings so that you don't see the building walls as much because they're usually kinda uggo and stupid. So I've done both at least a little bit in places that I can. Obviously not this one because it is right up against the building, but over here I have it so that the kind of hedges go along the building, and I've just like randomized it between 1 and 3 blocks because having it just like 2 blocks tall or 3 blocks tall made it feel like we were in a pixelated movie, and that wasn't really the vibe I was going for. But I think overall, let me actually plop that there. I think overall it turned out incredible. This is at normal brightness volume. Everything is lit up except for the this area here and then the same thing over there. So maybe we replace this bad boy with another one of our patented lamp posts. But then other than that, everything's lit up. It looks pretty cool. And with shaders, it looks even better. Just like walking around here feels like I'm in a park at night. Now, I'm not really sure if I should be putting in bushes in like little spaces here. I probably should. And maybe that's the thing we do next. But just like walking around here makes it feel like you're in a park, in a little courtyard thing. Maybe not a industrial courtyard type of thing, but definitely something really cool. And I want to wait until the moon gets in that gap so we can just walk through with a cool view. Just the hue, the glow from the moon as it's coming down looks so cool. And this is why you build all of your builds facing west, because the sunset, the moon set, is that a thing that exists? Looks so cool. Jeez, and it's already gone, but looking super cool. And this is easily one of the most beautiful builds I've ever done. I think we get in a few bushes, maybe a little bit of rockiness in here, and the shaders are done. And maybe a little bit of rocky boys, like little pebbles or something in here. And then I think the courtyard's done. I think we just need to fill up some of the big spaces and then we're good. And we've now done that. I just used some tuff, some moss, some stone to make some little boulder rock boys. I know this, everyone says this every time they make a pretty build and then they add little rocks. It does so much to the area. Like, it draws your eye to it immediately, because it's like the only non-green and brown thing, and it makes it look so cool. This area still, we probably want a little bit more things here, but otherwise, everything is pretty, like, compact. I have a little rock here with just some stairs and slabs that looks sick. There's one over here that's just a slab in the ground, which I really like. And then I accidentally crafted some trapdoors, or whoa, those aren't trapdoors, pressure plates. So I just had to use them because otherwise I would feel bad. And then again, the tuff and moss and stone just work so well together. I wish I was in 1.21 because then we would have all the tuff variants. But just adding that little bit of stone, that little bit of gray, kind of just pulls everything together. And the courtyard's done. Courtyard looks amazing. And we still have so much time in this video. So what even could we do next? Well, I have a great idea. For some reason, I think when I upgraded the mod pack to the newest version, these stopped working. These were, these were refilling stations, and I have it set to a filter of a full one of these should make it work. I can actually put this one in here too. A full fueling tank, dyslexia, fueling. I figured it out. When this thing's full, it should drop itself out. But where's my wrench? Boomer, boomer, boomer. It feels like I've forgotten how to play the game since I've only been building for that long. But if I just like have it drop, it just drops all of them, even if they're empty, which is not the ideal circumstance. There are ways to do it better, and that's kind of what I want to focus on. But, oh, is it okay? Is it safe? It is. Okay, we're fine. Time to go back through my whole hatch. But the first thing I want to focus on is an obsidian generator. The reason for this is, I'll let you in on a little secret, I don't have a video for this last Friday when this video comes out, and I want to make an automatic obsidian farm, and I might as well show you my design process. And then we can also get to figuring out how to do the water filling things so that they actually work, which will be great. But I don't know how to make obsidian. Well, I do. I think it's actually going to be really easy. But if we go to the crafting table, how do you make it? So we can crush obsidian, we get a 75% chance. I don't think that's how we do it though. Bulk washing of this could be interesting, where we get magma creams and craft it. I don't think that would work, but that could be cool. There's not a way to make magma blocks with lava, right? I don't think so. I think we just do a normal, we pump lava from one of our many, Exhibit A. We pump lava, we break it, and then we fix it. So we just do this, but have an automatic braking system. that also picks it up. All right, so I just set up a little test thing to see if this will even work. I want to stop this really quick. What I'm doing here is I am using a smart observer to observe when obsidian is placed here. And then I am just using a cart with, I'm going to replace this with a storage block thing right there. It's actually probably better if we move this to here. And then get under there. Okay. Like that. And then placing this here. Now, all that we have to do is hook up the lava. And yes, that will make obsidian. That's what I was worried about. So the issue now is that this barrel is just not picking anything up. That's fine for the most part. I think if we just get in a lava source or a pickup source of some sort, then it'll work flawlessly. But already we have 10 obsidian. That is brilliant. And obviously for the tutorial that's coming out on Friday, this is going to be a little bit better, and we're going to have an automated lava generator if you don't have an infinite source like this. But if you do, it's really that simple. We just need a collection system and we're good. I just thought of something. Maybe if we put a brass funnel here, it's locked. Maybe that's fine. I don't know. Let me switch these two around just in case. But my thinking is maybe if we put a brass funnel here, it will just let us drop out items. Because on the cobblestone generators that I'm not using here, but are in most of my new contraptions, just having a brass funnel here lets that drop stuff out that's still powered. Dang it. I didn't consider that. Okay, we're moving that bad boy to, oops, excuse me, to over here just to have it. And then we'll glue you. Who cares? This is just for testing. Let's hook this back up to lava. No, back to the drawing board, I guess. This is a very good start, though. I didn't think this would work as well as it does. All right, another update. This one should be the final one. We have a fully working system. I have moved, and this is kind of brilliant that this is allowed, the water source into a leaf block. So we're in a leaf block right now. It's hard to see, but from the outside, leaves, and then that still makes it obsidian somehow. And then to pick up all the items, we just have hoppers going down onto the belt and into our main storage system. I don't know, do I have obsidian as a storage item? We should see it going up. 25, 26, 45, 46, 47, 48. This is just the speed that lava travels. So this is the max speed with just one pump. We could... I don't think we could speed it up for this one. We can always duplicate it and just get rows and rows of them, but that might add in some difficulty since this isn't one wide and tileable. Perhaps I can get that in if I used a hopper minecart and put the water below. I think that would work, but for me, that's not super necessary. Maybe I throw that in for the tutorial because it would be pretty cool if it's one wide tileable. Anyway, this is now working. We have unlimited obsidian. That's actually kind of tough to say. So now we can make those like kind of difficult, but not difficult enough for it to really matter things of the sturdy sheets, which are used for the large filling things, some enchantment things, and then the train schedules and some other train casings and stuff. So not super useful, but when it is useful, it's really useful. I don't yet have an on and off switch for this. I suppose we could just have a lever here that turns this thing on and off. Do I have a lever in this? Of course not. I hate being prepared. But if we just throw a lever on top of this, then it's always off. Cool. And now to get to the more challenging one, figuring out how to keep the water boys from getting water. I think potentially we can again use the smart observer. And if we just throw it down and rotate it, let me rotate you, and then have it looking this way. I'm not sure if we can make it look at water, but if we can, no. We could probably use a normal observer, honestly. What I want to do is see if the item continues to pick up water, and then when it does, when it stops, we unlock the mechanism here. Let me turn you. That's not how real observers work. Bonk. And then once a pulse extender stops running, we can then power this, or depower it, it'll let one item through, and then we'll just repeat the process. So we have a first test here that when it starts filling up, it's good. It works flawlessly. As soon as it gets full, it turns itself off and drops it out. The only issue that we're running into, where are some empty ones? The only issue that we're running into is that it is too quick between like turns, essentially. So we need to figure out a way to power it all the time until this observer stops seeing it. And then as soon as it stops seeing it, we depower it and then repower it right away. And that is a little bit more challenging than initially anticipated. I am genuinely the smartest person in the world. While I was editing that last clip, I thought of this, and it is honestly so simple, but so brilliant. I might be the smartest person ever. So what we're doing here is it's the exact same process. What is happening is we are powering the brass funnel all the time, except for when the observer is being powered. The reason for this is because then this is powering the observer. So when the observer is powering and this thing is taking water out, this will be powered, this will be off. This will be powering this until it's full. The second it's full, the observer will stop powering this, this will turn off, and then 2 ticks later, this one will turn off, turning this line back on. So for 2 ticks, this will be depowered and will take out the thing in its hand. Now, hopefully, if we fill up multiple of these, 2 ticks is just enough time for it to drop one off, but not multiple. I can change this and lower it down to 1 tick if I need, but you can see it happen here. This one's gonna turn off and then 2 ticks later, the other one. And there we go. These are both full. I'm so smart. This is crazy. It is kind of ugly and in the way, so we can fix that, but I'm just bamboozled that this actually worked right away. Oh my gosh. This was like the 3rd thing I tried. That should not... This feels like big brain moment. I don't think I've ever seen this either. Maybe we can make another video on this. Maybe another tutorial coming soon. This is crazy. I can't believe this actually worked. It worked so well. You don't need filters. It's all like basic create mod, vanilla create mod, whatever. Easy. Okay, now I just need to make it look less ugly. I don't know how to do that. And compact it, I didn't. But I did move it over here, which means it should work. I don't have any empty ones, so I guess we'll never know. I guess we'll try that out next episode, and in the meantime, I can take down this one. And there we go, ugliness cleared away fully. Both of the smart filling stations are now fully in. We just throw our empty ones in the barrel, obviously lava for one and water for the other, and it'll just work. At least it should, because I can't test it. But that is going to do it for this video. This is easily the most progress I've ever made on a video. So if you're here to the end, like this video, because I need it for my mental health. And if you're not subscribed somehow, definitely subscribe. We made this entire courtyard. We started out with 2 trees, like across from each other, this one. And we ended the video with 8 trees, one of them burned down, 8 trees, pathways, different leaves here, little lights that light up the area, and just a perfect vibe of the entire area here. We also, I almost forgot about this, made an obsidian farm in this video. This one is so simple, just requires a hopper. It's already connected up to our main storage system. And then we finally fixed my biggest complaint about the new update. I don't know why this happened or what, but we fixed the large filling and fueling tanks with these 2 systems, and they're in the same place now, so I don't have to go to different buildings to do it, and everything's all working, and it's working great. Sup nerds, we back with another Create Mod video. In the last one, we made this entire courtyard that I am walking through right now. It looks beautiful. We made 8 total trees, made some cute pathways with some lights and stuff, and it's looking incredible. We also briefly made some large fueling and filling tank refillers that actually work. And then a quick little obsidian farm as well, that if we turn on here, you can see that it is working, creating obsidian, and it puts it back in our main storage system over there. As you can tell from the title though, we have a big episode ahead of us. I have been putting it off because I'm lazy and scared of making more netherrack and other machines. Hold on, this is such a funny sight. We have literally like a 20 by 30 area here that has like one little bit there and one little bit here, and that is it. for this entire area of experience, I want to get hyper experience. If you don't know, with the Create Enchantment Industries mod, we have normal experience. It can be put in liquid form and used to make books and other stuff like that, and duplicate books and stuff. It's really, really great. Hyper experience is even better. It lets you add 1 additional like XP level to anything. So if you put efficiency 5 on a pickaxe, with hyper experience, it'll automatically bring it to efficiency 6. That is crazy. You can't go any higher than efficiency 6, unfortunately, but that 1 extra efficiency or extra unbreaking or extra silk touch doesn't work, but extra fortune or protection would be crazy. Swift sneak 4, oh my gosh. Could you imagine? I would be zooming. I'm already kind of fast, but it would be faster than just normal walking. It would be crazy. So that's what we're getting in today. I have a vague plan, but it's a lot of steps. So to get to hyper experience, we need to superheat lapis, glow ink sacks, and normal XP. Lapis is only fully automatable by getting clerics and automating them to get lapis. However, if we crush a lapis ore, you get at a minimum 10, and then a deep slate is 12, potentially 13. So I'm not too worried about needing a ton of those. And then we also need glow ink sacks. These are a little bit more difficult, but with this ink sack to glow ink sack converter with just a soul campfire, I'm not too worried about it. The harder bit is going to be the blaze cake bit. So this needs to be put into a blaze burner with a mechanical arm. And these blaze cakes are automatable, but that is the difficult part, automating them. You need eggs, sugar, and cinder flour. Eggs and sugar are both pretty simple. You can make a vanilla farm for that, let alone create one, but cinder flour is a little bit more difficult. We have this over at the redstone farm where we crush netherrack into cinder flour. And honestly, you don't need a ton of this to make a relatively quick liquid XP farm, because you only need 1 of these every, I think it's 5 minutes or maybe a minute and a half to keep the blaze superheated. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't think we're gonna need more than 1 of these. So a blaze cake every minute 30 is not too bad. We're probably only gonna need 1 netherrack combiner here with andesite and netherwort, so it really shouldn't be too difficult. This is a ton of steps. So I want to quickly go into creative and make an automated blaze cake farm with the mods that we have installed here, because I don't think the netherrack conversion is a base create mod. I think this is something separate, but create more recipes, yes. So it's not a base create one, but it is pretty common. So let's get into a creative world and try to figure that out. I'm in a tree. So let's go over the easier 2 first. So we need sugar and egg. This can be a basic egg. We have a bunch of Alex's mob eggs, but you could, as you saw, we could just do a basic egg. And then for sugar, we could do honey or sugarcane. I think for this small farm, I am just going to do sugarcane and probably just throw it in a milling system. This thing takes a lot less stress units than a crushing wheel, and we don't need a ton of it. My quick question that I'm going to have, so I might as well test it now, is can mechanical harvesters harvest this type of thing? So if we connect this up and flip it around, it does, but it doesn't replant it. I would love if this would let us put a barrel in the middle and pick it up for us. That does seem to be the case, but we just need to increase the height of this by 1 block. There we go. And if we switch this back, it'll pick up all the sugarcane. And that is honestly probably all that we need for this little farm here, since again, sugarcane is not going to be the slowest bit of this farm. It's going to be the cinder flour. To move on now to the egg farm, this is going to be as simple as placing down a hopper, placing stone around it, and spawning in a bunch of chickens. These guys will just lay eggs for us. And if I get enough in, they start entity cramming, then we'll have enough. There we go. So these guys will just give us eggs in here, and that will be good enough. Now to the cinder flour. This should be relatively easy, but I'm not confident. So as I mentioned, we need netherrack to make this, and these chickens are so loud. As I was saying, we need netherite to make this, which is just andesite and netherwort. Honestly, is probably still worth it to have this system also farm netherwort for us, because I want this to be relatively self-sustaining and self-sufficient. So we have netherwort in here as well. This just goes to this portable storage interface. And then we are going to need andesite. I don't want to create a whole cobblestone generator for just andesite, since we have 2 andesite farms already in our world. So this part isn't not going to be included in the cinderflower farm, but I think that's okay. So when this portable storage interface connects up with this one, we will need to get a shaft, or I guess a belt, with a funnel coming off of this thing onto the belt. The belt then needs to have the sugarcane go into the millstone. So we'll do that, set the filter for that, and then that will drop down, I suppose, into a hopper, which will be the sugar outputting here, and we'll deal with that in a second. After that is the nether wart. This is going to be combined with andesite in a basin that has to be heated with a blaze burner, and that will be right next to this one over here. Then we'll have andesite over on this side coming in as well, and then on this side here we'll dump out the netherrack. That netherrack will be dropped off, go into a funnel, into a chute, into these crushing wheels, which will then pop out cinderflower, and that makes the blaze cakes here. And there we go, we have a working system here. It makes quite a few blaze cakes. We are running, well, maybe not anymore. We were running at a faster tick rate just so we could get, why didn't this go the whole way? Are we allergic to continuing? So what I've done, I have put in a automatic lava generator. I don't know if this is gonna be enough. I haven't tested the speeds or anything, but it should be fine. The farm over here is just on a 5-minute timer just because of this pulse extender. So we do have 10 more cinderflower than we do sugarcane. And that is because each one of these netherwort, even though it's one, like we get the same amount of netherwort and sugarcane, the netherwort is 1.5 netherrack instead of the sugarcane's just 1-to-1. So if we cared, we could add 3 more sugarcane, or like cut this by 1/3. Is that the right math? I don't know. But honestly, it's probably fine. I think if we remove these 2, it'll be great, and it should be a little bit closer to fully even. We don't want too much sugarcane when we have the room for extra netherwort and stuff. So I think I'm okay with it just being this. We'll see if we need to increase it or decrease it at all. I'm hoping the lava is enough, and then the final thing is andesite. I have kind of decided that I want this to be a, like, just drop it into your world kind of thing, where it's not creating a ton of blaze cakes per hour, or per minute, or per whatever, but it's creating probably enough for 1 or 2 people, and you should be able to expand it if you want to. So maybe I do just get in a quick andesite crafter thing. All right, we now have a little andesite farm thing in here. It is using a different recipe than what I normally do. I normally do this crafting recipe. It's using the gravel and 2 flint with some lava. We're doing that because we already have lava in here, and I don't want to deal with more of that. Why is this being all weird? Oh, because chutes are bad. But this is the farm. I'm gonna run it and test it to make sure that we are getting enough blaze cakes to at least run this liquid XP a little bit. I suspect we'll be okay, but I'm gonna get a barrel really quick and replace this creative crate so that we can see how long it takes. I'm gonna time it probably for like an hour and just see how many we get. I want to make sure that we make 1 at least. We're out of lava. Okay, so that might be an issue going forward. But if that's our issue, this is easy to expand. I'm not super worried about that. But yeah, I'm gonna AFK this, see how many we get, and if we need to speed up lava, we can definitely do that. And oh my gosh, thank goodness I did this, because there were a lot of things wrong with it. Lava was number 1, so we expanded that, just moved it out 1 block, and I think out 1 block this way, and now lava is not our issue. The andesite, we were making way too much cobble, and this was backing up. I think I picked up like 5 or so stacks that were just sitting on top of the hoppers, with the hoppers being full. They're still full, but less full now. I also halved the speed of the mechanical drill from the rest of the system. I think we're just gonna run this at 25 RPM, or whoa, 32 RPM. Because that's the bare minimum we can do for the mixer, and everything still works fine, and that's not an issue. Eggs actually were surprisingly fine. They didn't need any changes. And then the farming system is what needed changes. I won't talk about the math because I still don't really get it, but We need 11 netherwort and 9 sugarcane. I think that's because we get 2.1 sugar per sugarcane. I don't know, but this is the best ratio that I found. I don't know the rates. I actually haven't tested this new version, but we're just gonna throw it into our world, and I think that's the same one up there. Let's get this in the world. We'll need to find some chickens. I think I have them in the pen still, and then we can turn this thing on and get some hyper experience. All right, so this blaze cake farm is kind of gigantic, and I don't know if there's a way to rotate it in the best possible like orientation and stuff. I think we just throw it up against one of these walls and call it a day. I feel like here is going to be a little bit better, and then I probably want to rotate you. Maybe not, because that blocks the whole area. What I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this and get it in here. I guess I just have to go downstairs and get more wood to remake these bookshelves, but I'm going to put it in this corner here so that it is out of the way, and hopefully it will fit, but I actually don't have that high of hopes. It does not fit, but that's fine. We can remove some of the extra stuff here that was honestly just used for me to get a bunch of shears, as you can see. I have a few. But if we just get rid of the rest of that, we can move this barrel that we probably should do that too. Okay, I think this is going to be the best setup that we have. The output is right here, but we can always route that a different direction. If we rotate it, it gets us too far in the way, so we're not going to do that, but I think that's all right. I need to get in the materialist and, oh my gosh, it's 9 pages. That's fine. I'm okay. I'm great. I'm doing swell. Well, I guess it's a quick material gathering session, and then we can get this thing in. All right, we have all of the ingredients that we need. Everything is green. They're in the backpack in this barrel here. I obviously don't have chickens. We'll need to grab them from over there. But otherwise, we are good to start placing stuff. Now, we will need to connect this up to power. That won't be too difficult. I probably want to set up a rotation speed controller. But while this is running, I'm going to grab some chickens. Oh, you know what? I could throw the eggs and have them spawn that way. Yeah, and I have 56 eggs here, so I think we'll be okay. I'll obviously have to breed them a little bit, but if I grab some seeds, I can make the babies older and then get more. And it's already going. We're placing in quite a few. Okay, obviously that won't work. Sugarcane no leg place right now because we have no water. But we can get that in once this is just finished placing so that we have water in here and everything's working, and then we'll be good. There we go. It's done. We need lava in and then chickens. This is the lava one. The chickens are over here. Where are the chickens? Are the chickens here? Oh, the chickens are here. Hello. You better make a chicken person for me. Oh, there we go. Go. Nice. We have at least 2, which is just enough. But I would like more. There we go. A 3rd. 4th. 5th is good. A 6th is even better. Okay, perfect. So that means we should be okay. We should have enough. And then these guys just need to get breeded up, and then we'll be good. It's raining through the hole in the ceiling that I made. Oops. Don't jump out. Don't do that. You're not allowed. Okay, while we're waiting on that, let's get in the lava for everywhere except for this big area and the water. We need lava there, and then I think water in this little area here. Yes. And then we also need some water in here, and I'm going to do a professional gamer strategy of using an infinite water source. And then we can place the sugarcane in. So now we just have to wait for these chickens, and I guess in the meantime, we can connect this thing to power and figure out how to make the hyper experience, because we will need a superheated blaze burner, a basin, and a mixing thing with lapis, glowing sex, and liquid XP. I would ultimately want to set up a timer thing where it checks to make sure that I have like a stack of glowing sex, a stack of lapis, and enough liquid XP to make a full batch of liquid hyper experience, because we don't want to waste any blaze cakes. I suspect it won't be the limiting factor. Why is this pipe like this? There we go. I suspect the blaze cakes won't be the limiting factor because it's the one thing we can fully automate, but I still want to maybe set up a system that does that. I don't know if it's going to be worth it just yet, but we'll figure it out. And I guess in the meantime, I can also pick all these things up. All right, so we can hook it up to power. I don't know if this is going the right way, so I have turned this off for the time being. It looks like it is. So the cobblestone generator obviously works. That's going to be the easy part. We need to make sure the lava works. And are these chickens adults yet? No, we still have 600 seconds. Anyway, at least this mostly works. Everything looks like it's going correct enough. So all we have to do now is basically wait for the nether wart to grow, this thing to move back and forth, to collect our items for us, and we obviously need lava to hook this whole thing up. And I would maybe remove these tubes and just hook it up to normal lava, but I honestly think it's kind of cool to have them here, so I'm not going to. I also grabbed a blaze burner that we are going to superheat. I'm curious if we can do it manually. I don't know what the rules are with that. But anyway, when we superheat that, we'll need a basin, which I think is... Yes. That goes on top, and then we're going to need a mixer on top of that boy, and that will make us the liquid XP. I have given up, and I'm just connecting lava to it with our infinite source, because one, it's infinite, and two, it's taking so long to get these chickens going that I'm just going to start the farm with it not being at full speed yet, because we don't have enough chickens, and I'll just suck up the consequences. It's overstressed. Okay, so everything's back up and running, but we've 33,000 SU remaining. These are still running. These ones take up a lot. Let me turn these off. We're back down to 76,000 remaining. So I've just saved us 30,000, 35,000 stress units. Let's turn this on. This shouldn't overstress now. Beautiful. I mean, it's only going at 32 RPM. I don't see how much it could use. There's 74,000 remaining. That means it uses like 3,000. Why was it yelling at me? I suspect what happened, I've been having issues ever since connecting up the main generators to these windmill things. Ever since I've connected them up, I've had weird stress units not working issues. And I think that's what happened, where we can turn stuff on again and it'll be fine. But for some reason, sometimes it breaks. But that's not a huge issue. We have stuff happening. At least we should. We have nether wart in here. We don't have andesite yet, but I suspect we'll get it. I need to make sure we're getting lava in here. We are indeed, which means we should have some. Oh, we do have sugar. Okay. So we have sugar. We will, once this fills up, get andesite. We have nether wart in here. It looks like it's going to work, and then we can get some blaze, whatever these are called. I also set up this little system that just drops ink sacks and converts it. It doesn't need to be the fastest thing in the world. It'll just convert it into glow ink sacks. I think the next thing we need to do, honestly, is get more glow ink sacks. We have a ton of lapis. I think we have 1,000. I only have like 30 glow ink sacks total. So we're only gonna really be able to upgrade one of our tools to full efficiency. At least that's my guess. I don't know for sure if so this one, obviously, like Sweeping Edge 3, it says consumed experience 130 millibuckets. The hyper experience, you only get 10 millibuckets per lapis and glowing sack, which means with all the glowing sacks that we have, we'll only get like 320 millibuckets. If the consumes experience level is the same, then we can only really upgrade 2 or 3 things at most, which is not really that great. I haven't gotten in the last little bit of this though. We need to connect up this fluid tank here to this blaze burner that we then need to convert into an enchanting boy. And there we go. We have this set up. And once we get hyper experience in this thing, then we'll be good to go. The only issue now is that we need to set the filter of experience to hyper experience itself with this smart fluid pipe, because otherwise normal experience is going to come in here and we do not want that. All right, and I hear stuff happening. Yes, that's our third blaze cake. Nice. There's another. Okay, so that means that this thing is working even with the less chickens that we have, which actually, let me breed you guys. Come on, make more babies. But we have blaze cakes, and I don't know if I'm allowed to, but I want to try to just click this on here, and it's superheated. Okay, so that means we are making liquid hyper experience, and now we're getting all of it. It is working, and I think 100% correctly. Now, to get the water bottle thing that we need to set that filter, we just need a bottle of hyper experience, which is just going to be a spout onto a depot with a bottle on it. And we can set that up really quickly, I think. I'm also curious if we can just right click this thing. It doesn't look like it, but if we put it on the spout and then connect you for a second, there we go. And if we just put back in the smart fluid tank pipe, whatever it's called, and then connect that up, we will get all the hyper experience that we need. This boy's blue. We have hyper experience. It's not enough to enchant anything yet. We only have 90 millibuckets, unless we can, let me grab a book. just to make sure, efficiency 5 on you, it'll say 355 liquid hyper experience. Okay, well, at least we have the blaze cakes for it. We just don't have the glowing sacks, which is such a shame. Well, now that we know what we need, I think let's go on a quick ink gathering session so that we can finally enchant our first item and get efficiency 6 on a netherite pickaxe. That'll be sick. I'm also glowing because I accidentally threw one of the hyper experience things. And I have night vision, I guess. Oh man, don't you love murdering squid in the murdering squid montage? We have more ink sacks. We'll be able to make at least enough hyper experience to enchant my pickaxe with efficiency 6. I'm so excited. I haven't used efficiency 6. Can I mine deep slate fast enough? Can I insta-mine it with efficiency 6 and haste? I have no idea. Make! Cook! Oh, there was one. Cook! Ink sacks are in. We gotta spice this boy up. We have 4 blaze cakes right now. We have under 100 to go. We have more than 10 ink sacks left. So yeah, we will be able to enchant this bad boy. One more and then it starts. Yes. Enchant. Go. Ooh, it's beautiful. Let's try it out. I want to go outside. Can I insta-mine stone with it by itself? I have no idea. Oh, I can. The next test is deep slate. I'm just going to dig straight down. Okay. We're at deep slate, so that is relatively the same. But what if we get on our haste 2? Oh, but still not fast enough. We destroy every other block though. Deep slate still not fast enough, but normal instamine with stone without needing haste 2. That's why I was using the andesite exoskeleton, just so I could get the haste 2 buff when I was terraforming and digging out part of the mountain and stuff for the base, but now we don't even need it. We have unlimited haste 2 basically, efficiency 6. We got the entire hyper experience set up this episode. And next episode, the main thing that we're doing, we need a squid farm because we're already done. Oh wait, no, we need more lapis. I have that. We still definitely need more ink sacks. We have, what, a stack total. We can probably actually get unbreaking on this thing. But what I want to see is how fast Swift Sneak 4 is. Oh, it consumes 900 millibuckets? Okay, well, tune in next episode for that. That is so expensive. We're gonna need a whole squid farm for this. Welcome back to another Create Mod episode. In the last one, we made the system you see behind me. If you missed that one, I designed and built in this world a blaze cake farm. This thing is obnoxiously complicated and is pretty slow. I think it's 1 blaze cake every 90 seconds or something. It makes a bunch of blaze cakes. We have 59, which is a ton. And if you don't know how blaze cakes work, if we just right click the blaze cake, oh, I have some in my inventory. On a blaze burner, it turns into a blue fiery boy. This thing then makes liquid hyper experience. I don't think I can actually see it, but at the top of the blaze enchanter, you can see that we have 318 millibuckets in there. It makes liquid hyper experience, which we can then use to get efficiency 6 or unbreaking 4, or we can't get soak detrimenting, or swift sneak 4, which I am so excited for. The only issue is that it is so expensive. We currently have swift sneak 4 in there, but we need 886 millibuckets of liquid hyper experience, which means we need like a stack of glowing sacks, a stack of lapis, and a ton of XP, which thankfully we do have because we have our XP farm just below here. If you've forgotten about this, that makes sense. It's been like 40 million episodes since we've set this up. We have a bunch of blaze spawners, a skeleton and a zombie spawner, and then their XP just gets yoinked and taken up here to our home, which means we basically have unlimited XP. We can't get unlimited lapis, but we can, and thank you all so much in the comments for telling me this, we can get unlimited ink sacks, and not in the annoying way that you think. We could just turn coal into water, and then we have a 25% chance of getting ink sacks, which isn't great odds, but we can compact charcoal into coal, and then coal into ink sacks, and charcoal, we have unlimited wood. We have a wood farm right here. I think I'm honestly throwing out probably hundreds of stacks of wood at all times. This drawer is full with 16,000 oak logs. We have 16,000 birch logs, 16,000 cherry logs, and 12,000 spruce logs, all of which I'm literally never going to use. So I might as well route at least some of this, probably maybe all of this, since we're just, what are we doing here? What is the plan? I think I'm just planting these oak saplings, so I don't know why I'm not just routing this whole, or maybe just the oak saplings bit over to here, creating a quick little charcoal thingy, and then making coal, and then ink sacks. Ink sacks, if, again, you didn't watch the last video, sack, what? You can turn into glow ink sacks by putting this bad boy in front of a soul campfire, like we would do here. If I just put ink sacks in here, it'll get dropped out, the fan will push it, and then we'll get glow ink sacks. So we can automate that really, really easily. We'll just have to get the glow ink sacks up into this barrel or on this belt or something, and then we'll be good to go. That'll be the main order of business today. But first, I can't run any more machines at a time because we are out of stress units. Right now, I'm running nothing. Well, I say nothing. We have 60,000 SU remaining out of our like 133,000 from our one steam engine up on the roof, which is good. But if I come over here and turn on any of these farms, so in order to get copper, I need to turn on that one. That takes like 10K, that takes 15K. If I turn on any of these, we will get overstressed really quickly. So let's try it. Turn these on, and it's gonna stop working in a second, I think. I might be lying to you. If we come over here, turning on those farms, we have 16,000 remaining, and our hyper experience blaze cake farm, in order for that to run, takes like 10 or 15K, and we're basically overflowing. Most of the machines are turned off, which is why we're even able to run those. So I think just for ease of use, we should finally use one of the other smokestacks on this building, because we only have one working right now, for a steam engine. And the great thing is that I can just copy this schematic and put it right over here and have the magical schematic cannon do it for me. So that's what I'm gonna do. So this isn't like a crazy schematic cannon tutorial or anything, but if you haven't ever used schematics, they are really, really cool. I need to make sure that this is the right height. So what we're doing is we're just like selecting all of the bits that we want. But why do we not have enough heat? What's your problem? Something's not working properly. You. Oh, is homeboy too far away? Oh, okay. Well, I just found a flaw, I guess. So this is, let me get it. This is the farm. We can actually remove all of this lava here because I was using it for automatically generating lava with dripstone and cauldrons and stuff. But then I got the big old hole in the other building and now I don't even need it. So I might as well just tear this little part down and it'll actually save quite a few resources. Oh dear. Okay, that is why you have to be careful. We have to wait for this to speed back up, but then it will. This has been a chaotic first little bit of the episode, so I do apologize for this. But we can now go through here and remove all of the cauldrons and stuff. And I will need to... Alright, there we go. I will need to just connect up another mechanical pump here that will just give us the little bit more distance that we need to power this one blaze burner, because that's actually reduced our rates by quite a bit. I think it's reduced it by 10,000 SU, which would explain why we're actually not getting as much stress units as I would have anticipated. Oh wait, hold on. We're just not getting any lava up here. Ah, what did I break? There we go. Okay, so it wasn't a skill issue, it was just a brain issue. Which is great news, because I have those all the time, so I know how to fix those super easily. And we should be getting lava to all of these, and the heat is back to level 9. Great, fixed. Back to the thing at hand that I was going to try to do ages and ages ago, but I wanted to take my time, I suppose. So schematics are super great for copying something that you already have. It could be a build, it can be a redstone or a create mod contraption, it can be really anything. And just copying it over to another place. So if you're building like a giga base and you want like 500 steam engines, doing that by hand would take literal decades. So the schematic and the schematic cannon just like places it in for you and helps you survive a little bit longer. And this is just going to be rooftop steam engine. This is flashing like crazy. I apologize if you have, what's the thing? epilepsy, don't look. But if we get in the schematic cannon, we can then throw in a book and we'll get a materials checklist. So obviously we're not going to just use any of the deep slate stuff that it needs for us, but we can include everything else and then it will just build it for us. And it's only 5 pages of stuff, which is not too bad. And if you put an inventory next to it, the schematic cannon will be like, oh, hey, you have items, great. And it'll check off everything that you already have. So like cogwheel, depot, mechanical arm, all this stuff. So we just need the first couple of pages, not including, again, the oak leaves and any of the tough or deep slate or whatever. So now we just need to quickly gather some materials. This isn't going to even take too long. I think the hardest thing to get is going to be copper, which I have been farming pretty much nonstop because it's so hard to get copper. I think potentially in the future we might want to make a bigger copper farm. But yeah, let's get to material gathering. And the theme of this material gathering session is just not having enough copper. If you didn't know this, everything uses copper apparently, and I wish I made a bigger copper farm. So next time I will. Oh, I'm so poor. Well said. And then after copper, we need to get a couple of blaze burners. We needed 9 in total. And for some reason, my audio was bugged. I couldn't hear the blazes. I forgot a blaze burner. Shoot, I still have a blaze burner in there. I accidentally placed it in. And then obviously back to copper grind set. We needed so much copper. After getting all the copper that I needed, we went back and got it crushed. But I already had crushed copper in there before I even put in the copper that I just mined. So we actually had extra. And now we should have all the materials that we need, except for obviously the building blocks that we are just not going to include. We have gunpowder in here. That should work great. We want to place solid with any. Yeah. And then skip missing blocks, protect block entities. Yeah, bro, go. Go for it. Do your thing. Is it going to work? It feels like it's working. What we do need to do, since I didn't include this in the schematic, we are going to need to route a pipe over to the blaze boys. Thankfully that's easy because you just dig hole and then you're there. And then once this is done running, I will verify that I have all the pipes that I need. And actually maybe I should just go and get them because there's no way I have enough fluid pipes to connect up all the blaze boys. All of this copper stuff is so expensive. In whatever next series that I do, we are going to get like, I think a whole building dedicated to just getting blocks on blocks of copper is gonna be worth it, because this is easily the hardest thing to automate because you need a bunch of andesite and diorite and stuff, and it's so laggy. At least client side it's laggy. I hope it's not laggy like server side if I make a server and run that on something. Who knows, honestly. Are you done? No way. Oh my, really? I suppose we are done. Okay, great. All right, so now all we have to do is connect up these blaze burners to lava and then get in the water and everything, and then we should be good. Did it get overstressed again? Are you kidding? I left you alone for 5 minutes. All right, that is why I have to turn off all of these farms at all points. Will you work now? Please and thank you. What? It's allergic to working. Okay, it turns out I missed a cogwheel and that I'm allergic to letting it work. Okay, now we're good. We have water in there, allegedly, and this is kind of a big allegedly. If we connect up shafts to these steam engines, it should just start working. Okay. That feels like good news. They immediately connected up. This is a level 9 boiler. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I'm actually so surprised that that worked first time. All right, so both boilers are now in. Let's see if downstairs where we have the stressometer, if we have 300,000 stress units total. Nope, we're still only at 150. Oh, that's because I haven't hooked it up. All right, this is kind of a big deal to verify before we actually connect it up. The things need to be spinning the right way or it will just immediately break. And they are not. But now they are. Great. And I think if we just do that on the other side too, it'll be okay. Nope, this way was going the right way. Okay, now we should have 300,000 stress units, which it looks like it. Yes, 215,000 remaining out of 300,000. Amazing. Now we can finally get to the main bulk of the episode. We need to automate ink sacks, which shouldn't be too bad because we have a tree farm. We could just pull wood over, make charcoal, turn the charcoal into coal, turn the coal into ink sacks, turn the ink sacks into glow ink sacks, and then we have glow ink sacks. We'll need to move everything around though. So I guess let's get charcoal going. Charcoal is gone. as in the past tense of going. We set up the whole thing, and I probably should have recorded more of it, but I was like super in the zone, and you can't break the flow. Not when you're in flow state. Okay, let's explain what's going on. We got a belt. The belt is coming from over here. There are trees, they do stuff, and then they go timber, and then you get the wood. The wood go over here, get cooked, turn into charcoal. That's that thing. Charcoal squooshed into coal. Coal, drop out, turns into ink sacks with a 25% chance. Ink sacks sit on this boy, sit on that boy, get haunted with a double stack fan setup that I thought was pretty neat. And then after that, the glow ink sacks drop down, go onto this belt, and then are happy and in this little tube thing. Now I honestly don't know if it's worth it, but oh my goodness, this actually took quite a long time, and you can tell that because this has been running, and this is a slow farm. So it's been going for at least 3 hours. But now we can just like have a system that right clicks or fuels the blaze burner with a couple of blaze cakes automatically if we wanted to, or I could just do it myself. And now we are automatically creating liquid hyper experience. And I forgot to turn on my sound. So there you go, sound. We have hyper experience. We actually have 985 millibuckets. We already have Swift Sneak on this bad boy. Let's throw on Swift Sneak. Give me something good. Actually, I already know what it is giving me, so it can't give me something better, but Swift Sneak. So normal speed of crouching. Swift Sneak 4. That is so fast. If we walk normally, normal walking speed, is it faster? I think it's the same exact speed. That is crazy. We can now build along like a pillar and go the same speed as if we were normally walking. This is wild. It feels like I'm going 100,000 miles an hour. All right, now to get the actual cool stuff on everything else. I want to see what Depth Strider 4 looks like. Soul Speed 4 is going to be so fast. And then obviously Feather Falling 5, Protection 5, Unbreaking 4. Let's get all of that on there. As you can see from my inventory, I went mining and got some more lapis. And then I also killed one of those ghost guys that I've seen in like way earlier episodes. I wasn't recording because I was like, I don't care. But we have a ghostly pickaxe, which is something they drop. So I'm honestly gonna enchant that with the Blaze Enchanter. If we have enough hyper experience, we should. I think with this much, we're gonna have over 1,000 lapis. Because if we crush it, I think we get like 12 per or something crazy. Yeah, 11 per. Oh my goodness. Stacks on stacks of lapis. So that should be enough to enchant everything that we need. So let's, I suppose, get into a enchanting speed run session where I sit here and enchant stuff, and it's really good for content, and you all will enjoy it because it's so entertaining. That was definitely entertaining. You have to like and subscribe if it was. Okay, great. We now have everything fully upgraded. I actually put them in my backpack already because I was stupid, but efficiency 6, unbreaking 4, sharpness 6, efficiency unbreaking. Silk touch and mending can't be changed, but if fortune 4, that is wild. I'm so curious if that is actually better than the crushing wheels that we have downstairs, because the crushing wheels give you basically 2 diamonds every time, which I guess is worse than normal efficiency. But if we do something like redstone, you get 7 and then a 50% chance of 8, and I don't know if fortune is better, but fortune 4 might be. And then we also have Depth Strider 4. I want to try that. Feather Falling 5 is crazy, and Soul Speed 4. I want to know how fast those are. So for Depth Strider, it's going to be really easy. I need to take this off, but okay, that doesn't feel that fast. That's so anticlimactic. This feels like normal swimming. Okay, well, let's head into the nether and try Soul Speed, because I think this is going to be fast. I don't know if Soul Speed 3 gives you like Speed 2 or something. Okay, this also feels the same. All right, well, Swift Sneak is the coolest, but that's why I guess it costs like 1,000 hyper experience to enchant. But still, why is there sheep sheep parts? They're so scary. You spit at me? Gross. We're going back in our home. I do still want to try out this ghost pick. It was from killing that dumb idiot. And I want to see if it's actually fast. Let's head over here to the stone plains. I don't know what these are. I doubt it's going to be Instamine, right? Wait, it is. It just has less durability. Is it like a gold pickaxe? Is it that type of thing? If I get haste, can I mine deep slate? You can Instamine tough. That might be good news. Oh, you can't Instamine deep slate still. Even with the haste. Okay, well, time to leave. I feel like that was a very successful adventure. And an even more successful enchanting session. I want to see how fortune works. So I think normally you get up to from 1 to 4 and it is affected by fortune. No way with fortune 4 do we get 1 raw iron. Okay, I don't believe it. We're trying this again. Coal. 4 is pretty bad. Another 4. 1. This coal drops 1 to 4 on average. 1. 5. 3. 5. That's 3 on average. Is fortune broken? It must be broken. It's gotta be broken. Because how else? Fortune 3 would have done better, I think. If the odds of coal is 1 to 4, I'm annoyed about that. That sucks. What the heck? And I think that's a good point to leave this off at. We have fully upgraded tools, the max that you can get, the fully upgraded armor, the max that you can get, netherite, and I guess the brass jetpack, not netherite, but it's pretty cool. And we made all of this today. We have the fully automated glow ink sack system from the tree farm over there. We get charcoal to coal to ink sacks somehow. I don't ask me how that works. To glowing sacks into the liquid hyper experience. All we need to do is get a couple stacks of lapis and then you can fully upgrade all your gear. So it's really not that bad. In the last episode, we made the blaze cake stuff. We could maybe even mess with making a max level steam engine if we wanted to with this design and maybe just beef up the farm here a little bit more. Speaking of steam engines, we built an entire other steam engine, fully doubling our stress units that we're able to use. I still need to put the campfires up at the top here, but we could do that in between episodes or something like that. We made a fully second steam engine, and I honestly forgot to do this, but look how far we've come. This used to be a mountain, and now it is a mega factory with a beautiful train station, a cool, like, futuristic kind of nuclear facility thing with a big cube, and then our little old home that it's been overgrown and looks a little bit cooler than the first time I built it. And then how can we forget the courtyard with the trees that took so long to make but looks so cool. We only really have one more building left to go. And that is over there. I still don't know what I want to do. I might just do a, like, cool Arc de Triomphe. I'm fluent in French. Yeah, come at me, bro. We might just do a cool, like, archway here that, like, goes off into the sunset. And so you can have the train go by. And I think that would be really cool. But I think we'll see. Welcome back to another Create Mod episode. In the last one, we set up the system you see behind me, where we are getting wood over from the wood farm there, bringing it over, turning it into charcoal, coal, to ink sacks, to glowing sacks, so we could get unlimited hyper experience. Honestly, the only thing we need is to just give this deployer an infinite amount of these things, and he will be good to go forever. With the hyper experience, we also now have efficiency 6, unbreaking 4, sharpness 6, feather falling 5, depth strider 4, seal speed 4, and the coolest one, swift sneak 4, where we are just going at normal walking pace all the time now, which is insane. But we are moving away from enchanting today, and we are instead working outside. As you can definitely see by the title and thumbnail, because there's no chance that I'm gonna avoid this, we are building the final build, and it's not like a building, it's a cool archway. We're also, and this is probably gonna take up most of the work, not even the archway, we are terraforming this entire area in this episode. I'm very excited. This is going to take a lot of resources, a lot of blocks. I think probably 10,000 blocks total, but it's a good thing we have a moss farm, cobblestone, stone, andesite, and gravel farm. But we need to get the materials together for this. I don't know what exactly we need, so let's just grab as much of everything as we can and then we can get into the build. And in this material gathering session, I'm not going to talk about the materials that we need because who cares, but we did need a new backpack, which I upgraded to diamond level just so that we can have all these items in there because we need a ton of them. Instead, during the session, I'm going to just talk about my favorite types of foods, and I'm going to include just a bunch of different categories here. I think first of all, for fruits, bananas gotta be top 3. I don't know what else could be above that. I think strawberries are delicious. And I think blueberries are pretty good. But I think for just like vibes wise, I think bananas are top tier. And then I think I would go blueberries and then strawberries as my top 3 for fruits. For vegetables, I'm gonna give it to broccoli. I feel like broccoli is the only one that's kind of reasonable. And then maybe corn as a far distant second, but I'm a big broccoli guy. For the real just like general foods, number 1 favorite food ever has got to be ice cream. Ice cream is delicious. I have it so often. I make my own ice cream. I've been starting to do that because that's been fun. And then I think next is probably, it's gotta be just a steak. I love me a good steak. I only make like sirloin steaks, which is like the cheapest steak level, but it's just delicious. And if you get enough butter, it can make anything taste good. I guess maybe then butter should be my favorite food, but I think steak is the best favorite food. But who knows? My 3rd favorite food in the food group category of general foods probably just has to be, I feel like pizza is such a lame answer, but pizza's delicious. I had one really bad pizza in Finland, but I think that was just the place that we got it. But who knows? Maybe Finnish pizza's bad or worse than American pizza. Who knows? And then finally, I am going to say my favorite drink is chocolate milk. Okay, we're back to real life. Go! And that is now done. I cannot tell you how excited I am that I have a farm for literally everything. The only thing I needed to do was wait for moss to grow and generate and farm, and that didn't take too long. And we still have a bunch extra if we need to do this again. But these are all the ingredients we need. Almost 2,000 andesite, almost 2,000 cobble, gravel, moss, tuff, and you can probably tell what kind of color scheme we're going for the main archway if you didn't see the thumbnail somehow. But we're going with this kind of vibe. It's going to be very exciting. I think we have everything that we need to get started on this, so I guess let's get going. I do need to tear up this stone brick stuff, but we'll do that I think during the time lapse. So yeah, let us start building the final base build of the base. Cue the music. Let's go. And in this time lapse, I am just going to talk about the process that I went through making this. So as you can almost certainly tell, these blocks are being placed and I'm over there mining stuff, which means something funky's going on. And if we go back to the main kind of zoom out way, you can see over on like the left middle side of the screen, I'm going to put a circle around it in editing because that's what I'm doing right now. And I can tell you that because it already happened, that I'm actually using a schematic cannon to place all the blocks. And it's kind of obvious. It's like if you put a 3D printer into placing these Minecraft blocks for us, but I had to still design it in creative. So I'm counting it. We have a couple of things here that I want to go over. We are building a ton of terrain in a short amount of time. There's no way that I would be able to do all this by hand. And then separately, we're building a bridge, which I just kind of copied over from the other way and like expanded it, made it fit the vibe of the area. And then over on the right-hand side, you can see that we are building the archway out of granite and sandstone, which I think fits the vibe of the main factory that you can see in the back, and then the kind of train station that's mainly sandstone and mangrove and all that jazz. And you can see threw in a little Kindle there, but that was kind of what I went with. We're already done, so let's get back to the world. This looks so good. We do have a little bit of cleanup left to do. The schematic cannon that I used is not super great at removing blocks, which is good because then it would have removed everything on the inside here and that would be horrible. So we just have to go around and clean up any of the grass blocks that are still here. I honestly don't mind the flowers. You can see that the schematic doesn't actually update the flowers because if I like placed a block next to it, this would pop off right away. So I honestly don't hate keeping those there, but we do need to kind of go around trimming the edges here and breaking all these extra grass blocks down, since they aren't really good looking and they just super don't fit the vibe. And there is this little sliver that I didn't do because, again, it's schematic cannon is doing it for me. So we'll have to go back and do that one as well. Again, that won't take too long. We just have to switch out all of these blocks for stuff that combines the two sides. And then we are all good. You can also see that I started working on, and I guess gravel is bad, I started working on setting up this whole thing here, which will eventually block the minecart and everything else from getting in the way. We can now actually remove this. Uh-oh. There we go. And now that rail is there, and it'll just keep going back and forth pretty much for eternity, which double points means that we can use block skidoodles and place them here. So we won't even have an area that's annoying or anything like that. It'll just glitch through the blocks and continue, which is awesome. We also have a bit of work up here to do, but that's easy. And gravel falls. Who knew that it did that? So we'll go around and place in some gravel and stuff. But otherwise, it looks so good. The terrain looks so cool. We are probably just going to have to continue this around the area and have it like peter out at some point. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that yet. We will get to it eventually. And then I want to do a little bit more terraforming in this area here to get the full base looking good. But then we will be done the main base. The main base will be fully completed. And I feel like this is a really good monument for the season. I tried my best to combine all of the vibes. We have kind of the white, the quartz, which is what we are using up for most of the detailing. And then we have granite as kind of the main factory building and sandstone as the train station. The barn up there, kind of separate, but still ties in with this. And I think for the future, the only thing that I would change about this base is the uniformity. We have so many different build styles, and I think if I just combine them all into one style, like I think this one is my favorite, the train station vibe. If I could all do this style, redo the whole thing and just do it with this style, I think this would be my favorite base ever. How did this get flicked? But that's what you get when you're building... Oh, I'm wearing a helmet. What in the world? It's because I needed to mine underwater. But that's what you get when you're playing a game and you're building a bunch of stuff and you don't usually do that. Normally, I play for like a week and a half and then I peter out. But this has been going for... What month are we in? 10/20. We've been playing for 10 months. This is 10 months of progress. This is almost a year of my life, and if you've been watching the whole series from the start to finish, of your life too, which is insanity. And just looking at it from here, I have never looked at it from this angle. This is insane. This is wild that I have built all of these things. You have joined me along with the journey. You have suggested a bunch of stuff, minecarts, trains, a bunch of different things with the builds, with the lights, with the trees, with the farms, with everything. And it is so close to being done. And that is wild. What we could do, and I just thought of this, we could throw in obsidian and try to make this a nether portal. I don't know if that would work, if it's too big, but if this was a nether portal, that would be the most metal thing in existence. We'll try it in creative. I will see if it works, because there's no chance I'm breaking all these things and then going and it not working. I do also, oh my gosh, I forgot to, so I need to put in framed blocks for those. I think they're called framed pillar. There we go. These are super easy to make. I just need to get them, and that will fully tie the thing together. The framed pillars are basically just walls that don't connect to anything. And I want those for sandstone bits. And they just go in a simple way like this and that. And then we can bang, bang. And that just adds a little bit of connection between the two kind of arch bits. We'll go over this a little bit more. I just want to finish the build. And there we go. That is all of the sides done. I want to talk about how I made this, because this took way longer than you would expect. I think the biggest thing is scale. This needs to fit in with everything else here. And in order to get scale down, it kind of needed to be around this size. I wanted to have like my name or logo incorporated with it, and I tried for so long to get like a little fire emblem or like a little pixel art fire, but in just like stonework in here and working. The unfortunate thing is that there's no way to do that with a 3 wide gap. As you can see, there's just not enough space. And if I wanted to do little fires, this would need to be like this big. And that would just look stupid. That would make everything look small. Ugh! I have no fuel. It would make everything look small. It would just make no sense. So we settled on just Kindle on both sides, because I'm humble like that. And just some cool, simple artwork that isn't too much, but is pretty simple. And then on the insides, it just draws your eye to more simplisticness. But we're still not leaving any flat walls, because nobody likes flat walls. Those are kind of lame. I also forgot to mention that we made a full bridge. We made an entire bridge. That was all of that episode. was making a bridge. When we made that last bridge, this is just that. And we made just, I think it's pretty much a direct copy, maybe a little bit longer or shorter, I forget. But it connects up the island again. We have a perfect looking bridge, and just looking at the base, we are so close to being done. I'm so excited for it. It looks so, so, so good, but we're not done this episode yet. We still have a bunch of stuff to do. Now that we've made the arch, I'm gonna go check real quick in creative if that's another portal or not, but we need to head down here into our area over here, and we can actually change this up so that there is just a straight wall here. That'll be easy to do because we don't need this whole area now, which I guess is good, guess kind of bad also, but it's less work for me, which I'm counting as good. And then, as I mentioned, we'll come back to this in a second, but I want to finish up the little connections here and just clean up the area up here, because obviously when you're using schematic, it's not going to work perfectly. So we're just going to finish up like this little bit. Mainly this area here is just going to be cleaned up, fully working, and looking incredible. But I will check if I can make this another portal, because that would look so cool. All right, we are in creative, and I've never seen something that looks this bad. It does work. We make a portal big enough, but oh my goodness, is this the ugliest thing I've ever seen in my life, so we are not doing it. Absolutely not. Oh, I'm so sorry for your ears. That scared me. Okay, no portal, but the arch is still cool by itself, and you can see out onto the horizon. So let's get back into the actual survival world. And I wanted to see what this looks like with shaders on. I have not actually looked at this. So this is what it looks like. The sun is coming from back there for now, so we probably want it to wait until it is sunset. But if we're looking at this thing, this is so cool. Wow. What a view of the base, the build. Everything with it. Can I increase my render distance? Oh, max that baby out. You can see the main mega factory, at least the pillars in the background. It looks pretty cool. I think this is a really good final build to the main 4 sections. I didn't know what this was going to look like at the start of the series, but this looks so cool. It just looks dope. All right, that's enough gushing over the build. It looks great, but we are done. I need to finish up this little bit here, which shouldn't take too long. All we have to do is go around replacing all of these blocks with just other ones, which is now done. And now we just have to set up this little wall here. I think I'm just gonna do a lot of tuff here, because we've been doing that in a lot of other places, and I think it looks the coolest. All right, that part is covered up. We just threw in some tuff and some other blocks there. And now I think if we just go around placing in gravel where all of these holes are, I think that actually will fix the issue. So I think when the schematic one was going through, it was just placing stuff in incorrectly. There we go. That looks a little bit cleaner here as well. And I think that is all of the stuff here out of the way. We just now have to quickly jump through here. Can I actually get in? I don't think I can. That's okay. Oh, I should also finish up this little area here. This won't take any time at all. There we go. That's covered in. I want to get just a few more things in here. And there's not really a focus or a plan with this area for like terraforming purposes, but I do want to kind of blend this in with the main area of the base here. We're probably going to set up some trees and stuff, maybe even a fence to kind of block off the train tracks, because believe it or not, it's not good to have people walking on train tracks. It's super dangerous. So we're probably going to set that up in a future episode maybe, but for now I'm okay with the terraforming here. Let's head down underground so that we can get the walls set up for this area here. It really, hopefully, should not be that much. And there we go. That is set up. I like the being able to see the lava and the belts, so we're keeping that there. We just closed it off. It looks cool. It fits the vibe of everything else, and I think we are good with that. With all the cleanup out of the way for all the building and stuff, I want to switch gears to something a little bit more technical. It's not a ton more technical, but it's more technical than placing blocks in pretty look. And it is, if you can tell by my inventory, placing down some more rails. Because even though there's no purpose at all, I've already built all the things that I want to make one more huge farm that I haven't really discussed. And it has to do with putting something kind of far away up here. That's right. I want to make a guardian farm, but as you can see, the track and path to get there is what? Probably 1,000 blocks away, and most definitely further if we go around the base this way and up. And then if you double that, because we need a train track there and back, it's a lot of tracks. So I think the only thing we need to do is just to go until we can no longer go any further. And it is a really good thing that I have an automatic train track thing. And I guess we'll need to do some terraforming while we're at it. So there's not a super fun way to do this other than to just go along. And I'm not sure how long this is going to take, but given this, it is going to be a minute. It will look so cool once we have the train system in though. I think what I might do is set it up so that it's in line with this set of blocks here and then just have a straight shot all the way down and then have it go over. That's probably the best use of my time and resources. And what we might even be able to do is once we get to over here, like this line right here, we can make a train that places in and like places all the blocks and destroys all the things that we need while we're building it so that we don't even have to do that. And I think that would be the ultimate goal. The biggest issue right now are the trees, because holy cow. What a great transition, old me. This is new me speaking now. I have no idea what I'm talking about for this whole thing, so we're going to talk about my favorite animals. Number 1, not a cow. I have probably a dog, because it's a pet. And then number 2, foxes. I feel like foxes are cool and they're better than cats. I feel like they're cat vibed, but not cats. And then we did see a bear while we were driving semi-recently. It was on the side of the road being all like teenager bear, and that was pretty cool. So that's number 3 favorite bear. And then number 4 favorite animal, horse. I don't know. What other animals are there? Oh, a dung beetle. Those guys are funny. Why do they roll the poop? Who knows? They're having fun though. And then probably after that, maybe giraffes. Why are they so tall? What are they hiding from? And with that incredible commentary, we are actually done and can go back to normal me. We have officially made it to the ocean monument with one of the train tracks. Now it's time to get the other set. And I don't know what we're going to do over here, what kind of station we're going to have. So I'm just going to leave them kind of terminating here, but we can head back. Hello, Mr. Raccoon. And I want this to be just a 3-block gap between the 2 sets of train tracks. That's what I have over in the main area with the 2 bridges that we have. So 1, 2, 3, and right here. We have to go back and check. I don't know how many blocks it actually is. I think it's just 3, but I don't want to get it wrong. That first one was quite a doozy, and I bet I talked about it during the speed time-lapse block placement, whatever thing you call that. I don't know. But breaking down all the trees was a hassle. If I'm doing that again, I think the plan would be to lay down all the track and then have the train have an automated mining thing system to break all of the leaves and stuff in the nearby area, probably like a 5x5 or whatever. And I think that'll be good. Maybe even a 10x10 you could do, and it wouldn't even be that much effort. I was correct, and then it's 3 total blocks between the edge of the industrial iron, but that's not super helpful since we need to now get this over to the other one, and I think that's in line. And this is going to be pretty much an identical process to what we just did, but instead of placing blocks through trees, hopefully all of them have already been mined. And honestly, I have no idea if it actually was, but you don't care, neither do I, so let's continue to talk about the more important thing, my favorite animals. Actually, never mind, we're already done the time lapse. There we go, we've gotten this connected up between the 2 tracks, and now we just have to go way over this way with it, all the way up, and wind it around and bring it up to there. This hopefully shouldn't be too bad since we've already done most of the tree breakage that we will need to do, but it is still a bunch of blocks being placed. And I honestly don't know if we have enough train and rails to do this. We are on the very final stretches here. I just have to get over this hill, mountain. It's a hill. It's not a mountain. And then we will be there. I have had so many struggles with getting all this stuff up here, but we're on the final stretches. I ran out of food midway through this. This is the first time I've ran out of the new food source of the like super crazy infinity saturation one, which I suppose is good. I guess that's good news. That means it's working and it's saturating me, but that's it. We are here. I don't know what we're doing with this stuff yet, so we're not going to continue setting up a, what's the word called? Train station. We're not going to do that in this episode, but we will have that and the, hopefully, Guardian Farm in the next episode. And then we can set up everything we need for that. These are all connected. This is under the ground. Sick. But other than that, everything is all good. And I'm just going to go back through here just to make sure that the track isn't under the floor. But I came up through here and I think I got most of them. But there we have it. Train tracks are in. And if we look at the map, I think it's going to look really, really cool. And I was so right. I had this train track go kind of diagonally down along the coastline. And then it meets up with the other one and goes all the way up north to eventually we will get this whole system in. I'm not sure if I want to do a bridge and have the train station at the monument itself or something else. I have no idea, but we will do all of that next episode. With that though, I'm going to leave this episode here. We made so much progress in this episode. At the beginning, this was all dirt and gross. There wasn't a bridge. There wasn't a monument. This was all dirt and nothing. We made 2 cliff sides, a bridge, a monument, and built a railroad that spans thousands of blocks that you can see on the minimap here. It looks super cool. And we will finish that off next episode. Welcome back to another episode on the Create Mod. In the last one, we built the base that I am standing on now. I guess the building. The archway of Kindle. Kindle Bubble, that's the channel name. That's why it's like that. And also, we made so much more progress. We terraformed this entire area. We built a bridge across this kind of the gap here that's a similar style to the ones over there. And then we finished up with terraforming this area and we built a railway with this second kind of track with our in our train station here that goes all the way around to a Guardian Farm, which is what we are doing today. That is right. I'm going to make a Guardian Farm. Maybe decorate it, I don't know. But at least we're making a Guardian Farm. We're going to make it sick. We're going to make it fast, efficient, and we're going to get a train that goes all the way back to our base. I'm running into walls, and it's going to be sick. But first things first, I need to design this thing. I am obviously aware of vanilla Guardian Farms. I know how they work. I know what we're doing with those. But with the Create Mod, you can do a bunch cooler stuff, including the teardown process is going to be a ton easier. Normally, you have to like sit there mining with a conduit and a beacon, but I'm just going to use a bunch of drills and I'm just going to brute force this thing. We don't have a lot. We have 14, but we have little micro farms that make all of these things. So that's what we are doing first. As I mentioned, we do already have a farm for andesite alloy and all that other stuff. We already have andesite in here. I just need to make a bunch of nuggets. And then we honestly just need to wait for this thing to fill up. But in the meantime, we can actually grab some of these andesite alloys and start making the andesite casings that we need. Turn it on. What's the button? And there we go. That is now being made. While we're doing this though, let's quickly hop into just a creative copy of this world so we can run over to the Guardian Farm area and start to think of a design. So we are over in a creative testing world right at the ocean monument here. This is in the same world. Our base is just down here and this is what we've come up with. So I tried initially to just cover the whole thing with drills and just use one rope pulley to do all of it. I think that's too big and the game kind of glitches out and freezes, but we can do exactly half of the ocean monument, which means we just have to just scoot that guy over to another block over there, and then it will clear the whole thing for us pretty much immediately. And I haven't tested this. I assume I will just want it to go down to the bottom of the ocean monument floor, which is this set of prismarine blocks here. And then once it's there, I can just pull it back up, pick up the minecart, and scooch it over a couple blocks. And if you remember, way earlier in the series, I made this like little miner thing with the rope pulley and stuff. It is already a minecart contraption for me. I forgot that I had this. It was just in my backpack, not this one right here. So I just grabbed that and put it in and then expanded the drills and it's working. So if we flick this one, and turn on this, oh, we will start lagging, but it will start mining everything. It will also be killing stuff, including that orca whale, which good or bad, and it will create a bunch of items that I think get deleted immediately. They don't, never mind. Really weird thing is happening now where we're losing most of our drills, and I'm not sure why this is happening. Because it was working a second ago. I didn't change anything with the glue. All right, I've re-glued it all again, and let's hope that it works this time. It does. Wonderful. We literally needed that for 2 more rows, and I'm lagging too much. It's fixed. Great. Now let's see, because this will be a really big differentiator. It does still work. So I don't know why it broke before, but we're just going to pretend that it didn't. And maybe we get some chests on this bad boy, just so that it doesn't do that again and all the items don't fly everywhere. All right, we got barrels in. Will they move? They will. Awesome. Once we've mined this one side, we should just be able to pick this up, grab a wrench, pick that whole thing up, and then scooch the rail over to here, and you'll actually notice that I moved it over a block. And that is so that the drills now go down all the way to the bottom of the side instead of just 1 block over, so that we don't have to manually mine everything. And then if we... Oh, bird! No! It's fixed. You can put the lever back down, turn this thing on, and this should just go straight down with all of its pieces, and it does. Awesome, and it is mining it. This is working. So after we do this, we can get in the kind of like infrastructure of the build, which is really easy. We could just use a schematic for that, because it is just some walls, and we now have that in. As you can see, it is literally just glass and some soul sand at the bottom, and this is looking very vanilla so far, but that is where this ends. Now I want to use an encased fan, or I guess however many this many is, at full speed to try to push all of the mobs and everything else over to the other side. I am almost certain it won't reach the other side though. So let's see how far it actually goes. It looks like it goes really close to halfway, which is not super helpful, believe it or not. But what if I put the other set of fans over on this other side here? And I think that's the same amount of them. It doesn't super matter. And we can push those to this block here. So now we are left with this amount of area in the center. So I'm thinking of 2 ways that we can go about actually doing this. We can either have like a system where we have fans and more fans, and they just all push it to the center. And then we have a set of fans back here that push them this way. And maybe we have like a waterfall tier system where we have fans maybe at this block here, and the bubble water goes all the way up to this block, and then this goes all the way across and then down, where we have another set of fans here that continues to push them. That would work, but it won't be that much faster than a normal guardian farm, I don't think. It'll be a little bit faster because you can transport mobs a little bit faster that way, but there are actually vanilla farms that only use a quarter, or whatever, however much this is, probably a third of the guardian farm, and we could do like a third width-wise, but half this way, and that will be plenty big. So let's say we are only going to use a third of the farm, so we'll shrink down this whole area by a third. We now have this smaller area, which we can, well, should be able to remove a couple of these glass blocks and replace them with drills. And my hope is that the drills will be able to kill all the guardians and I guess the squid that we have for some reason. And this is going to use a lot of drills, but I think that's fine. We're not going to super need a ton of them, but all of these things are going to cost a lot of stress units. So we will probably need to go make a steam engine over near here as well. All right, so if we switch this to hard mode, we should see bunch of guardians spawning and going pushed over into the drills. We don't have those turned on yet. So if we just place a roof on top of this, it is already working. We just powered up the drills, and yes, it is already working. The last thing that we're going to need to do is, first of all, double check that if we go far enough away, no guardians can spawn anywhere else other than right here. I don't know exactly how far it is. It's 128 blocks, but I don't know how far that is in real life. It looks like this is going to be the best spot for us to build the farm and for me to AFK. I am up here somewhere. Yeah, so I'm up here. I want to be pretty much exactly 128 blocks away from the edges here. And it looks like I am. Occasionally subspawn on the outside like this one, but as soon as he starts to swim away, he'll despawn. So I'm not too worried about it. It's not super harming the rates unless they are able to swim closer to me in a quick amount of time. But even so, we're getting a ton of spawns here, and this is relatively simple to build. We just need to break open this amount of space in the Guardian Temple, and then the rest can be left as is. which is awesome. It's a lot less work there. It's smaller. And now we just have to work on item collection. I have some more good news. We are able to just do one row of drills here. And I'm going to keep the other like kind of wall bits to be either like literal walls, which we actually could do, or something else that is like half a block. Because then we can get in something like hoppers maybe right underneath these and then use item transport that way. Backpacks have magnets. I am so doubtful that we can get a backpack and a magnet to pick stuff up remotely, but it's worth a shot. So if we just have this diamond backpack picking up everything in the area, same with this one over here, it already picked something up. I feel like I remember seeing this in one of Mr. Beardstone's videos where you can do just a backpack chilling there. And if that lets me take the easy way out, I am absolutely gonna take it. I do need to make sure that no whales are gonna get caught here because they do spawn and they are big boys. So we are gonna keep walls underneath these drills. But I think if we just have a set of drills, walls underneath, they're like perfect hitbox levels to not interfere with each other. Like the walls won't block any big guys from not getting hit by the drills. So I guess let's head back up to our AFK platform and just see how many drops we actually get. And if those backpacks are going to be enough or if we're going to need one more. All right, we are watching this here. And the good thing about using the AFK platform is that I can just set up a chunk loader here and I think it'll work immediately. I can't check these backpacks and I don't know if items are coming in. So we'll just have to come over and check in a second, but it looks like it's going to be working. So it looks like it actually did work. I just had to throw in another backpack in the middle here to get everything, but otherwise we're good. It looks like they grab everything in like a 5-block radius-ish. So I think we're good here. The next thing we need to do is item transport. And I actually just remembered I was going to use hoppers and hopper minecarts. I actually just remembered that you can use brass funnels to just drop out items. Easy. Why would I not do that? Stupid. And we can actually make with an automated press prismarine, which is way easier than crafters. And the same is true for prismarine blocks. And we don't have dark prismarine, so we're not going to be able to do that. But we could if we wanted to. And then we can also make sea lanterns if we want to. I think it's worth doing that. Since we are making a guardian farm, you might as well make sea lanterns. That's like building block numero 3, which does require some automated mechanical crafters, not automated crafters, mechanical crafters. But then other than that, we are good. So what I'm actually going to do is move up the backpacks just by 1 block here so that we can, first of all, get the brass funnel coming out of it, and then we can put it on a belt. And as you can see, it's going to work flawlessly. So let's grab a belt ski-doodle, and I want to just combine all the belts. I feel like that's a good idea, and that's mostly because the items coming from over here are going to be drastically less, since most of the mobs are going to spawn in this area since it's closer, as you can see, since it is closer to where I'm going to be AFKing, so they have a more height-wise ability to spawn versus the ones over here. And just through my like 3 seconds of testing, this diamond backpack did not get a ton of items. And to avoid like congestion on the belts, I'm actually going to set all of these to a stack only so that you aren't just dropping out a fish at a time, because we don't want that at all. So if we do a stack, it'll only drop a stack of prismarine, a stack of prismarine sea, what are these? Crystals, and a stack of prismarine shards at the same time, and then fish that we'll just throw out. But we'll be able to do all of those, and if we use some tunnels on both sides here, we can then split all of the items and filter them. So we only get 3 items here. It's crystals, shards, and trash. The trash, you wouldn't believe it, is going straight into the garbage. There we go. After we get the cod thrown out, we can move on to crafting the sea lanterns. So we are going to have to do this in a mechanical crafter. There's no way around it, but I am going to use mechanical arms to bring the items into the mechanical crafters, just so that we don't have to deal with anything extra like that. And I'm actually going to flip these around. And am I so glad for mechanical crafters, because you can do the easiest thing ever and then just place them here. That is now done. And then we just have the final 2 prismarine boys, which both just goes into an automated press, and then they're made. I don't know if we want to do separate ones or the same one. The issue is I think no matter what, it's going to be an odd number unless we use another set of tunnels and split it. But no, it'll still be uneven because one is going to be a stack of 9 versus a stack of 4. what we're going to do is we are going to have a crusher for prismarine bricks, and then after that, we're going to have a crusher of normal prismarine. And my hope is that the prismarine bricks will get priority, but since it costs 9, it'll be slower. Who knows if that's true? Now that we have all this set up, let's connect everything to power. And I suppose it's probably good if we now connect the fans and the drills to the same power source instead of different ones. All right, it is pretty much already working. We just need to get these mechanical presses in and power those things. I've powered all the belts. Those are working. I do need to connect up this side to power, which is now all done. And it looks like it's actually keeping up. Well, I say this, let's go up to the AFK spot and verify that it's keeping up. It should be. I mean, it's not a crazy efficient farm. It's not that big either, but it's always good to check because you would hate for it to not be fast enough. So it does look like we're getting quite a few items. If we check to see how much has been made in that short time, we do have almost double the amount of normal prismarine blocks as we do prismarine bricks, which is a little bit expected. I mean, these cost almost double the price, so I'm not too worried about that. And we also have quite a few sea lanterns already. If we are to set down a chunk loader here, how does this work? It'll do the entirety of the chunks. So what I'm doing here is I'm setting up the chunk loader, and it's actually pretty perfect. It'll load a 3x3 of chunks all the way around here, which is, I think, good. I think that's all that we need. But it does need rotational speed to actually work. So if we just throw this bad boy on top of here, that is plenty. And if we do that now, it should load in these chunks all the time. The only issue is that it's going to load in the entire Guardian farm area, which is not super great. So I'm not sure what we do about this. Maybe we just suck it up and see. I'm very curious. If I go way out of normal mob spawny distance and like I basically unload the chunks, will we still get? I'm gonna sit up here where literally the chunks are now unloaded. There we go, they're gone. I'm gonna sit up here, I guess float up here, and see first of all if we get a bunch of new blocks, if any, because that'll mean, well, both chunks are loaded and things are still happening, which is good. Or if we get nothing at all and it doesn't matter what chunk loading looks like, I'll have to AFK it manually anyway. It has been at least 20 minutes. We should have quite a bit of stuff happening, and it feels like there isn't, which is probably neutral news, honestly. It means that we can still AFK there. So we had that amount. So the chunk loader doesn't do anything, which is good news because then we don't have to make a whole big Guardian farm. But it does mean we need to AFK up there for this to work at all, which I think makes sense. If you had a chunk loader that could load in mobs too, that would be so many problems. So we have now a working Guardian farm, a little AFK platform over yonder, and everything is working kind of good enough. So I suppose let's get this over into our survival world. And in this short little time lapse where we're just tearing down the part of the Guardian farm and then rebuilding the thing that we just built in creative, it was pretty simple, pretty straightforward. I just used a schematic cannon. But in the last little bit where I built a steam engine to power the whole thing, my game crashed for some reason and I didn't get to record that. So there is a little bit of a steam engine at the very end, but that's the end of the time lapse. So let's get back into the survival world. And we are back, as I said, at the very end. My game crashed that was recording this, so I couldn't show us building up a steam engine here. This is kind of my base steam engine design. I have a tutorial about it on my channel. I can put it up in the top right of the screen. I can't point to it because I'm always pointing in the center. That's how Minecraft works. I'm still wearing a helmet. But we have this whole thing set up. We have AFK'd a little bit, and it is at heat level 4, which generates 65k SU, which is all that we need to actually turn this on. I think I only need 50k for this to work, but it should get up to full speed eventually. It'll just maybe take a bit. In the meantime, though, this is actually going to just work. We can, if I run way over here, I need to run way over here. We should see guardians spawning in the center there. I have to be higher up and further away for them to actually do that. And since it's nighttime, they're going to spawn, mobs are going to spawn out here. Hopefully we should see guardians dying, but it's hard to tell. Regardless, it is going to work. I just need to get in the final AFK platform way up in the sky, and then we'll be good. In the meantime, though, we have a train that I want to hook up in this episode, and we don't have a ton of time left in the episode to do this. So let's get that going. This does mean I need more train parts. I don't think I have those. So I suppose we have to grab some of that. I also don't know exactly what I'm doing with the setup here. I think I want to have like just the train come around and go back into the main railway. If this were a bigger world with more people on it, then I would like have a cool thing with train signals and stuff, which are these things, which like tell train to go or not go, depending on if they'll crash into something. But in a single player world where this is as far as I'm going out in the world, there's no point. I also set up just a waystone. What are they called? A waystone to get back to the home pretty quickly, because I genuinely never remember everything that I need. And that's a long distance to travel by flying. So we just got a waystone thrown in there, and then we're good with that. But I am rambling like crazy. Let's get a bunch of tracks here. We have a ton, and that should be more than enough. And maybe we can get to decorating the train station in the next episode. I'll get a basic system in and a basic way to get all the train stuff working in this one, but I might not have time to decorate it. I'm trying to find these bad boys, just because these are kind of my main blocks for underneath the train tracks. Where are you? Over here. And I've now gotten in the track for that. It is just a big old circle. But now to get in the item transport from over there all the way over to here. So this is always going to be loaded in when I'm actually AFKing it and care about it. So I'm not worried about like unloading the chunks all weird and stuff breaking. So we should just be able to create one belt that goes from here over to there, and then it will work. I forgot to turn this on, but if we do, we should see these guardians being pushed. Oh, it's overstressed. So that is the main issue with this build, is that you need to load in the lava cauldron system. But I'm pretty sure when I'm AFKing, I have to be loading it in for it to actually like run properly. So I'm not worried about that. It just means that if we run out, then that's a bad thing. Belt system's in, and it's probably going to just work, which is great. But we do need a train, which I suppose is a problem. I never actually considered needing a train. I suppose let's go back and build that in the main train station, because that will be kind of the main spot for dimensions that we care about. Because I think the train station is the smallest area, because our Guardian Farm area, like the train length is much longer there. I mean, this one is probably longer, but it technically ends here because this is where the train station ends. So we need to make sure that the train actually fits here. We have now built up the train. It is the exact same locomotive as the other one that I made over for the other like smaller barn farm train area thing. But this one is just the same. I think it makes sense that the same factory has the same kind of system. But we do have a different kind of train carriage system where we're still using the item vaults, different colors, and then we have kind of a prismarine pile here just to distinguish that this is in fact a prismarine train. We are already at the Guardian Farm kind of loader-unloader system, and we have a shoop with a hat. More importantly, we actually have item storage and kind of bringing into the system, and this thing will wait until we have 1,000 items before it gets sent off again. If we change that really quick to just be 10, then we can see this thing send off again, and we will get back to the main base. Over here, I actually had to steal the train schedule from the shoop or he'd run away again. We have the item kind of collection takey-outy systems already set up, and they go all the way around back into the main storage system way in our main base. And I've already set up the storage drawers for those to fit as well, so we're getting a bunch of items over there. I'm actually curious how many we've gotten in the time it's taken me to just like develop this thing. Oh wow, almost 700 prismarine, and then 150, 350 of those two things, which is great. I haven't even been AFK for too long. I think I've been AFK for like 5 minutes. So that is really good. I think now we can send this bad boy off. We're already at 1,000. So when this empties out, the train will just send itself off again and we will be good to go. A thing that I didn't really consider until after building this and it being fully done is that hostile mobs that spawn over here will affect the rates of the farm, since guardians are considered hostile mobs. So I can light this up eventually. I might not, depending on the rates. But with our AFK station over here, the guardians actually get created really quickly. I guess spawned is the right word. They're not like birthed. They just teleport in. So if we fly down here with our cam account, we can see a bunch spawning in. Some do spawn on the outskirts here, and I guess zombies spawn, which maybe we should light up the area. But most of the guardians spawn in here. The ones that are outside usually despawn pretty quickly, as you can see, so I'm not too worried about that as affecting the rates too bad. And we are getting a bunch of items. You can see that this is backed up. I do need to kind of fix this to have more items on that depot. I've run into the fact that we are just having way too many of these prismarine crystal things, and there's not really anything I can do, since we need the prismarine shards to craft with those to make sea lanterns, and then otherwise there's no other purpose for them. So maybe we have them part of the throwout system. I have no idea. LOL. See you, Mr. Creeper. Oh, unsee you. How did you survive? Oh, you can swim. Yeah, and we're running into the same issue where we just have too many prismarine crystals. I'm gonna just do something crazy where we remove this, replace it with an item vault, and I think just occasionally we are going to just throw prismarine crystals out from here. And I'm doing something that I think might work. So we're checking the threshold of this depot here, and if it is below a certain amount, if it's at 0%, meaning this has 0 shards in it, then this will be able to take items from here and just throw them out. But if there are any shards on here, that means that we can still craft stuff, then this is going to stay there. So if we have prismarine there, it will keep going until this one runs out fully. And then when it does, we'll just remove the rest so that overflow doesn't happen. And you can't use prismarine crystals for anything else, which is so stupid. Like it makes no sense at all, other than crafting nether quartz, which could be useful for some stuff. I don't know entirely, but maybe you could use it. I don't need it for sure, but someone may. So I guess that's a cool crafting recipe. Anyway, this should fix the overflow problem. So now we can AFK way up there and everything will be working. This is working incredibly well. I think potentially too well. A thing that I didn't even consider that is almost certainly happening. We have been AFKing for only about an hour, and all of that is backed up. I think what's happening is this train is not being chunk loaded, so we can't excavate all of the items. I've never run into this issue because no matter where I've been, it's always been emptying out. But since we're away over at the Guardian farm, this whole area is not being loaded in. So we're going to need to make a chunk loader and do all of that so that this is loaded in and all the items are being deposited even when I'm over at the Guardian farm. But this video has already been way too long, so we are going to do that in the next one. And we also still need to build the train station, the station itself, over at the Guardian farm. So both of those will be in next episode. Sup nerds, we back with another Create Mod video. It's been a minute since I've been on the server, because we had just a standard vanilla episode last week, but we're back better than ever, and we have some big things planned today. In the last episode, we set up the first train on this second track, where we have, it's not here, but an under system here where we have prismarine coming out of these two chutes going down into our main storage system, tubes and stuff. We have, of course, our main storage system with some additional prismarine storage that is put in so reasonably and at a good spot. It's a good spot. You can't say anything about it. I'm running into things. And then over here, we set up a train track system all the way to way up here where we have a Guardian farm. This Guardian farm is crazy quick. As long as we're AFKing it properly, you could see all the items that are coming in, and there's actually more than normal. And this is because I did not think about it, but we're bringing this train way back to our main base. Our main base needs to unload it for the train to then come back and refill. The issue is that if we're not loading in our main base, this can't ever unload. So this train was stuck over at our main base, just being unloaded, waiting to unload, but it can't. So let's fix that first. So back at our main base here, we have a couple of cool systems here. We have an andesite chunk loader and a brass chunk loader. We're gonna deal with the brass chunk loaders. Oh my goodness, are those expensive? I have not looked at the crafting recipe for this. This is crazy. How do you even make a respawn anchor? I don't know. Okay, not too bad. That doesn't mean we need to trade with people. Oh, we could just make obsidian sad. Okay, that's easy. But we need a couple of these brass chunk loaders. And the reason we're doing brass is because, all right, well, first of all, if you right click a ghast with a chunk loader, it'll turn into a working chunk loader. But the reason we're doing brass is because they can expand the distance that they're allowed to chunk load up to a 5x5 set of chunks, which means we'll probably only need 2 for our entire area, which is sweet. We'll be able to check that though. If we do F3 and G, this will load up chunk borders, which is what you're seeing here. So this like the yellow line grids things. This is one chunk. It's a 16 by 16 area. Whatever. We need to load in our storage system and all of the underground bits. That's not the fly camera mode. And all of the underground bits that'll bring all the items back to the main storage system, which probably means we'll need this chunk that I'm looking at there, this chunk, this one, and maybe one more. So I think honestly, if we just have one and put it in this chunk, or maybe this one, we can load 2 chunks in each direction, which should be enough to actually get full unloading and no other issues over at the train station, so that everything works even if we're over doing something else like AFKing the Guardian farm. So I know I said that it was expensive. We actually have a precision mechanism machine that I haven't shown, I think, in like 15 episodes, and we already have like 75 precision mechanisms. The same with obsidian. We have an obsidian farm right here that is really compact and easy to build. Obviously, tutorial on the channel if you care. So we should have that as well for the respawn anchor. We will need to, oh, we actually have crying obsidian too. I do need to pick up some glowstone in the nether, but other than that, we'll be good. And then we just need any bits of glass, some brass casings, and a shaft. And I guess we're low on brass casings, but we technically have enough, which is superb. And then we have some glass. What the heck is a fox doing here? Why are you sitting? I don't have a tamed fox. Who let you? Whose are you? All right, not my circus, not my monkeys. And now we have the obsidian, the respawn anchor, and now we can make this thing. And honestly, thank goodness we just have a crafter here that we can use for literally everything, because otherwise this might actually be a challenge. Oh, W. It's not being powered. How do you... It's been so long since I used this thing. I swear there was a lever here before. Oh no, my blocks. It just broke. Beautiful. Now it's back on. I can't escape. I blocked my only way out. And now if we flick this thing... What? I lied? Now, there we go. We now have a... Excuse me? Did I... Oh, we need glass. There we go. A little hat of glass. Now it'll work. I hope. W. And these things are dope. If we... run over here. I want to make sure that I'm in the right chunk. I think either this one or the one here is going to be good. So I don't super think it matters. If we hook this up to a power source of literally any kind, I'm just trying to find a good place to do it. I'm going to hook it up here. I need a ghast in it. I totally forgot about a very important part of this. We need to right click a ghast with this thing like you would a blaze furnace. Is that what I'm thinking of? The blaze boys. We need to right click a ghast with it so that a ghast will sit in here and load the chunks for us. I don't know why it's a ghast. I guess because it's suitably late game. Where is Mr. Ghast? They spawn in Soul Sand. Soul Sand Land. Hello, Mr. I feel like that was pretty good. I don't know if it actually was, but I feel like I kind of killed it. Do you count as a ghast? It feels like he's stuck. Is he stuck? Hello. Can I kill you? Oh, no. Let's go. We got some bones. Those are hard to find. Where are the ghasts? They're scared when Papa's coming around with the ghast stealer. I feel like every 10 seconds in the nether, you're getting bombarded by ghasts. Where are these boys? There's like soul guys chasing me. Stop. I think he's forgotten. Oh, there's my boy. Hello. Can you make the noise? Yeah. Thank you. Yoink! You're my baby now. Stolen. I'm his papa. I hath been his papa. That's how papas speak, I think. As the resident papa, I've decided. There's just a hole there. I think I did that at some point. I don't... Oh, of course, now there's more ghasts. Of course. I also am lost. I gotta go this way. I would have went totally the wrong direction. Great. Ghast number 3. How you doing, sir? Again, think I'm killing it. Okay, now the fox is standing. He was sitting before. What made you sit? I don't... Whatever. So we now have a ghast in a chunk loader that can now load chunks, because before it was just out. Before it was just a little guy. Oh, we need to go downstairs. So now we should be able to hook this up and it should just load chunks immediately for us. But also I haven't really looked at how these work super hard, so I could be totally wrong. And we want to hook this up here. This thing is using 4,000 SU, but we should be able to change it so that it loads a 5x5 square of chunks, which if we F4 or if we free cam here, so that's 1, 2, 3, which is in loading distance. And then back here, 1, 2, which would be this set of chunks all the way up to here. Ooh, the issue is that we won't load this little area here, but otherwise that's okay. And then this way, 1, 2. Oh, it won't load the storage system fully. We're just out. So if we built the storage system right here, it would work fine, but it's not gonna. So we actually have to move you, and we probably need to get another one, honestly, which sucks so bad. So I've decided what we're going to do is we are going to load in more of the main base, and then we're gonna get another chunk loader for the train station, because I think it's more important for our main base to be loaded in fully than the other way around. So now we have a 5x5 square. If we go into fly mode, that'll be here. 1, 2, 2. Our whole base is going to be loaded, except for like this area, but we literally never use that, so it doesn't matter. And then we'll need to load in this chunk and this one over here. So we'll need a 3x3 chunk loader, which again is another brass one, but as long as we get some brass casings and craft it up and steal another ghast, then we'll be all good. It's good news, we're in like the latest game of the create mod, because this didn't take long at all to get another one of these. And now we have 2. All we need to do is yoink another life of a ghast.
Focus.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm gonna be done by like 6:30 of recording most stuff. And probably earlier than that. Ghast! Oh, this was way easier. Don't you dare. If I call you a nerd, will you get in my thing? Oh yeah, okay, great, thank you. And with this new one in, we can set up a 3x3 square, and now everything's loaded in. Let's head over to the Prismarine area and double triple check that everything is working properly. We should, if we just send off the train from the Guardian Farm area back towards our main base, we should be able to see that it'll come back, because that's kind of the big thing that we need. So I'm actually going to just AFK so then we can get a little bit more resources, and then hope that the train will send off and come back quickly instead of the previous thing of having to wait for decades. So we should see Guardian spawning and dying. Oh, this farm is so good. And we are getting a ton of blocks coming over here. Do we have a backup of items? The farm is more efficient than max speed of these? That's crazy. I don't know, but that's good. W. The train is actively leaving now, so we should see relatively shortly it come back. And as you can see, the concern I had where mobs will be spawning here is very much true. So hopefully we can light this up in this episode, but more hopefully the train comes back. And the train has just arrived back at the station, which means our unloading system at least kind of partially works enough for this thing to come back. I will double triple check and make sure that this thing actually comes back more than once, or we could actually just head over there ourselves to make sure that no belts are backed up, nothing's in a weird spot. But I mean, we're going over when this thing fills up with 1,000 items, which is a ton. So I'm assuming we'll be okay with any belt backing ups. I don't think that's going to happen, but we'll let it run a little bit more while I am sitting up here and hope that this thing just works fine. And oh my goodness, so many mobs here. We are completely destroying the wraiths. We will absolutely need to light this place up, but we'll do that in a bit. And after a little bit more waiting here, I think have everything ready to go, and this is working properly. I don't know for sure if it's gone back and forth one time. Well, maybe not, but it's probably fine. It's whatever. But that is not the end of our adventures with the Prismarine train, and I guess the Prismarine train station, which is kind of technically here, but we don't have a train station. We currently have a little track floating in the sky, on some standolators that are not standolating. And first of all, not lit up. Second of all, looks stupid. Third of all, how am I supposed to enjoy my Prismarine train when I don't have a viewing platform to view it on? So that's what we're doing. We need to build a train station, and as you already saw by the title and thumbnail and whatever, it's gonna look beautiful. We're gonna terraform the heck out of this cliff side that doesn't exist and make one that looks cool. But we first need to get into some material gathering because this is going to use a lot of blocks, a lot of different things. So let's get some materials going. So let's cue the music and get to material gathering. And the materials we needed to gather were actually really different than what I usually need. Obviously, we're building it out of Prismarine. You'd probably be shocked, but I have a Prismarine farm. Why am I getting dark Prismarine? It's because I didn't really bother with getting and setting up like a whole dark Prismarine thing and then waiting for that to get all the dark Prismarine that we needed when I could just mine a bunch from a bunch of different Guardian temples. But that does come with killing a bunch of Ender Guardians and then getting the things that we need. After that, we got all the stones that we needed for the cliffside that we're going to be building, a bunch of other grass and stuff for a little bit of terraforming, and then we got some window panes and stuff. There's so many different types of blocks that I didn't have and don't have a farm for, because why would you want a farm for stripped spruce logs? Like, that makes no sense. So this one was quite a bit extra manual labor than a normal material gathering time lapse. And then we got into our kind of crafting and stone cutting and whatever the botany tabling. Is that a verb? I'm considering it a verb now for new time's sake. And I say this every single time I make a build. Copper is a beautiful block, best building block in the game. I'm not saying that for sure, but like it's top 7 for sure. But I don't like that you have to oxidize it for it to be cool. Setting that up was annoying. We placed down so much copper and we'll mine more later on, but we also needed a bunch more dark oak than what I had, and you can insta-mine dark oak now. I did not know that. That is the coolest thing in the world. And then I figured out that you could actually strip logs with this saw, so I sat and watched some YouTube while this worked. And then we needed to go get some more blue blocks. We got a bunch of warp stems. Obviously, we're going to be stripping these down to their inside bits and then turning them into planks and whatever else. But you can also insta-mine these with the efficiency 6 and haste 2, and then we got some blue cornflowers because that's the theme. And as I mentioned, we are getting way more copper. Honestly, it didn't take too long to get a couple stacks of copper ore, and that with Fortune 4 got us, I think, 3 stacks of copper blocks, which is enough for what we need. But we do have to wait for those to oxidize, which is a hassle, but whatever. At least I don't have to actively like click it with a bucket of water or something. But we did need a ton of copper, and I promise next time, next season, whatever, we are making an entire district for copper generation because I don't like mining. Why are you making me mine? So that's gonna happen. Mark my words, we're gonna get like a 50,000 copper per minute thing. It's not gonna be that much. But we're never going to mine copper again in whatever next series I do. But that's all the blocks that we need, so let's get back into the world. And we have finally gotten all of the items that we need. I am just currently cleaning up the copper spread that I have laid out. We have all the copper blocks that we need, but we are not quite ready to start building this. These are all of the ingredients that we're going to be using, except for like the blocks of gold and kelp. But these are all the ingredients that we're using. This is an insane amount of items. You can see that some of these stack up to 100, 500. There was 1,000 at some point, but I can't see it. But if we head over to the Guardian farm here, we have a big area to build, but we do need to clear out just a little bit of it where we're building the cliffside, because some of it is going to kind of jut up into these blocks, and I don't want to dig while I'm building. So we are going to quickly clear out a little bit of space here. I think maybe chop down this tree and then do a little bit of like tear down terraforming stuff. And then we will be good to actually start the build, and it's gonna look so good. I am so excited to start the build. But let's get the teardown process going. And I gotta avoid mobs. I probably should have slept before I went over there. It's nighttime. That's how mobs work. And straight into the time lapse we go. As you can obviously see, we're using the schematic hidden and still. I mean, it's easier for everyone. It's quicker to build, it's less work for me, and if you want to see me really actually build all of the builds that I do. I have a vanilla series where there's no schematic cannon, there's no cheating. If you consider schematic cannon cheating, that's the solution. Check out my vanilla series. It is super fun. We're making a sick city, but we are getting the Prismarine station in. As you can see, we have the cliff set up so that it's not just hanging over the wall. And then we're building a beautiful, almost full Prismarine train station here with a Prismarine roof, some Prismarine cargo holders, and then a cool kind of centerpiece made of brick. But the build's already done. Let's get back into the world. And we are here back in the world as the sun is setting, and this looks so good. We are missing a couple of blocks that I think the schematic cannon just missed. So we'll have to get that in. I think what's happening is that for some reason in the backpack that we're using, it doesn't register some of the blocks. So it still, like in the book, said that I needed polished granite and I needed 91 of it. But as you can see, we have 500 in here and none of them were placed. So I think that's the issue that we're running into. So I'm just gonna run around. Oh, never mind. I was wondering this whole time why it was like glitching out, saying it needed polished granite. I think what was happening was because I accidentally set it to the connected texture of polished granite in the schematic itself, and not the normal polished granite that I put in our backpacks, which is why that was happening. But once we fill up all these holes, we'll go around the builds and I'll show off all the cool stuff that I thought of and didn't think of, and that's about those are the two options. And we have to light this place up because this is a creepers, scary. And another thing that we still need to do is light up under here, because believe it or not, there's still a bunch of mobs, and I'm just hoping there aren't many creepers. I know there will obviously be some, because there always are, but I'm just hoping for not a million. The final bits have been completed now, and let's go over just the build in its entirety. So we have this cliffside here, that like little gradient, a little bit of dark to light type of thing. The orca whales are jumping on the belt. Sure. And on top of it, we have the station itself. The station, I just decided to go with wood. I feel like wood and prismarine, like the darker woods of dark oak and spruce, work really well with the brightness of the prismarine and stuff. And then obviously we have the train, and then behind it the station, which is heavy prismarine and then a little bit of mangrove and granite types of red colors. The station itself, just dummy seats. This isn't like a one-to-one of what you would do if you were having like a docking for loading up freight trains. Like this would be more of a passenger station, but let me live my life, okay? I'm not the biggest train nerd in the world, and also normal freight loading stations look stupid and ugly most of the time. So I wanted to build this one. And even though there's likely not many passengers, there is our lovely driver, Mr. Shoop. I just teleported through the wall. That was weird. And maybe Mr. Shoop wants to sit while he's waiting for the train to continue. And these are our little seats. We got some trash cans, composters here, and we are using just like the most standard archway design ever, with some mangrove trapdoors and like either the bricks or granite behind them, just to give a little bit of red in here, because otherwise it would be the bluest thing you've ever seen in your life. On the inside, I thought it would be cool to have like a little furnace area just to keep warm during the winter. And then actually, we still need to get in some of these flowers. We're just doing some blue flowers. It was either going to be orchid or cornflower. Those are the two kind of like blue Minecraft flowers. And there were a bunch of cornflowers out in the wilderness. You could see that one there. So we just are using those. And we also have these cool chandelier designs that are built off of kind of these beams that go across with the stripped wood. And we're just using some sea lanterns, some glass on a chain and stuff. And I think these turned out really, really nice. And then we have a similar design in here with some benches, some anti-homeless architecture right there. That's what we always want to see. That's staying true to American train stations. And then over in the center here, I'm expecting this to be kind of like a welcome center where you have your train schedules and other things like that in here. And then we have kind of the main entrance. There's no real entrance to this because, if you can tell, we're on a cliff. We're on a cliff and the train kind of 180s. So if you exit out this way, you still have to cross the train tracks. So there's not really an exit, but we can fly, so that's the exit for us. And then we enter in here with like a little seating thing, just if you're waiting for someone on the train that's coming in. And then I'm just saying more programs and stuff here. And we need a painting here. I should get that in, because that's like the perfect spot for a 2x1 wide painting thing. And then again, we're met with the interior. A super basic interior. I think it looks nice. And if you've seen my vanilla playthroughs, you'll see that I have been working heavily on interior designs and stuff. So I think it's better than what I usually make, which is good enough for me. And then up here we have kind of an upstairs area with, for now, just as our waystone. I'm thinking of putting like a desk and a kind of a commanding zone for like a train scheduler or something like that up there. But I don't know, let me know down in the comments if there's anything specific that you think should go up here. And if there's like a train specific job that has people up in the tall bits of the train thing. I don't know what this tower's for, but it's in every single thing ever. And I honestly don't know what it's used for. So if you know, let me know down in the comments. And then I think the final thing to go over is the roof. We're just using straight up dark prismarine, which is why we needed to get all that in the material gathering time lapse. And if you can't tell, we are kind of just like taking divots out of it every once in a while and then calling it a day. Good Times with Scar did hit this for his train roof, which is kind of where I stole the idea from. Oh, and then we also have chimneys with a little bit of smoke effect from the furnace things that we have down here. I think that's a really good addition, and it breaks up the monotony of the green roof quite a bit. And we also have one over on the other side. But that's the station. I think it turned out really, really nice. And I think more importantly, it makes it look not stupid and not floaty anymore. After building this, realized this kind of does look like a ship where the cliff kind of curves in like a ship kind of would. And I'm sorry if I put that all in your minds and now you can't get it out of your head, but that's what I was thinking and I thought it would be funny to share. And speaking of sharing, I am sharing the end of this video with you. That was a good transition. But that is going to be it. We made a bunch of progress. We finished up the Prismarine farm and the Prismarine collection area. And I am going to be AFKing here just so that we can get some use out of the new train station and the new farm. Welcome back to another Create Mod episode. In the last one, I'm running into a wall already. In the last one, we built this entire Prismarine train station. That looks so good, along with this cliffside here to wrap the whole thing up. And it looks so cool. We can now fully AFK our Guardian farm, get all the Prismarine delivered back to our main base way over there, and it looks pretty, which is what we care about. In this episode though, we have a ton of things planned. I want to make a big hole. I might even call this video Big Hole, but bigger. I'm not doing that. That's a stupid name. But we are making a big hole. And this is so that we can make a crazy farm in the next episode. But first we got to make the big hole. On Friday, I posted a video about a quarry design that I made, and I want to use it in survival. I want to see how easy I claim it actually is to set up. Spoiler alerts, it's easy to set up. It's really quite simple. But we're not doing it in the overworld. That's lame. I don't wanna. Instead though, we are doing it in the nether, which is very exciting. And while I'm coming back to our main base, I want to talk about why it's a little bit more challenging in the nether than it would be in the overworld, and also why it's a little bit easier. So first of all, the nether has a roof made of bedrock. You can't mine through bedrock, so we will need to dig out a like 5 blocks tall by 256 by 256 area on the very top of the nether, so that we can put in our quarry. That's not going to be too difficult because we do have these minecart contraptions. I don't know which one's which, but one of them is good at mining things, and we can configure that to be just as wide as possible. So we'll only have to do like 4, hopefully, passes to get to 256 by 256. That's the goal, at least. And I think it's this one, and I was spot on. So this one is a gigantic wall. We don't need it this tall. We only need it like what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks tall, which isn't too bad, and we can use the rest for extra width. And honestly, the wider it goes, the easier it will be for me to actually start using it. The only issue is that, like in the nether, if we're missing a block on the floor, and more importantly, a block right where this bad boy is going, then we're in trouble town. So I'm gonna kind of combine this with our nether kind of tunnel bore one so that we make sure that we don't run out of places to place this on and this doesn't fall like into a lava pit, because that would be horrible. So we're first going to get started with just placing this into our world, and now I have a lot of deconstructing to do. And once that's been torn down, we have the schematic cannon set up. I just need some chests and only a stack of deployers, which is so easy to do. It's actually not, but it should be relatively easy because we have, I hope, everything we need. I think the only thing we might not have is brass, but we have a brass farm. So easy peasy. And I was right. We have 56, which is actually 2 more than we need. And now we just need to grab a couple of chests, and then we can start up the building of the cart assembler boy. And just to verify, this should be good. Done. Boom. Play. Ooh, forgot gunpowder in. Now we're placing. And as you can see, the center is here. This is a long boy. I think it's 64 blocks across. And it actually only needs to be 4 blocks tall because the quarry is only that size. So it's actually 1 block shorter than what I thought. But as you can see, these are all the deployers going in. We're just setting a perfectly flat base so that if there's lava in the way, we can get rid of that right away. And so that the cart itself can not get stuck. If it falls or does something weird, that won't happen. At least hopefully not. We'll see. But now we're getting in the drills. The drills, of course, are just a full line across. It should hopefully be easy. We are not going to be putting deployers in front of these drills because there's not really a point. I'm going to be following behind it. And if somehow we get lava up on the very top of the map, then it's probably only 1 source block, and then we could just place a block in its way and be good to go. And there we go. It is done. And this is what it's looking like. A giga wall of drills and deployers. If we hit F3 and G, you can see that it is 1 chunk, 2 chunk, 3 chunks, 4 chunks wide, and we're obviously just going to move these 2 over to the end over there because those were too short. But it is 4 chunks wide, which means it's 64 blocks wide and 4 blocks tall, which is huge. And for a 256 by 256, we'll only need to run this 4 times, which is good news because any more than that, I think I might explode. Speaking of exploding though, let's get a cart assembler in, and we'll need to place down a couple of blocks. We'll need to get rails and redstone blocks in here as well as a bunch of netherrack. The netherrack is obviously going to be acquired from mainly the drills mining here once we get it started, but obviously in the overworld, there's no netherrack in the way. And the initial startup is always going to be the same. It's going to be a little bit of a challenge, but let's lock rotation, which it already is. Beautiful. I'm going to place in some of these powered rails already. Power those. And if we power this cart assembler, it should just start going. So let's try it. I can't push it, but believe me that it's working. And now we can just kidnap it, bring this along with us. And now we have an ugly 64 block long thing of netherrack that I guess we now have to destroy. The next steps are to find where we're going to mine. For this farm, I'm going to want to build it on a nether fortress because obviously nether fortress mobs are good, like wither skeletons, blazes, other things that spawn there. But other than that, it doesn't super matter. I don't want to be in a basalt delta. I feel like that would be horrible. But that's just preference. We could go over here. This seems to have a bunch of nether fortress blocks here, which is really good. If you aren't aware of the nether fortress spawning rules, the like little 4x4 things here usually have better spawning chances. And if we destroy the whole thing and just set up little platforms, the spawning areas for those are going to increase dramatically. So that might be where we want to go. And if we center the farm around this, then I think that'll be the best. So perhaps we head here, nether farm. And here it is. This feels like a really good spot. So the things I'm looking out for are big lava lakes are kind of bad, honestly, in this case, because that means we'll need to place a bunch of blocks down to section it off into 10,000 block increments. Obviously, this is massive, so we're going to need to do that. But if we center the farm around this, then I feel like that's a good spot to do it. And as you can see, we are getting a ton of mobs in this entire area, which is a 128 radius circle around where we are, which is pretty much perfect for the 256 by 256 quarry. So I think we center it around this fortress here, and let's go up to the roof area and I guess just figure out a place to actually set this up. So we have hit bedrock here, and we need to be perfectly below bedrock enough so that I don't get in any trouble with trying to mine bedrock, and it looks like this is the correct height. We are currently in the center of the area here, so I will want to probably section out the area that I want to start in and then go just over and then over back the other way and then continue that 4 times total. All right, so we've done a little bit of math. We want to start at 464, 241 and end at 720, -15. That'll be the size that we're going for. It's like right here all the way up to way over here, which is huge. I didn't think it was that big. That is gigantic. Well, that definitely means we will be able to have a fully spawn-proofed area, which is kind of the main thing that we're doing. So I suppose let's head over to this corner and then we can start the mining. And we have now dug over here and set up the mining machine. As you can see, we are at exactly the chunk borders here, and here is the starting corner, and it is way bigger than I thought. We are going to go from here to here. This whole area is going to be empty, and I'm so excited. Without further ado, let's just try to send it. I'm making sure we have netherrack, redstone, and everything else. I think we just send it, and all we need to do is power this. We lagged a little bit at the start. It looks like we're going good. I need to break these things. We're lagging a lot at every single thing we mine. Oh, wow. I'm very glad I didn't do any more than this because we are chunking every time we break a set of blocks. But it is now going, and it might be even working well, which never happens. And it's perfectly in line with the chunk borders. Love that. So I guess my next 45 hours is me sitting in the back of this thing, waiting until we get 250 blocks away over to that yellow beam there. And this might be time-lapseable. I'll try my best. I don't know exactly how one does time-lapse this, but it'll be entertaining. And the hole is dug. I've also moved all of the big torches that I placed down that you saw in the middle of the time lapse there so that we didn't have a billion mobs in here. I placed these down in the ground so that they can get mined by the quarry once we get to them. But until then, it'll prevent any mobs from spawning in the general area, at least kind of. I have also set up the schematic for the quarry. You can see it is the perfect height, which is awesome to see. I've slid everything into its perfect sizes, so that we are mining exactly to the chunk borders on every side. It's all measured out. We are good to go, but we need to build this whole thing. And I don't think it'll be that hard. Ooh, uh-oh. I think I need an extra Y level. Uh-oh, that would be bad. Okay, we are going to switch this to another block. I don't know how I'm gonna do that, but we're gonna have to, because it's actually 5 blocks tall, including this one thing, which is a problem. So we could probably scooch that over to right here, and then we'll just mine out this area, because that has to be able to move over anyway. That has now been dug out. We'll obviously have to fix, whoopsies. We'll obviously have to fix the redstone link system once we build the farm, but I think it's time to build it. We have nothing else to lose, nothing else to wait or prepare for. I just really hope this works. I have double checked that we have all the resources. I hit play. Uh-oh. Searching. It's going, but it is slow. What's it doing? I'm so curious what it's doing. Is it going all the way over, and then all the way over, and then all the way over? That's gonna take so long. Well, guess I'm sitting here on my backpack, just chilling. And it is finally done. We can now pick up all of our stuff here, and we can just check out briefly that everything's working. I include this in the description of the video from Friday, but way down here, one of these belts is not glued together, and it is just because the schematic gets confused, and these are never glued together. So you will have to glue these together if you're building the schematic, but I say that in the description of the video, so just learn how to read. Then if we follow the rest down, this should all be glued together, and I don't know why something this big, just the glue doesn't work anymore. I assume it's just because it's an entity and that's confusing for the create mod to have to deal with. But then otherwise we are good. We have to switch up this redstone link with an observer in red and gantry shaft in blue. And there we go. That is set to receive. That will power this redstone link, which will power, I think, the one right here. Yep, that is correct. These should be set to the correct ones already. We should be good. Yes, I need to get 2 shovels to put in here. I need to just get a building block in this thing. We have 18 of our blocks in there. There we go. 2 wooden shovels in this, and we are good. This has a power level of 2. This is powered on. I think all we have to do now, I need to get some sails in here because I totally forgot to break some of the blocks. Okay, this should be enough. I don't actually know. But when we turn it on, everything should start spinning. So far, everything looks good. I'm just gonna send it. I don't know what else we could do. There are no redstone links that could be powering any of these. I'm just gonna turn it on. And we're going. Uh-oh. 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 Well, that's not good. I bet I know what the issue is. Hopefully that's not a big deal. Okay, now it's working. Okay, so before that was happening, I think because we had full blocks here, so it started but couldn't actually do anything. So I am going to really quick just reset this thing. Okay, we've brought it back to the start now. It should be able to go straight down. I just have to make sure that is the correct way. Let's just send it. Should be going down, and it is. And we've connected everything up. Let's just quickly go into FreeCam, and we are already getting lava, which is why I'm here in the first place. So that is going to be the kind of main challenge with this farm in the Nether specifically, is that we are going to have a very tough time with lava because it spawns everywhere and flows like crazy. But the good news, which I didn't actually talk about earlier in this video, was that we don't have water. So we're not getting cobble gen, we're not getting obsidian gen, which makes the miners actually a little bit easier. And water, or I guess lava, is way faster and doesn't produce source blocks. So we're just gonna have to deal with the total number of lava source blocks, mainly in the lava pool over in the center here. But yeah, you can see how big this area is going to be once we get all the way to the bottom, and it is going to look so cool. But while this is running, let's get into a time-lapse of the entirety of this mining session, or at least as entirety as we can get, because yeah, this is probably going to take up like 100 gigs of storage minimum. Probably like 500. And I don't know if I have that capacity, honestly. And I bet you thought this is going to be such a long time lapse and it's going to be so cool with really cool music. Yeah, as you can see, there's a ton of lava and this is going to be a huge project to just clear up all the lava that we have. And as you can already see at the very end there, it is just going back up and down and forth a ton. And that's because I forgot a redstone link that got broken because I tried to place it in bedrock. But let's go back to real life. This is why you don't stop the thing while it's moving and you just flick the lever at the start. So we have run into a couple of issues. You can see if I dig out of here, we have had a couple of issues. I fixed quite a few of them. You can see that the ceiling has now been mined out, and that is because we actually needed 6 blocks of gap because the drills that were moving over, even though they were like at this block, they were mining the netherrack above it, slowing down the scooting over 8 blocks version. So if you are going to replicate this, be sure to mine above and the row below where the deployers were on my initial minecart contraption here. But then otherwise, we have a full row here. That's working great. Wonderful. But let's head over and see why this contraption is now broken and why you don't want to delete it or turn it off when it's in a weird state. So if we hover over this, you could say this contraption was unable to assemble because there is bedrock in the contraption itself. And if we scooch down, you can see that in the floor, so there's drills up top and then 2 rows of storage and then drills on the bottom in the bedrock itself, which means the drills got pushed down into the netherrack, and normally that would be fine because then they go straight back up, but they got turned back into a contraption and some of the drills broke. Like right here, these drills broke because there's bedrock there. And now bedrock is stuck in the glued contraption, so we're kind of toast. Not incredibly toast, because we would have needed to do this anyway. It just is kind of a delay to my plans. We need to get rid of all this lava. So yeah, this was inevitable because we needed to do this. I just wish we didn't have to do this soon. My hope, though, is that we just have a lot of singular source blocks and it'll go away. But there's no real way to check that before we drain all the lava out of here, and there's not really a good way to do this. We will, once we get down to the full lava lake, we can use a rope pulley, a hose pulley, whatever it's called. But until then, we're kind of stuck just doing the basic way where we block it off. But as you can see, it is mostly already flowing down. A little progress update, we have cleared out all of the lava in this area up until the lava lake, and I have done a little bit more work just blocking off the outskirts of the lava lake here, but it is unfortunately not enough. I have just quickly set up a system here, but we are still at a bottomless supply, which means we need to figure out a way to get rid of some of this lava. You can see that I've already tried blocking off a bit of these areas. So the way I've been doing it is I have just been either grabbing sand, or I have now a netherite back tank, which will let me be invulnerable to lava and swim around. You go so darn slow, but at least you can move at all in the lava without just burning. I have now sectioned off quite a bit of the lava. We have, oh, wait, whoa, hey, chill out, dog. Okay, we have sectioned off a little bit of lava, kind of over to like this little half of the area here. We have like a line straight down the middle, and allegedly, if we hover over this, it doesn't say infinite source. So it is removing sources. I just don't know where it is coming from or going. It looks like it removed that corner source because that used to be a source block. I just don't know where else it's removing stuff from, but it is removing stuff. And we have a long way to go, but at least it's removing sources. That's what we care about. It's not an infinite source. It is removing sources from somewhere. I just don't know where. Over here, but I don't see any, so I don't know. So I guess we can AFK this, see how long it takes for all this to drain. I mean, given the fact that I haven't seen anything happen, probably a while. That's gonna be my guess, which is a bit unfortunate, but at least we're clearing out the lava. It is going rather slowly, but at least it's going. And I guess eventually we'll be able to pull this thing out of our stuck lava situation that we have ourselves in. And after this is when it went way downhill. All right, it has been probably 5.5 hours since that last clip, and we have actually reduced some of the lava down there, but it's been 5.5 hours and you can still see lava, which means we're not at all fast enough. So I'm gonna make a machine to get rid of all the lava, but for now, we're just going to come back with mining stuff. I don't think I was recording on the right screen when I recorded bringing all this back up and moving over, but it doesn't matter because then my game crashed and now we are stuck with random stuff in the middle of nowhere that I have to all rebuild now. And I'm not doing that right now. As I mentioned, 5 hours. As soon as everything's working again, my game crashes. I don't know if the quarry is worth it. I don't know if it's worth it. But if it is, tune in for next video. I'm so sorry. This is bad. It'll get better. Welcome back to another Create Mod episode. In the last one, we tried our best and failed pretty heavily to make a big hole. And we spent a lot of the last episode, well, first digging out this 256 by 256 by 6 blocks tall area so that we could fit in the quarry. And then another quite a long bit of the thing digging out this area and trying to get rid of all the lava manually. That is when I found out that that was stupid and it's going to take way too long to do everything manually. So in this episode, we are going to, well, actually, hold on, pause. We tried to fix the quarry. My game crashed midway through it. As you can see there, stuff is broken. How is half of that powered? I don't know what's going on. Where is the rest of you? It's gone. I've also lost this entire row of things. There's some boys down there and that's it. Where did the rest go? Who knows? That's why you don't crash in the Create mod, because everything breaks. So we'll need to fix that, but more importantly, we need to design a fully new, not fully new, where it's gonna be using a lot of the same components, but otherwise basically fully new system here, where we are going to remove every liquid in the way. And for us, it's gonna be really easy. For not us, more difficult. The reason I'm saying not us is because if you're combining water and lava, that'll make cobble or obsidian even worse. That's horrible. So if that's happening, that's going to be a big problem, but not for us because this is the nether. There's no water. So we will need to take into account overworld water lava combo to take away somehow. I don't know how that's going to work. We're going to try our best, but let's fix this first and just run it and just send it and it work and my game won't crash and we'll be good. I'm saying that to myself because I hope that it'll be the case. I don't know for sure. We have brought the mining machine back. I've replaced everything. I've glued everything together. Oh my goodness, I would have died if that broke something. I am going to go through another pass just to make sure everything is re-glued together. This wasn't glued. I had to re-glue that, which is why we have the scaffolding there. But I am going to fly around and make sure everything is re-glued. I definitely didn't do everything, as you can see. There we go. We are now all glued up. Let's run all the way back. I'm just double checking that there's no random glue bits. It doesn't look like there are. I think we can start this. I think it is available and ready to go. I am going to take all but 2 out of here so that we go all normal, and we should see when we turn this on, it's going the wrong way. I didn't forget to do this. This broke off. So this sequential gear shift gantry shaft thing should be right here, but it just doesn't exist. So let me grab that and put that back on. There we go. That's on. I honestly don't think it matters if we just start it again. It shouldn't, but it should be going down. Awesome. That is working. And as I mentioned earlier, we're going to get a fully different system to get rid of all the lava. This should move over 16 blocks. Connect up. It just disappeared. It's still there and working. And then after that, it should come back, move over 16 this way, and start mining everything out. This was supposed to be the easiest thing ever in the world, but I wanted to make it difficult and then I forgot to do stuff and now everything's broken. But while we're waiting here, where's my backpack? This one. Put this back here. We still have the void upgrade and stuff going. We also have 3 triple stack upgrades. So it multiplies it by 8, 64, and then whatever 8 times 64 is, multiplies it that many times. So we're likely going to be okay. Okay, it's coming back. It should move over. Once it figures itself out, it does need to move 128 twice, 256 blocks, but then it should be good. I can put back. I cannot put back. I should not do that yet. I can put them in here. Oh, and then it moved over. It should be directly in line. Oh my goodness. With that, it is... Oh, I forgot to glue. Okay, that's easy. I forgot to glue this bit to the thing that moves back and forth. Okay, well, that was a little bit of a mistake, but we can fix that easily. We just need to bring this thing back. But we'll do that once it comes back up to the top so that I don't break it again. And once it gets back up to the top and stops is when we can bring it back and glue everything together. At the moment, we're just trashing all of our stuff, but we were doing that over here anyway, so I don't really think it matters. And I suppose technically we could just not have this since we are throwing everything out, but on the off chance we get ancient debris, I would like to be able to keep it. Even though it's not super important, it's still ancient debris. You gotta care about that a little bit. Okay, everything should be fixed. I've connected this up with just some andesite, so once this brings itself back, and I guess it already is back, but once it figures out that it's back, we should see this whole andesite bit, including the belts here, move over. Yes, we can now replace this with our 16 basalt, and we should see, yep, stops, comes back up, and then it'll move over and keep going. Now for real this time, getting into a time lapse. I promise. This time, nothing will break, and I am so confident that I'm saying it before the end of the time lapse. Okay, I thought it broke. But I think everything's working. I'm gonna just run over here, make sure everything's glued and we're not running into issues. But I think everything's working. I think we're all good. I need AFK in the center of this bad boy for it to actually work and load stuff in, but we should be good. So let's get into a time lapse. And while we're digging out this hole, I want to talk about the math behind how many blocks it actually is that we're mining here. So we're digging out a 256 by 256 hole. That is 65,536 blocks in a 1 block tall area. If we multiply that, if like we're digging out a 100 tall area, that is 6.5 million blocks. And if we divide that by the max speed that you can mine out blocks, so if you have efficiency 6 or haste 2 or whatever, and you're like insta mining everything, that'll take 2.6 million seconds to mine out, or 43,000 minutes, or 728 hours. If this was a full area of blocks. Obviously there is some air in it, but if you're doing this manually, 728 hours. And this AFK session took a while, but we would still need to be mining for 700 additional hours if we were doing this by hand. So I'm glad we made this quarry. We are now back with a fully cleared out area. I guess not fully, there's still loads and loads of lava in here, but all the blocks are gone. It is a perfect line the whole way down. And if we go into free cam, so we can fly around everywhere, it looks so cool. Just look how cool this looks. I will probably want to set up like a perfect like wall here so that we like block off all the lava and stuff. But for now, this is super cool. This looks so menacing. A thing I didn't consider is that I deleted the Nether Fortress, so I don't know where it is. I'm hoping that I can get a mod or something, a client-side mod like Mini HUD that can outline where the Nether Fortress is and just have a little bounding box for it. But if not, then whoops. Anyway, this looks so cool. And now the second phase of getting rid of all of this lava. You can see that there are some unwanted pests. Oh, he gone. He hurt us. But we need to get rid of this lava. And I have a plan, but I need to figure out how to plan it. Hello, me. So my plan is to have this move down 4 blocks, stop, 4 blocks, stop, and just do that until we get to the bottom. And then move over, 4 blocks, stop, 4 blocks, stop, 4 blocks, stop. The same exact thing that we just did, but instead of mining, it just stops, like goes down 4 blocks, stops becoming full blocks, and then doing that again. So I'm hoping that'll work and be relatively easy. It's not going to be incredibly easy. The Quarry video came out as I'm recording this a couple of days ago, and there are some really good ideas in the comments for if you were building this from scratch, like you didn't mine out the whole thing yet. There are some good ideas for this, so I might mess around with those. But the main thing I want to do is figure out, if you already have a fully empty hole, how do you get rid of all the lava? Because this is too much to do by hand. So I guess let's hop into a creative world and try to figure it out. You could see just the 2 pixels of my face. But yeah, let's go. All right, I think I have a potentially working system here. I have dug out a little hole. It is going down. I've put a bunch of water, like these are all water source blocks down to the bottom, except for like this little area. So we should see all of this water go away, and then like the other half like start pouring onto it, but it shouldn't make more sources. Ooh, okay, so if that's waterlogged, that's bad. Honestly, I don't care. I'm not stressed about it. What I am stressed about is that this didn't turn into source block, or unturn into source blocks. It should be coming back up. I think it's glitching out a little bit, but it should be coming back up. Oh, I forgot to increase the time. Well, that'll see if it'll work. I guess I was testing it on a way smaller area, so I only did 10 seconds. I think 24 was the right amount of time there. I don't think anything else needs a timer, but maybe I'm crazy. Whatever. What are you doing? How did you? Oh, okay. This one breaking is a skill issue. At least that's what I'm telling myself. So I'm hoping now it'll come back up and not be all weird. So we are getting water sources from the walls and stuff. That's fine. I'm kind of expecting that to be the case. And as long as where did these water sources come from? I don't know. But it looks like it's just flowing water. I don't know why this isn't bringing our stuff back up though, because it certainly should be. Oh, it's still going down. It still thinks it's at the top. Okay, that's fine. We should see relatively soon, yeah, like literally right now, this should come all the way back up. Man, I hope I got the time right. I think I did, but this is this is the first test of going all the way down, other than the one before this. So I guess this is the second test of it going all the way down, but it should all the way up. Great. With a little bit of time to spare, over 16, boom, down again. All right. Now I gotta figure out why it didn't remove these source blocks. Can you waterlog drills? Because then it's possible and super believable. It's a really good thing I tested this in the creative. You could totally waterlog drills. That's like half the cobble farms. I'm stupid. Hold on. All right, there we go. We have a block cube of boys here, and if we turn you back on and turn this on, we'll start going. It's gonna go all the way down, come all the way back up. Now though, we should see that this turns into unsource blocks. Once we get over to this cube here. And you could always keep this the same height, the same size as the original miner, and just go down 2 blocks every time instead of 4, because right now I'm just going down 4 blocks and then it does its thing. But my concern is, and this is actually really reasonable, you would need to be able to have a way to, if there's cobblestone gen, mine the cobblestone gen. So having it at 2 blocks and drills won't work because it takes more than 2 movements down to be able to mine a cobblestone that gets generated. So you would have to either increase the, like, put drills on top and the bottom, or just dig a big cube. That was kind of hard to say, dig a big cube. It's fun. Dig a big cube, dig a big cube, dig a big cube. All right, but we're coming back up and then we'll see it start breaking those things, and hopefully it will work. So we can run into the issue of waterlogging the rope boys, because that will be an issue. What we could maybe do to bypass it, no, that won't work. I was gonna say if we just have like a long stick in this corner, it'll work fine. Let's just see what happens and hope that it fixes itself. Okay, so now it's totally working. The tube here, no worky. Interestingly, some of these blocks are air, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. I don't know. We'll just see what happens. But it definitely looks like it's working, and it looks like it's getting rid of all of the sources. And now it's coming back up, and we do have that little area not included. But we should then see this thing move over and actually work. And I think that waterlogging is only an issue when it's water. Lava, that won't happen, which is really, really good, but it is still a problem for big areas and stuff. So we should probably figure out a way to do that. I'm just not sure what that way is easily. Oh, yes, I am. We'll just have the hose boy go to right on this block, and then we'll just have the cubes be cubes. That'll be easy. This looks like it's working. I am going to, real quick, verify that we have the right height. I want all of this to go away as soon as this... Oh, very, very interestingly, just the first row... No, okay. I was gonna say, that would have been fascinating. I thought it was just the first row. It looks like it is just the first row, but every time? Which doesn't make any sense. I don't know what's happening there. We can fix that easily, but then we should be able to put this into our survival world. This actually works really, really well. And it's not way more complicated than the original. There we go. Glue the whole cube. Glue the whole cube together. I don't know what I'm saying. It's been a long day, and it's just noon, I think. Oh, it's 3 p.m. I thought it was noon. This is me right now. Man, we should see that all of this water gets removed except for this little block, because that is from the next section, and it totally is. And oh, this is sick. And it can go as fast as you want if you're willing to just place down more blocks here. You could make an 8x8 tall thing. It is a ton of blocks. That's 8 times 16 times 16. So 8 times 256, whatever that number is a big number. But you could do it, and it'll have the time. So I guess I'll go messing around with like what the best odds are. And the only other issue with this is that you can't mine out things. So it's probably best if I like mess around with some cobble gen and stuff to see, what the heck? To see how long it takes to mine cobble and then move that many blocks down. Because then no matter what, if there's cobble gen here, we'll break the cobble. We won't go as far down, but at least we'll break the cobble and it'll keep going and not get stuck. Because sometimes there is quite a bit of cobble gen. There's rarely any obsidian gen, and I'm okay with taking the risk of that. So the only other issue is that if there are 4 blocks here of water, and there's like a gap, and then there's 4 blocks here of water, so that you could make an infinite source if like you place blocks here. If there's water here and water here, it makes an infinite source here. If we break all 4 of those, and we get to here, there's no more water here. But that would be the case if, let's say, like right here, we stop this block, like this is not a source, but right here is. And if right here was a source, and this thing goes down 4 blocks, I know what I'm saying. If this thing goes down 4 blocks, it will make this little area, but I don't think it did actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Let's just try it. So we have a perfect example of what I'm thinking of right there. We'll see if it actually happens and creates a water source block. It did. I'm almost certain it did. Remove all these, remove all these. If all the water goes away, it doesn't. Okay, perfect example of what I'm talking about. water source creates a water source here. So that is the only edge case that will happen when either it's on the wall here, or if we have a big ol' area and it's like 256 by 256, and there just happens to be a water source on the open air block here and a water source over there, if that's the way that it's flowing, which is kind of a big if. I don't even know if I'm making any sense, but I might be. At least this is a problem. It is way less of a problem than other issues that could arise, and you can manually deal with that if you have water sources that happen like that. I think that is going to be incredibly rare. So I'm not super stressed about it. I'm curious what happens when I just land on trees. Does it just stop? Yeah, okay. But that doesn't break the farm. It'll eventually come back up and scoot over. So that's a benefit. That's something. And we are now back in the survival world. I have dug out the entirety of the brain here. That's the only thing we're replacing. Everything else is going to stay the same, thankfully. I'm leaving the lines in here because it doesn't do anything positive or negative. Like, it's just there. And I don't want to deal with removing it when I don't have to. So we're just getting the brain in, and I have everything prepped already. Let's just send it and hope that we have enough gunpowder to actually do this whole thing. So we should see we're not replacing any of these mechanical drills. We're keeping them all the same. They can't get lava logged, which hopefully means they can take away lava. If we see down there, because that's the lava lake, ghasts are scary. If we see down here that lava is not getting removed properly, we can always replace these drills with smooth stone blocks. I just don't want to have to do that, so I'm hoping that it'll be fine. I've also just put it in the exact same spots we can use, obviously the same infrastructure here, and I've kept a couple of the belts and stuff the same, but then otherwise I've removed everything. So we should see that this pops up a very similar looking contraption and identical to the one we just made in creative, but a very similar to the one we just had, but meant for this now. This thing is now finished up. I'm going to quickly, I'm just removing this and placing back the backpack we had there before. I think it was this one. Just in case we somehow get more items from this, like we shouldn't at all, but we should now see that we have a bunch of stuff in here. And if we run around, I need to get my shovels, put them in here, and I need a shovel for in there as well. We need to put blocks in this dropper here that will power the piston in 20 seconds once this runs out. And then we still need 18 in here. There we go, 18 in there. Everything is queued up. I need one more shovel in this thing, and then we will be good. So we should be good. I'm so scared to do this, but I don't know why or if we have another option other than to start it and hope it works. Let's just flick this. Nothing should be moving yet. Great. That means things are working as expected so far. I'm so scared. Let's just go. It automatically doesn't work. Wait. Stop. This is not powered, even though it should be. I think this is just Redstone Link be weird sometimes moment. Oh, there we go. Now it's powered. It was definitely a Redstone Link issue. I don't know why it was. I'm so scared of ghasts. Okay. Now we can try it. Okay. That thing is off. Let me just reset this, because that will reset any of the sequence gear shifts if they're like halfway through running or something. But okay, it's going down. It's going down. We should see this lava start to disappear. I don't know how many of these are source blocks, if any, but at a minimum, it'll probably stop the flow for just a second at least. And that will tell us if we're good. Yep. Okay, so as you can see, we are removing all of this lava, and the rope pulley is also doing that. So yeah, we're coming back up. We should move over. Move over. I'm so scared. I tested this already. It'll work. You gotta stop, all right? There's two of you. We should see, yep, until bedrock, we are cleared out. Awesome. Now I guess it's time to AFK again. There we go. We're safe. Time to AFK. And I guess enjoy a time-lapse V2, but satisfying mode. I kind of want to just sit here, because then you'll see it like the whole way, and it'll just slowly start to clear. I think that could be fun. Yeah, and it's totally clearing out everything. I'm so happy. Oh my goodness, this has already saved me days. of clearing out lava. So let's AFK here. I'm gonna pump up my FOV so that you can see the whole thing. Rip in some Quake promo. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna throw up. Let's get into a time lapse. And I think it'd be way funnier if I sing it this time. I don't know the rest of the words of this song. I think that's the end. I don't really know. It's hard to see. I'm watching it through a little screen in the top right corner of my screen. It's done! And there we go. The entire hole is cleared out of lava. And you might be wondering, what the heck are these things doing? And honestly, this one, kind of interesting. But all of the other things here is because we still have the lava lake over here. So what is happening is these things are freaking out. I'm killing both of these idiots. The three, oh no, mobs. Okay, we're gonna need to get some big torches in this baby. I can't even reach you. This is happening because we still have lava flowing from here and it can't fully update and stuff. I don't know why up there is all like that, but I hope it'll fix itself if we block off some of these flowing ones from the walls. And then we just need to close off this lava wall. But before we do that, I need to get some big torches in here because there are so many ghasts. But I am so glad we decided to figure out a machine to get rid of all this lava. I think it took less time than mining out the whole thing, but it still took probably 8 to 12 hours, which doing by hand would have taken even longer. I don't know what I was thinking that you could do this by hand. Like, it's probably actually impossible to do it fully by hand. So I'm very glad we got a machine to do it. And I think these like little grids are really cool, but still like a little bit annoying. Whoopsies. And I just want to put in one more big torch over here just so we stop spawning. And I think 4 is probably enough. Kind of feels like it is. So I suppose let's run around and block off all these lava bits. And I feel like just cool, another time lapse, but maybe a little bit slower time. I think the coolest bit is going to be getting rid of all of these grid bits. And I think it's going to be really easy to do. I'm hoping that there isn't just flowing lava here. It feels like it's coming from this block, and if it is, I might need to come and place blocks there, but that won't be as difficult as placing blocks literally every single place that it was before, so I'm okay with that. So let's get this into a third-person perspective and start clearing this lava. I guess continue clearing this lava because we cleared it before, but like a third person. And there's not really a ton to talk about, so I'm just going to whisper into your ear. I'm just kidding. We're clearing out the lava. It's relatively pretty easy. It didn't take too long. I think the biggest time sink was clearing up the lava lake and just blocking the whole thing off with sand. But it was so worth it because the satisfaction of all of this lava just melting away pretty much instantly is incredible. And the final one here where we have all of the lava getting squished and like flattened is so nice. But that's all. And with all of that lava cleared away, we can finally get to starting the farm, but this video is already quite long. We're not done just yet though, because at the moment, mobs can spawn here. We're not gonna have the farm exactly at Y4. We're gonna instead have it like a little bit up. We just don't want any other blocks here. So to prevent mob spawning, instead of using the big torches, because we're gonna need to take those away pretty soon, I want to spawn proof this whole area. And you might be thinking, oh, that's easy. That's just a 256 by 256 area. That is 65,000 blocks. And I, stupidly enough, decided to use white stained glass, which we have. We have what, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 times 4,096 stacks. No, numbers of stained glass, plus a couple thousand more, and we are going to be using the wand with a max distance of 128 blocks, which is only half of this, to get in all the glass we need. So I'm just gonna start that in this corner. I guess let's real quick grab some more netherrack and block up this hole. I didn't know there was a hole here, but that's convenient. Let's start in this corner and see how long or how much glass I actually needed of this 65,000, because I still don't believe that 256 times 256 is 65,000. That just doesn't seem right to me at all, but I suppose we'll see. So let's get placing. And I know I've said this before, but I want to keep complaining because, oh my goodness, 256 by 256 equaling 65,000 is insane. I feel like there's no reason that that should be that math, but it is. And if I wanted to get all of this glass by hand, I think it would take me hours upon hours of mining in the desert, smelting in a furnace. This is in vanilla, so give me a piece of salt. What am I saying? I don't even know, but we are done. So let's go back. No way I have burned through all 65,000 stacks of glass. Oh, and we have this little bit left. So I guess I'm so glad we have a glass farm. This would, I think, take eons to do by hand, to manually mine all this sand. We currently have 23,000 sand in here. I am just going to stack all of that up into this backpack. This is what I've been doing for the past like 2 days. I have been dropping sand out by the 48 so that it doesn't accidentally overflow and delete itself, because that's a feature of this mod. And then I have been hoping, I think I still have some white dye. That's not going to be enough. Anyway, I have been getting some bone blocks, turning them into bones and crushing them into white dye. So let me just do that for a couple of stacks, and that should be plenty now. But yeah, this has been my life for like 3 days of just perpetually crafting. And you might say, oh, why don't you just craft it with an automated crafter like the mechanical crafters? Those things are so slow. If you try to use mechanical arms, no chance. Crafting 65,000 things would take so long. That was an accident. It's not even worth it. So that should be enough glass. I'm gonna just hope that it is. We can bring a couple stacks of bone meal with us just in case. We can head back and hopefully finish up this hole in the nether. It's looking so cool though. Imagine we have a massive farm in the center here that's going crazy fast. It's just gonna be so cool. Like, I have no other words to describe it other than just the coolest thing ever. And speaking of underestimating how big this area is, I have made 2 other wands just so I don't have to go back and forth remending up my main wand every 4 seconds, because it's literally like you place 30 times and it is dead. So let's get that there and boom. And let's fly up and see this thing. This is crazy. We have a perfect hole, no lava, perfectly spawn proof, honestly a wild ceiling. So cool. And this might just be the thumbnail. That's so sick. But as I mentioned a little bit earlier, we are already getting pretty late into this episode, so that is going to be it for me today. Welcome back to another episode on the Create Mod world, where we, in the last episode, dug out an entire 256 by 256 area to build a farm. This thing is crazy big. We had a ton of lava that we had to clear out. And in this episode, we are building the nether farm. I don't really have a plan for this farm other than it's going to be big. It's going to be cool. It's going to get so many nether-based items. It's going to be insane. And in the last episode, I said I was going to look around for some forge-based mods that'll let me see the bounding box of the nether fortress. Because if you don't know, things like blazes, wither skeletons, things that only spawn in nether fortresses can, believe it or not, only spawn in nether fortresses. So if I'm trying to make a nether farm, I need to know where the nether fortress is. And I already deleted it. Good news though, we do have, oh my goodness, mini HUD, but for forge. I just looked up mini HUD for forge and it came up. So if you want to see bounding boxes of things, there is a mini HUD for forge, at least in 1.20.1, which is what I'm playing in. And all you have to do is turn on and toggle nether fortress structure overlays, and then you'll get it. What we're looking at here, and I'll explain it a little bit more once we're in a creative testing world, but you can see here that these are the bounding boxes of the nether fortress itself. There are 2 different bounding boxes, the first one being this big cube here, which is the entirety of the nether fortress, and then the smaller cubes in this inside bit are where mobs can actually spawn. So even though there's this big, huge area, wither skeletons can only spawn, and I guess blazes, in the smaller, darker red squares. And I think it's just to make sure that the mobs only spawn on the fortress bits themselves. You can see that the bounding boxes kind of outline where things probably would spawn if you're looking at a fortress. So that's my guess. We do need to find the middle of this area. My guess is it's going to be around here, and we'll go into a creative world and figure this out. but we want to deal with the biggest bounding boxes just so we don't have like a little line of things here that have to push a bunch over and then do a bunch of stuff. We want the biggest area that we can to fill up with as many spawning platforms as we can. But it's really hard to explain this in survival, so let's go to creative where I can show you a little bit easier. Over in creative now, I have set up our midpoint, which is going to be this pillar here. I've also started laying out some spawning platforms. You can see I'm using this kind of main big box here as my initial platform, and then branching off of that when there are a lot of kind of sub boxes connected to it. You can also see that the bounding box actually starts up on this block here instead of the floor block. That is because this block is kind of what decides whether or not something can spawn. So if we go up to the top here and we place some blocks here, even though 2 blocks above in this block here, there's no spawning platform, there's no place for wither skeletons to spawn. Since this block is spawnable, they'll be able to spawn on these blocks here. So if we need to do that, which I think we actually use here, wither skeletons and all those other things will be able to spawn on these blocks here, and then we'll be good. We do, however, need to put in a roof for this thing. I mean, that's kind of not surprising because one, blazes can just fly away if not, and we don't want ghasts because those things are a little bit of a challenge to kill. The next plan is going to just be probably setting up a minecart underneath here and then having that go back and forth with some pushy boys to push all of these boys over the edge. I think what I'm going to do is just have it go this way, set up a wall on the back here so that any mobs here just go straight into the wall, stop, get confused a little bit, glitch through the minecart thing, and then get pushed back the other way and then drop down a chute here. The chute is then going to go again into a maybe another pushing system. Maybe something else, I'm not entirely sure yet. We could do belts as well, that's possible. But I think first of all, let's get in this minecart that pushes these boys back and forth. One thing I didn't consider is that if we have a block here to make the minecart go back the other way, these guys will just get pushed onto this block, which I guess means we just have to move this rail over to the side, like right here, or I guess even further. Yeah, I guess over to the very edge of the farm, so that we can just push them over and back, and then there won't be a block for them to fall on. So I think that'll be the best bet. It's a little bit bigger, it makes the farm a little bit bigger, but it also makes it a little bit less annoying and a little bit simpler. The minecart thing is now in. I've added some walls as well. I'm just kind of following the general guidance of mob farms. There's a bunch of videos on it. Currently, I'm just looking at Nembomb's video from 7 years ago, which is still useful, obviously, as you can see. My guess is that the mob cap is probably already pretty good. I want to go up into the sky so that they despawn when they get kind of low to the ground, because that'll just like simulate us killing the mobs. But if we go up to the top here and then free cam back down, we should see the rates of this. And I'm hoping, oh, I didn't go far enough. There we go. We can see all of these guys getting pushed over. They're despawning about here. That should be as quick as we're killing them. But hopefully this is 70 mobs, which is the like kind of basic mob cap. Oh, I do need to block off some of these here. But other than that, it kind of feels like it's working. What we're doing here is we're just having the blocks glitch through the wall so that the mobs can't get through, but the minecart bit can, and then we're pushing them back over this way. The only issue that I'm seeing is that blazes take a while to fall. There isn't really a way to do this, and at least there isn't really a good way to do this. We could get a gantry shaft going up and down, but the time that it's going up, it's going to be pushing mobs upward, and I don't think that's much better. And it doesn't take them too long to fall below here. What we're going to have here is another minecart system going back and forth this way that I'm going to probably want pushing them all into like, I guess a 2x2, whatever I guess because we're getting magma creams, whatever magma cream size is correct. And then maybe we could do fans or something to pull the blazes down quicker. That could be a really cool way of doing it. So I guess the next step after we get in a few more wall blocks here and finishing off this floor, because what I've decided, even though they're not in the hitbox of the Nether Fortress, I'll still have a bunch of zombified piglin. I think that's their name. Pigmen, zombie pigmen, zombie pigmen spawning there, even if they're not in a thing, and I'm fine with that. So I'll just have the same thing on the other side, and then I think we'll be good, and we're already getting a ton of mobs. So if we get the drops from these, I think we'll be a-okay. We have that in now, and this thing shoots mobs, if we can see it. This thing shoots mobs out of this 3x3 hole here. It's actually working way better than I thought it would. And it's not even that complicated. It's just kind of a cube with some minecarts. So we did get in this pushing system. We needed a 3x3 space for the magma creams. I don't really know how I'm gonna kill them, to be honest. I don't know. I guess we'll get to that now because we need to make a chute for them to come down. I put slabs on all the bottom parts of these blocks because I'm using Alex's mod. They have a thing that spawns on the bottom of blocks, so I need to spawn proof those as well, which is super annoying. They even spawn on glass, which didn't know you could do. Didn't know that was allowed. Now it's time to get in this chute thing, and hopefully I can think of a way to kill the magma creams. You know what I just thought of? We don't have to kill the magma creams, we just have to make them not spawn. And I think that'll be easier. I don't know, before I actually say this, I don't know what magma creams are used for. Literally just brewing, making magma blocks. Yeah, I don't care. So what I'm gonna do, I think all we have to do is stop pushing me, is every 3 blocks or so, break the floor and place in a wall. So let's just pretend that the slab is a wall block here. Magma creams need a 3x3 area to spawn. They will only spawn if their biggest guy flavor can spawn. Which means if we block off the 3x3 spawning area here, not even small ones are able to spawn, which means we don't have to set up this big 3x3 hole and we could do like a 1x3 or literally just a 1 block hole, which might actually be better. But I think that'll be a good strategy of just getting a 1x1 hole, and maybe we actually shrink the width of this to just 2 blocks. But I think that'll make it, just remove all the magma cream spawning. It'll open up spawning for other things that we care about more, like wither skeletons or probably even just normal zombie piglin, so we can get some gold or just whatever. So I'm gonna throw in some walls on all of the floor bits here and hope that that fixes it. A thing that I just remembered is that these are slabs, so we might have to do some finagling here, and we might want to instead put something on the roof to prevent their spawning, because that will still prevent wither skeletons from spawning. As long as we can push the wither skeletons through here, I think that's fine. So let's try the slabs on top instead of the walls and see what happens, because I honestly have no idea. Okay, I've tried a couple of things and they all have not worked at all. I've tried buttons, I've tried walls, I've tried glass panes, I've tried pretty much everything, and it is not working because the magma creams are shorter than the wither skeletons, which means we can't really prevent them from spawning height-wise, which is what I would have liked. Instead, we'll have to do it size-wise, and there's not really a good way to do it other than just making rows here. And I don't think I want to waste the spawning spaces on that, so for now I'm not going to, and I'm just going to hope that I can figure out a good way to kill the magma creams into at least their smallest 1x1 size, so that they can fall down a 1x1 hole. I also tried, as you see over here, putting in a wall in the floor, which is a little bit taller, and then trying to run the thing. It will try to push this guy, but since there's a block in the way, and even with an extra little bit of height, the wither skeleton will just kind of glitch out there. So let's turn this thing on and I can show you. So we can see this is pushing and then they glitch right there, which means we can't even raise the height of this up, which is so sad. So I'll have to go back to the drawing board. I want to quickly look up if there's a cool create mod way to get rid of these guys, but I don't have really high hopes. Oh, there's a ghast. Another little progress update. I fully forgot that powdered snow was a thing in the game, and now we're using that. It is working really well. Let me quickly despawn all the guys because they're probably at the bottom there. And then, I don't even know how I did that. It's been a long day. Let's get some large magma creams spawning in. Even the mediums will work, but I'd like to get a large one just to show you how it's all working. We need to back up a little bit, but you can see all of these guys are still getting pushed in. Here's a big one, and now he is chilling in this powdered snow area. He's getting pushed back and forth, but he's not leaving the radius, which is really what we care about. And they can't jump out because the powdered snow is on like the eye level block instead of the floor block. So they're continuously being powder snowified. And if we wait a little bit, they should start dying. What's actually happening is they're jumping up on top of the blocks on the minecart contraption itself. He just jumped out. That's annoying. Okay, this is good testing. What we might have to do is just let this drop down probably 10 or so blocks. Maybe not that many. but like 4 or 5, and then bring the minecart contraption up 4 blocks total so that they can't jump on top of it. But as you can see, the theory is here. We're getting a bunch of mini magma cubes once the medium ones die, and the medium ones still do die from the powdered snow. They're like literally 1.1 blocks tall, so they like go up into that 1 block, so they'll still die, which is amazing. That's really all we care about, but I do want to make sure that the big boys can't jump out again, because that's a little bit annoying. But as you can see, they are dying, even if it's kind of slowly. Another quick update here. This is me AFKing up at the very top, so guys are despawning pretty quickly. We're getting an astonishing amount of blazes and not a lot of other things, but I think that's just this time coincidentally. But for now, the magma creams are dying quick enough, it looks like. It looks like we pretty consistently get magma creams and a bunch of other stuff coming in, dying from this, and I switched out this minecart here with belts because things can't spawn on belts, so we do need the minecart for this spawning area here. But the belts here make it so that these mobs get over here a little bit faster, and I could probably also put belts here. The only issue would be that the medium magma creams will not fit in the powdered snow if we do that though. I don't really think it's worth having belts here, but we'll see if it's like obviously better or not worse, then maybe we do that. Since I don't really like having a bunch of minecart contraptions, obviously we need some, but the less the better. As this is now working really well, I think the next step is to get in a killing chamber. There are a couple of ways we can do this. The first with crushing wheels. If we just set up 3 sets of crushing wheels, then it'll kill all the mobs. That is expensive though. I think that'll cost 12,000 stress units, which is a lot for something where we don't have a steam engine like actively nearby. We can just pump lava from one of the many infinite sources we have around us, so it's not an issue, but we would need to make a new one. Or we could get a deployer setup going. The deployer issue is kind of the same because we need to power the deployers, and then we also need to give them swords with looting and whatever, and they can't get mended. So maybe we just do crushing wheels. The only benefit though with deployers is that we do get looting. So maybe for now we do crushing wheels, and then if I get to, and this is a kind of a big if we get to a like real enchanting system where we have fully automated diamond sword making, then we can have a setup here where we just give the deployers diamond swords. But I would like a crushing wheel setup and a manual killing area. I honestly don't know how we're gonna do the manual killing area, but we can certainly try. So I'm just running this as a test to see if hopefully we can use 1 set of crushing wheels. It doesn't really look like it, but it also kinda doesn't look like we're getting a lot of drops either. And the crushing wheels crush any of the drops that we get from entity cramming, which is kind of where all of the killing is happening at the moment, which is not very helpful. I also don't know if we're able to get wither skeleton skulls because it's not being killed by a player. And I was also thinking about, in order for mobs to spawn, a player needs to be nearby anyway. And if I'm here, why don't I just kill them manually? Because I have a looting 3, sweeping edge, all the whatever's netherite sword, and it'll just kill them faster. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. Crushing wheels are maybe a good idea for a different farm, but not really for this one. Well, this is working really well. I don't have free cam and the ability to smack stuff, so I'm only gonna be able to do 3rd person, but you can see how quick it is and all of the items that we're getting over on the side. We are already at 4 wither skeleton skulls. I've been doing this for maybe 3 minutes. This thing is pretty darn fast. We probably could make it faster if we add more spawning spaces. I don't think I care enough though, because this is already plenty fast, and I honestly think the only changes that could be made to speed this thing up is to add in those walls that I was talking about earlier to prevent the magma cube spawning, and then also set up just more spawning spaces so that we can get more mobs. But with 6 wither skeleton skulls, 3 from the time I started talking, I think this is plenty fast enough. So now all I have to do is, that was a gamer moment. Peaceful mode. Fix the item collection, because this is not fast enough to keep up with the mob drops that we're getting, and some are spilling out, which isn't that helpful. To fix the mob drops, I'm just going to do that with a backpack, and then connect up all of the belts and stuff that we need to probably just a water wheel powered by lava, because they don't require any stress units, we just need them at the max speed. And then once we get that done, we can start getting this into our survival world. Back in survival now, I have already laid out kind of our main marker for the farm. It is going to be in this general area. If I turn on the hitboxes, you can see it's going to be this cube here, which is the one that we're going to be using, but we need to get all the materials for this, and I think we have everything. It's mostly just glass and smooth stone, but I need to go collecting. So let's do a quick material gathering session, and then we'll get to building it. And in this material gathering session, again, we didn't have to get too many things. We had to get quite a few drawer bits just for our basic storage that we're going to be using, and then we got all the stone, all of the smooth stone, the slabs that we needed, and then I needed to quickly go and grab some powdered snow. But then after that, we have everything that we need. That material gathering session is over. We have everything that we need. The schematic is all set up. I'm gonna quickly configure, place solid with solid, sure. And let's just go. No mobs are gonna spawn in there for a little bit because we still have the big torches laid around. But I want this full thing to be built before I take those out, just because I don't want mobs spawning midway through the building process. And I'm honestly so grateful for the schematic cannon. It makes the dev work into actually just building it work so easy. I literally just get to sit here and do nothing, and it'll build it for me. This is where our killing chamber is going to be. I want to... Where's my backpack? Oh, it's down here. I'm pretty confident. Yes, I have a sword. Oh, it's got sharpness 6 on it. And looting 4. We're going to get so many items from this. So we're going to be able to kill these guys from in here. All the drops are going to come out here, and speaking of that, let me upgrade all of you. That might be a little bit overkill, actually. We'll just do 2 stack upgrades for now. Then we can double quantify, double drawer, and lock it for the time being. We will need to get in a lava bucket in this spot here and up at the water wheel thing. But before that, I maybe want to set up an oak drawer here. Well, definitely before this one, we need to set up the drawers here with the items that we want. So we'll want bones, gold ingots, coal, wither skeleton skulls, magma cream, blaze rods, and one thing I'm forgetting that I don't remember, but that's the last one. And while we're building this up, I thought I'd talk about just how satisfying this thing looks. Like, building the square specifically, I think is more satisfying than a normal schematic cannon usage. It kind of gives me the vibe of, you know, those machines that can solve Rubik's Cubes really quickly, where it, like, just you blink and it's already done. It's kind of that vibe, but a little bit slower and a little bit more satisfying. And I think it's just because it's a cube. I don't actually know what it is, but we're basically already done, so let's get back to the world. The farm is now fully in, and nothing's working because, well, one, we don't have minecarts or lava to power the thing, but also we need to remove the big torches. So let's get all of the minecarts in. Let's turn all of these things on. I am slightly worried. I don't know if when we're unloading the farm, if we need to turn off the minecart contraptions again. I'm hoping that we don't and we could just leave it going. I assume that's how it works, but if not, whatever. It's so silly now looking at this farm and this big hole. This is the whole reason that we dug out this whole area, is so that we can get slightly more efficient rates here. It's so silly. I think it's hilarious. Let's head up here and put in these minecarts. And then if I flick this button lever, we should be going. Perfect. And then we can actually, I think, remove this. I forgot how levers worked. I'm gonna be honest. There we go. That's heading back and forth. We just need to do the same with this one up here that I can't get to. All right. And now that we have this in, that's moving back and forth. That should look good. I'm just gonna place all of these back. And then all we have to do is remove these big torches. There is a few up on the top somewhere. So I'm gonna go take those first because I kind of don't want to be stuck with a bunch of mobs up here. Time to remove these final big torches. I've also moved over the waystone down to over here just because we're not going to be using it up at the top. But we are removing these torches and we should see relatively shortly some mobs spawning in here. I think there is only 2 more, this far one and then this close one. You are gone. And the final torch to start this farm in survival. I'm so excited. Okay, it has started. Let's hopefully see mobs spawning in already. That is happening. I'm gonna quickly go up into, oh yeah. Oh baby, ah. Oh, my free cam fell. But we should be seeing mobs coming in here. And of course, yes, we do not have lava yet in these wheels. So I hope I brought some iron bucket. Perfect. So to start this up, throw in one of those. So many mobs coming in here now. Oh my goodness. This is crazy. Oh. I don't even know if I can kill him fast enough. Okay, I can, but kind of just barely. Yeah, so we already have at least one wither skull. I gotta pick all of these up and sort through the things that we want because I have not set these filters yet. Right, we wanted bones and arrows here as well. So then we got the magma creams. All of that is good. We should be able to now get lava in here. And while we set up those final few things, I think it'll be good to just have a time lapse of the whole farm working. This is probably 20 times speed maybe. And it is so fast. We're getting so many mobs through here, so many mobs getting funneled in and into this like little killing chamber chute. And this is just a quick time lapse of like 30 minutes of effort. It is so many mobs. It is so quick. I'm so happy about this farm and how it turned out. There we go. After 20 minutes and 0 hunger left and a bunch of backpacks on the ground, because I forgot that you can't put backpacks in backpacks. We need the backpack in the backpack addition to the backpack. We have so many items here. 3,000 gold nuggets, almost 100 gold ingots, a bunch of bones and arrows, a bunch of blaze rods, a bunch of coal, and almost 100 wither skeleton skulls in probably 30 minutes, maybe closer to 25. So with 200 skulls an hour, at least, this is kind of crazy. We can increase this to just have wither skeletons if we just put wither roses down as well. So we could change this to just a full wither skeleton farm if we wanted to. But more importantly, I need to go get some food because I have none of it. Feed me. I turned it off. Lol. Well, we still need this backpack and a backpack mod, and let me just pick up all of you. We have so many backpacks, a lot of copper ones, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, so it's the Inception upgrade that lets you put a backpack in another backpack. The only issue is it needs another star, and we have yet to kill the wither. But I guess it's good that we have 100 skulls, because now we can. I don't think I've ever had a stack of skulls in my life. This is actually insane. Well, maybe in next episode we can make a wither farm, but for now, I guess we'll do it manually. I just gotta go grab some soul sand and then we'll head over to the end and just kill it another portal. If you want to see me kill a wither without cheating and killing it under the end portal, you could check out my survival series, my fully vanilla playthrough that I will link just up in the top right corner. If you want to watch it, you definitely can. But honestly, if you're watching the create mod, you probably don't care. So it's there if you want it. Otherwise, let's just kill this wither. And I'm going to probably just kill 3 or 4 just so I can get enough wither stars to be okay. There is also the, the fancy schmancy infinity wand that requires another star. And this has a max distance of 1,024 blocks and I don't think takes any damage ever. Which is amazing considering we only have diamond wands that we can place like, what, 1,000 blocks before they are like, please repair me, please, please, please. So we kind of need to get that. And there's probably some other cool modded things that we can get with a bunch of wither skulls, or not wither skulls, nether stars. Those are the words. So I'm just gonna get a few more for that. And in our final little micro time-lapse thing, we killed a stack of wither skeleton skulls worth of withers, which is whatever, it's actually 100. It's like, what, 33 withers? We have a bunch of nether stars now, so many withers. I don't think we'll ever need any more nether stars, but I'm still kind of interested in making that auto wither killing chamber thing, because that would be a lot of fun to make. And a funny little thing that I don't know if you'll notice, but the withers, they like look like they're blowing up like a balloon, and then I hit them a bunch and then they pop. So I think that's kind of entertaining, but we're already done. So let's get back to the world. The withers are now killed. We have 30 nether stars and 1 bonus skull for the future, but we have 30 nether stars. That is insane. Let's go home and set up the few things that I need. One of them is that backpack and a backpack thing, and the Giga Wand. Oh my goodness, my game is lagging so bad. Come on, we can do it. Giga Wand. Amazing. Okay, we could get rid of our stupid diamond ones. Now let's get the backpack and a backpack. Other than the nether star, it's not too expensive. We have that diamond farm, so yoink. Get one of these, and then we just need some eyes of ender. I think I need 1 more than what we actually have, so grab some of you. Bonk, bonk. And then we can make the Inception upgrade. Backpacks and backpacks is crazy, by the way. I might want to get one for my main backpack just so we can put in our create mod one if we need. But this one is for the farm, so let's head over there and get this set up. Hello, Mr. Backpack. You have earned backpack and a backpack mod. I'm just doing this for fun now. I like killing all the guys. Also, my audio has been off this whole time, and I'm so sorry if you've noticed that. Good ears. I've hopefully covered it up enough with some background music. That's why I'm not a professional YouTuber. I make silly mistakes. This is so addicting because I know that I'll just get so many wither skulls and it's like infinitely worth it no matter what. We have 3. It was at 0 a second ago. I do think looting 4 is playing a crazy factor in this, but still, like surely not. Well, regardless, I think this is a good point to end off this video. We made a giga nether farm, and is that guy out of the hole? No, he's just glitching. Okay, great. We made a giga nether farm. This thing produces so many items, literally like 10,000 of each an hour, maybe. If I got all of these in 30 minutes, 14,000 bones an hour, 7,000 blaze rods an hour, 7,000 coal an hour. What did I even open? That is insane. This is so crazy. Stay tuned for the next episode where we maybe will make a wither farm or potentially set up a nether train to bring all the items from here back to our main base and get them sorted there. Cause that would just be cool. Honestly, I would love that. So maybe we do that in the next episode. We'll see. But thank you all so much for watching. If you liked this video, be sure to like. If you're new somehow, so this used to be my zoom button, but it's no longer my zoom button. It's my loaded chunks button. I don't know how this got changed. Welcome back to another episode on the Create mod. In the last one, we built this incredibly fast. Oh my goodness, it is going ham right now. Incredibly fast nether fortress farm that gets us so many items per hour. We are sitting at almost 8,000 bones. I don't know why we have no arrows. A ton of coal, a ton of blaze rods, and I took about 200 wither skeleton skulls for almost 30 nether stars. And this farm's super fast. You had a lot of good suggestions down in the comments that I have implemented, some of them. So the number one was that mobs in, let's get this rendering up, in the big red box will spawn nether mobs if it is on nether brick. So I've replaced any of the bits for nether brick that I needed to, but on the like smaller red squares, we can still do normal blocks and that'll work perfectly fine. So I don't have a ton of nether bricks, so I just replaced the ones that we needed to, and that is working a little bit better. I've already seen some wither skeletons spawn on these blocks here. It'll be hard for us to tell, but let me come down here and then maybe we can freak him out. So we should see on this spot here at some point, oh my, that's like 30 wither skeletons. We should see skeletons or something spawning here at some point. It worked before, I promise. I'm not a liar. We also had some suggestions with moss carpet. I also tried that. Unfortunately, it has the same issue. For some reason, the rail cart pushing mobs back and forth, even though moss carpet isn't tall enough to actually affect the thing, it is still enough to make it so that when it tries to push mobs past it, the mobs will glitch out on the moss carpet and then just stay in the same spot. So that doesn't work either. It also messes up their pathfinding, which is interesting. When I was getting all the moss carpet in, stuff was spawning and nothing was happening. Like they couldn't get to me for some reason because the moss carpet was in the way. So that could be a fun little design thing if you have any reason for that. And then the final one was that you can maybe get wither skeleton skulls from crushing blackstone. And you are right, we can do that, but you do need the Create Ultimate Factory mod, which is available for my world. I'm in Forge 1.20, so it is available for that, but this mod pack doesn't have it. I'm not gonna add it now that we have a wither skeleton farm that works great. But if you wanted to, you can crush blackstone into skulls if you have the Create Ultimate Factories mod. But this farm is not what we're focusing on in this video. As you can tell by the title and thumbnail, we are going to try to make an automatic wither killing farm thing. I don't know if this is going to be possible. I don't know if we're going to be able to make it so that deployers can place blocks and not just explode everything. So we'll see. And I guess to make a wither farm, we need to head over to a creative testing world. I'm planning on putting it underneath kind of the end gateway thing where we like normally kill them in a cheatsy way. I guess we could head over there real quick. So in the last episode, we added this little bit here where we just killed the withers in a cheatsy way, placing all the soul sand down here, and then they spawn in getting trapped in the bedrock. I'm going to try to do a similar thing for the automated farm, and hopefully we can just have deployers underneath this obsidian, placing in all the blocks that we need. But let's actually test this in creative. In creative now, we have this super basic test system where we have just a bunch of deployers in the wither placing area. And if we place obsidian on top of them, that should, one, prevent the wither from falling downward, which is kind of why this obsidian is here, and hopefully also protect these deployers from getting blown up in the blast. So if we connect this to a thing, we should see, oh, it works. Okay, so now the next thing is to hope that this thing doesn't blow up all of our stuff. It didn't. Is this gonna work? Because now, I mean, I have 256 strength, so that kills it immediately. But now if we get some deployers in that will kill this idiot, we should actually be able to see this thing work. So he's gonna be right here floating. The deployer will attack from 1 block away. Let's just set this up and see if this guy can hit a wither. And I guess let's also figure out a way to give these guys blocks, because at the moment we're kind of screwed. What might be worth doing is powering it from over here. All right, we have a maybe fully automated system here. We need these to fill up, but we are dropping out from 1 chest, both the skulls and the soul sand, and they are going into our deployers. They're gonna fill up to 64 before we can actually get anywhere. But once they do, we should see these things speed up and we should be making a ton of withers. I actually haven't gotten to killing them yet, but I am curious if we need an obsidian block in the way of these, because if we don't for killing, then we can put glass around this and that means the glass won't break. So that would be the hope. Let me actually grab some white stained glass just to see, because my theory is that potentially the bedrock is going to prevent any of the explosion damage from getting out. So I'm curious if that'll work or if it'll just break the whole system. Are we like allergic to getting soul sand? Or are these going backwards? Ah, there we go. Okay, so this is an issue. We need wither skulls on the soul sand blocks themselves. So what needs to happen is these deployers need to place blocks after the soul sand deployers place them. Ooh, and this block is in the way. Okay, so he did break the glass block, which means no glass right around you, but otherwise we might be okay. And it does kind of feel like he breaks the soul sand, but that's an infinite resource. We don't super care about that. That's so easily automatable. And right now he's chilling. So the issue is we need to wait until all of these are placed before we place in a skull. But then after that, we're good. This is more challenging than I would have hoped, but what we can do is we could probably get a smart observer to detect when there is a block on here, and it has to be soul sand, but that's easy to detect. So when this is soul sand, this will be powered, and then we can turn on the wither skulls, and we could just do that with a clutch. Okay, so I tried it and it worked. This is so loud. I tried it and it worked, but the wither breaks all blocks within 1 block around them. So as you can see, all of the soul sand is breaking off every single time, which isn't necessarily an issue. I have thrown a clutch in here, so if we power it, then they won't place blocks and that'll be great. But that does mean we cannot get a smart observer in here super easily. I am kind of curious if we can get one here. Uh-oh, I forgot the wither falls. I'm gonna guess that it won't work, but let's try it. All right, let's see this again. I'm assuming this smart observer is going to get destroyed in the explosion, but it's possible that it won't. Ooh. That could be good news. Okay, so let's... Jeez, dog, you gotta stop with the noises. All right, so now we can set up the redstone line that'll power this thing. And once we've done that, we can see these 2 rows have stopped placing blocks. So we're not gonna get soul sand getting destroyed. And then we should, once this guy dies, this will be able to place a block. Then, I forgot to set the filter. There we go. Those guys are now all able to place blocks. The only issue is that we need first the soul sand to be placed in and then all of the heads. So we probably want to add in a slight timer for the clutch over here. So we're going to set this back up. That doesn't actually place those. Great. And we're going to have the same issue. So I need to figure out a way to power just this block. It might just be that we need to expand this a little bit, but I am really hoping that there's no way this smart observer will break. If that's the case, then we're honestly probably pretty good. And also I bet I want to move this over into the bedrock instead of one right before it, but that'll also be pretty easy to do. Okay, we have that timer now in. If we see this, we should see that guy gets placed in, then all of those, and a few more seconds go by, and all of the skulls. Perfect. Okay, we can definitely reduce this probably down to 50 ticks. Let's just do a second. That's easier. And then if we speed this up, we just get more withers per time. It is kind of a bummer that we can't do multiple withers at a time. It makes a little bit of sense, at least like difficulty wise. I mean, we're not going to be using, or we're not going to be in our nether farm getting more than 3 skulls every however long it takes to kill a wither. So it'll probably be fine. But if you wanted to do this yourself and you wanted to get way more skulls, it might be worth pushing a piston so that you can push the soul sand in the way, and then it might work. So that could be a way to do it. But I mean, the way we're doing it is plenty good enough, at least, especially for a single player world. I mean, in no world do we need this many nether stars. I don't think nether stars are even worth anything. Like, I don't think they're used for many things. Everlasting upgrade. Oh, indestructible. Can't despawn in the void. Transmutation table. Oh, wait, hold on. This is kind of cool. But yeah, this system looks like it works good enough. And there are some concerns about it going maybe too fast. As you can see, 2 skulls have been placed because it's going so quick. Honestly, that's probably okay, since that's just like the vibe that we're in. I think as long as it doesn't happen, or we can just slow this down and drop it down to 128, and then it will absolutely be fine. That time it worked great. These guys aren't showing up anymore. So 128 is probably the speed to go at. But now we have to figure out how to use this deployer to kill the wither. Oh yeah, that's gonna work great. Okay, so we just need to connect this boy up. We could probably also do multiple. So if let me place you there. If we set up the same thing here and on the other side, we can get in 3 killing machines at the same time and triple the time, or I guess third the time that it takes to kill these guys. Amazing. And it's already kind of working. We are getting the nether stars and experience dropped out. Oh, I forgot about XP. Oh, we're gonna get so much XP. That's actually so hype. But let me get in these last 2 deployers so that we get the full killing system in. We can get a belt for the loot drops and maybe set up a little XP tank too. That'll be sick. Ooh, as you can see, we are getting nether stars getting dropped out. I suspect this isn't because we have 3 guys killing them, even though that's what I originally thought. I think what's actually happening, as you saw, we killed him, no nether star dropped. I think what's happening is that he's suffocating in the bedrock when he's at like 1 HP and dying that way. So I think probably the best way to get around that is to set up these sword guys with sharpness 5, because then at least he's at a higher HP when these guys can kill him, and it'll at least reduce the likelihood of that. I think the best way to get around it is, I mean, in at least my mod pack, I have a magnet upgrade that I can set up on a backpack to pick up any dropped items like this one. So that'll fully prevent it. I'm not sure what the best way to do it in a normal create mod kind of system is, but I'm gonna just set up sharpness 5 and hope that that works. We'll see if it actually does. Ooh, an interesting thing is I don't think these guys are hitting him as often as the main middle one here. It kind of feels like these guys aren't doing anything. The reason I'm saying that, I already threw them out, but the netherite sword, one of them didn't have any durability loss to it. So I'm curious if that's a thing. It looks like they're kind of hitting them now, but this guy, every time he swings, you can see the heart show up, which means it was a crit. You don't see that with the other ones. And maybe if we turn off this one, will it work? I don't know. Let's see this one more time. Do you crit? What if I disconnect you? Will you do damage? Yes, this one does, but also you saw that the wither kind of turned to it. Okay, that's definitely faster. It kind of feels like having 2 right across from each other doesn't do as much as just having 2 kind of diagonally like this. I'm gonna remove this one. We don't need all 3. It doesn't really do anything. Like, it speeds it up maybe a little bit, but not that much. And it also reduces some of the belts and stuff that we need. But I mean, this guy's getting killed. It feels like it's faster. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's placebo or something. Oh, my diamond sword. But I'm gonna check this out. I'm gonna watch it for a while, see if any nether stars are dropping out, because if they're not, enchanting it with sharpness 5 definitely did the trick, but I would be curious to see if it fixed it. It felt like it was every other one when we didn't have any enchantments on the swords. So let's see if having sharpness 5 actually does anything different. And I'm just gonna sit in AFK here and we can watch a cool time lapse of a bunch of withers being killed just to make sure that this thing is working as expected. And there we go. With that little time lapse done, let's check out what we have. So we have 350 millibuckets of XP. So it's not an XP farm. but we have 147 nether stars. That isn't incredibly fast, but it is in under an hour, which means we are using 441 wither skulls per hour. If we can set this up with wither skulls, like with the automated wither skull like pumping straight into here, it'll probably be pretty good. The only concern is that we would need to chunk load this area. We can do that in our world. You might not be able to do it in yours. So maybe I kind of mess with this a little bit more so that we can get this soul sand block pushed in with a piston or something. That might be the way to go. But in the meantime, this is plenty for what we need in our world. So let me schematikize this and get this into the survival world. Before we start building it though, we need to gather a couple of materials. We have most of them already in our backpack, but we need a few more. Obviously no creative crates or motors, but we'll need some deployers, disenchanters, some redstone, and some soul sand. That won't be too difficult. And there we go. We have every ingredient that we need. Now we just need to mine out the whole area and get the schematic in here. And I think I'd never have lo-fi beats to my time lapses. And I feel like just a chill time lapse with some lo-fi hip hop would kind of be fun. So let's get to building. Is completed. We have everything in now. All we have to do is turn the thing on and I guess connect it to power, which I didn't think about. I don't know how I'm going to power this. All right, we have a big old windmill. That's all going the right way. We should be able to bump this up to 128. Sweet, there we go. And I think the only thing we need to do, these deployers are all spinning. This one isn't. That is because you're powered. Perfect. Okay. Let's just start it up. I want to see if we get a wither in here. So all of these deployers are filled with wither skulls. We have wither soul sand in. Let's just flick this and we should see, yes, a wither spawn. And hopefully nothing blows up. I didn't give these guys swords. Okay, hold on. After he blows up, it looks like it's working so far. Sword for you. Oop, I got sweeping edged. It's so loud, I'm so sorry. There we go, double sword. And it's going. That's a little bit quieter now. We should see this guy die. Okay, another star already dropped. Well, that almost certainly means we want to put up a system here, but maybe not. So I did give these guys sharpness 6, and it's possible that sharpness 5 is actually the sweet spot. So if another nether star drops, then we might want to look into it. I was assuming that it wasn't very consistent with how much damage it does each time. Okay, that time it should have dropped it off. Yes, we have another star in here. Our first 2 automated wither kills. This is working so well. Wow. I would love to see if I can get a way to push soul sand in from the side. I think that would be incredible. It would make the farm so much faster. But even so, AFKing this is already so fun. It's just so satisfying to see all of them get placed in correctly and for all the redstone logic to just work. It's so great. So it does seem like only the first time is when the sharpness didn't work and we didn't get the nether star. I think what was happening was since I didn't give them the swords to begin with, they were hitting him with their palms enough so that his HP was kind of broken, and I've just turned it off, so we're good. But this is working great. How many nether stars do we have? This Enderman is in the white. 6 nether stars fully automatically. Now we can AFK and get an infinite amount of beacons and whatever else nether stars are used for, like an everlasting upgrade. I don't even know what this transmutation table does. I have not dealt with Alex's mod at all. And we could also make like a bajillion beacons. That is so sick. And I guess that is everything that we needed for this nether farm. I mean, we still need to transfer all the materials back to the main base, and maybe we do a cool train system in the next episode. But I fully forgot about this backpack. This was our original like depositing backpack. I still have some of the Prismarine train station building blocks in here, but we have 10,000 gravel. Oh no, I forgot to throw that out. 20,000 magma blocks and 200 ancient debris. which isn't a ton. I think we would have gotten way, way more, but I was already mining that area at the ancient debris level with the ancient debris mining machines from ages and ages ago. If you haven't seen that, you could definitely check it out. We have a cool like ancient debris mining machine that builds tunnels through lava lakes and stuff. It's super cool, but I think we would have gotten probably 4 times this amount if we set it up in a place that we haven't already mined. And there we go, 50 netherite ingots. Oh my goodness. We have just doubled our netherite ingot output, and we have so many nether stars. What do I even do with them? Where are my other ones? Oh, we have 34 nether stars. We also already have an infinite wand, which requires another star. I could put an everlasting upgrade in here if I wanted to. I could put a void upgrade in there. Ooh, or no, the what's it called? Upgrade, the inception upgrade. And then I could put my backpacks in there. Oh, that could be so fun. Maybe we do that. Let's do that. And we can put our fancy schmancy diamond backpack in our backpack, and then we'll have backpacks and backpack. Inception, Inceptified, bonk. Upgrades work with inventories of backpacks in backpack first? What does that mean? I don't know. I have no idea, but we can officially put a backpack in a backpack. That's super cool. Now we also have a home for our nether stars right next to the heart of the sea, which I guess is more rare than nether stars now. Yeah, because they can only be found in buried treasure chests and they're not farmable. But that is going to be it for me today. This is a little bit of a shorter episode, but we got so much done. We have an automated wither killing farm in the end now, and we can get unlimited nether stars and unlimited wither skulls for our unlimited nether stars with the 2 farms that we made in this episode and the last one. And I can't believe how well it's working. We have killed a wither in the time it took for me to do this outro.
Welcome back to another Create Mod episode. In the last one, we made this auto wither killing system that you see behind me. This thing can give us over 100 nether stars an hour. We have 58 of them. Oh my goodness, this is broken. I don't know what these little guys are, but I think they're from Alex's mod. Anyway, we can fully kill a wither automatically with no issue. I need to get more soul sand and skulls, but that's incredible. Today though, we're heading back over to the nether because we have a storage system here with 12,000 coal, 11,000 blaze rods, 16,000 bones. I don't want to carry this back myself. I want this to be automated. I want this to go all the way back to our main base fully automatically, and there's only one way to do that: trains. And we do have our main train station here that is chunk loaded, so we already have that all done and dusted, but we need another train. And secondly, I want to figure out if it's possible or if there's a way to get like a train schedule thing so that we have some signs or other like boards or display boards that show us when a train is arriving or like its expected time or something like that. So we're gonna figure that out, but first we need a train. Oh, also, our nether star stores are now at 91 nether stars, which is insane. For this train, we need a couple of ingredients, and by a couple, I mean 9 pages of random things, and I don't have most of them, I don't think. This is like the first time I don't have a farm for everything that we need, and that's because it uses kind of ugly blocks, but it's nether themed, so it's allowed to be ugly. That's what I'm telling myself. But we need to get some ingredients, so let's get into a quick material gathering. Not time-lapse, montage, that's the word. Montage time. And I know I said we were going to be struggling on this time-lapse because we didn't have all the items that we needed, but I'm kind of lying because the Create mod is incredible just in and of itself. Everything that we need is pretty easily gettable. Just as an example, this Crimsonite, if you mine it normally, you have efficiency 5, it's not insta-mine, but with efficiency 6 with the Create mod, it's insta-mine. Super easy to do. And then storage drawers is so helpful. It's incredible how crazy helpful it is. I think I have like 1 million blocks stored in like a tiny area. In vanilla, it would literally be impossible. I'm comparing it to vanilla because I have semi-recently did a stream of getting a bunch of materials for a build that I'm going to be doing. If you haven't watched the vanilla series, I would absolutely recommend it. It is some crazy cool builds, full vanilla, so take it with a grain of salt. Some cool farms, a bunch of other stuff like that. But a material gathering time lapse for a kind of tiny house took 4 hours. So this is way, way faster, but we're already done. It took maybe 30 minutes. Let's get back to the world. And we are back. Materials have been gathered. A bunch of red, a bunch of copper, and obviously some fancy schmancy boys. But we're good. Everything is checked off the list except for this large spruce window that I forgot to change in my schematic because I'm silly, but we're ready to go. And I think this will be sick in a time lapse. We are going to build in the entire train here, and it's going to look dope. Let's get into that time lapse. Time lapse after time lapse after time lapse after time lapse after... This is Minecraft. Time lapse city. Population, everyone watching the video. shout out. Honestly though, shout out you guys for watching the videos. I do appreciate it. I've been doing this for a year now. Consistent 2 videos a week, and I appreciate all y'all watching it. Like, subscribe, comment if you haven't already. If you're new to the channel somehow, you're on episode 49, you should subscribe. But that's the Nether train. It is all done. The build is done, except for the frame trapdoors up and around here. So let me just get these in. But it is very similar to my already existing trains, and I feel like that kind of makes a little bit of sense. I mean, you wouldn't want like a company or a big factory area to have a bunch of different types of trains. Maybe you would. I'm not really a train person if you can't tell, but this is one that I built kind of by myself with some references. Of course, I'm not good enough at building to be able to do it by myself, but I think it's looking pretty good. And the good news about using the schematic is that it's all glued together, and I already know that it works. At least like the bits together work. So we won't have to do any finagling with that. We will, and we'll get to that shortly, need to set up the way to get to the Nether though. There we go. All of that is now in. This looks so good. I switched out, I think on the other trains I have, these things are placards, placards, placards. Yeah, I switched them out for red, and I think that looks super cool. We gotta grab our resident sheep over here to drive the train for us. So please, you are the lucky customer. You ate grass, which means you'll be well fed for your journey. I gotta make sure you don't die though. Thank you so much. And now, you're still here? You get to seat. Wonderful. I don't have the train schedule set up yet because we don't have the Nether train station. So while this thing sits here idling, let's head over there and set up the train station. It won't be anything crazy cool because it needs to be spawn proofed. So I think we might just have to go with glass and call it a day, but a glass train station is going to be pretty lit. Actually, I was thinking before we head over there, I think it'd be worth getting this train track into a nether portal here. So if you don't know, train tracks, if they're heading directly into a nether portal, will just go through the nether and go to the other side. So I think it'll be worth setting up a thing here where this just goes straight on. So if we have this just going straight forward here, into a big old nether portal. I'm certain this is tall enough, it better be. And then light it. We should, if we're facing this way, we're going in facing south. I'm pretty sure the nether portal will spawn facing north to south, and then we can just get it in. Ah, okay, that's what I was afraid of. We need to do some nether portal math, because I don't want to have it coming out of this nether portal. That would be a problem. And this should do it. We have the same height portal over here. I had to move the other one over just a little bit, but it now links up perfectly. Wonderful. We will need to route this way. As it goes through the portal, we'll be good. But when we're in the nether, it's got to come back through the portal to the overworld. So we're going to need to route this all the way back to the other side of the train station. But we'll do that in a minute. Over on the nether side, I've laid out this little track thing here. I'm actually going to break all of this netherrack so that we get a clean glass bridge here. I'm going to be using glass since we are going to the full glass perimeter. I feel like that just makes more sense. But as you can see, it is a long way away. So I don't want to mine that much. I don't want to mine an 8 by 12 by whatever hole. So maybe in the next episode we actually finish this train system, but in this one I want to at least get there. And I know I curve this, but I probably don't want to do that. I think the best method is going to be go straight down until you get to the Y, Z axis that you want to be on, and then we just pull up the train station next to the whole thing. So I'm going to warp over to the nether hole. Ouch, my ears. Warp over to the nether hole and set up where exactly I want this thing to be. So our home is this way, and I feel like a train station right next to this thing, like right here, would be perfect. So I guess let's just set that up. The train tracks are going to be 3 blocks wide, since, I mean, train track width, boom. And then I'll want the, like, I guess we want the storage area here because we have the belts going in. So we're going to need the locomotive a little bit further ahead, but let me just get in these platform blocks just for the platform itself. Hopefully it'll be long enough. I don't really think the length matters too much, and honestly that's probably good for this direction. But now we also need to head back in this direction. So this is, again, our main kind of train track system. I am going to do, I think, parallel train track lines instead of just one line that goes back and forth. It's not super necessary, but it will be helpful in the next video, which I think you can probably guess what I want to do. But I want to automate getting home with maybe a cool train. Because I think there are drills that'll obviously mine the blocks, but I think there are other train attachments that will let us place down different floor blocks and make the tunnel look so cool fully automatically. And I so want to try that. But I think we're getting close to the end of what the platform actually needs to be. I feel like this is definitely long enough for what we need. All right, and we have brought the train track all the way up to the Y level that we need. So I've leveled it out with the home base, wherever that flat layer is there. And I'm just going to push you off the edge. See you, loser. No, I don't want to fight all of you. Uh-oh. Well, that's the biggest issue with dealing with this. But this is looking super cool. I'm just going to use my brand new Infinity one that needed one of those nether stars to craft and extend this out. So we're going to have train track, gap, and then another set of train tracks going in the other direction here. And that's literally already done. I'm out of blocks, but that was easy to set up. Now we just extend you a little bit. And there we go. So that is where the train tracks are going to be. Hide from that idiot. We're going to need way more of these. I've already used 300 for this little area here. We're going to need so many. But now I think we're ready to get in just the pathway to and from of like a normal walking pathway, a 2x1 area. And then we'll be able to prep the train and whatever else we need to actually fully automate the actual like train process. Because I want to make a train that builds the tunnel for me. That'll be so dope. And I think the only way to really do that is to lay out where I want it to go first. I haven't ever dealt with these types of train thingies, so I am curious to see how it goes. And there we go. Those are the 2 rail lines that we're going to be seeing. Now let's just bring this thing all the way back home. I'm just going to dig this way until we get there. There's our home. Hey. What the heck is that about? I have my sounds turned off because an Enderman was spazzing out. I got lost. Right here. There we go. We are almost back home. A perfectly straight line. We just have a little bit more to go. And the tunnels are connected. Oh, it is literally out of render distance. That's how far away we are. But we are finally back to the main portal. Wow. Okay, this is very exciting. We basically have... Oh, I think that skeleton just went into the nether. Or overworld. I was right. Hello, sir. Oh, I thought my game crashed. We now have the nether sorted for our episode next week. But let's get this train track back and all the way over to our base. I don't think there's a good way to do this, unfortunately. The issue is I don't know how trains work. Like, is it better to go on this track around and then through this windy bit back up to here? I have no idea. Speaking of this windy bit, it should just be a straight shot over here to over there, right? But instead we have the bounciest, windiest road ever. There's not really a point to it. Let's just get it in line, going straight over this way. That'll save us some sadness. So let's just get this over with. And reattached. This looks way better, by the way. Just a straight line instead of whatever windy stuff I was doing before. Now we can get this thing attached. I think we do just go along this line and then have a separate kind of curve onto this road to head back to the train station. So I'm just going to head this way and hope that it can connect. Nice. You know what? Suspension of disbelief or whatever. I think it works. I just broke it all. Do it again, figure it out, let's go, there we go. This is the stupidest thing I think I've ever done. Yeah, you know what, whatever. It'll connect, probably. So that's good enough for me. Now it's time to connect up our portal over to this main line here. And then I'm just going to grab a bogey and drive around it just to make sure that it will work. Oh, there we go. Okay, so it looks like it connects to the track this way, which is good to see. There we go, that is now connected. That took way more blocks and tracks than I thought it would. I thought Homeboy could just curve way easier than it had to, I guess. But it is now connected, and the overworld is set up, or it should be. Let me grab some train casing and train controls, throw down... Right, I need to be at a train station. There we go, we got a bogey, a seat, and some train casings. I'm just gonna do one of you. Does this just work? Or do I need to glue it? I need to glue it. There we go. Train moment. We should be able to go straight through the nether portal into the nether on the tracks that I laid out. I laid out like 3 or 4. Okay, that is bad news, because what that means is that the tracks that I have are backwards. So what it means is this is the return track, and this way... Oh, I'm lying. Oh, okay, that's good. Track location blocked. That's in the overworld. Okay, there's a chance that I need to get my train out of the way. Oh, there we go. Hold on, it connected this time. I don't know why this happened. Is it because I didn't have proper tracks over before? Okay, now I think it should work. What was that? Anyway, train moment. Hello, Mr. Train. We should be able to get in, go through, and show up on the other side. And we do. We totally do. Awesome. So we have a train over here, and... Oh, you're over there! And I think we're able to bring this backwards in through the nether portal again. Yes, sir. Holy lag. Oh, no. Oh! Is my game gonna crash? No. We're better. So if I instead go left, up here all the way, this will connect back up, and now we're on the same path as we normally would be. And then I just have to go all the way around here to get back to that bridge area over there. So if we hold left, it's going to be super jank. My game lagged so bad that whole time, but we're on the way home, which is really all that we care about. We are all good. I got my little conductor hat. And this is working.
Now that we're back, I did want to bring up the display boards. I'm fairly confident that the display link and the display board, I think if we put a display link on a train station, it'll tell us when trains are arriving. If you haven't ever dealt with display links and stuff, they're super useful. If you like place them on an item that can transfer information, like a stressometer or a speedometer, or an inventory, like a threshold switch or an item vault, you can display stuff on the board itself. So it's on a depot right now. It's telling you what's on the depot. And I'm pretty sure that if you put it on a cool thing, oh yeah, this can tell the time. Like a cuckoo clock can tell the time, and that's super cool. And then it also works on other link displays, whatever. So maybe, whoa, lag. I've been running farms because I'm low on iron and my game is chunking. So I'm fairly confident that if we put it on a train station, it will just be like, oh hey, a train is coming soon. And then we can put that up as like a hanging sign for these stations, which I think would be so sick. So just as a little test, I am actually going to break through the ceiling here because we have some spinny boys down here already. And I'm just going to hook up a cog to a display board, and if we do that, this thing will show up. And then we just need to target this and put a display link up next to this thing. I cleared this selected position instead of placing it. Take 2. We put this on here. Yes, okay. Train station summary, train schedule status. Yeah. Okay, what does this do? That's the first time I've ever done that. Use display links to visualize info. Show up!
Okay, maybe I did something wrong. I don't know what it's saying. I don't think I have enough trains for this to make any sense. So this is main train station small. So we're getting train station info, train column size, platform column size. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get this automated train way up here that probably never goes back and forth that often because it's too slow. You are losing privileges. Give me your schedule. What does it say? 15 stacks. All right, now we're going. We should see if I'm fast enough over at this display. Yes. Something showed up. Something showed up. Let me get there. Let me get there. Let me get there. Let me get there. What do you say? 15 seconds. CB. Huh? I don't know what you mean. Okay. Go to this one. What does this say? Goodbye. I haven't really dealt with a farm at all in a very long time, and I'm hoping that nothing's backed up. I don't think it is. So let me just wait over this display board and see what the dealio is. I think this is better for larger train stations with more trains and probably longer wait times between the two tracks. Oh, it's going. It's not telling me anything when it's set to schedule mode. Okay. Then I suppose we're setting it to this one. Anyway, this now works. 45 seconds, cool bool. What if I increase the size of this? Oh, okay. The choo-choo train from the barn is coming in 45 seconds. That makes more sense. Okay, what if we do this? Will it split onto two lines? No. Okay, that's still good to know though. So we can set this up. Let's get this all upstairs. So to set up these display things, I think putting them right here would be really good. The only issue is I have zero idea on how to power them or where to hang them up from. If instead we do something like this, that looks stupid. Honestly, I think something in the middle could actually work. If we have one of these, yeah, that doesn't look like the worst thing I've ever made. There we go. Honestly, not horrible looking. I think if we even threw in something like that, that doesn't look stupid. It may be a little bit stupid, but not like wildly stupid that I'm like embarrassed to show it off. So if I can't do it on both. Oh, that's a bummer. And honestly, I just thought about this. I want one for both sides of the station. So we are going to have to do a 2-layer one. There we go. That now has 2 layers. I am going to just connect up both sides of this thing. The only issue or complaint, I suppose, that I have with these displays is that they're a 1-to-1 even if you want them to display the same info. So I'm going to show the train station summary, but their platform column size. Can you do multiple train stations on, or the same train station for multiple platforms? Because that would be really good info to know. I don't know if you can actually do that. Anyway, let's get these both in here. Max this out, drop that to 1. Both on line 1. Yes, 30 seconds, choo-choo to barn. There we go. And then I want to do the same thing over here. There we go. Those are now set up. Obviously, we don't have any trains coming in, but if they would be coming in here and on the other side as well. And now we have a little system here that just shows you how long it's taken, the train name, and where or where it's going. And then we'll be good. And I'm honestly super happy about how this turned out. This works way better than I thought it would, I feel like, and I'm very happy about that. And that is going to be it with this video. We have completed a bunch of stuff today, and we are going to finish off the nether farm in the next episode so that this train can go back and forth to our nether base, getting all of the materials. I think it's 16,000 coal, 20 million thousand blaze rods, so many different items, and this train is going to get all of them. We also set up this auto train system here that will tell us when you're going. I have to turn off this. How do I... Garbage. We set up this auto train station. There are seagulls on the train, and we fixed my abysmal first attempt at this pathway here. I do need to remember that we need a ton of terraining for this train station to not just be floating along And maybe if we do get to it, I want to build a bridge over there. But all of that will come in future episodes, so I hope you enjoyed this one. We back with another Create Mod episode. In the last one, we built this nether train that you see behind me. It looks so good, and then we finished off the episode. Oh, well, hold on. We made this train track that loops around here, connects up with our main line, and then fixed this to have a bridge all the way across back into our station. Over in the nether, we also set up at least the initial pathway for the train station, and that's what we're going to focus on today. But that's not all. We also set up this display board here that, if we had trains, we don't have that many. We only have really the one that's actually working, the one up there that goes up from our barn area where our farms are at. We have those show up here on both sides of the display board. And you all left some amazing comments that I want to get into. First and foremost, I didn't know this. I bet most of you didn't know this. Yeah, that's a blaze burner in the driver's seat. And if you give him a train schedule, he turns into the conductor. Oh, now unnamed train. Yes! That's incredible. So, we can make the Blaze our driver. I think it fits the theme really well. So shout out Goody, G-U-D-D-I-E 8 for that suggestion. That is a really good idea, and I think it looks super cool. The next one is the train name by Armand. The train name we are calling Hell Steam Express. What a great name. 10 out of 10, no notes. And then the final two are about the build itself. So first and foremost, there's a thing called a clipboard. This is actually really easy to make. I just need to go grab some paper. But when we open it, you see that it is just a normal clipboard. Allegedly, you can add text. Let's say I want to do, let's just do train schedule, and then maybe click it on there. Yeah. Oh, so we can put it on the top line there, but it gets reset. And that actually makes sense, because if we check out these display links, you'll see that they're set to line 1. We're putting the display on line 1, so it'll just keep overwriting it. So if we switch them all to line 2, I think this one's already at line 2, yes. Then we should be able to place in all of these train schedule things here, and it actually looks like it's going to work. What I want to try to do is, they also said shift enter might remove these little dots, but that is not working. Anyway, I honestly think it's fine that the dots are there. I think it makes sense that, like, no train means dot be dot, and I'm fine with that. So thank you, CSM, for that info. And the final one is to switch out some of these cars for yellow for the blaze rods and black for the coal and wither skulls. And I think that's a good idea. I do feel like these kind of blend in a little bit too much. So we can actually take all of these down. Oh, it's still made of terrain. I gotta turn off. Bonk. And I'm hoping I can re-dye these things, because they are really expensive when you're making a ton of them. I think I needed 6 stacks of iron sheets. Yeah, so I need some yellow and black. And let's just hope that this is going to work. Uh-oh. That's not good. Yeah, it looks like we can only do item vaults. Welp, guess we need 6 more stacks of iron. And there we go, 2 stacks more of shipping containers here. Now if we just set these up, I'm probably gonna want to do yellow, black, red. I think that is gonna be the coolest, just because yellow and red are both warm colors, and then black can be in the center to mix it up just a little bit. How does it? One more. And bonk. And honestly, the black looks really cool. I kind of assumed it would, because the coal looks really cool, but I didn't think it would look as cool as it does. And I think the yellow's also going to be, yeah, that's pretty neat. I do know we have a yellow one for the, I think it's the wheat crate, but still really cool. I think that looks a lot better and doesn't blend in as much, which was kind of the worry before. Now that's all the suggestions out of the way. So let's head over to the nether and talk about what we have to do. So on paper, this should be really easy, except for the fact that I want to do it in a really cool way. So obviously we can just place tracks all the way along here, use some of the like drills or deployers or whatever, place blocks, place the tracks, and then we'll be good. But I want to make a full tunnel that looks cool both on the inside, and if we keep going to the end here, you'll see why, over on the outside. And that is because this tunnel is going to be
I think like 8 blocks tall. It's going to span over, however, this long distance across the map. So it needs to kind of look pretty cool. And I want to use glass for the floor, the whole floor. That's kind of easy to do because if we look at the create items and stuff, there's this thing called a mechanical roller. If you put this down, it will break blocks in the way like drills normally would. But if you specify a paving material, it will, when it's moving, this thing is a little bit slow, but we'll get there. When it starts going, you can see underneath here, blocks are placed underneath, even if the blocks already exist. So for things like this, we're just gonna place in some rollers and we're gonna get glass underneath there. So I suppose, let's get into a creative testing world. To first build up this block breaky tunnel builder thingy, and then we also need to somehow design the tunnel that is this many blocks tall. Over in creative now, I am just going to quickly set up a little train track system here. I need a train station, but we should, if we set this up, I'm gonna do it far away because we're gonna have a ton of mechanical rollers going, but we should be able to place in one of these. Beautiful. I want to just place the seat here for now. We'll get train controls set up, and then I think just in front of the train controls, we're going to set up our rollers. I don't know how wide I want this to be. I'm going to guess we want it to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks wide, but we need the 6th block wide for the walls of the tunnel itself. So I'm thinking we have the walls of the tunnel here, and then the rest is used just for clearing out the space. So these things, if we set this to white stained glass on this, yes, that should, once I've glued everything together and connected this should let me, if I drive, right, I need an inventory with white stained glass in it. Second try is the charm. We get in this, you start placing glass. Perfect. All right, the next thing I want to do is to get in an automatic train track placing system. A thing to think about for the train track placing system is that we probably want the mechanical roller to go first, because let's say we have a block right here. If the train track placing system, like it's going to be a deployer, if that thing is in front of this, and let's rotate it, it will place the track first, potentially placing the track on this block here, which we don't want. We want to break that block first. So now that I'm actually thinking about it, I think we move all of these rollers up by 1 block. So now we can place in our deployer behind this, set it up with the train tracks that we're going to be using. We're obviously going to switch out these train tracks. I'm just using the big ones just to show what's going to happen. First, break the blocks on the way, then we place in tracks. We're going to need, again, another storage system for track placement. And then if we build this, we should just be able to go. I forgot to glue the other things. All right, second try is the charm. We're going to be placing, this deployer's a hater. Oh, you know what it could be? I think I placed this 1 block too low. I think the deployer is trying to place the block in where the glass block is specifically. So if we now try to do this, yes, we are placing in glass and placing in tracks as it's moving. I didn't know how it was going by itself, but that is perfect. Now comes the issue of going through mountains. So, ooh, it still happened. That is worrisome. Let me break this and see, hopefully a little bit better, what is happening. So we're gonna go forward. These plow thingies should be breaking those blocks, but they just totally aren't. And I don't know why this one specifically is the only one not really breaking it, because it does look like if we redo this, it does look like all the other ones will break their respective block. Oh, I lied. Does that mean they only break blocks on this block here? I suppose that's not super great. Yeah, we need to double stack these guys. Yeah, okay, maybe not, because now the issue is that we can't place 2 rollers on top of each other very easily. So instead, I think we just set up some drills on the bottom bit here, and we are assuming that all of these tracks don't exist, since we're going to be placing in the tracks behind it anyway. And even if the drills mine the tracks, honestly, that is fine because we have the deployer placing them back in. So I am just going to place these in as I would want them. And then we're going to want drills also all the way up top here. And I suppose let's just get this like 5 blocks high. We want it 9 in total. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I went 1 too high. So we want the tippity top bit to be right here. And I think I want to make this not like just a square tunnel, because that would be the most lame thing that you've ever seen. I want to make it a little bit of an arch. So I'm going to do something like this, where this top block is actually going to be where our roof bit goes. And then I think if we just do something like this should probably feel, I think it does, this should probably feel like a tunnel. And now that's all glued together, let's just start it and see what happens. So if we go forward here, we are placing in blocks as expected. The game is freaking out a little bit, but we are breaking all the blocks in the way, including the ones that we weren't breaking before, and we should be able to make a straight through tunnel through this mountain. Okay, the plow things are a little bit sketch in how well they work. But I suspect if we do a scheduled boy, or we just monitor it while we're driving, I think it'll be okay. Yeah, we are now in the thick of it here. I'm really curious. I'm just holding down W if we will get a row of blocks where the plows are, and it definitely looks like they are struggling more than the drills, which is really interesting. And honestly, this is working pretty darn well. And it double looks like the only issue is the middle line of blocks where the plow things are. What are they actually called? Because I think I'm gaslighting everyone. The rollers, I think that's where the issue is. So I'm going to bring this back to the start. I will probably want to set up contraption controls, because those lets you turn on and off different components. And if something messes up like it did here, we can turn off all the drills, turn off all the deployers that are going to be placing blocks, and just use the rollers to break the blocks if we need to. But I'm also going to try, yeah, we can totally do that. I am going to just have a wall of drills with the rollers behind it, because at least in my world, the rollers are a bit glitched. And thankfully, this deployer can still place blocks through them. Now that the mining bit is done, the only thing really we need to do is design a tunnel that looks cool from the inside and the outside and fits the dimensions of, let's use a block that actually won't fall, here, like this. Because we're gonna have the drills be the final wall here, so we're leveling it out with that. All right, after a little bit of testing, I've kind of thought up this design here, but then I thought of something else. Over in our survival world, we're gonna have 2 tracks, one going like this way, and then another one right next to it going the other way back to the base, because I don't want the train to just go on one track back and forth. I think that's kind of lame. So we're gonna need 2 tracks. So I'm going to need to widen the tunnel by, what, out to here? And we also need to widen the mining machine and all that other stuff. The good news though about just expanding it is that we should see that everything gets placed in, replaced, built, whatever, and nothing actually changes, which is really good news. And honestly, this by itself is probably a good enough system for most builds. You can see that on the, ooh, it looks like it missed a spot, the deployer. That is really interesting. But like those types of things are really easy to fix on another pass through. So I'm not worried about that happening once because trains are a little bit buggy in the create mod. I'm more so worried about it working on average. And another worrying thing that I was thinking about was sand not working with this thing, but it actually looks like it does because it falls and then the drills mine those. So that's actually really good news. Yeah, so this is officially the start of the track. You can see over on the right hand side where I've removed the, I forget what it's called, not a plow, but the other thing, the roller, that we are now not placing glass there. And that's because of the tunnel itself. I think we're going to have a block being placed there that is different. I just don't know what it is. Yeah, but as you can see, some of these blocks are just getting missed, and I think that's just a glitch thing that happens when you're lagging a little bit. But otherwise, I think we should be good to officially now add a tunnel to this. I want to add some contraption controls just so we can turn on and off the deployers placing, the drills placing, and the rollers doing stuff. I think that'll all be good to see. But as of right now, we have an automatic train system. The other worry that we had in our building design was that we're going to be using stairs, but I'm now actually thinking, what happens if a deployer places a stair? Because we are going to have deployers placing them. Is it always towards them? It is. What if we rotate it? Yeah, it seems to be always towards them, which isn't helpful. Which means we could probably only use walls, maybe fences, and then full blocks. And I'm also curious about half slabs. What is the deal with these? I'm going to assume bottom slabs only, but I don't actually know. Yep, bottom slabs only, that's fine. So the issue with this design, or the process of the design, is that we can't have like alternating patterns like this, because there's not really a good way to have the deployers place blocks 2 blocks apart. So we are instead going to have to do row of blocks, row of blocks like this, row of blocks above it, row of blocks above it, and then we can change the depth. So if we wanted to, we could do 2 sets of blocks, or we could do like fence gates here. All right, this is going to be the tunnel design here. I think it looks pretty sweet. I actually forgot this block here, but then otherwise we are good. And I think this looks pretty cool for something that you don't have a lot of creative freedom with. So I suppose let's set up some deployers around here. I do actually have to change these blocks here because right now it's glass. So we're going to need to change. I hope I can just do one. Yeah, it's going to change all of them. There we go. If I break this one. No. Oh, is there a way to do that differently? If I can't differentiate, yeah, it doesn't look like I can differentiate. That's probably okay. If we switch this with glass, what does it look like? Honestly, I think that's probably okay. This is what it looks like right now with the orange dirt, which is similar to the red that we're going to see in most of the nether, and then brown will also look fine. And then I think clear, like if we're going over a lava lake or something, will still look pretty good. So let's just keep it glass. I think that's easier. So yeah, I suppose let's get in a ton of deployers here. All right, we have now set up all of these deployers. I suppose I don't need all of these barrels, but we have items in these barrels, all of the items that we need. The really good thing about setting up the tunnels like this is if you just do it by barrel, you can say that, oh, the cut crimsonite wall is only placed on 2 sets of blocks here, so we have a full barrel for that, full barrel for the slabs, and then if we have 2 blocks of glass per side, then we just do 2 barrels, and that's pretty easy. So now all we have to do is glue everything together, because I do think we have not done that yet, and then we should be good to test this. So that should now all be assembled. If I build this, there we go. Okay, so these blocks have been placed in. Oh, I forgot to do that. I forgot to put in the trapdoors up at the top. Right. All right, whatever try this one is the charm. Everything's glued. Everything got placed in. We should be good now to start going. I'm so scared, but... Oh, oh my... We're going so fast. Okay. It lagged so hard a couple of times there. And other than the sand falling, for some reason, it seems to be working. The good news is that any sand that's falling in the tracks, we don't super care about. Oh, I forgot about lights. That is good to know. I am going to want to get a lighting block in here so that we can actually survive. Yeah, so this was almost certainly lag because we were going too fast. I'm not too worried about it, but honestly, this looks good. And if I tried to build this by hand, it would have taken way more time. Ooh, the tunnel looks good from the outside too. Oh, I'm so happy with this. Okay, let's real quick, as I've changed the light out for just some shroom lights that have been creatified. They work. Beautiful. Let's start going. And, oh yeah, I didn't really think about that. The drills are going to be breaking the blocks in front of us. Oh, okay. I think what was happening before with the sand falling, now that we've gotten to the front, I think the drills are breaking the sand properly, but when we were placing these in, or maybe when it was just flying by, I'm not actually sure. But when that was happening, the sand fell. So I think now that we're going, I think it is sandproof as well, which is really, really good news. And this looks so darn cool. I'm actually so excited about how this turned out. This is so sweet. And it's honestly kind of fast. And as long as I hold down W, we're good. We're now out of render distance of the track. There we go. We have gotten to the end of this mountain that we just carved through. The outside of it looks so dope. And honestly, so does this. So let's head back into Spectator so I can quickly get through here and drive back through with everything turned off so that obviously we don't break anything. Drive back through the entirety of the tunnel. This is so sick. It looks great too. Like, I didn't think that like this basic of just like you have to place one block in a row the whole time would look so good, but it totally does. And the light is absolutely necessary. You can see here the parts that I didn't put lights down just because we already placed those earlier. It is super dark, and I bet if you're not using glass here, mobs will absolutely spawn. And that is the tunnel. It looks so dope. I'm so excited to get this into survival. Before we do that though, let me quickly remove these creative boys, replace them with the things that we need, and then also, I suppose, change these deployers to the correct track type, because we are going to be using spruce tracks for our build. Over now in the survival world, we already have the track set up here. We have the schematic loaded in. I need to grab some gunpowder, but we have all the materials that we need. It's really not too bad except for the deployers. We have a bunch of drills already from, oh my goodness, I think that's from the mining machine. We needed, what, 16 by 16 stacks of drills? Times 2, because the top and the bottom, we had so many drills left to spare, so we are good on that. I totally forgot to grab some gunpowder though. After this, we will be good to start up the schematic and get to building this thing. I do need to grab a couple of more resources for the nether tunnel itself, including quite a bit of crimsonite. But first, let's build this thing. It should be really easy. Yep, so these are all going in as expected, at least for now. We should see in a second that homeboy is done. Are you? Yep, we are all done here. All I need to do now is place in one of the drills that wasn't placed in because their thingy was in the way, and this guy is going to try to get me. But now that that's in, all we need to do is get the materials for the deployers to place in. Thankfully, we have quite a few of them, but I need to get out of here so the mobs don't destroy me. But regardless, I need to go find a red biome. Let's head to the one over there and grab a lot of logs, because that is going to be the roof of our tunnel. So maybe I shouldn't have chose such an expensive block, but it's going to look so cool once we have it all in. All of these materials have now been gathered. I put them already in here. The crimsonite honestly was probably the most annoying to get, along with, hold on, let me not be stupid. I need to convert these shroom lights over to the fancy schmancy ones that we're actually going to be using, because we're not using normal shroom lights. I think they're called? I honestly don't remember. I have no idea. They're shroom light lanterns. These look super cool. And then I also need to actually grab a couple more tracks. Yeah, these look so dope. I need to grab a couple more tracks, and we're actually out of our little track making thing, but we have a couple more stacks. I'm gonna make more for the time being, just so that we get some more if we need it, but we should honestly probably be fine. There we go, that's now cooking. Let's head back over to the nether and honestly start this thing up. It shouldn't be too complicated, but I did already test in creative if we were able to do corners, and it seems like the answer is no. Unfortunately, the deployer that's going to be placing the tracks gets a little bit confused when the track curves, so it'll just keep placing straight tracks, and then the car will just go on those straight tracks, so it's kinda not gonna work, which means we'll have to kind of just turn off everything, turn it around, and then keep going. Not really an issue though. I'll probably just build that little part of the tunnel by hand. Thankfully, it's the only turn that we're actually gonna make, just period. So we should honestly be okay. I also need to grab a train station. I don't think I've done that yet. All right, we have the train station. Let's hook this up. Bogey. I think all the glue's connected. Let's just assemble it and see and make sure that everything gets placed in as expected. I forgot the slabs. Thank you for testing that. I totally forgot these cut crimsite, and there we go. Now, let's try it. We should see those slabs have been placed, so they're going to be placed a block back, but that's fine. And then I'm going to turn on the deployer part to turn off the placement of any blocks. I need to make sure that this is, don't you dare. Cool. As I was saying, I need to make sure that this is connected. There we go. And we should be good. I'm just gonna start it. We only have the rollers placing blocks, which, and the drills, which is expected. Okay, I did notice this before. When I turned off deployers, this thing goes so slow. Drills are not mining the soul sand. Let me back up really, really quick and make sure that that should work. I mean, it almost certainly should. I am kind of interested in seeing if maybe it's the fact that we're too close to the soul sand blocks that they get confused. I don't actually know. So now let's head forward. We should see the soul sand blocks up at the top here getting broken in a second. Yeah, this is not good news to start with. I'm just gonna turn these on. Okay, so why are we so darn slow? And why is this not breaking these blocks? What in the world is going on? Oh, there we go. I got it to work just by breaking and replacing the bogey right below me. I suppose that's an issue with schematics placing bogeys, but we should now be good to actually start testing this. I'm gonna just approach. So we get there, turn this on, and start heading off. And we should see a tunnel is being made. I need to make sure that we don't go too far though, because if we get too far, I have to break all these things, and that's super annoying. Oh, I didn't think about lava. Ow. Well, it's a good thing I have elite armor. If you're doing this in your world, it might be worth setting up the deployer trick in front of this thing to block all source blocks like water, lava, things like that, because then that will prevent this issue from happening. But already, we have a tunnel. It looks, I'm so happy about this. It looks so cool. It looks so awesome. It is working phenomenally. And honestly better than I expected. Okay, we are getting more lava. Okay, it does kind of feel like... Oh, we have a little lava boy here. That's gonna be on the outside, so it doesn't matter. It feels like we're getting pretty close. Yeah, we definitely are. I think we can get a little bit closer here, but I do want to start being a little bit careful. Okay, yeah, we have officially reached the point where I'm a little bit worried. So I'm going to turn off everything but the drills, and I suppose also the... I suppose I'm just going to turn off the deployers and then leave everything else on. Okay, deployers have been turned off. We're breaking blocks, but we hopefully shouldn't be breaking, if I can see, we shouldn't be breaking any of the track pieces. So far, so good. Oh, wow. Did that just work? Amazing. And then once we get to here, since we're lined up now with the edge of the wall, I think we should be able to start this back up and get going. I do want to, though, break a couple of these blocks. Since the drills were out of the way, they wouldn't have placed those in, or I guess broken them, so that the deployers now can't place anything in. But once we have that, we should be good, and that side's plenty good. And now comes the fun part of going the entirety of the tunnel. And I think this is going to look amazing in a third-person time-lapse, so let's get that set up. Before we do that, though, the tunnel looks incredible so far. This is the smallest part of it. It's gonna look so cool. Okay, but yeah, actually time-lapse time this time. I said time so many times that time. Wow, what a versatile word. And during this little time-lapse, I wanted to talk about the brand new series that I and a bunch of other content creators are making, Createaholics Season 1. The first episode came out, I think 2 days ago, as this comes out, and if you haven't seen it, I would definitely check it out. We have so many big plans. It is a hilarious episode, and I'm so excited for it, but honestly, that's the end of this time-lapse, so let's get back to the world. And there we go, the tunnel is done. It looks so cool. What I'm gonna do first, before we check out the tunnel itself, I wanna remove this thing, and then we can take the train all the way back. So I think that'll be the play. Oh, right, I need to turn this into a train station. There we go, we've disassembled. Alrighty. And now let's hope that we can just break this thing down. I do have the schematic for it, so I'm not worried about remaking it if I ever need it. But since episode 1 of Creataholics came out, the series is probably coming to a close relatively soon, so that we can focus on that. If you haven't seen it, if you've missed it somehow, definitely check out the Creataholics episode 1 that I posted a few days ago. There we go. All of that has been removed. I'm just going to connect these two sets of tracks. And there we go. If we now set up a new bogey, I need to obviously quickly set up my train controls and seat. We should be able to just assemble train and make our way back to the start on this train through the tunnel that was made automatically, required thousands and thousands of blocks, and took, honestly, I think it took 3 days of gathering resources fully. It's so cool. It is almost fully done. I need to do this corner and then the end of this tunnel, because I'm not yet sure what I'm gonna do with it. Like with the portal and stuff, I need to figure this out. But we have a fully working system that gets us all the way back to the overworld, and it is working incredibly well. Welcome back to another episode on the Wait a minute, this isn't the Creataholic server. What is this place? That's right, we are back on the single player server for the final episode on this world ever. I have put this world on the back burner for quite a while because of the new Creataholic series that we started, and oh boy, is it cool to be back. I don't know if I would say good. I mean, the builds here are definitely version 1s, if you would say that. I have definitely improved my building style. I love this archway. The colors look amazing. This looks amazing. Those two, meh. For all of those who have never seen this series, I would definitely recommend checking it out. We have a series of like videos and stuff of like 100 days in the whatever that cover all 15 episode increments up to episode 51, which we are currently at. And in the last episode, we made a tunnel bore building train that bored through everything. And if we head over into the Nether, we can see where that is. This is the tunnel that we made in the last episode using literally thousands of crimson stems, mangrove trapdoors. It literally goes into the abyss. And it looks so cool. We built this for our Nether farm so that we could get all the ingredients from the Nether farm back into the overworld to our storage system, to the train station that we mentioned a little bit earlier. And I even have a Nether train already built and set up. We just haven't configured it or used it yet because we haven't finished the train tracks. So we need to do that in this episode. We also need to clean up some of the terraforming, mostly on this side of the map. You can see here that we have a lot of floating train tracks, a lot of just everything that is pretty garbage, which we gotta fix. But I first want to start with the train stuff. So here is the Nether train if you haven't seen it. This thing is going to go through to the Nether through this portal way down here, collect up all the ingredients, and then come back around and drop off all of the ingredients at our train station to get sorted. So if we head into the Nether, we need to build this little end station here that wraps around and will bring this track all the way around to here so that the train can go back through to the overworld. Conveniently, when we were building this tunnel, I got way more materials than I needed, so we already have everything to build this, and I already have a schematic. So all we need to do is place down this bad boy, double check it with the material checklist, and as long as we just have super glue there, we are good to start this thing, and it'll just paste in this ending tunnel bit that we need for the train system to be completed and make it an actual loop. The build is done. I just have to connect up these little glass panes here, but this is what it's looking like on the inside. It's kind of just a continuation of it with a little bit of shroom lightage in there. I don't know why I did this. I just thought it would look okay, and I think it does. I think it works. So we have the loop-de-loop here. We just need to now get the train set up, and we actually don't have a train station on this far side here, and that means we aren't going to be able to automate and direct the other train to get to this one. We also don't have a loading system over here, which is another kind of big problem. I really should invest in a train that will drive on this track, because this is insane. And here we come down to these train tracks here. We do need to set up another loop on this side. This one's going to be a lot easier and less pretty because we can't have anything be able to spawn on it. So instead of the big loop-de-loop pathway, we're just going to have to go around in a circle, and hopefully this will just work. There we go. A little bit jank, but it'll work. We now have this little loop-de-loop. So from my understanding, the train is going to come down here, loop around, and then connect up with this area. We have just these two kind of drawers here that we need to load up to the train. But I think in order to do that, the best way is just going to be to bring it over here. So let's assemble the train. That looked like it worked. And, right. We have a Blaze driving. Seat is in there. We rebuild. And I know I can drive it without a seat, but I am worried about going through the nether portal because that would be a huge problem. So we should see that we can move onward. And I hope that if we just fly into the nether portal... Oh my gosh, we just go? Wait, this is insane. Uh-oh. We're going. The rest of the train is with us still. This is actually crazy. I didn't think it would work this well. But we should see as we kind of approach the station that we are able to stop, line everything up, and then we can set up where the actual train station is going to be, because we still haven't done that. We also then need to hook up all the connectors to like actually transfer items, but that should be easy. The biggest slope known to man, no worries. And we should be able to slowly spin around, and that should be good. So if we were to grab ourselves a train station, I'm gonna just plop it right here and then put it directly underneath so that mobs can't spawn on it. I don't know if these are spawnable blocks, but I would not want to figure it out. And then nether mob farm. There we go. And we should, if we get back into this, be able to approach the station and get an exact location, which we do. And there we go. We should have a system where we pull items from here into the train, and once this fills up, we can bring it back home and start setting up the unloading process, which should be just as easy. I mean, I just connected up a belt with a funnel going up and then into the thing here. And I honestly think if we get a train schedule, where is my train schedule? So we go to the main station and then to the nether farm station. I'm gonna wait. Let's do 4 minutes here. And then 1 minute at the unloading station. That should be fast enough. I'll do 4 minutes on each station. Let's do that. And then if we give it to this guy, we are on our way. We are moving, and we should see that everything works flawlessly. I'm not driving the train this time. It's Mr. Blaze Boy here, our brand new conductor, our fancy schmancy guy. We should see in the tunnel that was made automatically by this train, not this train, a different train, a similar train though. It had wheels, that it goes back to the main base, at least for the time being. I don't know if it'll unload itself automatically, but we can get there when we get there. Over into the overworld, and up we go. Holy lag, no problem. We should go through everything, and then we'll go up and around back to the base over the super completed and real bridge that looks real and is a bridge. Ignore the janky train physics, by the way. I don't know what I'm doing. We should auto left turn here. I'm not touching anything. Oh, this is a jank left. Oh, yeah, it works. If it works, it works. That's all I'm saying. And then up here, another wacky incline into a hard left turn over the bridges that we made. I think this was like episode 10 or 15 that we made these. And then we should stop at the station here, and we can see train schedule 15 seconds, Hell Steam Express. We have arrived, and now we just got to make sure that, where is my boy? I think it's over here. Where is it? I mean, it's well hidden. I can't find it. Oh, there it is. That this then connects up down below to our unloading system. And if you haven't seen, this is the unloading system here. We don't have anything too crazy. I was literally one block off. That's hilarious. Just means we can scooch all of you over by one, and then we should be able to just connect this up. Those will connect, and we should see, yep, golden nuggets heading over to our storage system. And then all we need to do is give this guy back his schedule, and then this will be a fully automated train that is 100% working. And we should see eventually when this train is coming back, or when at least it's on the other station. Yeah, I see now Hellstream Express to the Nether. We should see that it will be in like 4 minutes, the Hellstream Express is coming over, and that'll be super cool. So the Nether system is now set up. That has been 3 episodes in the making, but it is finally done. Now comes the cleanup part and the main bit of the episode. So as I mentioned a little bit before, we have a lot of vanilla terrain that we just kind of glossed over, that we built over, but didn't make look good. And this is going to be a big task. We have this pathway that leads to nowhere. We have this beautiful terrain that stops right here, and we have a lot of floating train tracks, especially over here, which we don't look at. But for all my YouTube members, the ones that pay for additional content, more perks and stuff like that, I am going to be supplying the world download to this so that you can use it, hang around, get schematics of builds that you like, whatever. And this just won't do. Everything is floating. This looks kind of garbage, and it won't be too difficult to fix, I hope. And after a little bit of work, we do have a fix. And I say a little bit of work. We have 3 schematic cannons stationed across our base to rebuild the entirety of the terrain of this whole place. The only problem is we need 45,000 blocks, and a lot of it is cobblestone and things like andesite and tuff, which we all have farms for. But there are some things that we don't have farms for, or we do have farms for, they're just a little bit slower and we don't have a ton of yet, which is moss and mossy cobble, both of which are a pain to automate. Moss, a little bit less so because we do have the moss farm, but each thing of mossy cobble we need to craft by hand. So that's going to be about 30 minutes of me crafting. But once we have all those things, we should be able to just schematic cannon in an entire new set of terrain pieces so that when we look out here, we're not greeted by just stupid grassland, we're greeted by a full array of this stony texture, and I think it's going to look really, really sweet. So let's first get into some material gathering. I mean, most of it we have already, like the cobble and stone, but we need some andesite, we need some tuff, we need some moss, we need some mossy cobble. So let's get all those things. And in this resource gathering session, we've really only had to get moss and then a ton of mossy cobble. We're using about 10,000 blocks of each block type, which means we need 20,000 moss, 20,000 cobble, which is easy, and then 10,000 of andesite, stone, gravel, and tuff. Tuff is particularly difficult because that requires andesite and diorite in order to craft, which means we probably need 20,000 andesite, which means we need like 30,000 diorite. All to say, it took a while, but we got all the ingredients that we needed and we're ready to build this thing. And in this final time-lapse chat of the series, I thought it would be good to talk about just the series itself. I had a ton of fun. I did not expect this to go for 51 episodes. And I mean, especially the fact that when I started this, I had literally never touched anything with the Create mod, period, is insane. I've done stuff with Mechanism, I've done stuff with, what are some other mods? Basically just Mechanism, honestly. I played a ton of Vault Hunters back in ye old times where I like just full grinded Mechanism. I'd done like nuclear reactors with Mechanism and all that stuff. I had never done Create because it was always so scary, and I just started it, and here we are, the final episode of the series with 3 massive buildings, including a whole barn, 2 train systems, 3 train systems, one that goes to a Guardian farm that I honestly fully forgot about. We have a long-range Nether farm, all of which deliver the stuff back to the main base as we're doing it. It is absolutely insane. So thank you all for coming along with me on this journey, and that's the end of the terraforming, so let's get back onto the world. And there we go, the build is done. The Nether train is already coming back, but this thing is done. We have completed this pathway that winds through here, going over to the other side with this little land bridge type of thing that I think looks really cool and is structurally supported, at least a little bit. The middle is a little bit flimsy, but that we take it. And then everywhere else, wherever there is a railroad, it is now supported by the ground. We've kind of painted over and changed a lot of the blocks over to the right block palette and stuff. We do have still the continuation. If we wanted to continue and go that way, we have this going all the way up. We have this super, super cool, and I'm a big fan of this little archway thing in here that I actually need to fix real quick because gravel, believe it or not, it falls. I forgot about that little fun fact while I was designing this. So there were gravel pieces, but we have a little archway there, and then it just continues and continues and continues. This is 45,000 blocks. This is not like 45,000 blocks and deep. This thing is basically hollow. It's just the surface level blocks that we have fully terraformed, fixed. We have a little archway going up there. That looks so, so cool. Again, I forgot some gravel blocks here. Holy. And I'm just replacing it with the andesite because I can't be bothered placing in gravel. I'm gonna be honest. It's just not a huge deal. It doesn't make a huge difference doing gravel instead of andesite, really. But it goes all the way up. This is all now terraformed. We have another little bridge here that looks super cool. And that just continues up and over. I didn't terraform the bridge. This video already has taken 3 days. So we're not doing that. But everything is now done and terraformed. And I am so happy with it. But that is going to be it for the cleanup. We have finished everything that I wanted to get done in this episode. We have a beautiful pathway coming back to the main base. We have terraformed and fixed all of the floating train tracks, all of the floating bits, all of the whole barn was floating. We have fixed everything needed for that, and this whole area looks so, so cool. I think let's end it off with a little bit of, I guess a little bit of a tour. I wouldn't consider it super a tour, but a fly around of the whole base just to see everything that we have done. So thank you all for joining me on this insane adventure of 51 episodes in the Create mod. We made so many cool builds, so many cool contraptions, so many cool farms, so many cool train lines, and we are now finished. And check out the Createaholic series if you somehow haven't seen that. It is honestly even better building and designs. I design everything in creative before I plonk it in here, so it's going to be better than these builds, even though some of them are pretty nice. So definitely check that out if you haven't. But let's get into the final fly around time-lapse tour of the entirety of this build. So enjoy.